Cold. A bone-chilling cold that penetrates to the marrow. Liam curled himself into the crevices of rusted rebar and concrete debris, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. In the desolate night, the wind sliced through the skin like a knife dipped in ice water, whisking away the dwindling warmth. He huddled tighter, his right hand pressing firmly against his left lower back. An old injury throbbed faintly, where two healthy kidneys once resided, now replaced by a single organ and a rough scar, a reminder that tugged at his insides whenever the weather turned harsh. Outside, a series of inhuman howls pierced the stillness, elongated and distorted, belonging to no known creature. They were likely the monsters that had soaked too long in radioactive dust, their very genes beginning to unravel, or something worse, those male drifters who had devolved in the wilderness, nearly losing their humanity. He held his breath until the cries faded away. As dawn approached, he pried open a tube of 30-year-old expired nutrient paste, using his teeth to tear through the hardened crust, chewing mechanically. The taste was akin to chewing wax mixed with rust, but he needed that little bit of warmth. After consuming it, he cautiously retrieved a palm-sized metal box from his pocket and opened it. Inside lay neatly arranged energy bars, glowing with a steady azure light, several well-preserved data chips, their edges gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, and a small bag of vacuum-sealed pure seeds, the true currency of Eden. The bottom, 3 heavy pale gold coins, gene credits issued by Eden, pressed down. 3 years, 3 long years spent scavenging like a rat amidst the ruins, evading the predation of mutated beasts and degenerates, risking life to barter, steal, and accumulate these meager resources. Each brush with death, each moment of agony, was sustained by a singular vision in his mind. Eden, with its towering energy walls bathed in soft white light, behind which lay clean water, ample food, untainted air, and genetic purification. That was the only path to escape this decaying shell, slowly rotting in mud and radiation, to attain rebirth. He closed the box tightly in his hand. The cold, hard edges pressed against his palm, imparting a nearly painful sense of reality. Enough. Finally, it was sufficient. This should be enough to cover at least the minimum fee for genetic purification, a ticket to enter Eden. He stood, stretching his stiff limbs, gazing eastward. On the horizon, behind the gray-black clouds, a faint halo of light emerged. Eden lay in that direction. Navigating through the last twisted metallic forest and radioactive swamp, the outline of Eden gradually came into view. It was a colossal silver tower, constructed from an unknown alloy, its surface so smooth it reflected not a hint of the wasteland's filth. Surrounding the tower was a translucent energy shield, shimmering with colors, segregating the inner and outer worlds. Beyond the shield lay the dilapidated, gray, and lifeless ruins. Within, lush greenery and tidy streets were faintly visible, while small flying vehicles glided silently above. The path to Eden's entrance grew clean, with abandoned vehicles and building debris cleared away, the surface laid with some synthetic material. Yet, the atmosphere felt even more oppressive. Tall watchtowers loomed, their peaks extending with dark gun barrels, occasionally patrolled by guards in full-body power armor, their female forms scanning every applicant on the road with cold visors. Applicants formed a sparse line, the majority resembling Liam, ragged, emaciated men with eyes filled with a blend of desperate yearning and deep-seated fear. Occasionally, a few women appeared, dressed relatively decently, their expressions far more composed, often passing the initial checks more swiftly. Liam stood behind a bearded man with a broken arm. The man hunched nervously, clutching a package tightly in his arms. The line moved forward slowly. Finally, it was the one-armed man's turn. Behind the inspection counter stood a stoic female guard in a lightweight uniform, holding a scanner. Contribution item. The guard's voice came through the mask, devoid of any emotion. The man hastily presented his package. The guard opened it to reveal scattered electronic components in a small, low-purity energy crystal. The scanner swept across. Contribution insufficient. Does not meet the minimum purification standards. Not accepted. The guard pushed the package back. Instantly, the man's face turned pale, his lips trembling. "Ma'am, please, take another look. This energy stone. I nearly died in a radiation rat swarm to get it." Next, the guard did not even glance at him. The man attempted to plead further, but a guard in power armor stepped forward, the barrel of the gun slightly raised. The man fell silent, despair washing over him as he was roughly dragged away by 2 guards. Liam's heart sank. He took a deep breath and stepped forward, placing his metal box on the inspection table. The guard scanned it as usual. When the azure light passed over the bottom of the box, the instrument emitted a sharp, brief beep. The guard paused, looking down at the scanning screen, then back up at Liemo, a flicker of surprise flashing in her eyes. She pressed a button beneath the table. Special item. Requires screening officer approval. She informed Liemo, her tone still flat, but he sensed a hint of tension. A screening officer? Liemo's heart skipped a beat. An ominous premonition crept up his spine. Minutes later, the inner alloy door slid open and a figure emerged. She wore a pristine white protective suit, the fabric crisp, outlining her exquisite figure. The suit was open, revealing neatly cropped hair and a face. A face that was etched in Liemo's memory. Su Lin. Time seemed to pause around her, even more refined and radiant than 3 years ago. Yet, the warmth that once filled her eyes had been replaced by a cold, detached superiority. She wore a silver badge on her chest, depicting a double helix of DNA entwined around a sword, with the words, Human Gene Screening Officer. Liemo felt the blood rush to his head, then freeze in the next moment. A buzzing filled his ears, drowning out the sounds of the world. How could it be her? The woman who, on the eve of nuclear war, had taken all his supplies and chances for survival, leaving him only with the betrayal of her back? The one whose actions had indirectly led to his near-fatal injury, forcing a greedy doctor to remove a kidney just to save his life? How could she be here? And now a gene screening officer for Eden? Su Lin's gaze fell upon Liemo's face. First a formulaic assessment, then a fleeting flicker of something akin to disdain, and an indescribable mockery. She offered a faint laugh, stepping closer to the inspection table, her eyes barely lingering on the resources he had risked everything to acquire, instead settling directly on his. Face to Limo. Her voice, distorted slightly through the mask, still carried a tone of casual disdain. Long time no see. Her gaze sliced through Liemo's weathered, grimy face, landing on his emaciated form, a result of prolonged malnutrition. It seems you have not fared well in these years, she remarked, a subtle curve gracing her lips. Unfortunately, the harsh environment has not made your genes any more resilient. Scanning reveals your gene score remains abysmally low, riddled with defects. Radiation damage index exceeds 200%. Truly, no progress at all. Every word pierced Liemo's heart like a venomous needle. The struggles, the pain, and all the endurance accumulated over 3 years seemed to culminate in an enormous jest at that moment, that he clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms, nearly drawing blood. Yet, he refrained from exploding. He compelled himself to release his grip and nudge the metallic box, the vessel of all his hopes, forward. The box collided with the alloy surface, emitting a dull thud. Only then did Su Lin, in an unexpected display of condescension, cast her gaze downwards towards the contents of the box. Initially, her expression bore an air of indifference, tinged with a palpable sense of superiority. However, as her eyes skimmed over the energy rods, chips, and credit points, ultimately landing on the peculiar black metal fragment at the bottom of the box, an artifact he had, narrowly retrieved from the depths of a perilous relic of the bygone era, her smile froze instantaneously. As though struck by an invisible ice spear, her pupils dilated and her body trembled imperceptibly. It was an expression of profound shock, even laced with a hint of panic. Though fleeting, so swift it could be mistaken for an illusion, Liemo perceived it. She abruptly raised her head, locking her gaze on Liemo, her voice, once calm, now sharpened and severe. Where did you acquire this? Before he could respond, she recoiled, pointing at him, her voice reverberating through the inspection hall, imbued with an unmistakable tone of judgment. This is the prototype. Core of the first-generation gene purifier, sealed in Eden's highest security vault. It was lost during transfer 3 years ago. Man, you are suspected of stealing a top-tier regulated item from Eden. According to Eden's supreme law, those who steal core technology are deemed traitors to the continuation of human civilization and shall be executed on the spot. Swish! Behind her, 2 power-armored guards instantly raised their weapons, the heavy metallic clank echoing ominously, their dark barrels precisely targeting Liemo's head and heart. The chilling intent to kill enveloped him like a tangible force, pinning him in place. The shadow of death had never loomed so clearly. The inspection hall fell into a profound silence, with all those in line gazing in terror, hardly daring to breathe. Liemo stood there, his mind a blank slate. First-generation purifier? Theft? Execution? The ludicrous accusations struck him like a hammer, leaving him dazed. He instinctively looked towards Su Lin, the woman who had once been closest to him, yet delivered the most profound betrayal. Deep within her eyes, now restored to their cold and resolute state, beneath the veneer of forced composure, he distinctly perceived panic. A genuine panic, desperately masked by anger and authority. Why? Why was she lying? What exactly was this object? The gun's barrel pressed against the back of his head, the cold sensation penetrating his hair and reaching his skull. He was immobilized, and Su Lin stood within a halo of pristine white and authority, mere meters away from him, the filthy thief on the brink of execution, yet the chasm between them felt insurmountable. Her expression was a complex confluence of emotions. Alarm, severity, perhaps even a trace of something else. Limo parted his lips, yet no syllable emerged from his parched throat. The air thickened. The air felt as though it had solidified into ice, choking Limo in a manner that nearly rendered him breathless. The icy sensation of the gun's muzzle pressed against the back of his head radiated down his spine, freezing his limbs and core. Execution. The word resounded in his mind like a funeral bell. After 3 years of struggle and countless brushes with death, enduring the torments of old wounds, scavenging like a beast amidst the ruins, was this absurd and truly all that his patience and hope had culminated in? To perish at the hands of this woman, branded with an unfounded accusation of theft? He refused to accept it. Blood surged to his head, igniting his eyes with a fiery crimson. He abruptly turned, yearning to confront Su Lin, hoping to unearth the truth from her cold, panic-laden gaze. Yet, the burly arm of the power-armored guard gripped his shoulder like an iron vice, forcing him to bow his head, facing the frigid ground. Su Lin, he bellowed, his voice contorted by overwhelming rage and humiliation. You have betrayed me. That object was excavated from the radioactive ruins of Sector 7. You know it. Sector 7, the heart of the old city. One of the most critical points of nuclear devastation. The radiation levels there were so high they could cause detection instruments to malfunction, and mutated creatures roamed freely, making it a desolate place even the most desperate scavengers dared not enter. The mere fact that he had managed to retrieve something from there was a miracle, or perhaps a gamble paid for with half his life. Su Lin stood a few paces away, her pristine protective suit glaring under the cold white lights of the inspection hall, a painful sight for his eyes. The flicker of panic that had briefly crossed her face had vanished, replaced by a calculated, disdainful indifference. The evidence is irrefutable. Do you still dare to quibble? Her voice, devoid of any emotion, pierced through the mask. Sector 7? Someone of your inferior genetic score, who cannot even reach the minimum threshold. Entering the core area of Sector 7 and surviving? The absurdity of your lies is laughable. She waved her hand dismissively, as if to brush away some nauseating dust. Take him away. Process him according to the law. Yes, screening officer. The guard behind her responded in a low voice, tightening his grip, the gun pressing harder against Limo. Just as despair, cold as a tide, threatened to engulf the last vestiges of his consciousness, a voice, slightly aged yet imbued with undeniable authority, resonated from the inner corridor. The tone was not loud, yet it possessed a peculiar magic, causing the guards escorting Limo to hesitate, while Su Lin instantly turned, a fleeting hint of anxiety crossing her features. An elderly woman emerged, clad in a deep gray uniform, her meticulously arranged hair showing signs of silver at the temples. Her uniform differed from Su Lin's protective attire, resembling more the garb of an administrative or technical official, adorned with a badge that bore a more intricate design and deeper colors. Her gaze was sharp as an eagle's, first sweeping over the subdued Limo, then lingering on the open metal box on the inspection table, particularly fixating on the black metallic object within. Finally, her attention shifted to Su Lin. The voice of the selection officer, an elderly woman, was steady, betraying neither joy nor anger. The case concerning the disappearance of the prototype core of the first-generation purifier was a matter of the highest order, directly overseen by the Internal Review Department. According to regulations, all suspects and evidence related to this case must be submitted to the Review Department for processing prior to any final verdict. Have you forgotten? Su Lin's body tensed imperceptibly. She lowered her head slightly, adopting a tone of respect, even tinged with a hint of obsequiousness. Minister Feng, I merely find this individual suspicious, and he has attempted to obscure his thieving actions with deceit, which is a grave matter. I believe immediate action should be taken. What do you believe? Minister Feng interjected, her tone remaining flat, yet imbued with immense pressure. The Review Department's investigations demand a chain of evidence and procedural justice, not your personal beliefs. Or do you? Selection Officer Su, presume that the regulations of the Internal Review Department can be whimsically altered by your opinions? Su Lin's complexion paled momentarily, and she hastily replied, I dare not. It is my mishandling. Please, Minister, provide your guidance. Without a further glance at her, Minister Fong commanded the armored guard, lift the immediate execution order. Detain the suspect in the 7th Isolation Review Room. Seal the evidence and send it directly to my office. Yes, Minister. The guard executed the order without hesitation, retracting the gun from the back of Li Mo's head. The lethal pressure vanished abruptly, and Li Mo gasped for breath, feeling as if he had just been pulled from water, cold sweat soaking through his tattered clothing. He raised his head to gaze at the woman referred to as Minister Fong, yet she did not spare him a second glance. As if he were merely an object to be processed, the two guards altered their method of escort, still firmly controlling Li Mo, but no longer adopting the stance of executioners. As they passed by Su Lin, Li Mo fixed her with a piercing stare. Su Lin kept her eyes lowered, her expression impassive, yet her tightly pressed lips and slightly clenched right fist betrayed her inner turmoil. Was it entrapment? Elimination? What was the significance of that black metallic object? Why was Su Lin so eager to see him dead? And was Minister Feng's sudden appearance merely coincidental? Countless questions churned in his mind, yet at that moment, he had no answers. He felt like a mere cargo, roughly shoved away from the inspection hall, traversing through a series of alloy gates requiring authorization to open, heading deeper into the Eden, towards the unknown, shadowy cage. The 7th Isolation Review Room. Indeed, aptly named. It was enclosed by smooth, seamless dark alloy walls, illuminated by a stark, unyielding light overhead that never extinguished. There were no windows, no furniture, only a rudimentary waste outlet in the corner. The air was thick with the scent of disinfectant and some metallic aroma from the cooling of machinery. The door sealed behind Li Mo with a heavy thud, isolating him completely from the outside world. Silence. A deathly silence. Leaning against the cold wall, Li Mo slowly sank to the ground. The old injury in his lower back throbbed painfully due to the earlier tension and rough handling. He curled up, pressing his hand firmly against the scar, resting his forehead on his knees. Was this the end? The dream of entering Eden, the yearning for genetic purification, shattered completely and ironically in the moment of stepping into that realm bathed in white light. Su Lin had become the selector. With a mere word, she could determine his inferior genes and condemn him to death. 3 years prior, her act of stealing supplies was treachery. Now, 3 years later, she sought his life. Why? Was it merely because he failed to provide her with the sense of security she craved back then, or was there something more? The black metallic core of the prototype purifier, a relic from the past, lingered in Li Mo's memory. He recollected the process of acquiring it, which took place deep within the 7th district, in an underground bunker nearly melted away. In a desperate attempt to evade a swarm of irradiated scorpions, he had stumbled inside. The place was cluttered with twisted, discarded instruments from a bygone era. As he rummaged through the debris in search of anything useful, his fingers inadvertently brushed against the cold object. It was wedged in a gap of a half-destroyed control panel, appearing unremarkable at first glance. He merely thought it had a unique material and might fetch some credit, so he carelessly stuffed it into his backpack. Little did he know it was the core of an early purifier. If this truly was a top-secret item lost from Eden, how could it have ended up in such a place as the 7th district? Why did Su Lin insist it was he who had stolen it? The panic evident in her eyes. What was it truly for? The appearance of Minister Fong had temporarily spared his life. However, the internal review department and the prospect of being handed over didn't sound promising. What awaited him was likely to be a more brutal interrogation or another form of demise. Time flowed slowly in absolute silence, each second akin to a dull knife slicing flesh. Hunger, thirst, the pain of wounds, and a deeper despair gnawed at his spirit, consuming his will little by little like maggots burrowing into bone. He lost track of time. Perhaps a day had passed, or merely a few hours. Suddenly, a soft hiss broke the stillness, and a small square aperture, roughly the size of a palm, slid open silently on the smooth wall opposite him. It was at the perfect height for someone seated. Li Mo jerked his head up. Behind the opening appeared a conduit. Almost immediately, a small tube of the compressed nutrient paste he had previously eaten, along with a small bag of clear water, was pushed through. Then, the aperture swiftly closed, and the wall returned to its previous state as if nothing had occurred. It was a meal delivery. Li Mo gazed at the tube of nutrient paste and the bag of water, his throat involuntarily swallowing. The body's desperation overwhelmed all else. He crawled over, seized the water bag, and tore a small opening with his teeth, greedily gulping it down. The pure water flowed through his parched throat, offering a fleeting solace. He then reached for the nutrient paste, preparing to tear it open. Suddenly, his actions halted. Under the stark, white light above, he noticed something etched on the smooth surface of the metal tube, near the bottom. Leaning in for a closer inspection, he realized it was not a machine-pressed batch number or production date, but rather a series of extremely fine characters, seemingly inscribed with great care. Do not trust Sue. Trust Feng for now. The item is crucial. The handwriting was hurried, shallowly carved, barely noticeable unless scrutinized closely. Limo's heart raced violently, as if it might leap from his chest. He abruptly raised his head to gaze at the wall that had just closed after delivering sustenance. A fresh layer of cold sweat seeping from his back. This nutrient paste was not delivered at random. In this frigid isolation chamber, he was not alone. Someone was conveying information to him through this means. Do not trust Su. This validated his suspicions. Feng could be tentatively trusted. Was that referring to Minister Feng? Was she not part of Su Lin's faction? The object was crucial. The object, without a doubt, was that black metallic block, the core of the original purifier. Who transmitted this information? What was the intent? Was it assistance or another trap? Liamo clutched the cold tube of nutrient paste, feeling its weight as if it bore the burden of 1,000 woes. His heart, which had plunged to the depths of despair, was abruptly tugged back by these few lines of text. In the suffocating darkness, it seemed a barely perceptible crack had opened, allowing a faint glimmer of light to seep through. Yet he remained ensnared, peril lurking at every turn. He tore open the nutrient paste, mechanically chewing its flavorless substance, while his gaze was fixed on the smooth wall, as if he could penetrate it to discern the hidden currents and secrets beneath the facade of this Eden. His life now depended not only on that black metallic block, but also on this sudden arrival of nutrient paste and the warning inscribed upon it. The game had only just begun. Chapter 3. The undercurrents of Eden. The cold metallic shell of the nutrient paste, at this moment, felt like a searing ember in Limo's palm. The few lines of etchings bore the weight of urgency and danger. They were not printed, nor machine-carved. Someone had risked much to inscribe them with a sharp object prior to delivery. Do not trust Su. Feng could be tentatively trusted. The object is key. The message was succinct yet cleaved through the fog in his mind like 3 bolts of lightning, bringing forth deeper uncertainties. Naturally, he could not trust Su. She had just attempted to execute him on the spot. But could he trust the sharp-eyed, commanding woman named Feng? She had intervened to stop Su Lin's immediate judgment, adhering to the rules. Yet, the phrase tentatively trusted left room for doubt. She was not a friend, perhaps merely acting based on rules or from a position opposed to Su Lin. And the object was indeed key. What was the significance of this black metallic block? The core of the original purifier? It was not merely the pretext for Su Lin's accusations against him. It seemed to involve a deeper secret, one so profound that someone had deemed it necessary to warn him in this manner. Who could it be? The lower-tier personnel delivering the meals? Different factions within the review department? Or others in Eden dissatisfied with Su Lin or the forces behind her? Leaning against the wall, Liamo slowly sank to the ground, tightly gripping the empty tube of nutrient paste in his palm, the metallic edge digging painfully into his skin. He did not discard it. It was his only clue. A vine reaching out from the darkness, uncertain whether it was a lifeline or a bait. He must survive, at the very least. He could not perish before unraveling the truth of it all. Time crawled slowly within the absolute silence of the prison. There was no cycle of day and night. Only the harsh, white light above, eternally burning, consuming the sense of time and sanity. His wounds throbbed with lingering pain, while thirst and hunger persisted like a constant background noise. He compelled himself to remain alert, his ears attuned to the slightest sound from the outside. But apart from his own breathing and heartbeat, there was only an oppressive silence. Time slipped away, perhaps a day or even longer. With a soft hiss, the food slot slid open once more. Liamo instantly lifted his head, his heart racing. As before, a tube of nutritional paste and a small bag of water were pushed through. He nearly lunged forward, grasping the tube of fresh paste before the slot closed. Eagerly, he examined the tube, his fingers meticulously exploring every corner in search of any new markings. None. It was smooth and cold, devoid of any indication. A wave of profound disappointment engulfed him. Was the previous encounter merely a coincidence? Had the messenger been exposed? Or had the information already been transmitted? He despondently leaned against the wall, twisting open the nutritional paste and swallowing it tastelessly. The flicker of hope ignited and extinguished, more tormenting than enduring despair. Just as he felt on the brink of madness from this silent torment, the door of the cell suddenly emitted a deep hydraulic sound, distinct from that of the food slot. With a hum, the heavy alloy door slid open. 2 figures stood outside. One, a guard clad in powered armor, weapon lowered yet exuding formidable intimidation. The other, a middle-aged woman in a dark blue uniform, her expression stern, holding an electronic recording device, adorned with a badge of the Internal Review Department. Liamo, the woman's voice, as devoid of emotion as her demeanor, commanded, "Get up. Minister Feng wishes to see you." Minister Feng. A surge of vitality coursed through Liamo, forcing him to suppress his physical weakness and discomfort as he struggled to rise. Was it the efficacy of the information on the tube that prompted this summons, or was this merely a standard procedure in the review process? He glanced at the guard, then at the middle-aged woman, remaining silent as he followed them out of the cell. Beyond the door lay a similarly smooth, featureless silver corridor, brightly lit and chillingly sterile. The air was thick with the scent of disinfectant. They walked a short distance along the corridor, turning a corner to arrive at an unmarked alloy door. The middle-aged woman pressed her palm against the recognition device and conducted an iris scan. Verification complete. Minister Fong Lan of the Internal Review Department, a mechanical voice announced. The door slid open silently. Inside was an office, echoing the stark, efficient design of the corridor outside. Minimalist, cold, and functional. A large alloy desk dominated the space, behind which sat Minister Fong Lan herself. Clad in her deep gray uniform, her hair meticulously arranged, she was engrossed in the light screen projected on her desk, where a flurry of data and graphs danced. The woman who had led him gestured for Li Mo to enter, then retreated with the guard outside. The door closed once more. Within the office, only Li Mo and Fong Lan remained. She did not immediately raise her gaze, her fingers swiftly gliding over the screen as if managing some urgent matter. Li Mo stood rooted in place, acutely aware of the rhythmic pounding of his heart within his chest. He quickly surveyed the office. Apart from the essential furnishings, there were almost no embellishments. The only prominent feature was an embedded transparent safe on the side wall, where layers of documents and items were meticulously arranged. Among them lay his metallic box, conspicuously placed, with the dark core of the original purifier emanating a faint, eerie glow. It represented his hope, his lifeline, right there. After a full minute, Fong Lan finally deactivated the light screen and raised her gaze. Her sharp eyes scrutinized Li Mo, as if evaluating the worth and risk of an item. Li Mo, male, estimated age 28, with missing identity information from the pre-nuclear era. He had spent a considerable time in the periphery of Zone 7 and in areas of moderate radiation, with multiple records of confrontations with mutated creatures and degenerates. His genetic rating was G37, deemed subpar and heavily contaminated. She recited his profile flatly, each word striking Li Mo's heart like a hammer. Now, leaning slightly forward, her gaze bore down on him as if to command. Tell me how you obtained the core of the original purifier. Every detail. Do not attempt to lie. Your physiological indicators are under real-time monitoring. She pointed to an inconspicuous probe in the corner of the ceiling. Li Mo took a deep breath, knowing that the moment of fate had arrived. He chose to trust the information on the nutrient paste, or rather, he had no other choice. I found it in the ruins of Zone 7, he began, his voice hoarse from thirst and tension, yet striving to remain steady. The specific location was the underground shelter designated as Biogenetic Research Institute No. 4 in the old era, approximately 5 levels deep. To evade a swarm of radioactive scorpions, I fell into a collapsed ventilation duct and ended up there. He described the condition of the shelter in detail, the twisted instruments, the melted metal doors, and how he inadvertently pried out the black metal piece from a half-destroyed control console. I had no idea what it was at the time. I merely sensed its unique material and thought it might be worth something, so I took it with me. He concluded, meeting Fong Lan's gaze with calm eyes. I can exchange all the information I know about the internal geography of Zone 7 to prove my innocence. I did not steal anything. Fong Lan listened quietly, her expression inscrutable, her fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. Zone 7, Biogenetic Research Institute No. 4, she repeated softly, a fleeting, elusive emotion flashing in her eyes, akin to a confirmation of sorts. Your story holds a certain credibility. She finally spoke again. The area in the archival records is indeed associated with the early development of the original purifier. However, her tone shifted abruptly, her gaze intensifying with pressure. This does not entirely absolve you of suspicion. Perhaps you acquired it elsewhere and intentionally infiltrated Zone 7 to fabricate the discovery site. Or, you may have accomplices. This could all be a meticulously orchestrated trap. Li Mo's heart sank. I did not. Whether you did or not is not for you to decide. Fong Lan interrupted him. The inspection department will verify every piece of information you provide. This will take time. Time, the one thing he could not afford at this moment. Locked in that isolation chamber, he could not hold out for long. During this period, Fong Lan leaned back against her chair, her tone reverting to its previous neutrality. Given that this matter may involve the highest secrets of Eden and the gravity of the accusations levied by Officer Su, you will be formally detained by the review department, pending the results of further investigation. She pressed a button on the table. The door slid open, and the middle-aged female officer and a guard re-entered. Take him to room B7, Fong Lan commanded, then turned to Li Mo, adding meaningfully, cooperating during the investigation is your only way out. Remember, here, the truth is far more complex than you might believe. Liam was escorted out of the office. As he passed the transparent safe, he cast one last glance at the black metal object. Was it a key? Were Feng Lan's words a warning or a hint? Room B7 was larger than the previous isolation chamber, equipped with a metal bed fixed to the wall and a similarly affixed rudimentary toilet. The oppressive atmosphere persisted. Yet at least there was a place to lie down. Once the door shut, Liam collapsed onto the cold metal bed, feeling utterly drained. Feng Lan did not immediately trust him, nor did she deliver a swift death sentence like Su Lin. She mentioned verification and the passage of time. Did this count as provisional trust? And what of Su Lin? Was she aware that Feng Lan had taken charge? Would she relent? Liam raised his hand, examining the empty nutritional paste tube, now warmed by his body heat. The markings remained distinct. Do not trust Su. Feng may be provisionally trustworthy. The object is the key. He clutched the tube tightly, as if it were his sole lifeline. Deep within this polished yet frigid Eden, dark currents surged. He was no longer merely a wasteland wanderer yearning for purification. He had inadvertently stepped into the eye of a tremendous vortex. He must survive and unravel this enigma. For himself and for the individual who had sent him messages from the shadows. He lay on the unforgiving metal bed, closed his eyes, and began to force himself to recall every detail of the underground shelter in Zone 7, remembering each moment he had encountered the black metal object. This was his only bargaining chip. Awaiting him was either the final judgment or another storm. Chapter 4. Old Wounds. New scars. The metal bed in room B7 was cold and hard, causing Liam's bones to ache. He curled up, attempting to conserve the limited warmth within him, while his ears were alert like radar, capturing any faint sounds from beyond the door. Feng Lan's provisional trust felt like a thin layer of ice, cracking subtly beneath his weight. She needed verification, she needed time. Yet, Liam suspected his time was considerably shorter than what Feng Lan required. The cold, panicked visage of Su Lin occasionally flickered before his eyes. Do not trust Su. The markings on the nutritional paste seared into his thoughts. The silence shattered. Not from the meal slot, but from the corridor outside, footsteps echoed. More than one, somewhat chaotic, accompanied by muffled conversations blurred by the walls. Liam instantly sat up, alert, pressing close to the door. The alloy door was soundproof, allowing only fragmented syllables to penetrate. The urgency was palpable. The screening officer insisted on a re-evaluation of the risks. Liam's heart sank. She had not given up. Outside, voices seemed to engage in a heated dispute, but soon footsteps approached his direction. He quickly retreated to the edge of the cot, feigning surprise as if just awakened. The indicator light on the door shifted from red to green, accompanied by the sound of hydraulics, and the door slid open. 3 figures stood beyond the threshold. 2 were familiar armored guards. But the woman standing before them was not the middle-aged officer who had previously escorted him to meet Feng Lan. Instead, she wore a blue protective suit similar to Su Lin's, albeit in a lighter shade. Younger and exuding an air of bureaucratic arrogance. She held a portable scanner in her hand. Liam? The woman cast a scrutinizing glance at him, her gaze revealing a hint of disdain. According to the latest risk assessment, your detention level requires elevation. A comprehensive physical scan and biometric data collection will be conducted prior to your transfer. Comply. And do not create unnecessary trouble. Transfer? Elevation of detention level? Liam's nerves instantly tightened. This was certainly not Feng Lan's intention. Su Lin was the one orchestrating this, aiming to relocate him to a more secure, or perhaps more manageable, facility. Did Minister Feng know about this? Struggling to maintain his composure, he asked, his voice thick with tension. Does Minister Feng know? The woman furrowed her brow, impatiently replying, Internal affairs of the review department do not require your explanation. Step to the center and extend your arms. The 2 guards behind her advanced a step, an invisible pressure enveloping the space. Liam understood that resisting would yield no benefit. Slowly, he moved to the center of the cell, complying with her command and extending his arms. Meanwhile, his mind raced with frantic thoughts. What should he do? If they took him away, he might truly disappear. The woman activated the scanner. A blue luminescence sweeping from head to toe across Liam's body. The device emitted a series of rhythmic beeps. Surface radiation residue exceeds safe levels. Multiple old soft tissue injuries, left kidney absent. She reported coldly while observing the scan screen, as if cataloging a damaged item. As the scanner glided over the scarred area on Liam's lower left back, it suddenly emitted a sharper beep, distinct from the previous sounds. And the data stream on the scan screen fluctuated erratically. The woman halted her actions, staring intently at the screen, a flicker of confusion and surprise crossing her face. This energy residue? Liam was taken aback. His injury was an old one, crudely stitched by a black market doctor. What energy residue could possibly remain beyond the pain? At that moment, a thunderous explosion echoed from somewhere down the corridor, shaking the entire detention area. The overhead lights flickered violently, casting erratic shadows, while alarms blared with piercing shrieks, and red emergency lights sprang to life, casting a sinister hue across the space. What is happening? The woman with the scanner gasped, looking toward the door in astonishment. The two guards instantly shifted to a state of alert, their weapons raised, aimed toward the direction of the corridor. Chaos. Opportunity. Liam reacted almost instantaneously as the explosion reverberated through the air. He lunged forward, not towards the exit, but at the woman who had momentarily relaxed due to shock. His target was the scanner in her hand, uncertain of the energy residue lingering at his lower back. He realized it had evidently drawn her attention, and this anomaly was likely connected to Su Lin's panic and that black metallic object. He needed to create chaos, to leave behind a clue, or to see something that could safeguard him. What are you doing? The woman screamed, instinctively clutching the scanner tighter. Liam's hand grasped one end of the scanner, pulling forcefully. Simultaneously, his knee collided sharply with the woman's abdomen. She cried out in pain, her grip faltering. The scanner slipped from her grasp, yet Liam could not secure it. A guard, having regained his bearings, swung the butt of his weapon down harshly against Liam's back. A sharp pain clouded Liam's vision, causing him to stumble forward, the scanner clattering to the ground, its screen shattering instantly. Another guard aimed his firearm at Liam's back. Subdue him, the woman shouted, clutching her abdomen, panic and fury evident in her voice. Hurry, get him out of here. There may be an attack. The corridor echoed with more chaotic footsteps and shouts, as if the entire internal review department had been stirred by the sudden explosion. Liam was roughly restrained, his arms twisted behind him as he was escorted outside. As they passed the shattered scanner on the floor, which still emitted faint blinking lights, he committed its appearance and position to memory. They had detected the energy residue from the old injury at his lower back. This could not merely be an old wound. Amid the turmoil, he was escorted through the flashing red warning lights and the hurried shadows of people. He noticed that the explosion seemed to have originated from a deeper section, with wisps of smoke drifting towards them. Was it an accident, or had someone deliberately orchestrated this chaos? Could it be the individual who had conveyed him the message? He was shoved into a corridor he had never traversed before, one that was narrower and dimmer, seemingly seldom used. The guards accompanying him and the woman appeared exceptionally tense, urging him to quicken his pace. A sense of dread washed over Liam. This path did not seem to lead to a higher-level detention area. Rather, it felt like some clandestine passage. Su Lin's reach extended further than he had imagined. Just as they were about to turn a corner, an unexpected event unfolded. A previously sealed ventilation grill on the side of the corridor suddenly clicked, a gap forming as it was gently pried open from within. A single eye peeked through the crack, swiftly scanning the corridor before locking onto Liam. The eye blinked twice, ever so slightly, yet unmistakably clear. Then, the grill closed silently, as if nothing had transpired. Liam's entire being trembled, blood rushing to his head. That eye, he had seen it distinctly. It was not a mechanical probe, it was a human eye. Moreover, the gaze bore a sense of urgency, a warning, and an indescribable familiarity. Who was it? Who was the messenger of information? Has he been lurking within the ventilation ducts? What was he just reminding himself of? Danger? Or opportunity? The guards escorting him appeared oblivious to the subtle movement, merely pushing him forward with brute force. Liam's heart raced uncontrollably. The old injury at his lower back throbbed anew, likely aggravated by the recent violent actions and the guards' blows. Yet this time, amid the familiar ache, there seemed to emerge a faint, almost imperceptible sensation, akin to a seed long buried, inadvertently stirred by the blue light of the scanner, quietly awakening a fragment of itself. Residual energy. Eyes within the ventilation ducts. Su Lin's urgent silencing. Phone profound and intricate truths. And that crucial black metallic shard. All these fragmented clues swirled chaotically in his mind, colliding with one another. He was no longer merely a passive prisoner awaiting judgment. Within him lay a secret, one he himself was unaware of, a secret that was pulling him into a vortex far grander and more perilous than genetic purification or personal vendettas. He was being propelled towards the darkness at the end of the corridor, the old wound at his back radiating warmth. He understood that from the moment he stepped into Eden, or perhaps from the instant he found that black metallic shard in Zone 7, or even earlier, when he lost that kidney, his fate had already been entwined in a shadowy conflict beyond his imagination. And now, the battle's prologue had only just begun. Chapter 5. The replaced kidney. The darkness at the corridor's end loomed like the throat of a great beast, devouring the flickering red glow of the emergency lights. Liam was roughly shoved forward, each step echoing hollowly against the cold, hard ground. A gun barrel pressed firmly against his back, leaving no room for resistance. Yet, his mind was sharper and more fervent than ever before. Residual energy. Eyes within the ventilation ducts. Su Lin silencing. Phone lands insinuations. And the peculiar sensation at his lower back, which had subtly emerged since the blue light of the scanner passed over. It was not pain, but rather a faint resonance. Awakened after years of slumber, the corridor grew increasingly desolate, the air thick with dust and the scent of rusted metal. A stark contrast to the pristine main area of the inspection department. The guards escorting him, and the woman remained silent. Only the hurried footsteps and heavy breathing echoed in the narrow space. Where did they intend to take him? To an unrecorded processing point? He could not proceed any further. Li Mo abruptly halted, his body swaying backward from inertia, colliding against the armored guard. Move. The guard barked, forcefully nudging him with the gun barrel. My old injury has flared up. Li Mo curled his body, pressing his right hand firmly against his lower back, a pained expression twisting his face. His voice coming in gasps. He could not afford to remain inactive. He must create an opportunity and validate that wild conjecture. Stop playing tricks. The woman turned, her face etched with impatience and wariness, yet in the flickering red light, a flicker of unease was evident in her eyes. The explosions and chaos here clearly exceeded her expectations. Breathing heavily, Li Mo felt cold sweat bead on his forehead, the wound from his previous kidney extraction throbbing painfully. The recent blow might have caused a rupture. The term kidney extraction briefly flickered in the woman's eyes, as though she possessed prior knowledge or perhaps had been informed by Su Lin. Hesitating momentarily, she signaled to the guard, "Check him." Quickly, the armed guard, displaying impatience, reluctantly freed one hand to roughly lift the tattered hem of Li Mo's shirt, intent on inspecting the injury on his lower back. Now was the moment. As the guard's hand grazed his skin, a fleeting distraction occurred. Li Mo's left elbow, charged with pent-up energy, struck back like a cannonball, targeting the unprotected nerve cluster beneath the guard's armpit. Ah! The guard, taken by surprise, emitted a muffled grunt. His arm went numb, causing his firearm to veer slightly away from Li Mo simultaneously. Li Mo's right hand, akin to a vice, seized the guard's wrist at the armor's seam, exerting every ounce of strength to wrench it downward. The vigor he had summoned from 3 years of survival in the wasteland erupted at that instant. With a sickening crack, the sound of bone fracturing echoed. The guard screeched in agony, the rifle slipping from his grasp. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. "You!" The woman recoiled in terror, poised to scream a warning. Li Mo offered no opportunity. As he dispatched the first guard, he twisted his body, his left foot snapping out like a whip, striking the side of another guard's knee just as he aimed his weapon. Thud! The dull impact resonated with the guard's anguished cry as he crumpled to the ground. Without a glance back, Li Mo executed a roll, seizing the heavy rifle from the floor, swiftly pivoting it to aim at the woman and the temporarily incapacitated guards. "Don't move," he barked, his voice hoarse from exertion and adrenaline. Yet his gaze bore the ferocity of the most perilous mutated wolf in the wilderness. The corridor fell into an eerie silence, broken only by distant alarms and the labored breaths nearby. The woman turned pale, fixated on the dark muzzle of the gun, too frightened to utter a sound. The 2 guards struggled, yet under the threat of the firearm, they dared not act. Li Mo quickly retreated, creating a safe distance while keeping the rifle steadily trained on them. His back pressed firmly against the cold wall, he scanned his surroundings. This was a 3-way intersection. Aside from the direction they had come from, 2 dark passages loomed to the left and right, their destinations unknown. His gaze drifted to a dusty vent overhead. No movement. He had to rely on himself now. "Turn around. Face the wall. Hands on your heads," Li Mo commanded, his tone brooking no dissent. The woman and the guards complied. As Li Mo contemplated his next move, retreating to the main area of the examination department seemed chaotic, likely teeming with more of Su Lin's people. Advancing into the unknown darkness could lead to a dead end. His finger rested on the trigger, the icy sensation sharpening his chaotic thoughts. His gaze returned to the vent. At that moment, a faint metallic scraping sound, almost drowned out by the blaring alarms, emanated from the ventilation shaft. Li Mo suddenly looked up. He observed the dusty grill being slowly pushed open from within, creating a wider gap. A hand emerged, swiftly and unmistakably gesturing for him to follow, then pointed towards the dark corridor on the left. It belonged to the owner of that eye. There was no time to hesitate. Ignoring the 3 individuals facing the wall, Li Mo lowered his body and decisively dashed towards the shadowy passageway on the left. As he plunged into the darkness, he glanced back. The grill of the ventilation shaft had silently closed, as if it had never been opened. The corridor was engulfed in darkness, with only the faint red glow of emergency lights providing minimal illumination. Li Mo dared not activate the tactical flashlight on his rifle. Instead, he relied on the night vision skills honed in the wasteland and his instincts, careening forward with uneven steps. His feet occasionally kicked against unidentified debris, producing a clattering sound. The air was thick and musty, permeated by the pungent scents of mildew and machine oil. It seemed he had entered the abandoned maintenance level beneath the vast system of Eden. After an indeterminate distance, once the cacophony of alarms and chaos behind him had nearly faded, he finally allowed himself to pause, leaning against a cold metallic wall that resembled a large pipe. Gasping for breath, sweat soaked his tattered clothing, dripping from his chin. The old injury in his lower back throbbed with a searing pain from the exertion, and that peculiar resonance felt remarkably clearer now. He had survived, for the moment. Yet, a greater enigma loomed over him. Who was the person that had aided him in the ventilation duct? Why did they help him? He raised his trembling hand to once again trace the jagged scar on his lower back. Beneath the coarse stitching, aside from the hollow sensation of the missing kidney, he now sensed an exceedingly faint, yet undeniably real, wave of energy. It felt as if some dormant, intricate instrument had been inadvertently activated from standby. The residual energy of the original purifier core, a preposterous yet unifying thought thundered through his mind. Could it be that 3 years ago, the black market doctor had taken not merely his kidney? Was Su Lin's betrayal not solely for resources? Was the object implanted within him, or that had replaced his kidney, the very source of all this chaos? What he had lost was never just an organ. Ahead lay an interminable expanse of darkness. Yet Li Mo's eyes glimmered with an unsettling brightness within that obscurity. He tightened his grip on the rifle, not merely because he possessed a weapon, but because he had finally touched the tip of the iceberg of truth. No longer was he a pawn manipulated by fate. He was determined to uncover what had transpired 3 years ago. Why had Su Lin betrayed him? What were Fenglan's intentions? Beneath the glamorous facade of Eden, what sordid secrets lay hidden? And what connection existed between that black metallic fragment, the core of the original purifier, and the anomalies within himself? Taking a deep breath of the tainted, frigid air, he stepped forward, venturing deeper into the darkness. This time, he took the initiative to walk into the fog, to embrace danger, to confront the ultimate secret about his own body that had remained buried for years. His kidneys may have long since ceased to exist, yet something that could replace them is gradually awakening. Chapter 6. The key within the body. Darkness enveloped Li Mo like thick ink. He gripped the cold rifle tightly, leaning against the rough surface of a large pipe, each breath laced with the metallic tang of rust and the musty scent of mildew, irritating his throat. His ears strained to catch any sound. Apart from the thunderous beating of his heart and his labored breathing, only the occasional faint hissing from deep within the pipes, indistinguishable between airflow and something else, reached him. The searing sensation in his lower back had not subsided. Instead, it felt as though it had been ignited by his recent sprint, tightening in waves, that faint resonance of energy flickering like fireflies hidden beneath flesh. Who was the person in the ventilation duct? What was their purpose in leading him here? There was no time for contemplation. From the distant end of the corridor behind him, muffled voices and footsteps could be heard, accompanied by the jarring sound of metal scraping against the ground. The pursuers were closing in, and by the sound of it, there were quite a few of them, equipped with superior gear. He could not linger. Li Mo clenched his teeth, forcing himself to rise and feel his way forward along the massive pipe. The surface was cold and rough, covered in condensing droplets of water and an odd, viscous substance. The ground beneath his feet was slick. He had to tread with utmost caution. The deeper he ventured, the purer the darkness became. The emergency light's red glow had long since vanished, and he was nearly traversing in complete blindness. He had to rely solely on his sense of touch and instinct. Suddenly, he sensed a shift in the airflow ahead, a faint breath of fresh air, distinct from the mustiness, mingled with a subtle, disinfectant-like chemical scent, yet more complex. He halted, attentively straining to listen. Over here, a voice, low and almost breathy, suddenly resonated from above his side. Li Mo froze, his rifle instinctively raised, pointing toward the source of the sound, a nondescript maintenance hatch, obscured by a larger shadow. A narrow gap had been opened there, revealing a pair of eyes glinting faintly in the darkness, watching him. It was that eye? Hurry. They're equipped with a life detector. The voice urged, laced with an undeniable urgency. A life detector. A chill ran through Li Mo. In this confined duct, he had nowhere to hide. There was no second option. He hesitated no longer, using both hands and feet. He climbed up the protruding rivets and cables on the pipe with great effort. A hand reached down from above, grasping his wrist with surprising strength, yanking him upward. Li Mo tumbled into an even narrower, yet relatively dry space. It seemed to be a void between two large pipes or an abandoned maintenance chamber, barely large enough for two people to crouch together. The hatch above him was swiftly and silently sealed shut, plunging them once more into darkness. Don't make a sound. The voice, now very close, spoke with a breathy urgency. It was male, youthful, yet imbued with an unexpected rasp and fatigue that belied his age. Immediately, a faint beam of light from a strictly confined flashlight illuminated only the area below the chest of the other person, deliberately avoiding direct exposure to each other's faces. In this dim glow, Limo discerned that the individual was clad in a deep blue work uniform, soiled with grease and dust, starkly contrasting with the polished attire of Eden. He appeared gaunt, his face seemingly shrouded in grime, obscuring his features. Only his eyes, under the meager light, shone brightly and alertly. Who are you? Why are you helping me? Liamo whispered, his gun lowered, yet his fingers still poised on the trigger. You may call me Nail, the man replied swiftly, deftly unfastening a small device from his waist that flickered with a weak green light, operating it hastily. Time is short. Let me be succinct. I am a member of the Dust People. Dust People? Limo's brow furrowed. He had heard this term in the wasteland, referring to those who had survived against the odds, yet could not enter Eden for various reasons, unwilling to regress in the wild, merely subsisting amidst the derelict structures and underground systems surrounding Eden. They were the unacknowledged inhabitants of Eden's shadows, deemed non-existent by the authorities. The information on the nutrient paste was inscribed by me, Nail continued, his gaze fixed on the device. Su Lin intends to eliminate you, not merely because of that core, but because of who you are, who I am. Limo's heart lurched. Indeed, Nail finally lifted his head, his gaze piercing as it lingered momentarily on the area of Limo's lower back. Did you think that 3 years ago, Su Lin's theft of your supplies was merely treachery? Limo's breath caught sharply. That woman, what she took was far more than supplies. Nail's voice resonated with suppressed anger and a tinge of melancholy. At that time, she was already a prospective member of the genetic screening department, tasked with selecting special subjects. And you, Liamo, are the very subject she chose. Subject? What is that? Before Liamo could inquire further, Nail pressed on. They feigned the actions of black market doctors to extract your kidneys, but the truth is, they implanted something within you. Like a bolt of lightning cleaving through the fog of confusion, the anomalies in his lower back, the residual energy from the scanner, and Su Lin's panic all converged into clarity. What did they place inside my body? Limo's voice trembled uncontrollably, parched with dread. The biological carrier component of the first-generation purification unit, or rather, the key, Nail articulated slowly, his gaze complex as he regarded Liamo, as if witnessing a living tragedy. This is the core of the first-generation purifier, the most unstable technology. It requires a specific genetic sequence to barely sustain it. Yet even so, the carrier will be slowly eroded, ultimately collapsing. They have been seeking a more suitable vessel, and you were the highest rated within Su Lin's designated area. Biological carrier? Key. Ultimate collapse? Each term struck Liamo like a hammer, leaving him dizzy. The betrayal 3 years prior was, in fact, a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy. Su Lin's approach to him, perhaps from the very beginning, had been for this purpose. He, like a fool, not only invested his emotions but was also treated as a mere experiment, implanted with something that could take his life at any moment. Fury surged within him like molten lava, instantly drowning out the fear and confusion he had felt before. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, nearly drawing blood. That black metallic object, it was the control terminal, or rather, the lock. The Nail explained swiftly that the separation of the carrier and the controller was part of the original design. Su Lin and her associates had lost the controller, which was the core you discovered, rendering them incapable of locating or fully controlling the carrier within you over the years, and thus unable to proceed with the next phase of harvesting. Harvesting. The very word sent shivers down Limo's spine. They were now desperate to retrieve the controller. While Su Lin sought to obliterate you, the failed experiment, and erase the stain from her past before the information about the carrier within you was revealed. The chill in the Nail's voice was palpable. Feng Lan represented another faction within Eden, which might have differing views on the original purification technology, or perhaps intended to use you as leverage against the factions backing Su Lin. But she was not to be trusted completely. No one at the upper echelons of Eden was clean. Just then, the instrument in the Nail's hand emitted a rapid beeping sound, and the green light on the screen turned a blinding red. Trouble. They were closing in. The detector had picked up life signals in this vicinity. The Nail's expression shifted, and he declared, "We must leave immediately." He abruptly turned off the flashlight, plunging the cramped space into absolute darkness once more. "Follow me. I know a route that might allow us to temporarily shake them off." The Nail groped for a hidden door on the other side, and a frigid gust, laden with moisture, rushed in. Without hesitation, Liam followed closely behind. His mind was racing, desperately processing everything he had just learned. The truth was so brutal it nearly took his breath away. He was no longer merely a vagabond. He was a living experiment, a carrier implanted with a deadly key, a target in a power struggle among multiple factions. Su Lin, Feng Lan, Eden, the Dust People, and the entity within him still pulsed with heat. A constant reminder of the imminent peril. How much longer until the inevitable collapse? Before plunging into the new passage, Liam rasped a question. The nail hesitated momentarily, and in the darkness, his voice bore a hint of barely perceptible pity. Based on the fragmented data we intercepted, if your body does not activate it prematurely due to external stimuli, you might have a few months left. But now, he left the rest unsaid. Yet Liam understood. The stimulation from the scanner, the frantic running and fighting moments ago, might have accelerated this process. His time was indeed running short. He took a deep breath of the cold, damp air and resolutely followed the nail into the unknown passage leading to the darkest corners of Eden. He was headed for the gathering place of the Dust People. He was determined to discover a way to control the key within him. He needed to uncover everything before his body completely collapsed, or before he was harvested, and then make those who had transformed him into this state pay the price. Chapter 7. The Den of the Dust People. A chilling wind, laden with the scent of rust and decay, sliced across Liam's face like a blade. He closely followed the emaciated figure ahead, known as Nail, navigating the labyrinthine darkness of the pipeline network. The ground beneath him was treacherous and slippery, occasionally submerged in fetid water up to his knees, while at other times he had to crawl through narrow apertures. Surrounding him was an eternal, oppressive darkness, with only the faint flicker of a light source in Nail's hand, which would intermittently illuminate their path before being swiftly extinguished. The searing sensation in his lower back had not diminished with their escape. Rather, it smoldered like a buried ember within his flesh, radiating an unsettling warmth that seemed to resonate with the frantic rhythm of his heartbeat, again and again. The key implanted within Nail, the conspiracy of Su Lin, cast a shadow over Eden. A torrent of information surged through him. Anger, humiliation, and a profound sense of having been utterly deceived intertwined, nearly tearing him apart. Yet, he compelled himself to remain composed. This was not the time for collapse. "We are almost there," came Nail's subdued voice, tinged with a hint of relief. They had reached the final steep ascent. They began to climb upwards. Utilizing the protruding structures of the pipeline walls and Nail's pull, Liam struggled to ascend. The air seemed to circulate more freely. The heavy stench of mold and decay receded, replaced by a vibrant atmosphere tinged with the mingled scents of sweat, food, and faint smoke, a testament to the presence of many gathered together. Above, a glimmer of light appeared, not the cold, uniform glow of Eden, but rather a flickering warmth, reminiscent of flames. Nail pried open a cover disguised as a damaged pipe overhead, climbed up first, and then extended his hand to pull Liam up as well. Liam steadied himself, and as he beheld the scene before him, his breath caught in his throat. He stood on the edge of a vast, abandoned underground expanse, resembling an antiquated subway hub or the belly of a large air raid shelter. The vaulted ceiling loomed high, lost in shadows, with countless thick pipes and cables intertwining like giant serpents, forming the skeletal structure of this subterranean world. In this expansive space, makeshift dwellings were constructed, clinging to the remaining pipelines and concrete remnants. Shanties assembled from rusted metal sheets and plastic panels, accommodations repurposed from discarded train carriages, and even hammocks and rope nets suspended from the overhead pipes. The flickering flames emanated from a massive bonfire fashioned from old oil drums at the center of the space, alongside scattered small stoves. The dancing flames cast elongated shadows of moving figures upon the mottled walls. This was indeed the gathering place of the Dust People, the shadowy world beneath the radiance of Eden. There were many people present. The men were predominantly lean and rugged, their vigilant eyes reflecting the struggle for survival amidst the ruins, while the women busied themselves caring for children and handling food, some desiccated tubers and processed mutant rat meat, procured from unknown sources. Children donned ill-fitting garments, patched and worn, frolicking amidst mountains of refuse, their eyes bearing an unsettling maturity that tugs at the heartstrings. Their faces lacked the refined coldness of Eden's inhabitants, instead reflecting the most primal instincts for survival and a resilience forged through prolonged oppression. When Liam and Dingzi appeared, nearly every gaze converged upon them instantaneously, filled with scrutiny, curiosity, and unabashed wariness, particularly regarding the rifle Liam held, a relic from Eden's guardians. "Dingzi, you have returned?" A deep, raspy voice resonated. A tall, rugged man draped in a tattered blanket, bearing a grotesque scar across his face, rose from beside the campfire and approached. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, swept over Dingzi before locking onto Li Mo's Scarface. Dingzi acknowledged with a slight nod, his tone laced with respect. I brought him, Li Mo. The man known as Scarface stepped closer, towering over Li Mo, exuding an air of intimidation. His gaze traversed Li Mo's tattered attire and the grime upon him, ultimately resting on the rifle he clutched. A weapon from Eden, Scarface's voice remained flat, indicating the trouble Li Mo had stirred was considerable. Li Mo met his gaze unwaveringly. They provoked me first. Scarface scrutinized him for a few moments before unexpectedly extending his hand. Here, you need not bear this. I shall hold on to it for now. Li Mo hesitated. Surrendering his weapon meant entrusting his safety to these complete strangers. Yet, glancing at the silent, vigilant dust folk surrounding them, and then at Dingzi beside him, he ultimately relinquished the rifle. Scarface accepted the firearm, casually passing it to someone behind him. Then his eyes fell upon Li Mo's lower back, where he had instinctively been pressing. Dingzi mentioned you possessed that thing? Scarface inquired, lowering his voice. Li Mo nodded, his throat tightening. It is a key. A flicker of complex emotions crossed Scarface's features. Disgust, pity, and perhaps an ineffable anticipation. He turned to the gathering dust folk and waved his hand. Disperse, return to your tasks. The crowd gradually parted, though many gaze lingered with a subtle curiosity in their eyes. Follow me, Scarface instructed Li Mo, leading him deeper into the gathering. They navigated streets formed of discarded materials, circumventing a makeshift kitchen emitting the aroma of food, until they reached a relatively secluded corner. This space was constructed from several decommissioned subway cars, draped with tattered fabric for privacy. Scarface lifted the curtain, gesturing for Li Mo to enter. Inside, the car had been repurposed, dimly lit by a flickering oil lamp. In one corner lay an assortment of tools and parts, while crude, hand-drawn maps depicting portions of Eden structures and plumbing were pinned to the walls. Have a seat, Scarface said, taking a place on a welded metal chair and indicating a box piled with cushions across from him. Li Mo sat down, feeling the ache in his muscles. I have an understanding of your situation. Dingzi has briefed me, Scarface began, cutting to the chase. This is the handiwork of that wretched Su Lin. She swiftly ascended the ranks, relying on her past triumph in selecting suitable receptors. His tone was laced with unmasked animosity. Do you harbor a grudge against Eden? Li Mo inquired. A grudge? Scarface scoffed, his scarred visage appearing even more grotesque under the flickering lights. Every soul residing here has some vendetta against Eden. Those deemed genetically inferior were exiled, while relatives were seized for purification experiments, never to return. Countless have been eradicated simply for refusing to surrender all their resources. His gaze swept over the swaying figures outside the carriage, his voice deepening. Eden, merely a slaughterhouse draped in the guise of civilization. Their light is fueled by our blood and bones. Li Mo remained silent. He had witnessed much brutality in the wasteland, yet the systematic oppression and hypocrisy still sent a chill down his spine. My primary concern is the key within me, he said. Scarface seized the conversation, his eyes sharpening. The biological carrier of the first-generation purification unit. It is the origin of Eden's gene purification technology and its darkest facet. It is exceedingly unstable, requiring a living host, and it continuously erodes the bearer. Eden eventually abandoned this path for safer mechanical purification and gene screening. Yet the primordial technology and data remain the focal point of contention among various factions. He fixed his gaze on Li Mo. The individuals behind Su Lin may seek to restart or refine this technology. Meanwhile, the conservatives represented by Feng Lan may wish to completely seal it away or use it as a political bargaining chip. And you, as the only known survivor with a successful implantation and adaptation, are that living key. Whoever controls you or obtains the data within you may seize the initiative. So Su Lin intends to silence me, not merely to cover past transgressions, but out of fear that I might fall into someone else's hands? Li Mo grasped the implication. Precisely. More critically, Scarface leaned forward, lowering his voice. The core you discovered, the controller, is said to not only locate and control the carrier within you, but may also contain vital data to restart or even reverse the purification process. Reverse the purification process? Li Mo's heart stirred. As for how long you can endure, Scarface glanced at Li Mo's lower back. Judging by your condition, it has already been activated. The collapse process will accelerate. It could be weeks, or perhaps even less. Weeks. Li Mo's heart sank. Is there any way to extract it? Or to control it? He asked, clinging to a shred of hope. Scarface shook his head, his expression heavy. To our knowledge, there is none. The implantation process is irreversible. It has intertwined deeply with your nervous system and even your genetic fragments. Forcibly removing it would result in your immediate death. Despair washed over him like a cold tide. Yet Scarface's next words offered a glimmer of hope. However, he mused, that controller, the black metallic piece you found, may present a variable. We've received scattered rumors that the designer of the first-generation purifier seemingly left a backdoor or emergency protocol hidden within the controller. But what exactly it entails remains unknown. A backdoor? An emergency protocol? Liam suddenly recalled the fleeting emotion of recognition in Phoneland's eyes when she saw that black metallic block. Did she know something? The controller was now in Phoneland's possession. We are aware, said Scarface, nodding. Phoneland is a cunning fox. She has her own intentions for holding you and the controller. What we must do now is find a way to utilize the controller or locate the legendary backdoor before she or Su Lin's people take action. He stood up and approached the rough map affixed to the wall of the carriage, pointing to a prominently marked area on the Eden structure diagram. This is the secret archive of the Internal Review Department. We suspect that the most complete information regarding the original purifier, including any possible backdoor data, is sealed within. Phoneland's office is also in this vicinity. Liam gazed at the map, his heart racing uncontrollably. Do you want me to go there? He looked at Scarface. Scarface turned around, his gaze piercing. It is not us sending you. It is imperative that you go yourself. You are the key. Only you can unlock information we cannot access. Furthermore, if you wish to survive and exact vengeance on those who have transformed you into this, that is your only chance. The risks were immense. The Internal Review Department was a den of peril from which he had just escaped. But did he have a choice? The key within him was heating up like a ticking bomb. Su Lin's cold smirk and Phoneland's inscrutable eyes flickered before him. He clenched his fists, feeling the sting in his palms from the pressure. What must I do? He raised his head, his eyes now devoid of confusion, replaced by a resolute determination. For the first time, a hint of a smile graced Scarface's face, a chilling contrast to the brutal scar that marked it. Excellent. First, you need to gain a more detailed understanding of Eden's structure, particularly the security and patrol patterns in the review department area. Secondly, you will require an identity, one that allows you to blend in temporarily. The flickering light of the oil lamp danced across Scarface's face as he slowly unfolded a more detailed plan. In this forsaken underground realm, a counteroffensive against the core of Eden was quietly brewing. And Liam, the man implanted with the key, would become the sharpest thorn to tear through that layer of glossy deception. Chapter 8. The Reversal Agreement. The glow of the oil lamp illuminated the intricate veins of Eden's subterranean structure beneath Scarface's rough fingers. The secret archive, the heart of the Internal Review Department, was meticulously marked, surrounded by red indicators representing patrol routes and monitoring nodes. The security here was of the highest caliber, biometric scans, dynamic passwords, and thermal sensors rendered any forced entry a death sentence. Scarface's voice echoed in the narrow carriage, but we have our ways. His method involved a person known as Old Ghost, who lurked deeper within the gathering, in a lair fashioned from abandoned server cabinets. He was as emaciated as a mere skeleton, swathed in layers of greasy blankets. Only a pair of exceptionally nimble hands and a set of eyes, sparkling with fervor behind thick lenses, revealed his uniqueness. His kingdom was composed of countless broken terminals, salvaged from the refuse of Eden's waste processing conduits, along with disassembled components and homemade devices, cables entwined like vines, emitting a low, resonant hum. The identification badge was unadorned. After hearing the request, the Old Ghost sifted through a pile of parts with his bony fingers, his voice raspy like metal scraping against metal, an unremarkable maintenance worker in the energy sector. With limited authority and a fixed range of movement, inconspicuous yet fleeting. However, it could only last 4 hours. After that, the permissions list would update, and he would be swept away. His movements were bewilderingly swift, welding, programming, implanting counterfeit identification chips. In less than half an hour, a seemingly inconspicuous gray metal ID badge was tossed into Liam's hand, chilling to the touch. As for the real-time patrol intervals and surveillance blind spots within the inspection department, the Old Ghost summoned a flickering, intermittently interrupted schematic on a screen speckled with static. The moles could only provide fragmented information, pieced together at great risk, believe it or not. The so-called moles were among the few in the dust populace who, through specialized skills or disguises, could briefly navigate the non-core lower regions of Eden. The information they relayed was scattered and perilous. Over the next 2 days, with the assistance of Scarface and Nail, Liam feverishly memorized the labyrinthine schematics, the fleeting patrol intervals, and the scant seconds of surveillance blind spots. He absorbed every morsel of life-saving knowledge like a parched sponge. The key within him continued to throb, a reminder of the passage of time. On the 3rd day, in the early morning hours, during the most silent moment simulated by Eden's energy shield, Liam donned a set of deep blue maintenance overalls, stained with grease, and clipped the ID badge to his chest. He exchanged a glance with Nail, who nodded in silent wish for good fortune. With no unnecessary farewells, Liam inhaled the murky air, tinged with a hint of humanity, and turned to plunge into the perilous maintenance conduit leading into the heart of Eden. The interior of the conduit was even more intricate than he had anticipated. Following the mental map imprinted in his mind, he cautiously navigated through the darkness, avoiding areas that might harbor vibration sensors or airflow monitors. The only sounds were his own suppressed breaths and the deep, resonant hum emanating from the colossal machine that was Eden. After narrowly evading a squad of patrolling automated cleaning robots, he arrived at the designated first node, an access shaft connecting the lower maintenance passage to the upper energy sector's ventilation ducts. Here, he needed to wait for a specific time window, utilizing the noise generated by the brief power adjustment of the ventilation system during the energy sector's shift change to mask the sound of his ascent. Time ticked by slowly. The shaft was suffused with the scent of machine oil and overheated metal. The key in his lower back seemed to pulse more vigorously due to his anxiety, the heat almost searing through his flesh. Now was the moment. A low hum heralded the change in power from the ventilation system above. Liam immediately scrambled upward, using both hands and feet to ascend the icy ladder. His movements had to be swift and light. As he finally pushed open the grill above him and rolled into the upper conduit, his entire body was drenched in cold sweat. He dared not linger, immediately crawling forward in the direction of the internal review department based on his recollections. The closer he approached his objective, the more immaculate the environment within the conduit became. Yet it also grew eerily silent, a silence so profound it induced anxiety. He needed to traverse a main ventilation duct, beneath which lay the internal corridor of the review department. According to the fragmented information provided by the mole, this primary duct would, between 3:17 and 3:21 a.m., undergo a self-diagnostic cycle that would disable certain monitoring probes. He had only 4 minutes. He pressed himself against the inner wall of the duct, peering through the fine grill, and could vaguely discern the pallid lights of the corridor below and the occasional figure in uniform passing by. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. At 3:17 a.m., he took a deep breath and glided through the duct like a specter. The walls of the conduit were smooth, demanding that he control his body to avoid any sound of scraping. Just as he was about to traverse the most perilous section of the main duct, an abrupt turn of events occurred. The previously rhythmic footsteps in the corridor below suddenly became chaotic, mingled with hushed voices. Confirm? Is the energy fluctuation anomaly pointing to this area? The monitoring indicated weak, unauthorized biological signals, possibly mutated rodents within the duct, but it could not be ruled out. Liam's heart nearly ceased its rhythm. Had he been discovered? How could that be? The old ghost's identification badge should not yet have reached its expiration. He immediately halted his movements, pressing his body tightly against the shadowed top of the duct, holding his breath. The sounds below persisted, seemingly conducting a regional inspection. A beam of flashlights swept through the grill, illuminating the duct. It was over. Just when he thought there was no hope, a sudden, urgent alarm rang out from the far end of the opposite corridor. The sound was shrill, seemingly emanating from a secondary control unit in the energy sector. There, quickly. The voices below were instantly drawn away, the footsteps receding rapidly. Was it an accident? Or was it Liam had no time for contemplation? Seizing this rare opportunity, he exerted every ounce of strength to crawl forward, narrowly escaping the main duct area. Following the map's guidance, he discovered a branch leading to the archives zone. Here, the conduits were even narrower, necessitating a curled posture to pass through. The ventilation opening of the archives was concealed above the ceiling of a compartment housing cleaning tools. Cautiously, he pushed open the grill, confirming the absence of anyone below before lightly descending. The air was thick with the scent of aged paper and a faint hint of ozone. He found himself in the outer buffer zone of the archives, where towering metal filing cabinets stretched up to the ceiling, resembling silent giants casting enormous shadows. According to the vague information provided by Scarface, the core data regarding the initial generation of purifiers should be stored in the most secure zone at the deepest part of the repository. He lowered his body, moving forward in the shadows of the filing cabinets. The surveillance here was even more intense, compelling him to exploit perfectly the fleeting blind spots provided by the mole. His heart pounded like a drum. Every step felt as though it were taken upon the edge of a knife. At last, he beheld the heavy alloy door that marked the entrance to the secured area. The door bore no physical lock, only a ghostly blue biometric screen and a dynamic password input device. Forceful entry was impossible. His gaze swept the surroundings, ultimately settling on an inconspicuous maintenance interface panel on the wall beside the door, connected by a myriad of cables. This was the sole avenue through which the old ghost could potentially assist, and it represented the most perilous aspect of his plan. He retrieved a thumb-sized device, meticulously crafted by the old ghost, from the inner pocket of his work attire and inserted it into the maintenance interface. The indicator light on the device flickered faintly, attempting to bypass the security system by simulating a high-level maintenance command to deceive the door into opening. This process demanded time and was exceedingly unstable. He waited, each second stretching like a century. The key at his lower back radiated an almost burning heat, as if sensing the proximity of information derived from the same source. Suddenly, a soft yet clear beep resonated from the device, and the green indicator light shone steadily. A subtle hydraulic sound emanated from within the alloy door, which slowly slid open, creating a narrow gap just wide enough for him to slip through sideways. Success! Lemo's heart soared with joy as he immediately squeezed through the opening. The door closed silently behind him. The space within was modest, with a notably lower temperature, and the air felt almost stagnant. At the center stood an isolated, uniquely shaped silver control console. Its surface gleamed like a mirror, featuring a recess perfectly matching the black metallic block he had discovered, the controller. Behind the console loomed a small holographic projector. Lemo approached the console, attempting to suppress his excitement. Without the controller, he could not activate it. However, his objective was to search for any potential paper or independently stored backup materials. He quickly scanned his surroundings. The walls were embedded with storage units, all requiring authorization. As time slipped away and the validity of his identification badge dwindled rapidly, despair began to encroach upon him. Just as hope was nearly lost, his attention was drawn to a remarkably concealed panel at the bottom of the console, slightly loosened by age. He crouched down and carefully pried it open with a dagger. Inside was not a tangle of cables, but a narrow hidden compartment. Nestled within was a paper notebook, its cover crafted from a durable synthetic leather, significantly worn and devoid of any markings. Lemo's heart raced as he trembled, extracting the notebook. The moment his fingertips brushed its surface, the key at his lower back erupted in an unprecedented blaze of heat and sting. It felt as though a red-hot nail had been driven forcefully into his spine. With a muffled groan, he nearly collapsed to the ground. Simultaneously, the once quiet notebook seemed to activate, either by his touch or by the energy of the key within him. As ghostly blue, circuit-like light patterns suddenly emerged upon the cover, a torrent of chaotic information surged violently into his mind, accompanied by intense pain, not in the form of text or images, but rather as a more direct perception and understanding. He witnessed the intricate strands of genes collapsing and reorganizing within the energy field, feeling the agonizing wails of living cells under the purifying radiation. He comprehended the gruesome and distorted principles of the primordial purification technology, built upon countless brutal experiments on life. Yet, deep within the tumultuous deluge of information, a core instruction, deliberately concealed and encrypted with countless layers, emerged in his consciousness like a key rising from the ocean's depths. This was no mere backdoor. It was a reversal protocol. Not a reversal of the purification process, but a reversal of the fusion process between the key and the carrier. A self-destruct directive that could theoretically safely detach the key from within him while simultaneously obliterating all its data. However, to initiate this protocol, a crucial trigger was required, the black controller, which needed to be placed in the recess of the operating table. Furthermore, the carrier, namely him, Lemo, had to be within the energy field of the operating table, guiding the reversal energy's eruption with himself as the coordinate. The prospect of separation and destruction shimmered like the dawn's first light, piercing through the accumulated shadows of despair in his heart. He could be saved. Not only could he rid himself of the lethal entity within, but he could also utterly annihilate the source of this nefarious technology. Yet, at that moment, a piercing alarm blared without warning throughout the district. The red warning lights spun and flashed frantically. He had been exposed. Was it the expiration of his identity card? Or had the energy fluctuations triggered by the activation of the notebook betrayed him? There was no time for contemplation. Lemo abruptly shoved the notebook into his bosom and dashed toward the alloy door. He had to escape. He had to carry this secret to Feng Lan and obtain the controller. The door remained immovable. He was trapped inside. Outside the passage, the sound of hurried, heavy footsteps approached, accompanied by the distinct energy-gathering sound of activated weapon systems. Pressed against the cold alloy door, the notebook felt like a branding iron, searing against his chest. He clenched his fists, the key at his lower back quaking violently due to the alarm and the imminent danger, sending waves of excruciating pain through him. Hope was within reach, yet death loomed as a constant shadow. Chapter 9. The annihilation of white light. The red warning lights pulsed like a dying heart, frantically beating within the confined space of the district, staining every trace of fear and determination on Li Mo's face with an ominous hue. The notebook in his arms burned like a piece of coal freshly pulled from the fire, while the key at his lower back trembled violently, inflicting tearing pain both inside and out. The footsteps, dense, heavy, the metallic thud of boots striking the ground resonated like the drumbeats of death, rapidly approaching the alloy door. Was it over? No. The reversal protocol. The only hope he had just acquired to escape this lethal shackle and possibly obliterate the source of this evil. He could not die here. Li Mo's gaze darted around the enclosed cage like a trapped beast. The smooth walls offered no solace, with the only exit being the already locked alloy door and the ceiling. Suddenly, he looked up. The archive room, designed for constant temperature and humidity, boasted a dense network of ventilation ducts and cable trays overhead. There might still be a glimmer of hope. He no longer hesitated, enduring the excruciating pain in his lower back that felt as though it might tear him apart. With a sudden burst of energy, he sprinted forward, his feet pushing off the cold alloy door, propelling his body upward. His fingers narrowly seized a sturdy cooling pipe. His arm muscles bulged, veins prominent. Gritting his teeth, he summoned every ounce of strength honed over 3 arduous years in the wasteland, pulling himself up and awkwardly rolling into the narrow crevice formed by the pipe and the bridge. Almost immediately after his silhouette vanished into the shadows, a hissing sound of high-pressure gas being released echoed, and the alloy door slid open. Fully armed, the power armor-clad guards surged in like a torrent of steel, their heavy footsteps shattering the previous silence. Red scanning beams slithered through the desolate control station and filing cabinets like the tongues of venomous serpents. The target has vanished. Search above. The cold electronic voice resonated in the channel. Li Mo curled up above the pipe, pressing tightly against the icy, rough metal wall, even holding his breath. He could feel the faint energy fluctuations as the scanning beams swept past below him. Sweat trickled down his temple, falling onto the bridge below with a nearly inaudible tap. A guard's helmet detector immediately pivoted toward the source of the sound. Above, the crisp sound of bullets being chambered echoed. At this critical moment, halt. A cold and authoritative female voice rang out from the entrance. Feng Lan, clad in a dark gray uniform and flanked by soldiers from the Internal Affairs Inspection Department, stepped inside. Her expression was as frigid as ice, her gaze sharp as a blade. First scanning the empty control station before settling on the vacant compartment that Li Mo had pried open. Her pupils contracted ever so slightly. Minister Feng, the guard captain immediately reported, unauthorized intruder detected, suspected to be hiding in the upper structure, requesting instructions. Feng Lan raised her hand, halting the guard's actions. Her gaze slowly ascended, as if she could penetrate the intricate maze of pipes and shadows, locking directly onto Li Mo. Li Mo. Her voice was low yet crystal clear, reaching him above. I know you are up there. Come down. We might have a conversation. A conversation? Li Mo scoffed internally. Moments ago, Su Lin's people had sought to kill him. Now Feng Lan appeared with more soldiers, claiming to want to talk. Yet, he remained still, refraining from responding. He was deep in thought. Feng Lan's intervention to prevent the guards from firing immediately suggested she had something to gain. What could it be? The notebook in his possession? Or the latest data from the key within him? You have taken something that does not belong to you, Feng Lan continued, her tone flat, yet imbued with an invisible pressure. That notebook is classified Eden material. Hand it over, and I can guarantee your safety and reassess your situation. Guarantee safety? Reassess? Li Mo did not believe a word. But he needed time. He needed an opportunity. The controller was in Feng Lan's hands. Reversing the protocol required the controller. He had to take a gamble. A wager on Feng Lan's regard for the notebook, betting that she and Su Lin were not entirely aligned. Minister Feng. Li Mo finally spoke, his voice hoarse from tension and pain. The notebook is in my possession, but if you wish to obtain it, you must agree to my terms. Below, Feng Lan furrowed her brow, seemingly taken aback by Li Mo's audacity to present conditions. You currently lack the privilege to negotiate, she remarked. Is that so? Li Mo gritted his teeth, producing a notebook from his pocket and suspending it precariously above a bare, sparking power cable. What if I were to destroy it? The contents within are unlikely to be easily replicated, are they? At last, Feng Lan's expression shifted. She stepped closer, her gaze sharp enough to pierce through Li Mo. Do you dare? Do you want to find out? Li Mo retorted, unwavering in his resolve, his hand steady as a rock. My conditions are simple. First, ensure my personal safety and immediately expel Su Lin's associates. Second, I demand that black controller. Third, I wish to utilize this control panel. Utilizing the control panel? A fleeting spark of suspicion and calculation flickered in Feng Lan's eyes, as if she suddenly contemplated a multitude of scenarios. The controller was a crucial piece of evidence. it was inconceivable to grant it to him. The notion of using the control panel was utterly absurd. She categorically rejected the request, yet her tone lacked the previous decisiveness. Then there's nothing left to discuss. Liamo threatened to press the notebook against the cable. Wait, Feng Lan exclaimed, her gaze fixed on Liamo. Then darting to the empty compartment and the central control panel, she fell silent for several moments. Those seconds felt like centuries to Liamo outside the corridor. A new commotion erupted, as if another group was swiftly approaching, confronting the soldiers stationed outside. Minister Feng, Officer Su has arrived with personnel, claiming to assist in capturing dangerous elements. A soldier hurriedly reported. Su Lin had arrived. Feng Lan's expression darkened immediately. The situation had grown increasingly complex. At that moment, the communicator concealed in Li Mo's possession, a device gifted by Lao Gui, short-range and encrypted, emitted a faint, intermittent crackling sound, intertwined with urgent whispers. Liamo, do you hear me? WeVE created a diversion to draw away some attention. The B-17 node of the energy pipeline may face an overload explosion in 3 minutes, providing a singular opportunity for chaos. The voice abruptly ceased. The dust people, they are providing cover outside. Liamo's spirits surged. Feng Lan had evidently noticed the new standoff and Su Lin's arrival. She hesitated no longer and decisively declared, very well. I temporarily acquiesce to your demands. Come down. Temporarily? Liamo smirked inwardly. Yet he understood this was his sole opportunity. Carefully, he descended from the pipeline. As he landed, a sharp pain coursed through his lower back, nearly causing him to falter, but he forced himself to remain upright, clutching the notebook tightly. Feng Lan gestured, and several soldiers advanced, but rather than immediately apprehending him, they formed a semicircle around him. The notebook, Feng Lan extended her hand. First, let me see the controller. And also, have Su Lin's people leave. Liamo stood his ground. Feng Lan's gaze flickered, seemingly weighing her options. The clamor of the standoff outside intensified, with Su Lin's piercing voice faintly audible. Minister Feng, I suspect you are harboring dangerous elements. I have the right to enter the scene. A flicker of annoyance crossed Feng Lan's face as she whispered a few instructions to a nearby officer. The officer promptly turned and exited. After a brief moment, Su Lin's voice outside seemed to be subdued, yet the discontented murmurs persisted. Then, Feng Lan received a metallic sealed box from a follower behind her and opened it. Inside lay the black, thumb-sized core controller of the original purifier. Liamo's heart raced with excitement. This is it. Now, can you hand me the notebook? Feng Lan closed the box, but did not pass it to Liamo, her gaze fixed intently on the notebook in his hands. Liamo understood that he could no longer delay. The opportunity crafted by the dust people was fleeting. He had to obtain the controller and approach the operating platform. Slowly, he extended the notebook towards her. Just as Feng Lan's fingers were about to touch it, a thunderous explosion erupted, far more violent than any prior blast, as if it originated from the depths of the earth. The entire archive shook violently, dust and debris cascading from the ceiling. The lights flickered erratically, extinguishing half of them in an instant. Emergency lights flickered to life, casting an eerie red hue over everything. The energy conduit had overloaded and exploded. The signal from the nails had arrived. Chaos. Utter chaos. The soldiers were thrown off balance by the sudden explosion, their formation disintegrating in an instant. Steady yourselves. Feng Lan barked, her voice laced with urgency, yet she nearly lost her own footing, the sealed box slipping from her grasp. Now is the time. Liamo, like a hunting cheetah, sprang into action the moment the explosion resonated. Ignoring the notebook within reach, he aimed directly for the fallen sealed box. He barreled into a staggering soldier, rolling on the ground, his fingers barely snagging the handle of the sealed box. Stop him. Feng Lan's voice rang out, a mixture of fury and desperation. Several soldiers, regaining their composure, immediately raised their weapons. But Liamo was quicker. He seized the sealed box and, summoning all his strength, charged toward the isolated operating platform in the center of the room. Bullets whizzed past his ears, striking the file cabinets behind him and sparking a flurry of flames. The key at his lower back felt as though it might ignite, resonating fiercely with the controller within the sealed box, an almost soul-rending connection. Agonizing pain surged over him like a tidal wave, yet through sheer willpower, he staggered and lunged toward the operating platform. Stop him. He intends to activate the purifier. Feng Lan seemed to realize something, her voice tinged with unprecedented terror. Liamo violently wrenched open the sealed box and forcefully pressed the black controller into the central groove of the operating platform, where it fit perfectly. Click! A crisp locking sound echoed, as if an ancient mechanism, dormant for countless ages, had been abruptly awakened. The smooth surface of the platform illuminated with countless ethereal blue light patterns, flowing like veins. A colossal and terrifying wave of energy began to surge from the operating platform, sweeping outward like a tempest. Following the guidance of the reversal protocol in his mind, Liam pressed his hands firmly into the suddenly revealed handprint grooves on either side of the platform. Using the vessel as a conduit, he initiated the reversal. He let out a primal roar, an indescribable agony, seemingly capable of tearing apart every cell within him, erupted from the small of his back, instantaneously engulfing his entire being. Simultaneously, the control panel emitted a blinding white light, completely consuming him. No. Feng Lan let out a desperate scream. Amidst the radiance, Liam felt his body disassembling, his consciousness adrift in an abyss of torment. He could almost perceive the key, embedded within him for years, being forcibly extracted from his genetic strands and neural networks by a brutal force. Meanwhile, the black controller nestled within the recess of the console began to crack. Resembling a spider's web, its internal structure collapsing irreversibly, annihilated. The reversal protocol had been initiated. It sought not only to detach the key, but also to utterly obliterate the core of this technology. Just as Liam's consciousness teetered on the brink of being overwhelmed by excruciating pain, through the searing white light, he vaguely glimpsed Su Lin rushing into the chaotic archive entrance, her gaze fixed upon the control panel, upon the contorted figure of Liam illuminated in the brilliance. On her exquisite face, for the first time, there manifested an expression of sheer terror and disbelief, as if to proclaim that this was impossible. Subsequently, a more profound explosion and shockwave emanated from the energy zone, causing the entire structure to wail and collapse. The white light devoured everything. Consciousness sank into an infinite abyss. Chapter 10. Rebirth amidst ruins darkness. Not the void of nothingness, but a weighty darkness that crushed consciousness, mingled with the excruciating pain that tore at the soul in the remnants of a ravaging energy storm. Liam felt like a hunk of scrap metal, cast into a furnace and then forcibly extracted, every bone moaning, every muscle twitching. The scar on his lower back, a symbol of betrayal and agony for 3 years, now bore an indescribable sensation of both hollowness and searing burn. It felt as if something deeply rooted in his flesh had been brutally excised, leaving behind a gaping wound that bled profusely yet felt strangely cleansed. Had the reversal protocol succeeded? He struggled to open his eyes, yet his eyelids felt as heavy as lead. In his ears, a continuous, low rumble persisted, accompanied by distant, indistinct screams and explosions. The air was scorching, thick with dust, the scent of ozone, and the metallic tang of blood. Eden was collapsing. This realization struck him like a bucket of ice water, granting a semblance of clarity to his fading consciousness. He wiggled his fingers, brushing against the cold, rough ground beneath him. He was sprawled on the floor, crushed by fragments of shattered concrete and twisted metal. With great effort, he pushed himself up, succumbing to a violent fit of coughing that ignited a searing pain in his lungs. His vision remained blurred, save for the flickering red light of the emergency lamp, dancing amid the swirling smoke, outlining the shattered contours of the archive. Once orderly rows of metal filing cabinets lay askew, many reduced to mere dust. The heavy alloy door had warped grotesquely, half hanging from its frame. The ceiling had partially collapsed, exposing the jagged steel rebar and severed pipes, with debris occasionally falling. The central control panel has vanished entirely, leaving behind a charred pit, its edges flickering with unstable electric sparks. The black controller within the recess is, of course, no more. The reversal protocol not only stripped him of the key within, but seemingly triggered a chain reaction that obliterated the core of this region. Was he free? A tremor of survival, mingled with profound weakness, coursed through his body. Yet, in the next moment, a more intense sense of peril seized him. He could not remain here. Struggling to rise, his legs buckled, and he collapsed once more to the ground. The toll on his body far exceeded his imagination. Old injuries and new wounds flared simultaneously, particularly the hollow area in his lower back, sending waves of alarming frailty through him. A faint groan emerged nearby. Liam abruptly turned his head and, amidst the chaos, spotted Feng Lan not far off. This once formidable minister of the review department now appeared utterly disheveled. Her dark gray uniform was tattered, her face smeared with dust and blood, and one arm twisted unnaturally, propped against an overturned filing cabinet as she labored to breathe. Her gaze met Liam's, filled with a complex mixture of shock, anger, the frustration of having failed to prevent him, and perhaps a trace of fear regarding the destructive energy that had just transpired, an admission she herself was reluctant to acknowledge. "What have you done?" Feng Lan's voice was hoarse and faint, each word seemingly draining her of immense strength. Liam did not respond. His eyes darted about, searching for Su Lin. She was nowhere to be found. That woman was either buried beneath the rubble or had fled before the explosion. He could not place his hopes on the latter. He had to leave, gritting his teeth. He attempted once more to push himself up using a protruding steel bar, inching his body upward. Waves of dizziness assaulted him, yet he forced himself to steady. A hard object pressed against him, his notebook. In the final moments, he had instinctively shoved it back into his embrace, miraculously preserving it. This notebook was now the sole piece of material evidence. He cast a glance at Feng Lan. She knew too much. Remaining here, whether silenced by Su Lin or apprehended by subsequent rescuers, could introduce unpredictable variables. Yet, he was in no position to ensure his own safety, let alone that of another. The notebook. Feng Lan seemed to sense his intentions, struggling to extend her hand, her eyes conveying a final vestige of defiance. Liamo merely shot her a cold glance before turning away and stumbling towards the twisted door. The scene beyond the corridor was even more horrifying. The once neat and bright hallway now resembled the aftermath of an earthquake, with cracked walls, a buckled floor, and exposed wires crackling ominously, showering dangerous sparks. The alarm had long been drowned out by the greater sounds of structural groans and explosions. Occasionally, he glimpsed the lifeless bodies of guards or those pinned beneath fallen debris. Weakly calling for help. Eden, this tower regarded as the last bastion of human civilization, was beginning to collapse from within. Liamo staggered forward along the obscure passage he had traversed to arrive here, guided by memory. He was uncertain of his destination, only aware that he must distance himself from the core area and evade his pursuers. The growing sense of weakness within him intensified, as a chilling numbness radiated from the hollow in his lower back, as if his vitality were seeping from that very breach. The reversal protocol had saved his life, yet it seemed to have stripped away something fundamentally essential from him. Just as his vision began to blur once more, on the verge of collapse, a figure suddenly emerged from the shadows at a fork in the path. A jolt of surprise coursed through Liamo, and he instinctively reached for a weapon, only to find emptiness. This way, quickly, came a low, familiar voice. It was Nail. His face was smeared with grime, his work attire tattered. Yet his gaze remained sharp as he steadied the faltering Liamo. How are you here? Liamo stammered, a mix of shock and joy rendering him nearly speechless. Old Ghost intercepted the chaotic communications from the review department. Scarface suspected you might have succeeded, but undoubtedly stirred up a considerable mess. Nail spoke rapidly, guiding Liamo into a more concealed path, seemingly an emergency drainage route. Everything outside is in disarray. The energy shield is unstable, some areas have failed, and the devolutionists and mutated creatures are beginning to assault the perimeter. Su Lin's people are recklessly searching everywhere. We must return underground at once. A heaviness settled in Liamo's heart. The situation was worse than he had imagined. With Nail's support, they navigated the convoluted and derelict pipe system with great difficulty. Along the way, Liamo witnessed further signs of Eden's collapse, even catching glimpses through damaged shields of the distorted silhouettes of devolutionists and the howls of mutated creatures in the desolate wilderness outside. The once insurmountable barrier was becoming riddled with gaping wounds. After what felt like an eternity, they finally arrived back at the familiar subway hub, the gathering place of the dust dwellers. However, the scene before him tightened Liamo's chest. The gathering site appeared to have endured a tumultuous upheaval. Several shanties had collapsed, and the air was thick with tension and unease. The central bonfire had extinguished, leaving only scattered torches to provide illumination. Many people huddled together, faces etched with panic and confusion, while children were held tightly in their arms. Scarface stood atop a higher platform, shouting something to the crowd in an attempt to stabilize the situation. Upon seeing Liamo and Nail return, he immediately leapt down. His gaze fell first upon Liamo's pale, almost ghostly countenance, nearly entirely supported by Nail. Lingering for a moment on the spot, where Liamo instinctively clutched his lower back. Did you succeed? Scarface's voice was deep, with a hint of barely concealed anticipation. Liamo nodded with great difficulty, retrieving the notebook from his pocket. It's destroyed. Everything within me is gone. Scarface took the notebook, flipping through it quickly. A flicker of shock crossing his eyes, yet more so a sense of relief and resolve. He closed the notebook and firmly patted Liamo's shoulder. Well done. Though the commotion was a bit excessive, he surveyed the chaotic gathering, raising his voice to address all the dust dwellers who had turned to look. Did you see that? Eden is not an invincible deity. Their light has been extinguished. Now, those monsters outside wish to invade, while the hybrids within want us dead. But we shall not sit idly by. His gaze swept across faces marked by fear, anger, or numbness. Seize any weapons you can find. Defend our home. Let those high and mighty know that the cornered rats in the shadows can also slay the hunter. The crowd stirred, with fear gradually replaced by a fierce determination akin to a last stand. The men began distributing makeshift weapons, sharpened rebar, homemade explosives, and battered firearms salvaged from the refuse of Eden. The women, meanwhile, secured their children in safer corners, their eyes reflecting the resolute ferocity of protective mothers. Liam was assisted by Nails into a relatively intact abandoned carriage to rest. Leaning against the cold metal wall, he sensed a profound weakness deep within him, as if he had been hollowed out, and felt the lingering burn and numbness in his lower back. The collapse of Eden, the invasion of the outside world, and the uprising of the common people were the fuse he had inadvertently ignited, unleashing a storm that swept across the globe. He had freed himself from one set of chains, yet seemed to be ensnared in a larger, more perilous vortex. He glanced at the anxious crowd outside preparing for battle, then touched the last remaining notebook in his possession, which chronicled the dark origins of the first purification technology. His fight was far from over. Only the battlefield had shifted. Now, he needed to survive amidst the ruins where order had crumbled and danger lurked at every turn. Chapter 11. An unexpected ally. The cold metallic walls of the abandoned carriage barely supported Liam's nearly disintegrating body. The burning pain and numbness in his lower back had not faded. Rather, as his consciousness sharpened, they became more pronounced, like a constant reminder of what he had lost. Each breath tugged at the nerves in that area, inducing waves of debilitating dizziness. The cacophony of the gathering commoners outside resonated through the walls, the metallic clang of impacts, muffled cries, hurried footsteps, and the raspy yet stirring shouts of Scarface. A fierce battle spirit, infused with fear and despair, permeated the air. Eden was collapsing. The world was restructuring, and he, having just shed the shackles within, seemed to have stepped into a broader battlefield. Nails handed him a small pouch of murky water and a piece of hardtack as tough as stone. "Make it last. We don't know how long this will hold out." Liam accepted it, swallowing with difficulty. The dry ration scraped his throat, carrying a musty taste, but he needed this energy. His gaze fell upon the corner of the carriage, where the notebook he had taken from the archives lay quietly, its cover's azure glow long since dimmed, as if it had exhausted its last vestige of spirit. "Feng Lan may not be dead," Liam rasped. Nails paused in his examination of a rusty machete. Looking at him. "Are you sure?" "Not certain, but I sense she is not so easily vanquished." Liam recalled Feng Lan's last complex and resilient gaze. She knew too much. If she survived, it would introduce variables for us, for Su Lin. Nails fell silent for a moment, his eyes sharp. "Scarface has already sent men to monitor the passageway. Anyone descending from above, whether remnants of Eden or otherwise, will not be easily admitted." As the conversation unfolded, a hurried footfall echoed from outside the carriage. A young dust dweller rushed in, breathless, his face a canvas of tension and exhilaration. "Brother Nail, the Scarface leader wants you. There is something happening at Passage 3. It's not people from Eden." Nail and Liam exchanged a grave glance, each recognizing the seriousness reflected in the other's eyes. "Not from Eden? Who could it be? The Devolved?" Liam strained to rise, following Nail toward the edge of the gathering, heading toward the passage known as 3. This passage connected to an abandoned railway tunnel, serving as one of the routes for the dust dwellers to delve into the deeper underground network and reach a few relatively safe supply points. At this moment, a dozen dust dwellers armed with rudimentary weapons had already congregated, with Scarface standing at the forefront, his expression austere as he gazed into the tunnel's depths. Darkness enveloped the tunnel, consuming all light, yet a low, persistent rustling sound, akin to countless feet scraping against the ground, drew nearer. Accompanying this was an inhuman, oppressive roar and whimpering. It was the Devolved, and there were undoubtedly many. A heaviness settled in Liam's heart. With the Eden shield failing, these monsters, long stripped of human reason as they roamed the wasteland, had indeed been lured here. "Prepare," Scarface bellowed, raising a heavy weapon crafted from a large wrench, bristling with spikes. The dust dwellers behind him quickly dispersed, taking cover behind piles of abandoned carriages and concrete blocks, forming a rudimentary defensive line. Their eyes burned with ferocity, fingers gripping their weapons until knuckles turned white, yet none faltered. Liam too seized a broken steel rebar from the ground, clutching it tightly. His weakened body struggled to maintain a firm grip, yet he knew he must fight. This was his temporary refuge, the only stronghold where he could seek the truth and gather strength. The rustling grew ever closer, and the oppressive roars became clearer, filled with a primal thirst for life and a desire for destruction. Finally, the first twisted figure staggered forth from the tunnel's inky depths. It was barely recognizable as human. Its hunched body was cloaked in thick filth and hardened growths, skin displaying an unhealthy pallor, fingers contorted into claw-like shapes, and eyes clouded with madness. It howled as it lunged towards the nearest dust dweller. Kill! Scarface's roar acted as a signal. In an instant, chaos erupted. More devolved surged forth from the tunnel like a relentless tide. They possessed neither reason nor fear, only the most primal instinct to attack. The dust dwellers, relying on their advantageous position and makeshift weapons, fought desperately. Steel bars pierced through decayed bodies, machetes cleaved through grotesque exoskeletons, and homemade explosives detonated amidst the swarm, sending limbs flying. The cacophony of roars, clashing weapons, the devolved howls, and the dying wails instantly filled the tunnel entrance. Liam swung the steel rebar, each movement tugging at the emptiness in his lower back, bringing waves of searing pain and weakness. Gritting his teeth, he managed to topple a charging devolved. These monsters lacked strength individually, but their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Moreover, they showed no fear of death. A dust dweller was suddenly overwhelmed by several degenerated beings, his body torn apart in an instant, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream. A gap appeared in the defensive line. Stand firm. We cannot retreat. The scarred face, like a steadfast boulder, held the front line, wielding a modified wrench that could shatter a degenerated being's skull with each swing, yet his body was soon marked with deep gashes that exposed bone. Just as the defense teetered on the brink of collapse, with monstrous waves threatening to engulf them, a series of sharp, rhythmic gunshots echoed from the depths of the tunnel. These were not the sounds of the dust dwellers' antiquated, often jamming firearms. This gunfire was steady, precise, infused with a chilling efficiency. Immediately, the foremost degenerated beings had their heads explode like ripe watermelons, splattering foul blood and brain matter onto the nearby creatures. In the chaotic battlefield, a fleeting stillness enveloped the scene. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards the source of the gunfire. Deep within the tunnel, beams of powerful flashlight pierced the darkness, accurately targeting the howling, degenerated beings. The shadows delineated figures clad in uniform attire that starkly contrasted with the Eden Guard's futuristic power armor. They moved with agility and seamless coordination, their weapons unleashing lethal tongues of fire, each bullet precisely eliminating a target. Liam's pupils constricted at the sight of their equipment. It was standard gear from a bygone era. Although it bore signs of age, it was exceptionally well maintained, and its style was utterly different from Eden's modern designs. Were they wanderers? No, wanderers could not possess such organization and equipment. Who were these people? Their emergence swiftly cleared the degenerated beings from the tunnel's entrance, akin to a hot knife slicing through butter. In mere seconds, the previously surging tide of monsters was subdued, the remaining degenerated beings whimpering in fear as they retreated deeper into the tunnel. The battle concluded in an unexpected manner. The dust dwellers, still shaken, clutched their weapons and cautiously observed the 5 figures emerging from the darkness. There were 5 of them, 4 men and 1 woman. They all wore gray-green fatigues, bearing signs of wear, with simple bulletproof vests over them. Their faces were painted with camouflage, and their gazes were sharp as eagles, imbued with a coldness and scrutiny born from battlefield experience. At the forefront stood a tall, stern-faced man, holding a modified assault rifle, the barrel still emitting wisps of smoke. His gaze swept across the strewn bodies of the degenerated beings and the tense dust dwellers, finally resting on the scarred face and Liam. It seems we have arrived not too late. The man's voice was deep, resonating with a metallic quality, devoid of pleasantries. We are the reconnaissance team from the Northern Outpost. I am the leader, Lay. The Northern Outpost? Liam exchanged a glance with the scarred face. They had both heard of this name. It was one of the few human strongholds that had not entirely collapsed after the nuclear war, rebuilt using facilities from the old era. Reportedly located in the distant frozen north, with minimal contact with Eden. How had they come to be here? Captain Lay paid no heed to their skepticism, his gaze traversing the crowd to the depths of the Dust People's settlement, lingering briefly on the makeshift huts and the fearful populace, his brow furrowing ever so slightly. The energy signals from Eden had sharply declined over the past few hours, accompanied by a massive internal energy explosion. We have been ordered to investigate the situation. Captain Lay succinctly articulated his purpose, redirecting his attention to the scarred face. Who is in charge here? We need to comprehend the circumstances. Stepping forward despite his injuries, the scarred man asserted his presence. I am the one in charge here. You may call me Scarface. Friends from the north, what do you wish to know? Everything. Captain Lay's response was crisp and decisive, encompassing the reasons behind Eden's collapse, the current internal conditions, and the role you play here. His gaze seemed to intentionally, yet inadvertently linger on Liam, who stood slightly behind Scarface, particularly on his pale, frail form that nonetheless maintained an upright posture. Liam sensed the probing nature of that gaze. Were these northern soldiers' arrivals mere coincidence? Or had they also perceived something amiss? The collapse of Eden had attracted not only monsters, but also new forces lurking in the shadows. The situation had grown increasingly intricate. Chapter 12. Triangular Confrontation. The captain of the Northern Outpost reconnaissance team surveyed the chaos and tension among the Dust people, his gaze ultimately settling on Scarface and Liam-O. There was no disdain typical of Eden's guards or the madness of the devolutionists in his eyes. Instead, there was a pure, instinctual scrutiny and calculation based on survival. Friends from the north, Scarface stepped forward, positioning himself half a body length in front of Liam-O, his voice hoarse yet steady, expressing gratitude for their assistance. However, in this desolate expanse, trust was scarcer than clean water. You wish to understand the situation, that is acceptable. But first, declare your position. Captain Lay's expression remained unchanged, as if Scarface's inquiry had been anticipated. Position? The stance of the Northern Outpost has never wavered. Survival, and the preservation of whatever fragments of human civilization remain. The collapse of Eden's energy and the internal explosion's radiative range far exceeded any known technical malfunction model. We suspect the involvement of unnatural factors. His gaze swept over Liam-O once more, before continuing, prior to the large-scale energy explosion. Our detectors captured an extraordinarily unique energy signature that closely matched the genetic modification projects of the old era, originating from the core region of Eden. Genetic modification projects? Energy signatures? Liam-O's heart constricted suddenly. Was it the fluctuations triggered by the initiation of the reversal protocol? Could these individuals detect that? Scarface's pupils constricted slightly as well, though he concealed it adeptly. It was not surprising that chaos ensued within Eden, leading to its own destruction. As for the energy signature, those of us who scavenge in the shadows cannot comprehend it. Captain Lay scrutinized Scarface for several seconds before slowly shifting his gaze back to Liam-O, as if attempting to pierce through his frail facade to glimpse the hollow space that had just been stripped away from him. Not understanding is of no consequence. We only need to ascertain what transpired here and who might be accountable for that anomalous energy. He paused momentarily, adding that this pertains to the stability of the entire wasteland. Uncontrolled genetic technology is far more terrifying than nuclear radiation. The atmosphere grew increasingly grave. Although the dust dwellers could not comprehend many technical terms, the phrases genetic technology, out of control, and more terrifying than nuclear radiation invoked an instinctual dread within them. At that moment, from the depths of the gathering place, towards the direction of the abandoned pipeline leading to Eden, a sudden flurry of urgent whistles pierced the air. It was a signal from the dust dwellers tasked with guarding that corridor. Something was amiss. Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn to the source. A few dust dwellers scrambled out from the shadows, their faces etched with sheer terror, shouting hoarsely, "They're coming. They're here. Eden's forces, and that woman." The mention of a woman? Su-Lin. Both Liam-O and the scarred face changed countenance simultaneously. Immediately following, the chaotic sound of footsteps and the distinctive charging noise of energy weapons echoed from the corridor. A dozen soldiers clad in tattered Eden Guardian power armor, visibly wounded and disordered, rushed out, their faces marked by panic. Upon emerging, they swiftly took cover behind the wreckage to establish a defensive line, their weapons directed outward, as if bracing for an imminent threat. At the center of this disheveled circle of soldiers stood Su-Lin. She still wore that pure white protective suit. Yet it was now soiled and marred, with multiple tears revealing blood-streaked skin underneath. Her hair was disheveled, her face bore abrasions, yet her gaze remained cold and piercing, even more frenzied and obstinate than before. In her hand, she clutched a palm-sized square device, pulsating with a flickering red light. The moment she appeared, her eyes, like poisoned daggers, locked onto Liam-O, who was supported by a nail. "Indeed, you still live." Su-Lin's voice quivered slightly with excitement and a profound hatred. "The signal from the key has vanished. How could you? How could you truly?" Her words halted abruptly, as if she realized the presence of others. Her gaze swept fiercely across the five-member team from the Northern Watch, lingering for a brief moment on their sophisticated equipment and austere demeanor. A flicker of suspicion and wariness flashing in her eyes. The 5 members of the Northern Watch team instantly assumed a combat stance, their guns slightly elevated. Although not directly aimed, an invisible pressure enveloped the entire space. Captain Lay's gaze flitted between Su-Lin and the device in her grasp, his brow furrowed in concentration. In this dim, underground realm, 3 factions formed an exceedingly delicate and perilous standoff. The remnants of Eden, like startled birds, possessed formidable strength despite their fright. The reconnaissance team from the Northern Watch, their intentions unclear, exuded a formidable prowess. The Dust Dwellers, with the advantage of terrain, wielded rudimentary equipment and had suffered considerable losses. And at the eye of this storm stood Liam-O Su, The selector was the first to shatter the silence, his tone dripping with unabashed mockery. It seems your time above has not been easy, has it? What? Hunted by your own, seeking refuge in our rat hole. Su Lin's face turned ashen. Ignoring the scarred man's derision, her eyes were fixed intently on Liemo as she enunciated each word with deliberate gravity. Return the key to me. Liemo stood upright, bracing himself against her gaze, his lips curving into a frigid arc. Return it to you? It has perished alongside me in that explosion, reduced to ashes. Impossible, Su Lin shrieked, brandishing the square device in her hand. The screen flickered ominously with a frantic red light. The vessel may have been destroyed, but the core data must have been backed up. It must reside within you. Hand it over. Otherwise, her eyes swept over the surrounding dust dwellers. Laden with an overt threat, I shall erase you from the map entirely. The remnants of Eden behind her raised their weapons in unison, energy armaments emitting a low hum. Fully charged and ready. You may attempt it, Scarface sneered, lifting his menacing tool, while the dust dwellers followed suit, brandishing their rudimentary weapons with a fierce, reckless determination that was undiminished. The atmosphere was charged, conflict seemingly imminent. Enough, a calm voice interjected. It was Captain Lei from the Northern Watchtower. He stepped forward, his gaze steady as he addressed Su Lin. Officer of Eden, I am disinterested in your internal power struggles. However, I require all information concerning that anomalous gene energy. Your device appears to be related. Su Lin whirled to face Lei, her eyes brimming with suspicion and hostility. People from the north? This is none of your concern. This is an internal matter for Eden. When internal matters threaten to unleash gene contamination over the entire wasteland, they become the concern of all. Captain Lei's voice remained steady, yet it bore an undeniable authority. According to the post-war survivor-based non-aggression and crisis notification agreement, Eden is obligated to report such extreme risks. Clearly, you have failed in this regard. Su Lin's expression shifted through a spectrum of emotions. She was evidently aware of the agreement, yet understood that the high echelons of Eden had never truly regarded it with seriousness. Caught off guard by its invocation, she momentarily fell silent. Captain Lei turned his attention away from her, addressing Liemo and Scarface. And you too. Concealing the truth is equally irresponsible towards all survivors. He stood in the center of the three factions, clearly the fewest in number, yet exuding a presence that subtly dominated the room. Now, I propose we temporarily set aside our disputes. We must share information. The cause of Eden's collapse, the nature of that energy. He glanced at the device in Su Lin's hand, and what exactly the key and core data entail. Share information? With those who would wish for each other's immediate demise? Liemo scoffed inwardly. Yet, he recognized that Captain Lei had presented the most rational choice. The strength of the northern team remained ambiguous, their stance uncertain. An enforced conflict would be detrimental to the dust dwellers, who had just endured a fierce battle. Meanwhile, Su Lin's device seemed capable of detecting elements related to the key, representing a significant threat. Scarface appeared to consider this as well, his silence betraying the flicker of contemplation in his eyes as he weighed the pros and cons. Su Lin's face was a mask of unwillingness and rage, yet the number of remnants she brought was limited. Faced with the northern team and the desperate dust dwellers, she found no guarantee of victory. For a moment, the underground space was filled only with the sound of heavy breathing and the faint hum of the device. Liemo felt the chilling numbness in his lower back intensifying, as if his vitality were quietly seeping away from that breach. The reversal protocol saved him, yet it also left behind unpredictable repercussions. He gazed at the standoff before him, observing the flickering red light in Su Lin's hand and the inscrutable depths of Captain Lei's eyes. He understood that the so-called shared information was merely a fleeting calm before the storm. Once the bottom line was breached, or one party deemed the moment ripe, the fragile equilibrium would shatter in an instant. And he, the former vessel who had lost the key, the sole bearer of the dark notebook containing earth-shattering secrets, was destined to remain inextricably entwined in this unfolding drama. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the weakness and discomfort coursing through his body, and slowly spoke, his voice soft yet resonant in the ears of all present. Do you wish to know what the key is? Do you seek to uncover the secrets hidden within Eden? His gaze swept over Su Lin, then Captain Lei, finally resting on the scarred face. Then let us sit down and converse. However, before we proceed, he turned his cold stare towards Su Lin. Retract that device pointed at us. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to ensure that the core data truly vanishes forever. He shook the seemingly ordinary notebook in his hand, which concealed astonishing revelations within. The expression on Su Lin's face darkened to one of utmost distress. Chapter 13. Ultimatum. The murky air of the abandoned subway station appeared to have solidified as the gazes of the three factions converged, igniting invisible sparks. Limo's threatening words about eternal disappearance plunged like a boulder into stagnant waters, stirring up waves of dark undercurrents. Su Lin clutched the flickering red detection device, her knuckles whitening from the pressure, her eyes fixated on the notebook in Limo's grasp, her chest heaving violently. Surrender the detection device? Absolutely out of the question. That was her only hope for locating, and potentially recovering, the residual data of the key. Yet, Limo's frigid gaze and the secrets contained within the notebook, capable of forever branding her with disgrace, rendered her cautious. Captain Lei of the Northern Watchtower surveyed the interplay between Limo, Su Lin, and the notebook, keenly perceiving the fleeting glimmer of trepidation and avarice in Su Lin's eyes, as well as the near-suicidal resolve emanating from Limo. He realized that this notebook might hold greater value than the anomalous energy itself. The scarred figure stood protectively before Limo, muscles taut, prepared to counter any sudden attack. The Dust Dwellers held their breath, their rudimentary weapons aimed at the remnants of Eden and the Northern team, the atmosphere charged with tension. Sharing information is acceptable. Captain Lei finally broke the stifling silence, his tone unequivocal as he addressed Su Lin. However, this is contingent upon ceasing all hostile actions and threatening postures, including you. Officer of Eden, put away your instruments and weapons. Otherwise, the Northern Watchtower will regard you as potential sources of genetic contamination and instability, necessitating appropriate measures. The 4 team members behind him stepped forward in unison, their movements synchronized. Although their weapons remained lowered, the palpable pressure from their disciplined stance unsettled the remnants of Eden. Su Lin's countenance turned ashen. She recognized that her plans for the day had unraveled. The intervention of the Northern team had completely disrupted her strategy, and the Dust Dwellers' reckless bravery exceeded her expectations. More critically, the signal from the key within Limo had indeed vanished, and the existence of the notebook lodged in her throat like a bone. Very well. The words seemed to be forced from between her teeth. Reluctantly, she deactivated the device in her hand, the red light extinguishing. She gestured to the remnants of her troops behind her. The soldiers hesitated briefly before slowly lowering their weapons, though their eyes remained vigilant. Upon witnessing this, the scarred man signaled to the Dust people, who relaxed slightly, yet still held onto their arms. Captain Lei turned to Limo and the scarred man, stating that they required a suitable place for discussion. Moments later, they moved to a makeshift command center fashioned from a derelict train car. The flickering light of an oil lamp cast shadows across faces that ranged from menacing to cold and frail. Limo, supported by Nail, settled against a box padded with tattered cloth, a hollow sensation in his lower back accompanied by waves of weakness, yet he forced himself to remain upright. Placing his notebook at his side, Su Lin sat opposite him across a rusted iron table, her gaze sharp as a serpent's. Captain Lei and the scarred man occupied either side, while the members of the Northern team and several key Dust people stood at the periphery, subtly asserting their oversight. Let us begin, Captain Lei stated succinctly. Limo did not look at Su Lin. Instead, he directed his gaze at Captain Lei. His voice hoarse, yet clear. The anomalous energy you detected was unleashed when the first-generation gene purification unit initiated its reversal protocol. The first-generation gene purification unit? Captain Lei's brow furrowed immediately, and the soldiers behind him exchanged solemn glances, evidently aware of its implications. Continue. The gene purification technology of Eden is not as pristine as they claim. Limo inhaled deeply, pushing the notebook forward. Its origins lie in live experimentation and countless sacrifices. The first-generation purification unit consists of 2 components, the biological carrier, or the so-called key, and the control terminal, or the lock. His gaze finally shifted to Su Lin. Imbued with a chilling intensity, 3 years ago, on the eve of nuclear war, this officer Su, through emotional deception, selected me as a compatible subject, implanting the key within my body under the pretense of a black market doctor's assistance, replacing my original kidney. A wave of suppressed gasps filled the train car, the Dust people regarding Su Lin with disdain and fury. Nail instinctively tightened his grip on Limo. Su Lin's complexion turned pallid, her lips pressed tightly together. Yet she refrained from retorting. I became a living petri dish, harboring this unstable technology that ultimately leads to the carrier's collapse. Limo's voice was laced with suppressed pain. Until recently, I inadvertently discovered the missing control terminal in Sector 7, and within this notebook, I uncovered the reversal protocol concealed within the initial technology. He gestured to the notebook. Just hours ago, I activated the reversal protocol in the core archive of Eden. It extricated the key from my body while simultaneously obliterating the control terminal and associated core data. The energy surge you detected originated from this event. The collapse of Eden is also intertwined with this. The truth cascaded like a chilling waterfall, washing over the understanding of everyone present. The members of the northern team bore grave expressions, and Captain Lei asked in a low voice, "How can you prove the veracity of your claims? Furthermore, was the reversal protocol entirely successful? Is there any risk of residual genetic contamination? Proof?" Liam tore open his tattered shirt, revealing a grotesque scar on his left lower back, recently healed, yet exuding an eerie sense of hollowness. The color of the skin in that area starkly contrasted with the surrounding flesh, as if the underlying tissue had been entirely replaced. Was this not sufficient? The design purpose of the contamination risk protocol was to achieve total eradication and self-destruction. Judging by the decay patterns following the energy explosion, the likelihood of success appeared high. However, this required validation of your technology. Captain Lei gestured to a female team member beside him, who produced a more sophisticated detector and began scanning the scar on Li Mo's lower back, the data scrolling rapidly across the screen. At that moment, Su Lin, who had been silent until then, suddenly exclaimed, "He is lying. The reversal protocol cannot succeed completely. The key is deeply entangled with the host's genes, and forcibly separating them will inevitably leave indelible marks. That is the fundamental flaw of the original technology. It is also the key we have been striving to improve." Her gaze was fixed on the detector screen, insisting that there must be residual data. There must be. The female team member glanced at the screen, gave a slight nod to Captain Lei, then shook her head and whispered, "Captain, we have detected an exceedingly faint residual abnormal gene sequence, with an almost negligible activity level. But its structure is unidentifiable and does not match any records in the database. The contamination risk is currently unassessable." Unassessable. That term caused a wave of anxiety to wash over everyone. Limo's heart sank. Residue? Marks? Could it be that the reversal protocol was not entirely clean? Su Lin seemed to grasp at a lifeline, a twisted smile appearing on her face. "See, I told you. Liam, you cannot escape. You are merely a failed experiment, incapable of total eradication. You and the remnants within you are still Eden's property." Silence. Scarface slammed his hand on the iron table, producing a thunderous sound. Glaring at Su Lin, "A failed experiment? I believe you, Eden, are the true failures, conducting experiments on living beings, producing such abominable outcomes. Now, playing with fire and burning yourselves. How dare you shout here?" He turned to Captain Lei, his tone resolute. "Friends from the north, you are now aware of the situation. The darkness of Eden exceeds imagination. They are crumbling from within, while monsters surround them from without. We, the dust folk, simply wish to survive amidst this ruin. As for Liam, he is now one of us. Anyone who wishes to harm him must first consider whether our weapons will permit it." The dust folk growled in unison, their weapons raised once more, aimed at Su Lin and her remaining troops. The remnants of Eden became tense, their guns raised as well. The northern squad instantly fell into a state of combat readiness, Captain Lei's gaze sharp as a blade, surveying the standoff between the two factions. The previously eased atmosphere once again became charged with tension. Captain Lei slowly rose, his gaze finally settling on Liam, then glancing at the notebook beside him and Su Lin's defiant, frenzied expression. Preliminary intelligence had been verified. The original gene purification technology of Eden exhibited significant ethical flaws and uncontrollable risks, with its failure being one of the direct causes of the current chaos. It was as if he were delivering a battle briefing, his tone cold and objective, according to the crisis notification agreement. The northern outpost had the authority to intervene and control the source of the risk. He gazed at Su Lin and the remnants of her troops behind her, the remnants of Eden. "You now face two choices. First, accept the temporary oversight of the Northern Watchpost and cooperate with subsequent investigations and pollution assessments. Second, he left the thought unspoken, yet the palpable aura of menace conveyed everything. Su Lin's complexion drained to a ghostly pallor. Accept oversight? That would mean the complete forfeiture of her freedom and all leverage. Captain Lei then turned his attention to Scarface and Liam. The gathering of commoners and Liam must also undergo isolation and further testing to ascertain the risk of genetic contamination. The notebook, as pivotal evidence, would be temporarily held by the Northern Watchpost. He intended to seize control of everything. Liam clenched his fists. Just as he escaped the wolf's den, he found himself ensnared in the tiger's lair once more. Was the true aim of the Northern Watchpost merely to contain the risk? Would he ever retrieve that notebook once entrusted to them? Scarface's gaze darkened as well. Surrendering Liam? Handing over the notebook? That would be tantamount to relinquishing the fate of the settlement. What if we refuse? Scarface's voice was thick with a raspy defiance. Captain Lei's eyes betrayed no emotion. He simply stated with calm assurance, that will be regarded as a threat to the safety of all survivors. The Northern Watchpost reserves the right to employ any necessary measures to eliminate such a threat. Any necessary measures? The chilling proclamation echoed through the cramped carriage like the final judgment. Liam surveyed the tense assembly, sensing the void seared into his lower back. Staring at the notebook that chronicled the origins of darkness, he realized that the reversal of the agreement had not bestowed true freedom upon him. Rather, it had merely cast him from a smaller cage into a larger, more intricate arena of combat. And the bell for battle had already tolled. Chapter 14. The message beneath the sole Captain Lay's declaration of any necessary measures struck the stifling air of the abandoned carriage like a shard of millennia-old ice, instantly freezing all sound and motion. The fierce resolve that had ignited in the eyes of the commoners as they prepared to confront the remnants of Eden faltered before the northern team's trained, unwavering aura of lethality. This was a cold will, distinct from the madness of degenerates and the arrogance of Eden. A pure intent capable of crushing anything in its path to achieve its goals. Scarface's facial muscles twitched, his fingers gripping the modified wrench turning pale from the strain. He glared at Captain Lay, forcing the words through clenched teeth. Are the Northern Allies resorting to outright robbery? It is risk management. Captain Lay's response bore no emotion. As if reciting an established decree, personal sentiments and localized interests must yield to the survival of the greater whole. This was the iron law of the wasteland. His gaze shifted to Liam, particularly lingering on the notebook beside him and the strange scars still visible on his lower back. Liam, that notebook is currently our highest priority for risk management. I hope for your cooperation. Cooperation? Liam chuckled hoarsely, his laughter tinged with profound exhaustion and mockery. Should I cooperate with your intent to confine me for research? Or with your assessment, which may deem the risk uncontrollable and lead to elimination? He strained against the edge of the box, attempting to rise, but his body swayed, and the nail promptly steadied him. The key within me has vanished, destroyed by the very protocol devised by your Eden. His voice suddenly rose, filled with an unwilling indignation, as he directed his ire at Su Lin. As for the so-called remnants, they are nothing but the detritus left behind by your technological failures. Why should I bear the consequences? Why must we, the common people, pay the price for your lofty mistakes? His accusations reverberated through the carriage, and several young denizens felt a shared fury ignite within their eyes. As Liam pointed at her, Su Lin's body trembled imperceptibly, but she quickly straightened her back, restoring her icy arrogance. Yet, deep within her gaze, a flicker of confusion and urgency was difficult to conceal. She cast a swift glance at Captain Lay before hastily averting her eyes. Captain Lay exhibited no reaction to Liam's agitation. He simply stated calmly, I regret your plight. However, risk management does not concern itself with reasons, only results. The current outcome is an anomalous energy eruption, the collapse of Eden, and the detection of unknown genetic sequences within you. This is the justification. He ceased further elaboration and gestured to the soldiers behind him. 2 soldiers from the north stepped forward, clearly targeting Liam and the notebook. Damn it, let us fight them. An impatient young denizen, his eyes blazing, prepared to charge forward. Stop, Scarface barked, blocking him. His chest heaved violently. His gaze darting between Captain Lay's frigid expression, the North's soldiers' advanced equipment, his own comrades' meager weapons, and Liam's frail yet defiant figure. A direct confrontation would yield no hope of victory. It would only result in a river of blood at the gathering place. Clenching his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, he eventually emitted a low growl from his throat, akin to a wounded beast. Fine, you can take him away. The notebook, you may have as well. But he abruptly lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Captain Lay. His safety must be guaranteed. There must be clear standards for testing and a timeline. Should you dare treat him as a mere guinea pig or concoct some excuse for elimination, I, Scarface, swear to the heavens that as long as a single denizen lives, our enmity with the North shall be unending. This was the most humble concession he could muster. Captain Lay regarded Scarface, remaining silent for several seconds before nodding. Agreed. The North will proceed according to protocol. Protocol? Whose protocol? Liam scoffed inwardly. Yet he understood that Scarface had done his utmost. In the face of such overwhelming power, anger and oaths appeared futile and pale. 2 North soldiers approached. One carefully lifted the notebook and placed it into a specially designed sealed bag, while the other stood beside Liam, clearly indicating a custodial posture despite the absence of handcuffs or restraints. Liam's hand, supported by his companion, trembled slightly, his eyes brimming with concern and resentment. He shook his head at him, signaling for calm. He glanced at the denizens, their faces pale with anger yet stifled, then looked across at Su Lin, whose gaze flickered, uncertain and calculating, along with her shaken remnants. Finally, his gaze met Scarface's. In Scarface's eyes smoldered suppressed rage and a hint of barely perceptible remorse. Liam gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. He bore no grudge against the scarred man. In this cannibalistic wasteland, achieving such a feat was indeed remarkable. Let us proceed, he rasped to the soldier from the north, taking the initiative to step forward. With each stride, a piercing sense of weakness emanated from the hollow in his lower back, yet he walked with an unsettling steadiness. He was led away from the carriage, leaving behind the chaotic and oppressive dimness of the gathering of the dust people. The northern squad formed a protective, or rather custodial, formation around him, guiding him toward the tunnel they had arrived through. Su Lin and her ragtag remnants were also ordered to follow, closely monitored by the soldiers of the north. Traversing through the dark tunnel, they arrived at a relatively open space that appeared to be an old subway maintenance platform. The northern squad had conducted a cursory cleanup here, setting up several portable lights that cast a harsh, cold white glare. One soldier brought a folding stool for Liam to sit upon, while another began a comprehensive scan of his body, focusing particularly on his lower back. Captain Lei stood nearby, his expression inscrutable as he observed the data streaming across the scanning screen. Su Lin and her remaining soldiers were positioned on the opposite side of the platform, distanced from Liam, similarly under the watchful eye of the northern soldiers. Su Lin bowed her head, her hands tightly clasped, obscuring her expression. The scanning persisted for an extended duration. Liam closed his eyes, striving to regulate his breathing, resisting the profound weakness emanating from deep within him. A consequence of the key's removal. It felt akin to a tree forcibly severed from its main root. Though it still stood, its vitality was quietly waning. Time slipped away, and at last, the scanning appeared to reach its conclusion. The soldier operating the device whispered a report to Captain Lei. At that moment, within the shadows at the edge of the platform, a soldier tasked with guarding Su Lin momentarily relaxed his vigilance due to fatigue. In that fleeting instant, Su Lin, who had been bowing her head, suddenly sprang into action. Like a coiled leopard, she did not dart towards any exit, but rather, with astonishing speed, nearly skimming the ground. She darted to the side and rear of Liam. Her target was the water flask hanging from the waist of the soldier who had just completed Liam's scan and was now organizing his equipment. Her movements outpaced everyone's reaction. Even Captain Lei merely narrowed his pupils, unable to voice a command in time to halt her. With a thud, Su Lin's shoulder collided forcefully with the soldier's side, causing him to stumble and the strap of the water flask to snap, tumbling to the ground. "What do you think you're doing?" barked a nearby northern soldier, raising his weapon in her direction. Yet, Su Lin fell to the ground as if losing her balance from the impact, her hand seemingly inadvertently pressing against the ground, conveniently beside the fallen flask. She looked up, her face a mask of panic and distress, and urgently implored the soldier, "I'm sorry. I was just so thirsty. It was not intentional." Her performance was flawless. The soldier, irate, shot her an angry glare, picked up the flask, inspected it for any irregularities, and, finding none, grumbled as he shoved her back to her original position. The entire episode unfolded in a mere 2 to 3 seconds. Captain Lei cast a cold glance at Su Lin, uttering no further words. Yet his eyes brimmed with implicit warnings. The brief interlude seemed to have passed unnoticed. Only Liam, as Su Lin was roughly shoved past him, distinctly observed her fingers hanging at her side, subtly yet swiftly forming a curved gesture towards him. Simultaneously, her lips barely moved, silent yet unmistakably forming the words, "Look down." Following this, she was violently pushed back into the observation area by the northern soldiers, her head lowered as if everything that transpired was merely an unfortunate accident. However, in that moment, Liam's heart skipped a beat. "Look down?" He suppressed the urge to glance down, maintaining a facade of tranquil meditation. Yet all his senses were drawn to the vicinity of his feet. The spot where Su Lin had fallen was less than half a meter from his stool. What had she done? What did that gesture signify? Trusting Su Lin? That would undoubtedly be folly. This woman was a master of deceit, ruthless and cunning. Yet her recent action bore immense risk, nearly transmitting information under the very muzzles of the northern soldiers' guns. What was her intention? Merely to toy with him? It did not seem so. Liam's toes feigned an unconscious scuff against the rough ground. The texture appeared unremarkable. Wait, at the edge of his shoe sole, near the arch, something minuscule seemed to be stuck, its texture slightly differing from the surrounding dust, so tiny that it would be imperceptible without deliberate focus. What could it be? He dared not make any sudden movements, opting instead to gently rub his foot against the ground, trying to discern that peculiar something. It resembled a tiny crumpled piece of extremely thin paper, or perhaps some synthetic material. Had Su Lin slipped it to him? When? Was it during her feigned fall? As her hand met the ground, Liam's heart began to race. He maintained an outward calm, even engaging with the northern soldier's subsequent inquiries. Yet all his attention remained fixated on the sole of his foot. Trust or trap? What was the true purpose of the northern outpost? What lay hidden behind Su Lin's sudden and perilous action? He felt as if he were ensnared at the center of a vast web, where each quiver of the threads could signify survival or utter doom. He required an opportunity, a moment of solitude, even if merely for a few seconds, to ascertain the nature of the substance beneath his shoe. Before that, he must continue to play the role of the feeble, compliant individual, while his heart brimmed with vigilance against the lurking danger. Under the cold, white glare of the platform's lights, his shadow stretched long and silent. Yet, beneath the surface, turbulent currents surged. Chapter 15. The cryptic message bathed in the harsh, glaring light. Li Mo sat like a stone statue on the folding stool. The sensation of weakness gnawed at him, spreading from his hollow lower back, eroding his limbs and bones. Yet, all his nerves were taut, fixated on that barely perceptible anomaly beneath the sole of his right foot. A crumpled piece of paper? A message? Or yet another of Su Lin's malicious traps? The northern soldiers completed their preliminary scans and data recordings, retreating to the side to converse quietly with Captain Lei. Their gazes occasionally swept over Li Mo, imbued with scrutiny and a trace of barely perceptible doubt, as if the results of their assessment had taken them by surprise. Su Lin and her remaining soldiers were closely monitored on the opposite side of the platform. She lowered her head once more, retreating into the shadows like a serpent that had retracted its venomous fangs, exuding a disquieting stillness. Time flowed slowly in the oppressive silence, punctuated only by the low hum of a portable generator and the distant thuds that could have been either the collapse of structures or the roars of monsters. He needed a moment of solitude, even if it were but a few fleeting seconds. Perhaps his cooperation had played a role, or perhaps the soldiers from the north required a brief respite. One soldier gestured to Captain Lei and moved towards a corner temporarily enclosed by discarded partitions at the edge of the platform, which appeared to serve as their makeshift latrine. Only one person departed, while the others remained vigilant. It was still insufficient. Li Mo shut his eyes tightly, furrowing his brow, his face contorted with greater anguish. Emitting muffled groans from his throat, his body slightly hunched, and his right hand pressed firmly against his lower back. What was wrong? The northern soldier stationed in close proximity stepped forward, warily inquiring. It's an old wound. Li Mo's voice came out in fractured whispers, tinged with genuine pain, which was not entirely feigned. It hurts, as if something is burning inside. The soldier frowned, casting a glance at Captain Lei, who nodded from a distance. Can you stand? Do you need assistance? The soldier's tone remained rigid, yet it seemed devoid of malice. No, I might just need to relieve myself. Li Mo gasped, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, having endured for quite some time. This was a reasonable request. In the wasteland, hygiene issues could lead to illness and casualties. The soldier glanced towards the makeshift latrine, then back at Li Mo's feeble state, hesitating for a moment. Ultimately, he gestured for Li Mo to rise. Follow me, and be quick about it. Success. Li Mo's heart raced, though his expression remained one of agony. He struggled to push himself up from the stool, his steps unsteady, relying heavily on the soldier supporting him. They moved slowly towards the partition corner at the platform's edge. With each step, he felt the small wad of paper beneath his shoe like a searing brand. Once behind the partition, the space was cramped, barely accommodating one person. The soldier stood at the entrance, facing away, yet the proximity meant that any unusual sound could draw attention. Li Mo turned his back to the entrance, swiftly unfastening his trousers to create the sound of urination as a cover. Simultaneously, shielded by his body, his right foot rapidly rubbed against the rough ground. Success. He felt the small object beneath his shoe dislodge. He dared not look down, merely using his toes to delicately probe, encountering a tightly rolled up piece, roughly the size of a fingernail. Pretending to fasten his trousers, in the moment of bending down, his fingers darted across the ground like lightning, snatching up the tiny wad, clutching it tightly in his palm, and stuffing it into the tattered pocket of his workwear. The entire maneuver was executed in under 2 seconds, fluid as though rehearsed countless times. His heart thundered in his chest, and his back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure, fastened his trousers, and turned around, his face still bearing the marks of profound weakness. I'm ready, he rasped. The soldier nodded, oblivious to any irregularity, and assisted him back. Once seated on the bench, Li Mo felt his palms drenched in perspiration. The small paper ball clung to his thigh, evoking a burning sensation. He had acquired the information, yet the risks had escalated. Should he be discovered, he dared not contemplate further, merely maintaining a facade of calm, subtly adjusting his breathing, awaiting the next opportunity to decipher the contents of the paper. Before long, Captain Lei seemed to conclude his discussion with the team and approached, Standing before Limo, preliminary scans indicate that the remnants of your genetic sequence are exceedingly faint, with a unique structure that defies classification. Captain Lay's voice remained steady, yet Limo detected a hint of perplexity. The energy activity is nearly negligible. Current assessments suggest a low risk of direct contamination. Limo felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. This was, indeed, favorable news. However, Captain Lay's tone shifted, his gaze sharp. This does not account for the intensity of energy surging from the core area of Eden, nor does it entirely eliminate potential mutation risks. More critically, his eyes fell upon the area of Limo's lower back, which he had been pressing. Your vital signs indicate that your bodily functions are deteriorating at an alarming rate. This cannot be attributed to injury or radiation sickness. It appears that your life force is dissipating from the region where the key was severed. Life force dissipating. Limo's eyes flew open, locking onto Captain Lay's gaze. The look in his eyes conveyed that this was no mere intimidation. Yes, the sensation of weakness akin to severed roots was not merely psychological. It was a genuine physiological decline. The reversal protocol had stripped away the key, but it seemed to have also taken with it something vital sustaining his existence. According to protocol, you and that notebook must be transported back to the northern outpost for further examination and evaluation, Captain Lay declared, his decision final. We will ensure that the process adheres to safety standards. Back to the north, away from the familiar ruins, towards a completely unknown stronghold controlled by the military? Limo's heart sank. This meant he would utterly lose his autonomy, becoming a true subject of research. He had to devise a plan. At that moment, boom! A sound far more thunderous than any prior explosion erupted, seemingly right above him. The entire maintenance platform shook violently, debris and dust poured down like a waterfall. The cold white lights flickered chaotically, extinguishing half in an instant. Enemy attack. Take cover. Captain Lay's roar pierced through the cacophony of explosions. Chaos. Utter confusion. The northern soldiers instantly transitioned into combat mode, swiftly seeking cover, their weapons trained on the tunnel entrance from whence the explosion had come. Su Lin and her remaining forces lay flat on the ground in panic. Now was the moment. In the instant the lights dimmed and dust filled the air. With everyone distracted by the blast, Limo quickly lowered his head, using his body as a shield. He swiftly retrieved the paper ball from his pocket and, with the faint glow of the emergency lights, unfolded it. The paper ball was minuscule, its scrawl densely packed to the extreme. Hastily inscribed with an exceptionally fine pen, reversal is not liberation. The carrier is dependent. Fragments of the key remain. The origin points to annihilation. In the layers of the notebook lies the true blueprint. The northern region is not benevolent. The objectives share a common source. Awaiting the opportune moment, cooperate or perish. The weight of this information was immense, echoing like thunder in Limo's mind. Was the reversal agreement not a genuine release? Did the shattered key leave traces? Did the source lead to obliteration? Was there a real schematic hidden within the notebook's layers? Did the northern outpost's aim also pertain to this shared entity? Was Su Lin proposing collaboration? He had no time to ponder. What was annihilation? What did common source signify? With a whoosh and a bang, a searing energy beam grazed the top of his head and struck the wall behind, leaving a charred crater. The attack originated from the tunnel. It was no accident, but a precise assault. Limo hastily shoved the note back into his pocket, curling his body and hiding behind a stool. Illuminated by the explosion's glow and the flickering emergency lights, he glimpsed several figures at the tunnel's entrance, clad in black, clad in bizarre, exoskeleton-supported combat suits. Their weapons glimmered with an ominous purplish-red light, their strikes accurate and lethal, instantly reducing two northern soldiers attempting to retaliate to cinders. Who were these individuals? Their equipment surpassed that of the northern outpost. Their style even more bizarre. They were the harvesters. From the other side of the platform, Su Lin's terrified scream pierced the air. Harvesters? Limo had no recollection of this name. Yet Su Lin's soul-wrenching terror was unmistakable. Captain Lay's complexion instantly darkened. As he sought cover while counterattacking, barking orders. They are the minions of annihilation. Highest alert. Protect the target and the data. Annihilation. The term mentioned on the note. Were these eerie assailants also after him? Or the notebook? In the chaotic battlefield, bullets and energy beams flew in all directions. The northern soldiers, relying on their well-trained coordination, fought valiantly, yet the harvesters' firepower and protection evidently surpassed theirs. They flitted through the shadows like phantoms, relentlessly constricting the northern team's space for survival. Limo lay on the ground, feeling the ebb of vitality and the looming threat of death on the battlefield, his mind racing. The note from Su Lin, the northern team's objective, the attacks from the harvesters. All clues seemed to converge upon a deeper darkness, hidden behind the collapse of Eden. Fragments of the key remain. The origin points to annihilation. The northern region is not benevolent. The objectives share a common source. He glanced at Captain Lei, who was struggling to retaliate amidst the hail of bullets, and then at Su Lin, who lay at a distance, her eyes wide with terror, yet fixed intently upon him. Cooperation? Aligning with a tiger to seek its skin? Yet this appeared to be his sole opportunity to grasp survival and uncover the truth. He clenched his fist, feeling the weight of that small, yet immensely significant note in his pocket. Within the deadly web of the harvester's firepower, he was compelled to make a choice. Chapter 16. Dancing with Serpents Harvesters. Su Lin's distorted scream pierced through the din of explosions, penetrating Li Mo's eardrum. He had never heard such a sound of fear emanate from her. Almost simultaneously, Captain Lei's roar confirmed the terror embodied in that name. The harbingers of annihilation. Maximum alert. Annihilation. The words inscribed on the note. These enigmatic assailants belonged to an organization known as Annihilation? Before he could ponder further, the storm of death had already descended. At the tunnel's entrance, those clad in bizarre black exoskeletons moved with a spectral grace, their violet-red energy beams striking with a chilling precision. They appeared not to be engaged in combat, but rather executing a methodical extermination. 2 northern soldiers, attempting to establish a defensive line, were reduced to charred remnants without even a scream, consumed by the dazzling light. The illumination on the platform flickered erratically due to explosions and energy weapon discharges, shrouding the area in a cloud of dust, rendering visibility abysmal. The northern squad, relying on the remnants of cover and their disciplined tactical training, resisted with tenacity. The fire from their assault rifles flickering in the gloom, bullets ricocheting off the Reaper's exoskeletons, igniting showers of sparks, yet failing to inflict any significant damage. Protect the target and the data. Alternate cover to the B extraction point. Captain Lei's voice maintained an astonishing calm amidst the hail of gunfire. Yet Li Mo detected a thread of tension beneath that calm. These Reapers clearly exceeded their anticipated threat level. The target and data referred to him and that notebook. Li Mo huddled behind a folding chair, feeling the searing gusts of air as bullets whizzed overhead and the shockwaves from energy blasts reverberated around him. The sensation of weakness in his body was temporarily suppressed by the overwhelming danger and surging adrenaline, yet the cold, numbing feeling of vitality draining from his lower back persisted like a haunting background noise. Reverse non-resolution. The carrier relies on Su Lin, the note echoed in his mind. He had thought he had escaped the shackles, only to potentially leap from one overt cage into another more insidious one, slowly consuming his life. He had to survive. At the very least, he needed to unravel what annihilation and its source truly were. He had to find the true image that Su Lin had mentioned, possibly hidden within the folds of the notebook. His gaze swept rapidly across the chaotic battlefield. The northern soldiers fought valiantly while retreating, attempting to shift towards another exit on the platform, where a secondary escape route seemed to lie. Captain Lei directed them while personally suppressing the Reaper's advance with precise shots. His marksmanship was impeccable, but against the Reaper's formidable defenses and firepower, he appeared beleaguered. Su Lin and her Eden remnants were utterly thrown into disarray. They were already in a state of panic, and faced with an enemy more terrifying than the northern squad, they nearly lost their will to resist. Scurrying about like headless flies, inadvertently disrupting the northern squad's retreat. One Reaper seized the opportunity, its violet-red energy beam darting forth like a venomous serpent, instantly vaporizing 2 Eden remnants huddled together. Su Lin let out a short, piercing scream, scrambling frantically behind a collapsed metal crate, her face as pale as paper, her eyes filled with despair. Cooperate, or face annihilation. Li Mo regarded Su Lin's disheveled and terrified demeanor with no sympathy, only a cold calculation. To ally with this woman was akin to dancing with a venomous snake. However, at this moment, the northern team found themselves in dire straits, relentlessly pursued by the Reapers. Alone, gravely injured and fatigued, he seemed to be on the brink of demise. Su Lin, at the very least, was privy to some of the underlying truths and appeared to be gripped by an intense fear of the Reapers and obliteration. Taking a gamble. Just as one of the Reapers breached the northern team's defensive perimeter, its crimson barrel aimed at a soldier in the process of retreating with a sealed notebook. Li Mo suddenly emerged from his cover, summoning every ounce of strength left within him. He hurled the rusted steel rebar he had clutched tightly since finding it towards the Reaper. His target was not the Reaper itself, but rather a loose, massive concrete block precariously perched on the edge of the platform, not far from the Reaper's feet. With a resounding clang, the rebar struck the support point of the concrete block with precision. The already loosened mass, impacted by the explosion, teetered violently before crashing down with a thunderous roar towards the Reaper. This unforeseen turn of events momentarily startled the Reaper, forcing it to retreat in evasion. Seizing the opportunity, the Northern soldier with the notebook rolled to safety, narrowly avoiding a lethal energy blast as he dashed toward Captain Lei's position. Lemo's desperate throw nearly depleted the scant energy he had just managed to muster, leaving him slumped behind the cover, coughing violently. Yet, this act successfully drew the attention of several key figures on the battlefield. Captain Lei glanced in his direction, his expression flickering with a fleeting surprise before settling into a more serious demeanor. Meanwhile, Su Lin, hidden behind another barrier, abruptly lifted her gaze towards Li Mo. In her eyes, once filled with despair, a mixture of astonishment, calculation, and a glimmer of frantic hope ignited. She comprehended Li Mo's actions. This was not merely an aid to the Northern team, but rather a demonstration of the value and potential for collaboration. Meeting her gaze, Li Mo offered no indication, merely struggling to regulate his breath as he withdrew back behind cover. He had done all he could. The rest would hinge on how Su Lin would respond and whether the Northern team could withstand the mounting pressure. Enraged by this minor interference, the Reapers intensified their assault. It seemed they had come to recognize the focal point the Northern team was striving to protect, redirecting more firepower towards Captain Lei and the soldier with the notebook. "Captain, their target is the data," a Northern soldier screamed over the communication channel. "Abandon Point B. Detonate the passage. Evacuate from Zone C. Hurry." Captain Lei decisively issued new commands. A soldier immediately produced explosives and hurled them towards the alternate escape route. Boom. Another explosion echoed as debris flew, sealing the passage completely. Concurrently, Captain Lei and several core team members formed an assault formation, forcefully advancing towards another direction of the platform, a ruptured opening that resembled a large ventilation duct. Clearly, this was not the planned evacuation point and was fraught with unknown risks. "Keep up," Captain Lei shouted back towards Li Mo, refusing to abandon this source of potential danger. Li Mo gritted his teeth, struggling to rise and follow. Yet, he was utterly drained. That last throw had exhausted his strength, rendering his legs as heavy as lead. Just as he was on the verge of surrendering to despair, preparing to embrace death, a figure suddenly surged in from the side, seizing his arm with remarkable force. It was Su Lin. At some point, she had braved a hail of bullets to traverse a significant portion of the platform. Her face was smeared with soot. Her protective gear tattered, yet her eyes shone with an alarming intensity, imbued with a fierce determination. "If you wish to live, move quickly," she shouted, almost dragging Li Mo toward the direction where Captain Lei and the others were making their escape. Her grip was not gentle, it bordered on roughness. Yet her strength was astonishing. Li Mo could feel the icy firmness of her hand clutching his arm. Several soldiers from the north immediately provided covering fire, thwarting the advancing Reapers. Captain Lei, observing Su Lin pulling Li Mo along, furrowed his brow but refrained from intervening. At this moment, every additional person lent a fraction more strength, even if that person represented an unpredictable risk. The group stumbled into the shattered ventilation duct, a realm engulfed in darkness. Thick smoke, an unseen peril. Behind them, the Reapers attempted to pursue, but were stalled by the last of the cunning traps set by the North-S soldiers at the entrance. Boom! The shockwave of the explosion surged from behind, toppling the last few who had just entered the duct. Li Mo crashed heavily against the cold, rough duct wall, coughing up a mouthful of blood tinged with the taste of rust. Su Lin fell beside him, her breath coming in rapid gasps. Ahead, the remaining members of the North-S squad quickly regained their footing as Captain Lei illuminated the scene with a powerful flashlight, casting a stark beam through the swirling smoke. "Count heads. Check equipment. Move." Captain Lei's voice echoed within the duct, carrying an undeniable command. They had found temporary safety, yet the crisis was far from over. Leaning against the wall, Li Mo felt the searing pain coursing through his body and the profound weakness that was taking hold. He turned his head to glance at the equally disheveled Su Lin. She was looking at him. Her eyes, once filled with feigned tenderness and now reduced to coldness and madness, sparkling with an intricate blend of emotions, the heart-pounding thrill of having survived a calamity, the dread of the unknown path ahead, and a fragile acknowledgement of a temporary alliance forged out of mutual necessity. She parted her lips, whispering in a tone so faint that only they could hear. "Now, we are like grasshoppers on the same string." Li Mo did not respond. Instead, he slowly closed his eyes, seizing this fleeting moment of respite to recuperate even the slightest semblance of strength. The collaboration had commenced. In this dark, treacherous duct, with a former betrayer, they sought survival, and beyond that, the greater secret obscured by the annihilation and origin they shared. He understood that this tenuous alliance could shatter at any moment. Yet, before that could happen, He must utilize Su Lin while remaining vigilant against her. His hand instinctively reached into his pocket. The small note remained there. In the compartment of his notebook, the true image lay concealed. The North was not benevolent. The objective was the same origin: survive and uncover the truth. This was his singular focus. Chapter 17. Nest Sample Within the Ventilation Duct. The darkness was as thick and tangible as substance itself, pierced only by the stark beam of a northern soldier's flashlight, flickering futilely amidst the swirling dust. Each breath was laced with the acrid pain of gunpowder and rust, and each heartbeat tugged at the hollow in his lower back. As if it were a conduit to the void, Liam leaned against the cold, rough wall of the duct, feeling as though his body were a shattered piece of pottery, barely reassembled, threatening to disintegrate with the slightest exertion. Su Lin sat beside him, less than a meter away, breathing rapidly. The obscurity of the darkness concealed her expression, leaving only the sound of her stifled, trembling breaths. The brief escape from death brought no respite, only a profound weariness and an escalating dread of the uncertain path ahead. Report. Captain Lei's voice rang out from the front, suppressing his pain, yet remaining steady. Captain, we've lost Iron Anvil and Eagle Eye. A hoarse voice replied, tinged with suppressed fury. Monkey's left arm was scorched by an energy beam. The burns are severe. What about your leg? I'm fine, Captain Lei interrupted, focusing on accounting for the remaining equipment, particularly the documents. After a moment's silence, the voice resumed. The document pouch is intact. However, we have lost most of our supplies and heavy weaponry. Ammunition is under 30%. Under 30% of ammunition. Multiple casualties among the squad, the captain gravely injured, and an unknown number of well-equipped reapers potentially pursuing them. The situation had reached its nadir. From deep within the duct came the faint sound of dripping water and unsettling, rustling noises, the nature of which remained uncertain, be it a mutated creature or a harbinger of structural collapse. Proceed forward, seeking a position to hold or a point to relocate. Captain Lei commanded, his voice imbued with an undeniable resolve. He attempted to move but emitted a muffled groan, clearly suffering from severe leg injuries. Two lightly wounded northern soldiers immediately stepped forward to assist him. The team began to advance slowly and cautiously along the duct. Liam struggled to keep pace. Yet his legs felt as though they were laden with lead. As soon as he attempted to rise, a wave of dizziness struck him. A hand reached out from beside him, firmly yet somewhat roughly securing his arm. It was Su Lin. She still remained silent, half dragging, half supporting him as they followed behind the northern squad. Her profile, illuminated by the fleeting glow of the flashlight, appeared remarkably pale. Her lips were tightly pressed, and the madness and scheming that had once danced in her eyes had given way to a near-blank instinct for survival. Liam did not refuse her assistance. He needed any strength that could facilitate his movement. The duct seemed endless, winding and twisting, sometimes ascending and at other times descending. The air grew increasingly fetid, heavy with the scent of mold and decay. The water pooling beneath their feet occasionally reached their ankles, chilling to the bone. Uncertain of how long they had traversed, they finally came upon a relatively spacious junction, connecting several pipes of varying diameters. The northern squad halted to take a brief respite and assess their route. Liam and Su Lin, at last, found a moment to catch their breath, collapsing onto a relatively dry patch of ground. A soldier from the northern territories approached, holding a water flask. He first offered it to Captain Lei, then hesitated before pouring a small cup of murky water for both Liam and Su Lin. Liam accepted the cup and drank it in one go. The parched sensation in his throat was somewhat alleviated, yet the lingering weakness and emptiness within him persisted. He glanced at Su Lin beside him. She was sipping the water delicately, her gaze lowered, lost in her thoughts. What exactly is the annihilation, the origin? Liam inquired in a hushed tone, ensuring only they could hear. This was the foundation of their collaboration. He needed to know. Su Lin's body momentarily stiffened. She raised her head, meeting Liam's gaze with a complex expression. After a few seconds of silence, she replied in a similarly subdued voice. Speaking swiftly, annihilation is an organization, or perhaps a belief. They venerate pure order, believing that nuclear war marks the commencement of a world purification, and that the existing humanity, including Eden, is a flawed remnant in need of pruning. They pursue an ultimate, pure genetic form, stopping at nothing to achieve it. A hint of barely perceptible fear crept into her voice. And the origin? Liam pressed further. Su Lin's lips quivered slightly as she responded. The origin is a top-secret project initiated almost concurrently with Eden's inception. It aims to discover a primordial template capable of adapting and integrating all mutated genes, or rather, the source of all things. She cast a furtive glance towards the northern squad, lowering her voice even further. The initial purification technology was merely a failed byproduct of the Origin project, a misguided attempt. It sought to forcibly purify and unify, while the true Origin is about finding the key to inclusion and guidance. A failed byproduct? The true Origin seeks the source of all things? Lemo's heart raced with excitement. This revelation was astonishing. The genuine images tucked within the notebook might represent the initial design blueprints of the Origin project or clues leading to the source body. Su Lin's gaze suddenly sharpened with avarice. The higher-ups in Eden had long abandoned this path, deeming it an elusive myth. Yet Annihilation had never ceased its search. They believed that the source body is the key to achieving their ultimate order. Thus, the objective of the Northern Outpost could also pertain to the Origin project or the source body. This would explain their heightened interest in the anomalous energy in the notebook. And the Reapers? Are they the henchmen sent by Annihilation to seize these? All the clues seemed to weave into a singular thread, yet the fog thickened. Why are you telling me all this? Lemo fixed his gaze upon Su Lin's eyes. A flicker of struggle crossed Su Lin's face, ultimately morphing into a fierce resolve, because Annihilation will spare no one who possesses knowledge, especially those of us tainted by contact with the initial technology. If we fall into the hands of the Northern Territories, we might be researched to death. But if we are captured by Annihilation, we would suffer a fate worse than death, becoming mere fodder for their quest for order. She grasped Lemo's arm, her nails nearly digging into his flesh. Her voice laced with desperate urgency. We must obtain the contents of the notebook. It is our only bargaining chip. Perhaps it is also the key to saving your life. The vitality you feel ebbing away is due to the severance of a fragile connection within you to the source. The true source of power may indeed possess the ability to mend it, perhaps even rendering it more formidable. Mend? Become stronger? Lemo gazed into Su Lin's eyes, which were twisted by a mixture of excitement and fear, discerning the veracity of her words. It sounded like a lure, a bait she could exploit for her own purposes. Yet, the weakness and emptiness within him were unmistakably real. The aftermath of the reversal protocol might genuinely necessitate a force that transcends the ordinary to compensate. Moreover, it appeared he had no superior alternatives. At that moment, a soldier from the Northern troops, responsible for scouting ahead, hurried back, his expression grave as he reported to Captain Lay. Captain, ahead there are 3 pipelines. 2 are completely blocked, and only the left one is passable. But it harbors intense biological signals, likely indicative of a large mutated nest. A dead end. The hearts of all present sank. With pursuers behind and a mutated nest ahead, they were out of ammunition, and the wounded were numerous. Captain Lay's complexion appeared exceptionally pale in the dim light. He fell silent for a few seconds, his gaze sweeping over the remaining few team members before settling on Lemo and Su Lin. His eyes remained sharp. Yet Lemo sensed a new layer of contemplation and resolution within them. Gather all remaining explosives. Captain Lay's voice was hoarse, but carried a cold resolve that severed any thought of retreat. We will pass through the mutated nest. Captain, a soldier exclaimed. That is far too dangerous. Staying here, waiting for the Reapers to catch up, or succumbing to hunger and thirst, is equally a dead end, Captain Lay interjected. His gaze unwavering, charging through presence at least a glimmer of hope. His eyes flickered back to Lemo and Su Lin, particularly focusing on Lemo, whose depth of insight was chilling. We need to verify certain matters, and we also require additional resources. Resources? Lemo's heart raced. What did he mean? Captain Lay did not elaborate. He accepted the last few concentrated high-energy explosives and grenades handed to him by a soldier, beginning to set up the fuses and detonation patterns himself. Everyone, check your weapons and prepare for the assault. He issued his final command, his tone ominously calm. Remember, our primary objective is to safeguard the data and return the crucial samples to the outpost. Samples? Lemo mulled over the term, observing Captain Lay's rock-like countenance in the dim light, and then glanced at Su Lin, whose eyes flickered with uncertainty. He understood that traversing the mutated nest, regardless of success or failure, would be yet another trial of life and death. The fragile alliance between him and Su Lin, as well as the delicate relationship with the Northern team, would face its ultimate test in the ensuing bloody conflict. He inhaled the foul, frigid air deeply and clenched his fist. Survive. Then, uncover the true images within the notebook and elucidate the truths of the source and obliteration. This was his only path. Chapter 18. Valuation of worth. The darkness deep within the pipeline writhed like some living creature, exuding a potent stench that mingled the decay of flesh with some acrid glandular secretions. The rustling sounds intensified, as if countless feet were scraping against metal and concrete. Captain Lay secured the final piece of high-energy explosive at a vulnerable point on the load-bearing structure of the pipe's bend, his movements precise and steady. as if the severe injury to his leg was non-existent. He had set up a directional detonation, intending not to collapse the passage but to carve a bloody path within the nest, creating chaos. Remember the route. Stay close. Do not linger in battle. He turned back, his gaze sweeping over the remaining 4 team members, as well as Li Mo and Su Lin, bound together by an invisible tether. His eyes lingered on Li Mo's face for a moment, which held not merely scrutiny, but an affirmation of some asset's integrity. Our objective is to push through. Firepower takes precedence in clearing obstacles ahead. Li Mo leaned against the pipe wall, feeling the cold, numbing sensation in his lower back intensify due to tension. He glanced at Su Lin beside him. Her head was bowed, her fingers unconsciously picking at a tear in her protective suit, her lips moving slightly, as if whispering something. Supplementing resources? Validating matters? Captain Lei's words echoed in his mind. He had a strong premonition that the so-called validation and resources were likely connected to him, or to the shared origins Su Lin had mentioned. Prepare, Captain Lei bellowed, his finger pressing down on the detonator. Boom. It was not a deafening roar but a dull, inward collapsing rumble. The effectiveness of the directional blast was remarkable. The darkness ahead was instantly torn open, a jagged aperture revealing a stench of acrid smoke mingled with a more potent foul odor. Along with it came countless sharp, furious screeches. Go. Captain Lei charged ahead, dragging his injured leg, his assault rifle spitting forth searing tongues of flame. 2 soldiers followed closely, forming the tip of the assault arrow. The other 2, less severely injured, took up the rear, signaling for Li Mo and Su Lin to follow. Li Mo was once again hoisted by Su Lin, plunging into the blasted domain filled with death and madness. The beam of the flashlight flickered wildly through the dense smoke and swirling dust, illuminating a scene that unfolded before them. A vast nest composed of countless abandoned pipes, crumbling concrete structures, and a pallid, fleshy fungal carpet that clung to them. The walls of the nest were adorned with sticky, egg-like objects that glimmered with a ghostly green light. On the ground, in the shadows, countless twisted figures surged from all directions. They were horrific hybrids of large mutated arthropods and rodents. They bore thick, chitinous exoskeletons, their compound eyes glowing with a bloodthirsty red light, drooling corrosive saliva as their mandibles opened and closed, and their limbs evolved into sharp bone blades, moving with astonishing speed. Open fire. Bullets poured forth like spilled water, striking the foremost mutant and erupting in a shower of sparks and shattered shells. Yet their defenses were formidable, unless one struck a joint or a compound eye. It was difficult to deliver a fatal blow. Moreover, their numbers were overwhelming. To the left, a soldier shouted, pivoting his weapon to shoot a mutant that charged from a side pipe, sending it tumbling. Chaos, bloodshed, the cacophony of screeches, gunfire, the shattering of shells, and the soldier's furious roars intertwined. Li Mo, pulled along by Su Lin, struggled to navigate through the gaps in the hail of bullets and the frenzied assault of mutants. He struggled to maintain his balance, relying solely on Su Lin's fierce determination for support. He could sense her body trembling violently, not merely from fear, but also from sheer exhaustion. A mutated creature had breached their defensive line, its bone blades slicing through the air with malevolent intent towards Li Mo's face. Su Lin screamed, instinctively throwing herself against Li Mo while wildly waving her other hand in a desperate attempt to shield him. In that critical moment, a precise shot from a soldier stationed at the rear shattered the creature's compound eye. The green, viscous fluid splattered across both Su Lin and Li Mo, gasping for breath. Su Lin's face turned ashen. Li Mo glanced at her, feeling no gratitude, only a deeper sense of wariness. Was her earlier action motivated by a desire to protect her partner, or was it driven by her hope of restoring his life? The team trudged through the blood-soaked corridor, each step taken amidst the remnants and sticky fluids of the mutated beings. Ammunition was depleting rapidly, and the soldiers' breaths grew heavier. Captain, we're running low on ammunition, shouted the soldier at the rear. Captain Lei did not look back. His aim remained deadly accurate, each bullet extinguishing a threat. Yet, his movements had begun to slow considerably, the blood seeping from his leg wound soaking through his pant leg. We see the exit. A soldier leading the way suddenly cried out. At the end of the flashlight beam, the outline of a larger space faintly emerged, seemingly connecting to another abandoned system. Hope was within reach. But just then, the situation took a dire turn. A deep, oppressive roar echoed from the depths of the nest, unlike the shrill cries of the smaller mutants. This roar resonated with a kingly authority and fury. The ground began to tremble. A colossal shadow rose slowly from the darkest recesses of the nest. It was a mutated king, magnified several times, its exoskeleton gleaming a dark golden hue, adorned with a fearsome crown and massive pincers. Its compound eyes glowed like two blood-red lanterns, locking onto the unwelcome intruders in its domain. This is bad. It's the Nest Guardian. Captain Lei's expression shifted dramatically. Everyone, unleash all firepower. Charge. The remaining ammunition was unleashed recklessly upon the towering shadow, but the bullets merely left shallow white marks on its dark golden shell, failing to penetrate. The Nest Guardian let out an enraged roar, its massive pincers swinging down like a battering ram towards the pipeline wall on the team's flank. With a thunderous crash, concrete and metal shards flew in all directions. The entire nest shook. Two soldiers at the rear were caught off guard, struck by the flying debris, screaming as they fell, instantly overwhelmed by the swarm of smaller mutants. No. Captain Lei's eyes widened in horror. The team had lost 2 members in an instant. Only Captain Lei, 1 soldier, and Li Mo, dragged by Su Lin, remained. The Nest Guardian advanced with heavy steps, each stride causing the ground to quake. Its colossal pincers rose once more, aimed directly at Captain Lei. Out of ammunition, the path was blocked. At that moment of impending doom, Li Mo, who had been dragged along by Su Lin, suddenly found an unexpected surge of strength and violently broke free from her grasp. He did not rush in any particular direction, but instead lunged towards a massive, pulsating tumor on the wall of the nest, which emitted a faint, eerie green glow. This seemed to be the energy core of the nest, or perhaps an egg sac. What are you doing? Su Lin screamed in terror. Captain Lei also looked at him in astonishment. Ignoring them both, Li Mo summoned the last of his strength and plunged a sharp, energy-laden metal shard, likely a remnant of the Reaper's equipment from the previous explosion, deep into the enormous tumor. With a splat, green liquid, pulsating with intense energy, erupted from the tumor, splattering Li Mo's head and face. As the liquid made contact with his skin, it emitted a sizzling sound, not causing the excruciating corrosion he expected, but instead delivering an extraordinarily brief, yet vivid heat to the hollow sensation in his lower back. As if parched earth were receiving a drop of life-giving rain. Simultaneously, a deafening roar filled with sheer agony erupted from the Mother Nest Guardian. Its colossal body convulsed violently. Its attacking motions warped, and its massive pincers swung wildly, smashing nearby pipes into contorted shapes. It appeared to have some form of symbiotic relationship with that tumor. Now's our chance. Move. Captain Lei reacted swiftly, seizing the fleeting opportunity despite his confusion, shouting to the last remaining soldier. The 2 of them, barely holding on, sprinted towards the exit. Su Lin also regained her wits and attempted once more to reach for Li Mo. However, after delivering that strike, Li Mo seemed to have exhausted all his energy, collapsing to the ground, coughing violently. As the fleeting warmth transformed into an even more pronounced and ravenous hollow sensation in his lower back, the Mother Nest Guardian, momentarily driven to madness and pain by the damage to its core, indiscriminately attacked everything around it, inadvertently buying time by momentarily halting the pursuit of smaller mutated creatures. Captain Lei and the soldier had already reached the brink of the exit. Su Lin glanced at the exit so close at hand, then at Li Mo, who lay incapacitated on the ground, a fierce struggle flashing in her eyes. To cooperate or to abandon. The instinct for survival, along with her yearning for the notebook and shared essence, ultimately prevailed. Gritting her teeth, she decided to leave Li Mo behind and dash towards the exit with all her might. Li Mo watched her figure vanish into the light of the exit, feeling a chilling emptiness in his heart, though he had anticipated this outcome. This was the nature of cooperation. At that moment, the suffering Mother Nest Guardian seemed to regain a semblance of awareness. Its blood-red compound eyes once again locked onto Li Mo, who lay on the ground, exuding an energy that it both loathed and craved. With a low growl, it approached with a staggered gait, its gigantic pincers raised high. Li Mo felt the shadow of death enveloping him, experiencing utter exhaustion and that strange hunger in his lower back, unable to muster the strength to lift a finger. Was this the end? Just as the pincers were about to descend, a series of loud bangs echoed through the air. The 3 shots rang out with remarkable precision, nearly synchronized in their echo from the direction of the exit. 3 specialized armor-piercing rounds, as if guided by an unseen force, struck with unerring accuracy into the blood-red compound eyes of the guardian of the nest. The air was punctuated by the sound of impact, followed by the violent explosion of green viscous fluid. The guardian emitted a final, heart-wrenching roar before its colossal form collapsed to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Li Mo struggled to lift his head. At the exit, Captain Lei, having returned, knelt on one knee, brandishing a uniquely designed long-barreled rifle, from which wisps of smoke still curled. His pallor was ashen, drenched in sweat, yet his grip on the weapon remained steadfast as a rock. His gaze, piercing through the swirling dust and remnants of carnage, fell upon Li Mo, devoid of its previous coldness and scrutiny, replaced instead by a complex amalgamation of shock, confusion, and an ineffable curiosity. He had returned, not to rescue him, but to validate something. Liam met Captain Lei's eyes, feeling the lingering heat in his lower back where it had made contact with the mutated energy core's essence, now fading back into a void of silence and hunger. He understood then. His body, stripped of its ki, seemed to crave a certain energy. Perhaps this was the reason behind Captain Lei's return. He coughed up a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva and managed to force a grotesque, mocking smile toward Captain Lei. It appeared that I hold more value than you anticipated. Chapter 19. The star map of fate. The thud of the Guardian's massive body hitting the ground resonated like the mournful toll of a bell, echoing through the nest. Thick with the stench of gunpowder, blood, and decay. As the dust began to settle, Captain Lei's figure, still kneeling, emerged, the barrel of his peculiar rifle releasing a final wisp of smoke. His face bore the ghastly pallor of one who had lost too much blood. Sweat-soaked hair clinging to his forehead, yet his eyes pierced through the murky air, fixated intently on Liam. An emotional tempest brewed within those eyes. Astonished by Liam's near-suicidal yet impeccably accurate strike, perplexed by the Guardian's unusual agony, and beneath it all, a cold, probing curiosity that suggested a preliminary confirmation of something significant. Liam lay prostrate on the sticky ground, nearly devoid of strength to cough. The hollow in his lower back, having experienced a brief surge of heat, was now consumed by a deeper weakness and an eerie sense of hunger, akin to an insatiable abyss, where a mere drop of water had ignited a more fervent thirst. He gazed at the returning Captain Lei, whose mocking smile had drained him of his last reserves of energy. It seemed I hold greater worth than you imagined. Captain Lei did not respond. He struggled to rise, his injured leg causing him to stumble, prompting the only remaining soldier to rush forward to assist him. His gaze remained locked on Liam, as if he sought to dissect him thoroughly, inside and out. Take him with you. Captain Lei's voice rasped, yet brooked no dissent. The soldier hesitated. Casting a glance at the surrounding chaos wrought by their leader's death, the small mutated creatures still stirred restlessly, but he stepped forward, roughly hoisting Liam to his feet. Liam offered no resistance, allowing himself to be dragged like a sack of refuse towards the luminous exit. As he passed the corpse of the Mother Nest Guardian, he caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye at the punctured tumor, which continued to ooze a ghostly green fluid, pulsating with energy. The hollow within him seemed to twitch slightly once more. The exit led to a more expansive abandoned space, reminiscent of an ancient water reservoir or the interior of a large reactor vessel, with towering domes and rusted staircases and pipes crisscrossing in disarray. The air was somewhat improved, yet still oppressive. Su Lin was curled up on a metallic platform not far from the entrance, hugging her knees and trembling slightly. Upon seeing Captain Lei and Liam emerge, she abruptly lifted her head, a flicker of panic crossing her face, only to quickly lower it again. Avoiding eye contact with anyone, Captain Lei disregarded her, signaling to the soldiers to place Liam in a relatively clean spot. He then leaned against the wall, tearing away the makeshift bandage on his leg to reveal a gruesome wound beneath, beginning to redress it with the last of his medical supplies. His movements remained steady, yet the cold sweat trickling down his forehead betrayed the immense pain he was enduring. A soldier stood guard at the entrance, weapon aimed towards the path they had come, ears perked to catch any sounds of movement. A brief, suffocating silence enveloped the scene, punctuated only by the sound of fabric rubbing against skin and suppressed groans as Captain Lei tended to his injury. Liam closed his eyes, straining against his frail body and an inexplicable hunger. He understood that Captain Lei's decision to save him was far from benevolent. His body's reaction to the energy core of the mutant had evidently piqued the other's interest. He had become a more valuable specimen. Meanwhile, he could sense Su Lin's tension and scheming without needing to see her. Her betrayal was anticipated, yet now she too had lost her capital for independent action. As time ticked by, the commotion outside seemed to gradually subside. The Reapers did not pursue immediately, perhaps temporarily hindered by the chaos within the nest. Captain Lei finished rebandaging his wound, his complexion slightly improved but still grim. He raised his gaze, once more fixed on Liam. "What did you do?" he inquired, his voice low and grave. Liam opened his eyes, meeting his gaze with a raspy voice. "I survived. The fluid splashed on you. How did it feel?" Captain Lei pressed, his eyes sharp with scrutiny. Liam paused for a moment. Concealing the truth held no value, as the other clearly sensed the anomaly. "It was very hot," he replied candidly, then added, "and I felt hungrier." "Hungry?" Captain Lei's brow furrowed, this response seemingly catching him off guard. He glanced at the soldier, who slightly shook his head, indicating that the monitoring equipment showed no unusual energy absorption or mutation in Liemo, aside from his weakness. Not a conventional energy replenishment? A form of perceptual hunger? Captain Lei fell into contemplation, as this contradicted everything he knew about genetic mutations or energy dependence patterns. At that moment, the previously silent Su Lin unexpectedly spoke, her voice laced with a deliberate, suppressed tremor that sought to please. Captain Lei, I possess knowledge about him. About the origin of all things. Instantly, all gazes converged upon her. Su Lin lifted her head, her face struggling to conjure a pale, pitiful expression. Yet the flicker of brilliance in her eyes was hard to conceal. The initial technology of the Eden Project is incomplete. It is a misguided path. The True Origin Project seeks a form of inclusivity and guidance, a transcendence of life forms. His condition may very well be on the precipice of that threshold. She gestured towards Liemo, her tone growing urgent. His reaction to the energy core does not resemble pollution. Rather, it appears to be an instinctive attraction and need. This aligns with certain descriptions in the theory of origin regarding affinity for source energy. Although still faint, this is the key to true power. Her words fell into the stillness like stones cast upon stagnant waters. Captain Lei's gaze suddenly deepened, while the soldier displayed a look of uncertainty. Liemo felt a cold laugh rise within him. Su Lin, it seemed, was unwilling to fade into obscurity. She was casting new stakes, attempting to reclaim attention and utility. She was steering Captain Lei to align Liemo's anomalies with the so-called theory of origin. Affinity for source energy? Captain Lei echoed, his gaze flitting between Liemo and Su Lin. Continuing, the Origin Project posits that all things share a common genetic lineage, existing in a primordial state that can resonate with and unify all divergent mutations. The initial purifiers attempted to impose forced unity, leading to destruction. The true path lies in finding the source, understanding it, and guiding it. She pointed once more at Liemo, asserting that his body had once harbored the key of the first generation, and although it had been stripped away, it might have left some mark or passage, allowing him to vaguely perceive and even crave the energy closest to the source's form. She looked at Captain Lei, her eyes filled with implication. The Northern Watchtower has been in pursuit of stability and power, has it not? The initial technology is a perilous road of no return. But the origin may harbor hope, and he might just be the clue to finding that hope. Her rhetoric was flawless, rationalizing Liemo's anomalies as a tremendous opportunity, while simultaneously casting herself as the custodian of crucial information. Captain Lei fell silent, his gaze fixed upon Liemo, a complex expression clouding his features. Su Lin's words undoubtedly struck a chord with him, or rather, with certain objectives of the Northern Watchtower behind him. Liemo felt the hollow sensation in his lower back stir restlessly, agitated by Su Lin's discourse, a chill settling in his heart. He had become the key in Su Lin's narrative, the clue in the eyes of the North. Everyone sought to exploit him, directing their desires towards that elusive source. But what of himself? What inescapable hunger was this? Was it rebirth, or a slower form of demise? Notepad. Captain Lei suddenly broke the silence, shifting his gaze to the sealed bag held by the soldier, inquiring if there were any compartments within. The soldier hesitated for a moment before swiftly retrieving the sealed bag, carefully extracting the notepad and beginning to scrutinize its cover and the thickness of the pages meticulously. Su Lin's eyes erupted with uncontrollable joy and anticipation. Liemo's heart also raced. Within the notebook lies the true map, clandestinely concealing the path to the source. The soldier examined it meticulously, his fingers tracing the leather cover with great care. Suddenly, his movements halted, in an exceedingly concealed corner near the spine of the cover. His fingertips detected an almost imperceptible difference in thickness. Captain, there's a discovery here. The soldier's voice trembled with excitement. Everyone held their breath. With the tip of his dagger, the soldier cautiously pried along the minuscule seam. Soon, a layer of the leather cover was gently lifted, revealing not paper beneath, but an exquisitely folded, gossamer-thin sheet of metal, glimmering with a faint metallic sheen. Upon this foil, intricate star maps, energy flows, and incomprehensible symbols and coordinates were etched using a sophisticated laser engraving technique, dizzying in their complexity. Captain Lei seized the foil, bringing it close to his eyes, his breath becoming heavy with anticipation. Even with his extensive knowledge, he could not fully decipher the contents, yet he sensed the precision and grandeur that surpassed current technological capabilities. Su Lin trembled with exhilaration, nearly lunging forward. Liemo, too, fixated on the foil. Is this the true map? The star chart pointing to the source. Just then, the previously silent tracking device on the soldier emitted a faint yet clear alarm. A red dot was rapidly approaching on the screen. The soldier's complexion paled. Captain, High-speed life signals are approaching. It's not a mutant. It bears the signature of the Reapers. They had been located. The newly discovered hope was instantly shrouded by the looming shadow of death. Captain Lay abruptly stuffed the foil back into the notebook, gripping it tightly as his gaze sharpened to the cold, keen focus of battle. Prepare for combat, he roared, attempting to rise, but staggering once more due to his leg injury. The soldier immediately raised his weapon, aiming at the entrance. The ecstasy on Su Lin's face was swiftly replaced by pallor and despair. Liam leaned against the wall, feeling a heightened hunger stirred by the emergence of the true map, watching the impending light of death that signified annihilation approaching at the entrance. He tugged at the corner of his mouth. Keys, clues, samples. Now, the hunters had arrived as well. The drama was becoming increasingly intense. Chapter 20. Echoes of Antiquity. The beeping of the tracking device resonated like a death knell, striking at the fraying nerves of everyone present. The Reapers, those harbingers of obliteration, like sharks sensing blood, had inevitably caught up. Captain Lay, clutching the notebook and the metallic foil, felt his knuckles whiten from the strain. He attempted to rise again, but a piercing pain shot through his injured leg, causing him to stifle a groan, nearly collapsing. The last remaining soldier from the north, codenamed Lynx, rushed forward, using his body for support while keeping his weapon trained firmly on the sole entrance, his youthful face a mixture of fear, resolve, and a fervent attachment to the hope held in his captain's hands. Su Lin lay on the ground like a heap of muck, her hands cradling her head, her body trembling uncontrollably, emitting meaningless whimpers. The ecstatic joy that had ignited upon discovering the true image was instantly consumed by a deeper despair. Liam leaned against the cold wall of the pipe, the hollow sensation in his lower back intensified by the looming danger and the appearance of the metallic foil, transforming into an unusual activity akin to countless tiny insects gnawing at his insides, bringing an eerie sense of burning emptiness. He gazed at the entrance, where a faint light outlined an irregularly shaped luminous area. As the shadow of death seeped in from that threshold, there was no time left. Captain Lay abruptly lifted his head, his gaze sharp as a dying wolf, sweeping over the bobcat, then settling on the trembling Su Lin, ultimately locking onto Liam. The expression in his eyes was exceedingly complex, filled with regret for an unfinished mission, frustration for the unknown samples left unexplored, but more so, it bore a cold resolution that must be made in dire straits. Bobcat. His voice was hoarse, yet carried an undeniable command. Listen, our mission is to secure the data and send crucial intelligence back to the outpost. He struggled to stuff the notebook and the metallic foil into a specially designed waterproof bag with a faint signal transmitter, pressing it tightly against the bobcat's chest. Take this and find a way out from there. He pointed towards an inconspicuous, rusted vent above the water tank. No matter what, survive. Get the information back. Captain, what about you? The bobcat cried, urgency lacing his voice. I will hold them off. Captain Lay forcefully pushed him aside, seizing the peculiar long-barreled rifle from the ground. Propping himself against the wall, the gun barrel steadily aimed at the entrance. This is an order. The bobcat's eyes turned red, fully aware of the implications. He looked at Captain Lay's resolute back, then at the waterproof bag, and with a stomp of his foot, tears brimming, dashed toward the vent, desperately prying at the rusted grill with his knife. At that moment, swoosh, a purplish-red energy beam, like a venomous arrow shot from the depths of hell, struck without warning at the pipe that served as Captain Lay's cover. Boom. Scalding droplets of molten metal splattered. Captain Lay grunted, a piece of shrapnel striking his shoulder. Blood erupting instantly. They are coming. He roared, disregarding his injury, the long-barreled rifle belching flames as he fired suppressive shots towards the entrance. More energy beams surged in from outside, intertwining to form a net of death. The bobcat's frantic attempts to pry at the grill grew more desperate and frantic. Su Lin let out a piercing scream, rolling and scrambling to hide deeper in the shadows. Liam felt an increasingly unbearable hunger and weakness within him, witnessing the despair unfolding before his eyes. He knew Captain Lay's sacrifice was futile. In the face of the Reaper's overwhelming firepower, it merely delayed death by a few seconds. The bobcat might not escape either. He did not wish to die, at the very least, not to perish here in such a meaningless fashion. His gaze abruptly darted toward the depths of the water tank, into the area shrouded in darkness. When he had entered earlier, he had vaguely sensed a faint energy fluctuation in that direction, similar to the core of the maternal nest guardian, yet more obscure and ancient. Is it an illusion, or a guiding from the source? Su Lin's words echoed in his mind, and he realized he might be able to vaguely sense, even crave, that energy closest to the source's form. Taking a gamble. At that moment, the shadows at the entrance flickered, and as the first Reaper, clad in black and exoskeletal armor, was about to emerge, Liemo inexplicably summoned the last vestige of his strength and leaped up from the ground with fervor. He did not rush towards the entrance, nor did he attempt to assist the lynx. Instead, like a moth drawn to flame, he staggered towards the darkness deep within the water tank where he sensed the disturbance. "What are you doing?" Captain Lei's voice, a mixture of anger and alarm, rang out behind him. Su Lin also looked up in astonishment. Yet, Liemo was oblivious to it all. His entire focus was fixated on the faint ripples within that darkness, the gnawing hunger at his lower back acting like a compass, pointing him there. With a crash, he barreled through a pile of discarded debris and plunged into the darkness. His foot seemed to kick something soft, causing him to trip and tumble forward. Just as he fell, a deep, resonant hum, seemingly emanating from the depths of the earth, suddenly reverberated. At the very spot where he landed, the ground, which appeared ordinary, dry, and stained, abruptly ignited with an ethereal, breath-like flickering of pale blue light patterns. These luminescent designs swiftly spread out, delineating a vast and intricate array of ancient runes spanning several meters. Meanwhile, at the entrance, the first Reaper had already stepped inside, its purplish-red muzzle raised, locking onto the lynx, who was prying at the grill. Captain Lei bellowed. Pulling the trigger, the bullets struck the exoskeleton, sparking, yet could not halt the oncoming threat. In that critical moment, the activated rune array beneath Liemo surged with a brilliant blue radiance. An invisible but formidable force field, radiating like ripples across water, suddenly expanded from the center of the array. Thud! The first Reaper that charged and collided with an unseen wall, its movement abruptly halted. The exoskeleton creaking under the strain, its actions momentarily sluggish. The energy beam it fired veered off in an odd direction, grazing the lynx's scalp and striking the ceiling. Following that, the second and third Reapers attempting to rush and encountered the same barrier. That invisible force field acted as a sturdy shield, temporarily keeping them at bay from the entrance. "What is happening?" A voice of astonishment and anger echoed among the Reapers. Inside the water tank, everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. Captain Lei ceased firing, staring in disbelief at the flickering blue runes on the ground and at Liemo, who lay prostrate at the center of the array, unconscious. The lynx also paused in his efforts to pry open the grill, mouth agape. Su Lin, her fear forgotten, stared wide-eyed at Liemo and the array, murmuring unconsciously, "Impossible. Is this an ancient shielding array? How could he activate it?" Liemo, sprawled at the center of the array, felt as though his very essence had been drained from his body. At that moment, it seemed as though he was not activating the array, but rather the array was drawing upon the last vestiges of his vitality through the hunger coursing within him, serving as a catalyst. A tearing pain erupted from the hollow of his lower back, more intense than any he had previously endured. Yet that strange sensation of hunger momentarily dissipated, replaced by an extreme void and exhaustion, as if he had been forcibly filled and then instantly drained. He lacked even the strength to lift a single finger, his consciousness teetering on the brink of darkness. Nevertheless, he succeeded in temporarily securing the entrance. The Reapers were obstructed by an invisible force field, unable to penetrate. They attempted to bombard it with energy weapons. Violet red beams struck the force field, creating ripples, yet failing to breach it immediately. Energy scan. Identify the core of the array, commanded a cold figure, seemingly the leader of the Reapers. Several of them promptly produced instruments and commenced scanning. Within the water tank, a brief silence was shattered. Captain Lei reacted swiftly, glancing at the temporarily secure entrance, then at the faintly breathing Liemo on the ground, and finally resting his gaze on the still-dazed lynx. "Hurry," he barked. Lynx jolted awake, exerting himself to pry open the grate once more. This time, perhaps fueled by the will to survive, the rusted grate emitted a piercing metallic screech as he forcefully pried it open, creating a gap. "Captain, let us go together," Lynx called back. Captain Lei glanced at the blood seeping from his leg and shoulder, then at the runic array being scanned and the imminent breach of the entrance. Shaking his head with a hint of relief and resolve, "Follow orders." He raised his long-barreled rifle, once again aiming it at the entrance, preparing to buy Lynx the last precious moments. "Tell the outpost that there may be more than one key. The coordinates are—" His words were cut short. At the entrance, a Reaper appeared to have discovered a weakness in the array, concentrating fire. With a crackling sound resembling shattering glass, the invisible force field flickered violently, revealing a fleeting gap. A violet-red energy beam, like a venomous serpent, slithered through the opening, directly targeting Captain Lei's chest. He could scarcely react in time. Thud! The energy beam pierced through his torso, exploding a charred hole in his back. His body stiffened abruptly, and the long-barreled rifle clattered to the ground with a sharp sound. He looked down at the gaping wound in his chest, then raised his eyes, gazing past the encroaching reapers, seemingly wishing to catch a final glimpse of Lynx's escape route. His lips moved slightly, and ultimately, his towering form began to topple backward, crashing heavily to the ground, stirring a cloud of dust. Captain! Lynx, half embedded in the vent, let out a heart-wrenching wail. Su Lin, terrified, scrambled backward with all her limbs. Liamo lay on the ground, summoning the last remnants of his consciousness, witnessing Captain Lei's fallen figure. The cold, formidable officer from the northern military, who regarded him as a mere specimen and asset, had perished just like that. He had sacrificed himself to protect the mission and, indirectly, to buy time due to Liamo's anomaly. This is the wasteland. At this moment, the Azure Runic Array, having lost the sustaining vitality of Liamo, or rather, having succumbed to excessive one-time extraction, rapidly dimmed, and the force field dissipated entirely. Several reapers, akin to harbingers from the abyss, tread upon Captain Lei's lifeless body and entered the reservoir. Their frigid gazes swept over the crumpled figure of Su Lin, brushed past the face of the bobcat, despairing at the vent, and ultimately settled upon the feeble Liamo, prostrate in the center of the array. The foremost reaper, clad in exceptionally heavy exoskeleton armor, bore a striking crimson mark on his helmet side, reminiscent of a bloodied crescent blade. He approached Liamo, crouched beside him, and with a gauntlet hand, brutally seized Liamo's chin, lifting his face. Through the dark red lenses of his visor, Liamo beheld eyes devoid of any human emotion, embodying pure order and a desire for destruction. The Reaper commander scrutinized Liamo's pallid and weakened visage, casting a glance at the now utterly dimmed traces of the runic array on the ground. His electronically synthesized voice, tinged with rare incredulity, echoed with the sound of metal grinding. Life energy guides the activation of the ancient beacon. His fingers moved to the hollow scar on Liamo's lower back, and through the fabric, he seemed to sense the anomaly therein. The void yearns after the host has been stripped away. He raised his head, the red glow of his visor intensifying, locking onto Liamo's vacant pupils. You are not a failure. You are. His voice faltered, as if the conclusion that followed was beyond his own belief. The echo of the source mark? Chapter 21. The echo of the cage echo? This word struck Liamo's nearly stagnant consciousness like a cold stone cast into a lake, eliciting but a feeble, dying ripple. He could neither think nor comprehend. He could only feel the frigid touch of the armored finger gripping his chin and the deeper tremors ignited within him as the scar on his lower back was touched through the fabric, an awakening from the essence of life itself. Not a failure, marked by the source? These phrases, when interwoven, held no significance for him in his current state of exhaustion. He yearned only to close his eyes, to sink into eternal darkness and end this ceaseless pain and torment. Yet the Reaper commander evidently had no intention of granting him such release. He relinquished his grip on Liamo's chin, rose, and issued an undeniable command, resonating within the desolate reservoir. Take away the echo. Eliminate the other witnesses. No. Do not kill me. Su Lin shrieked in terror, scrambling to clutch at the leg of a nearby Reaper. I know the source. I know the secrets of Eden. I can help you. I am of value. The Reaper callously kicked her away. The energy weapon was raised, and a purplish-red glow began to coalesce. At the vent, the bobcat emitted a desperate howl, attempting to crawl back through the breach, only to be held at bay by another Reaper, weapon drawn, rendering him immobile. Death loomed like a cold scythe, poised to strike. Just as Su Lin shut her eyes, resigned to her fate, and the bobcat's eyes widened in horror once more. It was the Reaper commander who raised his hand to halt his subordinates. His eyepiece turned towards Su Lin, who lay prostrate on the ground like a mass of mud, and the crimson lens flickered momentarily. Do you understand the concept of origin? The cold, electronic voice bore a hint of scrutiny. Su Lin, seizing what felt like her last lifeline, shouted desperately, I know. The original project of Eden, the true origin. It is not purification. It is the search for the source. I participated in the data organization. I recognize those symbols. I can interpret that diagram. She pointed towards the notebook and metallic foil that Captain Lei had tightly clutched in his hand, now slipping from his grasp as he succumbed to death. The Reaper commander fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing the truth and value of her words. After a few seconds, he spoke again. Take her. She may prove useful. One of the Reapers stepped forward, roughly lifting Su Lin from the ground. She gasped for breath, a mix of fear and a flicker of hope on her face. Yet her gaze involuntarily darted towards the notebook and Liamo. What about him? Another Reaper gestured toward the lynx by the ventilation shaft with his weapon. The lynx gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with a profound hatred and despair. The commander's gaze swept over the young, blood-streaked face of the lynx before glancing at the dark ventilation shaft behind him. The electronic voice unwavering, an inconsequential pest. Dispose of him. The purplish-red light flickered again. No. The lynx let out a roar of defiance. Just then, boom. A sound erupted, far more intense than any previous explosion, as if it had originated from the depths of the earth, reverberating above everyone's heads. The immense water tank emitted a painful, metallic distortion under unbearable strain. The corroded structure at the top began to plummet like rain. The ground shook violently as if a dreadful earthquake had struck. It was Eden. The sequential explosions, or the complete structural collapse in the core area of Eden, had unleashed tremendous shockwaves and tremors, finally reaching this subterranean depth. The structure is collapsing. Evacuate immediately. For the first time, urgency colored the Reaper commander's voice. Chaos. Utter chaos. Huge concrete blocks and metal components fell from the dome. Dust filled the air, instantly obscuring vision. The Reaper poised to execute the lynx was struck on the shoulder by a falling rock, his movements faltering. Seizing this critical moment, the lynx let out a beastly howl, summoning all his strength to recoil violently, vanishing entirely into the darkness of the ventilation shaft. Pursue. The injured Reaper angrily attempted to give chase. Too late. Bring the target and retreat. The commander barked. In such a cataclysmic environment, pursuing an inconsequential character had become utterly futile. Two Reapers swiftly advanced, each hoisting the unconscious Liemo and the screaming Sulin roughly over their shoulders. The commander, however, bent down personally to retrieve the notebook and the metallic foil from the ground, handling them with utmost care. They no longer paid heed to the potentially fleeing lynx and the corpse of Captain Lay. With the formidable power provided by their exoskeletons and the precision of their scanning systems, they navigated through the cataclysmic collapse and falling debris with an ethereal grace. Racing towards a predetermined, relatively safe evacuation point, Liemo felt himself adrift in a void, devoid of pain, hunger, or any sense of time. Only fragmented, surreal images flickered before his eyes. Su Lin's resolute silhouette in betrayal, the cold gleam of the black market doctor's scalpel, the blinding white light of the Eden inspection chamber. Feng Lan's inscrutable gaze, the grotesque scars of the scar-faced figure, the fallen forms of northern soldiers, the anguished roars of the mother nest guards, and the hauntingly blue, pulsing runic array, ultimately crystallizing into a pair of emotionless, cold eyes peering through a crimson lens. The word echo resurfaced once more, followed by an all-consuming darkness that engulfed him entirely. Time lost all meaning. It felt both fleeting and eternal. Suddenly, a faint glimmer of light pierced through the oppressive blackness. Liemo struggled, with excruciating slowness, to rekindle a flicker of consciousness. The first sensation that registered was turbulence, sharp, rhythmic jolts, reminiscent of being aboard a high-speed vehicle. Then came the sounds, a deep, resonant hum of the energy engine and the subtle friction of metal. He attempted to open his eyes, but his eyelids felt as heavy as lead. After several attempts, he managed to pry them open just a crack. His blurred vision gradually sharpened, revealing that he lay confined within a narrow, cold metallic capsule. His body was restrained by some flexible, yet sturdy straps, rendering him immobile. Above him loomed a curved hatch adorned with intricate circuitry, emanating an unsettling green glow. Through a small observation window on the side of the hatch, he glimpsed the monotonous metallic walls rushing by and the occasional flicker of blue guiding lights. Was he in a vehicle? Or rather, within a moving transport unit? He slightly turned his stiff neck to glance beside him. There, in another identical confinement pod, lay Su Lin, secured within. Her eyes were tightly shut, her complexion pale. Yet there was a faint rise and fall of her chest. She was still alive. In the cockpit ahead of the two pods sat two silent harvesters, as still as statues, with only the occasional flicker of energy coursing through their exoskeletons indicating their operational status. He had been captured, along with Su Lin, falling into the hands of annihilation. They referred to him as Echo. What did it signify? Was it something more exalted than a key, or merely a more tragic fate? He assessed his body. The hollow ache in his lower back lingered, the strange hunger seemingly subdued by his extreme weakness. Yet, an even deeper sense of exhaustion, as if the very roots of his existence had been shaken, loomed over him like a shadow. He was alive, but it felt little different from being dead. Just then, in the adjacent pod, Su Lin's eyelids fluttered, slowly revealing her eyes. Initially filled with confusion, they quickly became overtaken by an overwhelming fear. As she beheld Liemo beside her and the harvester driving ahead, her body trembled violently, instinctively yearning to struggle, yet firmly restrained by the binding straps. She cast a glance at Liemo, her eyes a tumultuous blend of shared fear, suspicion regarding his resonant identity, and a flicker of morbid anticipation and utilitarian desire ignited by the unknown. She parted her lips, seemingly poised to utter something. But upon glancing at the harvester in the driver's seat, She resolutely sealed her mouth, fixating her gaze intently upon Liam. He met her gaze without a hint of acknowledgement, gently closing his eyes once more. Communication proved futile, in the face of overwhelming power and control. They were merely fish on the chopping block. What he needed now was to muster every ounce of strength, to comprehend the essence of the resonance, to discern the purpose of annihilation, and then to wait, awaiting a faint, perhaps non-existent opportunity. The transport unit sped through the dark underground passage, en route to an unknown destination. Inside the compartment, only the low hum of the energy engine and the muted breaths of the two captives filled the air. The dark path ahead seemed interminable. Chapter 22. Living vessel. In the frigid metallic confines of the restraint pod, rhythmic jolts accompanied the somber hum of the energy engine. Liam lay with his eyes closed, resembling a warm corpse, allowing his consciousness to drift amidst the frailty and overwhelming sense of emptiness. The stifled, fearful breaths of Su Lin echoed beside him, an irritating backdrop to his thoughts. The term resonance circled in his mind, laden with an ominous cadence. Time lost all meaning until the jolting ceased. The engine's rumble gradually subsided. A crisp click resounded as the locks of the restraint pod disengaged, the flexible bindings retracting automatically. The lid slid open, and a rush of cold air, infused with the scent of disinfectant, surged in. Two hands clad in black armor reached in, roughly dragging Liam from the pod. His legs felt weak against the smooth, icy floor, nearly unable to support him, relying entirely on the two harvesters for support. He struggled to lift his eyelids. They found themselves in a vast underground space, imbued with a futuristic essence yet dominated by dark gray and deep blue tones. The lofty dome vanished into shadow, illuminated only by countless light strips embedded within the walls and floor, casting a chilling glow. The air was dry, tinged with the distinctive ozone scent of high-frequency energy flows, accompanied by an indescribable hum, as if myriad precise instruments whispered simultaneously. Was this the base of annihilation? Colder than Eden, more ordered, yet utterly inhuman. Su Lin was similarly extracted from another restraint pod. She fared slightly better than Liam, managing to stand with some effort, though her pallor was ghostly. Her eyes wide with terror as she scanned her surroundings, her body trembling uncontrollably. The commander, marked by a blood-dripped curved blade on the side of his helmet, stood before them, his dark red visor sweeping over the two, finally settling on Liam. Take away the resonance for initial purification and scanning, he commanded, his electronic voice echoing through the vast hall. As for her, he merely cast a glance at Su Lin, ordering her to be taken to the isolation observation room to assess the value of her claimed knowledge. Two harvesters restrained Liam as they guided him towards a corridor emanating an ethereal blue glow on one side of the hall. Meanwhile, another harvester shoved Su Lin in a different direction. Wait, I know more than you can imagine. I can assist you. Su Lin attempted to struggle and shout, but her voice was swiftly muffled by the heavy alloy door. Liam was ushered into a more confined chamber, surrounded by smooth metallic walls. The room contained no superfluous items, only a central platform resembling an open medical pod and mechanical arms extending from the walls, equipped with various sensors and injection probes. The purification procedure has commenced, an emotionless electronic voice announced. The harvester pinning him down pressed him against the cold platform, while the mechanical arms, animated as if alive, reached towards him. The frigid sensors adhered to his skin, particularly on the scarred area of his lower back. Almost immediately, a slight sting was felt as a chilling liquid was injected into his veins. An overwhelming sensation of dizziness washed over him, accompanied by a peculiar feeling as if his very being was being forcefully cleansed inside and out. He sensed his consciousness fading once more, as if the purification process sought to completely erase him. No, he must not succumb to unconsciousness. In desperation, he bit down on his tongue, the sharp pain and metallic taste of blood barely allowing him to cling to a semblance of clarity. He fought fiercely against the wave of dizziness, feeling the mechanical arms traverse his body, scanning every inch of his skin and each organ, particularly the hollow cavity within him. He could perceive a subtle disturbance and attraction in the energy flow as it reached the void in his lower back, as if that emptiness itself was a miniature, voracious vortex of energy. Vital signs stable. Radiation contamination index 0. Genetic sequence unable to be fully resolved, with unknown redundancies and structural vacuoles present. The electronic voice reported the scanning results, noting an anomaly in energy affinity. Demonstrates a faint attraction and resonance response to specific high-frequency energy fields. Meets primary characteristics of resonance. Vacuum. Energy affinity. Resonance. These terms coldly encapsulated his current state. The purification procedure concluded, the injection and scanning ceased. The dizziness gradually receded. Yet his bodily weakness and the awareness of the void within him intensified. He was pulled up from the platform, still supported by the two harvesters, and they proceeded deeper along the corridor. Occasionally, on either side of the passage, he glimpsed other harvesters clad in identical black exoskeletons silently passing by or busily engaged in rooms filled with screens and complex apparatus. The entire base resembled a precise and merciless machine, operating efficiently without a trace of human emotion. Eventually, they arrived at an area where the energy hum was noticeably more pronounced, the air thick with an essence akin to the core fluid of the previous nest's guardian, yet purer and far more immense. At the end of the corridor stood a colossal, circular gate forged from a dark alloy. Flanking the gate were two guards, larger in stature, their exoskeletons adorned with intricate energy patterns. The commander approached the gate, engaging in a complex verification of biological identity and energy codes. The heavy gate silently slid open, revealing the scene beyond. Lemo's pupils abruptly constricted. Behind the door lay an immense, unimaginable spherical space. At its center hovered an indescribable entity, neither solid nor tangible, but rather an ever-twisting, morphing mass of pure energy. This energy emanated a profound darkness, seemingly capable of absorbing all light, yet at its core, it twinkled with countless radiant points, akin to the birth and annihilation of stars. It possessed no fixed form, at times resembling a vortex, at others a nebula, and at moments appearing as a colossal, living heart, pulsating with breath. An ineffable aura, mingling creation with destruction. Order with chaos, radiated from it, saturating the entire space. Merely standing at the threshold, Lemo felt his very soul tremble. The void at his lower back erupted with an unprecedented, excruciating pain and burning sensation, as if it threatened to tear him apart. This was not due to injury, but rather an overwhelming, frenzied desire. It was akin to a dying traveler in a desert spotting an oasis, or a moth drawn to the flames. Every cell within him screamed, greedily yearning to leap towards that mass of energy. Unable to suppress a painful groan, his body began to tremble violently. Had he not been firmly restrained by the Reaper, he might have dashed forward uncontrollably. The commander observed Lemo's intense reaction, his electronic voice tinged with satisfaction, confirming a profound resonance with the core fragment. Core fragment? Is this part of the source? The very thing Su Lin and the Northern Watchtower sought? Lemo clenched his teeth, battling the overwhelming desire and agony that threatened to consume his sanity. Yet his gaze remained fixated upon the dark, radiant mass of energy. Surrounding this spherical space were multiple layers of metallic platforms, adorned with intricate instruments beyond his comprehension, interconnected by a multitude of cables leading to energy conduits. Numerous technicians, clad in white protective suits, busily operated the machinery. These conduits, resembling veins, extended from the instruments, ultimately connecting to the transparent life pods embedded in the inner wall of the spherical space, resembling a honeycomb. Lemo's gaze swept across these life pods, and his blood ran cold. Each pod was immersed in a pale green nutrient solution, within which floated a person. There were both men and women, mostly young, their eyes tightly shut, faces contorted as if enduring immense suffering. Their bodies were riddled with various tubes, and most notably, they bore scars at their lower backs similar to his own, remnants of surgery. However, their scars appeared fresher, some even oozing bodily fluids. Adjacent to these life pods were several empty chambers, stained with dark red, desiccated remnants, alongside fragments of unidentifiable tissue. Failed experiments, or rather, consumed fuel. Their voices, like sandpaper scraping against one another, echoed in his mind. No, the commander's response was cold and merciless. They were inferior replicas, the pitiable remnants of a failed attempt to harness the power of the source core. Their sole function was to provide a negligible infusion of life energy to the source core before their inevitable collapse, and to accumulate data for us. He gestured towards the swirling, shadowy energy. The true resonance is a presence capable of deeply resonating with the fragments of the source core, potentially guiding its power. The commander's crimson-tinted visor shifted towards Lemo, the light within it exuding a chilling scrutiny akin to that reserved for precious treasures. Your resonance intensity far surpasses these inferior products. The void within you is not a flaw, but an unfilled vessel. Lemo gazed at the tormented figures floating in the life pods, observed the dried stains in the empty chambers, and a shiver raced up his spine. He understood. He was neither the key, nor the clue, nor even a mere sample. In the eyes of these obliterated madmen, he was a superior, living vessel that could perhaps contain what they referred to as the source core's power. His worth lay in the hollow at his lower back, a void created by the reversal protocol that hungered for and demanded specific energy. Su Lin's theory was partially correct. He indeed might have grazed the threshold of the same source, yet this path led not to transcendence, but to becoming a more durable sacrifice to sustain this terrifying source core. At that moment, a technician clad in a white protective suit approached the commander, presenting a datapad and whispering a few words. The commander reviewed the datapad and turned his gaze back to Liam-O. The electronic tone seemingly tinged with a subtle excitement. The preliminary energy infusion experiment is ready. It is time to test the potential of your vessel. He waved his hand. The Reaper that held Liam-O dragged him towards a spherical space, heading for a life pod that had just been vacated and was undergoing automatic cleaning and disinfection. No, Liam-O silently screamed within. He watched as the transparent chamber, resembling a coffin, drew nearer, the lingering foam from the cleaning solution within appearing to foreshadow his imminent fate. One akin to those failures, filled with tubes, siphoning his life force amidst excruciating pain until he crumbled into debris. He struggled desperately, but his frail body was no match for the Reaper's formidable strength, akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. He was brutally shoved into the cold life pod. The lid swiftly sealed shut, and a pale green, acrid nutrient solution surged in from all sides, rapidly submerging his mouth and nose. The sensation of suffocation enveloped him. Immediately thereafter, a sharp pain pierced the scar on his lower back. It felt as if a probe had forcibly penetrated that void. Then came an even more intense agony, as if his very soul were being torn apart, accompanied by a searing sensation. He felt an immense, tumultuous energy, imbued with a dark hue, surging through those probes, rudely flooding the hollow in his lower back and coursing through his limbs. He silently roared within the nutrient solution, his body convulsing uncontrollably, his eyes bulging as his vision was utterly engulfed by a tapestry of darkness and dazzling light. He felt as though his body were a balloon being forcibly inflated, on the brink of bursting at any moment. The void resembled an abyss, voraciously devouring the influx of energy. Yet the rate and volume of this influx far exceeded its capacity to endure. Agony, exquisite torment, more intense than when the reversal protocol was initiated. His consciousness flickered perilously close to collapse. He felt as though he were dying, akin to those failed specimens, just as he was on the verge of losing all awareness. He seemed to hear, not through his ears, but through every trembling cell, forcibly infused with energy, a voice so faint, as if it originated from eons past. Crossing countless realms of dust and time, it bore an endless compassion, tinged with a hint of expectation. This voice, like a final straw, shattered his taut nerves. Darkness descended once more. Chapter 23. The Call of Ancient Bloodlines. Darkness. No longer a mere void, but a realm filled with shattered light and extreme suffering. Liam-O felt akin to a piece of iron thrown into a furnace, then instantly quenched. Every inch of his being wailed. Every cell screamed on the brink of collapse. The encroaching dark energy was not a gentle nourishment, but a violent torrent, imbued with the essence of destruction. It forcefully surged into the hollow of his lower back, attempting to fill the ravenous vessel, yet it resembled more a high-pressure wash against a fragile paper bag. Tearing, swelling, searing, his consciousness floated amidst boundless agony, as if it were about to completely dissipate in the next moment. Yet, amidst this exquisite torment, that sigh, transcending the dust of ages and imbued with compassion and expectation, stirred a barely perceptible ripple within the core of his crumbling consciousness, like an ice crystal dropped into boiling oil. This ripple spread, not bringing salvation, but triggering a peculiar resonance. The void at his lower back, wildly consuming energy, seemed to resonate with an elusive dimension deep within, connecting with the source of that sigh and the tumultuous energy known as the core fragment before him, creating an intricate, subtle vibration that transcended the current physical medium. The influx of energy did not soften, nor did the pain diminish in the slightest. However, within this cataclysmic infusion, some exceedingly minute particles of energy, exuding a more ancient and purer essence, appeared to be selected by that resonance, like panning for gold in sand, silently merging into Liam-O's nearly shattered cells. Settling deep within, this process was so subtle it could easily be overlooked, even by the technicians monitoring the energy flow and data. They did not immediately repair his injuries, nor alleviate his suffering. They merely lay buried like seeds at the very foundation of his existence. Time became an abstract notion. It could have been a mere moment, or perhaps centuries. The violent infusion of energy abruptly ceased. The nutrient solution within the life pod rapidly drained, and the fluid that flooded his trachea induced a fierce cough. The pod's cover slid open, and cold, dry air rushed in. Liam-O lay sprawled at the bottom of the pod like a puddle of mud, lacking even the strength to lift a finger. Every part of his body was emitting a lamentation of overload, particularly his lower back, which felt as though it had been seared repeatedly by a branding iron, leaving behind an almost numbing, deep-seated agony and emptiness. Yet he was still alive, not crumbling into debris like those failures. His vital signs remained stable. After a brief surge, cellular activity had returned to normal levels, and no signs of structural collapse were observed. A cold electronic voice reported the results, tinged with an almost imperceptible surprise. Energy capacity exceeded expectations by 37%. Stability of the containment unit was initially assessed as excellent. Excellent, Liam silently mocked in his mind. Is this the kind of excellence derived from such near destruction? He was once again dragged from the life pod by two Reapers and unceremoniously placed aside. His body trembled uncontrollably, his vision blurred. Barely able to make out the commander's dark red visor fixated on him, its brightness seemingly more intense than before. Excellent. The commander's electronic voice resonated with a chilling satisfaction, confirming results superior to all previous specimens. Record the data and prepare for the next phase. His words were abruptly interrupted by a series of urgent alarms. Warning. Unauthorized energy incursion detected in Sector 3 of the base perimeter. Defensive array under assault. In the spherical chamber, red warning lights began to rotate, casting a crimson hue upon the shadowy fragments of the source core. An incursion? The commander abruptly turned to face the enormous screen on the wall, which had lit up instantaneously. The display showcased a structural diagram of the base perimeter, with one area flashing ominously in red, indicating that the blue energy shield was being rapidly eroded by some unseen force. Is it the remnants of the North? Or perhaps a stray from Eden? A technician speculated, bewildered. Energy signature analysis. The commander barked sharply. Data scrolled rapidly, and the screen revealed the analysis results. The characteristics of the invading energy did not match the standard weaponry of the northern outpost, nor did it align with Eden's spectrum. Rather, it exhibited a more ancient, obscure fluctuation imbued with a primal essence. Identification failed. No matching records in the database. The technician's voice quivered with a hint of panic. Unknown invader. The commander's dark red visor flickered, seemingly engaged in rapid calculations. He glanced at Liam, who lay slumped on the ground. Then back at the screen displaying the swiftly advancing incursion signal. Activate internal defense protocols. All non-combat personnel to the shelter units. He commanded urgently, directing the resonance to the core containment chamber and ordering additional guards. The entire base instantly shifted into a heightened state of alert. Technicians hurriedly gathered their equipment, retreating down designated corridors. More Reapers surged forth like a tide of shadows, rushing towards the source of the incursion. The Reapers who had been supporting Liam did not linger, dragging him swiftly away from the spherical chamber and deeper into the core region of the base. Liam was roughly pulled through a series of suddenly descending alloy gates, flashing with menacing red lights. His consciousness was a tumultuous whirl of confusion, wrought by the earlier torment and the sudden turn of events. An unknown invader? At this moment? Was it an opportunity? Or a greater peril? He was ushered into a more confined space, illuminated by the radiant glow of high-intensity energy barriers that adorned its walls. At the center of the containment chamber stood a solitary metallic chair. The Reaper forcefully pressed him into the seat, and the frigid metal rings instantaneously clasped around his wrists and ankles. Subsequently, the Reaper swiftly retreated, and the heavy alloy door sealed shut behind him, leaving him isolated within this utterly enclosed environment. Silence enveloped him, broken only by the low hum of the energy barrier and the sound of his own labored, pained breaths. He attempted to move, but the metallic rings remained unyielding. He felt akin to an insect pinned to a specimen board, awaiting an uncertain fate. The turmoil outside seemed to intensify, faint echoes of energy weapons clashing and the muffled thuds of structures under siege reaching his ears. The intruders were formidable, and their intentions were unmistakable. Time dragged on in torturous slowness. After an indeterminate duration, the sounds of conflict outside appeared to draw nearer. He could even sense the walls of the containment chamber vibrating slightly. Liam's heart raced. Who could it be? Reinforcements from the northern watchtower? Surviving dust folk? Or something else entirely? Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted. Boom. It resonated as if an explosion had occurred just outside the door. The alloy door of the containment chamber buckled inward, fissures appearing in its once solid form. The high-intensity energy barrier flickered violently, its light fluctuating erratically. Someone was forcefully breaching the door. Liam fixed his gaze on the warped entrance. Bang! Another resounding blow. The alloy door, overwhelmed, succumbed to the pressure, and with a shrill, metallic tearing sound, it was hurled inward, crashing heavily against the opposite wall. Amidst the swirling dust, a figure emerged. reminiscent of a warrior from ancient myth, stepping into the containment chamber. It was a woman, tall and imposing. She wore a tattered, dirt-streaked combat uniform adorned with the camouflage of a bygone era, and over it, she casually donned a piece of hide armor, the source of which was indiscernible, but bore dark, scaly textures. Her face was obscured by thick war paint, rendering her features indistinct, save for her eyes, sharp and cold like tempered stars, yet ablaze with a wild, indomitable fire. In her hands, she wielded no firearm, but rather a colossal, archaic bone dagger, its blade marred with minuscule notches, radiating a palpable aura of dread. This bone dagger appeared to be fashioned from the spine of some colossal, mutated creature, its pale bone adorned with deep crimson veins that pulsed gently, emitting an energy fluctuation reminiscent of source core fragments, albeit more ferocious. She stood at the threshold, her gaze scanning the entirety of the containment chamber with the precision of a scanner, ultimately resting upon Liam, who was bound to the chair. Her eyes lingered for a moment on his pale, weakened visage and the tautness of his lower back, a subconscious response to his anxiety. Within her gaze, there was no warmth of a savior, no curiosity, nor hostility, only a sense of confirmation, as if a hunter had finally located its long-sought prey. She advanced, stepping over the shards of the alloyed door, approaching Liam with a steady gait, imbued with the rhythm of a jungle predator. Liam's heart raced. Who was this woman? The energy emanating from her was palpable, and the bone dagger she wielded indicated that she was neither from the north nor from Eden. The woman approached Liam, looking down at him from her elevated stance. A potent aroma, a blend of blood, gunpowder, and the essence of the wild, enveloped her. She spoke not a word, but raised the massive bone dagger, its tip aimed directly at Liam's forehead. His pupils constricted, and a chilling sense of death enveloped him. Yet, the dagger did not plunge. Instead, it halted just a fraction from his brow, the dark red patterns along its blade flickering with a faint glow. An extraordinary force, akin to invisible tendrils, delicately penetrated Liam's mind through the dagger's tip, not an attack, nor an intrusion, but rather a probing resonance. Under the influence of this force, the hollow at his lower back stirred once more with an unmistakable pulse. Unlike the frenzied yearning he felt when confronted by the source core fragments, this pulse resonated with an ancient, profound essence, as though it had found a kindred spirit. The woman sensed this tremor. In her star-like eyes, an unprecedented brilliance erupted, a complex amalgamation of astonishment, ecstasy, and a weighty sense of responsibility. She withdrew the bone dagger, and the probing force receded. Gazing at Liam, she finally spoke, her voice low and gravelly, yet imbued with a metallic resonance, as if she had long been deprived of conversation. Indeed, the call of the source is not mistaken. Extending her hand, she did not seek to free Liam from his bonds, but pressed against the metallic ring that confined his wrist. Her fingers possessed astonishing strength. The specially forged alloy of the ring emitted a grating sound, slowly contorting under her touch. The ancient bloodline has become thin, and the frail vessel carries echoes. As she dismantled his restraints, she whispered incomprehensible words, her gaze fixed intensely upon him. Lostkin, it is time to return home. With a sharp crack, the metal ring shattered. Liam's wrist was liberated. He stared in astonishment at this enigmatic and formidable woman, captivated by the undeniable light in her eyes, as if she were destined to lead him toward an inevitable fate. Return home? To where? He had no time to ponder further, for outside the passage, a flurry of urgent footsteps approached, accompanied by the cold, electronic commands of the Reapers. Intruder in the core containment chamber. Surround her. The woman swiftly turned her gaze toward the entrance, her demeanor instantly reverting to its previous coldness and sharpness, akin to a mother wolf guarding its offspring. She seized Liam from the chair with immense force, her voice resolute. Follow me. Otherwise, stay here and become fodder for annihilation, or perish. Chapter 24. The Guiding Glimmer. Follow me. Otherwise, stay here and become fodder for annihilation, or perish. Her voice resonated like the clash of metal, imbued with an unassailable determination and a raw survival instinct reminiscent of the wilderness. Her hand, which had just crushed the metal ring, gripped Liam's frail arm like a vice, the strength nearly threatening to shatter his bones. Outside the corridor, the heavy footfalls of the Reapers and the ominous hum of energy weapons were alarmingly close. The shadow of death loomed oppressively, tangible and terrifying. There was no time for hesitation. To become the vessel of annihilation, collapsing under the weight of that horrific energy, or to be exterminated by these cold machines of slaughter, both options led to the same inevitable conclusion. Yet, this sudden, formidable, and enigmatic woman, despite her unclear intentions, at least spoke of returning home. In her gaze, There was none of the cold indifference that saw humanity as mere objects. Only a primal instinct of recognition and protection towards her kind. It was a gamble, drawing upon the last vestiges of his recently restored strength. Liemo grasped the woman's arm with urgency, rasping 2 words, "Let us go." A flash of near approval glinted in her eyes, and without further ado, she exerted her strength, almost lifting Liemo off the ground, and turned to charge toward the shattered doorway. In the instant they burst from the containment room, a command rang out. Target acquired. Fire. Streams of violet-red energy beams, like venomous serpents, crisscrossed towards them from either side of the corridor. The searing rays grazed their bodies, scorching the walls behind them and leaving charred craters in their wake. The woman's reflexes were astonishingly swift. Without a glance back, she relied on an almost animalistic intuition, crouching low and sliding to the side while her other hand swung a massive bone blade with a piercing whoosh. Clang, clang. The sharp sounds echoed as the bone blade deftly deflected 2 lethal energy attacks, the dark red patterns on the blade igniting with blinding light, dispersing a portion of the violet-red energy. Yet, more reapers surged from the far end of the corridor. The barrage intensified in an instant. Trouble, she spat, her gaze sharpening with ferocity. No longer attempting a direct assault, she delivered a sudden kick to what appeared to be a smooth metal wall. Boom! The wall buckled inward, revealing a narrow, dust-laden, cobweb-infested maintenance passage that seemed long abandoned. This way, she urged, dragging Liemo without hesitation into the darkness. Behind them, the Reaper's energy beams followed relentlessly, striking the corridor's entrance, igniting sparks and smoke, yet failing to impede their escape. Inside the maintenance passage, darkness enveloped them, barely wide enough for one to pass through while bending low, the air thick with the stench of mildew and rust. Beneath their feet lay years of accumulated grime and debris. The woman activated a rudimentary light fixed on her shoulder, casting a dim glow that illuminated only a few steps ahead. She moved with the swiftness of a cheetah, navigating the cramped space with agility. While Liemo was nearly dragged along, his body weak and disoriented from the aftermath of energy infusion, struggling to keep pace. The pursuers seemed temporarily shaken off, though distant sounds of searching and dismantling echoed ominously. "Who are you?" Liemo panted, struggling to articulate the question between breaths. "Lon," she replied tersely, never looking back. "A night watcher." "A night watcher?" Another unfamiliar title. "Why did you save me?" The footsteps of Lon momentarily faltered as she turned her head. Beneath the dim, yellow light, her eyes, reminiscent of cold stars, cast a fleeting glance at Liemo. "It is because you carry the call of the source, because you are an echo, because you cannot succumb to the grasp of annihilation." Her response remained succinct, yet was laden with profound meaning. Were the Night Watchers and Annihilation adversaries? Indeed, they were sworn enemies. A deep-seated hatred resonated in Lan's voice. They pursued a distorted order, seeking to reduce all to the pristine silence of death. Yet we, the guardians of life's embers, await the dawn. Her words flowed like poetry, imbued with an ancient and tragic cadence. Liemo wished to inquire further, but Lon abruptly raised her hand to halt him. She paused, pressing her ear against the cold metallic wall of a nearby pipe, listening intently. The pursuers had split their forces, some were blocking the path ahead. "We cannot exit directly. The base's defense system has been fully activated," she whispered, her gaze piercing the darkened fork in the path ahead. Her eyes fell upon Liemo, whose pallor and weakness were evident. Yet his face bore an unusual flush from exertion, particularly around the area he instinctively pressed at his lower back. "Your body has just been forcibly infused with fragments of the source core's energy?" she queried, her tone assertive. Liemo nodded, his throat dry. "They call me a vessel." A flicker of understanding and gravity crossed Lan's eyes. "Indeed, Annihilation has been seeking a living host capable of stabilizing the source core's power. Your hollow space serves as their ideal incubator." The term incubator sent a shiver down Liemo's spine. He felt the deep-seated weakness and a faint ache of emptiness within him. "I feel so hungry." Lon gazed deeply into his eyes. "That is not hunger. It is the resonance of the source leaving its mark in you, a yearning for the same source power. Forcibly infusing it will only tear you apart. What you need is guidance and harmony." "Guidance? Harmony?" Before Liemo could ponder further, Lon suddenly retrieved a small piece from a leather pouch at her waist. It was no larger than a fingernail, exhibiting a warm, milky hue, with what appeared to be a luminous essence swirling within, perhaps a bone or some form of crystal. The moment it was produced, a gentle yet distinct pulse surged from the hollow in Liemo's lower back. Unlike the frenzied craving he felt when confronting the source core fragments, and different from the profound resonance experienced with Lan's bone knife, this pulse bore the soothing quality of parched earth meeting the spring rain. "This is a fragment of the source bloodstone," transformed from the remains of ancient guardians, containing the most gentle and pure essence of the source. Lon pressed the small shard into Limeau's hand. Clutch it tightly, try to feel it, and guide that energy to calm the restlessness within you. We have little time. You must regain some mobility quickly, automatically. Limeau grasped the warm fragment of the source bloodstone. It was not cold to the touch, but rather emanated a peculiar warmth, as if alive. This warmth flowed through his arm, gradually spreading to his limbs, ultimately gathering in the hollow of his lower back like rivers converging into the sea. There was no violent surge, no tearing pain. The warm current, as fine as the most delicate sand, gently soothed the cracked interior walls of the vessel, forcibly expanded and marred with fissures. The relentless torment stemming from the primal hunger and emptiness of existence within him began to gradually subside. Although he remained frail, the overwhelming sense of imminent collapse diminished significantly. Efficacy. Limeau gazed in astonishment at the small fragment in his hand, then turned to Lon, who nodded at him with an urging glance. Just then, a series of energy beams suddenly shot in from a vent to their front side. It was the Reapers attempting to intercept them. Lon reacted swiftly, pushing Limeau towards the shadows on the opposite side of the passage, while her bone dagger whirled in a frenzy, deflecting the incoming energy beams. Go that way, she directed, pointing to a narrow, damp, downward-sloping pipe. Follow the sound of the water. I will distract them. Limeau wished to protest and insist on accompanying her. Stop wasting words. Lon interrupted sharply, her eyes fierce. Remember the call of the source. The Watchers are in the north, at the end of the Dragonbone wasteland. Seek the guiding star. Before her words faded, she dashed forward like a lithe female leopard, boldly charging towards the incoming energy beams. Her bone dagger sliced through the darkness, imbued with an unwavering resolve. Limeau watched her silhouette vanish around the corner, the cacophony of battle erupting immediately thereafter. With clenched teeth, he hesitated no longer. Gripping the fragment of source bloodstone that had bestowed upon him a flicker of vitality, and plunged into the downward pipe. The interior of the pipe was exceedingly slippery, the cold, foul-smelling wastewater rising to his knees. He raced forward, each step a struggle against the viscous muck, leaving the sounds of carnage behind. Lan's words echoed in his mind. Dragonbone wasteland, guiding star, Watchers in the north, regions rumored to be even more distant and inhospitable than the ruins of Eden. Could he truly reach such a place? The fragment of source bloodstone in his hand radiated a persistent warmth, nurturing his battered body and soul. He glanced back at the endless darkness behind him. Su Lin was nowhere to be found. The northern team was nearly decimated. The fate of the dust folk remained uncertain, and Eden had already crumbled. Yet he, the man implanted with a key and stripped of it, known as Echo and Vessel, bore within him the mark of the source. Pursued by annihilation and guided by the Watchers, his path ahead was destined to be strewn with thorns and uncertainty. Nevertheless, he clenched his fists, feeling the faint yet undeniable warmth of power from the source bloodstone within him. No matter what lay ahead, he resolved to press on, to survive, to seek answers, to find his own dawn. He turned resolutely towards the depths of the pipe, towards the north, towards the elusive guiding star, and took a step forward. Chapter 25. Ripples of the source. The frigid, rust-laden, and decayed-smelling wastewater engulfed Limeau up to his knees, each step feeling as if he were pulling himself from a sticky mire. The darkness enveloped him like a heavy shroud, with only the faint, milky glow emanating from the source bloodstone fragment in his hand casting a feeble, quivering light on the murky water's surface. The sounds of Lan's battle had long been swallowed by the twisting pipe and the profound darkness, leaving only his own labored breaths, heavy and ragged like a broken bellows, and the frantic drumming of his heart within his chest. In the hollow of his lower back, nourished by the gentle power of the source bloodstone, the gnawing hunger and sense of tearing had indeed subsided considerably. Yet, a deeper weakness engulfed him, as if his very vitality had been drained, coiling around him like a maggot. He dared not pause. The harvesters lurked like phantoms, ready to emerge from any side passage or vent. He could only struggle forward, guided by the sound of water flowing as indicated by Lon, navigating through the labyrinthine, derelict pipe system with each precarious step. Time had become a muddled concept. Perhaps he had been walking for hours, or maybe mere minutes. Exhaustion and mental strain blurred his perception. The sound of rushing water ahead seemed to intensify, and the stench of sewage in the air grew more pungent. He arrived at a relatively open junction where several pipes of varying diameters converged, their murky waters swirling down into a larger, dark shaft, echoing with a thunderous resonance. This appeared to be a major confluence point of the ancient city's drainage system. At the edge of the shaft, a rusted metal ladder descended into the abyss below. No other path was apparent. He could only proceed downward, leaning against the cold, damp wall of the shaft, he gasped for breath, feeling a fiery pain in his lungs. He opened his palm to examine the fragment of the source bloodstone, its halo seemingly dimmer than before. The energy contained within this shard was evidently insufficient to fully replenish the deficits in his body, barely sustaining his flickering life. He required more, or a method of guidance and alignment, as Lon had mentioned. The words Dragon Bone Wasteland and Guiding Star of the North felt as distant as legends from another realm. Presently, escaping this obliterated base seemed an insurmountable challenge. At that moment, a faint rustling, distinct from the sounds of water and wind, emanated from the pipe above him. A chill ran down Lemo's spine as his hair stood on end. He swiftly extinguished the glow of the source bloodstone, pressing himself tightly against the shadow of the shaft wall, holding his breath. The sound grew nearer, accompanied by the deliberate yet unavoidable scraping of metal boots. The harvesters. They were closing in, and from the sound, there was more than one. What to do? Descend? Below lay an unfathomable shaft, fraught with unknown dangers. Stay here? Discovery would be instantaneous. Just as his heart raced towards his throat, a single drop of icy water fell from above, striking the back of his hand where he clutched the source bloodstone fragment. Something extraordinary occurred. That ordinary droplet, upon contact with the shard, seemed to be imbued with life. It did not fall away but lingered for an ephemeral moment on the surface of the fragment, before transforming into an almost imperceptible wisp of white mist, carrying a faint moisture, silently drifting towards a specific direction deep within the shaft. This change was so subtle that, had Lemo not been wholly focused on his hand, he would have never perceived it. Simultaneously, a faint yet distinct pull emanated from the hollow in his lower back, aligning with the direction of the dissipating mist. Was it mere coincidence, or was the source bloodstone offering guidance? There was no time for contemplation. The footsteps above have drawn alarmingly close. With an unwavering resolve, Lemo followed the dissipating wisp of white mist and the faint pull within him, leaning forward to peer downward into the abyss. In the profound darkness, relying on the exceptional night vision honed amidst the desolate wasteland, he discerned, approximately 7 to 8 meters below, an unassuming indentation on the well's wall, sculpted by years of relentless water flow, just spacious enough for a person to curl up within. That is the spot. Without hesitation, he scrambled down, gripping the rusted ladder that seemed fragile enough to crumble at a touch. Exerting every ounce of strength to descend as silently as possible, every muscle fiber screamed in protest, his frail form akin to a flickering candle in the wind. The corroded ladder creaked under his weight, sending a cascade of debris tumbling down. Above, the footsteps of the Reaper had reached the node platform. A cold electronic voice announced the detection of residual biological energy pointing downwards into the shaft. Tracking. He cannot escape far. Lemo's heart raced to his throat as he hastened his descent, finally landing on the narrow indentation. He immediately curled up tightly, pressing against the frigid, damp wall, scarcely daring to breathe. Almost simultaneously, beams of intense flashlight swept across above him, crisscrossing through the darkness of the well. The beams passed perilously close to his hiding place, nearly grazing his scalp. He held his breath, feeling the tremors of his heart reverberating within his chest. The energy signal vanished. It might have plunged into the lower waters or been swept away by the current, reported one Reaper, split up to search the lower conduits. His condition was dire. He could not have gone far. The footsteps and beams began to ascend towards the upper platform, seemingly preparing to continue tracking through other conduits. Lemo exhaled slightly, yet remained motionless. However, just as he believed himself to be temporarily safe, a faint sound, akin to a small stone rolling, emanated from directly above him. He shot his gaze upward. A loose, palm-sized chunk of concrete detached from the junction of the ladder he had descended, tumbling directly towards his hiding place. It was over. Lemo's pupils dilated. Once the stone fell, the noise would undoubtedly summon the Reapers who had just departed. In a flash, he instinctively concentrated all his mental energy upon the shard of source bloodstone clutched tightly in his hand, focusing on the hollow at his lower back that resonated with the source. Unsure of what to do, he fervently wished to halt its descent. No noise. Just as the concrete block was set to strike his head, an unexpected transformation occurred. The humid air around him seemed stirred by an invisible force. The moisture suspended in the air rapidly coalesced towards the shard of source bloodstone in his grasp, instantaneously forming a shield of water, nearly transparent and just large enough to stand against the falling stone. With a soft pop, akin to a bubble bursting, the block collided with the water shield, shattering it into a fine mist that dissipated into the air. Yet, the falling stone was momentarily halted by this feeble force, altering its trajectory as it grazed Lemo's shoulder, plummeting with a splash into the abyss of murky waters below, creating mere ripples. The sound was perfectly overshadowed by the thunderous roar of the water beneath. Above, the reapers who had just begun to disperse in search paused for a moment. What was that sound? The lower water flow, accompanied by debris falling, normal. Their footsteps resumed, gradually fading away. In the depression, Liam-o leaned against the cold well wall, his entire being drenched in cold sweat, as if he had just emerged from the depths of water. He gasped for breath, his heart racing as if it would leap from his chest. He stared incredulously at his hand, at the shard of source bloodstone that appeared to have lost some of its luster. Had he truly done that? Manipulating the vapor? Forming a shield? Was this the power of the source? The guidance and resonance that Lon spoke of? Not due to the key, nor the vessel, but rather his own self. Resonating with the source bloodstone, awakening his own unique abilities? A tumultuous blend of shock, confusion, and a glimmer of hope surged within him. This power was so tenuous. It could barely fend off a small falling stone. Yet, this marked a beginning. He was no longer the mere experiment, a passive vessel at the mercy of fate. He clutched the shard of source bloodstone tightly, feeling the warm power flowing through it, resonating with his very life, while also experiencing the weakness that had intensified due to the momentary outburst. The road ahead remained long, and he was still frail, but at the very least, he had glimpsed a direction. He lifted his gaze towards the isolated light above the shaft, and then looked down into the roaring, unknown darkness below. To the north, the Dragonbone wasteland, the guiding star. He inhaled a breath of the cold, tainted air, and a faint yet resolute light rekindled in his eyes. He began to climb down along the slick well wall, moving deeper into the obscurity that might lead to freedom, a difficult ascent. The source bloodstone in his hand was his sole spark. This newly awakened, albeit fragile ability to control vapor was the first brick of survival he had earned amid the abyss of despair. Chapter 26. The Scavenger Boy and the Star's Guidance. The bone-chilling, icy waters finally reached only to Liam-o's chest. He staggered, struggling out from a half-submerged, corroded and broken pipe, collapsing onto a relatively dry bank strewn with gravel and mud. Outside, the night persisted, but it was no longer the suffocating, artificial darkness of the obliterated base. Here lay the authentic, desolate night of the wasteland. Through the sparse layers of radiation clouds, dim starlight illuminated the distorted silhouettes of collapsed cities in the distance. The wind, carrying the unique chill of the wilderness mixed with the scent of radioactive dust and decay, swept across his drenched body, robbing him of the scant warmth left and causing him to shiver uncontrollably. He had succeeded. He had escaped that nightmarish base. The cost was the near exhaustion of his vitality and the shard of source bloodstone in his hand, which had become as dull and ordinary as a common pebble, retaining only a faint warmth. He lay on his back upon the cold, jagged stones, gazing up at the unfamiliar, silent expanse of the starry sky. His chest heaved violently, each breath accompanied by a sharp pain in his lungs and the metallic taste of blood in his throat, the gnawing emptiness in his lower back. A hunger barely subdued by the meager source of bloodstone began to stir like a serpent awakening from slumber. He craved sustenance, energy, and rest. Otherwise, he would rot silently in this desolate ruin before oblivion or any foe could find him. The phrases Dragonbone wasteland and guiding star of the north flickered through his feeble mind, as distant as paradise itself. He barely had the strength to rise. At that moment, a faint, rustling sound, distinct from the wind, emerged from the wreckage of abandoned vehicles not far from the shore. Liam-o's nerves tightened instantaneously. He attempted to sit up, but weakness forced him back down. His gaze fixated on the source of the sound, fingers instinctively clutching a sharp-edged shard of stone beside him. Was it a reaper? Or perhaps the deformed inhabitants of this wasteland, or some mutated creature? In the darkness, several pairs of murky green eyes flickered to life like will-o'-the-wisps. A low, menacing whimper echoed in the air, followed by three hunched, twisted figures staggering forth from behind the debris. They were the deformed. Their skin bore an unhealthy, ashen hue, limbs contorted grotesquely, and drool dripped from the corners of their mouths, their eyes reflecting only the most primal hunger and a desire for destruction. They had evidently been drawn to the faint yet distinct life force emanating from Liam-o. In his current state, even one of them could prove fatal. His heart sank to the depths of despair. Just escaped from the tiger's den, he had stumbled into the wolf's lair. He endeavored to summon the meager strength within him, recalling the sensation of coalescing a water shield. Yet this time, no matter how he concentrated, the void in his lower back merely stirred with an empty thrum, and the thin moisture in the surrounding air yielded no response. The fragments of bloodstone lay silent, unable to provide any further aid. He had exhausted himself beyond measure. The leading deformed emitted a raspy howl and lunged toward him with sudden speed, its twisted claws slicing through the air aimed at his face. There was no escaping. A flicker of despair crossed Lemo's eyes as he tightened his grip on the stone, preparing for a final struggle. Just at that critical moment, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air. A crude arrow, fashioned from metal, shot forth like lightning from the shadows behind him, piercing the eye socket of the lunging deformed with unerring precision. With a sickening splatter, tainted blood and brain matter erupted forth. The deformed creature could not even utter a scream before collapsing to the ground, twitching briefly before lying still. The other two deformed were startled by this sudden assault, letting out furious roars as they turned towards the direction from which the arrow had come. From the shadows, a slight figure emerged, clutching a rudimentary longbow seemingly crafted from repurposed sports equipment of a bygone era, with several similarly crude arrows slung across its back. His face was obscured by a soiled cloth, revealing only a pair of exceptionally bright eyes that shone in the darkness, warily fixed on the two remaining degenerates. "Get lost." A crisp voice, characteristic of youth yet attempting to convey ferocity, emerged from behind the mask. The two degenerates seemed momentarily daunted by the demise of their companion. Or perhaps they perceived this newly emerged prey as easier to subdue. They exchanged glances, snarling, and lunged towards the bow-wielding youth. The boy, clearly inexperienced, appeared somewhat flustered as he faced the simultaneous assault of the two degenerates. He hastily loosed an arrow, which merely grazed the shoulder of one of the creatures before whizzing past. He stumbled backward, tripping over the debris at his feet and nearly losing his balance. An opportunity. Lemo was unaware of where this sudden strength originated. Perhaps it was the instinct for survival that compelled him to tap into his last reserves of potential. He sprang from the ground, not charging toward the degenerates, but rather diving into a small puddle formed by a leak from the pipes. He plunged his hands into the cold, murky water, his mind more focused than ever, directing all his intent into the void at his lower back, calling forth with fervor, "Rise!" He silently roared within his mind, as if responding to his summons. The dormant bloodstone fragments in his clenched palm flickered one final time before disintegrating into powder. The void at his lower back ignited like a miniature black hole, unleashing a powerful suction. Suddenly, the puddle of water erupted. Countless droplets, as if manipulated by an unseen force, defied gravity, suspending themselves between Lemo and the boy, coalescing into a water veil that, though thin, was several times larger than the previous palm-sized shield. The two degenerates, caught off guard, collided headlong into this unexpectedly materialized curtain of water. The veil rippled violently, nearly collapsing, yet it succeeded in stalling them for a fleeting moment. In that brief instant of reprieve, the bow-wielding youth steadied himself, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features, yet his actions were resolute. He swiftly nocked an arrow, drawing the bowstring taut. Whoosh, whoosh. Two arrows flew forth almost simultaneously, striking precisely into the exposed throats of the degenerates as a result of their collision. Gasping, the two creatures clutched their gushing wounds, emitting a wheezing sound as they staggered a few steps before crashing heavily to the ground. The riverbank fell into an immediate silence, broken only by the sound of the wind and Lemo's labored breaths, akin to a wheezing bellows. He collapsed to the ground, feeling utterly drained, his vision dimming to blackness, lacking even the strength to move a finger. That moment had exhausted all his spiritual energy and the last remnants of the Bloodstone's power. The bow-wielding youth cautiously waited, ensuring the degenerates were truly dead, before approaching with care. He first prodded the corpse with his foot, then turned his gaze to the prostrate Lemo. His bright eyes brimmed with curiosity and a hint of barely perceptible reverence. "What was that?" the boy asked, pointing toward the spot where the water veil had dissipated, his voice tinged with disbelief. "Did you create that?" Lemo, lacking the strength to respond, could only manage a feeble blink. The youth crouched down, scrutinizing Lemo intently, particularly fixating on his pallid skin that was alarmingly sallow beneath his tattered garments, as well as the deep hollows of his eyes. "Did you emerge from there?" he inquired, gesturing towards the drainage pipe, his tone assured. "From the Black Tower?" The term Black Tower, did it refer to the obliterated base? Lemo blinked once more in confusion. The boy nodded thoughtfully, rummaging through a worn backpack from which he produced a piece of something wrapped in filthy leaves, presenting it to Lemo's lips. A scent, mingling the earthy aroma of soil with the fresh fragrance of plants, wafted forth. "Eat this," he urged. "Radiation moss mixed with hemostatic herb. It may not be palatable, but it will stave off hunger and restore a modicum of strength." The boy spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if sharing food was the most ordinary act amidst the desolation. Lemo, bereft of energy to doubt or critique, opened his mouth, allowing the boy to place the oddly flavored, waxy substance into it, mechanically swallowing. A faint warmth coursed down his esophagus, dispelling a hint of chill and providing his nearly depleted body with a trivial replenishment. "Thank you," he rasped, uttering the words with effort. The boy waved his hand dismissively and sat beside him, his curious gaze still fixed on Liam-O. "I am a Mu, a scavenger. What about you? How did you escape from the Black Tower? And that move you made earlier, was it psychic energy? I have only heard of such things in ancient tales." Liam-O kept his eyes closed, slowly chewing, gathering his strength. He did not respond to Amu's rapid-fire questions, but instead countered, "Where is this place? How do I head north?" "North?" Amu paused, pointing in a direction. "That way is north. But why would you want to go north? Beyond that lies the Dragonbone Wasteland, with naught but devouring sandstorms and even more terrifying monsters." Dragonbone Wasteland. Liam-O's spirit surged, and he abruptly opened his eyes, gazing towards the direction Amu indicated. Although visibility was poor in the darkness, he felt an inexplicable call emanating from that direction. "I must go," he asserted, his voice still hoarse yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. Amu regarded him, blinking in surprise before suddenly proposing, "If you intend to head north, perhaps you could accompany me back to the camp." Liam-O eyed him warily. Amu hastily clarified, "Don't misunderstand. I have no ulterior motives. A few days ago, our camp rescued someone, a peculiar individual. He was gravely injured, yet kept muttering something about a star guiding north and night watchmen. The leader suspects he may be deranged, but I believe what he spoke could be related to where you intend to go." "Star? Guiding? Night watch?" Liam-O's heart raced. The guiding star? The night watchman? Could it be a companion of Lon? Or something else entirely? He stared into Amu's clear and earnest eyes, pondering in silence for a few moments. "Take me there," he finally said. Amu grinned broadly, revealing a set of not overly white teeth. "All right, but you must be able to walk first. Come on, I'll help you." He extended his hand, assisting the frail Liam-O to rise from the ground. The two individuals supported each other, navigating the treacherous terrain as they departed from the death-laden riverbank, making their way towards the depths of the ruins. To the enigmatic place known as the scavenger camp. Liam-O glanced back one last time at the Black Tower's drainage outlet, which had claimed countless lives yet bestowed upon him a flicker of feeble strength. He understood that his flight had reached a temporary conclusion. However, the quest for the Night Watchman and the journey to the Dragonbone Wasteland was only just beginning. The insatiable hunger that began to stir within him served as a reminder that his time might be limited. He clenched his fist, feeling the warmth and vigor emanating from Amu's arm, a reminder that, at least in this moment, he was no longer alone. Chapter 27. Bloodstained Stars. Amu's camp resembled less of a campsite and more of a haphazard nest formed by the collapse of an immense overpass, pieced together from discarded vehicles, tattered tarpaulins, and twisted rebar. It lay hidden within the folds of the urban ruins, like an inconspicuous scar, obscured yet exuding a potent aura of poverty and the struggle for survival. The air was thick with the acrid scent of burning low-grade fuel, the sour odor of decaying food, and the distinctive stench of gathered humanity. Several campfires flickered in the crevices of the ruins, casting light upon faces that bore expressions of numbness, vigilance, or wild ferocity. As Liam-O was half-supported, half-dragged into this area by Amu, nearly every gaze converged upon them instantaneously. There was no welcome in those eyes, only scrutiny, as if assessing a tattered object that had suddenly appeared, potentially bringing trouble or opportunity. "Amu, what scrap have you dragged back this time?" A gruff voice called out. A burly, one-eyed man, his face marred by scars, emerged from a makeshift dwelling fashioned from a derelict bus, clutching a half-full bottle of murky liquid, his bleary eyes fixed upon them. His gaze swept over Liam-O, lingering on his incongruously tattered yet discernibly valuable attire, a flicker of greed flashing in his solitary eye. "Scarface, he is not just scrap," Amu protested, pushing Liam-O behind him defensively. "He might be connected to that strange person." "Strange person?" Scarface scoffed, taking a swig from his bottle. "That dying lunatic? You believe his words? He is different." Amu insisted urgently, lowering his voice. "He seems to possess psychic abilities. Just outside, he used water to fend off the devolved." "Psychic abilities?" Scarface's solitary eye narrowed, and a few other scavengers drew closer, their expressions shifting to one of uncertainty. In the wasteland, any power that defied logic signified either peril or opportunity. Scarface shoved Amu aside and stepped toward Liam-O, a wave of potent alcohol and sweat invading Liam-O's senses. Rough hands grasped his chin, forcing him to meet the man's gaze. "Kid, where do you hail from?" "The Black Tower? Those are places teeming with monsters that devour men whole. If you manage to escape, you must possess some skill." Liam-O weakly extricated himself from the grip, his voice hoarse. "Water." The scarred face scrutinized him for a few seconds before suddenly grinning, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. "If you desire something, you must offer something in return." Amu claims you possess spiritual energy. Why not demonstrate it? Li Mo remained silent. The power within him was nearly depleted, and the hollow sensation in his lower back stirred uneasily amidst the mingled life forces of the surrounding crowd, a peculiar blend of yearning and repulsion. Noticing his silence, the scarred face's smile faded. What is this? Are you toying with us? At that moment, a timid female voice piped up from the side. Boss, that strange man doesn't seem well. The crowd's attention shifted. The scarred face frowned and cursed as he turned. Damn it, what a time to notice. Let us go see if that unfortunate fellow has kicked the bucket. Seizing the opportunity, Amu quickly supported Li Mo and followed. They navigated through the chaotic living quarters to a relatively quiet corner deep within the camp. Here, there was a half-open space hastily shielded with plastic sheets and scrap metal, strewn with hay and rags. A figure was curled up within, coughing violently, each spasm seemingly threatening to expel his very lungs. With the faint glow of the campfire filtering in, Li Mo discerned the person. He was clad in tattered garments that once resembled a uniform, now soiled with dried blood and grime. His face was contorted with pain, matted with dirt and stubble. Yet within his occasionally opened eyes shone a tenacity incongruous with the desolation surrounding him. Most striking was a pattern etched in a dark red pigment on the left shoulder blade, somewhat blurred, resembling a simplified silhouette of a figure seemingly guarding something. Faintly reminiscent of the markings on the Gale bone blade. A night watcher. He is indeed a night watcher. Li Mo's heart raced. The emptiness within him seemed to resonate, sending a clear tremor through his being. Sensing Li Mo's presence and the unique resonance, the dying night watcher abruptly ceased his coughing, his murky eyes straining to focus on Li Mo. Upon meeting his gaze, the pupil constricted sharply, erupting with an incredible light. He struggled, extending a hand towards Li Mo, his lips quivering as he summoned his last strength to utter fragmented syllables. Comrade, beware, the star is a trap, they are coming. Before he could finish, his outstretched hand fell limply, the light in his eyes swiftly dimming, leaving only the faint rise and fall of his chest. What did he say? The scarred face furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend. Did he mention the star is a trap, and that they are coming? Amu repeated uncertainly. The star is a trap? The guiding star is a trap? Li Mo felt as if struck by lightning. The guidance of the gale. And they are coming? Did he refer to the obliteration? Just then, a thunderous explosion erupted from the camp's perimeter, followed by the distinctive hum of energy weapons and piercing screams of despair. An enemy attack. It's the monsters from the Black Tower. The scavengers on watch shouted in desperate panic. The entire camp erupted in chaos. Cries, curses, and the clashing of weapons created a cacophony. The scarred face of the leader shifted dramatically, a flicker of fear flashing in his one eye, but more prominently, a fierce resolve born of desperation. Damn it! Grab your weapons. Let us fight back. He seized a nearby machete and charged out with a roar. Amu, pale with fright, did not flee. Instead, he tightly grasped Li Mo's arm, urging, quick, follow me. I know a place where we can hide. Dragged along, Li Mo stumbled deeper into the camp towards a collapsed concrete pipe. His mind raced with questions. Was it a trap? Was the star a trap? Why did the night watchmen say that? Were they here by coincidence, or were they after him? Was it because he had escaped? Or was it due to his encounter with the dying night watchman that had triggered some kind of pursuit? Just as they were about to enter the pipe, Li Mo suddenly turned back, glancing at the gasping night watchman. He couldn't leave him behind. Breaking free from Amu's grip, he dashed back to the corner and, with his last ounce of strength, lifted the dying night watchman onto his back. The night watchman felt weightless, almost a mere collection of bones. Yet this burden nearly caused Li Mo to collapse. What are you doing? We can't escape with him, Amu exclaimed, stamping his feet in urgency. We have to take him with us. Li Mo shouted hoarsely, his eyes radiating an undeniable determination. This man might possess crucial information about the truth behind the guiding star. Seeing the glimmer of resolve in Li Mo's eyes, Amu gritted his teeth and said no more, stepping forward to assist. The two of them, carrying the night watchman, barely squeezed into the dark pipe when the chilling electronic voice of the Reapers and the explosive sound of their energy weapons echoed behind them. Target energy signal lost. Search this area. Life signs detected. Eliminate. The resistance of the scavenger camp crumbled like paper against the Reapers' superior equipment and formidable firepower. The air was filled with screams and explosions. Li Mo and Amu crawled desperately through the dark, narrow pipe, death looming ever closer behind them. The night watchman's feeble breaths brushed against Li Mo's neck, tinged with the scent of blood. The pipe seemed to lead underground, descending deeper, with the air growing progressively damp and frigid. After what felt like an eternity of crawling, a faint glimmer of light appeared ahead, accompanied by the sound of flowing water. They emerged from the pipe into a vast, abandoned underground cavern, where a murky, subterranean river wound its way through the center. Cracks in the cavern's ceiling allowed a few rays of light to filter in, barely illuminating this isolated space. For now, they were safe. Liam and Amu collapsed by the riverbank, gasping for breath. The night watchman lay flat on the ground, his breaths growing even fainter. Liam gazed at the blurred tattoo on the night watchman's shoulder, recalling his warning before death. The star is a trap. They are coming. Did Lon know what had transpired within the ranks of the night watchman? He extended his hand, gently placing it on the night watchman's cold forehead, attempting to convey a flicker of strength or perhaps a semblance of solace from one of his kind. The night watchman's body quivered slightly, as if summoning the last glimmers of life, his eyes opening a narrow slit to gaze at Liam. The fervor that once resided in his gaze has vanished, leaving behind an abyss of profound, ineffable sorrow and foreboding. His lips moved, yet no sound escaped this time. However, within Liam's mind, it was as if he could directly hear the fragmented whispers of his soul's exhaustion, conveying disjointed messages. The beacon is tainted. The elder has betrayed. Do not trust the stars. Seek the ancient song beneath. The transmission abruptly ceased. The watcher's eyes had entirely lost their luster, his head tilted to one side, breath stilled. Liam stood frozen, his hand still resting on the watcher's gradually cooling forehead. The beacon is tainted. The elder has betrayed. Do not trust the stars. The ancient song beneath. Each word struck his consciousness like a heavy hammer. Was the guiding star from Lon a trap? Had traitors infiltrated the watchers? Did Lon know of this? Was she a betrayer or merely a pawn in the dark? A profound confusion and sense of crisis engulfed Liam, akin to icy waters drowning him in an instant. He had believed that finding the watcher would illuminate his path and provide answers. Yet now the road ahead appeared shrouded in greater mystery, fraught with peril. He raised his gaze towards the fissures in the cavern's ceiling through which faint light trickled, as if he could glimpse the polluted, untrustworthy night sky beyond. If the guiding star is a trap, what then can he trust? The ancient song beneath. He clenched his fists, feeling the restlessness within, stirred by the watcher's final message, resonating with some distant presence. It seemed that only one path remained, downward, in search of the elusive ancient song. Chapter 28. The wall of muddy water. The sound of the underground river echoed through the vast cavern, cold and monotonous, like a dirge for the recently departed. The shattered form of the watcher lay upon the rough stone, already frigid. Amu huddled in a distant corner, his shoulders trembling. The muffled sobs starkly clear in the cavern's silence. This young scavenger had just witnessed the annihilation of the refuge and the horrific demise of his companions, and had personally brought an end to a degenerate's life. He was now utterly broken. Liam leaned against the cold stone wall, eyes closed but not resting. The message conveyed by the watcher in his dying moments burned in his mind like a searing brand. The beacon is tainted. The elder has betrayed. Do not trust the stars. Seek the ancient song beneath. Each word bore ominous portents, shattering the direction he once believed he had found. Land's guidance. The twinkling star in the night sky. Was it a trap? Were there traitors among the watchers, rendering even the elders untrustworthy? And what of Lon? Was she an informed ally or yet another deceived pawn? A profound crisis of trust and an unprecedented sense of isolation seeped into his bones like the chill of the cavern. The emptiness within him, struck by the death of the watcher and the weight of these heavy revelations, now lay in eerie silence, as if aware of the dangers ahead, hesitant to stir. He was left with only himself and a boy who had just lost everything. Liam opened his eyes and gazed at the still sobbing Amu. He had to muster his strength. At the very least, he needed to ensure the survival of this child. Amu, he spoke, his voice hoarse from thirst and weakness. Amu abruptly lifted his head, hastily wiping his face with his grimy sleeve, striving to appear strong, yet the redness around his eyes betrayed his true emotions. We must leave this place, Liam said, his gaze sweeping across the cavern. The reapers would not cease their search. This place was insufficiently safe. Amu nodded, rising to his feet, approaching the corpse of the night watchman. He hesitated for a moment before silently beginning to bury it with stones and dirt. His movements were gentle, imbued with a solemnity that belied his youth. Liam did not intervene. Offering the dead a final resting place was the last act of mercy in this wasteland. Once the burial was complete, Amu returned to Liam's side, his voice still choked with emotion. Brother Amu, where do we go now? Can we still head north? Liam fell silent. To the north lay the Dragonbone wasteland, and the path marked by the tainted guiding star seemed to be blocked. The night watchman had mentioned an ancient song from the underground. This might be their only clue. Yet the subterranean world was vast and perilous, and searching for an elusive melody was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. First, we need to find a way out, and then seek water and food. Liam finally replied, omitting any mention of the night watchman's warning. Some truths were too heavy for Amu to bear. They walked downstream along the underground river. The cavern twisted and deepened, with numerous forks, the darkness thick as viscous ink, illuminated only by the occasional glimmers of light filtering through the cracks above. Amu seemed somewhat experienced in such environments, discerning the direction of the water flow and the movement of air, selecting a relatively safe path. After an indeterminate amount of time, a faint sound, distinct from the flowing water, reached their ears, a subtle whimpering. The sound was intermittent, imbued with a chilling sorrow and resentment. The two immediately halted, cautiously pressing against the cave wall. Is it a ghost? Amu's voice trembled slightly. In the legends of the wasteland, those who died in excruciating pain or harboring deep resentment sometimes left behind lingering echoes, wandering in specific locations. Liam focused his senses. The emptiness in his lower back did not stir with the presence of an energy entity. Instead, he felt an extremely faint, reminiscent pull akin to when he had previously manipulated water vapor. It was as if the sound were not a physical entity, but rather a potent emotional imprint lingering in the environment. It is not a ghost, Liam murmured. It is a remnant of something. Be cautious. They cautiously navigated around a bend, and the sight before them made both of them gasp in horror. The cavern opened up here, the ground strewn with numerous pale bones, some human, others belonging to various mutated creatures. Most of these bones were incomplete, marred by deep bite and tear marks. In the center of the cave, clusters of strange fungi emanating a ghostly green light flourished. The whimpering sound was emanating from these fungi. It seemed these fungi possessed some form of collective consciousness, sensing the approach of living beings. The whimpering abruptly intensified, becoming sharp, dense, and filled with aggression. Simultaneously, the ethereal green luminescence emanating from the caps of the fungi surged intensely, releasing a disorienting wave of psychic energy. Amu was the first to succumb, his gaze instantly becoming clouded with confusion and agony, as he clutched his head and emitted a pained groan. No, don't come any closer, mother. He seemed to be ensnared in a terrifying illusion. Liam too felt a formidable mental force attempting to infiltrate his mind, as countless fragments of tragic, fearful, and resentful images surged like a tidal wave. Yet, the void in his lower back quivered violently, a chilling aura spontaneously radiating outward, safeguarding the core of his consciousness like a solid rock, repelling the mental assault. Indeed, this void not only attracted energy, but also appeared to possess a certain resilience, if not an insatiable hunger, against spiritual incursions. There was no time for contemplation, seeing Amu collapse to the ground, tears streaming down his face. On the verge of being entirely consumed by that mental phantasm, Liam dashed forward, seizing Amu's arm and forcibly dragging him backward. Simultaneously, he unleashed a roar infused with the entirety of his willpower toward the glowing fungi. Begone! This roar was not merely a physical sound wave, but a manifestation of his recently awakened, albeit feeble, mental prowess, mingled with the frigid aura emanating from the void, piercing sharply into the emerald glow. Buzz! The radiance of the fungal colony flickered violently, its luminous brilliance waning. The sharp whimpering ceased abruptly, morphing into a chaotic, startled hissing. The psychic waves they emitted diminished by more than half in an instant. Amu gasped for breath, collapsing onto the ground, his eyes regaining clarity, though his face remained etched with profound terror. Those were hallucinogenic fungi, capable of influencing one's psyche, Liam explained succinctly, his gaze warily fixed on the temporarily subdued colony. He understood that this reprieve was fleeting. They had to depart swiftly. He supported the shaken Amu, steering clear of the horrific fungal zone, quickening their pace ahead. Following this ordeal, Amu's reliance on Liam intensified, almost rendering him inseparable. Furthermore, Liam noticed that after confronting the mental attack, the void within him seemed to have absorbed a fragment of that chaotic psychic energy. Though still weak, the sense of exhaustion rooted in the essence of life appeared to have lessened imperceptibly. What exactly was this void? It not only attracted material energy, but also seemed capable of absorbing spiritual energy. This revelation filled him with trepidation, yet also unveiled a glimmer of potential for strength enhancement in dire circumstances. However, this method evidently harbored unknown risks. The chaotic, negatively charged psychic energy could just as easily rebound upon him. They continued to traverse along the subterranean river, hunger and thirst gnawing at them like relentless parasites. The meager supplies in Amu's backpack had long been depleted. Liam had attempted to condense water droplets from the air using his abilities, but the results were minimal, merely moistening his cracked lips. Just as they were on the verge of collapse, a thunderous sound of rushing water echoed ahead, and the air became saturated with moisture. They exited the narrow passage, and before them lay an expansive vista. A colossal underground waterfall cascades down from a fissure in the vaulted ceiling, resembling the Milky Way spilling forth, plummeting into a seemingly bottomless abyss below. The torrent generates a mist that envelopes the entire space, casting a hazy and dreamlike aura illuminated by bioluminescent moss and crystalline formations adorning the cave walls. The water in the pool is crystal clear, exuding a faint, ethereal energy, perhaps a rich essence of water attribute. Behind the curtain of water, a shadowy entrance is faintly discernible. Water! So much water! Amu exclaims, eager to rush towards the pool. Wait! Liamo swiftly grasps him. In the wasteland, that which appears most enchanting often harbors peril. He focuses intently, attuning himself to the surroundings. Scattered around the pool are the skeletal remains of large creatures, their bones exhibiting an unnaturally dark blue hue. Besides the humidity, a subtle, sweet scent lingers in the air. Something lurks here. Almost the instant this thought crosses Liamo's mind, the water erupts violently. A massive shadow, adorned with dark blue scales, leaps from the depths as if propelled by lightning, revealing a gaping maw filled with jagged teeth, lunging menacingly towards Amu, who stands at the pool's edge. It is a mutated giant water python, its size far exceeding the ordinary, its scales impenetrable, eyes glinting with cunning ferocity. Amu, paralyzed with fear, cannot react in time. Be careful. Without a moment's hesitation, Liamo channels all his strength to shove Amu away. Simultaneously, instinctively, he summons his mental energy and perception of the water element, pressing his hands toward the ground. Rise. A singular thought dominates his mind, to halt the beast. This time, he does not merely conjure a small water shield. He senses the moist earth beneath him, the bountiful vapor in the air, and the cascading force of the waterfall. The hollow at his lower back spins with unprecedented swiftness, unleashing a powerful suction. Boom. Below the waterfall, at the edge of the pool, a significant mass of mud and water is violently drawn up by an unseen force, amalgamating and swiftly rising to form a formidable wall of muddy water interspersed with stones, barely standing in front of the mutated python. Thud! The enormous head of the python crashes against the wall. Mud splatters and water erupts. The hastily constructed barrier trembles violently, numerous cracks appearing, yet it remains unbroken. The python emits a furious hiss, its massive tail sweeping like a steel whip. Liamo grunts, feeling a sharp pain in his head, as if struck by a heavy hammer. Forcing control over such a vast volume of mud and water exceeds his current limits. But he cannot retreat. Amu is behind him. He grits his teeth, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, as he desperately maintains the precarious wall of mud and water. Amu! Strike its eyes! He bellows. Amu, momentarily stunned, awakens to the sight of Liamo's bloodied back, a surge of courage igniting within him. He seizes a sharp stone from the ground, leaps up like a frenzied beast, and with a primal roar, charges towards the python, bringing the stone crashing down towards its lantern-sized eye. Splat! A stone struck the eye of the anaconda with precision, unleashing a burst of green slime. The creature emitted a deafening roar of agony, thrashing violently as it temporarily abandoned its assault on the muddy wall. Seizing the opportunity, Liamo withdrew his power, causing the wall to collapse with a thunderous crash. He staggered a few steps, barely managing to maintain his balance. Emogu! Amu rushed back to support him. With one eye blinded, the anaconda became even more ferocious, yet it seemed to harbor a wary respect for the mysterious power emanating from Liamo, which could manipulate the flow of water. It fixed its gaze upon them, emitting a threatening low growl, yet refrained from launching an immediate counterattack. A brief stalemate ensued. Liamo gasped for breath, acutely aware of the depletion of his strength and the sharp pangs in his mind. He understood that they could not defeat this mutated anaconda. His gaze turned towards the dark cave behind the waterfall, the only path to survival. Amu prepared to charge forward, pointing at the cave entrance with a voice that was weak yet resolute. Though fear flickered across his face at the sight of the raging anaconda and the thundering waterfall, he nodded vigorously upon meeting Liamo's determined gaze. Just as the anaconda adjusted its stance, poised to strike again, Liamo summoned the last vestiges of his mental strength, hurling the scattered stones from the ground towards the creature's single eye. The anaconda instinctively closed its eye to evade the onslaught. Now, run! Liamo and Amu expended their final reserves of energy, propelling themselves like arrows loosed from a bow towards the calmer waters near the side of the waterfall. The icy torrent crashed upon them like a heavy hammer, nearly toppling them. Yet, gritting their teeth, they clung to one another, battling against the current as they desperately surged towards the cavernous entrance. Behind them echoed the anaconda's furious roars and the thunderous splashes of its tail striking the water's surface. Before them loomed a consuming darkness. With their last ounce of strength, they plunged into the cave, tumbling into an unknown abyss. The roar of the waterfall was silenced. In the dark, only their labored breaths remained, gasping like a bellows. They were momentarily safe. But Liam knew that greater challenges and deeper mysteries awaited them in this new darkness. Lying on the ground, he felt the toll of exhaustion in his body and the weariness in his spirit, coupled with a hollow sensation within him that seemed to have subtly expanded from the recent exertion, granting him a clearer perception of the surrounding energies. Power slowly grew in the balance between life and death, while the truth remained shrouded in mist. He closed his eyes, seizing the moment to recuperate. The journey must continue. Chapter 29. Embers of civilization. The roar of the waterfall was muffled by the thick rock walls, leaving only the heavy, labored breaths of the two men echoing within the cavern. The darkness was as dense as substance itself, illuminated only by the faint glimmer of light reflecting off the underground river as it flowed past the cave entrance, casting flickering, ghostly shadows upon the damp walls. Liam lay sprawled upon the cold, rough ground, every muscle in his body screaming in anguish, while his mind felt as though it were being pierced repeatedly by countless fine needles, a grim reminder of the severe depletion of his mental energy. The hollow space in the lower back, having just endured an intense exertion while manipulating the mud, now emanated an unprecedented sensation, one that was both vacuous and seemingly forcibly stretched. Accompanied by a painful ache, Amu fared slightly better, though he was still greatly alarmed. He groped to grasp Liam's arm, his voice trembling with fright and residual anxiety. "Good, are you all right?" That was truly terrifying. "It's fine. Just take a moment to rest," Liam replied, his voice hoarse and faint. He compelled himself to remain alert, acutely attuned to his surroundings. The cavern appeared to stretch deep, the air imbued with a stale, yet strangely mingled breath of delicate vitality. In stark contrast to the moist freshness of the waterfall area outside, he attempted to summon that faint mental energy, extending it outward as he had previously sensed the water vapor. The mental force, like delicate tendrils, cautiously probed the depths of the cavern. The feedback was extraordinarily vague. Yet one thing was certain. This cavern was not of natural origin. The rock walls bore evident signs of human excavation, although time and dampness had nearly rendered them unrecognizable. Moreover, deep within the cavern, there seemed to exist an exceedingly faint yet remarkably stable energy field. The nature of this energy field differed from the ferocity of the core fragments he had encountered, the ominous aura of the bone blade, and even the gentleness of the bloodstone. It was far more tranquil and profound, as if it had existed there since time immemorial, silently bearing the weight of everything. "It seems someone has been here before," Amu remarked, feeling a systematic groove along the rock wall beside him. Liam's heart stirred. Could the ancient song of the underground mentioned by the night watchman refer to this place? He struggled to sit up, gesturing for Amu to assist him. "Let us venture deeper." The two supported each other, cautiously making their way into the cavern's depths, stepping carefully. The cavern wound downward, its gradient gentle. With the traces of human excavation becoming increasingly pronounced, they could even glimpse some fragmented metallic components embedded in the rock walls, their ancient style contrasting starkly with the technological aura of Eden and the Oblivion base. The musty scent in the air intensified, yet the faint breath of vitality within it grew increasingly discernible, reminiscent of plant roots or some dormant spores. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, a faint light source appeared ahead. It was neither natural light nor energetic luminescence, but rather a soft, milky glow akin to moonlight. They quickened their pace, turning a corner, and the sight before them left both breathless. The cavern opened into a vast underground chamber. The ceiling was adorned with countless fist-sized, circular stones radiating a milky luminescence, resembling an inverted galaxy that illuminated the entire space. Below lay a relatively well-preserved ruin. The crumbling stone structures resembled slumbering giants, nestled among the glowing moss and peculiar, softly glowing fungi. A long dry channel ran through the center of the ruins, flanked by intricately carved stone pillars, most of which had fractured and collapsed. The entire ruin was enveloped in a solemn, melancholic atmosphere, exuding an ancient aura. Most striking was a relatively well-preserved circular altar at the very heart of the ruins. The altar was constructed from a peculiar black material, neither metal nor stone, its surface smooth as a mirror, reflecting the starlight from the dome above. At the center of the altar stood an irregular crystal obelisk, towering over a person. Within the crystal, a swirling mist of milky whiteness appeared to be encased, emanating a soft, luminous glow. The source of the tranquil and profound energy field was this very obelisk. "What is this place?" Amu gasped, utterly awestruck by this subterranean marvel. Liemo offered no reply. His entire being was captivated by the crystal obelisk. The emptiness within him did not evoke the frenzied desire he felt in the presence of the core fragment, nor the warm resonance he experienced with the source bloodstone, but rather an extraordinary sense of calm and belonging. It was as if a long-adrift vessel had finally glimpsed the guiding lighthouse, distant yet immensely reassuring. The ancient song, he murmured. Could this crystal obelisk be the source of that melody? Uncontrollably, he stepped closer to the altar, with Amu hesitating for a moment before following closely behind him. As they ascended the black stone steps of the altar, a refreshing breath seemed to wash over them, as if cleansing the weariness of their souls. Standing before the crystal obelisk, Liemo gazed at the slowly rotating milky mist within, instinctively reaching out to touch it. Just as his fingertips were about to make contact with the cold surface of the crystal, an abrupt transformation occurred. The mist within the obelisk began to spin with alarming speed. The gentle glow turned blindingly bright. A vast and ancient torrent of information surged forth, as if a dam had burst, disregarding physical barriers and flooding directly into Liemo's mind. He let out a muffled groan, feeling as though his head might explode. Countless fragmented images, distorted symbols, incomprehensible languages, and an overwhelming deluge of knowledge regarding the movements of stars, the pulsations of the earth, and the origins and decay of life invaded his consciousness with reckless abandon. He witnessed stars igniting and extinguishing in the void, magnificent cities rising and collapsing beneath the green sun, people in strange garments praying before the altar, and terrifying twisted shadows creeping from the depths of the earth and the far reaches of the cosmos, bringing destruction and despair. The torrent of information was too immense, far surpassing his capacity to bear. His consciousness felt like a fragile vessel caught in a tempest, on the verge of being utterly torn apart and assimilated. Emogu, what is happening to you? Amu cried out in alarm, witnessing Liemo's body convulsing violently, his eyes rolling back, veins protruding from his face. Yet he hesitated to touch him, just as Liemo was on the brink of being completely engulfed by this flood of information. The emptiness in his lower back seemed to respond to some supreme rule, activating in an unprecedented manner, autonomously and ravenously. It transformed from merely attracting energy into a miniature, efficient filter and buffer. The vast majority of chaotic, violent, and incomprehensible fragments of information were mercilessly repelled, crushed into the most basic particles of spirit, and then consumed. Only a scarce few fragments of information, imbued with a core essence or the pure breath of life, were filtered through, akin to a gentle stream that slowly and steadily merged into Liemo's consciousness, gradually intertwining with his original memories and cognitions. This process was fraught with agony and sluggishness. Liemo felt as though his soul were being repeatedly torn asunder and then reassembled. Yet, amidst this tumultuous onslaught, his awareness managed to cling precariously to a glimmer of clarity. He glimpsed certain fragments that were comprehensible. This was the final beacon left by an ancient civilization known as Rock, chronicling their splendor and demise. They revered the earth and the cosmos, seeking a harmonious resonance between life and the universe. Their ancient songs served as rituals to commune with heaven and earth, soothing the energies around them. Catastrophes stemmed from shadows beyond the heavens and madness from beneath the earth, leading to the civilization's abrupt ruin, silencing the beacon as well. The core of the beacon required a pure resonance to be reactivated, guiding the lost sparks back to their rightful place. Pure resonance? Sparks? A vague understanding began to dawn on Liemo. Could it be that the void within him, born from the reversal protocol and capable of resonating with the source, was the so-called pure resonance? And were the sparks akin to sentinels like Lon? Or did they signify something else? The flow of information gradually waned, ultimately settling into tranquility. The luminous glow of the crystal steel returned to its previous softness. The swirling mist within it also slowed down. Liemo collapsed onto the altar, drenched in cold sweat. His mind still buzzing, yet a previously unfathomable, albeit fragmented, reservoir of knowledge settled deep within his consciousness. He attained a vague yet significant enhancement in his understanding of energy, life, and the origins of this desolate land. More importantly, he sensed that the void within him, after consuming a vast array of chaotic information fragments, seemed to undergo subtle changes. It remained hollow, yet his perception of the surrounding energies had expanded several-fold and had become more discerning. It instinctively seemed to know which energies to absorb and which to repel. Emogu, you have awakened, Amu exclaimed joyfully, rushing forward to assist him. Liemo struggled to sit up, casting a complex gaze upon the crystal steel before him. He had gleaned partial answers, yet they birthed even more questions. What led to the downfall of the ancient civilization? What were the shadows beyond the heavens and the madness beneath the earth? Where were the sparks? How could they be restored to their rightful place? Just then, he acutely sensed an extremely faint, yet rapid energy fluctuation emanating from the direction of the cave entrance. The fluctuation carried a familiar, chilling sense of order. It was the harvesters. They had tracked him here, and they were undoubtedly elite forces. They were coming. Limo's expression changed dramatically as he mustered the strength to rise. We must leave quickly. Amu, sensing the impending danger, turned pale. Which way should we go? Limo's gaze swiftly scanned the ruins. Within the newly acquired fragments of knowledge, there lingered scattered information about the structure of this rock relic. He pointed toward an area obscured by enormous fallen pillars behind the altar. There might be other exits over there. Without a moment to spare, the two of them stumbled towards that area, disregarding their fatigue. Indeed, upon shifting aside several loose stones, a narrow crevice emerged, barely wide enough for a single individual to pass through, from which a cold breeze laden with the scent of earth blew forth. Just as they were poised to delve into the fissure, a sudden flurry of violet-red energy beams, akin to the gaze of death itself, precisely targeted their previous location, shattering the luminescent moss and fungi surrounding the altar into fragments. 3 elite reapers, towering above the average harvester, their exoskeletons adorned with energy patterns resembling flowing magma, materialized like specters at the entrance of the ruin. The weapons they wielded glimmered ominously, and their dark crimson visors swiftly locked onto Limo and Amu, who were on the verge of escaping into the crevice. Target confirmed. Accompanying entities detected. Highest priority capture. In the event of resistance, accompanying entities may be eliminated. The chilling electronic voice reverberated through the ruins. The foremost elite reaper raised its arm, the armor shifting to reveal a multi-barreled energy launcher, a blinding light beginning to coalesce. This was heavy artillery capable of vaporizing steel in an instant. There was no evading this. A flicker of despair crossed Limo's eyes. Having just grasped the glimmer of hope, was he to perish here? In that critical moment, a hum resonated from the center of the altar, where a crystalline monument, seemingly provoked by the hostility and energy of the external intruders, erupted once more with a brilliant milky white radiance. This time, the illumination was no longer gentle. It bore a solemn, indomitable fury. The light spread outward in tangible waves, radiating from the altar, the energy beams launched by the 3 elite reapers. Upon contact with the milky white light waves, dissipated soundlessly, akin to snow melting in the sun. Even the energy patterns coursing through their exoskeletons dimmed instantaneously, as if forcefully subdued by some unseen power. Warning: encountering unknown high-intensity energy force field. System interference detected. The reapers emitted a static-laden alarm. The milky white waves swept across the entire ruin, causing no harm to Limo and Amu. Instead, they felt invigorated, their physical fatigue alleviated. The radiance persisted for several moments before gradually retracting. The 3 elite reapers, seemingly affected by a significant shock, exhibited noticeable delays in their movements, their systems in disarray. Opportunity. Limo, no longer hesitating, shoved Amu into the crevice and swiftly followed suit. In the next heartbeat, as their figures vanished, the milky white light completely dissipated. The elite reaper systems rebooted, racing to the fissure, only to find its intricate structure, rife with numerous branching paths, severely hampering energy signal reception, causing them to lose all trace of their quarry. The lead elite reaper gazed into the dark abyss of the crevice, then cast a glance at the now tranquil crystalline monument, its dark crimson visor flickering with a cold, puzzled light. Log. Target Echo exhibits a high degree of resonance with the unknown ancient relic. The relic possesses an active defense mechanism. Threat level elevated to cataclysmic. Requesting support. Lockdown of the area is imperative. Capture of Echo is essential. Limo and Amu desperately slid downward within the dark, narrow crevice, the sounds of the reapers gradually fading behind them. For the moment, they had narrowly escaped another calamity. Yet Limo was acutely aware that the pursuit by the obliteration had escalated, and the burden upon his shoulders seemed to grow heavier. The pure echoes guided the sparks back to their rightful place. He clenched his fists, and in the enveloping darkness, with merely a glimmer of light and the newly acquired knowledge, he chose a path that appeared to lead deeper underground. The quest for the ancient song had only just begun, and the direction indicated by the melody seemed more distant and arduous than the stars themselves. Chapter 30. Advancing into the corruption abyss. The fissure was steep and slippery. Limo and Amu tumbled downwards, half rolling and half crawling. The sharp rocks scraped against their bodies, leaving a stinging pain. Yet at that moment, such discomfort was of little concern compared to the palpable sense of death that loomed behind them. Brought by the three elite reapers, uncertain of how long they had been sliding down, the slope finally began to level out. The two fell heavily onto a mound of soft, moldy debris that exuded a pungent earthy odor. Darkness enveloped them, a purer darkness than that of the upper caverns. Even the luminescent stones on the ceiling had vanished, leaving only an absolute blackness that consumed all light. The air was stagnant and frigid, laden with the mustiness of eons untouched by sunlight, accompanied by an indescribable heaviness that seemed to emanate from the depths of the earth. Liam struggled to sit up. Coughing violently, feeling his lungs filled with the icy dust, he attempted to summon his mental energy to perceive his surroundings, only to find the energy field in this area unusually viscous and chaotic, as if his mental tendrils were trapped in a quagmire, becoming indistinct after reaching merely 10 meters. "Amu," he called hoarsely. "I'm here, Mo-gu," came Amu's response, tinged with a whimper. He seemed to have sustained a serious fall. "It's so dark. I can't see anything." Liam groped for Amu's arm and felt him trembling slightly, not merely from fear, but from the cold. The temperature here was significantly lower than above, and each breath he exhaled turned into a white mist. "Do not be afraid. Stay close to me." Liam urged himself to remain calm. He recalled the fragmented knowledge gleaned from the crystal tablet in the rock ruins, which seemed to contain insights regarding the deeper underground environment and the application of energy perception. He focused his mind, ceasing the attempt at broad scanning, instead directing his perception like a probe concentrated at his fingertips. A faint glimmer of light flickered to life at his fingertips, akin to a candle's flame swaying in the wind. Not elemental manipulation, but the pure manifestation of mental force, combined with an energy guidance technique learned from the crystal tablet. The light illuminated only the ground beneath them, yet in this profound darkness, it was invaluable. "There's light," Amu exclaimed in surprise, edging closer to Liam. With the meager illumination, they discerned their surroundings. It appeared they were at the edge of a vast underground cavern, standing atop a thick layer of fungal spores, humus, and rocky debris that had accumulated over countless years. Before them lay an endless abyss of darkness, so profound it was unsettling. "Are we still descending?" Amu's voice trembled with fear. Liam did not respond. Instead, he crouched down, pinching a bit of the black soil beneath their feet, bringing it to his nose for a sniff, then carefully sensing it with his faint mental energy. The earth conceals an exceedingly faint amalgamation of various energies, along with a peculiar, faintly radioactive fluctuation that nurtures life, something he had never encountered before. "This place is known as the Abyss of Decay," Liam uttered softly, a term that slipped from his lips as it flickered through the information stream of the crystal monument. According to the fragmented data, the Abyss of Decay is a perilous region located deep underground, a breeding ground for mutations and energy accumulation following an ancient catastrophe, simultaneously harboring the secrets of a fallen civilization and certain dormant ancient entities. "Abyss of Decay?" Amu shuddered, the name alone evoking a sense of foreboding. "It is dangerous, yet it may also hold a path to salvation." Liam rose, his fingertips illuminating the darkness ahead. Knowledge indicated that traversing the abyss could lead to an ancient tunnel leading north. This was their sole hope. Returning to the surface would mean confronting the ever-watchful reapers. They advanced cautiously, each step uncertain. The ground beneath them was soft and yielding, at times giving way with a gurgling sound that released foul-smelling gas reminiscent of sulfur. The surrounding silence was unnerving, broken only by the rustle of their steps upon the organic matter and the tension-laden sound of their breaths. The light emanating from Liam's fingertips remained steady, depleting his already scant mental energy. He had to maintain it at all costs, otherwise, in this profound darkness and convoluted environment, they would be utterly immobilized. After what felt like an eternity, anomalies began to manifest ahead. The ground was adorned with colossal, pallid mushroom-like organisms, standing like grotesque canopies in the darkness, their caps exuding a faint, unsettling phosphorescence. The air thickened with a cloying, decaying aroma. "Do not touch these," Liam warned Amu, recognizing from the fragments of knowledge that these were wailing mushrooms, a perilous fungus capable of releasing intensely hallucinogenic spores. They navigated warily around this bizarre fungal grove. However, as they delved deeper, the surroundings grew ever more surreal. Enormous, twisted animal skeletons partially buried in the inky soil emerged, some structures entirely divergent from known biological forms. The rocky walls began to display what appeared to be naturally formed, yet systematically patterned, dark red markings, resembling dried blood or perhaps some unknown runes. The void within Liam became exceptionally active in this place. It no longer lay dormant. Nor was it merely a manifestation of hunger. It resembled a waking hound, incessantly communicating chaotic sensory information regarding the energy of certain areas, instinctively repelling and warning him about others, even faintly detecting the lingering sense of different creatures in the air. This ability seemed to be accelerating its development under such extreme conditions. Something just passed by on the left. It's dangerous. Liam suddenly grasped a moo. Lowering his voice, he pointed toward a dense patch of darkness to the left, where a chilling, viscous mental presence lingered. Amu was frozen in fear. They altered their course, moving toward the right. Not long after, they heard a disconcerting sound from the left, reminiscent of numerous arthropods scuttling, accompanied by a deep, contented gurgling from some unseen creature. Amu, filled with trepidation, patted his chest and gazed at Li Mo with newfound conviction. Relying on Li Mo's almost instinctual sense of danger and preliminary understanding of their surroundings, they navigated through one perilous area after another without incident. Along the way, Li Mo even attempted to guide Mu towards a clear underground spring oozing from a rock wall, emanating faint life energy, while skillfully avoiding the obviously malevolent energy sources. The two drank greedily, quenching their thirst and replenishing some of their strength. Li Mo also discovered that when he actively listened to the hollow perception within him and harmonized with it, the consumption of his mental energy diminished, and the light at his fingertips became more stable. This perception ability seemed as though it had always been a part of him, merely misused until now. However, this fortunate state was not to last. Just as they believed they were gradually acclimating to the environment of the abyss, a massive fissure abruptly obstructed their path. The chasm stretched for several dozen meters wide and was unfathomably deep, with only a few thick, stalagmite-like natural stone bridges spanning across it. Their surfaces slick and adorned with luminous moss. Across the chasm, a broader cave entrance was faintly visible, from which a breeze blew, carrying a subtle sense of circulation distinct from the oppressive atmosphere of the abyss. Hope lay on the opposite shore. Yet, at that moment, a powerful and unprecedented warning emanated from the hollow within Li Mo, not merely cautioning him about the abyss beneath, but also about the cave entrance ahead. Something exceedingly terrifying seemed to lurk there, instilling a near-trembling fear within the hollow. They could not cross. But where else could they go? Retreat was impossible, with sheer cliffs on either side. Just as Li Mo hesitated, a shadow darted forth like lightning from the depths of a massive darkness, targeting Mu. It was a mutated creature, a grotesque amalgamation of a scorpion and a spider, its shell jet black, and its tail's stinger shimmering with a ghostly blue poison. Amu had no time to react. Be careful. Without a moment's thought, Li Mo directed the surge of his mental energy towards the mutated beast. This time, he did not condense water or earth, but rather, as if inspired, he sought to manipulate the loose rocky debris beneath their feet. Buzz. His mental energy resonated with several sharp fragments at the edge of the chasm. The stones, as though guided by an invisible hand, shot forth with a piercing sound, striking the creature's compound eyes and the joints with fierce precision. Thud, thud, thud. The stones found their mark. Although they did not deal a fatal blow, they successfully thwarted its assault, eliciting an angry hiss from the creature and momentarily stalling its movements. Seizing the opportunity, Amu scrambled behind Li Mo. Li Mo stood protectively in front of Amu, his fingertips glowing brightly as he warily observed the now more irate mutated beast, while also struggling to suppress the overwhelming sense of dread emanating from the hollow within him, a fear that nearly froze his very soul. With a mutated creature ahead, an impassable chasm behind, and an unknown horror lurking across the way, they found themselves in a dire predicament. Cold sweat beaded on Li Mo's forehead as his mind raced. Though the newly acquired abilities proved advantageous, they were woefully insufficient in the face of such a colossal aberration. A solution had to be devised. His gaze swept across the crevice, traversed the stone bridges, and landed on the cave entrance across the way, eventually settling on the soft, black earth beneath his feet and the wailing mushrooms that emitted a phosphorescent glow. A wild plan materialized in his mind in an instant. Amu, he urged, listen to me. I will draw its attention. You seize the moment. Take this. He swiftly broke off a small cap from the nearby wailing mushroom and pressed it into Amu's hand. Throw it into its gaping maw. Then immediately cover your mouth and nose and retreat. Amu, gazing at the sweetly fragrant mushroom cap in his hand, turned pale but nodded vigorously. At that moment, the mutated creature adjusted its stance and emitted a fierce shriek, its 8 limbs propelling it forward with a rancid wind. The massive pincers and the glimmering, venomous tail struck towards Li Mo simultaneously. A fierce glint flashed in Li Mo's eyes. Rather than retreating, he advanced. With a powerful step forward, he pressed both hands against the ground, unleashing a torrent of mental energy. Rise. At the edge of the crevice, a substantial amount of black earth and rubble was forcefully summoned, mixed with the shattered spores of nearby wailing mushrooms, instantly forming a swirling barrier of mud and stone that radiated a sweet, decayed odor, rushing towards the oncoming aberration. The creature, evidently unaccustomed to such an assault, instinctively attempted to withstand it with its pincers and exoskeleton. Boom! The mudslide crashed into it with tremendous force. Although it failed to inflict significant harm, the swirling dust, laden with hallucinogenic spores, enveloped it in an instant. The creature's movements abruptly froze, a flicker of confusion flashing in its compound eyes, and its attacks momentarily faltered. Now's the time. A moo! Liam bellowed hoarsely. A moo, already poised, seized the opportunity and with all his might, accurately hurled the mushroom cap into the creature's gaping maw, which had opened wide in its shriek. Gulch! The mutated creature instinctively swallowed. The next second, an unearthly wail erupted from its maw, so piercing it seemed beyond the realm of living beings. Its massive form began to convulse violently, thrashing and slamming its pincers and limbs against the rock wall, sending debris flying. Its compound eyes turned a blood red, filled with chaos and madness. It had completely lost its rationality, morphing into a mindless force of destruction. Liam, pulling the stunned moo, swiftly retreated to the edge of the crevice, anxiously watching the rampaging aberration. It charged aimlessly until, with a final, agonized shriek, it stumbled and plunged directly into the unfathomable depths of the crevice. Its colossal silhouette was instantly consumed by darkness, leaving no echo of its fall. At the edge of the crevice, silence returned. Only the sweet and perilous spore-laden dust lingering in the air bore witness to the chaos that had just transpired. Liam and Amu collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, their faces reflecting the terror of having survived. They had succeeded, albeit through this frenzied approach. Liam gazed into the unfathomable chasm, then cast his eyes upon the ominous cave on the opposite bank. The immediate threat of the mutated creatures had been momentarily dispelled, yet the warning from across the abyss remained palpable. Should he retreat to the past or press forward? He felt the relentless dread emanating from the hollow within him, and glanced back at the steep crevice that served as his only escape route, a path nearly impossible to traverse. It seemed there was no choice left. He inhaled deeply, struggling to rise, his fingertips igniting with a faint glow that illuminated the slick stone bridge leading to the unknown terrors ahead. "Let us proceed," he said to Amu, his voice calm, yet laced with a resolute fatalism. "We must go." Chapter 31. The silent hive. The stone bridge was treacherously slick, adorned with luminescent moss and a viscous, almost sentient mycelium that writhed slowly. Below lay the all-consuming abyss of darkness, its chill creeping upwards like tangible tendrils, striving to ensnare those upon the bridge into an eternal silence. The faint psychic light from Liam's fingertips flickered amidst the oppressive blackness and overwhelming malevolence, akin to the last flicker of a candle in a tempest. Each step was taken with excruciating slowness and caution, his mental faculties sharply attuned not only to maintain illumination, but also to suppress the overwhelming terror that urged him to flee. This foreboding sensation rang out like a piercing alarm, incessantly reminding him that within the cave on the opposite shore lurked something profoundly terrifying. Amu clutched tightly to the hem of his garment, her face ashen, her teeth chattering uncontrollably, holding her breath in fear that even the slightest sound might awaken the lurking darkness. The brief span of the stone bridge felt as if it stretched into eternity. When Liam's foot finally touched the comparatively solid ground of the far side, he felt nearly exhausted. Cold sweat soaked through his tattered garments, clinging to his skin and sending shivers coursing through him. The cave loomed ahead, dark and foreboding like a gaping maw ready to devour. The oppressive aura that sent shivers through his very soul emanated from within. Unlike the chaotic and murky atmosphere of the other regions of the corrupt abyss, this pressure was purer, more ancient, imbued with a frigid, lifeless sense of order. It was neither a mutated creature nor a turbulent energy flow. This sensation felt vaguely familiar to Liam, yet he could not recall where he had encountered it before. "Must we truly enter, Brother Amo?" Amu's voice trembled, gripping Liam tightly, unwilling to advance even a single step. Liam stared into the cave's entrance, his heart waging a fierce internal battle. Both his instincts and the hollow warnings screamed at him to turn away. But to retreat? The steep crevice and the reapers that might still be searching above represented a dead end as well. Furthermore, the ancient song mentioned by the night watchman and the deep path indicated by the crystal monolith seemed to lead toward deeper unknowns. This cave, perhaps, was an unavoidable passage. He inhaled the frigid, stagnant air, forcing himself to analyze the situation with a cool head. The rock walls near the cave's entrance bore signs of human excavation. their style reminiscent of the upper stone relics, yet older and more rugged. Scattered along the cave's edge were fragments of dark blue, fossilized carapaces. The coloration of the scales bears a certain resemblance to those of the mutated water python he had previously slain, yet their texture is entirely distinct, being considerably denser, with an almost imperceptible, chilling energy fluctuation lingering upon them. Had a battle once transpired here? A confrontation between an ancient civilization and some formidable entity? This revelation brought a modicum of reassurance to Li Mo's heart. At the very least, this place was not entirely unknown. Stay close to me, and refrain from touching anything. He finally resolved, his voice low and hoarse. He must take a gamble, a wager on the relics left by this ancient civilization, which, though fraught with peril, might conceal a glimmer of hope. He dimmed the light at his fingertips to its faintest glow, barely illuminating the ground ahead, and then boldly stepped into the cavern's entrance. The cave was not as constricted as he had imagined. Rather, it unfolded into a broad corridor sloping downward. The walls on either side were smooth, adorned with faded murals and indecipherable symbols. The air grew increasingly frigid, and the oppressive sense of order became ever more palpable. After traversing approximately 100 meters, they encountered a colossal gate, forged from some dark, muted metal, slightly ajar, allowing for just enough space for a person to pass sideways. The surface of the gate was marred by deep claw marks and scorched imprints, as if a formidable force had once sought to breach it. Li Mo and Amu squeezed through the gap, and the scene that unfolded before them was breathtaking. Beyond the door lay an immense subterranean expanse unlike anything they could have conceived. No longer a natural cavern, it was instead a vast underground facility of an ancient civilization. Countless thick energy conduits, pulsating with eerie blue and dark red luminescence, coiled like gigantic serpents around the towering ceilings and walls, extending to the horizon of their vision. On the ground lay a dense array of transparent life pods, arranged like a beehive, though the majority were shattered, empty, stained with dark brown residue and a few unidentifiable organic remnants. The entire space was suffused with an eerie atmosphere of desolation and decay, yet still echoed the remnants of once magnificent technology. The oppressive sense of order reached its zenith here, seemingly emanating from the depths of this facility. What struck Li Mo most profoundly was the sight of skeletal remains scattered among the damaged life pods, clad in tattered uniforms. Their death poses were grotesquely contorted, as if they had endured a moment of excruciating pain or terror. Many of the remains clutched peculiar weapon fragments that appeared discordant with the aesthetics of this ancient civilization. Their materials and designs bore a striking resemblance to those of the Annihilation Reaper's equipment, albeit more archaic and rudimentary. Had the Annihilation, or rather its precursor, visited this place long ago and clashed with this ancient civilization? This realization sent a chill down Li Mo's spine. Look over there. Amu suddenly pointed towards the depths of the facility, his voice distorted by sheer terror. Li Mo followed his gaze. At the center, surrounded by a multitude of damaged life pods, stood a relatively intact, larger cylindrical chamber of transparent material. Inside this chamber was a pale green nutrient solution, slowly swirling, and within it lay a living corpse. It was a being of grotesque proportions, far surpassing the average human form, with skin that exuded a lifeless grayish-white hue, adorned with dark blue energy patterns reminiscent of circuit boards. Its facial features were indistinct, save for two swirling orbs of pure darkness where its eyes should have been, resembling miniature black holes that devoured all surrounding light. It floated silently in a nutrient solution, devoid of any vital signs, yet emanated a suffocating, frigid vitality. The overwhelming sensation of orderly oppression that sent shivers through Li Mo's very soul emanated from this animated corpse. At the base of the transparent capsule, countless thick energy conduits were connected, extending like veins to the surrounding damaged life pods, and to the overhead, still operational, eerie blue and dark red energy pipelines. It was as though all remaining energy within the facility was being continuously siphoned to sustain this uncanny state of unlife. In that moment, the hollow void within Li Mo, long stifled by fear, suddenly trembled violently and uncontrollably. It was neither the desire felt in the presence of the source core fragments nor the resonance encountered with the source bloodstone, but rather an instinctual dread and aversion akin to encountering a natural predator. He understood in an instant. This animated corpse was the creation referred to as the outer shadow or the underground madness in the fragments of the crystal tablet's information. It was one of the principal culprits behind the fall of ancient civilizations, a terrifying entity that existed solely for order and consumption, and his resonance physique, capable of harmonizing with the source, was undoubtedly a delectable and vital sustenance for it. Flee. He had to escape immediately. Li Mo spun around abruptly. intending to pull Amu back along the path they had come. However, it was too late. It seemed to sense the unique echoes within Liemo. For the animated corpse within the transparent capsule turned its black hole-like eyes towards their direction, devoid of pupils or any exchange of glances. Both Liemo and Amu felt acutely aware of being targeted. A chilling, viscous will, as if intent on freezing their very souls, enveloped them like an invisible net. Buzz. The remaining energy conduits of the underground facility blazed with light. Eerie blue and dark red radiance flickered wildly. The energy conduits connected to the base of the animated corpse swelled visibly, as larger amounts of energy were forcibly extracted and infused. Crack, crack. The surrounding damaged life pods began to explode in rapid succession as energy was violently drawn away, debris flying in every direction. Beneath the grayish-white skin of the animated corpse, the dark blue energy patterns surged to life, pulsing with intensity. Its indistinct features seemed to contort, forming an exceedingly eerie semblance of a smile. Initiate the purification program for foreign entities. A chilling, emotionless thought, as if composed of countless overlapping voices, resonated directly within Liemo and Amu's minds. Run! Liemo let out a heart-wrenching roar, expending all his strength to push the stunned Amu towards the direction of the gate they had entered. Simultaneously, he abruptly turned. His hands forcefully pressed against the ground, unleashing his entire mental fortitude and willpower, alongside the chaotic energy within him, trembling violently from sheer terror, without any reservation. He was unaware of what he could accomplish. He merely understood that he must halt it, even if, for a fleeting second. Boom. The ground trembled violently. The residual energy within the facility, untouched by the undead's control, along with the chaotic radiation permeating the air, was forcibly seized and compressed by Liemo, coalescing before him into a distorted barrier of chaotic energy, flickering with unstable arcs. This was the zenith of his capabilities, far exceeding his previous mastery over water, earth, and even mental energy. This was a direct interference with the very essence of energy itself. Almost simultaneously as Liemo erected the barrier, a concentrated, tangible beam of dark light shot forth from the direction of the undead chamber, silent yet exuding the aura of annihilation, crashing directly into the hastily constructed energy barrier. There was neither explosion nor thunderous sound. The instant the dark beam made contact with the barrier, Liemo felt as though his brain had been violently pierced by a searing iron rod. The turbulent barrier he had created began to dissolve, akin to snow under the sun, at a visibly rapid pace, being consumed. The dark beam itself was a miniature energy devourer. Liemo let out a painful wail. Blood seeping from all 7 orifices, his body flung backward like a marionette with severed strings, crashing heavily against the cold metallic wall before sliding to the ground. His consciousness plunging into a void. It was overwhelmingly powerful, a force of an entirely different caliber. Mogu, Amu, who had already reached the gap in the gate, witnessed Liemo's dire state and emitted a cry of despair, momentarily halting in her tracks, yearning to rush back. Stay back. Liemo summoned the last vestige of his consciousness to rasp out, blood continuously surging from his mouth. The undead seemed to develop an even greater interest in the anomaly that could momentarily impede its attack. Its black hole-like eyes turned again, locking onto the collapsed, weakly breathing Liemo. More energy was drawn from various corners of the facility, beginning to coalesce before it into a second, more solid dark beam. It's over. Liemo gazed at the impending deathly light, a flicker of despair and relief flashing in his eyes. Is this how it ends? Perhaps it is for the best. However, in this seemingly fatal predicament, a transformation occurred. The void within Liemo, nearly collapsing from overexertion and injury, upon encountering the pure, cold essence of the undead's orderly energy, stirred something deep within, a core long dormant, unnoticed even by Liemo himself, as if this external, yet intrinsically similar, higher-order power had awakened it. The void ceased to tremble, no longer gripped by fear. Instead, it radiated an ancient, profound indifference and majesty, as if transcending all existence. It no longer passively absorbed or repelled. It emanated a faint hint of displeasure, akin to a slumbering monarch disturbed by mere ants. This faint aura was exceedingly subtle, nearly imperceptible. Yet, it was this very whisper of presence that caused the undead, poised to unleash its second strike, to freeze in its tracks. In its abyss-like eyes, a swirling darkness manifested a disarray for the first time. That cold, emotionless intent bore the slightest hint of incredulous uncertainty. An upper-level mark? It was impossible. It must have been severed long ago. A detection error? It seemed to be ensnared in a chaotic logical conundrum, with the concentrated energy beam suspended in midair. This sudden turn of events afforded AMU his final opportunity. The young scavenger, fueled by an unknown source of courage and strength, let out a howl reminiscent of a wounded cub. He abruptly seized a sharp metal shard from the ground, not charging toward the living corpse, but rather toward a relatively slender, dark red energy conduit connected to the base of the corpse's chamber. Although he could not decipher the intricate energy circuits, his instincts for survival amidst the ruins urged him to believe that the pulsating conduit, which transmitted energy, was undoubtedly the key. Sever it. With all his might, AMU plunged the metal fragment forcefully into the dark red conduit. The conduit ruptured with a resounding pop. A searing, tumultuous stream of dark red liquid erupted, drenching AMU entirely. He emitted a cry of agony as his skin was instantly seared, yet he clung desperately to the metal shard, refusing to let go. Warning: core energy conduit compromised. Stability rate declining. The cold alarm echoed throughout the facility. The living corpse suddenly turned its head, its abyss-like eyes locking onto AMU, who had damaged the conduit. A chilling intent to kill igniting within. Yet, in that fleeting moment of distraction, the hollow core within Liemo, now activated, appeared to seize the opportunity. Autonomously and greedily inhaling deeply, it did not absorb material energy, but rather captured a fragment of the primordial order rule information that the living corpse had inadvertently leaked due to its logical turmoil and energy fluctuations. This information surged into Liemo's near-collapsing consciousness like the sweetest poison. Liemo's body convulsed violently, his eyes instantly shrouded in a cold silver hue. Countless intricately complex geometric patterns and formulas flickered frantically in his mind, reconfiguring. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he touched the foundational code governing the universe. This sensation lasted but an instant, soon engulfed by a more intense pain. His body could scarcely endure the impact of such profound information. Yet, it was this moment of consumption and comprehension that incited the living corpse's wrath. It relinquished all logical reasoning, its abyss-like eyes now consumed solely by an unadulterated desire for destruction. The concentrated dark beam reignited, this time targeting not only Liemo but also AMU, who was still gripping the metal shard despite his burns. There was no escape. Liemo beheld the impending darkness poised to consume everything, glancing at AMU, whose body was scorched yet still resolutely clutching the metal fragment, a flicker of sorrow crossing his gaze before he gradually closed his eyes. It was over. However, the anticipated annihilation did not descend. Just as the dark beam was about to be unleashed, the entire underground facility trembled violently, more ferociously than ever before. Upon the dome, the entwined energy conduits erupted in a series of catastrophic explosions, triggered by AMU's destruction of a critical pipeline, resulting in an imbalance within the energy circuit. Boom, boom, boom. A chain reaction ensued. Serpentine arcs of azure and deep crimson electricity rampaged with wild abandon. Massive metallic fragments and boulders plummeted from above. The entire space seemed on the verge of collapse. The transparent chamber housing the living corpse flickered violently due to the unstable energy supply. The pale green nutrient solution within roiling incessantly. Its somber beams of light dispersed and ceased abruptly. Go, hurry. Liemo screamed with the last vestiges of his strength, directing his urgency towards AMU. Stunned by the sudden cataclysm, AMU glanced at the flickering chamber amidst the explosions and falling debris, then at the barely conscious Liemo. Gritting his teeth, he rushed over, hoisting Liemo onto his shoulders and darting towards the gap of the gate. Just as they squeezed through, an earth-shattering roar erupted behind them, as if the entire mountain were succumbing to collapse. A searing energy storm surged through the crevice, violently propelling them into the corridor. Liemo cast one last glance back. He saw the partially open metal gate contorting and warping amidst the explosions, ultimately sealed shut by a descending boulder. Behind it lay only the continuous cacophony of explosions and the inhuman, anguished wails of the living corpse, echoing hauntingly through the corridor. They had escaped. Yet Liemo understood that the creature was not dead. It was merely temporarily sealed, or rather, ensnared by the energy turmoil of its own creation. Within himself, it seemed that some more perilous and uncontrollable essence had awakened, triggered by the final surge. He perceived the cold geometric patterns and structured information still flickering within his mind, as well as a hollow within him, akin to a palate savoring an exquisite delicacy, caught in a state of reminiscence. The path ahead appeared increasingly shrouded in darkness. He glanced at AMU, who supported him, his body scorched yet his gaze resolute. At least they were still alive. As long as they lived, there remained hope. He coughed, wiping the blood that continually seeped from the corner of his mouth, and amidst the persistent tremors and the sounds of collapse, he pointed toward the unknown darkness ahead in the corridor. Let us proceed. Chapter 32. The Gravekeeper. White Crow. The corridor behind them collapsed chaotically, as boulders and twisted metal rained down like a torrential downpour, producing a deafening roar. The searing energy storm mingled with the living corpses' anguished shrieks, striking Lee Mo and AMU's backs like tangible whips, propelling them relentlessly into the encroaching darkness. Lee Mo was nearly dragged along by AMU's forceful grip, his consciousness fragmented under the onslaught of pain and the frigid stream of structured information, his vision blurred, while AMU's voice, laced with desperation and determination, rang in his ears. Mo, go. Hold on. There's light ahead. Light? Lee Mo strained to lift his heavy eyelids, and at the periphery of his distorted vision, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a faint, gentle white glow, distinct from the violent explosions of energy. The instinct for survival eclipsed the sensation of bodily collapse. He clenched his teeth, nearly grinding them to dust, and alongside AMU, he willed his leaden legs forward, stumbling toward the faint glimmer of light. The sounds of collapse behind them grew ever closer, the searing waves of heat threatening to ignite their tattered garments. Just as a massive vaulted structure was poised to completely seal off their escape, the two expended their final reserves of strength and plunged into the soft embrace of the white halo. With a resounding thud, a heavy boulder crashed down behind them, irrevocably severing their path and muffling the terrifying shrieks and explosions on the other side. The world fell abruptly silent, save for the ragged breaths of the two. Echoing in this new space, Lee Mo collapsed to the ground, feeling as if his bones had disintegrated, his internal organs seemingly displaced. The hollow ache in his lower back transcended mere weakness or hunger, morphing into a painful, frigid sensation, as if he had been forcibly filled beyond capacity. Teetering on the brink of rupture, fragments of forcibly consumed order and rule crashed through his mind like ice picks, inducing waves of excruciating agony that threatened to tear his very soul apart. He curled into himself, uncontrollably retching, yet producing nothing but blood-tinged froth that seeped from the corners of his mouth. Mo, how are you? AMU, disregarding her own burns, rushed to Lee Mo's side, helpless and tearful, her tears mingling with the soot and blood on her face. Lee Mo could not respond. All his willpower was engaged in battling the collapse within and the storm raging in his mind. At that moment, he felt a cold yet steady hand gently press against his forehead. A wave of coolness, tranquility, and a soothing mental force flowed through him like a gentle stream, slowly calming the inferno in his almost burning brain. This force was not overpowering, but rather remarkably pure and resilient, skillfully guiding the chaotic fragments of rules, allowing them to gradually settle and calm, remaining present, yet no longer wreaking havoc. As the severe pain in his head began to ease, Lee Mo laboriously lifted his gaze to the hand's owner. It was an elderly man, clad in a faded, patched coarse robe, with hair and beard as white as snow, his face gaunt and etched with wrinkles resembling the dried channels of a parched riverbed, marking the passage of time. However, his eyes shone like two obsidian stones, deep and serene, imbued with a wisdom that spoke of the vicissitudes of life. The old man stood there quietly, as if he were one with the surrounding environment. They were in a modest, circular underground cavern. In the center of the cavern was a stone well, bubbling with crystal-clear spring water, emitting a faint white glow, the very source of light they had seen before. Ferns that exuded a tranquil aura and glimmered softly grew at the well's edge. Here, there was no filth of corruption or madness, no coldness or silence of ancient relics, only a near-sacred tranquility and peace. Child, relax. Let the tranquil spring cleanse your wounds. The old man's voice was gentle and aged, carrying a peculiar rhythm that instinctively brought comfort to the heart. As his words fell, the spring water flowing from Ishii seemed to possess a life of its own, transforming into delicate strands of milky mist that gently enveloped Lee Mo's body, particularly the hollow area at his lower back that was on the verge of shattering. An indescribable sense of comfort washed over him, as the pain and coldness were soothed and mended by a gentle force. Although the hollow still existed, the underlying issue of waning vitality remained unresolved. Yet the imminent sense of crisis dissipated, if only temporarily. Lee Mo exhaled deeply, as if shedding a tremendous weight, collapsing onto the ground. Devoid of the strength to even move a finger, Amu also sighed in relief, slumping beside him, gazing at the suddenly appeared elder with a mix of curiosity and reverence. The elder withdrew his hand, his calm gaze sweeping over Lee Mo and Amu, lingering momentarily on the hollow at Lee Mo's back and the burns on Amu's body. To survive after being wounded by the shadow of order and forcibly bearing the fragments of rules is nothing short of a miracle, The elder spoke slowly, his tone devoid of surprise, as if he had already perceived everything. Shadow of order? Fragments of rules? Li Mo hoarsely repeated these two phrases, for they were indeed the origins of the terror and strangeness he had just experienced. They represented one of the ultimate forms of annihilation, a pure, cold embodiment of order that devours all. They were not life itself, but rather creations of a certain set of rules. The elder approached the well, scooping a handful of spring water and offering it to Amu, signaling him to cleanse his wounds. What you have consumed is the foundation of its existence, the most primordial information of order. For you, it is both poison and a key. A key? Li Mo inquired, puzzled. The elder did not respond directly, but countered with a question. What do you believe the source is? Li Mo recalled the ferocity of the source core fragments, the gentleness of the source bloodstone, the malevolence of the gale bone blade, and the coldness of the shadow of order. They seemed to share a common origin, yet were entirely distinct. Is it energy? The origin of all things? He attempted to answer. Yes, and yet no. The elder shook his head, his gaze profound. The source is chaos. It is possibility. It is the beginning and the end of all. It possesses no inherent attributes. The different forms you observe are merely the manifestations of the source as it flows through various filters. He gestured towards the tranquil spring. Just as this water is essentially water, flowing through veins of minerals, it embodies life. Passing through miasma, it carries death. The source core fragments are a forcibly bound and distorted source, filled with destructiveness. The source bloodstone is a legacy of ancient guardians, gentle and inclusive, while the shadow of order forcibly constrains the source within an absolute framework of rules, eliminating all noise, leaving only cold execution. And you? The elder's gaze fell once more upon Li Mo. Your hollow is not a defect. It is an undefined channel of the source. Li Mo trembled all over. A channel? The reversal protocol stripped away the key forcibly implanted by Eden, yet unexpectedly opened a direct window to the source within your mortal form. Thus, you experience hunger. For the channel requires energy to sustain itself, it requires definition. The elder spoke slowly, each word resonating in Li Mo's heart. Previously, you relied on the source bloodstone and instinctive guidance, merely scratching the surface of its application. What you have just consumed, the fragments of rules, constitutes an exceedingly perilous definition. It endeavors to define your channel in a manner akin to the existence of the shadow of order. Should you fail to comprehend and master it, you shall ultimately be assimilated by it, becoming merely an instrument of another order. A chill coursed up Li Mo's spine as he recalled the final moments, the indifferent and majestic aura of the hollow core, a frigid sensation that seemed to transcend all existence. What should I do? He asked, his voice parched. Understand it, master it, or sever it, the elder replied calmly. However, severing entails a complete closure of your channel, reverting you to an ordinary state, and you may swiftly decline due to a compromised foundation. Understanding and mastering it requires true guidance and confronting the essence of your own echoes. My essence. Every echo resonates with a ripple of the ancient source. Your resonance runs deeper than a mere echo, even awakening the covetousness of the shadow of order and the ancient mark within you. The elder's gaze seemed to penetrate Li Mo's soul, urging him to discover the source of his resonance, for only then could he truly define his own channel, rather than being defined by external rules. The elder's words were like a lighthouse amidst the fog, illuminating Li Mo's path, while revealing the arduous and perilous journey ahead. He must not only contend with external foes, the annihilation and tainted watchers, but also confront the essence of his own power and the inherent risks of its potential aberration. Who are you? Why do you assist me? Li Mo looked at the elder, posing the most crucial question. The elder smiled faintly, a smile imbued with the serenity of one who has seen the world and a touch of compassion. I am but a gravekeeper unwilling to witness the complete extinguishing of civilization's embers. You may call me Baya. Gravekeeper? Baya? Another unfamiliar title. This is my sanctuary, built around a modest spring of the source, capable of temporarily shielding us from external detection. You may rest here and tend to your wounds, Baya stated. But this place is not suitable for prolonged stays. The turmoil of the shadow of order and the collapse you have triggered will soon draw more attention. He glanced at Li Mo. Your time is limited. You must locate the source of your resonance and complete your self-definition before being utterly assimilated by the fragments of rules or discovered by the annihilation. Bayo approached a corner of the cave where a rudimentary stone platform held several items. A water pouch made of some ancient and robust animal hide, a small package wrapped in leaves, emanating a fragrant aroma, and a tiny stone, no larger than a fingernail, presenting a chaotic gray hue, devoid of any energy fluctuations. Take these. The spring water will alleviate your hunger, and the provisions will sustain you, Bayo instructed, lifting the gray stone and handing it to Liam. When you feel unable to control the rules within you or lose your way, grip it tightly. It will offer you a choice. Liam accepted the stone, its touch icy and devoid of any distinct sensation. Yet, he trusted that Baya would not speak without purpose and carefully stowed it away. Where should I seek the source of my resonance? Liam inquired. Baya's gaze seemed to pierce through the rock wall, gazing into the boundless distance. To the north, deep within the dragon bone wasteland, lie the remnants of more than one ancient civilization, reverberating with countless lost ripples of the source. But heed the Night Watcher's warning. Do not easily trust the guidance of the stars. Your path must be traversed by your own efforts, your own listening, your own discernment. He paused, adding, be wary of the shadows within the Night Watcher, and also be cautious of your own strength. An echo that is too powerful may itself attract calamity. Having spoken these words, the white crow ceased further discourse, moving to the quiet spring, where he sat cross-legged, as if transforming into another rock. His breath melding with the very essence of the cave. Liam understood that the moment of parting had arrived. He and Amu drank their fill from the spring and consumed their provisions, cleansing their wounds with the spring water. The effect of the spring was astonishing. Liam felt the weakness within his body considerably abate, and the fragments of rules swirling in his mind were temporarily suppressed. Amu's burns began to crust over. The two deeply bowed to the figure of the white crow before turning to walk towards a nondescript, narrow passage that ascended on the opposite side of the cave. At the passage's end, a faint light filtered in, imbued with the essence of the wilderness. When they finally emerged from the passage, standing once more beneath the starry sky, they found themselves upon an unfamiliar slope strewn with jagged, grotesque stones. Glancing back, they saw only the steep mountain wall and dense, twisted, mutated vegetation, devoid of any trace of an entrance. The night breeze swept past, carrying the dryness and chill characteristic of the north. Liam inhaled deeply, feeling the temporary calm within his hollow core and the sedimented fragments of rules in his mind, while he touched the gray pebble nestled in his pocket. The road ahead remained uncertain, fraught with peril, yet he was no longer lost. He cast a glance at Amu, whose wounds were numerous but whose gaze had grown ever more resolute, and pointed towards the more desolate, deeper darkness of the north. Let us proceed to the Dragonbone Wasteland. Chapter 33. The shattering change of claw. The winds of the north, akin to sandpaper laced with shards of glass, grazed the exposed skin of Liam and Amu, leaving a subtle sting. The sky was perpetually leaden, the radiation clouds hanging low, obscuring the already scant sunlight. Beneath their feet lay the fragmented remnants of a city, increasingly supplanted by desolate Gobi, while in the distance, the horizon began to reveal the iconic, beastly rib-like contours of the Dragonbone Wasteland. The effects of the water gifted by the white crow were waning. As they distanced themselves from the quiet spring, the familiar pangs of hunger emanated from the hollow within Liam, now more urgent than before, as if urging him to seek out greater, more potent energy. The cold fragments of rules in his mind stirred occasionally, like icebergs submerged beneath water, roused by external stimuli, be it the distant aftershocks of an energy storm or the unique radiation emitted by certain mutated creatures, forcing his thoughts into a rigid trajectory of absolute logic. Amu fared slightly better, yet the harsh northern environment and days of flight had rendered him weary. The burns on his body had healed significantly due to the spring water, leaving behind tender pink flesh, though his left arm remained somewhat stiff. He resembled a vigilant young beast, constantly attuned to Liam's condition, gripping tightly a sharpened steel rod. Go, your complexion appears unwell again. Amu gazed at Liam with concern as he occasionally seemed to drift into a trance, his eyes losing focus. It's nothing, Liam asserted, shaking his head to dispel the cold thoughts attempting to invade his mind, calculating the optimal way to dismantle the massive boulder ahead. The influence of the fragmented rules was more troublesome than he had anticipated. It did not directly control his body, but subtly distorted his thought patterns. He had to remain vigilant at all times, employing the meditation techniques taught by Baya to maintain the clarity of his self-awareness. Let us hold on a bit longer. Find the next foothold, and then we can rest. He pointed towards a relatively intact area ahead, comprised of several half-collapsed buildings. Based on the barely decipherable information from a dilapidated road sign, it seemed they had arrived at the outskirts of a place called Ashentown from the bygone era. The two cautiously infiltrated the ruins. The towering buildings loomed like deceased giants, their hollow windows resembling blind eyes, staring out at the desolation. The streets were blanketed in thick dust, and abandoned vehicles had rusted into grotesque sculptures. The air was dry, tinged with the metallic scent of radiation. Liam focused his mind, spreading his perception like a spider's web. besides the sound of the wind and the distant, indistinct roars of monsters. He seemed to detect some exceedingly faint, rhythmic vibrations, akin to the hum of machinery in operation. This way, he gestured for AMU to follow. Moving towards the source of the vibrations, a large building with a relatively intact facade. The crooked sign at the entrance vaguely bore the word storage center. A storage center? In such a remote area of the wasteland? A sense of caution welled up within Liam. He motioned for AMU to tread lightly, and the two crept along the wall, slipping through a damaged side door. Inside, the expansive space was cluttered with dust-laden cargo boxes and abandoned machinery. The rhythmic vibrations grew clearer, intermingled with a deep, resonant hum that seemed to emanate from an energy core. The sound originated from the depths of the warehouse. Seeking cover in the shadows of the cargo boxes, they stealthily advanced inward. The deeper they ventured, the more palpable the energy fluctuations in the air became. And they even faintly overheard suppressed conversations. "Someone's here." Liam immediately grabbed AMU, concealing them behind a row of towering metal shelves, holding his breath. Through the gaps in the shelves, they observed a cleared area in the center of the warehouse, where 3 heavily modified off-road vehicles, adorned with thick armor and energy weapons, were parked. 7 or 8 individuals clad in uniform gray-brown exoskeleton combat suits were busily engaged in moving variously sized metal boxes from a concealed exit in the corner of the warehouse that appeared to be a lift. The style of their equipment was neither the pristine white elegance of Eden, nor the pitch-black ruthlessness of Oblivion, nor the ragged patchwork of the Dust People. Their combat suits were practical and sturdy, and their weapons, though well-maintained, bore an older design, reminiscent of a survivor organization with a certain industrial capability and a practical aesthetic. Were these the people from the Northern Watchtower? Or something else entirely? Liam noticed a simple emblem spray-painted on the side of one of the vehicles, a crossed hammer and gear, set against a fragmented shield. They were from the Iron Song Brigade. In a hushed tone, imbued with a hint of astonishment and barely perceptible trepidation, AMU inquired, "How did they venture so deep into the wilderness?" "The Iron Song Brigade," Liam replied, casting a glance at AMU. "A prominent mercenary group from the Northern Territories. Or perhaps more accurately, a warlord faction," AMU elucidated in a subdued voice. "They dominate several antiquated mines and factories, possessing their own arsenal of weaponry and gear, rendering them quite formidable and insular. Typically, they do not venture close to the fringes of the Dragonbone wilderness." "Mercenaries? Transporting goods here?" Liam's mind swirled with doubts. He meticulously attuned his senses to the metallic boxes being moved, which seemed to have undergone some form of specialized shielding. His perception could not penetrate them. Yet the exceedingly faint remnants of energy emanating from the boxes triggered a familiar stir within his hollow core. The nature of this energy residue bore a resemblance to the fragments of source nuclei he had encountered previously, albeit more stable and restrained, as if bound and preserved by some advanced technology. Could it be that these boxes contain materials or technologies related to the source? At that moment, a robust man resembling a leader, marked by a scar traversing his left eye, approached. He pressed a communicator to his ear, his voice coarse. "Hurry up. The black wind is about to rise. We must return the last batch of stabilizers before the sandstorm obscures the signal. The boss is awaiting this shipment to restart the furnace." "Stabilizers? Furnace?" Liam seized upon these 2 keywords. It appeared that the Iron Song Brigade was engaged in some significant endeavor requiring these so-called stabilizers. Suddenly, the scarred leader whirled around, his piercing gaze sweeping like that of a hawk toward the direction where Liam and AMU had taken refuge behind the shelves. "Who is there? Step out." They had been discovered. Liam's heart sank. Was it AMU's voice that had betrayed them, or did the adversary possess superior detection equipment? Before they could react, several members of the Iron Song Brigade swiftly raised their weapons, forming a fan-shaped encirclement. "If you don't come out, we'll fire," the scarred leader barked, leveling his multi-barreled shotgun at the shelves. There was no escaping. The adversaries held an absolute advantage in numbers, firepower, and equipment. Taking a deep breath, Liam prepared to raise his hands and step forward to negotiate. Suddenly, a deafening roar, saturated with a feral ferocity, erupted from the direction of the warehouse entrance. This was followed by the frenetic sound of automatic gunfire and the panicked shouts of soldiers. "It's a rending claw beast. Damn it. How did it get here? Secure the entrance." Instantaneously, the members of the Iron Song Brigade were diverted by the chaos at the entrance, their formation thrown into disarray. This was the opportunity. Without hesitation, Liam seized MU's hand, and like a wily fox, they darted from the opposite side of the shelves towards the still operational lift at the back of the warehouse. "There are more behind us." An astute member of the Iron Song Brigade spotted them and turned his weapon. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets struck the crates behind Liemo, sending forth a shower of sparks. Without looking back, Liemo propelled his mental energy with unprecedented speed, not manipulating elements, but directly affecting the air surrounding himself and AMU. Accelerate. A fleeting thought crossed his mind as the cold logic derived from the fragments of rules instantaneously calculated the optimal airflow path. A powerful current materialized out of thin air, propelling the two of them towards the lift platform like arrows released from a bow. This marked his initial application of the rule fragments, not through brute force, but through a more refined and efficient channeling of energy. Stop them, the scarred leader bellowed, simultaneously directing his men to fend off the monsters surging through the entrance while splitting forces to pursue Liemo. Yet, it was already too late. Liemo and Amu narrowly lunged towards the edge of the lift platform, which seemed poised to descend, its gates slowly closing. Jump! Without hesitation, they leapt into the void. Whoosh! Whoosh! Several energy bullets whizzed just above their heads, disappearing into the darkness of the lift shaft. Clang! The heavy gate above them sealed shut, muffling the sounds of gunfire, roars, and chaos from above. The lift platform carried them swiftly into the unknown depths below. In the enveloping darkness, the only sounds were the creaking of the steel cables and the labored breaths of the two survivors. Liemo leaned against the cold wall of the compartment, acutely aware of the intensified headache and the gnawing hunger that surged within him, exacerbated by the forceful use of rule power. The iron stabilizer furnace and the coincidental appearance of the clawed beast. Was it mere coincidence? He glanced at the still terrified Amu, then looked up at the isolated, chaotic world above. It seemed they had inevitably waded into this murky water. What awaited them at the end of the lift platform? Chapter 34. The blood-soaked crossroads. The creaking of the lift platform echoed in the narrow shaft like the gasps of a dying man. The darkness was thick, illuminated only by a few flickering, enigmatic indicator lights on the control panel, casting a dim glow on the startled faces of Liemo and Amu. The thunderous sound of the closing gate above seemed to sever the two worlds. The gunfire, roaring, and fighting from the warehouse became indistinct, leaving only the jarring noise of the steel cables, a reminder of their rapid descent. Where are we headed, Emo go? Amu's voice trembled as he clutched Liemo's arm tightly. Liemo remained silent, his senses fully attuned to his own body. The after-effects of forcibly employing the rule fragments to manipulate the airflow were manifesting. His brain felt as though it were being pierced repeatedly by countless icy needles, while his hollow lower back throbbed with a painful, nauseating sensation akin to being emptied and then forcibly filled with foreign matter. Worse still, he sensed a vast, chaotic energy field below, drawing nearer with an unusual allure. It felt reminiscent of the core fragments from the Annihilation base, yet wilder and more unstable. Hold on. He barely had time to shout. Clang. The lift platform jolted violently, accompanied by a disconcerting metallic distortion, and abruptly halted. The immense inertia sent both of them crashing against the compartment wall. The lights flickered erratically, extinguished for a moment, then resiliently reignited, though now dimmer. Have we arrived? Liemo fought through the dizziness and pain, pulling Amu upright. The platform rests within a more expansive, yet starkly different subterranean realm. Here, the chaos of a warehouse is absent, as is the oppressive silence of a stagnant abyss, and the tranquility of a sanctuary for white crows. The air is saturated with the heavy aromas of machine oil, molten metal, ozone, and the acrid scent of some frenzied energy ionizing the atmosphere. Massive, rugged metal pipelines coil like serpents across the ceiling and walls, emitting a low, resonant hum. In the distance, rhythmic, heavy hammering can be heard, accompanied by the distinctive buzz that accompanies energy transmission. Is this an underground factory? Or perhaps an energy core? Liemo's gaze was instantly drawn to the spectacle at the center of the space. There stood an immense, furnace-like cylindrical structure, its surface dark and adorned with cooling fins. Numerous thick energy conduits resembling veins affixed to it, channeling surges of flickering, unstable azure and deep crimson energy into its depths. The furnace occasionally emitted a deep, thudding sound, reminiscent of a heartbeat, with certain areas of its metallic walls glowing a haunting red from the internal energy, casting an unsettling glow. The furnace, Liemo murmured, recalling the words of the scarred leader above. Is this the furnace that the Iron Song Guild wishes to reignite? What is it producing? Or rather, what is it binding? The emptiness within him erupted with an unprecedented yearning in the face of this furnace. It was a nearly instinctual impulse, akin to a moth drawn to flame. A desire to approach and to consume the fiercely pure energy contained within. Even the fragmented rules in his mind stirred slightly in response to this energy's stimulus. As the cold logic began to automatically analyze the frequency, intensity, and possible means of control over the energy flow, It hurts, Amu gasped, clutching his chest, his complexion pale. He was merely an ordinary person. Even from a distance, he felt breathless and instinctively uneasy in the presence of such intense energy radiation. Don't look at it. Stay close to me. Liemo forcefully suppressed the turmoil within, grasping Mu's hand as they swiftly departed from the lift platform. Seeking refuge behind a stack of metal boxes that seemed to hold spare parts, they needed to find an escape route quickly. This was no place for prolonged stay. However, this subterranean space was evidently heavily guarded. Teams of Iron Song Guild soldiers, clad in matching brownish-gray combat attire and equipped with exoskeletons and standard weaponry, patrolled fixed routes with precise, synchronized movements and sharp gazes. Some individuals, dressed in soiled work uniforms, appeared to be technicians, busily engaged at various complex control panels and instruments. Their expressions grave. Liemo observed that the energy conduits feeding the furnace seemed to originate from deeper underground. Moreover, in another direction from the furnace, there was a relatively spacious and tightly guarded corridor, through which transport vehicles laden with those peculiar metal crates entered and exited. That could be the exit or the path to the source of the stabilizers. Just as Liemo surveyed the surroundings, seeking an opportunity for infiltration or breakout, a sudden blaring alarm reverberated throughout the entire space. Warning: core pressure of the furnace is abnormal. Rate of energy dissipation is rising. Flow of stabilizer pipes number 3 and 7 is insufficient. All non-combat personnel evacuate the core area immediately. Security forces, highest alert. The crimson warning light whirled frantically, casting a pall of anxiety upon every visage. What transpired? Has the stabilizer not yet been delivered? An elderly man, clad in a white researcher's coat with hair streaked with gray, rushed to the main control panel, bellowing into the communicator. His voice echoed faintly through the loudspeaker. Dr. Roger, the transport team has encountered an attack by unknown entities and interference from intruders. The final batch of stabilizers will not arrive on time. A frantic reply resonated from the communicator, seemingly that of the scarred leader. Incompetent fools. The man, identified as Dr. Roger, slammed his hand onto the control panel in exasperation. Without sufficient stabilizers to neutralize the volatile properties of the core fragment, the furnace would not withstand this surge of energy. There are at most 10 minutes before the core overloads. The core fragment. A jolt of shock coursed through Liemo. Within this furnace, a core fragment lay contained? The Iron Song troop was attempting to control it with that stabilizer? What were their intentions? Initiate emergency cooling. Reduce energy extraction power. We must endure until the stabilizers arrive. Dr. Roger commanded with fervor. The technicians scrambled, frantically manipulating the controls. Yet the incessantly flashing red indicators and the increasingly piercing alarm signals revealed that the situation was deteriorating rapidly. The furnace pulsated heavily, its rhythm quickening. The red luminescence emanating from its walls expanding alarmingly, while slender, flickering arcs of perilous energy danced across the surface. The energy field within the entire space became exceedingly unstable. The acrid scent of ozone from the ionized air stinging the nostrils. The patrolling soldiers grew more tense, their weapons trained on the furnace and various entry points. Poised for battle. Chaos. This was an opportunity. A glimmer of resolution flashed in Liemo's eyes. Amidst the turmoil, he might navigate toward the heavily guarded passage. He seized Amu, preparing to move under the cover of equipment and shadows. Suddenly, an unprecedented, terrifying hum erupted from the furnace core, as if it originated from the depths of the earth. Instantly, a massive, highly unstable beam of energy, a blend of eerie blue and dark red, shot skyward from a pressure relief vent atop the furnace, violently colliding with the dome soaring several meters high. Boom! The metallic structure of the dome was instantaneously shredded, molten metal droplets cascading like a torrential downpour. A raging energy storm surged outward from the beam's epicenter, akin to a flood unleashed from a dam. Core overload. Energy explosion. Run. Help. The cacophony of screams, explosions, and structural collapses swiftly drowned out the alarms. Liemo had but a moment to press Mu firmly behind a metal box, while he exerted every ounce of mental energy and the fragment of order's power to construct a thin, distorted energy deflection field before him. Pop! The moment the field made contact with the energy storm, it shattered like a soap bubble. Liemo felt as though he had been struck by a speeding truck. His body hurtling backward, crashing heavily against the equipment behind him, his vision darkening, nearly unconscious. Mogu! Amu cried out, crawling over. The energy storm rampaged, annihilating everything in its path. Soldiers and technicians were swept away like straw, ionized, and melted. The entire underground space resembled hell. Liemo struggled to raise his head, and through his blurred vision, He saw that the energy column connecting heaven and earth had not vanished. Instead, it twisted and expanded as if something were attempting to escape from the core of the furnace. What filled him with dread was that the hollow within him, under the stimulation of this violent energy, transformed from mere yearning into a peculiar resonance. No, it was not resonance. It was the instinct to devour that screamed madly. The fragments of rules were also in frantic operation, coldly calculating how to efficiently capture and absorb this vast, unclaimed energy. No, it must not be absorbed. This energy was too ferocious. It would utterly tear him apart. Li Emo desperately suppressed the impulse within him, biting his gums until they bled. At that moment, from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of chaos and a momentary gap at the heavily guarded entrance of the passage due to the onslaught of the energy storm. An opportunity. A once-in-a-lifetime chance. AMU, go. He exerted the last of his strength, pulling the nearly stunned AMU along, charging against the tide of chaos and the ravaging energy waves toward the passage. Along the way, they stepped over charred corpses, dodged falling debris, and navigated through the swirling arcs of electricity and thick smoke. Just as they were about to plunge into the passage, they were obstructed. They were intruders. A hoarse roar erupted. It was the scarred leader. He had also charged down, and though his body was charred and his clothes tattered, the ferocity in his single eye remained undiminished. He raised the shotgun in his hand, aiming at Li Mo's back. Without a moment's hesitation, AMU fiercely pushed Li Mo forward and turned to shield the barrel with his own body. No. Li Mo's eyes widened in horror. Bang! The deafening gunshot rang out. Yet it was not AMU who fell. At the very moment the scarred leader pulled the trigger, a searing plasma, veering uncontrollably due to the energy storm, swept across his position. The scarred leader didn't even have time to scream before he was vaporized in the dazzling light, leaving not a trace behind. Meanwhile, as AMU pushed Li Mo away, he was struck by some of the scattered pellets from the shotgun, hitting his thigh and side, letting out a cry as he collapsed to the ground, blood instantly staining his tattered pants. AMU. Li Mo's heart shattered as he rushed back to lift AMU. Hurry. Go. AMU's face was ashen, cold sweat pouring down, yet he still urged Li Mo forward. Li Mo glanced back at the increasingly violent energy storm and the Iron Song soldiers beginning to regroup. Gritting his teeth, he hoisted AMU onto his back, securing him with a strap, and without looking back, plunged into the dark passage. The passage was relatively calm, yet he could still feel the intense tremors and energy fluctuations from outside. Li Mo did not know where this passage led. He only knew he must move forward. Away from this hell. Carrying AMU, he staggered and ran through the darkness. AMU's blood flowed down his neck, warm and viscous. The sounds of pursuit and explosions behind them beat like a death knell. Uncertain of the distance traveled, Li Mo encountered a fork in the path ahead. One route ascended, illuminated by a faint light and the murmur of voices. The other descended, shrouded in darkness and silence. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Mo opted to descend. The upward path may lead to other strongholds of the Iron Song Society, a trap of his own making. The downward route, while fraught with unknown dangers, might also offer a glimmer of hope. He plunged into the descending passage, feeling the steep gradient that seemed to lead deeper underground. Just as he believed he had momentarily evaded his pursuers, two cold lights flickered to life ahead, resembling the eyes of a beast, glowing crimson. A deep, raspy voice, reminiscent of metal scraping against metal, reverberated through the darkness. Intruder, leave the key. Chapter 35. The awakening of extreme cold. The descent was steep. The darkness thick as viscous ink, with only the faint red glow of distant remnants of furnace energy illuminating the rough contours of the rocks, like the embers of hell. Li Mo, carrying the unconscious AMU, stepped cautiously over the slick, jagged stones, his thigh muscles trembling from exhaustion. The metallic scent of AMU's wounds and his labored breathing lashed at Li Mo's nerves like a whip. The sudden emergence of the two crimson lights, akin to the eyes of a colossal abyssal creature, coupled with the chilling command to leave the key, caused Li Mo's heart to freeze in an instant. Was there an ambush? Were they from the Iron Song Society, or something else entirely? He abruptly halted, gently placing AMU behind a relatively dry rock, shielding him with his own body as he concentrated, his meager psychic energy coalescing into a brilliant light that illuminated the narrow passage ahead. The owner of the red lights emerged slowly from the shadows. Was it a person? This figure towered at nearly 2.5 meters, clad in a crude armor composed of dull, coarse metal and thick leather that enveloped its entire body, marred by deep scratches and suspiciously colored stains. It bore no helmet. Its head, larger than usual, was bald, riddled with grotesque growths and protrusions resembling soldered metal nodules. A rusted metal mask covered its face, revealing only the mouth and chin, while its mechanical eyes glowed with the same cold red light as the lights before. Most unsettling was the weapon it wielded, a grotesque power cleaver nearly as tall as itself. The blade was thick, its edge glimmering with unstable energy serrations, and the axe's handle was connected to a hefty energy conduit, leading directly into a rudimentary power pack on its back, which emitted a low, ominous hum. This was no standard equipment of the Iron Song Society. This ensemble exuded a savage, brutal style of slaughter, akin to spoils gathered from countless bloody conflicts. Behind Liemo, AMU's voice broke through, trembling with pain and fear. He was unsure when he had regained consciousness, but upon seeing that figure, his teeth chattered in dread. A predator? A butcher? Liemo had never encountered such titles before. Yet the palpable aura emanating from the individual before him, an intoxicating blend of blood, oil, and a frenzied war spirit, made it abundantly clear that this foe was far more perilous than any soldier of the Iron Song Brigade. The butcher known as Key spoke once more, the sound reverberating from beneath his metallic mask akin to the grinding of a whetstone. His enormous mechanical eye fixated intently on Liemo, particularly on the area of his lower back that he instinctively protected. The stench of the source emanating from him was discernible from a distance. Surrender it. Is it once again for Key? For his damned constitution? A surge of violent fury welled up within Liemo. From Eden to oblivion, and now to this nameless subterranean abyss, everyone had regarded him as mere property, as prey. I possess nothing that you seek. Liemo growled hoarsely, his mental acuity heightened as he attuned himself to his surroundings. The passageway was narrow, rendering it unfavorable for the massive cleaver's swing, yet the opponent's strength and defenses evidently surpassed his own. A direct confrontation would be futile. Liars. The butcher bellowed in a deep growl, reminiscent of a wounded beast. He lunged forward, his heavy metal boots striking the ground with a thunderous boom, causing the entire corridor to tremble. The call of the source cannot be mistaken. Hand it over. He ceased his prattling, and with a piercing shriek that split the air, the colossal cleaver descended upon Liemo like a battering ram. The energy serrations along the blade emitted a nauseating fizz that grated on the senses. I cannot withstand this. Liemo's pupils constricted as his mental energy erupted with unprecedented velocity. He did not attempt to block the terrifying force. Instead, he leapt sharply to the side, simultaneously pressing his hands against the slick rock wall of the corridor. The frigid logic imparted by the shards of rules instantly calculated the wall's weak points. Collapse. He roared inwardly. With a thunderous crash, the section of the rock wall that had been precisely targeted by Liemo's mental force, already destabilized by the earlier explosion of energy above, crumbled instantaneously. A cascade of rubble and earth tumbled down like a waterfall, effectively obstructing the butcher's path and momentarily halting the deadly cleaver. With a furious roar, the butcher's cleaver struck the fallen debris, sending clouds of dust billowing into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Liemo hoisted a moo onto his back and fled deeper into the passage without a backward glance. You cannot escape, came the butcher's wrathful roar, accompanied by the sound of stones being hurled aside by immense force. Liemo disregarded all else, pushing his speed to its utmost limit. In the darkness, he relied solely on his faint mental perception and the acute instinct for energy flow imparted by the shards of rules to evade the jagged stones and sudden pitfalls beneath his feet. The emptiness within him trembled violently from the overwhelming danger and the recent explosion, the gnawing hunger within him burning like flames in his entrails. The shards of rules in his mind flickered erratically, their cold logic incessantly informing him of the pursuer's speed, strength, and potential trajectories of attack, instilling a sense of foreboding that was both predictive and despairingly oppressive. Amu lay against his back, groaning in pain from the jolting motion, blood dripping continuously. I cannot stop. Stopping means death. The passage appeared endless, descending deeper and deeper into the frigid air, imbued with a chill reminiscent of ancient permafrost, where even the residual energy waves grew faint. Here, it seemed far removed from that tumultuous furnace. Yet, the sound of pursuit from behind grew ever closer. The butcher, akin to an unrelenting machine of slaughter, advanced with heavy footsteps that echoed like the ominous drumbeats of death, persistently trailing him. At last, after rounding a sharp bend, a faint glimmer emerged ahead, not the radiance of energy, but a soft, natural glow reminiscent of bioluminescent moss or crystalline formations. The passage culminated here, leading into a more expansive subterranean realm. Liemo burst forth from the corridor, and the sight before him took his breath away. It was a vast underground ice cavern. The vaulted ceiling soared high, adorned with countless icicles resembling sharp swords, emitting a ghostly blue-white luminescence that illuminated the entire expanse. Beneath his feet lay a surface as smooth as glass, and in the center, a modest underground lake remained unfrozen, its waters dark and unfathomable, exuding a chilling aura. The air was piercingly cold, and each exhalation transformed into wisps of white mist. On the far side of the ice cavern, another exit could be discerned. A glimmer of hope, just as Limo's heart dared to entertain a flicker of optimism. The heavy footsteps that clung to him like a parasite reached the mouth of the passage. The butcher's massive silhouette loomed, obstructing the sole avenue of escape. The red glow of his mechanical eye, reflected in the cold light of the cavern, appeared even more menacing. The energy saw blade of his power cleaver ignited once more. Emitting a hungry hum, the game was over. The butcher's voice was laced with cruel delight as he advanced step by step, his metallic boots crunching ominously upon the frozen ground. Limo gently placed a moo behind a protruding ice formation, turning to confront this terrifying foe. He inhaled the frigid air deeply, forcing himself to remain calm. Escape was impossible. He could only fight with all his might. His gaze swept rapidly across the ice cavern. The icy waters were mercilessly cold. A sudden thought struck him like lightning. He ceased to suppress the power within him, stirred by hunger and the fragments of rules, and instead actively channeled it into his hands. This time, it was not about manipulating airflow or shifting rocks, but about communing with the cold. The fragments of rules whirled with fervor, analyzing the moisture content in the air, the temperature gradients, the thermodynamic principles, the chilling logic intertwined with his desire for survival, his concern for a moo, and his unwillingness to accept his own fate, merging in a twisted symphony. The butcher seemed to sense the shift in Limo's aura. Yet he, brimming with confidence in his absolute might, issued a disdainful growl. His massive cleaver once again rose, wielding the momentum to crush everything in its path. Sweeping horizontally towards him, this time, the attack encompassed every conceivable escape route for Limo. In the instant the cleaver was about to descend upon him, Limo moved. He did not retreat, nor did he block. Instead, he brought his palms, gathered with all his strength, crashing down upon the mirror-like frozen ground beneath him. The realm of extreme cold unleashed. A cry erupted from the depths of his soul, buzzing from the center of Limo's palms. A visible white frost wave surged forth, rippling outward in an instantaneous expansion. As he passed through, the moisture in the air was instantly siphoned away, coalescing into frost. The surface of the frozen ground was cloaked in a thick layer of ice, gleaming with a metallic sheen. Even the vapor drifting in the air solidified into fine ice crystals, suspended like a delicate mist. Crack, crack. The butcher's axe, driven by an unyielding will, visibly slowed as it entered this suddenly frigid realm. The energy serrations on the blade sparked chaotically against the intensely cold air and ice crystals, erupting in a flurry of electric sparks and ice shards. His heavy metallic boots were firmly glued to the ground by the unexpectedly thickened ice. What? The butcher let out a furious roar, his mechanical eye flickering wildly as he struggled against this sudden restraint. Now was the moment. A fierce glint flashed in Limo's eyes as he glided forward like a specter, not targeting the butcher's heavily armored form, but instead aiming directly at the rudimentary energy pack behind him, which buzzed incessantly, fueling the axe and the mechanical eye. Fragments of rules clearly delineated the pack's structural weaknesses and energy circuit nodes. A thin layer of ultra-cold ice crystals enveloped Limo's palm, akin to the sharpest surgical blade, precisely inserting itself into the crevice of the energy pack's shell. Sever it. With a soft pop, the shell of the energy pack ruptured under Limo's palm, imbued with the power of frost, as if it were mere paper. The intricate energy circuits inside, upon contact with the extreme cold, experienced a violent discharge and short circuit. Buzz. Boom. Blinding electric light erupted from the fissure of the pack, followed by a muffled explosion. The butcher emitted a chilling, inhuman shriek, his massive form convulsing violently as the energy pack behind him belched forth thick black smoke, and the red glow of his mechanical eye dimmed significantly, extinguishing in part. The power of the axe in his hand faltered without energy supply, crashing heavily onto the ice with a clang. Having struck decisively, Limo did not linger in battle but swiftly withdrew, stumbling and nearly falling. The forced manipulation and release of such an expansive field of low temperature had nearly drained his last reserves of mental and physical strength. A tearing pain shot through his lower back, and the fragments of rules in his mind fell into temporary silence due to excessive computation. Breathing heavily, he watched the butcher, now writhing in agony from the backlash of energy, temporarily rendered harmless. Without daring to pause, he turned to hoist the disoriented Amu, weakened by the cold and blood loss, and with every ounce of strength left, he charged towards the exit at the other end of the ice cavern. Behind him, the butcher's roar was filled with profound resentment and fury But under the dual assault of the energy system's collapse and the frigid realm, he was momentarily unable to pursue. Li-mo burst forth from the mouth of the ice cavern, emerging into a gently sloping natural tunnel that led upwards, where the long-lost daylight faintly filtered through at the end. He dared not rest, climbing upward along the tunnel. After an indeterminate time, when he finally emerged from the tunnel, staggering with a moo on his back and once again feeling the cold, liberating air of the wilderness, his legs gave way, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. Along with a moo, he lay supine on the frigid wasteland, gazing at the leaden, seemingly immutable sky, inhaling deeply, feeling the numbing exhaustion of survival. He was still alive. Amu was alive too. He raised his hand to observe the lingering chill, adorned with icy crystals, upon his palm. In this realm of extreme cold, he felt a sense of bewilderment and a chilling resolve regarding his increasingly peculiar and perilous powers. Whatever lay ahead, he must persevere. For the sake of existence. For the sake of answers. Struggling to sit up, he assessed Mu's injuries, performing a hasty bandaging to staunch the bleeding. Then, he oriented himself towards the north. The depths of the Dragonbone wasteland remaining his singular objective. Supporting the unconscious Amu, he resumed his arduous journey. His silhouette stretched long and solitary across the desolate expanse of the Gobi. Chapter 36. The vigils marked the winds of the northern lands never ceased. They whipped up the rough grit of the Gobi, lacerating Li-mo's face and body like countless tiny blades. With Amu slung over his back, each step sank deep into the ankle-deep loose earth, leaving behind erratic, blood-stained footprints that were swiftly erased by the relentless wind. The sky was a murky yellow-gray, devoid of the sun, shrouded in a stifling haze. In the distance, the Dragonbone wasteland loomed like a prehistoric behemoth-esque skeleton sprawled across the earth, its black ridges flickering in and out of view amidst the sandstorm, emanating an aura of desolation that repelled all who dared approach. Li-mo's condition had deteriorated to a dire state. The aftereffects of forcibly activating the realm of extreme cold far exceeded his expectations. His mental faculties were nearly depleted. His mind felt as if it had been hollowed out and stuffed with icy cotton, each thought accompanied by a dull sting. The hollowness in his lower back transcended mere hunger. It resembled a deflated sack, vitality seeping away uncontrollably, ushering in a profound coldness and weakness that penetrated to his very marrow. The fragments of rules in his mind lay dormant, as if frozen in the depths of this extreme chill. Amu's situation was even more grim. Though Li-mo had managed to bandage the wounds on his thigh and side with torn fabric, excessive blood loss, compounded by prior terror and the bitter cold of the ice cave, had left him in a state of alternating unconsciousness and fever, occasionally murmuring incoherently, calling for his mother or urging Mo to flee. There was no food, no water, no medicine. Only endless desolation and an intensifying wind. Li-mo glanced up at the seemingly unreachable black ridge, licking his cracked and bleeding lips. The salty taste of blood offered a fleeting clarity. He could not afford to stop. To halt meant to become two skeletons buried beneath the sandstorm. Adjusting his grip on Amu, he employed a slightly bent metal pipe he had scavenged as a makeshift cane, continuing to inch forward. Time had lost all meaning. It could have been an hour, or perhaps half a day. His consciousness began to blur under the ravages of fatigue and pain, the scenery before him swaying and overlapping. He seemed to once again perceive Su Lin's cold scorn, the unfathomable depths of Fenglan's gaze, the final roar of the scarred face, the resolute silhouette of Lan Baiya's calm admonition, and the shadow of Order's gaze, as deep and consuming as a black hole. Countless faces and scenes whirled in his mind like a revolving lantern. Echoes of container, key, kin resonated in his ears, intertwining into a cacophony of chaos. Who am I? What am I truly? This question slithered through his thoughts like a venomous serpent, gnawing at the remnants of his will. Just as his vision began to darken and his legs felt as heavy as lead, a sudden whoosh. A rough arrow, its tip glinting with a faint chill, whistled past his ear with a sharp sound, embedding itself deeply into the ground less than a meter ahead of him. The feathers at the arrow's end quivered violently, emitting a buzzing warning. Li-mo jolted, his nearly dispersed consciousness yanked back into focus. He stood frozen, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. An ambush. Struggling to lift his head, he scanned the surroundings. The wind and sand still swirled, concealing any signs of life. Yet a chilling sense of danger, akin to being stalked by a venomous snake, enveloped him from all sides. Were they marauders? The remnants of the Iron Song Brigade? Or perhaps the minions of annihilation? He slowly laid Amu down, propping him against a weathered boulder, while gripping the metal pipe tightly, his mental energy flickering like a candle in the wind. Straining to sense his surroundings, No energy fluctuations, no heavy footsteps, only the mournful wail of the wind and sand. The adversary lurked in the shadows, exceedingly adept at concealment. Another arrow. This time, it came from his rear flank, targeting his calf. Liam barely had time to evade, twisting his body abruptly. Swoosh! The arrow grazed the outer side of his calf, tearing away a small patch of flesh, the pain searing. His opponent toyed with him, like a cat playing with a mouse, exhausting his already dwindling strength and spirit. He could not remain idle. A fierce glint flashed in Liam's eyes. He thrust the metal pipe into the ground, pressing his hands against the earth, attempting to commune once more with that frigid power, even if he could only conjure a small shard of frost to delay the adversary's movements. Yet nothing. His mental energy slammed against an invisible wall, unable to summon even the slightest external force. The hollow void in his lower back remained silent, the fragments of order unresponsive. He had overexerted himself to the point of exhaustion, losing even his last desperate means. Despair washed over him like a deluge of icy water. At that moment, a figure, seemingly ghostly, materialized silently upon a massive rock 10 meters ahead of him. It was a woman, clad in a sand-colored camouflage outfit that melded seamlessly with the gobi. Her physique was athletic, her face smeared with protective oil against the sand, obscuring her features, save for a pair of keen, calm eyes reminiscent of a hawk. Gazing down upon him, in her hand, she held an ancient yet well-maintained longbow, its strings still quivering slightly. She was neither a frenzied marauder, nor a standard-bearer of the Iron Song Brigade, much less a chilling agent of annihilation. In her gaze, there was a scrutinizing depth, a profound weariness as if burdened by something significant. An outsider. The woman's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly through the swirling sands, imbued with a raspy magnetism as she recounted their origins and the condition of the child upon her back. She refrained from immediate aggression. Liam's taut nerves relaxed slightly, yet his vigilance remained undiminished. He rasped, his voice as dry as the friction of stone. "We harbor no ill intent. We are merely passing through. He is injured and in need of assistance." Passing through? The woman arched an eyebrow, her gaze sweeping over Liam's tattered garments, incongruous with the desolation of the wasteland, and his unusually pale, frail face that nonetheless hinted at an extraordinary essence. "You traversed the ruins of the Iron Song Brigade, and you carry a child wounded by a standardized shotgun?" She comprehended. She realized they emerged from that underground facility. A jolt of shock surged through Liam, his fingers tightening around the metal pipe until the knuckles turned white. The woman seemed to discern his tension, gracefully leaping down from the rock, landing soundlessly. She stowed her longbow but kept her hand poised on the hilt of her curved dagger, maintaining a stance ready for action as she approached slowly. "Do not be alarmed. If I intended to kill you, you would already be dead." She halted 5 paces from Liam, her gaze resting on the unconscious Amu. Lingering momentarily on the wound on his leg, a flicker of subtle compassion crossing her eyes. "He requires treatment. In the wasteland, infections are far deadlier than blood loss." Liam remained silent, his mind racing. Who was this woman? What was her purpose? Could she be trusted? "What reason do I have to believe you?" he finally inquired, his voice laced with suspicion. The woman fixed her penetrating gaze upon Liam, her sharp eyes seemingly able to pierce through his frail exterior to perceive the void within him and the frozen rules in his mind. After a brief silence, she spoke slowly, "By the faint trace of the Night Watcher's mark that emanated from you when you attempted to draw forth power moments ago." The Night Watcher's mark? Liam was taken aback. Was it the mark of Lon, or that which the deceased Night Watcher had imparted before his demise? The woman appeared disinclined to elaborate further, gesturing towards Amu. "Will you save him or not? The choice is yours. But I must warn you, in his current state, he may endure no more than half a day." Liam observed Amu's fevered face, flushed with an unnatural hue, and heard his pained groans. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth. "Save him," he uttered, his voice tinged with a sense of humiliation and resignation. He had no choice. The woman nodded, refraining from further discussion. She stepped forward, expertly examining Amu's wound, then retrieved some dried herbs and clean cloth strips from a leather pouch she carried. "Build a fire, boil some water. I will search nearby for sea buckthorn roots." Her commands were succinct and authoritative, as if she were accustomed to giving orders. Liam watched her industrious silhouette and glanced at Amu, who now had a glimmer of hope for salvation. A tumult of emotions swirled within him. This sudden, enigmatic, and formidable woman, was she a foe or a friend? What did her reference to the Night Watcher's mark signify? He lifted his gaze towards the northern horizon, where the jagged outline of the bone wasteland emerged with increasing clarity, reminiscent of a dragon's spine. The path ahead, it seemed, was laden with unforeseen variables brought forth by her presence. He silently gathered the scattered, fire-resistant dry grass and roots of shrubs around him, attempting to kindle a flame in the most primitive manner. The flickering light danced feebly across the desolate expanse, casting a fragile glow in the silence. In the 37th chapter, the ancient song, the campfire valiantly flickered amidst the raging sandstorm, emitting crackling sounds that dispelled the cold and darkness from a small vicinity. Amu lay beside the fire, his wounds tended to by the woman who had cleansed them anew, applying crushed herbs and carefully bandaging them with clean strips of cloth. Though still unconscious, his breathing had steadied somewhat, and the unnatural flush on his face had begun to fade. Opposite the fire sat the woman, quietly polishing her longbow and curved blade. The leaping flames cast a play of light and shadow over her painted face, accentuating the depth and mystery of her hawk-like, piercing gaze. She referred to herself as Shadow, and spoke little beyond that. Liam curled up near the fire, savoring the long-awaited warmth, even if it was faint. His physical exhaustion and mental fatigue rendered him nearly devoid of strength, making it difficult even to lift a finger. He attempted to follow the meditative teachings of the White Crow, guiding the gentle power of the tranquil spring within him to circulate and heal his battered body and consciousness. However, the results were minimal. The hollow in his lower back felt like an insatiable abyss, voraciously consuming the meager restorative energy while emanating a deeper sensation of withering. Rooted in the essence of life itself, it was as if he were a plant severed from its main root, inexorably heading toward decay. More unsettling were the dormant fragments of rules that lingered in his mind. They had not vanished. Instead, they coiled like hibernating serpents deep within his consciousness. When he delved into meditation, he occasionally perceived cold, flickering geometric shapes and fragments of formulas glowing with an eerie blue light, attempting to restructure his thoughts, analyzing and deconstructing all emotions, intuitions, and even pain within an absolute rational framework. This sensation was far more terrifying than direct suffering. Your conduit is being eroded by foreign rules. Shadow's voice suddenly broke the silence. Without lifting her gaze, she continued to polish her weapons, her tone flat yet incisive. Liam abruptly opened his eyes and looked at her. You know, in the records of the Night Watchers, there are mentions of such a condition. Shadow finally raised her head, the firelight revealing a complexity in her expression, a powerful resonance that suggested without proper guidance and sufficient tenacity of self-will, one could easily be tainted or assimilated by overwhelming external forces. You have consumed the fragments of the rules of the Shadow of Order, as if ink were poured into clear water. She paused before adding, moreover, your conduit itself appears to harbor some flaws or wounds, rendering it even more fragile and incapable of effectively filtering and repelling these contaminations. Are these flaws or wounds the residual effects left by the forceful separation of the key from the reversal protocol? Liam mused in silence. Is there a way to cleanse it? He rasped. Shadow shook her head. To my knowledge, there is none. Once rules are understood and accepted, they become like poison mingled with blood, difficult to separate. The ancestors of the Night Watchmen relied predominantly on their formidable will and unwavering faith in the source to navigate and balance, rather than to eradicate. Navigate, balance. Liam recalled the final moments, the indifferent and majestic aura of the hollow core, and the chilling calculative force brought forth by the shards of rule when he forcefully activated the frigid domain. Could that be deemed a grotesque form of navigation? You must swiftly discover the source of your resonance. The Shadow's gaze turned grave. Only by comprehending the reason behind your resonance and uncovering the ripples of the source that belong to you can you establish a solid self-awareness and foundational strength to confront and even utilize those external rules. Otherwise, you will inevitably become another creature that merely executes the cold order or succumb entirely. Once again, the source of resonance. Baya had uttered similar words. How am I to search the depths of the Dragonbone wasteland? Liam inquired. How well do you know that place? A fleeting, elusive ripple crossed the Shadow's eyes. She paused momentarily before responding. The Dragonbone wasteland is not merely a geographical wasteland. It is the graveyard of countless fallen ancient civilizations. One of the regions where the tides of the source fluctuate most violently, and a battleground for various factions vying for dominance. She gestured towards the north. There lies both hope and despair buried beneath. The Night Watchmen, the Oblivion, warlords like the Iron Song Brigade pursuing power, and the myriad monsters dwelling in the shadows all have their strongholds and objectives there. What you have witnessed may only be the tip of the iceberg. And what of you? Liam met her gaze resolutely. To which faction do you belong? Why assist us? The Shadow held his gaze, the firelight dancing in her eyes. I belong to no faction, or rather, I belong to the Observer. Her answer remained enigmatic. I aid you because of the Night Watchman mark upon you, and because this child should not perish here. An observer? Liamo pondered this term, not entirely convinced. In this ravenous wasteland, pure observers are nearly non-existent. Yet, he refrained from probing further. Everyone harbors their secrets. At least for now, the shadow exhibited no hostility and had saved AMU. Rest now. The shadow concluded the conversation. Redirecting her focus to her weapon, before dawn, we are relatively safe. But tomorrow, the sandstorm will be fiercer and the path more treacherous. Liamo closed his eyes once more, endeavoring to meditate. He understood that the shadow spoke truth. He must regain his strength swiftly, at least to possess the ability for self-preservation. He no longer sought to dispel the shards of rule, but rather endeavored to observe them, to comprehend their frigid logic, while fiercely protecting the core of his self-awareness from assimilation. This process resembled walking a tightrope. A moment's carelessness could plunge him into the abyss of reason. Time flowed amidst silence and the sound of the wind. In the latter half of the night, Liamo was suddenly awakened by an exceedingly faint, yet seemingly resonant song that echoed deep within his soul. The song defied description, ancient, desolate, fragmented, as if it emanated from the edge of the starry sky, or perhaps from the rhythmic pulse of the earth's core. It bore no lyrics, only melody, at times soaring like a storm, at others subdued like a sigh, imbued with endless sorrow and an indomitable call. Is it the ancient song? Liamo abruptly sat up, his heart racing. He turned to Ing, discovering that she too had opened her eyes, her expression reflecting a rare seriousness as she intently listened. Did you hear it? Ing asked in a hushed tone. Liamo nodded, suppressing the excitement within him. Is this the ancient song? It is how some refer to it. Ying's gaze seemed to penetrate the tent and the swirling sands, reaching deep into the wilderness. It served as the eternal backdrop of the Dragon Bone wasteland, a fusion of echoes from countless vanished civilizations. Some say it can guide one's path, while others warn it may lead one to madness. She looked at Liamo. It seems to resonate strongly with you. The melody continued, as if recounting a tale, as if beckoning him. The emptiness within Liamo, stimulated by this song, transformed from mere hunger into a peculiar resonance and yearning akin to a wanderer returning home. Even the cold fragments of rules within him momentarily calmed under the influence of the melody. This song was calling to him. It is directing me, Liamo murmured, sensing that the source of the song lay deeper in the Dragon Bone wasteland, in a specific direction. Ing said nothing, quietly preparing their belongings before handing Liamo some dried meat and a small pouch of water. To replenish your strength, we must set off. Where to? Follow the song. Ing slung her longbow over her shoulder, her tone leaving no room for argument. Since it has chosen you, let us discover what it wishes for you to see. Before dawn, the winds and sands continued their relentless assault. The two resumed their journey, carrying the unconscious Amu. This time, they had a clear direction, the ancient melody lingering deep within their souls. Liamo sensed a flicker of strength returning to his body, and his awareness of the surroundings sharpened somewhat. Though still weak, despair no longer consumed him entirely. However, less than half an hour after departing the camp, figures suddenly emerged from behind a sand dune, blocking their path. 3 men, clad in tattered garments yet with fierce eyes, stood before them. Armed with rusted machetes and makeshift spears, their faces bore expressions of hunger and greed. Their gaze sweeping over Ying's athletic form and the heavy bundle on Liamo's back, containing supplies Ying had provided. They were the most common predators of the wasteland, roaming bandits. Leave the food and the woman. We might spare your lives, growled the leader, a one-eyed man, brandishing his machete with a menacing grin. Ying's eyes instantly hardened, her hand resting on the hilt of her curved blade. Liamo regarded the reckless bandits, feeling the power within him momentarily awakened by the song, alongside fragments of rules in his mind flickering to life, calculating the most efficient means to neutralize the threat. He gently set Amu down, stepping forward to shield Ing. His gaze met that of the bandits, calm yet imbued with an intimidating chill. Leave, he stated, his voice low yet carrying an invisible weight that froze the grins on the bandits' faces. The one-eyed leader paused, then, enraged, shouted, "You're asking for death." He charged forward, machete raised. Liamo remained still. He did not even glance at the cleaver aimed at him. All his focus was consumed by the void within and the fragmented rules swirling in his mind. This time, communication was not dictated by extreme cold or gusts of wind, but rather by vibration. The fragments of rules instantaneously analyzed the speed, angle, muscular exertion patterns of the oncoming foe, as well as the weight-bearing structure of the sandy ground beneath. Liamo lifted his foot, seemingly with casual intent, and gently pressed it against the earth before him. A faint yet remarkably precise wave of vibration emanated from the soles of his feet, rippling outward like concentric circles, reaching the one-eyed dragon in an instant. The one-eyed dragon felt his footing slip, as if he were treading upon a glass surface slicked with grease, and his forward momentum abruptly transformed into a backward fall. He flailed his arms in a desperate attempt to regain his balance, yet to no avail. Thud! He landed squarely on his back, his cleaver flying from his grasp. The other two bandits stared, dumbfounded, at Liam-o, as though they had encountered a specter. Liam-o paid them no heed, turning his gaze to Ing. Let us proceed. Ing cast a deep, penetrating look at Liam-o, her sharp eyes revealing an unmasked astonishment for the first time. She nodded, hoisting Amu onto her back. And together they circumvented the dazed bandits, continuing in the direction indicated by the haunting melody. Behind them, the sounds of the bandits scrambling in panic echoed in the air. Liam-o felt a slight dizziness from the expenditure of his internal strength, as the fragments of rules sank back into silence after accomplishing their task. He glanced at Ying's upright silhouette ahead, then toward the northern expanse, increasingly clear and shrouded in the ancient song. His strength was recovering in a manner he had not anticipated. The enigma of the road ahead seemed to deepen alongside the melody. He clenched his fist, a glimmer of determination flickering in his eyes. Whatever awaited at the end of the song, he must pursue it. For answers. For survival. Chapter 38. The mouth of the Starfall Valley. The ancient song pulled at Liam-o's soul like invisible threads, guiding him into the unknown darkness of the Dragonbone wasteland. The wind and sand served as an eternal accompaniment, whipping against his numbed skin, attempting to strip away the last remnants of his warmth. With each step, the gravel beneath his feet felt like greedy suction cups, devouring his already feeble strength. Amu remained unconscious, slumped against Ying's back. Ing walked steadily and silently, akin to the most adapted predator of the wasteland, seemingly oblivious to the melody, only occasionally adjusting their course based on Liam-o's subtle guidance. Liam-o's condition was akin to dancing on the razor's edge. The song indeed alleviated the gnawing hunger within, even restoring a faint sense of energy perception and guiding ability, much like when he had toppled the bandits with his vibrational wave. However, the price was that the fragments of rules in his mind became increasingly animated. They were no longer mere silent geometric shapes. They began to attempt a fusion with the melody of the song, intertwining with the remnants of Liam-o's emotions and will. As he focused his mind, fragmented images occasionally flickered before him, no longer mere cold logical deductions, but rather distorted ancient scenes interwoven with haunting melodies, stars falling, the earth fracturing, colossal cities lamenting in green flames. These visions accompanied the icy analysis of energy flows, material structures, and even forms of life, creating an extraordinarily bizarre and dizzying cognitive shock. He felt as though he were simultaneously watching a tragic epic silent film while reading a stark physics textbook. Two utterly disparate streams of information were forcibly thrust into his consciousness, blurring the lines between echoes of history, analyses of rules, and his own genuine emotions. His mind both resisted and absorbed. Suddenly, the voice of Shadow resonated beside him. Unbeknownst to him, she had slowed her pace to walk alongside Liam-o, her sharp gaze sweeping over his occasionally dazed eyes, which momentarily narrowed. This was perilous. According to the records of the Night Watchers, there had been echoes who, unable to withstand such a deluge of information, had succumbed to madness, transforming into mere echo chambers repeating ancient fragments and cold formulas. Liam-o shook his head with effort, dispelling an image depicting some colossal creature disintegrating among the stars, accompanied by intricate energy dissipation equations. I had no choice, he rasped, sweat trickling down his temples, instantly absorbed by the swirling sands. Shadow paused for a moment before offering a small piece of dried food, roasted from some plant's root. Conserve your strength. We are nearing our destination. Where to? Liam-o mechanically accepted the food, chewing it with a taste as bland as wax. The area of densest song. Where the ripples of origin are most chaotic, Shadow pointed into the distance, where a deeper darkness loomed, as if it could devour light itself, resembling a vast scar upon the earth. According to the ancient star maps of the Night Watchers, this was once known as the Valley of Fallen Stars. Valley of Fallen Stars. Liam-o mulled over the name, feeling an intensified resonance with the emptiness within him. As they drew closer, the surrounding landscape began to transform. The monotonous desert dunes gave way to increasingly large and bizarre black rocks, seemingly twisted by some invisible force. These rocks bore smooth surfaces, shimmering with a metallic sheen, adorned with strange patterns that appeared to be naturally formed, yet subtly hinted at underlying regularities, reminiscent of what Liam-o had encountered in the abyss and ancient structures, but even older and more alien. The energy permeating the air became exceedingly chaotic and viscous, at times searing hot like lava, at others frigid as the abyss. Various radiative energies, mental remnants, and even some undiscernible fluctuations intertwined, creating a mire of energy. Even Shadow had to tread more cautiously, avoiding areas of extreme energy instability. The void within Liemo became extraordinarily agitated here. It no longer discriminated, greedily consuming all stray energy that dissipated around him, whether pure or tainted. This hastened his recovery somewhat, yet the torrent of information within his mind surged more violently, descending into chaos. The fragmented rules feverishly recorded and analyzed the properties of every devoured energy, striving to encapsulate them within a unified, frigid model. The ancient song, however, lingered like background noise, at times disrupting, at other times seemingly guiding this analysis. He felt akin to a hard drive on the brink of bursting, simultaneously teetering on the edge of reformatting. Look ahead, Shadow suddenly reminded him in a tone laced with gravity. Liemo lifted his gaze, his pupils constricting abruptly. Before him lay a vast entrance to a colossal, ring-shaped valley, formed as if by the impact of a meteorite. The valley's edges were lined with twisted black rocks, resembling silent sentinels. Inside the valley, a dense, almost tangible dark red mist swirled and writhed, within which countless fragmented spatial fissures flickered like shattered glass. The ancient, desolate melody emanated from the depths of this mist, where the sound became remarkably clear and resounding, as if myriad voices sang in unison, imbued with endless sorrow, defiance, and a heart-stirring allure, beckoning him to enter that desolate domain. At the entrance of the valley stood several rudimentary totem poles, constructed from bones and black stones. The poles were adorned with twisted, blasphemous symbols, and at their apex hung desiccated remains, the origin of which, be it animal or human, was indeterminate. A potent aroma, mingled with blood, decay, and frenzied devotion, emanated from these totems, the mark of the children of madness. Shadow's voice carried an unmistakable disdain and wariness. They were a deranged cult that venerated the chaotic aspect of the source, believing that destruction equated to purification and madness constituted truth. They lurked around the periphery of the Valley of Fallen Stars, preying upon any living being that ventured too close, offering them as sacrifices to the ancient chaos. Children of madness? Liemo regarded the unsettling totem poles, a faint sense of repulsion coursing through him, a visceral aversion to these embodiments of chaos and insanity. Yet, the fragments of rules in his mind began to coolly analyze the structure of the totem poles, their energy distribution, and any potential defenses or warning mechanisms that might exist. Are they powerful? Liemo inquired, sensing the meager reserves of his strength. Individually, they are not exceptional, but their numbers are vast, and they fear not death, Shadow replied, gripping her curved blade tightly. Their madness can infect their opponents. It's troublesome. We should best circumvent. Before she could finish, a primal, inhuman howl erupted from behind a nearby black rock, a sound infused with sheer madness and a thirst for blood. Instantly, dozens of figures erupted like phantoms from the shadows of the surrounding rocks. They were the children of madness. Most of these individuals were scantily clad, their skin smeared with pigments ground from dark red minerals, adorned with twisted symbols. Their eyes were clouded, bloodshot, and drool trickled from their mouths, their faces reflecting a morbid ecstasy as if they had glimpsed the truth. Their weapons were varied, rusted blades, sticks bound with shattered bones, and some even brandished their own nails and teeth, howling as they surged forward. Their speed was astonishing, their movements chaotic, yet infused with a frantic determination akin to mutual destruction. Beware. Do not allow them to scratch you. Their blood and saliva may carry a psychic taint. Ing shouted sharply, and in an instant, the longbow sang as an arrow shot forth like lightning, piercing the eye of the foremost lunatic with unerring precision. Yet, more madmen surged forward like a relentless tide. Liemo's gaze turned steely as he gently placed a moo in a relatively safe rock crevice. He understood that there was no longer any possibility of retreat. Drawing a deep breath, he ceased to suppress the restless power within him that stirred due to proximity to the valley, and abandoned the futile attempt to distinguish the chaotic streams of information in his mind. He melded the hollow desire to consume chaotic energy, the cold calculations of fragmented rules, the mournful melodies of ancient songs, and his own obsession with survival into a singular, pure will to carve a path forward. He stepped forward, pressing his hands against the ground. His target was not the frenzied zealots, but the chaotic energy and unstable structures beneath their feet. The fragments of rules instantaneously calculated the most vulnerable energy nodes. The melody of the ancient song seemed to guide the flow of power. The hollow madness siphoned the surrounding, tumultuous energy. Crack! He let out a low, resonant roar that seemed to emanate from his very chest. Boom! Centered around Liemo. The ground within a radius of several dozen meters trembled violently, cracking open. This was not merely a trick to induce a slip, but a genuine upheaval. Akin to the Earth's tumultuous convulsions, broad fissures spread like a spider's web, and scalding, sulfurous steam erupted from the cracks. Dark red, chaotic energy was forcibly summoned from the depths, erupting like an uncontrollable geyser, carrying stones and sand skyward. The oncoming sons of madness were instantaneously engulfed by this sudden cataclysmic spectacle. The air was filled with screams, the sound of shattering bones, and the cacophony of bodies being torn apart by energy. Their frenzy appeared laughably feeble and fragile before the overwhelming force of nature, guided or not. With just a single strike, more than half of the advancing lunatics were either slain or grievously injured. The few remaining were paralyzed with fear, howling in terror as they scrambled back behind the rocks. The tremors gradually subsided, leaving only a haze of dust and the residual energy waves. Liam stood there, panting heavily, his face as pale as parchment, with blood streaming uncontrollably from his nose. This strike had nearly drained the last remnants of power he had just regained, and the torrent of information in his mind temporarily quieted due to overexertion. Ing stood beside him, her grip on the curved blade tightening slightly. Her gaze directed at Liam, filled with unprecedented shock and a hint of trepidation. She had clearly observed that what Liam had harnessed was not merely elemental power of a single attribute, but had directly manipulated the very subterranean structure of the region and the accumulated chaotic energy. This was beyond the capabilities of ordinary resonators or psychics. It resembled the nascent form of authority, though exceedingly crude and unstable. The sensation of wielding the might of heaven and earth was unmistakable. He opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. Liam wiped away the blood from his nose and glanced at the unsettling totem pillars at the valley's entrance, swaying slightly in the aftermath of the energy surge. He then turned his gaze toward the dark red mist within the valley, from which melodic echoes emerged. He disregarded the shock etched on Ying's face and paid no heed to his own physical frailty. All he comprehended was that the obstacles had been vanquished. Approaching the rock crevice, he shouldered the still unconscious Amu once more and spoke to Ing in a voice that was chillingly calm. Let us proceed. Into the valley. Chapter 39. The abyss of data. The tremors of the earth had not yet fully subsided. Dust mingled with the dark red energy mist, enveloping the entrance of the Starfall Valley like the dying breath of some colossal beast. The twisted totem pillars leaned precariously under the force of the energy shock, their cracked remnants swaying like pendulums, enhancing the eerie atmosphere. Ing observed Liam's face, which bore an unsettling calmness bordering on indifference, alongside the unconscious Amu on his back. His declaration to enter the valley was uttered without a trace of hesitation, as if the earlier cataclysmic upheaval were merely a whisper of dust brushed from his garments. Silently, she followed, her keen gaze sweeping across the tumultuous dark red mist within the valley, now heightened to a state of acute vigilance. The moment they stepped into the valley, it felt as though they had traversed an invisible membrane. The external winds and sands, which had wailed incessantly, were abruptly silenced, replaced by an absolute stillness that pressed heavily against the eardrums. Yet, it was not complete silence. The ancient, desolate song resonated here with unimaginable grandeur, seemingly emanating from all directions, flooding into their minds, each note bearing the weight of 1,000 tons, crashing against their very souls. The scene before them was bizarre and surreal, defying the bounds of rational comprehension. The dark red mist was not uniformly dispersed. It writhed as if imbued with life, coalescing into various twisted, flowing forms, at times resembling a surging river of blood, at others a wailing specter, or even countless prying eyes. Within the mist, minute spatial fissures were omnipresent, not static, but drifting like microorganisms in water, flickering with a life of their own. Occasionally, when two fissures drew near, they would erupt into a dazzling yet perilous arc of electricity, momentarily evaporating the surrounding mist. The ground beneath them was no longer composed of sand or rock, but rather a peculiar material, hard and glimmering with a dark metallic sheen, as though it had been forged under extreme heat and then forcibly cooled. Its surface was adorned with intricate patterns reminiscent of circuit boards, where dim energy flows flickered and vanished. Farther in, deeper within the mist, immense black metal structures loomed, thrust into the earth at odd angles, twisted and fractured, their surfaces blanketed with thick clusters of luminescent crystals, resembling the skeletal remains of prehistoric leviathans, silently narrating tales of a catastrophic end. The energy environment here was chaotically tumultuous. The void within Liam felt akin to a rat plunged into a grain bin, voraciously and uncontrollably devouring all available energy. Scorching radiations, frigid negative energies, chaotic remnants of consciousness, and even the bizarre fluctuations of spatial properties spilling from the edges of the fissures. This indiscriminate consumption engendered a deceptive sense of fulfillment, causing an uncharacteristic flush to surface on his pallid visage, as his withered strength seemed to rejuvenate rapidly. However, the price was steep. The torrent of information within his mind spiraled into chaos. Fragments of rules whirled frantically, striving to decipher the attributes of every devoured energy, attempting to assimilate them into a frigid mathematical model. Meanwhile, ancient melodies, imbued with a mournful will, forcibly thrust fragmented images of a bygone era into his consciousness. Stars extinguished in eerie green flames, colossal vessels disintegrated amidst dimensional storms, and humanoid beings adorned in resplendent robes collectively transmuted into particles of light before the altar. Two starkly contrasting streams of information collided within his mind, like uncontrollable torrents of steel, crushing everything in their path. A pained groan escaped Limo's lips as his body swayed slightly. The scenery before him began to warp and overlap. He beheld the dark, crimson mists of reality. Alongside the energy flow diagrams elucidated by the fragmented rules, and the slow-motion replay of ship disintegration accompanied by the formula for energy dissipation brought forth by the haunting song. "Steady your mind." Ing grasped him firmly, her voice stern, for the resonance of the source here was overwhelming. "Your channel is overloaded. Shut off your perception. Just follow my lead." She endeavored to guide Limo in shielding himself from external disturbances. Yet, he abruptly broke free from her grasp. A chilling silver-blue luminescence flickered at the edges of his pupils, reminiscent of the spatial rifts. He raised his hand, pointing towards an unremarkable direction within the mist, his voice resonating with a strange quality, a blend of his own hoarseness and an ethereal echo. "No, this way." The energy flow indicates a fold in the spatial structure 300 meters ahead. The source of the song is distorted there. Remarkably, he was employing the energy data analyzed by the rule fragments and the information conveyed by the song to forge a new path. Ing gazed at him in astonishment. While she relied on the intuition passed down through generations of night watchers and the guidance of ancient star maps, Limo appeared to be extracting data from the very region itself. Words caught in Ying's throat. Limo offered no explanation, bearing Amu on his back. He strode resolutely towards the direction he had calculated. His steps were no longer unsteady, but instead bore a precise and cold stability driven by data, deftly avoiding the shifting spatial rifts and areas of extreme energy instability, as if his mind possessed a real-time, updated map of dangers. Gritting her teeth, Ing had no choice but to follow. She observed that although Limo's chosen path was peculiar, it proved to be safer and more efficient than her instinctive selections. The deeper they ventured, the more terrifying the surroundings became. They began to see desiccated corpses partially enveloped by crystalline clusters, frozen in poses of terror or despair. These bodies were clad in attire utterly distinct from this era, some even preserving the actions of running or casting spells, as if eternally petrified at the moment disaster struck. Judging by the still intact fabrics and adornments, they belonged to various epochs and civilizations, all meeting their demise in this place. "The Valley of Fallen Stars truly was a graveyard of civilizations," Ing murmured, her tone heavy with sorrow. Limo's gaze swept over a desiccated corpse leaning against the black metallic wreckage, its head tilted skyward. The analytical fragments methodically assessed the degree of the corpse's decay and the surrounding signs of energy erosion, the frigid logic providing an approximate temporal estimate, roughly 1,200 standard planetary orbits ago. The shadow remained silent. Suddenly, Limo halted, abruptly lifting his head towards a particularly dense area of dark red mist to the left. Something was approaching at high speed. His voice, imbued with the warning calculated by the analytical fragments, conveyed the chaotic energy readings and unclassifiable biological signals. The velocity was 47 meters per second, almost simultaneously with his words. A piercing shriek, sharp enough to rend the very soul, emerged from the mist. Following that, a colossal, twisted shadow burst forth like a projectile, charging towards them. It was a creature beyond description. It maintained a rough semblance to an arthropod, yet its size rivaled that of a bull, its exoskeleton exhibiting an unhealthy, dark purple hue as if corroded by potent acids, covered in pulsating suckers exuding viscous pus. Its head bore no eyes, only a gaping maw filled with spiral-shaped, razor-sharp teeth that nearly occupied half its cranium. Strangely, surrounding its body were dozens of translucent, tendril-like energy flagella, shimmering with fragmented spatial rifts. This creature seemed to be the native monstrosity of this chaotic energy environment, the embodiment of the madness of the Valley of Starfall. It was a void predator. Beware its flagella. They can tear through space. The Shadow's countenance changed drastically as she swiftly drew her longbow, releasing a specially crafted arrow with a glimmering silver tip. Thunk! The arrow struck the creature's exoskeleton with precision, yet it penetrated only halfway, ensnared by the bizarre shell and writhing flesh, failing to inflict a mortal wound. The creature howled in pain, growing more frenzied, as dozens of energy flagella lashed out like frenzied serpents, slicing through space with a shrill scream, enveloping the two. The shadow wielded her curved blade, its gleam like a silken ribbon, deftly severing several flagella. The clash between the blade and energy tendrils erupted in blinding sparks and ripples of spatial distortion. Yet, it was evident that she struggled immensely. The sheer number of flagella was overwhelming, their speed too swift. At that moment, Liam sprang into action. He did not glance at the deadly tendrils. His focus remained locked on the creature's gaping, tooth-filled maw, and deep within, a pulsating, intensely energetic core of a haunting purple hue. The analytical fragments swiftly completed their assessment. Target: a suspected hybrid of an energy organism and a spatially mutated entity. Weakness: the energy core within the oral cavity. The optimal attack path calculation was obstructed by 17 energy flagella, yielding the best plan. Utilize its attacking inertia to redirect some flagella's trajectories, creating a 1/100th of a second attack window. Execute. Liam forcefully thrust the AMU from his back towards the shadow, while he darted forward like a wraith, charging into the flurry of tendrils. His movements no longer relied on sight or instinct, but followed the cold, optimized action trajectory meticulously calculated by the analytical fragments in his mind. With a sidestep, he narrowly evaded a sweeping tendril. Lowering his body, another tendril grazed past his scalp. He surged forward, slipping through the gap formed by the intertwining third and fourth tendrils. Each of his movements was executed with a precision and efficiency that seemed almost superhuman, as though he were a machine programmed to perfection. Remarkably, in the wake of his passage, the energy tendrils that parted due to some subtle guidance and interference calculated by fragments of rules slightly altered their trajectories, leading to a collision that inadvertently cleared a fleeting path for Liam. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time the creature sensed something amiss and attempted to close its gaping maw, Liam had already reached its forefront. He raised his right hand, his index and middle fingers aligned, their tips coalescing with the chaotic energy that had been voraciously consumed and severely compressed, complemented by a hint of rule fragments imposing spatial cutting properties. This was not a power he had personally comprehended, but rather an attack method temporarily mimicked and optimized by the rule fragments, based on an analysis of the creature's energy tendrils. With a soft plunge, his fingers pierced through the creature's gaping maw, akin to a searing knife slicing through butter, precisely embedding themselves within the pulsating, violet core. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The creature's colossal form abruptly stiffened, all motion halting. Its eyeless head turned to gaze at Liam, who stood mere inches away, its massive jaw ajar, producing a rasping sound from its throat, reminiscent of air escaping. The next instant, a deafening hum erupted. The violet core exploded with an indescribable brilliance. A terrifying shockwave of energy surged outward from within. The creature's body swelled violently, akin to an overinflated balloon, before, boom, it erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Fragments of dark purple exoskeleton, viscous ichor, and chaotic energy surged outward like a tempest. Nearby spatial rifts were disturbed by this explosive energy, becoming increasingly unstable. Liam was forcefully hurled away by the shockwave, crashing onto the hard, patterned ground, skidding several meters before coming to a halt. He felt as if every bone in his body had shattered, his insides roiling violently, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Yet he was still alive. Struggling to lift his head, he gazed at the area momentarily cleared of fog by the creature's explosion, and at the figure approaching slowly, its expression a complex tapestry of emotions. The figure regarded Liam, observing the residual energy trace at his fingertips, still tinged with spatial fluctuations, before glancing at the remnants of the creature, gradually being consumed by the spatial rifts. Did you just mimic its attack method? The figure's voice carried a note of incredulity, laced with a dry disbelief. Liam wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, acutely aware of the excruciating pain coursing through his body due to the overexertion and forced imitation of spatial power, as if every cell were lamenting in agony. While the fragments of rules in his mind momentarily settled into a serene silence after accomplishing the arduous calculations and mimicry, he did not respond to the question about the shadow but struggled to lift his body, casting his gaze once more into the depths of the mist, towards the origin of the haunting melody. There was no triumph upon his face, only a near-numb tranquility, underpinned by an unmistakable, icy glimmer of silvery blue light deep within his eyes. "Let us proceed," he uttered, his voice hoarse yet imbued with an undeniable quality, reminiscent of a machine issuing commands. The shadow observed his retreating figure, for the first time acutely aware that this young man was sliding towards an unknown, potentially perilous abyss at a pace she could neither comprehend nor halt. Both she and the unconscious AMU upon her back were swept into this torrent. Drawing in a breath of the frigid air, laden with remnants of energy and the stench of blood, she tightened her grip on the curved blade and followed suit. In the depths of the valley, the song still lingered in her ears. Chapter 40. The final bridge. The aftershocks of the monster's explosion gradually subsided within the dark crimson fog, as fragmented rifts in space greedily devoured the last vestiges of energy and flesh, leaving only charred traces upon the ground and an increasingly pungent mix of ozone and decay in the air. Liam, propping up his nearly disassembled body, rose to his feet, each cough igniting a searing pain within his chest. The backlash from forcibly mimicking spatial attributes exceeded all expectations, manifesting not merely as physical wounds, but as a tearing sensation that grazed the very essence of his soul. He felt as though an invisible blade had stripped away a layer of his existence, rendering him thin and fragile. Yet, amidst this profound agony, there resided an eerie clarity. The torrent of information in his mind did not abate. Rather, it became more subdued due to the intense calculations and mimicry he had just engaged in. The fragments of rules no longer violently clashed against his consciousness, but instead behaved like obedient hounds, presenting the analyzed stability of spatial structures, the disturbance patterns of energy flows, and even the subtle differences in the propagation of that ancient melody across various mediums before his eyes. The song itself, no longer a chaotic cacophony, resonated with a mournful melody that seemed to align with the energy pathways identified by the rule fragments, collectively pointing towards a specific coordinate deep within the mist. He was no longer a passive vessel but resembled a clumsy operator who had just begun to grasp the workings of the control panel. Although the cost was steep, he had indeed glimpsed and understood a portion of the rules that governed this desolate realm. The shadow, supporting the still unconscious AMU, approached Liam. She remained silent, her sharp eyes piercing into him, filled with lingering shock, profound worry, and an indescribable curiosity. What Liam had just exhibited was far from the ordinary growth path of an echo. It resembled a predatory form of analysis and replication. "Can we continue?" she finally inquired succinctly. Liam nodded, suppressing the metallic taste rising in his throat. He glanced at AMU, whose pallid face rested upon the shadow's back. The boy's breath was faint, yet his chest still rose and fell. They must swiftly locate the source of the song, for it might hold the key to rescuing AMU and perhaps even unraveling their own predicament. He no longer relied on the intuition of shadows, but instead followed the map meticulously drawn in his mind by rules and melodies, stepping forth with determination. His gait remained slightly unsteady due to pain, yet his direction was resolute, skillfully avoiding the wavering fissures and turbulent energies. As he ventured deeper, the mist thinned somewhat, yet the sensation of spatial distortion intensified. The metallic ground beneath him was no longer flat, marked by vast depressions and elevations, as though it had endured cataclysmic impacts. The black metallic structures, leaning into the ground, grew denser, resembling a forest of colossal gravestones, their surfaces adorned with luminescent crystal clusters that emitted a faint glow, barely dispersing the thick darkness. Here, the song became grander, transcending mere sorrow, intertwining with a solemnity, a call, an obsession seemingly echoing from eons past. At last, after traversing an area resembling a thorny jungle composed of countless fractured metal beams, he found himself in a vast circular basin. At the center of the basin, contrary to expectations of an altar or core of relics, lay an unfathomable, pitch-black chasm, its edges shimmering with unstable ripples of space. The chasm, exceeding 100 meters in diameter, appeared as if a portion of the earth had been forcibly excised, leading straight into the abyss. Dense, tangible crimson mist surged continuously from this abyss, while the fragmented spatial fissures became particularly concentrated and active here, swirling around the rim of the chasm like vigilant sentinels. However, the most astonishing sight was not the terrifying chasm itself, but rather what hovered directly above it, a heart. An immense heart, seemingly forged from pure radiance, still pulsating gently. It radiated a warm and sacred golden hue, with energy veins coursing across its surface like lifeblood. With each heartbeat, it emanated a profound vitality and an ineffable, soothing wave that caressed the soul. The ancient song that penetrated the very essence of existence emanated from this luminous heart. Yet, This vibrant heart was ensnared by numerous thick chains formed from the dark red mist, binding it securely. The other ends of these chains were deeply embedded in the surrounding black metallic structures and the rock walls of the basin, resembling a malevolent cage, firmly imprisoning it above this desolate expanse, with the abyss yawning below. Light and darkness, life and death, creation and destruction formed an eerie and breathtaking confrontation in this place. Was that the source heart? Shadow gasped in astonishment. Disbelief etched across his usually composed face. A fragment of the legendary life source that could nurture all things and quell chaos. How could it be tainted, imprisoned here? Within Liemo, the void did not awaken a frenzied desire in the presence of this heart of light, nor did it evoke the utmost repulsion experienced before the shadow of order, but rather a profound resonance akin to a lost child finally reuniting with their mother, filled with grievance and yearning. Even the cold fragments of rigid rules in my mind, under the radiant brilliance of pure life, seemed to be cloaked in a layer of warmth, their operation becoming gentle and orderly. Even the unconscious AMU, bathed in this luminous glow, appeared to relax slightly, his furrowed brow easing, his breathing growing steadier. Hope. There truly exists hope here. However, just as Liemo and Ing were stirred by this astonishing revelation, a chilling wave of familiar yet malevolent energy surged forth from the shadows on the opposite side of the basin. Figures clad in sleek black exoskeletons, equipped to the hilt, materialized like phantoms. They were the elite reapers of annihilation. They had tracked them down to this very place. Moreover, judging by their formation and energy response, it was evident they were well prepared. Leading them was the commander, who had once crossed paths with Liemo at the Annihilation base, marked by a blood-dripping curved blade insignia on the side of his helmet. His dark crimson visor swept across the scene, lingering particularly on the imprisoned heart of Source and Liemo, as an electronic synthetic voice, laced with the icy satisfaction of a plan coming to fruition, echoed, "Indeed. The resonance ultimately guides us to the cage of the heart of Source. Thank you for your guidance, vessel." They had been drawn here by the increasingly distinct resonance emanating from Liemo. Or rather, they had been waiting for him to discover this place. Protect the heart of Source. Ing reacted instantly, barking a command as he drew his longbow, aiming an arrow at the Reaper commander. A glint of cold light flashed in Liemo's eyes, devoid of any superfluous words. His newly acquired spatial perception allowed him to discern the dark crimson chains binding the heart of Source. Their energy structure closely intertwined with the black chasm below and the surrounding rifts in space, forming a malicious equilibrium. A forceful attack on the chains could very well lead to the collapse of the entire spatial structure, potentially dragging the heart of Source into the void below. It was imperative to sever the connection points between the chains, the chasm, and the rifts in energy. The fragments of rules whirred into action, instantly calculating the locations and energy flow patterns of dozens of critical nodes. He raised his hand, not merely imitating, but forcibly merging his newfound perception of the fragility of spatial structures with the chaotic energy absorbed within, along with the cold calculations in his mind. Target: lock onto the 3 nearest energy coupling nodes of the spatial chains. Method: create micro-collapses in space to sever energy transmission. With his fingers splayed, he clenched his hand towards the 3 invisible nodes. Crack. It was not a sound of substance, but rather the distortion and compression of space itself, producing a mournful wail that resonated directly with the soul. At the edge of the basin, in 3 specific locations, space suddenly collapsed inward like glass crushed by an invisible giant hand, forming 3 fist-sized micro-black holes that devoured all light. The energy conduits connecting to the dark crimson chains were instantaneously severed and disrupted by this abrupt spatial collapse. Buzz. The dark crimson chains entwined around the heart of Source visibly dimmed, loosening for a moment. The pulsation of the luminous heart suddenly grew stronger, radiating an even more brilliant life force. What? The Annihilation commander emitted a furious electronic sound, incredulous that one could directly interfere with the spatial structure. Stop him. Several elite harvesters immediately raised their weapons, and violet-red energy beams shot forth like venomous serpents towards Liemo simultaneously. The arrows of shadows were unleashed, colliding with the energy beams mid-air, resulting in their obliteration. Liemo let out a muffled groan as fresh blood streamed from his nose. The forced creation of a spatial collapse imposed an immense burden on both his mind and body. He felt as if his consciousness were about to be drawn into that miniature black hole and torn asunder. Yet he pressed on. This was a singular opportunity. He must sever more nodes before the interference of annihilation and his own disintegration overwhelmed him. His eyes flickered with a manic and frigid silver blue light as he raised his hand once more, targeting 5 additional nodes. Crack, crack, crack. The mournful cries of space shattering echoed 5 times. 5 crucial energy channels were severed yet again. The dark red chains dimmed further, even beginning to show faint cracks. The imprisoned source heart seemed to sense a glimmer of hope, pulsating more vigorously as golden light surged outward like a tidal wave, striving to break the remaining restraints. Damn it! The Annihilation Commander was utterly enraged. He disregarded the interference of shadows and personally grasped a uniquely shaped spear, seemingly forged from pure, dark energy. The spear's tip locked onto Liemo, and a terrifying killing intent capable of freezing souls descended in an instant. For the sake of order, offer up your end. The shadowy spear, imbued with the might to annihilate all, surged through the air, causing ripples even in the fabric of space. There was no escape, no defense. Liemo gazed at the impending light of death, glanced at the source heart radiating intensely, struggling to break free, and at Shadow, who was battling fiercely against the remaining harvesters, alongside the unconscious Emu. A frenzied thought, like the final flash of lightning, streaked through his mind. Filled to the brim with rules and agony, he relinquished all defenses, pouring every ounce of his remaining mental and life force, along with his rudimentary understanding of space, into the void within himself. It was not about devouring or imitating, but rather resonating and guiding. The target was the imprisoned source heart. He became a bridge, with the void serving as an amplifier, directing the source heart's immense life force and desperate will to the approaching dark spear and the malevolent Annihilation Commander behind it. A roar erupted, seemingly from the dawn of time, imbued with fury and liberation, resonating not through the air, but directly detonating within the depths of every living soul. The source heart erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. A golden beam, distilled to perfection and containing the purest essence of life, surged forth like a frenzied dragon that had broken free from all shackles, racing through the channel Liemo had forged, and fiercely collided with the dark spear. There was no explosion, no thunderous sound, only the most extreme clash and annihilation of light and darkness. Under the impact of the golden beam, the dark spear crumbled away as swiftly as melting ice and snow, dissipating entirely. Yet the golden beam, undeterred, instantaneously engulfed the Annihilation Commander. The commander emitted a brief, piercing shriek, one that bore no resemblance to an electronic synthesis. His exoskeleton, armor, and very existence evaporated rapidly in that pure radiance of life. Akin to dew under the sun, purged and purified. One strike, merely one strike. An obliterated elite commander, along with his weaponry, was utterly erased from the world. The remaining Reapers were paralyzed with terror at this miraculous scene, their movements momentarily stilled. Seizing the opportunity, Shadow swiftly wielded her curved blade, dispatching 2 dazed Reapers in an instant. After accomplishing this, Liemo could no longer support himself. Darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed backward. In the fleeting moment before consciousness sank into oblivion, he perceived the heart of Source, partially liberated from its constraints, transforming into a warm golden stream that flowed into the ancient notebook he had kept close to his heart, a relic from the primordial rock civilization. The surface of the notebook, once dimmed with faded blue luminescence, ignited anew with life, becoming more intricate and profound. The world descended into a warm, tranquil darkness. He was utterly exhausted. Chapter 41. The Ember Notes Darkness. Not a void, but a realm suffused with a warm golden radiance, akin to being immersed in the life-giving amniotic fluid. Liemo felt his fragmented consciousness, torn soul, and battered body gently enveloped, soothed, and mended by an indescribable, gentle yet immense force. There was no pain, no hunger, no tearing of cold rules, nor the lament of ancient songs. Only a serene and peaceful return to the womb. He could neither see nor hear, yet he distinctly sensed the source of that power, the once captive heart of Source. It resembled a compassionate mother, sacrificing its remaining essence to mend her child, who had recklessly pried open the fabric of space, nearly leading to his own destruction. In this profound tranquility, the ravenous void within him experienced, for the first time, a sense of fulfillment, even accompanied by a hint of drowsy languor. The icy fragments of cold rules in his mind melted like shards of ice under the sun, losing their sharpness and transforming into gentle streams of data, settling deep within his consciousness, as if awaiting their next awakening. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, both brief and eternal. A faint sting emanated from his chest, gradually rousing him from the depths of restoration. Liemo struggled to open his eyes, doing so with excruciating slowness. The first sight that greeted him was Shadow's face, smeared with paint yet betraying concern and fatigue. She was carefully wiping the area of his chest where the notebook had been kept. now emanating a stable and warm golden aura, distinctly different from before. The light seeped through his tattered clothing, infused with an extraordinary vitality. "You are awake?" Shadow's voice bore a hoarse note of relief. "How do you feel?" Liam attempted to move his fingers, and instead of the searing pain and weakness, he felt a long-lost sense of strength, tinged with a slight numbness. He took a deep breath, and his lungs no longer burned. Only the cold, yet undeniably real air of the wilderness filled them. He was alive. Moreover, he felt better than ever before. He propped himself up off the ground, discovering that he was situated within a relatively clean makeshift shelter, constructed from several massive remnants of black metal. Outside, faintly, the subtle hiss of shifting spatial rifts and the rolling sound of dark crimson mist could still be heard, yet their location seemed to be sheltered by an invisible force, granting them relative tranquility. Amu lay beside him, still in a coma, but his complexion had transformed from a deathly pallor to a slight flush, his breathing steady and deep, as if he were ensconced in a profound slumber. The wound on his leg, though still grotesque, had ceased to bleed, and the edges hinted at the growth of granulation tissue. It was the power of the source heart. Liam's gaze ultimately fell upon his own chest. He carefully extracted the notebook. The exterior appeared unchanged, still bearing the marks of wear on its synthetic leather cover. However, at this moment, the once dim, circuit-like azure luminescent patterns on the cover had been entirely replaced by a more intricate, profound design, flowing with a warm golden glow. These patterns seemed to possess life, pulsing gently in resonance with his heartbeat. He could sense that within the notebook lay an unimaginable, gentle, and vast power. Was it a fragment of the source heart, its final essence and legacy? "It chose you." The voice of Shadow echoed nearby, imbued with complex emotions, reverence, relief, and a subtle hint of melancholy. The source heart had broken free from some of its restraints, entrusting its last essence and hope to you, this unique vessel. Liam caressed the warm cover of the notebook, clearly perceiving that the information flowing within was no longer the cold technological blueprints of the rock civilization, but rather fragments of ancient wisdom regarding the essence of the source, life, creation, and balance, along with vague methods on how to guide and utilize this gentle source power. It was no longer a key, nor a controller, but a spark. "Have we succeeded?" Liam lifted his gaze to Shadow, his voice still somewhat hoarse, but no longer rasping. Shadow nodded, then shook her head, her gaze directed toward the perilous expanse beyond their shelter. "We have dealt a heavy blow to oblivion, temporarily alleviating some of the crises surrounding the source heart. However, the cage has not been entirely shattered. The core of those chains remains connected to the void beneath in this twisted space. Moreover," she paused, her tone grave, "the source heart, in its effort to save you, has expended a tremendous amount of energy, plunging into a deeper slumber. This notebook now serves as its continuation, as well as the new objective for all who seek the power of the source." Liam understood. The crisis had not been averted. It had merely taken on a different form. He, along with this notebook, had become the new focal point. He grasped the notebook tightly, feeling the warm power coursing through it and the heavy burden of responsibility it carried. Just then, Mu emitted a faint groan, his eyelids fluttering before slowly opening. His gaze was initially dazed, but upon seeing Liam and Shadow, a weak smile of relief spread across his face. "Brother Mo, Sister Shadow, are we still alive?" "Yes, we are alive." Liam nodded, offering some fresh water to Amu's lips. Amu sipped the water, his curious eyes falling upon the glowing notebook in Limo's hand. "Brother Mo, this seems to be glowing? It feels so comforting." Limo's heart stirred. Even Amu could sense the gentle power emanating from the notebook, indicating a fundamental transformation in the nature of the source heart's power. It was no longer ferocious, but instead imbued with vitality and tranquility. Perhaps this signified a turning point? He endeavored to channel a sliver of his mental energy into the notebook. This time, rather than being overwhelmed by a deluge of information, he experienced a gentle, stream-like guidance. Simple methods for energy redirection and life healing naturally surfaced in his mind. He extended his hand, gently placing it over Mu's leg wound, simultaneously guiding the gentle source force from the notebook to flow slowly into him. A faint golden halo radiated from Limo's palm, enveloping Mu's injury. Amu sighed contentedly, feeling a tingling sensation at the wound, a sign of rapid tissue healing. Effective. Although the process was slow, it suggested that he might truly be able to harness and wield this power, rather than merely destroy and plunder. Ing observed quietly from the side, his eyes glimmering with contemplation. At that moment, a faint yet remarkably clear electronic signal suddenly emanated from a small device carried by Ing. His expression shifted instantly as he swiftly retrieved the device. It was an archaic-looking apparatus, seemingly a form of communication or detection device. On the screen, an intermittent red light, signifying an urgent distress signal from the night watchers, blinked rapidly. The location indicated by the light was in the northwestern direction of the Dragonbone wasteland. Not too far from their position, it was a distress signal from the night watchers. Highest priority. Ing's voice was urgent. Had they encountered a formidable foe? Limo's heart raced. Were the night watchers allies like Lon, or were they traitors? The signal persisted, imbued with an undeniable sense of urgency. Ing turned to Limo, his gaze sharp and complex. We must go. This signal may be connected to the anomaly in the source heart, or even to internal upheavals among the night watchers. Limo remained silent, stroking the warm notebook in his arms. Within him, a serene void existed, and the shards of order lay still, seemingly awaiting new commands. The path ahead remained shrouded in mist, fraught with unknown dangers. Yet, he was no longer lost, nor merely struggling for survival. He possessed power and bore responsibility. He glanced at Amu, whose wound was healing, then turned to Ing's resolute eyes. He nodded, solemnly returning the notebook to his embrace and rising to his feet. Let us go, he stated, his voice calm yet imbued with an unprecedented determination to respond to that signal. Chapter 42. Choices and Signals. The golden halo gradually receded from Limo's palm. Although Amu's leg wound was still visible, it had ceased to bleed. The edges now displaying a healthy pink hue, and the swelling had significantly diminished. Amu propped himself up, experimenting with his injured leg, his face alight with astonishment. Brother Imo, this is incredible. It doesn't hurt as much. Limo gasped lightly, beads of sweat forming at his brow, guided by the source energy within the notebook. The meticulous healing process consumed far more of his mental fortitude than the crude manipulation of rules or the voracious absorption of energy. That weariness, emerging from the depths of his soul, resurfaced once more. Yet this time, it was accompanied by a peculiar sense of fulfillment, as if the void within him had been infused with a gentle spring, no longer merely ravenous for more. The nature of this power had transformed entirely. The shadow observed Limo's condition, her tone imbued with curiosity, as if she were responding to his will rather than imposing her own. Limo nodded, caressing the warm notebook nestled in his arms. He could sense that the source energy contained within was now more gentle and encompassing, radiating a vibrant life force. In stark contrast to the cold, hard essence he had felt in the rock ruins. This was not merely the power of the source heart. It resembled a new existence that had emerged from the fusion of the source heart with something more ancient and fundamental. It had saved me and altered the bond between us. Limo attempted to articulate this, now resembling a form of symbiosis. The shadow remained noncommittal, her attention primarily fixed on the incessantly beeping distress signal generator. The red dot stubbornly blinked on the screen, its position unchanged. Yet the signal's intensity appeared to have diminished slightly. We must depart at once. The shadow stowed away the device, her tone leaving no room for debate. The distress signal from the night watchers was not issued lightly. Once it was transmitted, it indicated a situation of extreme urgency, potentially concerning the survival of a stronghold or an important mission. She turned her gaze to Limo, her eyes sharp. Moreover, the source of the signal lies to the northwest, near the Weeping Gorge, a vast rift formed by the subsidence of ancient urban clusters. The environment is complex, teeming with mutated radiation, and is one of the few known areas where stable source nodes may still exist. Source nodes? Limo seized upon this unfamiliar term. You may understand it as regions where the source energy is relatively concentrated and stable within the Earth's veins, the shadow explained simply. Places like the rock ruins are artificially constructed centers for gathering and utilizing source energy, while natural nodes are far rarer and more concealed. The night watchers have observation points there. This distress signal is likely related to fluctuations in the source energy. The changes in the source heart may have implications far beyond our current understanding. Limo fell silent for a moment. A faint tremor emanated from the void within him. Not hunger, but rather a sense of resonance. Was it a response to the source node or an attraction to the potential events related to the distress signal? He glanced at Amu. Although the youth's injuries were stable, he was evidently incapable of enduring a strenuous long trek or combat. Amu cannot accompany us. Limo made his decision. They needed to find a relatively safe place for him to take refuge, leaving sufficient supplies behind. Upon hearing this, Amu's face immediately reflected anxiety. Brother Imo, I'm fine. I can keep up. No, Limo's tone was unusually firm. Your leg requires time to heal completely. The journey ahead will be even more perilous than before. He paused, looking at the shadow. Shadow, do you know of any suitable locations nearby for temporary shelter? After a moment of contemplation, Ing pointed towards the southeast. Approximately half a day's journey lies a small, abandoned underground shelter entrance, its structure relatively intact, with clean seepage within. I had previously traversed this path and neutralized the threats inside, making it a viable temporary stronghold. Without further ado, the trio set forth. Liamo supported Amu. Walling led the way, vigilant and alert, enveloped by the gentle source energy emanating from the notebook. They felt a significant alleviation of pressure as they passed through the dark crimson mist and the rifts in space. The distorted whispers and shrieks seemed to deliberately avoid this warm, golden aura. Throughout their journey, Liamo could distinctly sense the subtle interaction between the notebook and the surrounding environment. At certain particularly fragile points within the spatial structure, the notebook would emit a faint tremor. Conversely, as they traversed a desolate wasteland devoid of life, its glow would dim slightly. It resembled a living detector, guiding them through the veins connected to the source. Eventually, they discovered the concealed entrance to the shelter as described by Ying, hidden beneath several massive, moss-covered concrete slabs. The entrance was narrow, yet the internal space exceeded their expectations, dry and devoid of any mutated creature's presence. Liamo allocated most of the clean water and nutritional paste he carried to Amu, meticulously inspecting the shelter's structure to ensure its safety in the short term. "Wait here for our return," he instructed, patting Amu's shoulder. "Remain vigilant. Do not trust any approaching presence unless confirmed by us or Ying." Amu nodded gravely, her eyes reflecting both reluctance and concern, yet predominantly trust. "Mo Gu, Ingjia, please be careful." With little time for farewells, Liamo and Ying swiftly departed the shelter, heading northwest towards the Wailing Canyon, guided by the signal generator. As they neared the canyon, the environment grew increasingly bizarre. The earth exhibited an unhealthy purplish-black hue, with twisted rocks standing as if molded by an unseen hand. The air was thick with the acrid scent of sulfur and ozone. The frequency of spatial rifts became more pronounced and unstable, expanding and contracting erratically, emanating disquieting waves of energy. The glow of the notebook in Liamo's arms began to flicker, alternately warm as spring and then tinged with a chilling warning. The spatial structure here was highly unstable, and the flow of source energy was chaotic. Ying lowered her voice, moving like a specter through the bizarre rock formations. "Be cautious. Such an environment is conducive to the emergence of formidable mutated entities and may attract unwelcome guests." Her premonitions soon materialized. In a relatively open area strewn with pale, bone-like flora, they spotted the source of the distress signal. It was a small fortress-like structure, partially buried underground, constructed from a blend of alloy and rock. Likely a watchtower for the night watchers. However, at present, the external defenses had been violently breached, the alloy walls marred by massive claw marks and corrosive blackened stains. Surrounding the observation point lay several corpses, sprawled in disarray. They were clad in dark, combat attire reminiscent of Ying's style, designed for mobility, yet severely damaged. Their deaths tragic and gruesome. Some were torn apart by claws, others charred by an unknown energy, and some contorted into unnatural postures, as if crushed by immense force. At the entrance of the observation point, and among the towering rocks nearby, several bizarre creatures lingered. They stood approximately 2 meters tall, their bodies encased in a dark purple exoskeleton that appeared to ooze with a viscous fluid. Their limbs were elongated and bent at odd angles, ending in glimmering, icy bone blades. Their heads bore no discernible features, only a constantly opening and closing, spiral-toothed, suction-like orifice. Most strikingly, pairs of translucent, dragonfly-like membranous wings grew from their backs, subtly vibrating and emitting a low-frequency hum. These monstrosities exuded a nauseating aura of pollution, resonating with the chaotic source energy surrounding them. "They are source predators." The voice of Shadow intoned gravely. "They feed on chaotic source energy and life force, typically dwelling only in areas of extreme spatial instability. Their congregation here hinted at the presence of an active source vein node beneath the observation point, likely troubled and thus drawn to this location." Liamo noticed that one slightly larger source predator was targeting the tightly sealed alloy door of the observation point with its suction-like mouth, incessantly gnawing at it. A faint energy shield flickered on the door, yet under its relentless assault, it dimmed at a visible rate. "A distress signal is emanating from behind that door. There are still survivors inside," Liamo murmured. He sensed several faint but tenacious life forces beyond the door, subtly resonating with the gentle source energy emanating from his notebook. To uncover the truth of what transpired within, these creatures must be dealt with. Shadow had already drawn her short blade, her gaze icy. The exoskeleton of the source predators was highly resistant to both physical and energy attacks. Their vulnerabilities lay within the core of their oral appendages and the junctions of their wings. Quick action was imperative, for their humming could disrupt mental focus and summon allies. Liam took a deep breath, channeling his mental energy into the notebook nestled against his chest. This time, he sought not to manipulate the grand rules, but rather to guide the gentle source energy, enveloping his entire being and concentrating it in his hands. A warm force flowed through his limbs, dispelling the discomfort brought on by the chaotic environment, even sharpening his perception of energy. He lifted his hand, and a small, golden light began to coalesce in his palm, no longer the all-consuming darkness of before, nor the cold, silvery hue of stony rules, but rather a radiant dawn filled with life and purity. I will draw its attention. You seize the opportunity to disrupt their wings and mouth, Liam instructed Shadow. His voice steady. Shadow glanced at him, nodded, and with a swift motion, melded into the shadows, vanishing from sight. No longer concealing himself, Liam stepped forth from behind the massive rock. His emergence immediately captured the attention of all the source predators. Their faceless heads turned in unison towards him, their mouths opening and closing faster, producing an even more piercing hum. Liam felt a chaotic mental wave attempting to invade his mind, akin to countless tiny needles pricking at him. As the notebook nestled in his embrace radiated a gentle warmth, a soothing source of power instinctively shielded his mental realm, isolating him from the cacophony surrounding him. He raised his hands, and the radiant light in his palms flared brilliantly. The glow, though not blinding, possessed an ineffable penetrating quality, akin to the first rays of dawn illuminating a tainted land. Where the light traversed, the chaotic ripples of source energy in the air seemed to stabilize, and the dark purple source beasts grew visibly agitated, repulsed by this pure and gentle force. Come forth, Liam whispered, charging toward the nearest source beast. A new power, a new battle, unfurled abruptly upon this weeping ground. Chapter 43. The radiant blade and the uninvited guest golden rays burst forth from Liam's palms, not as a torrential blaze of fervent energy, but transformed into a tangible, warm, and resplendent blade of light. This blade appeared to be composed of myriad minuscule golden runes, ever flowing. Wherever it passed, the chaotic and murky source energy in the air quietly melted away, as if snow meeting the sun, leading to purification. The foremost source beast emitted a piercing, shrill shriek, not born from vocal cords, but rather a visceral expression of severe repulsion and agony at a spiritual level. Its translucent wing membranes quivered violently, and with a sudden thrust, its elongated limbs propelled it toward Liam, its bony blades slicing through the air, aimed directly at his neck. Liam stood resolute, his gaze remarkably calm. Empowered by the notebook's source energy, his dynamic vision and reaction speed ascended to a new echelon. With a flick of his wrist, the radiant blade slashed upward at an angle, perfectly meeting the pale bony blade. A soft sound echoed, reminiscent of a red-hot iron plunged into cold water, rather than the clanging of metal. The moment the radiant blade made contact with the bony blade, that seemingly solid structure rapidly charred and carbonized before his very eyes, fracturing into pieces. The golden luminescence spread forth, latching onto the source beast's forelimb, causing its dark purple shell to emit a hissing sound and release wisps of black smoke, as if seared by some divine power, leading to its purification. The source beast writhed in agony, its suction cup-like mouth frantically opening and closing, attempting to consume the abhorrent golden energy. Yet, the source power embedded in the radiant blade was pure and tyrannical, far beyond its capacity to assimilate, intensifying its suffering instead. At that moment, a shadowy figure materialized behind the source beast like a wraith. Her movements were so swift that only an afterimage remained, and her short blade struck with the precision of a serpent, piercing the connection between the beast's wing membrane and body, an area where the shell was comparatively thin. With a sound akin to a puncture, dark purple viscous blood gushed forth. The immense body of the source beast stiffened abruptly, the tremors of its wing membranes ceased. Its balance shattered, and it crashed heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Having successfully landed a blow, the shadow did not linger, seamlessly melding back into the darkness to seek her next target. Meanwhile, Liam, emboldened by the success of the radiant blade, felt his confidence surge. He could sense the newfound power birth from the notebook exerting a formidable restraint over the monsters that thrived on chaotic source energy. This force was not merely destructive. It embodied a purifying and orderly essence. The other source hunters, enraged by the instantaneous defeat of their companion, shifted their focus from gnawing at the observation point's entrance to fixating on Liam. A cacophony of piercing hums coalesced into a more potent mental shockwave. Surging towards Liam like an invisible tide, he let out a suppressed grunt, feeling as if his brain were being pounded by a heavy hammer. A wave of dizziness engulfing him. The notebook in his arms radiated a soft, golden aura, enveloping him like a shield and mitigating most of the chaotic mental onslaught. Soothing his turmoil, despite the discomfort, he steeled himself and advanced. The blade of dawn danced in his hands, cleaving, slashing, thrusting, and piercing with elegant efficiency. Golden arcs of light traced brilliant paths through the dim canyon, each encounter with a source hunter resulting in acrid scents and anguished cries. One source hunter attempted a flanking attack. Its slender bone blade aimed at Limeau's ribs. As if he had eyes in the back of his head, he slightly turned his body, his left hand forming a knife-like gesture, the tips of his fingers coalescing with concentrated dawn light, striking the side of the bone blade with lightning speed. With a snap, the bone blade shattered. Simultaneously, his right hand's blade of dawn whirled, slicing through the source hunter's exoskeleton with the ease of a hot knife through butter. Golden light surged into its body, causing violent convulsions, as if golden flames ignited beneath its dark purple shell. Moments later, it lay rigid and motionless, its mouth no longer exuding the stench of decay, but instead releasing delicate strands of purified, albeit faint, source energy that slowly dissipated into the air. The pace of the battle was swift, with Limeau drawing the fire and employing the blade of dawn for strong suppression, complemented by Ying's precise and grim reaping. The remaining source hunters were swiftly dispatched. The last source hunter, still gnawing at the entrance, was pinned to the alloy door by a short spear conjured from dawn light, hurled by Limeau from a distance. Silence temporarily reclaimed the surroundings, save for the lingering scent of charred flesh and the faint golden motes gently descending. Limeau took a moment to catch his breath, dispersing the blade of dawn from his grasp. The continuous exertion of this new power had indeed drained his mental energy, yet it paled in comparison to the soul-sapping burden of wielding the rock rule. Moreover, he sensed that during the combat, the notebook was gradually siphoning the ambient, relatively tranquil energy from the environment, replenishing his reserves. Ying emerged from behind a boulder, her short blade dripped with viscous blood. She glanced at the scattered corpses of the source hunters, her gaze finally resting on Limeau, imbued with a hint of indescribable curiosity. "Your power has changed significantly," she stated. Limeau nodded, offering no further explanations. The moment was not ripe for such discourse. He hastened towards the alloy door, marred by claw marks and scorched remnants of energy. The energy shield enveloping the door had nearly extinguished. He attempted to push the door with his hand, but it remained utterly immovable, evidently secured from within. The individuals inside, the creatures outside, had been vanquished. "We came in response to the distress signal." Limeau rapped insistently on the heavy door, the sound penetrating through the thick alloy. After a moment of silence within, a faint mechanical whirring echoed back. Above the door, a concealed observation slit slid open, revealing a pair of vigilant and weary eyes that quickly scanned the situation outside, lingering momentarily on Limeau, Ying, and the corpses of the source-hunting beasts. Seemingly reassured that the threat had been neutralized, the slit was promptly closed. After several seconds, accompanied by a heavy clunk, the alloy door gradually opened a crack. A young woman clad in a tattered night watch uniform, her face smeared with blood and dirt, stood sideways behind the door. She held tightly to a uniquely designed energy pistol, radiating a faint blue light. Though the barrel was slightly lowered, her finger remained poised on the trigger guard, indicating that she had not entirely relaxed her vigilance. Her gaze swept over Ying, pausing briefly on her familiar attire and demeanor, before finally resting on Limeau, more precisely, on the notebook in his arms that still emanated a faint, warm golden glow. A flicker of incredulity and uncertain hope crossed her eyes. "Are you the reinforcements sent by headquarters?" Her voice was raspy, strained from exhaustion and tension. Ying stepped forward, revealing an ancient-looking black insignia, embossed with the patterns of stars and the watchful eye, the emblem of the Night Watch. "I am Ying, codename Night Owl. This is Limeau, my temporary companion. Report your situation, observer." Upon seeing the insignia, the young night watcher visibly exhaled in relief, though the gravity of her expression did not wane. She stepped aside, gesturing for the two to enter, and spoke rapidly. "I am a level 3 observer, Ella. Thank you for your rescue. However, the situation is dire. The keystone is out of control, and energy is surging uncontrollably. We have lost control of the nodes, and all communications are completely severed. If it weren't for those damned source-hunting beasts appearing so suddenly, we might have attempted to forcibly shut down the protocol. But now Captain Kane and the others are." Her voice faltered, unable to continue, yet the sorrow in her eyes spoke volumes. Limeau and Ying swiftly entered the observation point, the door slowly closing behind them. The interior space was compact, filled with various instruments and screens flickering with malfunctioning lights. The air thick with the acrid scent of burnt circuitry and mingled blood. Besides Ella, 2 other night watchers were present, One lay unconscious on a makeshift bed, his chest wrapped in blood-soaked bandages, while the other sat at the control console, fingers racing over a virtual keyboard in a desperate attempt to stabilize a system. Though the incessantly flashing red alerts on the screen indicated his efforts were in vain. At the furthest recess of the observation point, beyond a wall of reinforced glass, a downward shaft extended ominously. At that moment, a torrent of turbulent, ominously dark red energy surged forth from the shaft, akin to boiling lava, battering against the glass wall, causing the entire observation point to tremble slightly. The dark red energy and the binding chains of energy that Li-Mo sensed deep within the stone ruins share a common origin. Is this what they refer to as the uncontrollable keystone? Why does a naturally occurring small source vein node exhibit power characteristics akin to those that imprison the source heart? The notebook in Li-Mo's embrace responded to the dark red energy with a vibrant glow, no longer merely warm, but radiating a targeted brilliance, sharp as if confronting an arch-nemesis. At that moment, the sentinel at the control console suddenly raised his head, his pallor stark as he exclaimed, "Ella, it's collapsing. The suppression field is disintegrating. The pollution output from the keystone continues to rise. At this rate, in no more than 10 minutes, the entire observation point will be completely assimilated and devoured." Ella's complexion drained of color in an instant. Meanwhile, Li-Mo felt a powerful pull within the void of his being, directed towards the depths of the dark red well. The notebook too began to warm, emanating a complex mix of vigilance and longing. The crisis had not subsided. In fact, it had only just begun. In this moment of peril, a series of sharp, urgent scanning signals, distinctly different from the sentinel's distress call, echoed from outside the observation point. Shadow's expression shifted dramatically as he hurried to the observation port, peering out. Above the canyon, 3 sleek vertical takeoff and landing aircraft, adorned with the iconic silver-white livery of Eden, had appeared seemingly from nowhere. They hovered like predatory vultures, their underbelly scanning apparatus aimed at the observation point and the swirling dark red energy below, emitting a piercing lock-on sound. The purifiers of Eden. Shadow's voice dripped with icy dread. How could they be here? From the observation port, he observed one of the aircraft opening its hatch, and several figures clad in pure white, full-coverage power armor, wielding advanced energy weapons, began to descend rapidly along ropes. The emblem of Eden and the Crimson Sword Cross insignia, representing the External Pollution Eradication Unit, were vividly emblazoned on their armored chests. Clearly, these uninvited guests also targeted the uncontrollable source vein node. Within the observation point, a sense of despair enveloped everyone. Faced with the uncontrolled keystone pollution in front and the predatory forces of Eden behind, the true nature of their dire predicament became painfully apparent. Chapter 44. Keystone pollution and the purifying gun. The air within the observation point seemed to solidify. Inside, the impending eruption of keystone pollution loomed, while outside, the vigilant purifiers of Eden lay in wait. Despair coiled around each heart like a frigid vine. How did Eden find this place? Ella's voice trembled, her fingers tightening around the energy pistol, turning pale from the strain. Although the Sentinels and Eden had maintained a facade of neutrality, their mutual wariness and covert hostilities had never ceased. In such a sensitive location, at such a critical moment, the presence of Eden's most formidable purifier squad was undoubtedly ominous. The gaze of the Shadow was as sharp as that of an eagle, fixated on the white figure descending outside through the observation port. It spoke swiftly. They must have detected the exceptionally potent pollution signal emanating from our location. For Eden, any uncontrollable and powerful source of energy fluctuations, particularly those imbued with chaos and corrosive properties, must be purified. She paused, her tone growing even colder. In their eyes, this uncontrollable node, us, and indeed the entire observation point, might already bear the ominous label of a target for elimination. The technician at the control console shouted in despair, "The suppression field is collapsing. We have 3 minutes left in the countdown. We're finished." Li-Mo could distinctly feel the vibrations beneath him growing increasingly intense, the deep crimson energy resembling a suppressed volcano. Restless and agitated, the golden light radiating from the notebook in his arms became more vibrant, standing in stark contrast to the dark red energy, as if two inherently opposing forces were provoking one another. "We cannot remain here, awaiting our doom," Li-Mo exclaimed, abruptly glancing at the reinforced glass wall isolating the shaft. The crimson glow had transformed the glass to resemble heated iron, with fine cracks beginning to form on its surface. "What exactly is happening with that cornerstone node?" Li-Mo inquired, locking eyes with Ella. "Why does its energy characteristic bear such a striking resemblance to another kind of imprisoned source I have encountered?" Ella paused, seemingly taken aback by Li-Mo's question. However, In light of the dire circumstances, she hastily explained, "We are not entirely certain. This node was originally quite stable, serving as a natural balance point for the flow of energy in the surrounding area. Yet, just a few hours ago, it began to mutate without warning, its energy properties becoming exceedingly aggressive and contaminating, as if tainted by some external, higher-level force. We have attempted every conventional suppression method, all to no avail." Tainted? A higher-level force? Limo's mind momentarily flashed back to the depths of the rock ruins, to the dark red chains binding the source heart, and the cold void that represented oblivion and termination from which the chains originated. Had that force infiltrated this place? Or did this natural node itself possess some unknown connection to the source heart, thereby becoming entangled? There was no time for further contemplation. "Shadow, how long can you delay those purifiers outside?" Limo asked rapidly. Shadow calculated briefly. As they descend, assemble, assess the situation, and prepare to launch their attack. It will take at most 5 minutes. If they prioritize addressing that uncontrollable node, they might have a bit more time, but it won't exceed 10 minutes. That will suffice. Limo inhaled deeply, making a bold decision. He gazed at the precarious glass wall, determination flickering in his eyes. "I will go below." "What? Are you mad?" Ella exclaimed in shock. The pollution levels down there could cause irreversible mutations in any unprotected life form within seconds. Even if you possess that strange power. She glanced at the glowing notebook in Limo's arms, skepticism evident in her tone. Even Shadow furrowed his brow, saying, "Limo, this is not the time for bravado. The situation below is unknown, and the risks are too great. Staying here is equally a dead end." Limo's tone was exceptionally calm. The Eden team outside would not provide us with an opportunity for explanation, and we could not withstand the outbreak of pollution from within. The only variable lay below. His powers seemed to exert a certain restraint over that dark red energy. He could sense the notebook conveying a strong aversion to the source of pollution beneath, coupled with an instinctive urge to purify it. The void within him at that moment was no longer merely hunger. It resembled a provoked monarch, filled with cold fury towards the chaotic and tainted energy below. "I will accompany you," Ying suddenly declared. Limo turned to her. Ying's gaze was calm and resolute. "The situation below is complicated. You require someone to assist you. Moreover, I possess greater expertise in energy structures and traps than you do." She did not afford Limo the chance to refuse and directly commanded Ella, "Ella, guard the entrance and delay the Eden team as much as possible. Inform them that the situation inside is perilous and attempt to negotiate. Technician, continue to stabilize any operational systems, particularly the internal monitoring. If we can observe the situation below, inform us promptly." Her decisiveness temporarily steadied their footing. Although Ella and the technician still appeared pale, they gritted their teeth and nodded. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted as the reinforced glass wall finally succumbed to the internal energy's impact and shattered explosively. Scalding, corrosive dark red energy surged forth like a breached dam, instantly engulfing the space behind the glass wall and spreading into the observation point. "Be careful," Limo exclaimed in a low voice, instinctively channeling his mental energy into the notebook. A warm golden light suddenly expanded, forming a hemispherical shield that enveloped himself, Ying, and the nearby Ella. The torrent of dark red energy collided with the golden shield, emitting a hissing sound akin to cold water splashing into hot oil. The tainted energy was continuously evaporated and purified, yet the brilliance of the shield dimmed visibly. Limo felt his mental energy depleting like a dam releasing floodwaters. "Go." Ying seized Limo's arm, taking advantage of the shield's temporary defense against the energy onslaught to dash toward the shattered opening, leaping into the ominous dark red shaft below. Ella watched the two disappear into the abyss, hearing the approaching footsteps of the Eden team outside. Gritting her teeth, she raised her energy pistol, aiming at the door of the observation point. The shaft did not descend vertically, but rather at an angle, with the surrounding rock walls eroded into a pockmarked state as if ravaged by a powerful acid. The air was thick with a nauseating blend of sulfur and decay, and the dense energy pollution nearly coalesced into a tangible substance, incessantly attempting to corrode the intruders. The golden shield Limo maintained bore immense pressure here, its light flickering violently, shrinking to barely cover the two of them. He had to continuously output mental energy to sustain the shield's integrity. Ying closely followed behind. Unbeknownst to her, a layer of eerie blue luminescent substance had been applied to her short blade. Whenever the dissipating dark red energy touched the blade, that layer of fluorescence silently dissolved a portion of it. The depths below surpassed all expectations. The sound of shadows became somewhat indistinct amidst the howling rush of energy. The two individuals glided down the steep slope for several dozen meters, finally finding solid ground in a relatively expansive subterranean chamber. The scene was utterly breathtaking. At the heart of this space lay a circular pool, approximately 10 meters in diameter, yet instead of water, it contained a seething, viscous dark red energy fluid. Thick as plasma. This was the core of the pollution, the cornerstone of chaos. Countless tendrils of dark red energy surged forth from the pool like contorted appendages, lashing out and eroding the surrounding rock walls, causing the entire chamber to tremble and collapse. Suspended directly above the energy pool was an irregular black crystal, roughly the height of a person. Inside the crystal, dark red veins pulsated like arteries, suggesting it served as the energy nexus and control center of the entire pollution node. Yet what sent chills through Li Mo and Ying was the sight of familiar dark red chains, composed of cold geometric forms, entwined around the surface of the black crystal. The appearance of these chains mirrored those that imprisoned the source heart, albeit appearing far more fragmented and ethereal, as if they were projections extending from a distant origin. Indeed, it was a shared source of power. The annihilating pollution had, by some means, infiltrated and commandeered this natural source node. The core must be destroyed. Ying immediately recognized the crux of the matter. Just then, the black crystal seemed to sense the intruders, and the illusory chains on its surface flared with ominous brilliance. Below, the energy pool roiled violently, as 7 or 8 grotesque entities, formed of pure dark red polluted energy, erupted from the depths, shrieking as they lunged toward Li Mo and Ying. These monsters lacked a fixed form, resembling flowing shadows, exuding intense mental pollution and physical corrosive properties. Li Mo's gaze sharpened. He gripped the air with both hands, and the dawnlight blade coalesced once more. This time, the blade was even more solid, its golden radiance imbued with a hint of purifying authority. He charged forward, wielding the blade, golden arcs slicing through the air. The polluted monsters emitted shrill wails, disintegrating rapidly in the presence of the dawnlight. Ying, like a dancer in the shadows, flitted about, targeting the unstable energy structures of the monsters to hasten their collapse. However, these abominations seemed inexhaustible, continuously emerging from the energy pool. The strain of maintaining the golden shield and the dawnlight blade was immense, and beads of sweat began to form on his brow, his breath growing labored. The supplementation from his notebook could not keep pace with such intense depletion. This could not continue. We must attack the core directly, Li Mo exclaimed. I will cover you. Ying's short blade flashed, swiftly clearing several monsters that approached Li Mo, creating a brief path for him. Taking a deep breath, Li Mo infused most of his mental energy into his legs, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from its bow, charging toward the suspended black crystal. He raised the dawnlight blade high, aiming for the crystal's core, and thrust with all his might. Just as the blade was about to make contact with the crystal, the illusory chains on the surface erupted in a blinding dark red radiance. A formidable and frigid will, far greater than before, struck Li Mo's spiritual realm like an invisible sledgehammer. The resonance echoed in his mind, leaving him in a state of utter blankness, while a sharp ringing filled his ears. The blade of radiance disintegrated instantaneously, and his body was hurled backward like a marionette with severed strings, crashing heavily against the rock wall, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The notebook he clutched dimmed rapidly. This chilling will bore a detached indifference, akin to overlooking mere ants, accompanied by a hint of provoked ire. Li Mo, Ying exclaimed in alarm, yearning to advance, but was ensnared by a swarm of encroaching, corrupted creatures. Li Mo struggled to rise, yet felt as if his bones were dislocated, and his mental strength was nearly depleted. He gazed at the black crystal, now stabilized with an increasingly solidified phantom of chains, a wave of helplessness swelling within him. This was not merely the power of this node, but also an interference from a distant, higher-level will. Was he truly destined to perish here? Just then, a piercing sound. Boom. A highly concentrated beam of pure white energy, reminiscent of a spear of divine retribution, shot from the well's entrance without warning, striking the black crystal with unerring precision. The clash of pure white and dark red energies erupted violently, producing a deafening explosion. The entire underground space trembled violently as debris rained down like hail. The black crystal quaked violently, the phantom chains flickering erratically, evidently shaken by the force. Li Mo and Ying simultaneously looked up. At the entrance of the well stood 3 figures clad in pure white-powered armor. The foremost was a tall team member, shouldering an exaggeratedly designed weapon. The barrel still wreathed in remnants of white energy, the standard purifier heavy energy gun of Eden. His cold electronic gaze swept over the disheveled Li Mo and Ying, as well as the boiling energy pool and the black crystal. A detached voice emitting from the external speakers declared, detection of high-concentration chaotic pollution sources, and unregistered supernatural individuals. According to Article 7, Clause 3 of the Eden Purification Act, authorization granted to execute on-site purification procedures. The two team members behind him simultaneously raised their standard-issue purifier energy rifles, their pure white muzzles locking onto the struggling Lee Mo and the recently freed Ing. The captain then aimed the barrel of the heavy energy gun at the black crystal, which had just endured a strike, its energy fluctuations slightly disordered. Purification was poised to commence indiscriminately. Chapter 45, Pure White Shadows and Ceasefire Orders. The pure white gun muzzles glimmered with an icy sheen, akin to the emotionless gaze of death, targeting Lee Mo and Ing. Within the underground space, the dark red energy, which had briefly become chaotic due to the white energy cannon fire, began to coalesce once more, as the temporarily dispersed corrupted creatures emitted frenzied shrieks, clambering out of the energy pool anew. However, this time, they seemed more wary of the pure white energy, hesitating in their advance. The captain of the Eden Purifier Squad surveyed the scene with his cold electronic eye, ultimately fixating on the suspended black crystal, its phantom chains flickering erratically, seemingly concluding that it was the primary target for elimination. Prioritize the purification of the Chaos Core. Two unregistered ability users, should they resist, are to be dealt with mercilessly. The cold command reverberated through the squad's channel. The captain, shouldering a heavy energy gun, initiated the charging process once more, a blinding white light coalescing at the muzzle. Meanwhile, the other two team members subtly adjusted the aim of their rifles, maintaining pressure on Lee Mo and Ing. Any sign of movement would trigger a deadly energy beam in an instant. Lee Mo, fighting against the turmoil within his chest and the dizziness brought on by mental exhaustion, leaned against the searing rock wall, struggling to re-establish communication with the notebook cradled in his arms. Yet, the once warm golden glow had dimmed to a mere flicker, akin to a candle struggling against the wind. The recent confrontation with the crystalline core's consciousness had nearly drained the remaining strength of both him and the notebook. Ing fared somewhat better. Gripping her dagger tightly, she crouched slightly, resembling a poised cheetah, her icy gaze calculating the distance and angle to the two riflemen, searching for a glimmer of hope. However, in such an open space, facing the standard energy weapons of Eden's elite purifiers, her chances were exceedingly slim. A sense of despair seemed to loom large, just as the heavy energy gun's charge approached its zenith, and the captain's finger was poised to pull the trigger. A voice rang out, "Cease fire." It was a clear, chilling voice, imbued with undeniable authority, piercing through the howling energy flow and resonating in the ears of everyone in the underground space. Lee Mo's heart leapt as he looked up, disbelief etched across his face. Even the three members of the Purifier Squad momentarily froze. The captain's charging process faltered, the white light at the muzzle dimming as he and his companions glanced towards the well's opening. Descending gracefully along a rope was a figure clad in a pristine, form-fitting suit that exuded a sense of advanced technology. She wore no full-cover helmet, revealing a strikingly composed and exquisite face, her short hair impeccably neat, and her gaze sharp as a blade. The badge of a human genetic screening officer gleamed coldly in the interplay of dark red and pure white light surrounding her. Su Lin, how could she possibly be here? This was a perilous stretch of wasteland far removed from Eden's core. Su Lin alighted softly on the ground, her pristine boots making contact with the slightly scorched surface without a speck of dust. Her eyes quickly scanned the entirety of the underground space, briefly lingering on the roiling dark red energy pool and the floating black crystal, her pupils imperceptibly narrowing. Then, her gaze fell upon the disheveled Lee Mo, propped against the rock wall. Her expression was exceedingly complex. It bore scrutiny, inquiry, and the faintest trace of elusive emotion, which ultimately crystallized into the familiar coldness and indifference that Lee Mo recognized. It was as if she regarded a flawed experiment or a troublesome matter awaiting resolution. Dr. Lin Wei, the captain of the Purifier Squad, had evidently recognized Su Lin, or rather, her other identity and authority within Eden. His voice filtered through the mask, laced with a hint of confusion, yet the muzzle of his weapon remained steadfastly aimed. We were in the midst of executing standard purification protocols, as the level of chaotic contamination here was alarmingly high, compounded by the presence of unregistered high-risk mutants. The task had shifted. Su Lin interjected assertively, her tone leaving no room for dissent. She lifted her wrist, and a miniature projection device illuminated an electronic document before her, flickering with high-level authorization codes. According to the emergency directives from the 7th Institute of the Supreme Academy of Sciences, the anomaly node designated K7 in the Weeping Canyon was now classified as a live specimen collection and research zone. Cease all destructive purification procedures and switch to capture and control mode. Her gaze shifted toward the black crystalline core, a glimmer of nearly fanatical research fervor flashing in her eyes. This chaotic core, along with its unique contamination pattern, possessed immense research value. I require it to remain relatively intact. Then, her attention returned to Liam, her eyes slicing through the softly glowing notebook he clutched, a cold smile curving her lips. As for these two mutants, especially him, they too hold special observational value. Retrieve them for the Institute. Live specimen collection? The captain hesitated. Dr. Lin, this does not align with standard operational regulations. The high-risk target poses uncontrollable risks. I will bear the risks. The authority comes from me. Su Lin's voice turned icy. Execute the order, Captain. Or shall I contact the Purifier Command to confirm my priority of authority? The captain fell silent for a moment. The hierarchy within Eden was rigid, and researchers from the Supreme Academy, particularly senior researchers like Lin Wei, Su Lin, wielded authority that, in certain exceptional circumstances, surpassed that of frontline combat units. The heavy energy weapon he bore finally dimmed, and he gestured. The other two team members, witnessing this, slowly lowered the barrels of their rifles, yet remained on high alert. The suppression was lifted, but the crisis had not yet abated. It had merely transformed from immediate execution to the terrifying prospect of becoming experimental subjects. Shadow's body remained taut. She was uncertain of the connection between this suddenly appeared Eden official and Liam, but she would not passively await her fate. Liam gazed at Su Lin, a woman once familiar to him, now rendered utterly alien. The betrayal 3 years prior, the slander of the Purification Center, now in this subterranean abyss, she reappeared, nonchalantly determining his fate, shifting it from execution to that of an observational sample. Anger, humiliation, and a twinge of pain from the past, which he was reluctant to admit, intertwined within him. The emptiness inside him throbbed with the intensity of his emotions. Not hunger, but a restless agitation from being belittled and controlled. Su Lin. Liam's voice was hoarse and dry. He nearly bit his teeth together to utter her name. What do you truly intend to do? Su Lin seemed indifferent to Liam's use of her former name, or perhaps she had long since discarded it along with her past. She strolled forward, disregarding the surrounding pollution monsters that lingered yet dared not approach, as if they, like the Purifier team, were merely inconsequential backdrops. She approached a vantage point from which she could observe the black crystal while maintaining a clear view of Liam, pausing gracefully with her hands casually clasped behind her back. Her demeanor was elegant and composed, starkly contrasting with the sordid and despairing environment. What do I wish to do? She softly reiterated, her tone imbued with the detached calmness of a researcher contemplating a subject. I am merely fulfilling my duty, Liam, to sift through valuable genes, to explore the potential of evolution, to comprehend the essence of the source. Her gaze returned to the notebook. You and that peculiar object in your hand seem to consistently provide me with unexpected data. She tilted her head slightly, as if admiring an intriguing specimen. From your abysmal, yet remarkably resilient genetic performance 3 years ago to your current ability to survive in this level of pollution, even acquiring a force that appears to counteract it. Fascinating, isn't it? This might aid me in refining the genetic scoring model, perhaps even delve into deeper matters. Her words were cold and rational, reducing all of Liam's struggles and suffering to mere data for research. At that moment, the black crystal seemed to react once more due to fluctuations in external pressure. The spectral chains on its surface suddenly illuminated, and the energy pool below boiled with increased intensity, unleashing a surge of chaotic mental energy intertwined with physical force, spreading outward like a tsunami. Be careful, the leader of the Purifiers exclaimed, swiftly raising a heavy energy gun. Yet recalling Su Lin's orders, he restrained the impulse to fire. 2 team members quickly positioned themselves in front of Su Lin, raising an energy shield. The shadow also reacted instantly, brandishing a short blade, its ethereal blue glow flickering. Liam found himself at the forefront. The raging force surged predominantly toward him. The notebook in his arms flickered violently, seemingly struggling to resist. Yet its own power was nearly depleted and utterly incapable of providing complete protection. As Liam was on the brink of being engulfed by the dark red energy tide, Su Lin's brow furrowed imperceptibly. She seemed to murmur something quickly, her finger gently tapping a device on her wrist. An invisible barrier, imbued with a precise energy structure, materialized before Liam, barely deflecting the majority of the impact. The barrier collided with the dark red energy, emitting a sizzling sound. Clearly a product of Eden's advanced protective technology, Liam was pushed back by the residual force, crashing against the rock wall and coughing up blood. Yet he was ultimately spared from being directly consumed. Su Lin lowered her wrist, her expression still composed, as if she had merely protected an important piece of experimental equipment. She commanded the purifier team, suppress the energy surge at the node using a non-lethal binding force field. Ensure the core sample remains viable. Prepare to recover the target. Yes. The purifier team leader, no longer hesitating, adjusted the mode of the heavy energy gun, firing a series of white energy nets in an attempt to ensnare the black crystal. The other two team members began deploying some form of sonic or frequency weapon to disrupt the nearby pollution monsters. Seizing this opportunity, the shadow darted to Li Mo's side, swiftly helping him to his feet. Can you still move? She asked urgently. Li Mo gritted his teeth and nodded, using the shadow's support to steady himself. He gazed at Su Lin, who was commanding with an air of authority as if she held dominion over all, then cast a glance at the black crystal. Struggling within the white net of energy, its chains flickering ominously. Reduced to a mere subject of experimentation? Absolutely not. Deep within the hollow recesses of his being, a frigid essence stirred in response to the utmost humiliation and dire predicament. It was neither hunger nor rage, but a more fundamental, absolute defiance concerning existence and freedom. He gripped the slightly warm notebook in his arms, sensing the dormant will within it. There must be a way. There has to be a way. His gaze shifted toward the black crystal ensnared by layers of flickering chains, as a dangerously audacious thought flashed through his mind. Chapter 46. Compulsory resonance. A mad plan surged through Li Mo's mind like a lightning bolt. Su Lin sought the complete chaos core as a specimen for her research, while the purifiers were employing non-lethal means to attempt to subdue it. That core was under the control of chains born from annihilation itself, exhibiting a vehement rejection and aggression towards him and the power of the notebook. But what if he could intensify this repulsion and conflict to a degree that surpassed the limits of Su Lin's so-called control? He contemplated the essence of the dormant core within the notebook, a gentle and vibrant source of energy, in stark contrast to the dark red, polluted force of annihilation, akin to oil and water in their incompatibility. He also recalled the void within himself, yearning for pure energy, and his cold aversion to this tainted power. A perilous notion took shape. He would use himself as a medium to forcibly invoke the residual source power within the notebook, not to attack, but to provoke the will of the chains within the black crystal, like dropping cold water into a seething pot of oil. Shadow, Li Mo whispered urgently. No matter what happens next, find a chance to take Ella and the others away. Shadow shot him a disapproving look. Yet the unprecedented resolve in Li Mo's gaze silenced her objections. She merely nodded slightly, her grip on her dagger tightening. At that moment, the white energy net unleashed by the purifiers had ensnared the black crystal in a convoluted embrace, the chains flickering wildly on its surface, resisting confinement. The dark red energy surged like a trapped beast, thrashing violently and distorting the energy net, emitting a strained hum under the burden. Two team members continued to unleash disruptive sound waves, preventing the surrounding polluted creatures from effectively coalescing. Su Lin stood at a slight distance, intently observing the data flow on the energy detector, her brow furrowed as she appeared to calculate the critical point of the binding stability. Now's the moment. Li Mo abruptly closed his eyes, relinquishing any attempts at defense or attack, and plunged all his remaining mental energy into the warm notebook held tightly against him. He did not channel the gentle healing powers, but instead directly reached for the core imprint, representing creation and life, that lay deeply entrenched within the notebook. Awaken! He silently cried out within, not as a command, but as a decisive ignition. Hum! The notebook erupted with an unprecedented brilliance of golden light. The radiant light transformed from a gentle sanctuary into an embodiment of ancient, untouchable majesty, imbued with a searing warmth that pierced the very soul. Almost simultaneously with the eruption of this golden luminescence, the black crystal, ensnared by the energy net, reacted violently, akin to a serpent roused from slumber, exhibiting a frenzy bordering on madness. A roar, not carried through the air but resonating directly within the minds of all present, echoed with a ferocity and a will to annihilate, erupting from the depths of the crystal. The ethereal chains coiling around it solidified exponentially, their dark red glow blindingly intense. What is happening? The energy readings are spiraling out of control. A member of the purifiers shouted in horror. The dark red energy, initially merely resisting its confinement, now appeared utterly incensed, turning aggressively hostile. No longer attempting to escape the energy net, it began to ravenously erode and corrupt the pure white energy structures. The sound of corrosive decay buzzed in a manner that made one's scalp crawl. Even more terrifying, the dark red liquid within the energy pool surged upwards like a tsunami, transforming into countless more solidified, grotesque tendrils of pollution, indiscriminately striking at every individual present. This included the purifiers as well as Su Lin. "Protect Dr. Lin," the captain bellowed, casting aside the non-lethal directives. As he swiftly switched his heavy energy gun to high explosive mode, unleashing a pure white beam towards the thickest of the tendrils. The shockwave from the explosion reverberated through the underground space, sending debris cascading down. Two team members quickly opened fire as well, their energy rifles ejecting lethal beams to intercept the tendrils lunging towards Su Lin. Shielded by the barrier, she remained unharmed. However, her expression turned exceedingly grim. She fixed her gaze on the source of this turmoil, Liemo, observing him engulfed in the blinding golden light, blood trickling from his lips, yet bearing a hint of maniacal glee. "What have you done?" Her voice, for the first time, lost its composure, laced with fury. Liemo remained silent, unable to provide an answer. The backlash from forcibly invoking the primal source mark exceeded his wildest imagination. He felt as if his very soul was ignited by the golden flames, every fiber of his being screaming in anguish. Yet he persevered, maintaining the output of that golden light, akin to a reckless provocateur, continuously inciting the destructive will within the black crystal. Boom, boom, boom. The clash of dark red and pure white light raged within the underground realm, annihilating all in their path. The Purifier Squad found themselves embroiled in a fierce struggle. The strength and speed of the polluted tendrils surged to several new levels after the crystal's rampage, accompanied by a potent psychic corruption that relentlessly battered their armor and will. The shadow moved like a ghost in the darkness, skillfully evading the primary assaults amidst the chaos of battle. Each flicker of the dagger precisely severing one or two of the thinner tendrils, alleviating the pressure on the Purifier Squad, while stealthily progressing towards the well's mouth. "Captain, the binding force field is about to overload. The core pollution index has surpassed the safety threshold. Immediate execution of the destruction protocol is advised." A team member shouted amidst the fierce exchange of fire, as the captain shattered a massive tendril attempting to ensnare him with his heavy energy gun. He glanced at Su Lin, awaiting her command. Continuing on, it is highly likely that their squad will face complete annihilation. Su Lin observed the increasingly frenzied black crystal, which, under the stimulation of golden light, appeared on the verge of materialization, its chain-like phantoms almost solidifying. She glanced at Liemo, who was evidently at his wits' end, yet still struggling to hold on. A flicker of intricate emotions flashed in her eyes: anger, confusion, and perhaps a tinge of humiliation from being outmaneuvered. Her meticulously crafted sampling plan had been utterly disrupted by this man, whom she regarded as mere experimental material. In such a self-destructive manner, at that moment, a transformation occurred. The black crystal seemed to perceive Liemo as the primary threat. All the chain phantoms abruptly shifted their focus, disregarding the Purifier's attacks, and converged into a stream of dark red energy, honed to perfection and exuding an aura of finality. Charging forth like a roaring dragon directly towards Liemo, enveloped in golden light. The will and energy contained within this strike far exceeded the previous mental assault, capable of erasing Liemo and the notebook he clutched from the very fabric of existence. "Liemo!" Ing cried out in alarm, attempting to rush forward, only to be ensnared by several tentacles that suddenly emerged from the ground. The purifiers were also paralyzed by this sudden, concentrated, and terrifying assault, unable to provide timely rescue. Su Lin's pupils constricted, her fingers instinctively tightening around the device on her wrist, yet some unspoken hesitation held her back from immediate action. Faced with this cataclysmic strike, Liemo exhibited no fear. Rather, a serene acceptance washed over him, accompanied by a hint of madness born from the success of his scheme. He had wagered correctly. The will behind this core could not tolerate the provocation of the essence of the source heart. He closed his eyes, preparing to embrace the end. However, the anticipated destruction did not come to pass. Just as the dark red torrent was about to engulf Liemo, the notebook in his grasp, ablaze with golden light, seemed to activate its final self-protection mechanism. Or perhaps it was the instinctive counteraction of the slumbering will of the source heart upon sensing a true existential threat. All the golden light suddenly converged inward, no longer radiating outward, forming an incredibly small, yet unimaginably dense golden point of light before Liemo. This point of light was no longer warm. It emanated an ancient, cold aura, reminiscent of the absolute order at the dawn of the universe. In the next instant, the light point silently expanded, transforming into a miniature, slowly rotating black hole composed of countless intricate golden runes. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The dark red torrent, capable of obliterating everything, was silently and thoroughly consumed the moment it made contact with this miniature golden black hole, as if all rivers returned to the sea, leaving not even a ripple in its wake. Having absorbed such immense destructive energy, The golden black hole merely quivered slightly before gradually dissipating. The brilliance of the notebook faded completely, becoming dull and gray, as if it had exhausted all its power, sinking into the deepest silence. Liam could no longer withstand the strain. Darkness enveloped him as he collapsed backward, losing all consciousness. The entire underground space fell into an eerie silence. After unleashing its tremendous strike, the surface of the black crystal dimmed significantly, and its energy fluctuations plummeted. The energy pool ceased its tumultuous boiling, and the tendrils of pollution, having lost their support, rapidly disintegrated and dissipated. The members of the purifier team exchanged incredulous glances, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Su Lin swiftly approached Liam, crouching down to check his carotid artery with her fingers. She glanced at the now dull notebook, her expression shifting with uncertainty. What power had manifested as that devouring golden black hole? It vastly exceeded her current understanding of source energy. Dr. Lin, the captain inquired. Stepping forward to survey the chaotic scene and the unconscious Liam, Su Lin rose, regaining her composure. Yet her gaze bore an unprecedented weight of seriousness and urgency. The sample collection plan is hereby halted. The core energy has significantly diminished, reducing the research value. We must evacuate immediately with the targeted ability user and all his personal effects. She cast a glance at the dim black crystal, decisively ordering that they could not linger here. The energy fluctuations might attract further trouble. Ignore the other ability user and the sentinels above. Our objective is him. Su Lin's focus rested upon the unconscious Liam, akin to discovering an extraordinary treasure or possessing the key to Pandora's box. Return to Eden immediately. Highest confidentiality. Two purifier team members advanced cautiously to lift the unconscious Liam, taking away the seemingly ordinary notebook. The shadow, freed from the remnants of the energy-depleted tendrils, watched as Liam was carried away, gritting her teeth, yet refraining from rash action. She cast one last deep look at Su Lin and the purifier team's vanishing entrance, her figure silently melding into the shadows as she ascended. The subterranean space returned to tranquility, with only the dim crystal and the withered energy pool bearing witness to the recent harrowing events. Meanwhile, Liam, in his unconscious state, embarked on a journey into the unknown depths of Eden, where a fate more intricate than the wasteland awaited him. Chapter 47. The Cage of Consciousness and the Convergence of the Wasteland Darkness. Not a void, but a viscous blackness forcibly stripped of sensation, sinking into the depths of consciousness. Liam felt as though he were a speck of dust adrift in an endless ocean of annihilation, devoid of direction or the passage of time, with only the faintest awareness of his existence to remind him that he was still present. Occasionally, cold probes would pierce this darkness, attempting to seize something. They scanned fragments of his memories, dissected his emotional fluctuations, and probed the tenuous connection he retained with that void in the notebook. Each intrusion of the probes brought forth an excruciating pain akin to the tearing of his soul and an icy chill that penetrated to the marrow. He attempted to struggle, to coalesce his consciousness, but the exhaustion of his mental faculties and the backlash from forcibly invoking the source heart left him as a gelatinous creature devoid of bones, unable to maintain even a coherent thought. Time became an abstract concept as he lingered in that absolute silence until, from the depths of that desolation, a faint, familiar warmth flickered to life like a spark. It was the notebook. It had not truly succumbed to silence. It had merely overexerted itself, retreating to the most profound essence of its connection with his soul. At this moment, within the realm of pure consciousness, the faint glimmer that remained, symbolizing the gentle essence of the source heart, became the sole anchor for Liam's identity. The flickering light swayed gently, conveying fragmented and indistinct messages, akin to the murmurs of dreams. He beheld the cold, alloy walls, the transparent screens shimmering with intricate data streams, and there stood Su Lin, or rather, Dr. Lin Wei, clad in a pristine white research uniform, her expression devoid of emotion. The rhythmic ticking of instruments filled his ears, alongside her dispassionate discourse with others about sample viability, residual energy, and the status of genetic locks. He comprehended his predicament. He had become a living specimen in a clandestine research facility of the Eden Academy of Sciences. Anger and humiliation surged within him like a toxic fire, attempting to incinerate his remaining sanity. Yet, as this emotion began to rise, the cold probe arrived punctually, scanning him more brutally, documenting his reactions as if observing a beast's roar within a cage. He compelled himself to regain composure. Anger was futile, merely transforming into data for his captors. He needed to reflect, to recover. He immersed his fragile consciousness in the warm, gentle glow emanating from that notebook. It was no longer a stimulus, but a sensation, a communion, akin to an injured cub seeking solace from its mother. Gradually, a peculiar sense of introspection began to emerge. He perceived the vast emptiness within himself. This void was no longer tumultuous, nor did it relay a sense of hunger. Instead, it exuded a deadened grayness, as if it had succumbed to slumber from excessive depletion. The edges of the void retained some dim, star-like fragments of orderly ruins, remnants of the power of the rock civilization. At the center of this emptiness, the faint glow of the notebook floated serenely, akin to a candle in the wind, yet defiantly unextinguished. The warmth radiating from the light was gradually nourishing the dim fragments at the void's periphery, slowly mending his nearly desiccated spiritual essence. This restorative process unfolded at a painfully sluggish pace, yet it was undeniably occurring. Simultaneously, he sensed, albeit vaguely, that the notebook itself seemed to be undergoing some transformation. After consuming the devastating crimson torrent and depleting the source heart's final surge, the previously distinct rock rules and the essence of the source heart appeared to be undergoing an exceedingly slow, forced amalgamation under the influence of a miniature golden black hole. The cold blueprint of technology and the warm vitality of life were, under the influence of a higher residual power, striving to discover a balance of coexistence. Could this be a glimmer of hope amidst the crisis? Just as Lemo's consciousness was immersed in this gradual restoration and internal observation, the external probe returned. However, this time, in addition to the cold scanning, it brought forth a powerful mental wave imbued with hypnotic and guiding undertones. A voice resonated directly within his consciousness, calm, authoritative, and indisputable. Sample no. K7M01. Report your sensory state. Describe your energy connection pattern with the anomalous entity. It was Su Lin's voice. Instinctively, Lemo's consciousness resisted, but that mental wave acted as an invisible shackle, suppressing his defiance and compelling him to respond. He sealed his lips tightly, summoning every ounce of his remaining strength to resist this mental invasion. He could not respond, nor could he allow her to extract any valuable information. The struggle brought forth an even more intense agony, as if his consciousness were on the verge of being crushed. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Eden, in a concealed valley near the edge of the Weeping Canyon, there once flowed an underground riverbed, now covered by enormous weathered rocks and resilient radiation moss, forming a natural refuge. The figure of Shadow merged seamlessly with the shadows of the rock wall, silently slipping into a narrow crevice. The interior space of the crevice was slightly larger, illuminated by a small fire made from mutated plant oils, exuding a faint glow and a peculiar odor. Beside the fire sat Amu, his face still somewhat pale. His injured leg had healed significantly, yet movement remained somewhat cumbersome. On the opposite side were Ella and the lightly injured night watcher technician, who had narrowly escaped from the observation point. The expressions of the trio were unusually grave. Have you confirmed? Shadow's voice was low, breaking the silence. Ella nodded, her eyes reflecting both fear and anger. After our retreat, we observed for quite some time from a distance. Eden's aircraft took Lemo away. They did not destroy the node beneath the observation point. Rather, it seems they have isolated it. Those purifiers and that female official have a very clear objective. Lemo and his luminous book. The technician added. I attempted to reverse track their communication encryption signals with the remaining equipment. Although I could not decipher the content, the signals ultimately pointed towards the core area of Eden, the exclusive airspace of the 7th Academy. The 7th Academy, Shadow repeated, her gaze icy. Linway's territory. She looked at Ella. How much does your Night Watchers organization know about the 7th Academy? Ella shook her head, offering a bitter smile. The 7th Academy is one of Eden's most classified research institutions, with extremely high authority and strong independence. All we know is that they primarily handle cutting-edge genetic engineering and source power application research. Specific projects are beyond the reach of us peripheral observers. Dr. Linway is reputed to be a leading expert in genetic screening and source power theory, but her reputation is complicated. Amu suddenly raised his head, his youthful face filled with urgency and determination. Sister Shadow, we have to save Emo. He did this for us. Shadow raised her hand to halt his words, her gaze sweeping over the three before her. Amu, possessing a rare, pure affinity for source power unaffected by contamination, held immense potential but lacked experience and strength. Ella and the technician were trained night watchers, familiar with some of Eden's peripheral rules and technologies, yet their capabilities were limited, and their reliability within the Night Watchers remained uncertain. As for herself, while adept in stealth, assassination, and intelligence gathering, to storm into Eden's core area and rescue someone from the 7th Academy was tantamount to a fool's errand. The disparity in power was too great. However, Lemo had to be saved, not only because he had once rescued them, but also because the changes occurring within him could very well determine the future trajectory of this wasteland. The gentle source of power within the notebook, possessing the purifying qualities to combat pollution, stands as a beacon of hope that has never graced this desolate land. It must not fall into Eden, especially not into the hands of Lin Wei, whose intentions remain obscure. A rash intrusion would be tantamount to suicide. Ing calmly articulated the facts. We require a strategy, intelligence, and allies. She turned to Ella. Ella, can you reach out to higher echelons of the Watchers? Direct intervention is unnecessary, but we need as detailed information as possible regarding the internal structure of the 7th Academy, its security forces, and Lin Wei's project team. Any scrap of information could prove invaluable. After a moment of contemplation, Ella nodded decisively. I can attempt to contact my direct superior through encrypted lines. He is the regional commander with greater authority. However, I cannot guarantee success. I'll do my utmost. Ing interrupted her and then looked at AMU. AMU. Your task is of utmost importance and perilous. AMU straightened her back immediately. Sister Ing, just say the word. I am unafraid. I need you to attempt to sense. Ying's gaze sharpened. To sense Liemo, or to connect with that notebook. Your source power has resonated before. Now, with the distance closing, albeit separated by layers of Eden's barriers, there may exist a faint connection. We need a general direction, a signal to ascertain whether he still exists. AMU hesitated for a moment before closing her eyes, striving to empty her mind and chase the memory of that warm golden light. Finally, Ing turned to the technician. You are responsible for equipment and logistics, ensuring our communications remain covert, while analyzing any information regarding the movements of the 7th Academy and Eden's patrols. With roles clearly defined, despite the dim prospects, a flicker of resistance has quietly ignited in this wasteland-esque corners. Meanwhile, within the pure, cold, and precision-like interior of Eden, Liemo's consciousness is ensnared in a silent spiritual duel with Su Lin Wei, which has only just commenced. He resisted the hypnotic inquiries, his consciousness tightly entwined with the faint glimmer of the notebook, akin to a drowning individual clinging to a last straw. Amidst the endless darkness and frigid probes, that glimmer served as his sole beacon of light, the only lighthouse for his companions searching for him. He must persevere. Chapter 48. Cold observations and guiding glimmer. The struggle on the level of consciousness is far more perilous and agonizing than physical combat. Su Lin, or rather Dr. Lin Wei's mental prowess, functions like a precision scalpel, applying pressure with a calm and enduring demeanor. The hypnotic questions persistently repeat, attempting to pry open the final defenses of Liemo's consciousness. Report your state of perception. Describe the energy connection patterns. Define the essence of the anomalous entities. Each question acts like a wedge, aiming to penetrate the core of Liemo's self-awareness, dismantling his secrets, his power, and even his persona into cold data streams. Liemo clung tightly to the faint glimmer of the notebook deep within his consciousness, using that light as the cornerstone of his identity. He no longer endeavored to resist forcefully. Such actions would only hasten his mental collapse. He learned to flow, like a resilient stone in water, allowing the currents of mental pressure to wash over him while steadfastly maintaining the stability of his core. He submerged most of his consciousness into that desolate void, sensing the restoration process that was so slow it was nearly imperceptible. Occasionally, a faint golden filament would flicker across the dull cavernous walls, a minuscule change resulting from the forced amalgamation of the notebook's subtle glow and the fragments of rock rules. He resembled a patient miner, delving into the infinite darkness, in search of veins that might harbor new possibilities. The perception of time in the outside world was nebulous. Only the periodically intruding probes and their frigid inquiries marked the elongated agony of his existence. After countless cycles of this torment, following one such probe scan, Liemo suddenly detected a trace of exceedingly faint noise, distinctly different from Su Lin's mental energy. It seemed not directed at him, but rather a remnant feedback of external monitoring data. Seizing the moment of the scan, he concentrated a sliver of his mental energy, extending it cautiously like a delicate antenna in the direction from whence the noise emanated. There was no sight, no sound, only pure information perception. He sensed himself ensconced within a closed vessel filled with viscous liquid, his body connected by countless slender tubes, sustaining the barest physiological functions. The vessel's outer shell was composed of a high-strength transparent material, beyond which lay a cold laboratory, flickering with various indicator lights. A figure clad in a pristine white research uniform stood outside the vessel, gazing down at a data pad in hand. It was Su Lin. Her profile, illuminated by the sterile white light of the laboratory, bore an expressionless facade, save for the occasional swift movement of her eyes. betraying her efficient processing of vast amounts of information. The data pad displayed a rapid scroll of his physiological metrics, brainwave activity, and analyses of the notebook's residual energy. The report was rife with terms such as undefined energy structures, discrepancies with known source energy spectra, and indications of higher-will interference, peppered with numerous red question marks and confirmation flags. In one corner of the laboratory, a specially designed energy isolation chamber lay quietly housing his once vibrant notebook, now dulled to a gray hue. Several more sophisticated probes were connected to the notebook, attempting to activate or analyze it. Yet the indicator lights outside the chamber remained steadfastly gray, signifying a lack of response. Su-Lin appeared somewhat disheartened by the notebook's silence, her gaze lingering more on the data concerning Li Mo's mental resistance strength, her lips occasionally curving into a hint of intrigue, as though appreciating a stubborn yet highly valuable object of study. At that moment, the automatic doors of the laboratory slid open, and another researcher briskly entered. Whispering a report, Dr. Lin, the Seventh Council has sent an inquiry regarding the energy anomalies of the Crying Gorge operation and the detailed account of sample acquisition. They require your submission within the next standard day. Additionally, the Keystone Project team has reported that the energy levels of the isolated K7 node continue to decline. With its contaminating characteristics becoming inert, they assess its research value has significantly diminished and inquire whether to initiate the final purification process. Without lifting her head, Su-Lin's fingers danced rapidly across the data pad, her voice calm and unwavering. Reply to the council. I will submit the report on time. As for the K7 node, its purification has been temporarily suspended, and it will remain under isolation observation. The very process of energy inertia may harbor valuable data. Understood. The researcher departed upon receiving the order. The laboratory returned to silence, save for the faint hum of the instruments. Yet, Li Mo's heart stirred slightly. Su-Lin withstood the pressure from higher-ups, even preserving the out-of-control node. What was she truly plotting? Merely for the sake of data? He withdrew his faint mental tendrils, sinking back into the abyss of consciousness. This fleeting and limited connection to the outside world, while it birthed further questions, also confirmed the specific environment in which he found himself, as well as the temporary safety of his notebook. Hope flickered like a faint spark in the absolute darkness, undiminished. In the desolate valley, hidden within the crevices, Amu sat cross-legged by the campfire, his brow furrowed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He had maintained this posture for quite some time, striving to empty his mind in pursuit of a possible connection that lingered in the ether. Ella and the technician awaited quietly by his side, their faces a mixture of anticipation and tension. Ying leaned against the shadow of the rock wall, eyes closed in meditation, though her slightly trembling eyelashes betrayed her vigilant state, never truly asleep. Suddenly, Amu's body jolted, his eyes snapping open, a fleeting golden glimmer flashing within his pupils. What did you sense? Ella inquired immediately. Amu gasped for air, a hint of uncertain excitement gracing his features. I think I felt something. Very, very faint, like hearing a heartbeat through a thick wall. In which direction? Ying appeared before him in an instant, her gaze intense. Amu pointed northeast, towards the general vicinity of the Eden Core area. That way. But it feels strange, intermittent, and Moge's sensation is cold and quiet, lacking the vitality it once had. He struggled to articulate the vague perception. Cold and quiet. Ying pondered. Perhaps it is deeply anesthetized or consciousness imprisoned. Can you discern the distance? Or a more precise location? Amu despondently shook his head. It's too vague. I can only ascertain the general direction. Moreover, that sensation seems confined within a thick and impenetrable space. At that moment, the technician in charge of monitoring suddenly raised his head, a glimmer of joy on his face. Ella, the commander has responded. A segment of intricately encrypted information was being swiftly decoded on the portable terminal in his hands. Ella immediately leaned in, quickly reading the decoded content. Her expression shifted from grave to one of surprise, ultimately transforming into determination. The commander provided a portion of the structural diagrams of the non-core areas of the 7th Academy, along with a partial schedule of their internal security patrols. He also mentioned an important piece of information. Ella lifted her gaze towards Ying and Li Mo, realizing that the 7th Academy was not a monolithic entity. The lineage project led by Dr. Lin Wei, due to its radical experimental style and frequent use of non-Eden samples, had sparked considerable controversy within, particularly in relation to the Purification Sequence Department, which was responsible for monitoring the genetic purity within Eden. Tensions were high. Ying's eyes narrowed slightly. Perhaps internal conflicts can be exploited. The technician supplemented. I intercepted a vague communication belonging to the Eden public frequency. indicating that the 7th Academy has recently intensified its monitoring of anomalous energy radiation, particularly in areas adjacent to the core laboratory. This may corroborate AMU's perception, as well as the energy characteristics emanating from Li Mo and that very notebook. Even when isolated, they may have attracted internal attention and vigilance. Though the intelligence is fragmented, it no longer leaves them in the dark. They now possess a general direction, a reference to the internal structure, and even a potential breakthrough in the factional struggles within Eden. We require further information. Ing calmly analyzed the situation, asserting the need to ascertain the specific laboratory number where Li Mo is detained, to understand the detailed composition and vulnerabilities of the Linway project team, and to devise a plan that would allow them to infiltrate or sow chaos. Her gaze swept over the group. Ella, continue utilizing your channels to procure more precise intelligence, focusing on the Linway project team's schedule and internal security flaws. Technician, maintain surveillance on all open and semi-open channels in Eden, analyzing any information that could be related to the 7th Academy. Finally, she looked at AMU. AMU, your sensitivity is pivotal. Continue your attempts to clarify that connection. After a pause, Ing added, you must begin to learn how to control and utilize the affinity for the source power within you. In Eden, any improper leakage of energy could lead to our utter ruin. AMU nodded heavily, determination igniting in his eyes. The plan for rescue quietly took root in the shadows of the wasteland, seeking the faintest crack in the pristine white fortress. Meanwhile, in the cold observation laboratory of the 7th Academy in Eden, Li Mo, encased within the container, sensed the approach of the periodic probe once more. Yet this time, beneath the endless darkness and frigid scans, a nearly imperceptible new fluctuation emerged from the depths of the dim void within him, merging the cold rules with the warmth of source power, flickering like the first ray of dawn breaking through the deep sea, faint yet undeniable. His understanding and restoration of his own power, under the pressing weight of despair, seemed to finally brush against a new, unknown threshold. Chapter 49, Cracks in the Return to Source Eden, 7th Academy, Deep Isolation Observation Room. Lin Wei, Su Lin, stood before the transparent observation wall, gazing at Li Mo suspended in the pale blue nutrient solution. His eyes were tightly shut, his complexion pale, resembling a meticulously preserved specimen. Only the stable yet subdued brainwave pattern on the adjacent instrument attested to the resilient struggle of his consciousness. The data panel revealed an unusually steady curve representing the intensity of Li Mo's consciousness resistance, with scarcely any fluctuations. This was inherently abnormal. Even individuals in deep comas or under mental control exhibit subtle peaks and valleys in their subconscious activities. This near-absolute stability appeared more like an extreme, introspective resistance, concealing all genuine reactions beneath deeper layers. The consciousness barrier strength of sample K7M01 exceeded the expected model by 327%. The frigid electronic synthesis voice reported the analytical results. Neither conventional mental induction nor deep probing could penetrate the core protective layer. It was recommended to enhance the scanning intensity or to request the use of a consciousness deconstructor for forced breach. The consciousness deconstructor is the ultimate measure developed by the 7th Academy for the most obstinate samples, employing hyperfrequency energy shocks to forcibly dismantle the structure of consciousness and subsequently capture the fragmented flow of information. However, the cost is the complete annihilation of the sample, along with significant loss and contamination of information. Lin Wei's fingers gently tapped on the data board, hesitating to immediately approve this radical plan. Her gaze traversed past Li Mo, alighting on the inert notebook within the adjacent energy isolation chamber. This notebook, and the inexplicable symbiotic relationship it shared with Li Mo, presented an anomaly she had never encountered. Forcibly dismantling it might signify a permanent loss of the opportunity to comprehend this peculiarity. More critically, the pressure from the Council was intensifying. Although the operations in Crying Canyon had returned valuable samples, they also triggered energy disturbances, drawing the attention of other departments, particularly the purification sequence. If no groundbreaking progress were made in the short term, her project could likely face scrutiny or even resource reductions. Just then, the communication light in the observation room flickered, and a somewhat urgent female voice connected. Dr. Lin, Supervisor Horton from the purification sequence has arrived at the reception area, requesting an inquiry regarding the unregistered high radiation items that have flowed into the core area. Horton, that obstinate relic who views all non-Eden standard energy as pollution? Lin Wei's brow furrowed slightly. The information had leaked more swiftly than she anticipated. The personnel from the purification sequence, akin to vultures, perpetually monitored other departments for discrepancies to expand their own authority. Inform him that I am conducting a critical experiment and cannot entertain visitors at the moment. The relevant reports will be submitted according to protocol, Lin Wei coldly replied, severing the communication. She detested such internal hindrances. In her view, the rigid purity standards of the purification sequence severely obstructed the exploration of the essence of source energy and the excavation of human genetic potential. Internal fractures often proved more troublesome than external threats. She redirected her gaze towards Li Mo in the observation room. The pace must be accelerated. Initiate the microcurrent cortical stimulation protocol, setting the frequency at the junction of gamma and delta waves. With an intensity of 5%, she issued a new directive. This technique was gentler, but aimed at disrupting consciousness stability to elicit deep-seated memory fragments. Subtle, nearly imperceptible currents began to flow through the electrodes connected to Li Mo's head, permeating his cerebral cortex. Within the confines of consciousness, Li Mo was immersed in that dim, hollow introspection. The faint glow from the notebook served as an anchor, stabilizing his core. Surrounding the light, the previously dull fragments of the rock-like rules began to undergo an exceedingly gradual transformation under the gentle, persistent illumination. The cold geometric lines appeared to be infused with a certain vitality, intertwining with the warm golden source energy, delineating increasingly intricate and natural patterns. The newly emerged patterns are no longer mere cold blueprints of technology. They resemble some form of the very energy circuits of life itself. Is this the essence of the source heart, reinterpreting and reconstructing the immutable laws of the rock? As he intently observes this gradual fusion and rebirth, an external, subtle yet persistent disturbance intrudes, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, disrupting the internal equilibrium. It is the sensation of Wei Dan Liu Suji. It does not seek to forcefully penetrate. Rather, it acts like background noise, disrupting his focus and attempting to prevent him from maintaining that profound tranquility, thereby revealing deeper oscillations. Initially, Li Mo felt a flicker of irritation as the internal landscape began to waver. Yet, he swiftly realized that this interference might be harnessed. He ceased to resist the delicate fluctuations of the electric current and instead endeavored to guide it. He cautiously introduced this external noise into the slowly evolving new energy circuit. Buzz, like a catalyst introduced into a sluggish reaction, the evolution of these nascent circuits accelerated several-fold. Against the dim, hollow backdrop, slender threads, intertwining cold silver and warm golden glimmers, began to extend, intertwine, and shape at an unprecedented speed. They were no longer confined to the rigid rules of the rock, nor were they merely the gentle essence of the source heart. Rather, they formed a pathway of energy circulation that embodied the characteristics of both, yet transcended them. Becoming more succinct and fundamental, this path seemed to point directly to some underlying logic of the source power's operation. Li Mo, in a state of blissful clarity, transitioned from passive observation to actively channeling the remnants of his mental energy along these newly formed, spontaneously emerging energy circuits. A minuscule yet entirely closed loop took shape within the hollowness of his being for the first time. At the moment this tiny cycle completed, a faint but exquisitely pure source of power, imbued with a sense of primordial significance, was birthed from the loop, gently flowing forth. This force was no longer defined by cold and warmth. It possessed both the stable structure of the rock and the vibrant vitality of the source heart. Akin to the first ray of light at the dawn of chaos, it coursed through Li Mo's nearly exhausted mental essence. The sensation akin to a long-awaited rain after a prolonged drought, nearly prompting a sigh of relief. The fatigue and trauma of his spirit began to mend at an astonishing pace. Simultaneously, his perception of the external world became markedly clearer. He could hear the operational sounds of the laboratory instruments more distinctly, feel the flow of the nutrient solution with greater clarity, and even vaguely capture the slightly anxious rhythm of Lin Wei's breathing from beyond the observation room. Most importantly, he sensed a resonance between his dormant notebook and this new minuscule cycle. Beneath the dull cover of the notebook, an exceedingly faint, kindred energy seemed to respond gently. It was a success. Under the pressure of dire circumstances and the unexpected catalyst of external stimulation, he had inadvertently carved out an unprecedented path. A path that amalgamates the technology of the rock with the essence of the source heart, a route uniquely his own. Though this circuit remains exceedingly small and fragile, it represents a wholly new beginning. Observing the outdoors, Lin Wei fixated on the subtle fluctuations of the brainwave patterns displayed on the data board, as well as the unusually active yet quickly stabilizing energy readings on Li Mo's life signs monitor. A flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. The momentary abnormal wave was fleeting, but its energy characteristics were extraordinarily peculiar, not aligning with any known source power patterns in her database. It seemed to embody a more ancient and pure essence. Had the stimulation scheme taken effect? Or had an unknown mutation occurred within the sample? She promptly summoned all the monitoring data from the recent interval to commence in-depth analysis. Her intuition suggested that the sample, named Li Mo, might possess value far exceeding her initial estimations. Meanwhile, deep within his consciousness, having initially grasped the source's primordial pathway, Li Mo gradually began to control the nascent, faint power, shifting from mere defense to cautiously probing, much like the most delicate of needles. Toward the cold confines of his captivity, he sought cracks, he sought opportunities. The prologue to a counterattack might quietly unfold from this seemingly trivial thread of primordial power. Chapter 50. Reverse probing and the dark currents of the wasteland. The birth of the primordial pathway was akin to a refreshing spring being poured into the parched sea of Li Mo's consciousness. This feeble, yet fundamentally novel power circulated along spontaneously formed energy channels, each cycle bringing a modicum of mental solace and restoration. Although the totality remained insubstantial, far from shattering the confines of his consciousness, it provided him with a newfound fulcrum. He was no longer merely a passive subject enduring scans and stimuli. When Lin Wei initiated a new round of microcurrent cortical stimulation, reminiscent of background noise, Li Mo did not resist. Instead, he actively guided this external, subtle disruptive energy into the nascent primordial pathway. The pathway trembled gently, akin to a string caressed by a gentle breeze, filtering the chaotic electrical noise, transmuting it, and extracting a minuscule amount of energy that fortified the pathway itself, enhancing Li Mo's perception. He meticulously controlled this amplified perceptive ability, no longer confined to introspection but extending outward, like the finest of spider silk, along the physiological monitoring lines connecting to his body, moving exceedingly slowly and discreetly. This was a reverse probing. He felt the temperature regulation module of the nutrient circulation system, heard the low hum of the energy pump in the distance. His perception even followed the direction of the data stream, touching upon the environmental sensors beyond the transparent observation wall. A blurred image, composed of pure energy and information flow, gradually unfolded in his consciousness. He saw Lin Wei, Su Lin, still standing before the observation wall, yet she was no longer merely the frigid researcher. Within his perception, she was enveloped in a meticulously controlled, pure white energy field resonating with the unique frequency of Eden, stable and powerful, indicating that she too possessed a commendable level of genetic enhancement. However, at the core of this pure white energy field, Li Mo detected an exceedingly subtle fluctuation, incongruous with the surrounding environment. The fluctuations were exceedingly subtle, imbued with an ineffable chill and detachment, as if a fragment of her consciousness perpetually lingered beyond the confines of this pristine fortress. This revelation stirred something within Li Mo. It seemed that Su Lin was not entirely integrated into Eden as she outwardly portrayed. His perception continued to extend, cautiously sidestepping the core of the laboratory's central processing system, and brushed against the specially designed energy-sequestering box that housed the notebook. The exterior of the box was enveloped in layers of suppressive fields. Yet through Li Mo's fusion of rock-solid insight and primal essence perception, the energy structure of these fields manifested like a transparent web. He sensed that the notebook remained dormant within the box, yet the forced fusion he had instigated had not ceased. It was merely proceeding at an agonizingly slow pace. A faint resonance, akin to the primal return path within him, but more profound and vast, was gestating beneath the facade of stillness, like seeds in winter slumber. The notebook was also undergoing transformation. At that moment, the laboratory's communication system chimed again, interrupting Lin Wei's observation. "Dr. Lin, Supervisor Horton insists on seeing you." He cited Article 11 of the Core Security Regulations, claiming there was evidence suggesting that items contained by the 7th Academy could pose a potential threat to the stability of the Eden Energy Network. The security department was unable to forcibly intervene. A minuscule disturbance rippled through Lin Wei's pure white energy field, betraying her inner displeasure. After a brief silence, she coldly instructed, "Have him wait for me in meeting room 3. She cast one last glance at Li Mo and the data board in the observation room before swiftly departing. The observation room returned to its silence, save for the hum of the instruments. An opportunity. Li Mo immediately concentrated, focusing all his primal perception on the direction of the data terminal interface that Lin Wei had just employed, which connected him to the external network. He dared not directly infiltrate the system, as that would be tantamount to suicide. However, he could attempt to capture the unencrypted streams of redundant information flowing through the interface. Like discerning specific whispers amidst the clamor of a bustling marketplace, he held his breath, filtering through the vast sea of inconsequential data. Fragmented information surged into his consciousness. The Council demands a revision of the energy anomaly report. The lethargy rate of the cornerstone node exceeds model predictions. Request to enhance regulatory authority over non-standard energy items. Among these, an apparently unrelated fragment of communication interspersed within the system logs caught his attention, sent by a codename Shadow. It contained only a few vague words. Wasteland assembly coordinates. Wasteland assembly? Coordinates? Lemo's heart raced. Was it them? Were they mobilizing? This news struck him like a tonic, invigorating his spirit. His comrades outside had not abandoned him. He strained to capture more information regarding Shadow and the coordinates. But the fragment flickered and vanished, leaving no trace. This message must be conveyed. At the very least, they must know he still existed and was still resisting. But how could he transmit it? He could not communicate directly, and his mental power could not penetrate this layered isolation. His gaze returned once more to the primal return path within him. The operation of the circuit elicits an exceedingly faint energy fluctuation, intrinsically linked to both him and the notebook. In the tightly monitored environment of Eden, this fluctuation is nearly imperceptible to conventional devices. Yet, what if there were someone exceptionally sensitive to his energy signature, positioned at the periphery of Eden, or even farther afield, continuously attuning to it? AMU. That youth endowed with a pure affinity for elemental force. He had previously sensed the connection between himself and the notebook. This represents a hope so tenuous it borders on the fantastical. The barriers of Eden, the vast distances, and the feebleness of his own signal. Any one of these factors could sever the connection. Nevertheless, this is presently the sole possibility. Lemo hesitated no longer. He concentrated all his mental faculties, meticulously controlling the minuscule source circuit within him, not merely to sustain its operation, but to initiate a delicate oscillation at a specific rhythmic frequency. A hum, as steady and persistent as a heartbeat, emanated from him, laboriously penetrating the nutrient solution, breaching the container's walls, and traversing layers of energy insulation. Reaching outward, towards the northeast, each oscillation drained the meager strength he had just accumulated, inducing a sharp mental anguish. Yet he pressed on. He infused all his will and hope into this silent call, transcending the confines of his prison. In the wasteland valley, within a hidden crevice, AMU abruptly awakened from a shallow slumber, his heart racing uncontrollably. Had he sensed it again? The ever-vigilant Shadow immediately appeared at his side. AMU clutched his chest, his expression a mixture of excitement and uncertainty. This time feels different. It is faint, yet distinctly clear. It resembles a rhythmic tapping, one after another, methodical. It originates from the direction of Eden. It must be Brother Emo. He is surely conveying that he is still alive. A glimmer of sharpness flashed in Shadow's eyes. A rhythmic fluctuation? Could it be a form of code, or merely an indication of existence? Can we discern a specific pattern? Ella also drew closer. AMU strained to recall that sensation, shaking his head. It is too vague. I can only perceive the heartbeat-like rhythm. However, this feeling seems warmer than before, as if it possesses some vigor, some strength. This is indeed promising news. It suggests that Lemo's situation may not have worsened and might even have found a means of recovery. Continue sensing, AMU. Shadow decisively resolved to attempt recording the rhythm and intervals of that fluctuation. Any pattern could harbor information. She turned to the technician and Ella. Lemo is attempting to contact us, indicating he still retains some autonomy. Our actions must accelerate. Ella, do you have any updates from your commander? Ella swiftly manipulated the terminal, her expression grave. Yes, but it is not favorable news. The commander has confirmed that Linway's tracing project team possesses high-level access. Their core laboratory is situated on the 3rd underground level of the 7th Academy of Sciences, equipped with independent energy and security systems. Conventional means would find it exceedingly difficult to infiltrate. However, he presented a potential opportunity. She retrieved an intelligence report. 3 days hence, Eden would host an internal high-level academic exchange to be held at the Truth Ring Auditorium, affiliated with the 7th Academy. Linway, as the principal project leader, was highly likely to attend. This would be her moment of departure from the core laboratory, which was under the most stringent security. The academic exchange would undoubtedly be shrouded in high levels of security. We would be unable to infiltrate. However, during the exchange, security forces in certain areas of the 7th Academy would be redeployed to bolster the perimeter around the auditorium. The technician added that he had accessed a portion of the internal patrol schedule alterations sent by the commander, suggesting this was our optimal chance to infiltrate the periphery, and perhaps even approach the entrance to the underground area. Shadows swept across the few individuals in the makeshift cave, ultimately settling on the flickering campfire. We required a detailed plan in 3 days. one that could leverage this opportunity to at least ascertain Li Mo's precise location and establish preliminary contact with him. Her voice was low yet resolute. Meanwhile, AMU, your sensing abilities are paramount. If Li Mo can continuously emit signals, we need you to pinpoint the source of those signals as accurately as possible, even if it is merely to the building or floor level. The undercurrents on the wasteland began to surge towards that pristine white fortress. Meanwhile, in the isolation observation room on the third underground level of Eden, Li Mo tirelessly continued to emit that faint, rhythmic fluctuation at the cost of his recently revived strength. He was unaware if his call could be heard, yet he refused to surrender. Hope, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, burned tenaciously within the confines of the cage and above the wasteland. Chapter 51, Frequency Resonance and Shadow Penetration. Eden, third underground level of the 7th Academy, Isolation Observation Room. Li Mo maintained the rhythmic oscillation of the primordial route, akin to striking a silent drum in the boundless abyss of darkness. Each oscillation subtly drained his gradually recovering mental power, imparting a profound sense of fatigue emanating from the depths of his soul. Yet he dared not pause. This was his sole conduit to establish contact with the outside world, a tenuous thread of hope. He did not know if AMU could perceive him, nor whether this faint signal could penetrate the layers of energy barriers and physical isolations surrounding Eden. He was merely gambling on AMU's unique, pure constitution, hoping for a faint resonance that might exist within the ether. The oscillations persisted, as time languidly flowed amidst silence and torment. Suddenly, as he completed yet another round of rhythmic oscillation, an exceedingly faint yet remarkably clear echo emerged, akin to ripples created by a stone cast into an ancient well, resonating through that intangible passage, reaching the depths of his consciousness. This echo was not sound, but a pure energy resonance, imbued with AMU's familiar and pristine source power. Though nearly dissipated, it undeniably responded to his call. They had received it. They were alive. They were out there. An indescribable surge of excitement and warmth instantaneously dispelled Li Mo's mental fatigue. He forcefully subdued the tumultuous emotions, focusing more intently on controlling the primordial route. He endeavored to alter the frequency of the oscillation. No longer merely a straightforward heartbeat rhythm, it began to emulate more intricate patterns. Brief, rapid oscillations signified danger, while prolonged, steady undulations indicated safety. A sequence of 3 short signals followed by 1 long represented waiting, and 2 long signals accompanied by 1 short denoted action. These were the simplest signals he had established with Shadow and AMU during their struggles in the wasteland. He tirelessly and resolutely relayed the signals of safety and waiting. Again and again. Simultaneously, he boldly harnessed his enhanced primordial perception. As Lin Wei was momentarily occupied by Horton, the internal oversight of the laboratory relaxed, allowing his perception to extend like invisible tendrils, delving deeper into the confines of his imprisonment. He discerned more details, a subtly concealed ventilation duct grill in the corner of the observation room, its energy suppression field seemingly exhibiting an exceedingly slight periodic decay due to prolonged operation. Non-critical monitoring lines connected to his body. Their interface protocols appeared to experience minor compatibility delays with the main system. He even detected a trace of redundant fluctuations in the laboratory's energy core supply lines, a nearly negligible ripple generated by the immense energy network of Eden during load adjustments. These revelations, though seemingly trivial, resembled scattered puzzle pieces in the perception of Li Mo. Infused with the insight of rock technology, a vague outline of an escape plan, utilizing system vulnerabilities and external cooperation, began to take shape laboriously in his mind. In the valley of the wasteland, a concealed fissure, AMU, with eyes tightly shut, immersed himself entirely in that faint and rhythmic wave of perception. His complexion appeared pallid, beads of sweat adorning his forehead, clearly indicating that this long-range, fine-tuned sensing was an immense burden for him. The rhythm altered. AMU suddenly spoke, his voice quivering with excitement. No longer a mere repetition, but exhibiting variation. Brief, followed by long, in combinations. It was as if language itself was being spoken. Shadow immediately leaned in. Eyes sharp. Can it be deciphered? AMU strained to discern, attempting to correlate the energy wave patterns with the limited simple signals he remembered from their survival with Li Mo and Shadow in the wasteland. Safety, then waiting? AMU glanced at Shadow, uncertainty clouding his expression. It seemed that Mo was indicating a temporary safety, urging them to wait. Shadow nodded slightly. Safety, waiting. This aligned with their current reconnaissance. Li Mo was imprisoned, but seemingly not under immediate threat to his life. Waiting likely meant Li Mo was coordinating with their external actions. Respond to him. Shadow commanded decisively, instructing them to convey, in the same manner, that they had received his message and were planning. Employ the simplest confirmation and the 3-day signal. AMU nodded, inhaling deeply, striving to calm the tumultuous waves of his own primordial energy, stirred by excitement and burden. He endeavored to project his pure, faint sensing power toward Eden at a specific frequency. This proved far more challenging than passive sensing. Almost as soon as he completed the transmission of a simple signal, he collapsed in exhaustion, gasping for breath. I succeeded. I felt it. It seems Mo paused for a moment. Then the oscillations stabilized further. AMU spoke weakly, yet a radiant smile adorned his face. A connection had been established. Despite its fragility and the challenges faced, this dialogue transcending the wasteland and the barriers of Eden had succeeded. Excellent. Shadow gently patted AMU on the shoulder, advising him to conserve his strength. We must maintain this connection, but not excessively. The key focus is the signal for action 3 days hence. She turned to Ella and the technician, her gaze piercing. How has the intelligence and plan refinement progressed? Ella shared the terminal screen, revealing a simplified structural diagram of the 7th Academy and its surrounding areas, with several critical points highlighted. The academic conference is set to occur at 9 o'clock in the morning 3 days from now, in the Hall of the Circle of Truth. Based on historical discipline and information provided by the commander, 40% of the routine patrol forces on the ground and the first underground layer of the 7th Academy will be temporarily diverted to the vicinity of the hall. The patrol density in the 2nd underground layer remains unchanged, yet the entrances and exits of the 3rd underground layer, where Linway's core laboratory resides, will maintain the highest security level with no significant reduction. The technician added, however, our analysis of the energy monitoring data reveals that during large-scale events, the internal energy network of the 7th Academy experiences peak load, particularly during periods of power supply for various demonstrations and protective fields. This may lead to extremely brief, nearly imperceptible fluctuations in energy supply in some non-core areas. Perhaps we can exploit this. Shadow's gaze fell upon the structural diagram, particularly the narrow network representing the ventilation system on the 3rd underground layer. The ventilation system connects all levels, ultimately leading to the surface's abandoned discharge outlet. Although critical nodes are equipped with energy suppression and physical filtration, could the suppression fields experience momentary weakening during energy fluctuations? Shadow proposed a bold hypothesis. Theoretically, there is an exceedingly low probability, the technician cautiously analyzed. However, even if the force fields weaken, there may still be sensors and automated defense mechanisms within the passage. We need a method to infiltrate that can evade most electronic detection. Shadow's gaze swept across the group, finally resting on AMU. AMU, can your affinity for source power, to some extent, calm or deceive those energy sensors? AMU hesitated, carefully sensing the faint yet pure power within himself, uncertainly replying, I have never tried. However, when Mo Gu treated me with that golden light before, I felt quite comfortable, and the surrounding energy seemed to mellow a bit. Perhaps we could give it a try? This presents us with an opportunity, albeit a significant risk. Shadow spoke solemnly, outlining the plan. 3 days from now, at the conference's commencement, security forces will be drawn away. Technician, you are responsible for creating a minor, unexpected overload at the external energy nodes of the 7th Academy from a distance. The timing must be precise, aiming to trigger a momentary fluctuation in the internal energy network. Ella, you and I will utilize the moment of energy fluctuation to infiltrate the main duct of the ventilation system from the abandoned discharge outlet. AMU, you will follow behind us. Your task is to obscure the faint energy traces generated by our actions as much as possible using your source power and attempt to soothe the sensors we encounter along the way. Our objective is not to directly breach the core laboratory on the 3rd underground level, as success in such an endeavor is improbable. Instead, our aim is to infiltrate as deeply as possible, ideally to a ventilation node near the 2nd underground level. There, AMU, you must exert your full sensory capabilities once more, striving to obtain a more precise location for Li Mo and establish a more stable short-term connection with him to exchange crucial intelligence. Upon completion, a swift withdrawal is imperative. In any unforeseen circumstance, self-preservation and concealment must take precedence. This plan is fraught with uncertainty and peril. Each step is akin to walking a tightrope. Yet, in the face of overwhelming force, this is the only conceivable method for them to connect with Li Mo. Prepare yourselves. The voice of Shadow shattered the silence of the cave. In 3 days, we shall act. The winds of the wasteland swept through the valley, carrying the bitter scent of radioactive dust. Beneath the glossy facade of Eden, a shadowy infiltration targeting its deepest secrets is about to commence. Within his cage, Li Mo sensed Mu's confirmation and the signal for the 3-day countdown, instilling a sense of determination within him. He ceased the continuous signal transmission, conserving his strength while redirecting more energy toward exploring the intricate details of the observation room and further familiarizing himself with the source's initial return route. 3 days. He must master as many keys to this prison as possible within this time frame, rendering himself more useful so that he might seize the opportunity when it arises. His initial source perception extended once more, this time distinctly targeting the ventilation grill exhibiting periodic attenuation, along with the monitoring pipeline interfaces that may exhibit compatibility delays. The countdown for retaliation had silently begun. Chapter 52. The calm before the storm in the third reception room of Eden's 7th Academy. The pure white walls bore sharp lines, devoid of any superfluous decoration, save for 2 floating chairs and a beam projecting the Eden emblem in the center. The air was permeated with a mixture of disinfectant and the distinctive ozone scent of energy fields. Lin Wei, Su Lin, sat gracefully in one of the floating chairs, her legs crossed, her fingertips absent-mindedly tapping on the armrest. Opposite her sat Director Horton of the purification sequence. Horton, tall and imposing, donned a crisp silver uniform adorned with a scarlet sword and cross insignia, his hair meticulously styled, his face bearing the sternness that comes from years of executing purification tasks. His gaze was akin to a searchlight, unreservedly scrutinizing Lin Wei. Dr. Lin, Horton's voice was deep, carrying a tone of officialdom. I trust you understand the necessity of this inquiry. The operational records from Crying Canyon indicate that the energy anomaly you encountered and contained exhibits radiation characteristics that deviate significantly from Eden's standard safety thresholds. According to the core safety regulations, such unpurified high radiation items are forbidden from entering core areas, particularly vital institutions like the 7th Academy. Lin Wei's expression remained impassive, her tone as calm as still water. Director Horton, the scope of research at the 7th Academy inherently includes the analysis and understanding of non-standard source phenomena. The containment of specimen K7 series was conducted as a necessary research activity with special authorization from the Council. The isolation measures adhere to the highest safety standards. And there exists no threat, as you suggest. The highest safety standards? Horton leaned slightly forward, exuding an invisible pressure. I have reviewed the energy monitoring logs, which recorded 3 inexplicable fluctuations of faint energy resonance in the vicinity of the underground isolation zone of the 7th Academy within 48 hours following the containment of the specimen. The frequency is peculiar and has not been documented. What is your explanation? Lin Wei's fingers paused momentarily before resuming their rhythmic tapping. Energy resonance fluctuations? Are they a byproduct of Li Mo's consciousness resistance or the lingering effects of that notebook? Her expression remained unchanged. It could be external energy network fluctuations or interference caused by experimental equipment calibration. The complexity of the underground 3rd level entails multiple overlapping energy fields, so the occurrence of undocumented fluctuations is a normal phenomenon. My team is conducting a detailed analysis. Normal phenomenon. Horton clearly did not believe her. He leaned back, arms crossed over his abdomen. Dr. Lin, I am aware that your tracing project has always been rather audacious. However, please remember that the stability of Eden supersedes all personal research. The Council permits exploration but will not tolerate any risks that could jeopardize the foundation of Eden. He rose, adjusting the hem of his uniform. I will document this inquiry and continue to monitor the 7th Academy, particularly the energy monitoring data from your project team. I hope your analysis can swiftly yield convincing results. Otherwise, I do not rule out the possibility of suggesting to the Council a comprehensive safety assessment of the tracing project. With that, he nodded slightly and strode out of the meeting room. The door slid shut silently. Lin Wei sat alone in the floating chair, her finger taps growing hurried and forceful. Horton's threat was not unfounded. The purification sequence had always sought to extend its reach into the 7th Academy. The energy anomalies triggered by Li Mo and that notebook indeed provided them with a pretext. A breakthrough must be achieved promptly. Either completely decipher the secrets of Li Mo and the notebook, presenting results substantial enough to silence all dissent, or, before matters spiral out of control, eliminate this troublesome issue. A glint of cold determination flickered in her eyes. The Academic Exchange Conference in 3 days is an opportunity to showcase the project's value to the Council and the internal academy, seeking greater support. However, simultaneously, the laboratory's defenses would experience a brief, subtle vacuum. She needed to ensure that no unforeseen incidents would arise during this time. In the underground 3rd level, in the observation chamber, Li Mo keenly sensed that the external surveillance seemed to have tightened. The frequency of those cold probing scans had increased. Although they still could not breach the defenses of his consciousness, the pressure they exerted was more pronounced. Was it the arrival of that Supervisor Horton that had triggered Lin Wei's vigilance? He was becoming increasingly cautious in suppressing the fluctuations of the original pathway, emitting the faintest safety signal to the outside world only at specific, exceedingly brief intervals. Most of the time, he remained immersed in the construction and exploration of his internal world. The original pathway, while gradually operating, was indeed becoming denser, albeit slowly. His control over that burgeoning source power was becoming ever more refined. He even attempted to extend a barely perceptible thread of source power, as delicate as the finest filament, towards the dormant notebook nestled in his embrace. This time, it was not a crude stimulation or an infusion of energy, but rather a gentle touch imbued with a sense of inquiry. Like a pebble cast into a deep pond, beneath the dusty cover of the notebook, a faint, almost imperceptible response finally emerged. This response was not energy, but rather a vague intention, laden with a heavy drowsiness and an instinctual closeness. There was a reaction. Liam O felt a surge of exhilaration within, maintaining this delicate contact with even greater patience. He no longer sought to awaken or control, but instead, like a companion to a sleeping partner, he quietly conveyed his presence and the essence of that primordial power. Under this continuous and gentle immersion, the gradual fusion within the notebook seemed to accelerate slightly. More intricate and harmonious patterns of intertwining gold and silver were faintly discernible deep within the core of the notebook. Simultaneously, Li Mo's perceptive awareness of the details within the observation room grew increasingly refined. He clearly observed the periodic and minute decay points of the energy suppression field at the vent grating. He also confirmed the existence of exploitable compatibility delays at several monitoring pipeline interfaces. By sensing the redundant fluctuations in the energy circuits, he roughly calculated the load cycle of the laboratory's primary energy core. Information assembled in his mind like a jigsaw puzzle, gradually unveiling an exceedingly risky plan that leveraged external energy fluctuations, internal system delays, and the decay of the vent field within a fleeting window of opportunity. This window was exceptionally brief, perhaps lasting only a few seconds. He needed to execute a subtle interference with the monitoring system and attempt to influence the vent grating within this ephemeral time frame. This required him to attain a newfound precision in controlling the primordial feedback loop, along with a modicum of luck. He placed all his hopes on the cooperation of his team 3 days hence, as well as on this transitory window of opportunity. In the Wasteland Valley, preparations reached their final stage. Ing meticulously inspected each piece of equipment, a night suit coated in light-absorbing material, an EMP generator capable of briefly disrupting low-level energy sensors, and several sound and light grenades designed to create chaos and cover a retreat. Ayla repeatedly verified the maps of the abandoned discharge points surrounding the 7th Academy, along with the structural diagrams of the main vent system. The technician was surrounded by an array of rudimentary yet purpose-specific instruments, finalizing adjustments to ensure the remote device meant to trigger an unexpected overload of the energy node was flawless. AMU sat cross-legged in a corner, striving to regulate his breathing, attempting to control the pure source energy within him with greater finesse. He needed this power to become like a delicate mist, obscuring traces without triggering alarms. The atmosphere was heavy and foreboding. Remember, Ying's voice shattered the silence, sweeping over each individual. Our objective is reconnaissance and establishing contact, not a frontal assault. Once Li Mo's precise location is confirmed and the action plan signal is conveyed, we retreat immediately. Under no circumstances should we linger in battle. During infiltration, if discovered, disperse according to the predetermined plan and regroup at the designated backup point 3. Should we remain separated for over 24 hours, decide on subsequent actions independently. Her words were frigid and starkly realistic, casting a resolute shade over the impending operation. Ella and the technician nodded gravely. AMU also opened his eyes, his youthful visage bearing an unexpected tenacity. We shall succeed, Shadow Sister, AMU murmured, his tone remarkably steadfast. Merger is still waiting for us. Shadow glanced at him, uttering no words, but merely handed him a sharply honed alloy dagger, imbued with an eerie blue luminescence. Take this, just in case. AMU accepted the dagger, feeling its icy touch and the unique, piercing aura that Shadow exuded, nodding heavily in acknowledgement. As night deepened, the winds of the wasteland grew more ferocious, stirring up the radiation dust on the ground with a mournful sound. A storm was quietly brewing beneath the tranquil night. Within Eden, preparations for the academic exchange conference were in full swing. The pure white fortress glowed brightly against the night, resembling a cold diamond embedded in the dark earth. In its deepest shadows, both captives and rescuers were making final preparations for the unknown moment that awaited them in 3 days. The gears of fate slowly meshed in silence. Chapter 53. Misaligned windows and whispered consciousness time flowed in the stifling stillness, akin to viscous crude oil, slowly yet inexorably approaching the appointed hour. In the underground isolation observation chamber of the 7th Academy of Eden, Lemo's consciousness resembled a bioluminescent fish lurking in the depths of the ocean, retracting all unnecessary luminescence and leaving only the faintest glimmer of primordial essence circulating within. His perceptions were heightened to their utmost, like a taut bowstring, firmly locking onto two critical parameters: the redundant fluctuation cycle of the laboratory's energy core and the decay nodes of the ventilation grill suppression field. Based on his sleepless observations and calculations over the past few days, he deduced that when the external energy network reached a peak due to the load of a large-scale operation, the laboratory's internal energy supply would produce an exceedingly brief ripple lasting approximately 17 seconds. This ripple was trivial in itself, hardly affecting the normal operation of any equipment. Yet, coincidentally, or perhaps it was the inevitability Lemo had discerned among countless data, the trough of this energy ripple would coincide with the slight decay of the ventilation grill suppression field, which occurred approximately every 3 hours due to prolonged operation, creating a fleeting overlap. This overlapping window theoretically existed for less than 0.5 seconds. Within this 0.5 seconds, he had to accomplish two tasks. First, utilizing the almost negligible instantaneous disturbance caused by the energy fluctuation, he would inject a pre-prepared segment of erroneous code masquerading as a system self-check signal into several non-critical monitoring pipelines that exhibited compatibility delays. Second, he would simultaneously direct a minuscule yet potent essence of primordial energy into the temporarily weakened gap of the ventilation grill suppression field, not to destroy, but to wedge itself like a chalk into its energy structure, creating a negligible yet potentially lasting stress point for several minutes. This required a dual focus, demanding an almost ruthless precision in timing and energy control. Any slightest misstep could instantly trigger alarms, leading to irrevocable consequences. He repeatedly simulated the process in his mind, dissecting each step down to the millisecond. The fatigue wrought by his heightened concentration surged over him like a relentless tide. Yet he steadfastly relied on the slow and resolute restorative power of the original path to endure. He sensed that the notebook cradled in his arms seemed to perceive the approach of this pivotal moment. Beneath its dull cover, the resonance of the source grew increasingly vivid, as if silently offering its support. In the desolate valley, during the darkest hour before dawn, Ing, Ella, Mu, and the technician moved like phantoms woven into the night, silently approaching the outskirts of Eden, a buffer zone littered with rusted pipes and abandoned machinery. They were still several kilometers away from the core of the 7th Academy, but this was the closest they could dare to venture. The technician quickly set up his equipment within the remnants of an old communication base, partially buried underground. The screen displayed a complex energy flow diagram, with a red cursor slowly moving, representing the real-time load of a particular node in the public energy network of Eden. The energy load steadily climbed, aligning with the warm-up pattern anticipated before the academic conference commenced. The technician lowered his voice, his gaze fixed intently on the screen, estimating that around 8:58, the target node's load would peak, triggering their preset overload protocol. The effect would last only 2 to 3 seconds, resulting in a minor energy ripple that the system would automatically classify as a normal fluctuation. Ing nodded and looked at Ella and Amu. The three were clad in dark, basic optical camouflage tactical suits, their faces smeared with paint. Is the route confirmed? Ying's voice was nearly inaudible. Ella pointed to the map displayed on her personal terminal, provided by the Night Watch commander, detailing the abandoned discharge outlets and ventilation duct network. Confirmed. We'll enter through discharge outlet 3. Proceed down the main corridor for about 200 meters, where there is a maintenance platform situated between the 2nd and 3rd underground levels. The density of sensors there is relatively low, making it an ideal temporary observation point. AMU status? AMU took a deep breath, striving to calm the chaotic source energy stirred by his anxiety. I'm readying. Ying's gaze swept across the distant silhouette of the pure white tower, gradually becoming clearer in the dawn's faint light, her expression cold. Proceed as planned. Technician, this is your responsibility. After the signal is sent, whether we return or not, immediately destroy the equipment and retreat to backup point 3. The technician nodded gravely. With a wave of her hand, Ing signaled, and the three figures melted away like shadows, utilizing the terrain and debris as cover as they stealthily approached the inconspicuous abandoned discharge outlet marked on the map. Eden, the Hall of the Ring of Truth. The expansive circular auditorium was filled to capacity, with Eden's elite clad in various research institute uniforms or formal attire engaged in hushed discussions. The air thick with a reserved yet fervent academic atmosphere. Soft lighting focused on the central podium. Lin Wei, Su Lin, sat in the front row near the aisle. Dressed in a form-fitting silver-gray research suit, exuding an aura of competence and icy elegance. She appeared to be intently listening to an elderly academic's discourse on the optimization of gene sequence stability. Yet beneath her composed exterior lay a mind ensnared by the isolation observation chamber, located 3 levels below. A miniature terminal, cleverly disguised as an ordinary piece of jewelry on her wrist, was actively receiving core data from the observation room. Limo's vital signs, brainwave activity, and residual energy readings all appeared excessively normal. Such an extreme calmness instilled in her a subtle sense of unease. Horton sat not far from her, his piercing gaze occasionally sweeping over her, unabashedly scrutinizing. She was determined to ensure that no disturbances would arise below before she presented the interim results of the tracing project on stage. In the subterranean chamber, Limo's consciousness was taut, akin to a finely tuned violin string. Now was the moment. The load on the external energy network had reached the preset peak. The overload protocol triggered by the technician was activated. Here it comes. The minute ripple in the laboratory's internal energy supply arrived as expected. Almost simultaneously, the suppression field of the ventilation grill entered a brief phase of decay. A 0.5-second window opened. Limo's consciousness split into 2, operating in perfect synchrony like the most intricate machinery. One portion of his awareness manipulated a pre-prepared error code masquerading as a system self-check signal, cleverly injected into several monitoring pipelines that were experiencing delays, riding the wave of energy fluctuations caused by the instantaneous interference. The code, akin to a virus, surreptitiously altered the upper threshold of the physiological data feedback from the pipelines, raising it by a negligible percentage. This would not trigger an alarm. Yet it would create a remarkably concealed illusion of safety redundancy in the ensuing data flow. The other segment of his consciousness directed the meticulously concentrated primordial energy, which, like a surgical scalpel, penetrated the momentarily weakened force field gap of the ventilation grill within 0.3 seconds. Akin to an invisible energy needle deftly wedging itself into an energy circuit node of the force field generator. A stress point was established. The suppression field of the grill did not vanish, but its stability diminished imperceptibly, creating a barely noticeable blind spot in its sensitivity to external energy over the next few minutes. The entire process unfolded in a flash, and as the window closed, everything returned to normal. Limo felt his spirit momentarily drained, his consciousness swirling in dizziness, on the verge of plunging into darkness. Yet he persevered, maintaining the most fundamental operation of the primordial return circuit while simultaneously directing all remaining perceptive strength towards the ventilation grill where the stress point had been fabricated. Success. The first step had been accomplished. Now, it depended on Ing and their ability to seize this fleeting opportunity, as well as whether AMU's perception could penetrate this final barrier. His consciousness clung tightly to the direction of the ventilation grill, akin to a sailor watching over a lighthouse amid a tempest. Simultaneously, within the dim, dust-laden main conduit of the ventilation system, Ing, Ella, and AMU, having just arrived at the designated maintenance platform, sensed the omnipresent, suffocating energy suppression field around them seemed to have loosened ever so slightly. Now is the moment. AMU, Ing whispered urgently. AMU promptly closed his eyes, releasing the pure source energy within him without reservation. Rather than a violent surge, it flowed like the gentlest of ripples, enveloping the area where the 3 of them stood, and extending towards the depths of the conduit, where the suppressive force seemed to weaken. This time, devoid of the heavy barrier, AMU's perception was clearer than ever before. He saw it. Not far below, a familiar point of light, warm yet sharp, flickered defiantly. It was Mogu. His consciousness was awake. Moreover, he seemed to be actively guiding them. Below, to the left, so close. Mogu's awareness was vibrant. AMU, filled with excitement, lowered his voice and pointed towards a branching tunnel below. The shadow's eyes gleamed with determination, and without hesitation, he declared, "Let us go." Chapter 54, Consciousness Link and Exposure Crisis within the ventilation duct. Time appeared to compress. AMU's guidance was clear and urgent. The beckoning consciousness from below resembling a candle flame flickering in the darkness, tantalizingly near, yet separated by an invisible barrier. The shadow moved without hesitation, gliding silently towards the branch AMU indicated, resembling a stealthy feline. Ella followed closely, gripping her energy pistol tightly, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Meanwhile, AMU exerted all his strength to maintain the veil of pure source energy, veins standing out on his forehead, clearly bearing a significant burden. The branch descended further, narrowing to barely accommodate a single person. The duct's inner walls were coated with a thick layer of grease mixed with radioactive dust. The air permeated with the stale scent of rust, and a faint whisper of purified air emanating from the laboratory below. Just as they descended less than 10 meters. At a relatively spacious junction, MU suddenly halted, trembling fingers pointing towards a seemingly seamless metallic wall on the left. Here, Mo is right behind this. Very close. Without a moment's delay, the shadow approached, swiftly probing the cold metal wall with her fingers. The panel was composed of high-strength alloy, welded to the duct's main structure, devoid of any visible switches or seams. However, the shadow keenly noticed that the faintly glowing energy seal around the edge of the panel appeared slightly dimmer than in surrounding areas. This subtle distinction was so minute that without AMU's guidance and intense focus, it would have gone unnoticed. It was a stress point created by Liam. Ella, watch our rear, the shadow whispered, drawing out a slender tool with a microenergy sensor probe from her leg pouch. Carefully, she placed the probe against the slightly dimmed energy seal, holding her breath to sense the energy flow within. Found it. An extremely weak, unstable energy node. She needed to temporarily disrupt the energy supply to this node without triggering the overall alarm, creating a brief physical interface. AMU, the shadow's voice was barely audible. I need your cooperation. Use your source energy to cover the area where I will be operating like a membrane, soothing any potential energy disturbances. AMU nodded solemnly, focusing his mind to channel that pure, gentle force to the location indicated by the shadow's fingertip. Ing took a deep breath, a glimmer of determination flickering in her eyes. She slightly adjusted the angle of the probe in her hand, precisely injecting an exceedingly faint biological current, imbued with a specific interference frequency, into the unstable energy node. A barely audible crackle of electricity resonated through the air. The energy patterns surrounding the injection point flickered like a faulty string of lights, dimming for approximately 1 second. In that fleeting moment, Ying's other hand had already grasped a gossamer thin high-frequency vibrating blade, moving with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye as she carved a small opening, just large enough for her fingers, beneath the dim energy patterns. No alarm sounded. Success. Almost instantaneously upon the emergence of the breach, a more lucid and urgent wave of consciousness surged forth like a flood breaching a dam, crashing directly into Amu's mind, who was exerting all her effort to maintain the connection. Amu, Ing, we must flee. She's on her way back. The system has hidden surveillance. It was Li Mo's voice, resonating within Amu's consciousness, laden with unprecedented urgency and warning. Amu's face drained of color as she grasped Ying's arm tightly, her voice trembling with fear. Mo, Gu said Lin Wei, is returning. The system has hidden surveillance. We must hurry. Ying's pupils constricted sharply, exposed, almost simultaneously with Amu's transmission. She detected through the small opening a faint yet rapidly approaching sound of high heels tapping against the floor from within the observation room, along with subtle fluctuations indicating that the system's energy flow was being forcibly accessed by a higher authority. Damn it! Retreat! Backtrack! Quickly! Ing decisively pulled back the cutting blade, not even pausing to fully close the breach, and forcefully pushed Amu and Ella forward. The three of them scurried like startled lemmings, desperately climbing upwards through the duct they had traversed. They had to escape the ventilation system before the hidden surveillance could fully lock onto their position. In the isolation observation room on the 3rd underground level, Li Mo, having completed the crucial operation within 0.5 seconds and successfully guiding Amu towards a general location, felt his mental state teetering on the brink of exhaustion. Yet, he dared not relax, maintaining a tenuous awareness of the stress points in the ventilation shaft, hoping fervently that Ing and her companions would reach safety and establish contact. However, just as he sensed Amu's pure source energy drawing near, even managing to vaguely perceive Ying's sharp aura, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. An encrypted process of exceptionally high security, previously undetected by him, was suddenly activated within the underlying data stream of the laboratory's main control system, which he had been monitoring through the primal source perception. This process circumvented all conventional monitoring interfaces, initiating a scan and analysis of all energy anomalies and data flows within and outside the isolation observation room. It was Lin Wei. She had indeed left a contingency plan. This hidden surveillance might even elude Hoden's awareness, almost simultaneously with the activation of the hidden process. He sensed through the vibrations transmitted via the ventilation duct walls the familiar rhythmic footsteps of Lin Wei, rapidly approaching from the corridor. They had been discovered. Without a moment to ponder, Li Mo concentrated his final vestige of mental energy, disregarding the potential for psychological trauma, and forcefully transmitted a stern warning through the nascent Unstable consciousness link formed with AMU due to their proximity and shared powers. At the instant the information was conveyed, he felt as though his brain had been pierced by 1,000 needles simultaneously, the excruciating pain rendering him nearly unconscious. The notebook cradled in his arms emitted an anxious pulse, and a cool source of energy surged in, barely shielding his crumbling mental core. He slumped into the nutrient solution, his consciousness hazy, only able to despairingly sense the faint airflow from the opening door of the observation chamber, along with Lin Wei's cold, wrathful gaze weighing heavily upon him like a tangible force. Is this it? In the ventilation duct, Ing, Ayla, and AMU exerted every ounce of strength to climb upward. AMU, having forcibly received and transmitted Li Mo's consciousness information moments earlier, was mentally drained, his complexion pale, and his movements noticeably sluggish. Ayla had no choice but to partially drag and support him. Ing surged ahead, her internal alarms blaring at an apex. She could sense an invisible, frigid scanning wave rapidly spreading through the duct system, akin to a spider casting a vast web. Faster! To the main conduit. Ing growled, already spotting the entrance to the maintenance platform they had traversed earlier. Just as Ayla managed to haul AMU onto the platform, Ing followed closely behind, vaulting up in that very instant. Buzz! Within the entire ventilation system, the energy suppression fields flared intensely. A surge of suppression, magnitude stronger than before, rushed forth like a tidal wave. Simultaneously, the shrill, piercing sound of an intrusion alarm reverberated throughout the subterranean expanse of the 7th Academy like a funeral knell. Alert! Unauthorized energy source intrusion. Location: main conduit from the 2nd to 3rd underground levels. Initiating automatic defense protocols. The cold, synthetic electronic voice echoed repeatedly within the duct. The path leading to the abandoned discharge outlet remained partially unsealed, yet several concealed energy emitters embedded in the walls had emerged, locking onto them. Locked on. Breakthrough. A glint of fierce determination flashed in Ying's eyes as she instantaneously produced 2 sound and light grenades, tossing them backward without a second glance. Boom. Boom. A violent explosion of blinding light and ear-splitting noise erupted within the confined duct, temporarily disrupting the lock of the energy emitters. Go. The trio, braving the immense pressure of the energy field and the deafening alarms, sprinted down the main conduit toward the only exit that promised survival. Meanwhile, behind them in the observation chamber, Lin Wei stood before the opened ventilation panel, gazing at the forcibly created small breach and the faint residual energy traces of the intruder. Alongside the familiar, unique consciousness wave of Li Mo, her expression was dark enough to draw water. Her gaze slowly shifted toward the unconscious Li Mo submerged in the nutrient solution and the seemingly duller notebook within the energy isolation box beside him. A chilling voice, akin to a breeze from the abyss, resonated in the silent observation chamber. It appears I have underestimated your value. Chapter 55. The abyss of consciousness and the glimmer of desperation. Darkness, viscous and cold, akin to sinking into a 10,000-meter trench. After Li Mo emitted that desperate warning, his consciousness plummeted into an endless abyss of chaos, akin to a kite severed from its string. Lin Wei's cold gaze and the sudden surge of energy suppression acted as the final boulder, crushing him entirely. There was no time, no space. Only fragmented shards of perception drifting in the darkness. He felt his body being repeatedly pierced by a coarser energy probe, collecting tissue samples and analyzing his crumbling genetic chain. He sensed the nutrient solution being adjusted, infused with some substance that inhibited neural activity, attempting to drag him into a deeper, uncontrollable stupor. He could even vaguely hear Lin Wei calmly discussing the maintenance threshold of the sample's activity and the risks of consciousness deconstruction with her assistant. A profound despair enveloped his remaining awareness, akin to icy waters flooding his being. Was it over? 3 years of struggle, a fight for survival in a desolate wasteland. Having finally glimpsed a glimmer of extraordinary power, only to be reduced to a mere cold number in this pristine fortress, a stack of analyzed data? Unwillingness surged within him like magma raging beneath the icy crust of despair. He recalled the unwavering gaze of shadows in the darkness, the pure and hopeful resonance of AMU. The gentle yet tenacious will encapsulated in his notebook, and Su Lin, the woman who had once bestowed beauty upon him only to shatter it, now seated high above, determining his fate. Why should it be so? A roar, born from the depths of his soul, defiant against control, against definition, erupted from the very core of his consciousness. This roar ignited the nearly extinguished primal pathway within him. That minuscule cycle, merging the essence of rock-solid structure with the heart of the source, did not collapse under the intensity of his emotions. Rather, it burst forth like forged iron. emitting a final, most brilliant radiance. A deep hum resonated, no longer a mere tremor but a profound resonance, seemingly echoing from ancient times. This resonance pierced through the barriers of drugs and energy suppression, establishing the deepest connection with the dormant notebook cradled in his arms. The once dull cover of the notebook suddenly became searing hot. Within, the slow and forced fusion accelerated under the catalyst of this shared resonance. The cold, silver lines of regulation and the warm, golden source energy no longer merely intertwined. They began to entwine tightly, fusing like a double helix of DNA, forming a new, stable, and foundational power that radiated the essence of primordial chaos. Simultaneously, Li Mo felt his plummeting awareness crash into an endless ocean, composed of countless streams of golden and silver light data and warm life force. Was this the interior of the notebook? No, it was more than just the notebook. Was this the residual primordial memory of the source? Or perhaps the ultimate database of the rock civilization regarding the source? Or a newly birthed realm emerging from the fusion of both? Here, he witnessed the birth and demise of stars, the evolution and decay of life, the establishment and collapse of rules. Countless grand and minute, cold and warm pieces of information surged forth like a tide, crashing against his diminutive awareness. He witnessed how the source heart emerged from the cosmic womb, nurturing all creation, and how it became ensnared by the frigid chains that symbolize annihilation and finality. Imprisoned and drained, he also observed the rise of the rock civilization, their astonishing wisdom attempting to decipher and harness the power of the source, erecting magnificent stellar fortresses, only to ultimately disintegrate under the backlash of the source's essence and the corrosive forces of obliteration, crumbling into ruins. A colossal stream of information threatened to assimilate his consciousness, leading to its obliteration. Just as he was on the verge of being utterly lost in the depths of this consciousness, a warm and resolute golden light emerged, shining like a beacon amidst the tumultuous tide of information. This light was the remnant of the source heart, the core imprint of its will, embodying its yearning for life and its affection for creation. This golden glow guided him, allowing him to seize a strand of the most crucial information within this vast ocean. It was not a cataclysmic technology or power, but rather an ancient wisdom regarding balance and resonance. It was the foundational protocol through which the source maintained its existence and evolution under varying forms and rules. In this protocol, he vaguely comprehended why the laws of the rock could be forcibly merged with the essence of the source. They were, in fact, two different aspects of the manifestation of source power, akin to the two sides of a coin. The chains of annihilation, however, sought to disrupt this balance, attempting to reduce all to a void of silence, a misguided force. His primordial path to the source inadvertently aligned with this most primal balance protocol. His consciousness, in this baptism of the deep sea, felt as if it had been remolded. When he opened his eyes once more, if consciousness possessed eyes, he found himself still amidst the vast ocean of information, yet no longer swept away by its currents. His core of consciousness, that minuscule pathway back to the source, now resembled a stable singularity, slowly rotating, untangling the surrounding chaotic streams of information, absorbing and transforming them into a purer form of primordial power that he could comprehend. He gazed into reality. Through the deep link with his notebook, he clearly perceived everything within the observation room. Lin Wei stood before the control console, her expression icy as she issued commands. The activity of the sample's consciousness has shown abnormal peaks, followed by a rapid decline, indicative of impending collapse. Increase the dosage of sedatives and prepare to execute the consciousness fragment capture protocol. Initiate Level 3 Forced Activation Protocol on the aberrant entity. I will not allow it to remain dormant any longer. An assistant hesitated. Dr. Lin, Level 3 Forced Activation may cause irreversible damage. Execute the order. Lin Wei's voice brooked no dissent. Horton's people are already outside. We must acquire the core data before he gains leverage. The assistant ceased further argument and began the operation. Li Mo saw a larger dosage of the cold sedative injected into the tubes connecting to his body. Simultaneously, the energy isolation box containing the notebook illuminated with glaring red warning lights, and several thicker energy conduits connected, forcibly transmitting high-intensity, pure white energy into the notebook, attempting to violently breach its defenses. They must not succeed. Li Mo's consciousness roared silently within the depths of the sea. He endeavored to harness the nascent and purer primordial force, yet discovered it remained feeble, insufficient to directly confront external physical means and energy suppression. What to do? His gaze fell upon the vast ocean of information, steeped in ancient wisdom regarding balance and resonance. A remarkably audacious thought flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning. If his primordial circuit could evoke the deep resonance of the notebook, could he, through this resonance, awaken other external sources? He recalled the isolated, uncontrollable keystone node, which harbored a vast power, tainted yet fundamentally belonging to the source. If he could utilize the notebook as a conduit, leveraging the balancing characteristics of the primordial circuit to pry open a sliver of that tainted power, it would be akin to playing with fire. A moment's carelessness could lead to his own immediate consumption by the pollution, perhaps even incite far more dreadful consequences. Yet, this was the sole opportunity for retaliation amidst despair. There was no time for hesitation. Liemo immersed his consciousness completely into the primordial circuit, adjusting it to achieve the most harmonious state possible with the deep fusion of the notebook. Then, guided by his own awareness and using the notebook as an amplifier, he transmitted a faint primordial fluctuation imbued with the essence of balance, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, towards the distant, isolated keystone node. This was not an energetic impact, but rather an inquiry of rules, a resonance of existence. The fluctuation traversed the layered barriers of Eden, crossing spatial distances, precisely touching the keystone ensnared in lethargy within the isolation field, its core still surging with dark red pollution. Buzz, at the edge of the distant Wailing Gorge. Beneath the meticulously isolated observation point, the dark red energy pool, reminiscent of coagulated plasma, appeared to ripple ever so slightly, as if an invisible stone had been cast into it. Simultaneously, within the isolation observation chamber on the third underground level of the 7th Academy, the energy isolation box connected to the notebook erupted with a tumultuous and chaotic fluctuation, entirely distinct from any previously encountered energy characteristics. The dual-colored golden and silver light clashed and intertwined with the dark red hue of pollution, flashing frantically. A piercing alarm, indicative of the highest level of energy instability, instantly overshadowed the prior intrusion alert, reverberating throughout the entire 7th Academy. All screens on the control panel displayed erratic data. Lin Wei abruptly turned, her gaze fixed upon the violently quaking energy isolation box, her face betraying an incredulous shock for the first time. What is happening? The energy readings are utterly chaotic. High concentrations of chaotic pollution detected. How is this possible? Meanwhile, Liemo, submerged in the nutrient solution, succumbed to darkness after emitting that resonance. In the fleeting moment before complete loss of perception, he seemed to hear a distant, low growl imbued with wrath and a will for destruction. The fire had been ignited. The consequences were beyond anyone's reckoning. Chapter 56. Resonance of Pollution and Pure White Chaos. In the 7th Academy, on the 3rd underground level, the isolation observation chamber, the piercing alarm of energy instability, akin to the mournful wail of a dying beast, shattered the previously oppressive silence. The once stable instrument screen was suddenly overtaken by a cacophony of garbled text and erratic waveforms, the indicator lights flashing frantically, red, yellow, white, intertwining into a chaotic spectacle of light pollution. The energy isolation chamber connected to the laptop throbbed like a restless heart, violently trembling on its specially designed mount, emitting a dissonant metallic screech. Inside the chamber, the glimmering hues of gold and silver clashed with the ominous dark red of contaminated energy, resembling two serpents entangled in a fierce struggle, colliding, annihilating, and then regenerating. The turbulent energy emanating from within battered against the chamber walls, causing the layered suppression field to flicker erratically, producing a strained hum under the overwhelming pressure. Report the energy readings. Quickly, Lin Wei, Su Lin shouted, her voice betraying her usual composure with a hint of barely concealed panic. She rushed to the control panel, her hands flying over the virtual keyboard in an attempt to stabilize the system. But the returning data stream was a chaotic mess, far exceeding the analytical range of the standard model. Unable to read. Energy characteristics are completely disordered. High concentrations of undefined chaotic contamination, with an 87 similarity to the cornerstone node characteristics. Yet, intertwined within is a stronger, unknown order attribute. They are conflicting and merging. The assistant's voice trembled with disbelief and fear. The suppression field is overloaded. Output power has reached critical levels. The structural integrity of the chamber is declining. Radiation levels within the laboratory are soaring, triggering secondary contamination alarm. Bad news cascaded in rapid succession. Within the observation room, the air itself seemed to warp under the impact of the chaotic energy, emitting a low, mournful howl. Lin Wei's gaze remained fixed on the agitated energy isolation chamber before abruptly turning to the comatose Liemo in the nutrient solution tank. It was him. He must have done something. Was his unnaturally calm demeanor, That eerie decline following an apex of consciousness, merely a facade? Was it a prelude to this self-destructive counterattack? How did he manage to do this? How could a lowly genetic carrier, struggling in a wasteland, possibly trigger the contamination node far away in the Weeping Valley? How could he provoke such a violent reaction between these two opposing forces within his aberrant creation? A torrent of questions and a fury stemming from the situation slipping entirely out of control threatened to overwhelm her reason. Just then, the alloy door of the observation room was forcefully swung open. Supervisor Horton stormed in, accompanied by a squad of heavily armed soldiers clad in bulky purification power armor. Their energy rifles instantly locking onto all moving targets within the room, including Lin Wei and her assistant. Dr. Lin, Horton's voice came through the helmet, carrying a cold inquiry laced with a sense of foreboding. Explain the situation. A high-level energy control failure alert, along with chaotic contamination characteristics, has emerged from the core laboratory of the 7th Academy. This is a severe violation of the core's safety regulations. The soldiers behind him rapidly spread out, deploying portable energy suppressors and environmental purification devices in an effort to contain the runaway energy and halt the spread of contamination. Lin Wei took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her tumultuous emotions, regaining a measure of her former icy demeanor. Supervisor Horton, this is my laboratory, and what is underway is a high-risk research endeavor. Unexpected fluctuations have emerged within an acceptable range. Please escort your personnel away and refrain from interfering with my operations. Acceptable range? Horton stepped forward, the heavy footsteps of his powered armor resonating distinctly amidst the cacophony of alarms. He gestured towards the violently quaking energy containment unit. You claim that such a level of chaotic contamination is within an acceptable range? Dr. Lin, your project has posed a substantial threat to Eden's safety. By emergency authorization, I hereby formally assume control of this laboratory and all related samples and items. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, control the samples. Seal the anomalous creations. Should there be any resistance, the use of non-lethal force is authorized. 2 Purifier soldiers immediately approached the nutrient solution chamber, while 2 others, armed, advanced towards the energy containment unit that was emitting explosive sounds. You dare. Lin Wei abruptly positioned herself in front of the nutrient solution chamber, a pure white energy field radiating from her. Though not as formidable as the powered armor, it emanated an aura of inviolable sharpness. Horton, this is my domain. Without a direct order from the Council, you have no authority to commandeer my project. The Council's order is on its way. Horton remained unyielding. The weapon platform on his shoulder began charging, locking onto Lin Wei. Given your current state of instability and the potential threat to Eden's safety, I have just cause to take necessary measures. Stand aside, Dr. Lin. The tension between them escalated, a chilling intent to kill permeating the chaotic energy currents. In that moment of stalemate, a dull explosion resounded. The specially designed energy containment unit could no longer withstand the frenzied clash of the 2 supreme forces within. One side of the unit suddenly exploded open. In an instant, a torrent of energy, a volatile blend of golden and silver order with dark red chaos, surged forth like a wild stallion from the breach. This energy torrent was not merely destructive. It seemed imbued with a semblance of life, as if possessing consciousness. It first collided with the 2 nearby Purifier soldiers. Their screams abruptly ceased. The soldiers' powered armor disintegrated under the onslaught of that strange energy, melting away like ice under the sun, collapsing entirely. The soldiers inside had no time to struggle, vanishing into particles of light, leaving not even a trace of ash. The torrent did not relent, sweeping through the laboratory like a frenzied whip. Instrument tables disintegrated upon contact, alloy walls etched with deep grooves. The entire observation room teetering on the brink of collapse. Activate the maximum power suppression field. Horton, filled with rage and urgency, bellowed his command. The remaining soldiers immediately cranked their portable suppressors to maximum power, weaving interlocking pure white light screens in an attempt to block the rampaging energy torrent. Lin Wei's complexion shifted dramatically. She swiftly operated her personal terminal, initiating the observation room's preset highest-level emergency protection system. More potent energy barriers rose from the ceiling and floor, overlapping with the purifier suppression field, barely restraining the rampant energy torrent within a confined area. Yet the torrent continued to thrash about within the barriers, voraciously depleting the energy reserves of both sides. The entire underground 3rd level, and even the upper areas, resonated with the violent energy tremors and structural vibrations. The alarm resonated throughout the vicinity, not limited to the 7th Academy, but alarming the entire defensive system of the Eden core zone. Chaos ensued, absolute chaos. At the heart of the surging energy torrent, Within the damaged energy isolation box, a notebook hovered in tranquil suspension. Its cover was no longer dull gray, nor merely gilded or dark crimson. Instead, it manifested a profound hue, akin to the dark golden color imbued with celestial depths. The intricate light patterns that once adorned its surface had now simplified, yet appeared more arcane, resembling the natural imprints of fundamental laws. It had transcended its role as merely a continuation of the source heart or a mere vessel for the rock, under the reckless resonance catalyzed by Liemo. Through the violent clash and enforced merging of two internal forces, it had metamorphosed into something unprecedented. Unbeknownst to the unconscious Liemo, the minuscule source initial circuit within him, having ignited this earth-shattering resonance, seemed to have exhausted all its energy, becoming dim and lifeless, sinking into the deepest recesses of self-preserving unconsciousness alongside him. Only the transformed notebook, at the heart of the chaotic energy storm, resembled a newly hatched, ravenous chick, instinctively and greedily absorbing all surrounding energies, whether from Eden's pure white suppression field, the uncontrollable mixed torrent, or even the faint, distant resonances of contamination emanating from the foundational nodes across the spatial divide. The inferno ignited by Liemo had spiraled entirely out of control, beginning to scorch everything in its path, including its creator and the seemingly impregnable pure white fortress. Horton gazed at the rampant energy torrents, still raging under dual gravitational constraints, and at the dark golden notebook suspended at their center, exuding an aura that struck fear into his heart. His expression, concealed beneath his mask, was one of profound dismay. He realized that the unfolding situation had far surpassed the realm of purification. Meanwhile, Lin Wei, after her initial shock and fury, observed the transformed notebook and Liemo, her eyes igniting once more with an almost frenzied, fervent desire for research. To her, chaos might signify peril, but it equally presented a splendid opportunity to unveil deeper secrets. At that moment, her personal terminal received a message from a channel of the highest authority, encrypted to an extreme degree. The sender was codenamed Nightshade. The message contained only a few terse words. The situation has unraveled. Proceed with Plan 2. Preserve the key. Lin Wei's gaze sharpened slightly, her fingertips swiftly gliding over the terminal to reply with an acknowledgement symbol. Her eyes shifted once again towards the unconscious Liemo and the dark golden notebook, a cold and complex smile gracing her lips. The storm had only just begun. Chapter 57. Chaos and the Key. The energy control alarm on the third underground level of the 7th Academy in Eden reverberated like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples swiftly throughout the entire core area. Within the pure white fortress, such clamor had never before been experienced. Emergency lights blared in piercing red, replacing the usual soft illumination, while cold electronic synthesized voices repeated urgent announcements across various sectors, instructing non-combat personnel and core researchers to immediately proceed to designated shelters. Within the corridor, armed forces belonging to various departments hurriedly mobilized, their heavy footsteps intertwining with the hum of energy engines, creating an atmosphere rife with tension and uncertainty. Outside the observation chamber, the dual energy barrier formed by the Purifier Squad led by Horton and the internal defense system activated by Lin Wei resembled an unstable cocoon of light, barely containing the chaotic and bizarre torrent that surged within, a tumultuous blend of order and chaos. The muffled sounds of the torrent crashing against the barrier echoed like the roars of a trapped beast, resonating in the hearts of all present. Horton gazed intently through his visor at the hovering dark golden notebook and the unconscious Liemo within the nutrient chamber. In his data vision, the energy readings concerning the notebook remained chaotic, yet an unprecedented sense of soul-chilling pressure emanated continuously from its dark golden form. This object must not remain, and that male specimen, capable of invoking such a terrifying entity, must also be thoroughly purified. How long until reinforcements arrive? Horton demanded urgently through the internal channel. Reporting, Supervisor. The 3rd and 7th Purifier Squads have reached the periphery of the 7th Academy, but they have been blocked at the ground entrance by Dr. Lin's security clearance. They request a higher level of conflict authorization. Damn it. Horton cursed under his breath. Lin Wei's influence at the 7th Academy was deeply entrenched, especially in her own field of projects, with astonishing authority. He needed to obtain a compulsory order from the council as soon as possible. Meanwhile, within the barrier, Lin Wei appeared to be fully focused on stabilizing the internal energy turmoil, aiding in the control of the suppressive force. Yet her peripheral vision never strayed from Liemo and the notebook. The message from Night Shadow echoed in her mind. The key. Did the key refer to Liemo, or to the notebook that had undergone an unknown transformation? Or perhaps both? She quickly analyzed the situation before her. Horton's purification sequence was determined to eradicate all anomalies. The Council's stance remained ambiguous, and the value and risks presented by Li Mo and the notebook had far exceeded expectations. Remaining at the 7th Academy, whether for herself or the key, could lead to a perilous situation, even providing Horton with the opportunity to purify them. She must escape amid the chaos. Remove the key from Eden's core focus. A bold plan rapidly took shape in her mind. She needed to exploit the present turmoil, as well as Horton's relentless pressure. At that moment, the external communication of the observation chamber was forcibly interrupted, and a voice, authoritative and composed, resonated with undeniable power. Dr. Lin Wei, Supervisor Horton. I am Council Security Director Auguste. Report your exact situation. Repeat, report the exact situation. The Council had finally intervened directly. Horton responded immediately, his tone urgent and grave. Director Auguste. A high-level energy containment breach has occurred on the 3rd underground level of the 7th Academy, originating from the anomalous entity and associated samples contained within Dr. Lin's project. This entity has triggered a chaotic contamination leak and caused severe damage to the laboratory. I request immediate authorization for the highest level of purification sequence to take over and manage this crisis. Lin Wei spoke almost as soon as Horton finished, her voice carrying a deliberately maintained calmness, though the subtle tremor betrayed the immense pressure she felt. Augustus, this is Lin Wei. The situation is currently manageable, but exceedingly unstable. Sample K7M01 has undergone an unpredictable symbiotic mutation with the anomalous creation during the experiment, and the energy response has exceeded existing models. Director Horton's forcible intervention and threats of violence have exacerbated the chaos within the energy field. I request the Council's authorization to transfer the sample and the creation to a more secure and isolated stasis domain for in-depth research, rather than resorting to crude destruction. This could represent a significant breakthrough in our understanding of the essence of source power. She skillfully deflected part of the responsibility onto Horton's intervention and introduced the option of the stasis domain. That domain served as an absolute isolation space employed by Eden to contain the most hazardous and uncontrollable items. Equipped with an independent energy supply system separate from the core network, items entering the stasis domain are virtually erased from reality. Yet this also preserves the possibility for future research. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the communication as Augustus weighed the options. On one side, there was the urgent demand from the purification sequence regarding safety, and on the other, the insistence of the top researchers from the 7th Academy about the breakthrough. Alongside the unprecedented energy phenomenon before them, authorize the transfer to the stasis domain. Augustus's voice finally resonated, making a relatively conservative yet flexible decision. Dr. Lin, you will be responsible for leading the transfer procedure. Director Horton, your personnel will oversee the entire process, ensuring absolute safety and preventing any possible contamination spread. Maintain the current suppression state before entering the stasis domain. After the transfer is complete, submit a detailed report. Understood, Lin Wei promptly replied, a glint of cunning triumph flashing in her eyes. Though Horton was reluctant, he could not defy the Council's direct orders and could only respond in a subdued tone. The purification sequence complies. The communication was severed. Lin Wei turned to Horton, her expression returning to that of a composed researcher. Director Horton, please have your personnel cooperate to maintain barrier stability. I need to prepare the transfer container and obtain authorization for the channel to the stasis domain. Horton snorted coldly and gestured for the soldiers to adjust the output of the suppression field, ensuring control over the internal energy torrent. Lin Wei swiftly approached the nearby console, her fingers dancing across the interface as she summoned the transfer protocol for the stasis domain. She needed to apply for a specialized energy isolation transport capsule and secure access to the unique channel leading to the stasis domain. However, in the brief interlude as she entered her commands, no one noticed that her fingertips subtly inputted a series of non-standard identification codes on an interface that appeared to be a system log. Meanwhile, outside the periphery of Eden, near the abandoned discharge outlets, Shadow, Ella, and AMU had just caught their breath after a harrowing escape, hidden beneath a tangle of twisted metal debris. The distant commotion and energy fluctuations emanating from the 7th Academy sent a chill through them. It seems something significant has occurred inside, Ella gasped, still shaken. AMU's face remained pale, clutching his forehead as he weakly remarked, I can no longer sense Murgo's clear signal, only chaos and an overwhelming pressure. Shadow furrowed his brow. Limo's final warning, coupled with the tremendous commotion emanating from within, indicated that their actions, though exposed, had inadvertently triggered a far greater upheaval. Whether this turn of events was a blessing or a curse remained uncertain. At that moment, A technician transmitted an urgent communication through an encrypted channel, his voice laden with incredulous excitement. Shadow, we have intercepted high-level communications from within Eden. The Council has ordered the transfer of Li Mo and that notebook to a place known as the Stasis Field. Lin Wei is in charge, with the purifiers overseeing. The term Stasis Field was unfamiliar to Shadow. It was reputed to be Eden's highest-level containment facility, said to be a place from which nothing ever returned. The technician's tone was frantic, yet I caught another exceedingly faint signal, encrypted at an even higher level, originating from within the 7th Academy. It pointed to an unknown external coordinate, repeating a single word, Raven. Raven. Shadow's pupils dilated suddenly. This was a code, one whispered among the highest echelons of the Watchers, symbolizing an external extraction signal in extreme circumstances. Was this signal sent by Lin Wei, that senior researcher from Eden? Could she be a sleeper agent for the Watchers? Or perhaps a collaborator? The enormity of this revelation momentarily bewildered Shadow, but her instincts, honed by years of navigating peril, swiftly grasped the crux of the matter. Lin Wei intended to sabotage the transfer. The Raven was a signal for extraction. This was an opportunity, a rare chance to rescue Li Mo amidst the chaos when Eden's internal forces were restrained. Technician, lock onto the coordinates indicated by the Raven signal. Ella, AMU we move. Shadow declared decisively, her eyes rekindled with a sharp glimmer. Where to? Ella inquired. To the point along their transfer route. Shadow's voice was cold and resolute. We shall extract Li Mo from this turmoil. The trio melded once more into the shadows, stealthily advancing towards the coordinates relayed by the technician. Akin to silent cheetahs on the prowl, the turmoil within Eden, the Council's orders, Lin Wei's machinations, Houghton's vigilance, and the external shadow team lying in wait. All forces were drawn into a vortex, revolving around the unconscious Li Mo and the dark golden notebook, as an even more thrilling contest unfolded beneath the shadow of the pure white fortress. Yet Li Mo remained blissfully unaware. His consciousness still submerged in the unfathomable darkness brought forth by the forced resonance. Chapter 58. Whispers of the Source Sea and Forced Awakening. Consciousness submerged in a lightless abyss. Li Mo felt like a mere speck of dust, adrift in the vast Source Sea composed of countless shattered rules and life's imprints. Time lost its significance, and his sense of self became obscured amidst the torrent of information. Only a small dark golden point of light, shaped by the primal return of the Source, served as an anchor, maintaining his last vestige of clarity. He ceased to attempt understanding the overwhelming flow of information and instead immersed his entire being in the perception and sustenance of that dark golden light. Gradually, a peculiar form of listening replaced his passive endurance. He perceived the rhythmic hum of stars being born, the jubilant song of life emerging, and the reluctant sigh of civilizations fading into silence. These were no longer chaotic bombardments of information, but transformed into a profound whisper, delving into the essence of existence. Within these murmurs, he caught fragments related to his own state, concerning balance, not a static state, but a dynamic equilibrium that permits conflict and fusion, a higher order of stability. His journey of origin inadvertently brushed against the threshold of this balance. Regarding resonance, all things emanate from a singular source, each possessing its unique oscillation. Potent resonance can stir the stars, while subtle resonance can even deceive the very rules governing existence. Concerning cages, no matter how formidable the barriers, their energy structures invariably possess interfaces for exchange with the external world. Even the tiniest fissure is not an impasse for those attuned to resonance. These insights flowed like a gentle stream, nurturing the dim pathway of his origin. The glimmers of light ceased to merely sustain. They began to pulsate at a more arcane frequency, actively absorbing those fragments of rules and strands of primordial energy from the ocean of source that resonated with their essence. Gradually, exceedingly slowly, the dark golden glimmer began to swell, evolving from a speck of dust into a slowly rotating droplet of dark gold suspended in the depths of consciousness. He sensed that his mastery over this nascent power was being restored, becoming even more refined and profound than before. It was an intrinsic elevation, as though he was truly beginning to comprehend, rather than merely wield, this force. At that moment, an external, intensely purposeful cold wave, akin to a torpedo launched into the deep sea, forcefully intruded into this relatively serene realm of consciousness, attempting to establish a connection with him. It was Lin Wei. What did she intend? Forcing a consciousness link while he was unconscious? Instantly alert, Li Mo tightly encircled his newly regained awareness around the dark golden droplet. Akin to a startled hedgehog, the cold wave, driven by an irresistible will, repeatedly battered against his mental defenses, endeavoring to convey information. It was not the previous scanning or probing. It resembled a coercive communication request. Liamo instinctively resisted. Engaging in any form of consciousness connection with this woman was akin to courting disaster. Yet, the wave was remarkably persistent, imbued with urgency, perhaps even a deeply concealed warning. In the midst of his hesitation, a faint perception from the outside seeped through the forced link into his awareness. He felt himself moving, situated in a cold, narrow space isolated by a powerful energy field. Was it the transport chamber of that stagnant realm? He sensed several potent, hostile energy sources surrounding him at close quarters. Were they the purifiers of Horton? He also felt a familiar, sharp aura belonging to Shadow, an AMU's pure wave of energy, rapidly approaching from a distant location. Shadow and the others were coming. Outside, were they attempting to intercept the transport? A wave of overwhelming panic seized Liamo. No, it was too dangerous. The purifiers, led by Horton, were impeccably equipped, rendering their adversaries utterly powerless. It was imperative to thwart their advance or devise a means of collaboration. In that moment of profound mental upheaval, a minuscule crack appeared in his consciousness's defenses. Lin Wei's chilling aura, akin to a serpent poised to strike, seized upon this vulnerability, forcibly establishing a unidirectional flow of information. A clear and urgent fragment of consciousness was imprinted directly in his mind. Listen, the transfer is a ruse. Horton has received a covert order to execute the final purification at the spine gorge of the passageway. The Raven is in position. That is your only chance. Collaborate with me to create chaos, or you shall all perish. The transmission abruptly ceased, the icy presence receding like a retreating tide, the connection severed unilaterally. Liamo's consciousness churned violently, as if cast into a pool by a massive stone. Horton intended to strike. Was the Raven there to assist? Was Lin Wei aiding him? Why? Countless questions surged forth, but at this moment, the paramount concern was the safety of Ing and the solitary glimmer of hope. He could not linger in despair any longer. He must awaken. He must seize control of his power. A fierce instinct for survival, coupled with anxiety for his companions outside, coalesced into a formidable force, propelling the dark golden droplet within the depths of his consciousness into a frenzied spin. Awaken! He unleashed a silent roar from the very core of his being. The dark golden droplet erupted in a brilliant radiance, no longer merely absorbing fragments of the source sea, but instead voraciously extracting and devouring all accessible source energy around it, whether it represented the unyielding rules of stone or the warm essence of the source heart. Even the errant, chaotic streams of information were forcibly drawn in, crushed, and fused by this spinning droplet. An unprecedented power, imbued with the domineering essence of primordial chaos, began to gestate and flourish at the heart of that droplet. Crack! The sound echoed within his consciousness as though some shackles had been shattered. In the real world, within a sealed transport pod racing towards the stasis domain, Liamo suddenly opened his eyes. Deep within his pupils, a fleeting glimmer of dark golden light vanished, only to be replaced by a gaze that was no longer frail or bewildered, but rather imbued with a cold, serene understanding of the rules. He found himself restrained in a specially designed binding chair, connected to an array of monitoring tubes, as powerful sedatives coursed through his bloodstream, attempting to suppress his nerves. Beside him, the damaged energy isolation box had been replaced by a smaller, yet more intricately constructed dark golden metal box, housing his notebook, whose restrained essence resonated subtly with the nascent power within him. In the transport pod, apart from him, only two fully armed purifier soldiers stood guard, their icy gazes fixed upon him. Horton and Lin Wei were likely observing from the lead vehicle or through surveillance. He attempted to move his fingers. The binding straps were exceptionally strong, making escape nearly impossible. Yet, his objective was never physical liberation. He closed his eyes once more, immersing his entire focus within. The dark golden droplet, which had coalesced in the depths of his consciousness, had its projection manifest within the core of his source primordial return path. At this moment, the circuit transformed from a mere trivial loop into a swirling vortex of energy, composed of countless intricate and profound dark golden runes. He meticulously guided a nascent force, embodying both dominance and equilibrium, not to assault the bindings nor to confront the sentinels, but akin to a master sculptor. Began to chisel away at the biotic electrical signals and energy flows coursing through the monitoring conduits connected to him. His aim was to fabricate the illusion of a sample's vital signs precipitously deteriorating on the brink of collapse without triggering any alarms. Simultaneously, he sent forth a delicate thread of consciousness, like an invisible tendril, gently caressing the notebook nestled within the dark golden metal case beside him. This time, It was not a call or resonance, but a synchrony. The notebook's subdued essence stirred slightly, resonating more profoundly with the dark golden vortex within him. An intangible, faint energy field emanated from the nexus of him and the notebook, quietly expanding, subtly interfering with the precise energy environment inside the transport chamber. He was setting the stage for the impending chaos. His perception had already penetrated the barriers of the transport chamber, reaching outward, striving to capture the essence of their presence, as well as the location of the deadly trap known as the Broken Spine Gorge. The awakened hunter, within its cage, quietly unsheathed its fangs, awaiting the moment to sow chaos and reverse life and death. Chapter 59. The Death Trap of the Broken Spine Gorge. The exclusive transfer passage of Eden was not constructed upon the surface, but was a vast tunnel that traversed the mountains at the periphery of the core zone. The tunnel's interior was as smooth as a mirror, forged from a dark alloy capable of absorbing energy and sound waves. Only the deep, resonant hum emitted when the suspended transport chamber's base made contact with the track, along with the faint glow of instruments within the chamber, disrupted this near-absolute silence. Liam lay with his eyes closed, seemingly still enshrouded in the coma induced by substances, yet all his consciousness was taut as a drawn bowstring. Focused on two matters, meticulously maintaining the ruse of the monitoring signals, and, through a newfound, heightened perception, scanning the external world. The speed of the transport chamber was astonishing, yet Liam could distinctly sense the subtle fluctuations in the ambient energy around him. They were departing the highly ordered region of Eden's core, where pure white energy reigned supreme, and entering a wilder territory with more complex energy attributes. The radiation readings in the air were gradually ascending, and the structural integrity of the space seemed to grow more fragile and unstable. They had reached the very edge of Eden's actual control zone. The name Broken Spine Gorge echoed in Liam's mind, based on the fragmented information he had gleaned and Linway's warnings. This would be the site where Houghton would execute the final purification, a place distant from the core, with a complex energy environment conducive to concealing everything. His perception extended like an invisible radar, reaching forward. Indeed, approximately several kilometers ahead, the passage appeared to culminate at a bridge spanning a vast chasm. Beneath the rift, a dense, unyielding mist, infused with intense radiation and erratic spatial turbulence, swirls, a scar left by the cataclysm of a bygone era, known as the Abyss of the Broken Spine. On the far side of the bridge, the passage extends further, leading to the so-called stagnation zone. Yet, Liam can sense the murderous intent of Houghton, coalescing upon this very bridge. The transport pod's speed noticeably diminishes, poised to ascend the bridge. This is the moment. Liam hesitates no longer. He abruptly amplifies the interference with the external energy environment. The invisible force field emanating from him, and his notebook surges in intensity several-fold. It is not a violent shock, but akin to a grain of sand disrupting the intricate rhythm within a finely tuned clock. Buzz. Within the transport pod, all lights abruptly dim, then flicker wildly. The binding chair restraining Liam emits a jarring electrical hum, and the monitors tracking his physiological data instantly black out, only to be replaced by garbled characters. What is happening? A guard, a purifier soldier, barks sharply, raising his energy rifle, aimed squarely at Liam. Another soldier swiftly checks the pod systems. Unidentified energy interference. Partial system failure. Sedative delivery interrupted. Almost simultaneously, a resounding boom echoes from the front of the transport pod. The entire chamber jolts violently, as if struck by some colossal entity. It is not an explosion, but rather a powerful energy field that seems to have deflected and collided. Has Houghton's prearranged purification field been activated? Yet, the target appears to have deviated. An external assault. The pod's communicator crackles with Houghton's furious roar. Everyone, pay attention. A high-energy reaction has been detected at the bridge's entrance. They are not one of us. What? Liam is momentarily taken aback. Besides Houghton and Linway, is there a third party involved? His perception stretches outward, piercing through the chaotic energy field and the pod's walls. Above the bridge's entrance, 3 vertical takeoff and landing aircraft, emblazoned with the Eden insignia, but evidently older and seemingly illicitly modified, circle like vultures. From their underbellies extend thick energy conduits. The recently misfired purification field was forcibly disrupted by a directed energy pulse emitted from one of these aircraft. It is the Corvette, the reinforcements arranged by Linway. No, Liam promptly dismisses this notion. Linway had warned him that the extraction point lay within the abyss of the Broken Spine, activated only after Houghton made his move. Moreover, the reckless nature of these aircraft's attack suggests a frenzied opportunism rather than a meticulously planned extraction. It resembles a brazen raid. It is the children of the wasteland. Those accursed marauders. Horton's roar confirms Li Mo's suspicions. How could they possibly know our relocation route? How dare they assault the Eden forces? Chaos. Utter chaos. Horton's purification trap is inadvertently triggered and skewed, while the children of the wasteland marauders interject. Amidst this turmoil, Li Mo's perception captures familiar silhouettes at the mist's edge beneath the bridge, small yet recognizable figures swiftly scaling the rocky walls, leveraging the shadows and chaotic energy currents like geckos. It is Ing, Ayla, and Amu. They have indeed arrived. Moreover, he chose the most perilous yet unexpectedly audacious path. The moment was fleeting. A flicker of dark golden light flashed in Li Mo's eyes, and he cast aside all pretense. The dark golden energy vortex within him began to whirl with unprecedented velocity. An overwhelming force, embodying both structured order and chaotic vitality, erupted instantaneously. Crack, crack. The alloy restraints binding his body shattered, as if they were mere rotting wood under the impact of this power. The monitoring lines connected to him were violently torn away. The target has awakened. Out of control. Open fire. The two guard soldiers reacted with remarkable swiftness, their energy rifles unleashing lethal beams of pure white light. Li Mo did not even glance back. He merely raised a hand, palm facing forward. A miniature energy shield, composed of swirling dark golden runes, materialized out of thin air. Hiss! The pure white energy beam collided with the dark golden shield, not exploding, nor being entirely repelled, but deftly deflected and dispersed like water encountering a rock, crashing against the walls of the chamber and leaving charred marks. His mastery over this force had reached an exquisite level. Simultaneously, he grasped the air with his other hand. The dark golden metal box nearby seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, the lid snapping open with a loud bang. The dark golden notebook flew into his grasp. The notebook felt icy to the touch, yet the vast power within it resonated perfectly with the dark golden vortex inside him, completing a flawless cycle. A far more potent and grand aura erupted forth, radiating from him. He was no longer fighting alone. Stop him. Horton's roar echoed through the communicator as more purifiers surged from the escort vehicles, charging towards the out-of-control transport cabin. Outside, the aircraft of the children of the wasteland commenced indiscriminate fire upon the purifier convoy, their avaricious gaze clearly fixated on the valuable items within the transport cabin. The bridge transformed instantly into a chaotic battlefield, filled with flying energy and relentless explosions. Shadow, Ella, and AMU seized this opportunity, darting onto the bridge like phantoms, their weapons firing unhesitatingly at the nearest purifier soldiers. Mo. AMU's voice of surprise cut through the cacophony of explosions. Li Mo kicked open the twisted transport cabin door. Clutching the dark golden notebook, bathed in the chaotic glow of intertwining energies, his gaze calmly surveying the scene. Horton's deadly scheme, the rapacity of the raiders, Shadow's rescue, and Lin Wei's calculations, all clues intertwined and clashed at this moment. His gaze ultimately transcended the tumultuous battlefield, landing upon the far end of the bridge, where a dark passage leading to an unknown stagnant realm awaited, and he stole a glance at the chasm below, swirling with deadly fog. A cold smile curved at the corners of his mouth. Chaos was his finest cover. He did not rush toward Shadow and the others, nor did he attempt to attack Horton. Instead, he shifted his form, and amid the astonished gazes of all, like a dark golden meteor, he leapt towards the edge of the bridge and then plunged into the unfathomable depths of the chasm, rife with spatial turbulence and radiating fog. What? Has he lost his mind? Gasps of astonishment erupted from all directions. Horton was momentarily stunned, as the pupils of Shadow suddenly constricted, and even the flying vessel of the Waste Sun seemed to pause for an instant in the air. Only Lin Wei, observing through the surveillance, flashed a moment of clarity in her eyes, which soon transformed into an incomprehensible depth. In the instant he leapt from the bridge, Li Mo pressed the dark golden notebook tightly against his chest, merging the power of the dark golden vortex within him with that of the notebook, forming a flawless energy cycle that enveloped him securely. He turned back to glance at the chaotic battlefield on the bridge and the horrified expressions of Shadow and his companions, transmitting a clear wave of consciousness. See you at the bottom of the canyon. In the next moment, his figure was completely engulfed by the vibrant, swirling, lethal mist. The Broken Spine Canyon, a deadly trap, had now become the meticulously chosen path of escape and counterattack. The chaos had only just begun to reach its zenith. Chapter 60. The rebirth of the canyon and the original form. Downward he fell, not in a free fall of uncontrolled descent, but as if plunging into a bizarre and tumultuous ocean of energy. The mist of the Broken Spine Canyon was not merely water vapor or dust. It was a highly concentrated amalgam of diverse radiative energies, fragmented spatial debris, and remnants of ancient grievances, forming a substantial, chaotic sludge. Ordinary life. Even the Eden soldiers clad in the finest protective gear would be eroded, decomposed, and assimilated in an instant, becoming part of this chaos. Yet Liam was different. At the moment he plunged into the mist, the dark golden notebook cradled in his arms synchronized with the dark golden energy vortex within him, achieving a final resonance. A perfect, self-consistent energy field, embodying absolute order and infinite vitality, enveloped him securely. The chaotic sludge crashed against this dark golden energy field, producing a corrosive sound that made one cringe, yet could not penetrate. The spatial fragments, capable of tearing through alloys, collided like withered leaves cast into a whirlpool, easily deflected, shattered, and absorbed by the runes circulating within the dark golden energy field, transforming into sustenance for maintaining the operation of the realm. The raging mental grievances howled as they surged forth, yet they met a reflective barrier akin to a mirror of one's true self, dissipating into nothingness upon contact with that essence of balance. The descent, instead, became the safest crucible in baptism. With his eyes closed, Liam delved completely within himself. He could vividly perceive that, under the continuous impact and replenishment of the external chaotic energy, the dark golden energy vortex within him was expanding and solidifying at an unprecedented rate. At the vortex's core, the dark golden droplet, projected from the depths of consciousness, had transformed into a pulsating core of light, akin to a miniature star. With each pulse, it expelled an ever-purer, more potent force of new vitality, cleansing and strengthening every sinew and fiber of his being. All the hidden wounds left by the forced resonance and consciousness conflict healed rapidly under this nourishing power, even becoming more resilient than before. This represented a fundamental evolution, a leap in the essence of life towards a state more attuned to the source and more comprehending of the rules. The notebook cradled in his arms was undergoing earth-shattering changes as well. The dark golden cover no longer exudes a chill. Rather, it possesses a warmth akin to jade, its intricate patterns seemingly animated, flickering as if alive. Within the notebook, the vast ocean of source energy appears to have been tamed, consolidated into a more refined and easily navigable form. It transcends the mere status of an object or vessel, resembling instead an external organ, more sophisticated and potent, extending from him, or perhaps serving as the energy core and regulatory editor of his newly reborn body. Time is indeterminate, stretching into an eternity while feeling like a mere fleeting moment. A dull thud resonates as he lands, the descent abruptly ceasing. Liam opens his eyes, witnessing a flash of dark golden luminescence in the depths of his gaze. He finds himself standing upon a relatively flat surface composed of some obscure crystal, surrounded by a ceaseless maelstrom of chaotic mist. However, illuminated by the dark golden energy field enveloping him, a clear space of approximately 10 meters in diameter emerges from the surrounding tumult. This is the bottom of the Broken Spine Canyon, a place more tranquil, yet infinitely more bizarre than he had envisioned. The crystalline ground beneath him emits a faint sucking force, absorbing the dissipating energy around him, while an oppressive sense of all things returning to silence pervades the air. He lifts his gaze, confronted by an impenetrable density of mist overhead, isolating him from all sounds and light emanating from the battlefield above. Yet, he can vaguely sense that the chaos is not abated. If anything, it has intensified. Horton, the son of the wasteland, and Ing, he must swiftly depart this place to reunite with them. He attempts to summon his powers, yearning to ascend. However, just as he activates the dark golden energy field, a formidable pulling force suddenly emanates from the crystal ground beneath him, as if countless invisible hands grasp his ankles, pinning him firmly in place. Concurrently, the once mild chaotic mist surrounding him transforms into a furious tempest, assaulting his energy field with the ferocity of boiling oil, draining his strength. The canyon's depths are, in essence, a colossal energy trap, repelling any entities attempting to escape. Liam furrows his brow. A forced breakthrough is not impossible, yet it would demand immense energy and could trigger unpredictable repercussions. His gaze falls upon the notebook in his hand. The evolved notebook conveys a clearer understanding of this canyon, a ruin born from countless energy conflicts and the collapse of rules from a bygone era. Its foundational structure is inherently unstable, rife with various breaks and deadlocks in the rules. To resist would be akin to rowing upstream. But what of acquiescence? A spark of thought ignites within him. He recalls the whispers of resonance and balance he heard in the depths of consciousness. If this place is a ruin of rules, Might it also harbor many untainted fragments of primal source energy and gaps in the rules, untouched by complete obliteration? No longer does he strive against the upward pull. Instead, he slowly kneels, placing the notebook flat upon his lap. His consciousness once more delves into the pulsating dark golden core within, forging a profound connection with the essence of the notebook. This time, he refrained from unleashing his power outward. Instead, he merged his perception with the notebook, extending it like the most delicate tendrils towards the silent crystalline expanse beneath his feet and the tumultuous chaotic mist surrounding him, cautiously probing and exploring. He sought the fractures in the rules, the voids that could resonate with the essence of his primordial force. This endeavor proved to be more arduous and perilous than any preceding attempt. His perception traversed the treacherous terrain akin to walking through a minefield, where a mere misstep could trigger an unstable fragment of rules, leading to an energy backlash or tainting by the chaotic will. As time slipped away suddenly, beneath a seemingly unremarkable crystalline surface, his senses detected an extraordinarily faint, yet remarkably pure wave of primal energy. This fluctuation bore an ancient sorrow and silence, reminiscent of a seed buried for eons. This was the place. Li Mo concentrated all his mental faculties, guiding a thread of pure primordial energy, gently caressing the rules void like a spring breeze nurturing the earth. There was no forceful prying, no energy infusion, only the most fundamental vibrations representing life and balance. Transmitted forth, a low hum resonated as the dormant seed seemed to awaken, trembling slightly. A stream of weak, yet incredibly pure ancient energy surged forth from the void, willingly merging into Li Mo's dark, golden energy field. In that instant, he felt an unprecedented lightness envelop him. The formidable gravitational pull beneath his feet vanished within that small area, and the surrounding chaotic mists grew considerably more docile, even beginning to circumvent the region illuminated by his energy field. It was effective. He had discovered a method to coexist with this realm of rules. He replicated the process, continuing to seek the next resonant void. With each void he found and each resonance completed, his comprehension of the foundational rules of this valley deepened. His fusion with the environment intensified, and the repulsion and suppression he faced diminished. His dark golden energy field began to adjust its frequency autonomously, becoming more subdued and harmonized with the pulse of the ruins. He could even start guiding the relatively gentle chaotic energies around him, weaving them like threads to construct a thin veil that blended seamlessly with the environment. Unbeknownst to him, after an indeterminate span, upon successfully resonating with the seventh rule's void, a wondrous metamorphosis unfolded. The dark golden notebook upon his knees silently dissolved, transforming into a flowing stream of dark golden luminescence that, like a living metal, cascaded up his arm, enveloping his entire being, not as armor, but as a perfect amalgamation with his flesh and energy field. Mystical patterns, faintly visible and of the same essence as the notebook's cover, emerged on the surface of his skin, while his pupils transformed into a profound dark golden hue, imbued with the essence of celestial orbs. His raven hair shimmered with a dark golden sheen from the roots. He felt his body become lighter and stronger than ever, every cell brimming with surging primordial energy. He no longer needed to deliberately maintain his energy field, for he had become a walking embodiment of the primordial laws, a highly condensed source of power. With a mere flicker of thought, his body began to levitate gracefully, impervious to the gravitational pull beneath him. He gazed at the surrounding turbulent mists. Those once lethal currents of energy and shards of space now appeared to him as gentle streams and drifting willow fluff, easily evaded and even subtly guided. Raising his hand, a glimmer of dark golden light flickered at his fingertips, and the chaotic fog in a small area around him parted quietly, as if commanded, forming a transient path of relative safety. This was the manifestation of his complete fusion with the notebook, no longer merely harnessing power, but rather embodying this new force itself. Li Mo, perhaps at this moment he required a new appellation, stood at the bottom of the canyon, his dark golden eyes piercing through the mist as he looked upward. It was time to depart, not in a hasty retreat, but with a renewed demeanor, returning to the chaotic battlefield to fulfill his promise to Shadow, to untangle his entanglements with Lin Wei, to confront Horton's hostility, and to explore the wasteland and the deeper secrets behind the source of power. With a subtle motion, he ceased to resist the canyon's laws and instead flowed into them like a fish into water, gliding along the path forged by his will, ascending toward the unknown fate that awaited him. The Broken Spine Canyon, a place that had devoured countless lives, today became the starting point for a newly reborn entity, embarking on a journey home. Above the canyon, The chaos of the bridge battlefield seemed poised to encounter unforeseen changes due to this new birth at the canyon's depths. Chapter 61. Against the current and battlefield anomalies at the bottom of the Broken Spine Canyon, LMO, or rather, the primordial form that had achieved initial fusion, glided like a wraith through the swirling chaotic mists. He no longer needed to expend energy resisting the environment's erosion and rejection. His body, adorned with dark golden patterns, resonated harmoniously with this realm of shattered rules. Wherever he passed, the violent currents of energy diverted, and the deadly radioactive dust settled quietly, as if he were the only recognized inhabitant of this land of death. His speed was remarkable, not a straightforward ascent, but rather a journey along a path woven from countless points of rule and energy voids, a path only he could perceive, flowing against the current. This route meandered and twisted, avoiding the canyon's most unstable and perilous areas, akin to a meticulously charted safe passage within a thunderstorm. As he ascended, the energy fluctuations and sounds from the battlefield above grew increasingly distinct. The roar of explosions, the shrill cries of energy weapons tearing through the air, and the anguished screams and shouts of humanity facing death filled the air. The fighting remained intense, even more so than before. LMO's perception extended like invisible tendrils, piercing through the mist and reaching the battlefield. The situation was even more chaotic than he had anticipated. Horton's Purifier Squad had suffered heavy losses. The once orderly formation had been shattered, now struggling to resist amidst the wreckage of the bridge and burning vehicles. Their adversaries were not merely the scavengers of the wasteland, but also grotesque, twisted creatures that exuded a potent aura of chaos. These beings appeared to have emerged from the chasms below, incited by the violent fluctuations of energy and the scent of blood wafting above. They crawled forth from the crevices of the rocky walls beneath the bridge or from the depths of the mist. Some resembled magnified radiation insects, their exoskeletons coursing with viscous, dark red energy. Others appeared as monstrous amalgamations of various biological remnants, emitting maddening howls that could bewilder the mind. And there were even amorphous clusters, akin to shadowy energy conglomerates, that corroded and dissolved metal in their wake. These were the inherent mutants of the Broken Spine Gorge, incensed by the tumultuous battle unfolding at their doorstep. The Purifiers, the Wastelanders, and the mutated beings of the Gorge, no, even multiple factions, were engaged in a frenzied melee upon the narrow bridge, and the scene had spiraled into utter chaos. LMO's gaze swept across the battlefield, searching for the whereabouts of Ing. There, near the middle of the bridge, by a gap in the collapsed railing, Ing, Ella, and AMU were desperately taking cover behind a massive chunk of concrete, embroiled in a fierce struggle. They faced two Purifier soldiers and a mutated creature resembling a gigantic lizard, its tail armed with serrated spikes that had lunged at them from the sidewall. Ying's dagger struck with the precision of a venomous serpent, every thrust targeting the weak points in the enemy's armor. Yet, against the relentless fire of energy rifles and the heavy assaults of the mutant, she could merely hold her ground, perilously balancing on the edge of survival. Ella's energy pistol had overheated. She was now using a steel combat knife to parry the mutant's lethal claws, her arm numbed and her palm split, blood flowing freely. AMU, pale and trembling, crouched behind, pressing his hands against the ground, striving to unleash his pure source power to form a faint barrier against the ricocheting bullets and the mental onslaught of the mutant's roars. But his strength was evidently waning. In this precarious moment, LMO's focus sharpened, and he hesitated no longer. With a thought, the dark golden patterns on his body glimmered, his speed surging anew, akin to a dark golden meteor streaking through the final veil of mist. Crashing into the bloody battlefield with ferocity, he did not choose the most ostentatious entry. Instead, he melded into the shadows of the fray. His first target was the lizard-like mutant, which was relentlessly assaulting Ing and Ella. Just as the creature raised its spiked tail to strike down upon the beleaguered Ella, a dark golden figure appeared like a specter between them. LMO did not make any overt attack. He merely lifted his arm, adorned with dark golden patterns, seemingly casually blocking the impending strike. Boom! A deep thud echoed. The bone-spiked tail, capable of shattering armored vehicles, struck solidly against LMO's arm. Contrary to expectations of shattered bones, the blow felt as though it had collided with an ancient, immovable mountain. His dark golden arm remained utterly unyielding, not even a tremor to betray its strength. Instead, the mutated creature emitted a piercing wail of agony. Its rigid bone spurs, upon contact, shattered like fragile glass, splintering into a multitude of cracks before, with a sharp crack, disintegrating completely. Furthermore, an imperceptible shockwave, imbued with an essence of absolute order and purification, coursed through the remnants of the bone spurs, instantly reverberating throughout the entirety of the mutated being. From beneath its dark crimson shell, it seemed as though golden flames ignited from within, unleashing a heart-rending scream that echoed through the air. Its massive form convulsed violently, contorting in anguish. And within a mere 2 or 3 seconds, it was reduced to a pool of dark red ash that evaporated and diminished, ultimately vanishing as if it had never existed. This bizarre and terrifying spectacle momentarily stunned both combatants. The two purifiers instinctively ceased their fire, gazing incredulously at Li Mo. Ing and Ella widened their eyes, unable to reconcile the astonishing figure that had emerged to annihilate the mutated entity with the Li Mo who had previously struggled in the wasteland, imprisoned in a laboratory. Only Amu, after a brief moment of astonishment, revealed a pure and unreserved joy and excitement on his face. "Brother Mo, is that you?" Li Mo turned, his dark golden eyes sweeping over Ing and Ella. Upon seeing the scars and exhaustion etched upon them, a barely perceptible wave of emotion flickered in his gaze. Though he quickly regained his composure, he nodded slightly in acknowledgement. His attention then shifted to the two purifier soldiers. Under the chilling gaze of his dark golden eyes, they were seized by a paralyzing fear that felt as though it stemmed from a primal force crushing their very essence. They instinctively took a step back, their energy rifles trembling in their hands. Li Mo paid no heed to their trepidation. Instead, he was drawn to an abrupt surge of chaotic and potent energy emanating from the far end of the bridge. It was Horton. He appeared to be forcibly activating some large-scale purification apparatus, seemingly targeting the airborne vessels of the wasteland children, as well as a distant presence hidden on the cliff opposite the canyon, radiating a faint yet familiar energy signature. Was it Lin Wei? Or perhaps Raven? Simultaneously, Li Mo sensed a faint warning pulse emanating from within his embrace. Though the notebook had fused, he still retained that intimate connection. A formidable force, imbued with an essence of annihilation, was being quietly summoned by an entity lurking across the canyon. Was it the out-of-control Keystone Node? No. This felt even more insidious and perilous. The situation seemed to be sliding towards an increasingly unpredictable outcome. Li Mo narrowed his dark golden eyes, feeling the surging primordial force within him yearning for release and validation. He glanced at his companions, who were still shaken but their eyes rekindled with hope, before turning his gaze toward the heart of the chaotic and dangerous battlefield. It seemed that merely escaping the confines of his prison was far from sufficient. He needed to garner enough leverage amidst this deadly banquet involving multiple participants to truly seize control of his own destiny. He stepped forward, a dark golden aura rising like a waking dragon, slowly ascending upon the bloody bridge. "Stay close," he uttered, his voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable power that resonated clearly in the ears of Shadow, Ella, and Amu. A new battle was merely beginning, and this time, he was neither prey nor pawn. Chapter 62. The Rewrite of Rules and the Emergence of the Raven. Li Mo took a step forward, the dark golden patterns beneath his feet shimmering, as if he were treading upon an invisible nexus of energy. A visible ripple, adorned with orderly motifs in dark gold, emanated silently from his point of contact. Where the ripples spread, the battlefield seemed to be momentarily muted. The two purifiers, who had initially aimed their weapons at them, froze in place, horrified to discover that the intricate energy circuits within their rifles had become chaotic and uncontrollable, akin to a stone thrown into a tranquil lake. The light gathering at the barrel flickered reluctantly a few times before extinguishing completely. No matter how they pulled the trigger, they could elicit no response. Not only them, but within a small vicinity. All devices reliant on precise energy structures, be it the purifier's powered armor systems or the crude yet effective energy weapons of the wasteland marauders, simultaneously experienced varying degrees of failure or drastic performance drops. This was no mere energy disruption or shielding. It felt as though some foundational operational rule had been temporarily rewritten. What kind of power is this? One purifier soldier pondered, gazing at his weapon, now resembling a mere stick, his voice laced with fear. Shadow and Ella sensed the peculiar shift in the surrounding energy, their gazes fixed on Li Mo's silhouette, eyes wide with astonishment. Amu, more direct in his perception, felt the previously chaotic energy environment around them transform into a docile flock. With Li Mo as the shepherd wielding the whip, Li Mo offered no explanation. His gaze remained locked on the far end of the bridge, the direction of Horton, and the dangerous aura stirring across the canyon. "Move," he commanded again, his voice low yet possessing a strange penetrative quality, clearly audible in the relatively quiet battlefield. He stepped forward, his pace unhurried, but with each step, a ripple of dark gold expanded, forcibly painting his domain of order upon the chaotic canvas. Shadow quickly reacted, urging, "Keep up." Supporting the exhausted Ella, Amu struggled to follow. The The four formed a small formation with Li Mo at the forefront, advancing steadily along their path. Any purifiers attempting to obstruct them found their equipment rendered useless upon entering the dark golden ripples, forced to rely solely on hand-to-hand combat. Yet, under the onslaught of Shadow's cunning blades and Li Mo's occasional strikes infused with disintegration effects, they could not mount an effective defense. Moreover, the mutated entities attracted by the chaos instinctively recoiled from the purifying and balancing essence radiating from Li Mo, nervously retreating with agitated cries at the slightest approach. Unwilling to attack recklessly, Li Mo resembled an icebreaker, carving a transient path through the chaotic battlefield. His objective was clear, not to engage in a futile struggle with Horton, nor to pursue the children of the wasteland, but to reach a relatively fortified small defensive structure constructed from the remnants of ancient bridge piers, located at the midpoint of the bridge. This vantage point offered a wide field of vision, allowing for strategic oversight and swift responses to unforeseen circumstances. More importantly, it lay at a delicate distance from the source of the ominous aura on the other side of the canyon, as well as the potential hiding place of Linway. Horton had evidently taken note of this peculiar squad and Li Mo's astonishing abilities. He stood behind the wreckage of a heavy armored vehicle, watching Li Mo traverse the battlefield as if it were an uninhabited realm, his face beneath the helmet pale with rage. The heavy energy cannon on his shoulder began to charge, a blinding white light coalescing as it locked onto Li Mo. No matter what he is, obliterate him, Horton bellowed. Yet, at the very moment the energy cannon was about to discharge, Li Mo appeared to possess an uncanny awareness. Not turning his head, but merely raising his left hand toward Horton in a gesture of subtle grasping. Horton was taken aback as he realized that the immense energy building within his cannon seemed to be forcibly restrained by an invisible hand, compressed and redirected elsewhere. He could not control the flow of energy. Whoosh! The powerful beam of pure white energy veered from its intended trajectory, striking a children of the wasteland aircraft that was bombarding the purifier's position at a distorted angle. The craft's shield was torn asunder like parchment, and its body was punctured in an instant, erupting into a magnificent, yet brutal fireball in midair. Debris rained down like a storm, inciting gasps of shock and chaos. Horton stood frozen, incredulity washing over him as he gazed at the still smoking barrel of his energy cannon. In that fleeting moment, he had completely lost control of his weapon. It felt as though someone with superior authority had forcibly overridden his commands. How could this be possible? He was the director of the purifiers, wielding immense military power within Eden. What exactly was this male specimen? Li Mo paid no heed to Horton's astonishment. He and his companions swiftly reached the bridge pier defense structure. Inside, a few marauders from the children of the wasteland had been present, but as the dark golden ripple surged through, their weapons malfunctioned, and they were swiftly dispatched by the phantasmal presence of Ing. In an instant, the four secured the stronghold, gaining a moment of respite. Brother Amo, what has happened to you? Amu could no longer contain his astonishment as he beheld the flowing dark golden patterns on Li Mo's form and the depth of his gaze, both familiar yet foreign. Li Mo cast a glance at him, a fleeting warmth from the past flickering in his dark golden eyes, soon replaced by calm resolve. It's a long story. Let us first address the immediate threat. His gaze traversed the bridge, focusing on the opposing canyon. The ominous force, imbued with a sense of annihilation, grew increasingly palpable. It appeared to be bound yet brimming with wrath and defiance, as if it might break free at any moment and drag everything around it into destruction. Was it Linway? Was she attempting to control that power? Or perhaps it was the crow. At that moment, a faint signal, resonating with a specific frequency, suddenly permeated Li Mo's consciousness. This signal did not traverse through the air. Rather, it acted directly upon the energy plane, bearing the encrypted characteristics employed internally by the Night Watchers. The source of the signal emanated from the perilous cliffs across the canyon. It was the Raven. Was he reaching out actively? A spark ignited within Li Mo, prompting him to summon a fragment of primordial power, transmitting a succinct inquiry toward the signal's origin, identity, purpose. After a brief silence, a response arrived, albeit fragmented, as if the sender were ensnared in some form of interference or anxiety. Dr. Lin's collaborator, Horton, has a contingency plan to detonate an unstable node in the canyon, causing a spatial collapse to obliterate everything. This must be stopped. Coordinates. A disjointed yet astonishing mental message surged into Li Mo's mind. Horton had become deranged enough to contemplate detonating a volatile source node deep within the canyon, instigating a cataclysmic spatial collapse that would entomb the entire bridge area along with everyone present. This was no longer mere purification, but a complete extermination and annihilation. Astonishingly, the Raven's objective was to thwart Horton. Was his collaboration with Lin Wei aimed at this? Li Mo swiftly digested this information, casting his gaze once more toward Horton's direction. Indeed, he observed Horton retreating hastily, flanked by several loyal soldiers, towards an end of the bridge leading to Eden. There appeared to be a preordained, more fortified shelter, and in his hand, he wielded an oddly shaped detonator radiating unstable energy fluctuations. There was no time to lose. Shadow, stay here and ensure your safety. Li Mo commanded swiftly, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Amu, attempt to stabilize the surrounding energy environment, particularly the spatial structure. Where are you going? Shadow inquired immediately, concern etched in his eyes. To prevent a greater explosion, Li Mo replied succinctly. He cast one last glance at Horton's retreating figure, then at the location across the canyon from which the Raven's signal had originated. In the next moment, he blurred into motion, bursting forth from the defensive fortifications. Yet he did not charge towards Horton. Instead, he returned to the precipice of the bridge. Confronting the swirling chaotic mist below and the violent fluctuations emanating from the unstable node on the verge of detonation. Before the astonished gazes of Shadow, Ella, and Amu, Li Mo executed an even more astonishing maneuver. He leapt into the abyss of the Broken Spine Canyon. But this time, he did not plummet. Rather, in the instant of his leap, a dark golden radiance enveloped him. The void beneath his feet seemed to solidify into a dark golden staircase. Each step he took resonating upon invisible energy nodes, his form appearing to hover in the air, traversing along a path, visible only to him, perpendicular to the canyon. Racing toward the cliffs from which the Raven's signal had emanated, he was determined to cross the Broken Spine Canyon amidst the imminent threat of spatial collapse. Meanwhile, upon the concealed cliff across the canyon, a figure clad in camouflage that seamlessly blended with the surroundings, adorned with a blackbird mask, was anxiously operating a complex device, endeavoring to disrupt the detonation signal held by Horton. Upon witnessing Li Mo traversing the canyon in such a manner, a flicker of astonishment flashed in the eyes concealed beneath the mask. The Raven understood that the ultimate outcome might hinge upon whether this transformed key could reach him before the impending explosion and accomplish the seemingly impossible task. Horton also took note of Li Mo's actions. Although he did not comprehend Li Mo's intentions, an overwhelming sense of unease compelled him to hasten his retreat. Simultaneously, his finger pressed down fiercely on the largest button of the detonation controller. Damn it all! The blinding red light erupted from the controller, illuminating the surroundings like the final radiance of a dying star. A heart-wrenching wail, born from the imminent collapse of the spatial structure itself, swept over the entire bridge area like an invisible shockwave. Everyone felt the bridge beneath their feet, the air surrounding them, even their own mass, begin to dissolve into a phantasmagoric instability. It's over, Ella muttered, her face ashen. Amu, eyes tightly shut, unleashed the scant remnants of his pure source power without reservation, attempting to fortify the fragile space around them, but it was akin to a drop in the ocean. Shadow gripped his dagger tightly, his gaze fixated on the direction where Li Mo had vanished, the sole glimmer of light within the darkness. At that moment, Li Mo was walking on the precipice of annihilation. He was not flying, he was walking. Each step landed precisely on those ephemeral points of stability amid the chaotic energy field of the canyon. Dark, golden patterns coursed across his form, a manifestation of the profound insights into energy and the essence of rules gained from the notebook, which he wielded to its fullest potential. He perceived Horton's detonation command morphing into a torrent of data, akin to a venomous serpent, slithering along the preordained energy pathways towards the marked unstable node deep within the canyon. He witnessed the volatile energy within the node, a ferocious amalgamation of annihilation and corruption, akin to a powder keg poised to erupt, threatening to tear apart the already fragile spatial structure. It cannot explode. The dark golden radiance in Li Mo's eyes surged. He no longer held back. The dark golden core within him pulsated with unprecedented speed, the surging primal source power flooding forth. He raised his hands, fingers dancing as if playing an invisible instrument, swiftly tapping, drawing, and delineating in the void. This was neither an attack nor a defense, but an act of editing. He wielded his primal source power as ink, the chaotic energy field and spatial structure around him as his canvas, forcefully transcribing and overlaying the rules, stabilizing. Harmonious dark golden energy patterns spread from his fingertips, akin to a rapidly expanding neural network, forcibly integrating, covering, and replacing those unstable energy circuits and spatial coordinates that were on the verge of activation by the detonation command. This is an exceedingly audacious and meticulously precise operation. He is racing against Horton's detonation command, competing with the explosive energy of the nodes. Any slightest misstep could prematurely trigger the bomb or lead to a backlash from the chaotic rules. Across the canyon, the raven perched on the cliff. Observing this scene through a high-powered telescope, has his mouth slightly agape beneath his mask, filled with incredulous astonishment. He has never witnessed anyone interfere with the fundamental operational rules of energy in such a manner. This transcends his comprehension of the application of source force. Faster, just a bit faster, the raven unconsciously clenched his fists, whispering hoarsely. On the bridge, Houghton gazes at the blinking red light on the detonation controller and the seemingly postponed explosion, his face betraying uncertainty. What is happening? A delay? A malfunction? No. He abruptly lifts his head, directing his gaze toward the dark golden figure painting in the void across the canyon. It is him. He is thwarting the explosion. Kill him. Everyone, aim at that monster. Open fire. Houghton howls hysterically, no longer concerned with conserving strength, commanding all the remaining purifier soldiers to unleash their firepower upon Li Mo. However, their attacks, whether energy beams or physical projectiles, upon entering the area enveloped by the dark golden ripples surrounding Li Mo, vanish as if into the sea. Their trajectories forcibly deflected, energies swiftly decomposed and absorbed, becoming sustenance for Li Mo's rule editing. The space he occupies seems to have temporarily disengaged from the fundamental rules of this battlefield, transforming into a minuscule realm governed solely by him. Impossible. This cannot be. Houghton watches this illogical scene, his mental state utterly collapsing. At that moment, Li Mo completes the final stroke. A complex and flawless dark golden energy sigil, like a brand, instantaneously covers the core region of the unstable node deep within the canyon. The sigil radiates brilliantly, forcibly stabilizing the tumultuous energy within the node and completely severing Houghton's detonation command, annihilating it. The anticipated cataclysm does not occur. Only a dull, mournful energy wail, akin to a colossal beast being forcibly lulled to sleep, emanates from the depths of the canyon, gradually subsiding. The explosion has been forcibly halted. A momentary silence envelopes the battlefield. Everyone stands stunned by this life and death reversal. Li Mo hovers in the void at the canyon's center, breathing slightly heavily. The exertion from his previous actions has taken a significant toll on both his spirit and strength. Yet, his dark golden eyes remain calm as he slowly turns toward the bridge where Houghton stands, dumbfounded. Now, it is time for reckoning. However, just as he prepares to return to the bridge to deal with the troublesome Houghton, an anomaly resurfaces. An intensely concentrated, pure white energy beam, moving at a speed surpassing any previous attack, akin to a spear of judgment from the heavens, strikes without warning from the direction of Eden's core area. The target is neither Li Mo nor Houghton, but rather the cliff where the raven is concealed across the canyon. This beam harbors a high level of energy and carries an absolute, unyielding purifying will. Be careful. Li Mo's pupils constricted, instinctively issuing a warning while attempting to harness his strength for interception. Yet, the distance was too great, and the beam moved too swiftly. Boom. The cliff was struck with precision, erupting into a cloud of dust and debris. The intense energy shock even caused the entire canyon to tremble. The raven. A heavy wave of dread washed over Li Mo. Was that an attack from the upper echelons of Eden? Did they intend to eliminate the collaboration between the raven and Lin Wei? As the dust gradually settled, a massive crater was revealed on the cliffside. The spot where the raven had stood was now a scene of devastation, devoid of any signs of life. Was it over? Li Mo's senses frantically swept across the area, but he could only detect a fleeting trace of burnt energy residue, dissipating rapidly. At that moment, his personal communicator, acquired from previous captures or provided by Shadow, suddenly received an exceedingly faint, highly encrypted stream of information. The source was untraceable, and the content had undergone multiple disruptions. Yet the core message was conveyed clearly. Task change confirmed. Cradle protocol initiated. Mandatory dormancy. Repeat mandatory dormancy. The message abruptly ceased, and the communicator emitted a wisp of smoke before becoming utterly inoperative. Cradle protocol? Mandatory dormancy? Li Mo's heart raced with alarm. An overwhelming sense of crisis, rooted in his life instinct, enveloped him instantaneously. This sensation was far more intense than facing Houghton's detonator, the mutated beings of the canyon, or even Lin Wei's laboratory. He abruptly lifted his gaze towards the core area of Eden. There, he beheld a pale blue beam, seemingly gentle yet imbued with an irresistible force, spanning the distance and instantly enveloping him. This beam was not an energy attack. It brought no pain or harm, but instead emanated a drowsy warmth and tranquility. Yet, Li Mo could sense that this beam was forcibly suppressing and severing his connection to the primal source of power. dragging him back to an ordinary, controllable state. Was this Eden's ultimate weapon? Or the cradle that Lin Wei spoke of? No. Liu Mo let out a defiant roar. The dark golden core within him surging to resist the force of separation. The dark golden radiance clashed violently with the pale blue beam, intertwining in a bizarre halo above the canyon. However, the level of regulation contained within that pale blue beam seemed to far exceed his current primal form. It was not a violent destruction, but rather a more advanced, almost regulatory correction, forcibly restoring him to his original state. The dark golden patterns on his body began to flicker, gradually fading. The surging power within him dissipated rapidly, like the retreating tide. His consciousness grew heavy and blurred. Mogu. On the bridge, Amu cried out in anguish. Shadow attempted to rush forward, but the pale blue beam formed an invisible barrier, firmly blocking her path. Horton watched this scene, initially stunned, before a manic and grotesque smile spread across his face. Ha! It's the cradle. It's the speaker's cradle protocol. You monster. In the end, you cannot escape. In the fleeting moment before consciousness slipped away entirely, Liu Mo beheld a magnificent flying vessel, emblazoned with the emblem of the highest council of Eden, hovering serenely in the distant sky, akin to a deity surveying the mortal realm. A pale blue beam of light gradually retracted. All the dark golden phenomena surrounding Liu Mo vanished completely. He reverted to his original form, his eyes tightly closed, stripped of all strength. Akin to a marionette severed from its strings, plummeting from the sky straight into the chasm below. Yet this time, no dark golden energy field would shield him. No. Ing, driven by desperation, rushed towards the edge of the bridge, helplessly watching as Li Mo's figure was engulfed by the chaotic mist. The pale blue beam extinguished completely, and the pristine white vessel faded away as if it had never existed. On the battlefield of the bridge, only the bewilderment of survival and the weight of unending despair remained. Horton gazed at the direction of Li Mo's fall, a cruel smile of victory etched upon his face. Yet deep within his eyes lingered a trace of fear towards that cradle of power. He coldly commanded the clearing of the battlefield, the recovery of all valuable items and remnants of samples, and turned away towards a secure shelter. Meanwhile, deep within the chasm, chaos persisted. Yet this time, what fell into its depths was a key stripped of power, forcibly returned to its original state. What does this enforced slumber truly signify? What schemes does the highest council of Eden harbor? The enigma not only remained unsolved, but grew ever more profound and elusive. Chapter 64. Echoes of silence and embers of wasteland. The chaotic mist of the broken spine chasm, like a ravenous beast, completely consumed the unconscious Liu Mo. Bereft of the protection of dark golden radiance, his body, immersed in a torrent rife with radiation, spatial debris, and ferocious energy, was akin to withered leaves cast into a furnace, rapidly eroding away. However, the anticipated total disintegration did not transpire. Just as his flesh was on the verge of being stripped away and his bones crushed, the mark of the dark golden notebook, once deeply fused with him but forcefully severed by the cradle agreement, flickered faintly at the deepest recesses of his consciousness. Like a spark lingering among ashes, there was no outward display of power, no rewriting of rules. Merely a whisper of existence, originating from the essence itself, declared its presence. This declaration struck like cold water into boiling oil, instantly shattering the delicate balance of the energy field within that area of the chasm's bottom. A barely audible low-frequency tremor emanated from the point of Li Mo's descent, fleetingly expanding outward. In the next moment, something extraordinary occurred. The surrounding chaotic energies, intent on annihilating everything, upon contact with Li Mo's body, seemed to encounter an invisible barrier, curiously veering away. They continued to roar and churn, yet spontaneously formed a vacuum zone of approximately half a meter in diameter around Liu Mo, relatively serene amidst the tumult. This was not resistance. It resembled an instinctive avoidance. It appeared as though Liu Mo's current state had transformed into an untouchable, indefinable singularity within this realm of shattered rules. He hovered silently within the lethal chaos, his eyes tightly shut, breath faint to the point of near cessation, all vital signs plummeting to the freezing point, as if plunged into the most profound, unnatural hibernation. Only the almost imperceptible rise and fall of his chest bore witness that this enforced slumber was not death. The power of the cradle protocol continued to exert its influence within him, like an invisible shackle, firmly binding every cell, obstructing any form of connection with the source force, maintaining him in this state of suspended animation, neither alive nor dead. On the bridge, the silence did not linger for long. Horton, recovering from the shock of the cradle's emergence, resumed the cold demeanor of the purifier commander. He cast a glance toward the direction in which Liu Mo had plummeted. a cruel smirk gracing his lips. In his mind, without the protection of that bizarre power, falling into the spine-break gorge could only lead to one inevitable conclusion. Clear the battlefield. Assess casualties. Recover all Eden assets and valuable spoils. Horton's voice came through his helmet, laced with the harshness of survival, particularly focused on locating Dr. Lin Wei and her accomplices, demanding to see them alive or, should they be deceased, their bodies. The Purifier soldiers sprang into action, scouring the battlefield, which resembled a hellish inferno. The surviving scions of the wasteland, sensing the peril, had already fled in their remaining aircraft. The mutated entities of the gorge, having lost their relentless stimulus, gradually retreated into the depths of the mist. Ing, along with Ella and AMU, concealed within the bridge's support structures, was soon discovered and surrounded by several Purifier soldiers. Lay down your weapons. Surrender. The cold muzzles of firearms were aimed at them. Ing regarded the encroaching soldiers and then glanced at the gorge from which Li Mo had vanished, her eyes brimming with bloodshot defiance and despair. Yet she understood that resistance at this moment would be futile, only leading to unnecessary death. Taking a deep breath, she slowly discarded her dagger onto the ground. Ella likewise relinquished her military knife in silence. AMU, still in a dazed state, gazed toward the gorge, silent tears trailing down his cheeks. The three of them were shackled with energy-suppressing cuffs and escorted away from the blood-soaked and despair-laden bridge. In Eden, within a secret observation chamber of the High Council, a vast circular screen replayed the events that had transpired on the bridge over the Spine-break Gorge, from the initial chaos to Li Mo's unfathomable rule rewriting, culminating in the descent of the cradle's light column and the final image of him falling into the gorge. Several elderly figures, clad in white robes embroidered with golden star patterns, floated quietly in front of the screen. Their faces were shrouded in a gentle halo, rendering them indistinct, save for their profound, universe-like eyes that revealed their extraordinary identity and power. Target K7M01 confirmed to have entered forced hibernation, plummeting to the depths of the Spine-break Gorge. A dispassionate electronic voice reported. Based on the energy field characteristics of the gorge and the effects model of the Cradle Protocol, the probability of survival is below 0.03%, with the awakening probability approaching 0. Is the power to rewrite rules definitively related to the fusion mutation with the Source Heart and the Rock Relics? The elder at the center spoke slowly, his voice calm, yet imbued with the gravitas of one who governs the life and death of all things. Data comparison confirms an energy characteristic similarity of 91.7%, yet its manifestations and energy levels far exceed historical records. Speculated as an extreme mutation product resulting from the interplay of the target individual's uniqueness and external stimuli, the electronic sound responded. What of Dr. Lin Wei and her clandestine connections with the Raven? Dr. Lin Wei vanished amidst chaos, her last signal emanating from the precipice across the gorge, presumably obliterated by the strike of judgment. The Raven's signal has entirely dissipated, rendering it untraceable. The elder from the Central Authority fell silent for a moment, casting his gaze over the other council members. The K7 project is to be temporarily shelved. The Broken Spine Gorge area has been designated as a maximum security zone, subject to perpetual surveillance. Director Horton of the Purification Sequence, despite some flaws in action, ultimately activated the Cradle, neutralizing a significant threat. Thus, his actions are deemed balanced, and no further inquiry will be pursued. As for the 3 captured wasteland survivors, they have been sent to the affiliated observation station of the 7th Academy, where they may yield valuable first-hand data regarding the target and the wasteland environment. Casually, he determined the fates of countless individuals. The remaining elders nodded in agreement, their figures gradually fading away, ultimately vanishing from the observation hall. On the screen wall, the final image froze on Li Mo, enveloped by a pale blue beam of light. As the dark golden glow dissipated, the key has been temporarily sealed. The elder from the Central Authority murmured to himself, a fleeting glimmer of an elusive light flickering in his eyes, yet the door had undeniably begun to crack. Wait until the dawn of the next era. At the affiliated observation station of the 7th Academy, within a stark white isolation cell, Shadow, Ella, and AMU were confined in adjacent transparent chambers. Their wounds had received rudimentary treatment. However, the energy-suppressing shackles remained firmly locked, rendering them weak and powerless. AMU huddled in a corner, burying his head in his knees, his shoulders trembling slightly. Ella leaned against the wall, her gaze vacant as she stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. Only Shadow stood tall, gazing through the transparent wall towards the cold, empty corridor outside the cell. Her eyes remained sharp, akin to a dormant mother leopard, poised for even the slightest opportunity. She understood that Li Mo's chances of survival were slim. Yet, she also knew that Eden would not easily extinguish the lives of the three data sources. As long as they drew breath, there remained hope. And what of Lin Wei and that raven? Had they truly vanished? Could the power Li Mo had exhibited at the end genuinely seal them away? She was unconvinced. The first lesson the wasteland taught her was to never trust appearances and to never cease struggling. She gently moved her shackled wrists, feeling the cold touch, her eyes igniting with a silent flame. Meanwhile, at the unapproachable depths of Broken Spine Gorge, within a vacuum shrouded in chaotic mist, Li Mo lay in a state of forced slumber. Beneath his tightly shut eyelids, his eyeballs moved ever so slightly, almost imperceptibly. It was not a sign of awakening, but rather a faint echo of resistance emanating from the depths of his soul within the profound silence of the abyss. It seemed to respond to the stillness not only with the wind howling through the gorge, but also with the inaudible pulse of the primordial core, forcibly plunged into slumber. Beneath its shackles, like seeds submerged in the earth, awaiting the moment to break through the soil, perhaps distant, yet inevitably forthcoming. The embers of the wasteland have yet to cool, while a new storm quietly brews in the silence. Chapter 65. The Cage of Consciousness and the Prison of Data Darkness. Not a mere void, but a dense and viscous blackness that has stripped away all sensory perception, compressing consciousness to its utmost limits. Time and space lose their significance. Only existence remains. Akin to a speck of dust embedded in amber, affirming that Li Mo has not been entirely obliterated. The force of the Cradle Protocol resembles the most intricate of invisible chains, entwining every corner of his consciousness. It not only severs his connection to the external source of power, but also begins to seep inward, attempting to dismantle the new foundation of strength constructed from the primal source pathway within him. That pale blue energy is gentle yet domineering, devoid of any earthly essence, yet carries an undeniable corrective power, akin to the fundamental laws of the universe. Its aim is not destruction, but formatting, revising Li Mo, this erroneous variable, back to a constant state that it deems acceptable. Within this absolute confinement, Li Mo's consciousness finds even struggle to be futile. He feels himself sinking deeper, plunging into a darkness more profound and eternal than the depths of the abyssal chasm. Memories begin to blur, the face of shadow, the cries of a moo, the winds of the wasteland, the pristine white of Eden, all fade away like a withering canvas. Is it to end like this? Unwillingness flares up, akin to the last stubborn phosphorescence in the depths of the ocean. Deep within the core of his compressed consciousness, it flickers suddenly. This spark of defiance stirs the dark golden notebook, long since symbiotic with his soul, whose essence cannot be eradicated even when forcibly stripped of its manifested form by the cradle. No radiance, no fluctuation of power. Within that absolute cage of consciousness, a coordinate transcending the realms of energy and matter is quietly anchored. In the next moment, Li Mo's consciousness, on the verge of disintegration, is abruptly drawn, as if by invisible threads, crashing into an entirely different space. This is neither the familiar depths of consciousness nor the realm of reality. Before him flows an endless stream of pale blue data. These currents form walls, floors, and ceilings, cold, precise, and orderly, like an infinitely vast program. He observes the curve representing his vital signs extending smoothly on a virtual screen, almost lifeless. He sees real-time monitoring data of every base pair in his genetic sequence. He witnesses a nearly merciless analysis of his brainwave activity. Here lies the inner sanctum of the Cradle Protocol, the data prison employed by the highest council of Eden to monitor, analyze, and even rectify him. He is imprisoned not only in body and strength, but his consciousness has also been drawn into this tailor-made virtual cage, a world composed solely of pure information and rules. In this realm, he has lost all power, becoming a mere data entity, observed and quantified. The detection of residual consciousness activity has risen, initiating Deep Sedation Protocol, Level Delta. The cold, synthetic electronic voice reverberates within the data space. A myriad of pale blue data streams, akin to tendrils, entwined around him, endeavoring to completely pacify and anesthetize his reluctant consciousness. Yet, just as these data tendrils were poised to reach the core of his awareness, the emblem of the notebook, anchored deep within his consciousness, sprang to life once more. It did not unleash power. Instead, it functioned as an impeccably pure filter, an anomalous variable beyond the comprehension of the current data rules, instinctively commencing the analysis of the incoming pale blue data streams. This was no longer a struggle, but rather an understanding, a deconstruction, a form of learning. Countless cold codes, intricate algorithms, and stringent permission protocols surged into Li Mo's awareness like a tidal wave. Previously, he would have been instantly overwhelmed by this colossal influx of information. However, at this moment, in the face of the essence of the notebook's mark, which transcended the current technological paradigm, the data constituting the Cradle Protocol seemed to shed its enigmatic exterior, revealing its intrinsic logical structure. He discerned the principles of enforced hibernation, which were not merely suppressive, but rather an extraordinarily sophisticated dormancy on the informational level, achieved by rewriting the resonance frequency between his life magnetic field and the external energy field, bringing it perilously close to zero, thus inducing a state of existential stagnation. He perceived the architecture of the firewall within this data prison and the distribution of surveillance nodes. He even vaguely sensed several exceedingly concealed redundant pathways leading to the external data networks. These were the capillaries sustaining the operation of this vast system. Although they could not directly breach the main firewall, they signified that he was not entirely cut off from the world. Hope, like the faintest flicker of warmth birthed in absolute zero, was minuscule yet undeniably real. He ceased attempting to feel power and instead devoted himself entirely to comprehending the data world that ensnared him. He immersed his reluctant consciousness wholly in the analysis and learning of the incoming data, like a prisoner trapped in a labyrinth. He no longer charged blindly, but began to silently memorize the texture of each wall and calculate the direction of every fork in the path. This process was tedious and agonizing, akin to etching words onto diamond with his nails. His awareness flickered like a candle in the wind, at any moment susceptible to being extinguished by the overwhelming data flow. Yet, the imprint of the notebook consistently exerted its stabilizing influence, safeguarding the core clarity of his being and bestowing upon him an almost instinctual insight into the structural rules. He was unaware of how much time had elapsed outside, oblivious to the fate of his companions and ignorant of any conspiracies lurking in Eden. All he knew was that he must survive. He must comprehend this prison. He must discover a glimmer of hope. Within this data cell, constructed by the enemy's rules, a silent war regarding understanding and control quietly commenced. The identities of hunter and prey began a subtle reconfiguration on the cognitive level. At the 7th Academy's affiliated observation station, Ing was abruptly jolted from her shallow slumber, her heart racing uncontrollably. She had seemingly sensed an exceedingly faint and familiar ripple, akin to Limo's consciousness, yet it felt incredibly distant and dissimilar, as though separated by a thick wall made of ice and snow. Was it merely an illusion? She lifted her gaze, peering through the transparent partition towards the corner of the corridor ceiling, where a monitoring device, emanating a faint blue glow, perpetually revolved. Her eyes sharpened with newfound intensity. Perhaps the key to escaping this physical prison did not lie in breaching the walls, but rather in comprehending the watchful eyes that scrutinized her. She recalled the remarkable ability exhibited by Limo, one that seemed to transcend the established rules. If the path of power was obstructed, then wisdom and patience would serve as their ultimate weapons. She gently rubbed the energy-suppressing shackles around her wrist, a flicker of determination igniting in her eyes. Meanwhile, in the still zone of the Rift Valley, surrounded by chaotic energies, Limo's corporeal form remained suspended, as if in slumber. Yet, deep within the consciousness of that shell, within the data prison constructed by Eden's pinnacle technology, an existence that had been forcibly formatted was quietly gnawing at the very foundations of the cage in an incomprehensible manner. Silence continued to be the prevailing theme. However, beneath the hushed torrent of data, seeds of change had already been sown. Chapter 66. Reverse Erosion and Silent Coordinates in the Realm of Data. There were no cycles of day and night, only an unceasing deluge of information. Limo's consciousness resembled a fish diving into the depths of the ocean, laboriously maintaining its sense of self within the pale blue confines of the Cradle Protocol. He relinquished all futile struggles and emotional fluctuations, dedicating his entire focus to deciphering the operational rules governing this prison. The mark of his notebook became his sole reliance. It was no longer merely a filter, it resembled a highly specialized decoder, an anomaly not belonging to this era, nor perhaps even to this dimension. With its assistance, the once cold and obscure foundational codes, representing Eden's technological zenith, began to unveil their intrinsic logical threads to Limo. He comprehended that the enforced dormancy was not an assault, but rather an exquisitely precise state lock. This mechanism constructed an absolute insulative barrier of information between his biological field and the source power field. To dismantle it required not brute force, but the identification of the algorithmic fulcrum upon which this barrier rested, followed by its disturbance. He discerned the structure of this data prison. It resembled the heart of a finely tuned instrument, with most areas shielded by indomitable firewalls and self-destruction protocols. Yet, just as even the most intricate machines necessitate ventilation, This system contained exceedingly subtle, redundant pathways for state feedback and data exchange. These channels did not lead directly to the external free network, but connected to some lesser, yet crucial auxiliary systems within Eden. For instance, portions of non-core log recording units from the energy scheduling subsystem, or segments of sensor data caches from the environmental maintenance system, and even a secondary data backup node from the internal monitoring network of the subordinate observation station. As Lemo's consciousness cautiously traversed a remarkably concealed redundant channel and brushed against the identifier representing the monitoring network of the subordinate observation station, an indescribable thrill surged through his pure data consciousness. Shadow, AMU, Ella, they were still alive. Moreover, it was in close proximity to his physical location. This revelation was akin to a potent stimulant, rekindling his nearly dissipated consciousness. Hope took on a more tangible form. Yet, he refrained from acting impulsively. To establish direct contact through this fragile conduit? Impossible. The bandwidth of this channel was exceedingly limited and under stringent surveillance. Any unconventional data flow would trigger an immediate alarm. He required a more cunning approach. A plan began to take shape in his mind, constructed from data and logic. He was no longer passively deciphering, but instead actively and cautiously probing, drawing upon the insights bestowed by the mark of his notebook, which transcended the current regulations. He was no longer content with merely comprehending the code. He began to attempt imitation and embedding. Centering his consciousness, he simulated a few extremely common, trivial fragments of system logs generated by the Cradle Protocol's own operations. He then meticulously controlled these fabricated log fragments, akin to motes of dust, blending them into the data flow that coursed through the redundant channel. This process was like placing a few colored grains of sand, indistinguishable in texture but subtly different in internal structure, among billions of identical grains. It required an unparalleled understanding of its operational rules and an acute grasp of the rhythm of data flow. The first attempt failed. The counterfeit fragments were recognized as informational noise by the underlying verification protocols the moment they entered the channel and were instantly obliterated. On the second attempt, he adjusted the frequency and entropy of his simulation to more closely align with the background radiation naturally produced by the system. The fragments successfully merged, yet they sank without a trace, creating no ripples. He did not succumb to discouragement. Within this timeless realm, he possessed nearly infinite patience. On the 100th attempt, he continuously adjusted and optimized. The mark of the notebook seemed to learn alongside him, becoming increasingly attuned to the rules of this data environment. The simulated fragments grew ever more lifelike and elusive. At last, after countless trials, he succeeded in embedding a small, fabricated system status report bearing a specific identification signal into the data stream directed towards the backup node of the monitoring network at the affiliated observation station. This report was devoid of meaning, merely indicating a non-existent, low-priority sensor calibration event. Yet, it served as a beacon, a silent coordinate known only to him, one that he hoped Shadow could comprehend. Having accomplished this, Lemo immediately severed all active operations, withdrawing his consciousness once more into a state of profound silence. As if nothing had transpired, he resembled a masterful spy, leaving the first unnoticed mark in the heart of the enemy's domain. Now, all he could do was wait, to see if the woman, who fought alongside him in the wasteland, would detect this subtle anomaly as fine as a spider's thread. At the affiliated observation station of the 7th Academy, in the isolation cell, Shadow sat against the wall, her eyes partially closed, as if resting. Yet all her awareness was concentrated on the energy suppression shackles encircling her wrist and the incessantly rotating surveillance camera in the corner of the room. After days, or perhaps weeks, for the sense of time here was rather nebulous, she had discerned certain patterns. The surveillance camera did not operate under constant high load. It possessed an exceedingly brief, nearly imperceptible data transmission cycle. The energy output of the shackles was not immutable either. It adapted to the subtle fluctuations of her vital signs. She was learning the rhythm of the system that imprisoned her. Suddenly, during a fleeting interval when the surveillance camera completed a data transmission and transitioned into the next scanning cycle, the rudimentary personal terminal that she wore, similarly stripped of most of its functions, Eden had not entirely deprived her, perhaps to observe her behavioral patterns, flickered momentarily in an unusual manner. This was not a mere power fluctuation. It appeared to be a display error caused by an exceedingly faint data overflow. For an instant, a string of meaningless garbled text resembling a system log identifier flashed across the screen, one of which, when combined, vaguely resembled a coordinate or perhaps a serial number. The flicker and garble lasted less than 1/10 of a second before returning to normalcy. Was it a system malfunction? Or was it? Her heart raced. She thought of Lemo. She recalled his unfathomable ability to manipulate energy and rules. Though manifested differently, was this subtle disruption within a meticulously structured system his doing? Was he attempting to reach out to her? She forcibly suppressed her excitement, maintaining an expressionless facade while still adopting a meditative posture. Yet her mind raced. She endeavored to recollect the fleeting identifier and the impression it left K7M01 Suba, followed by a string of numbers K7M01, which was Limo's sample number in Eden. Suba could be an abbreviation for the subordinate observation station. Was that string of numbers a regional code or a port number? The information was scant and ambiguous. Yet, without a doubt, this was the first signal from the outside world in many days, potentially related to him. She could not afford to act rashly. Surveillance was omnipresent. She needed more information, confirmation, and to discover a means of leveraging this silent coordinate. She slightly opened her eyes, her gaze once again fixating on the continuously rotating surveillance camera, a glimmer of icy resolve flashing within her eyes. Perhaps she could attempt to exert a modicum of harmless pressure on this system to see if it would elicit further anomalies. Meanwhile, deep within the data prison, Limo, whose consciousness had fallen into a profound silence, was utilizing the imprint of his notebook to continue absorbing, comprehending, and memorizing every rule and every flaw of this world that confined him in an almost dormant state. Reverse erosion had silently commenced. The boundaries between the cage and the captive were gradually becoming indistinct on a cognitive level. Chapter 67. Pressure Testing and Dormant Disturbance Affiliated Observation Station of the 7th Academy. Isolation Cell. Ying's pressure testing plan required meticulous calculations and immense patience. She could not incite obvious disturbances, for that would invite suppression and tighter scrutiny. What she required was a sustained, low-intensity anomaly, akin to background noise, to probe the system's threshold of response. Perhaps even to create a cover for any potential actions from Limo's side. The method she chose was to control her own vital signs. For an ordinary individual, this would be nothing short of fantastical. Yet, she was different. She was an elite among the Night Watchers, having undergone the most rigorous training. With an extraordinary command over her muscles, nerves, and even visceral activities. The energy suppression shackles limited her ability to draw upon external sources of power, yet they could not entirely erase her mastery over her internal bodily functions. She began her attempts. First, she focused on her heart rate. During the intervals between the surveillance camera's scans, she utilized specific breathing rhythms and mental guidance to induce exceedingly subtle fluctuations in her heartbeat, which were inconsistent with a normal resting state. At times, it would accelerate slightly, as if startled. At others, it would briefly decelerate, resembling deep slumber. Next, she turned her attention to her surface temperature. By controlling the microdilation of subcutaneous capillaries, she created slight, irregular variations in the temperature of different skin areas. Even her brainwave activity was within her grasp. She recalled certain specific combat scenarios, eliciting brief disruptions in the waves, only to quickly restore tranquility. These changes were exceedingly subtle, easily classified as normal physiological fluctuations if considered in isolation. However, when they manifested in a particular pattern that appeared random yet concealed a tentative regularity, they constituted a persistent background noise disturbance for an automated system heavily reliant on data models for monitoring. Day after day, she was like an indefatigable clockmaker, meticulously adjusting the output signals of this biological instrument. Her complexion paled due to the continual mental focus and bodily control, yet her eyes grew increasingly bright. She observed that the scanning frequency of the surveillance cameras appeared to have imperceptibly increased. The energy output of the shackles also underwent more frequent minor adjustments, attempting to return her physiological data to the preset stable range. The system had noticed her anomalies and was responding passively. Yet, it was not sufficient. At the moment a surveillance camera pivoted, she suddenly tensed her entire body, simulating a fleeting episode reminiscent of a minor seizure, a disruption of neural currents. The amplitude was kept at an exceedingly low level, lasting less than half a second, before she immediately relaxed and returned to normal. A brief, faint alarm echoed from the monitoring terminal outside her cell. A red light flickered momentarily before extinguishing. Clearly, the system assessed that this anomaly did not meet the threshold for intervention and categorized it as incidental physiological noise. However, she keenly sensed that following this event, the data flow directed towards her area seemed to become more active. More system resources were mobilized for the analysis and assessment of her condition. Pressure was quietly accumulating. She was uncertain if Limo could perceive the changes occurring here, but she had to persist, stirring the waters into further turbulence. Deep within the data prison, Limo's dormant consciousness stirred, akin to a sponge roused from the depths of the sea, slightly expanding. He felt it. It was not the direct information relayed through the silent coordinates he had left behind, but rather the background noise level of the entire Cradle Protocol data cage that exhibited an exceedingly subtle yet persistent elevation. Particularly concerning the data processing loads of the submodules dedicated to vital sign monitoring and consciousness activity analysis, abnormal and minute fluctuations emerged. These oscillations bore a familiar, artificially controlled rhythm, resonating subtly with the intense and resilient aura he had previously sensed, belonging to the Shadow. It was the Shadow. She was out there collaborating. Through this means, she was creating disturbances for him, crafting opportunities. A warm current, if the data consciousness could indeed possess temperature, swept through Li Mo's core. He was not alone in this battle. This opportunity must be seized. He sprang into action immediately. This time, his aim was no longer to transmit information outward. Rather, he sought to delve deeper into the core algorithmic region of the Cradle Protocol, while the system's computational power was momentarily diverted by the noise generated by the Shadow. He intended to locate the algorithmic fulcrum that enforced the state of forced dormancy. With the aid of the note's insignia, his analytical speed far surpassed previous efforts. Countless complex formulas and energy models representing the forcible severance and locking of his life's magnetic field and source power field unfolded before him like blueprints. He discerned a layer of pale blue informational membrane, its stable operation reliant on 3 core resonant anchor points corresponding to his brain's pineal gland, the bioelectric field of his heart, and the energy vortex of his dantian, the core area of the primordial return route. By disturbing any one of these anchor points, the absolute balance of the membrane could be briefly disrupted. But how could he induce such disturbance? His own power was completely severed, rendering internal breakthroughs impossible. His gaze shifted towards the energy source maintaining the operation of this data cage and the state of enforced dormancy. No matter how formidable the Cradle Protocol might be, it required energy to function, and any system within Eden would inevitably draw its energy supply from the vast energy network permeating the entire fortress. One of the redundant channels he had previously discovered subtly pointed towards the log area of the energy scheduling subsystem. A bold, even audacious thought began to take shape in his consciousness. He would no longer attempt to comprehend the intricate dormancy algorithms. Instead, he focused all his efforts on reverse engineering the data structure of the redundant channel connected to the energy system. He sought a method not to steal energy that would instantly trigger the highest alarms, but to inject a minuscule, specific erroneous energy fluctuation feedback signal into that channel. The purpose of this signal was to deceive the energy scheduling system into believing that the energy necessary to sustain the operation of the Cradle Protocol, especially in the unit he occupied, experienced an exceedingly slight, subthreshold instability at some moment. This illusion of instability would not cause any actual impact, as the redundant design of the energy system would promptly compensate for it. However, for the enforced hibernation protocol that is acutely reliant on a stable energy supply to maintain absolute equilibrium, even the slightest fluctuation from the energy source could induce a transient, nearly imperceptible frequency drift at that precise resonant anchor point, much like a gentle breath disturbing the workings of the most intricate timepiece. It does not require the entire hibernation to be disrupted. It merely necessitates a momentary loosening, a mere millionth of a second. This demands an exhaustive understanding of the energy system's data protocols, a simulated signal so convincingly authentic that it could deceive the system's self-diagnostic measures, and an impeccable timing, precise to the millisecond, synchronized with the moment external pressures reach a peak, thereby momentarily restraining a portion of the system's monitoring computational power. It is a gamble of dancing on the edge of a blade. Li Mo concentrated all his awareness, akin to a sniper lurking in the shadows, patiently calculating and waiting. He attuned himself to the fluctuations of the background noise within the data cage, feeling the increasingly distinct rhythm of pressure emanating from the shadows. Now is the moment. As the external interference data stream reached a minuscule peak, causing a brief tilt in the monitoring resources, Li Mo's consciousness stirred. A meticulously forged feedback signal, representing the energy fluctuation, negligible in magnitude, silently infiltrated the log stream of the energy scheduling subsystem through the reverse analyzed channel. The signal dispatched, Li Mo's consciousness plunged back into absolute silence, even more profound than before, to evade potential post-event tracing. Success or failure hinged upon this singular act. In the real world, at the base of the Broken Spine Canyon, amidst a stasis zone, Li Mo's body, suspended within chaotic energy, experienced an almost imperceptible tremor in his icebound fingertips. The amplitude was so minuscule that even the most sophisticated instruments could not detect it. Yet, within the confines of his forcibly hibernated body, at one of the 3 resonant anchor points maintaining the enforced slumber, Positioned within the bioelectric field of the heart, a fleeting, nearly hallucinatory dark golden spark of electricity flickered momentarily. A crack, a billion times narrower than a hair, emerged upon the absolute barrier of enforced hibernation. The fissure vanished almost instantaneously, and the hibernation state remained steadfast. However, something had irrevocably changed. Deep within the data cage, Lemo's dormant core of consciousness distinctly captured that momentary loosening. Though ephemeral and feeble, it was akin to witnessing the first glimmer of dawn in an eternal night. He had succeeded, although true awakening still lay far beyond reach. The first cornerstone towards freedom had been pried loose by him and them together. The next step was to repeat this process until quantitative change triggered a qualitative transformation, until this glimmer coalesced into a light that could tear apart the long night. Chapter 69. Vanguard of Consciousness and the Rebound of Protocol. The continuous infusion of data toxins, akin to water-eroding stone, silently corroded minute holes within the core operational zone of the Cradle Protocol. Lemo's mastery over his own state and the data cage ascended in tandem. He can now perceive with greater clarity the three faintly blue resonant anchor points that enforce his forced slumber, resembling three cold crystal columns penetrating his consciousness projection. The anchor point in the heart region, due to his sustained focus, has developed an array of imperceptible microcracks on its surface, and its stable resonant frequency has begun to exhibit discernible deviations. It is time to embark on bolder endeavors. He is no longer content with creating energy fluctuations externally to indirectly disturb the anchor points. He intends to dispatch a vanguard, plunging directly behind enemy lines to dismantle from within. This vanguard consists of a fragment of his core consciousness, the purest essence, imbued with his awakening will. This fragment is enveloped, compressed, and disguised by the power of notebook imprints. Its informational characteristics simulated to resemble the harmless redundant verification data packets generated during the Cradle Protocol's deep system self-check. This is an exceedingly perilous maneuver. Should this fragment of consciousness be identified during transmission, or should it trigger the defense mechanisms within the target anchor point? He would face the local annihilation of consciousness and a more stringent suppression from the Cradle Protocol. Without hesitation, at the perfect moment when internal and external pressures peak once again, Lemo launched this consciousness vanguard, disguised as a system self-check data packet. The consciousness fragment navigated through a redundant channel connecting to the energy scheduling log area that he had thoroughly mapped, flowing upstream, instead of heading towards the energy system. Leveraging Lemo's profound understanding of the protocol structure, it executed a deft data jump, akin to a hacker exploiting system vulnerabilities for privilege escalation. Directly circumventing towards the core algorithm area, maintaining the forced slumber, targeting the resonant anchor point in the heart region. The entire process unfolded at lightning speed on the data level, silent and unseen. Success. The consciousness fragment successfully infiltrated the internal data structure of the target anchor point. Here lay a realm composed of pure mathematical formulas and energy models, bathed in a faint blue hue. Countless streams of directives representing stability, isolation, and correction cascaded like a waterfall. The consciousness fragment found itself amid this, akin to a speck of dust drifting into the galaxy. Lemo maneuvered the fragment, refraining from attempting to destroy those grand directive flows, which would be akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. His target was more covert, the feedback loops within the anchor point used for self-calibration and frequency fine-tuning. Like a special forces operative infiltrating an enemy command system, he meticulously adjusted several critically significant parameter weights within the feedback loop. Not a complete alteration, but rather an exceedingly subtle deviation, instigating the self-calibration mechanism to produce minor, persistent positive feedback errors. In simpler terms, he rendered this anchor point overly sensitive. Any minuscule external fluctuation, such as physiological disturbances caused by shadows, or the unstable energy signals he fabricated, would be amplified by the tampered feedback loop, consequently initiating a more intense frequency drift. Having accomplished all this, the consciousness fragment promptly retreated along the original path, leaving no trace. Just as the consciousness fragment safely returned to the core, a resonant hum erupted. A tremor far stronger than any prior occurrence suddenly burst forth from the heart region's anchor point. The tampered feedback loop had come into play. It instantaneously magnified all the minute disturbances accumulated previously, along with the subtle fluctuations triggered by Lemo's incursion, intertwining them. The pale blue crystal anchor trembled violently, and cracks spread across its surface at a visible pace. The coercive dormancy information barrier permeating Lemo's consciousness projection rippled violently, akin to waves stirred by a boulder cast into a lake. Alarm. Abnormal fluctuations detected in the forced dormancy state of target K7M01. Stability has plummeted to 973. Initiate Deep Stability Maintenance Protocol. A chilling electronic synthetic voice echoed urgently within the data prison. A more powerful pale blue data stream surged in like a tide, striving to mend the anchor and smooth the ripples. Yet, this was precisely the opportunity Liemo awaited. In that fleeting moment of intense disruption of the forced dormancy, he summoned all the conscious energy available to him, not to attack the anchor, but to surge forth like a flood breaching its banks. Aiming for the temporarily thinned information barrier created by the ripples, he endeavored to extend his perception beyond this data prison during this brief window, even if it meant capturing just a fleeting glimpse of genuine information from the external world. Open for me. His consciousness roared. Boom. His perception collided with an extraordinarily resilient membrane. An immense resistance surged forth, causing the entire data prison to tremble. The pale blue stability forces retaliated furiously. Nevertheless, the internally corrupted anchor continued to generate chaos, and the pressure from both inside and out reached unprecedented heights. A ripping sound, reminiscent of fabric being torn, erupted within the realm of consciousness. The barrier that isolated all information was forcefully torn open, creating an exceedingly minute, ephemeral fissure. In that instant, a torrent of disordered yet authentic information surged through this crack and flooded into his awareness. He heard the eternal roar of chaotic energy from the depths of the broken spine canyon. He felt the sensation of his physical body suspended in the void, experiencing weightlessness. He even vaguely captured the distant, massive oppressive energy fluctuations emanating from the core area of the pure white fortress, Eden. More importantly, he sensed the faint yet resolute pull from the dark golden notebook in his embrace, beckoning for the return of his true consciousness. Success. He briefly connected to reality. However, this transgressive act thoroughly infuriated the Cradle Protocol. Unauthorized consciousness overflow detected. The protocol assessed there exists a significant risk of loss of control. Initiating Nirvana-level eradication protocol. A cold, electronic voice resonated with unprecedented malice. A force far colder and more absolute than the forced dormancy, imbued with the intent of complete annihilation, began to coalesce at the core of the data prison. It was the ultimate means to obliterate his consciousness along with any traces of existence from this world. Alarm bells rang fiercely within Liemo's mind. It was a blunder. Without hesitation, he severed all external connections, retracting his consciousness at the utmost speed, concealing and remasking it into an absolute state of silence. The fissure that had been torn instantly sealed itself. However, the Nirvana plan appears to have been triggered, that destructive force still locking onto him, akin to the proverbial sword of Damocles. It is imperative to shatter the slumber before that sword descends. At this critical juncture, a stream of unfamiliar data, imbued with a specific encrypted identifier, infiltrated the Cradle Protocol's data confinement like a specter, precisely locating Liemo's concealed core of consciousness. This data stream bore not an attack nor mere information, but rather an exceedingly intricate key, accompanied by a brief coordinate. Was it Linwei or Crow? How could they possibly transmit information directly into this realm? Liemo had no time to ponder. Instinctively, he recorded the key. Meanwhile, the annihilating power of Nirvana had already pinpointed his location and was about to descend. There was no time for hesitation. Liemo summoned the faint vestiges of primal energy, recently revived by a fleeting connection to reality, blending it with the essence of the notebook's mark. He compressed all his consciousness, all data toxins, all attacking logic, along with the newly acquired enigmatic key, into an invisible, highly concentrated information singularity. Then, instead of retreating, he maneuvered this singularity, akin to a suicide attack. Colliding with the unstable resonant anchor point of the heart he had tampered with, he aimed to detonate it, to unleash chaos from within, to counteract the external cleansing of Nirvana. Boom! It was as if a supernova erupted at the level of consciousness. The pale blue crystal anchor could no longer withstand the tremendous force of internal and external assault, shattering in an explosive spectacle. The massive energy backlash and chaotic disarray instantaneously engulfed the entire data confinement. The operation of the Cradle Protocol fell into momentary, localized paralysis. The impending force of Nirvana was also disrupted by this sudden internal explosion, losing its precise target. In the real world, at the bottom of the broken spine canyon, Liemo's suspended body abruptly arched, and his eyes shot open. Within his pupils, a dark golden light flickered like rekindled embers, flashing violently before quickly dimming due to excessive energy expenditure and the residual suppression of the Cradle Protocol. Yet, those eyes had indeed opened. although merely for an instant. His heavy eyelids closed once more, and his body returned to stasis. However, this stasis was markedly different from before. One of the 3 forcibly induced anchor points had been breached. The barriers of consciousness had been penetrated. Awakening was now on a countdown. Above the ruins of the data confinement, the disturbed force of nirvana was coalescing anew, angrier and more lethal than before. In a secret monitoring room within the Eden core zone, a piercing alarm blared incessantly. Warning: Cradle Protocol K7 unit has suffered an attack from an unknown logical weapon. Core anchor point compromised. Target consciousness activity level exhibiting abnormal elevation. Unauthorized high-level key intervention detected. Threat level assessed. Maximum. Requesting activation of Divine Punishment System authorization. A storm is brewing. Chapter 70. The Primal Vessel and Divine Punishment Warning. At the bottom of the Broken Spine Canyon, chaos churned. Lemo's tightly shut eyes concealed beneath his eyelids a dark, golden flow of light, transformed from fleeting sparks into a slowly, yet steadily circulating galaxy. The fracturing of the resonance anchor point in his heart region was akin to the toppling of the first domino, triggering a chain reaction far exceeding his initial expectations. The mandatory sleep field imposed by the Cradle Protocol had not entirely dissipated. The other 2 anchor points, the pineal gland and the dantian, continued their relentless operation, striving to mend the damage and draw him back into absolute stasis. Yet, the rupture had already manifested, and the binding force resembled a deflating balloon, gradually and persistently diminishing. More importantly, that brief moment of tearing through the data cage, connecting to reality, along with the profound resonance with the notebook at the moment of detonating the anchor point, seemed to have accomplished a crucial synchronizing calibration. He was no longer merely resisting the slumber, but rather adapting to and enveloping it. His consciousness, with an unprecedented clarity, perceived his physical form. The dark golden notebook remained pressed against his chest, but it was less an attachment and more a profound symbiosis. The material essence of the notebook appeared to be undergoing an invisible microscopic fusion with his own cells and energy channels. The dark golden arcane patterns no longer merely floated on the surface, but spread like the very veins of life, penetrating beneath his skin into muscle fibers, and even deep into his bones, taking root. A brand new perception replaced the traditional 5 senses. He no longer beheld a chaotic turbulence of energy, but rather the more fundamental particle trajectories and orderly lines that composed it. He no longer heard the howls of space, but rather the groans of the spatial structure itself, overwhelmed by the burden. He could even sense, deep beneath the somber crystalline earth, the faint yet vast primal source power, pulsating like the heartbeat of a planet. Was this the perspective of the primordial body? No deliberate guidance was necessary. The originally arduous route of the primordial source within him began to operate autonomously, growing more intricate and efficient. It was no longer confined to a specific area, but radiated from the pulsating dark golden core, extending to his limbs and bones, perfectly interfacing with the notebook's patterns that were merging with his flesh, forming a complete, self-sustaining, living energy ecosystem. Power began to gently yet resolutely replenish this exhausted shell. It was no longer the forceful, backlash-prone eruption of before, but rather an instinctual ease, as if it were an innate ability. He attempted to move a finger. This time, it was no longer an imperceptible tremor. His right index finger distinctly and slowly bent. The movement remained somewhat stiff, yet was imbued with palpable strength. The sensation of restraint persisted, but had transformed from an iron coffin into a soaked blanket. Gradually, he controlled the nascent power, adjusting his body's posture from a state of complete suspension to a standing position, treading the void in this chaotic vacuum. It was time to leave this cursed place. His gaze turned toward the dense fog above, which obscured the light of day. Now, he can distinctly discern the frail vulnerabilities and relatively safe paths amidst the tempestuous currents of energy enveloped in mist. He even perceives, high above, the lingering energetic remnants of a shattered bridge, and further still, the repugnant waves of pure white force emanating from the direction of Eden. However, before he sets forth, a more profound and elusive fluctuation captures his attention. This tremor does not originate from Eden, nor from the chasm itself, but arises from the deep resonance with a primordial force, born of his profound fusion with his notebook. The direction lies deeper within a secluded fissure of the chasm. This sensation carries the cold, unyielding essence of the rock civilization, intertwined with an ancient aura that shares a kinship with the heart of Source, yet is wilder and more untamed. There is even a faint echo, reminiscent of the obliterating chains that bind the heart of Source, yet more fragmented and on the brink of dissolution. What lies there? Another forgotten relic? Or perhaps an ancient existence akin to the heart of Source, yet with a divergent fate? This revelation momentarily curtails his urge to ascend and reunite with Shadow and the others. The circumstances above remain uncertain, and Eden has undoubtedly heightened its defenses. Charging blindly could lead to another encirclement. Conversely, this unexpected discovery may conceal greater opportunities or delve into the deeper secrets concerning the essence of source power. It could grant him genuine insight into the origins of his strength and how to confront Eden and the looming threat of obliteration. Risk and opportunity coexist. A flicker of resolve ignites within Li Mo's dark golden eyes. He requires power, information, and all that would liberate him from subjugation. He casts one final glance upwards, imprinting the essences of Shadow and the others firmly in his mind. Then, he turns away, facing the deeper, darker branch of the chasm from whence the secret resonance emanates. Stepping forward, treading upon the invisible nodes of rules, descending further. His figure gradually becomes engulfed by the increasingly dense chaotic mist, akin to a deep-sea creature returning to its lair. Meanwhile, within the secret observation chamber of Eden's highest council, the vast circular screen wall displays the region representing Li Mo's life signs and energy readings. Although largely obscured by the interference signals of the Cradle Protocol, several fluctuating parameters have drawn heightened scrutiny. Target K7M01. Forced hibernation state continues to decay. Energy characteristics remain unidentifiable, undergoing an unknown form evolution. High concentrations of unknown attribute source power accumulation detected at the depths of the broken spine chasm. Warning: energy levels are continuously rising, having surpassed historical observation records. The electronic synthetic voice carries a rare urgency. The council elders, seated within the halo, silently observe the ever-changing, nebulous aura representing Li Mo on the screen. Alongside the frantically fluctuating data, notify the judgment system to elevate to level 3 readiness. The elder in the center slowly speaks, his voice remaining calm, yet imbued with a chill that seems to lower the temperature of the entire observation chamber. Lock onto the coordinates of the broken spine chasm. Once the target deviates from the canyon's confines, or the energy reaction reaches a threshold, he paused momentarily and uttered the chilling words, "Eradicate immediately." An invisible menace, akin to an expansive net, descended once more. However, this time, the fish ensnared within had metamorphosed into an unknown entity capable of devouring the very net itself. The darkness deep within the canyon welcomed its new explorer, while above, a far greater tempest was brewing. Chapter 71. The Forgotten Crystal Core and the Countdown to Divine Retribution. The tributaries of the Broken Spine Canyon were even more profound and twisted than the main gorge. Here, the chaotic energy no longer manifested as a tumultuous torrent, but instead presented a viscous, adhesive state, as if time itself moved languidly in this realm. The somber rock walls were adorned with large, vividly colored yet ominous energy crystals, resembling diseased organs growing upon the canyon's body. As Li Mo traversed this realm, a natural dark golden luminescence emanated from him, repelling the viscous energy and creating a mobile sanctuary approximately 2 meters in diameter. With each step, he treaded upon the nodes of the energy structure, silent as a whisper, as though walking in another dimension. The secretive resonance grew increasingly distinct, guiding Li Mo through a forest of colossal, pallid crystalline structures until he arrived at a cave entrance concealed behind countless drooping energy vines. The entrance was narrow, barely accommodating a single person, and the interior was shrouded in utter darkness, impervious even to chaotic light. Only an ancient, chaotic, and somewhat mournful resonance emerged from within, akin to a breath. Li Mo lingered at the cave's mouth, his dark golden eyes piercing through the gloom, revealing the scene inside. The cave was not deep. At its center lay a modest pool of water, which was not liquid but a highly concentrated, liquid energy interwoven in dark purple and deep blue hues. Suspended within this pool was a crystal approximately the size of a human head. This crystal was unlike anything he had ever encountered. It was entirely black, yet not in a manner that absorbed light. Rather, it seemed to embody a miniature black hole, distorting and drawing in the surrounding sight. Yet, within that absolute darkness, tiny silver flecks, reminiscent of stars, rotated slowly, appearing and vanishing. The surface of the crystal was riddled with fissured patterns, not indicative of damage, but resembling some naturally occurring, intricately complex law's imprint, vaguely akin to the pathways within Li Mo's body and the markings in his notebook, yet older and more fragmented. What profoundly stirred Li Mo's spirit was the simultaneous sensation of four familiar, yet contradictory auras emanating from this obsidian crystal, a trace of the cold technological order belonging to the rock civilization. A surge of primal, untamed life force, originating from the same source as the heart of origins, a a faint yet fundamentally potent essence representing annihilation and finality, and an essence that seemed to transcend the three, attempting to forcibly amalgamate them, but ultimately failing, leaving behind a lingering sense of unwillingness and melancholy, a creative will that resonated with sorrow. Was this a failed fusion creation? Or perhaps it is a fragment of a source core, an endeavor to amalgamate various forms of primordial energy that ultimately succumbed to ruin and was forgotten here. A distinct pulsation emanated from the notebook cradled in his embrace, or rather, from the depths of his very flesh and blood, imbued with a sense of recognition, yet laced with caution and curiosity. Liemo approached the energy pool with measured steps. The water reacted to his presence, erupting into a frenzy, as dark violet and deep blue energies extended like tendrils, seeking to engulf him. Yet, upon encountering the dark golden halo that enveloped him, they melted away as if confronted by the sun, retreating in fear of the more complete and harmonious essence within him. He stood at the water's edge, extending a hand toward the obsidian crystal. Just as his fingertips were about to make contact, a warning blared. Warning. Target K7M01 energy response surging dramatically. Threshold exceeded. Location, Broken Spine Canyon. Depth 7342. S7 branch area. Judgment system authorization confirmed. Initiating final launch countdown. 10, 9, 8. The cold, urgent synthetic voice seemed to penetrate through layers of rock, resonating within the depths of Limeau's awareness. It was the judgment system of Eden. They had pinpointed this very location. Not even the most secret corners of the canyon could evade detection. A colossal destructive energy, potent enough to flatten mountains and evaporate seas, was gathering with frenzied intensity somewhere in the core region of Eden, targeting the very coordinates he occupied. The shadow of death had never loomed so vividly and so close. There was no time for hesitation. A dark golden brilliance flared in Limeau's eyes, and with newfound resolve, he thrust his right hand forward, seizing the suspended black crystal. Buzz! At the moment of contact, the black crystal trembled violently. The shards of stars within began to whirl in a frenzied acceleration. That chaotic will, a tumult of creation, order, life, and destruction, surged like a burst dam, rushing through his arm and forcefully invading his being. Agony. It felt as though his soul had been thrown into a meat grinder. For distinct, conflicting streams of colossal information and energy clashed within him, striving to assimilate and rend him apart. 3, 2, 1. Judgment launch. Whoosh. A beam of energy, unquantifiable in its hues and embodying the very concept of absolute annihilation, cleaved through the space above Broken Spine Canyon, disregarding all obstacles and chaotic energy currents, shooting towards Limeau's cavern with unparalleled precision at a speed that transcended the laws of physics. In this moment of peril, Limeau, nearly overwhelmed by the impact of four chaotic forces, unleashed a roar born of primal instinct. The nascent primordial power within him surged to its zenith under the dual pressure of external destruction and internal turmoil. The dark golden core pulsed with unprecedented velocity. On his body, deeply intertwined with the notebook, all the dark golden patterns glowed with a blinding radiance, reminiscent of overloaded circuits. He no longer sought to comprehend or control the influx of chaotic energies. Instead, he made a more reckless decision, to forge himself into a crucible, with primordial essence as the flame, and to forcibly melt for me. He channeled the chaotic torrent erupting from the black crystal, pouring all of his primal essence into the pulsating dark golden core within his chest. In an instant, the core transformed into a miniature apocalypse. Four distinct forces clashed violently within, exploding and annihilating one another. The imprint of the notebook radiated a stabilizing energy, fiercely protecting the core from complete collapse, striving to maintain a delicate balance teetering towards the unknown. At that very moment, the pillar of divine retribution descended. There was no sound, no explosion. The cave, along with the surrounding energy pool, the bone-like stone forest, and all matter and energy within a radius of several hundred meters, vanished silently, as if erased by an eraser, leaving behind a perfectly smooth, absolutely regular, bottomless hemispherical pit, its walls shimmering with the lustrous sheen of vitrification. This corner of the Broken Spine Canyon was utterly obliterated from existence. The pillar of divine retribution slowly dissipated. Inside the Eden observation chamber, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The screen wall displayed a complete flatline of all signals representing Limeau's vital signs and energy responses, returning to a state of absolute stillness. Target confirmed annihilated, reported the synthetic electronic voice. Several council elders gazed silently at the blank monitoring area, no words exchanged. An impenetrable darkness and silence prevailed. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Perhaps a fleeting moment, perhaps an eternity. At the very bottom of the pit, where divine retribution had leveled the ground, a faint, chaotic-hued light flickered to life, reminiscent of the singularity at the dawn of the universe. Within this radiance, a curled humanoid silhouette became vaguely discernible. Liam's consciousness, from utter fragmentation, began to coalesce with great difficulty. He had survived. In the final moments before divine retribution struck, the chaotic fusion within him, under the weight of destruction, had fortuitously reached a critical, unstable equilibrium. The four chaotic forces had not fully merged but coexisted in an exceedingly fragile form, akin to a chaotic soup, alongside his primal essence within the dark golden core. This newfound power, brimming with infinite possibilities yet fraught with peril, paradoxically formed an absolute defense under the erasing rules of divine retribution, as it embodied the undefined, chaotic point between existence and non-existence. While divine retribution obliterated his existence, it could not erase this nascent chaotic point, straddling the divide between being and void. He had won the gamble, with himself as the stake. He had secured a slender thread of survival. Slowly and laboriously, he unfurled his curled body. He looked down at his hands. The dark golden patterns on his skin remained. Yet beneath them, a more complex and profound chaotic aura flowed gently. His gaze transformed, no longer merely dark golden. It now shimmered with the chaotic hue akin to the black crystal, imbued with celestial radiance. His power had changed. It was more vast, more primal, and increasingly difficult to wield. He raised his head, his eyes seemingly piercing through the thick layers of rock, gazing towards the direction of Eden. A cold, chaotic smile played upon his lips. Divine retribution was nothing extraordinary. Now it is my turn. His figure, amidst the chaotic hues of dim light, gradually melded into the void below, akin to a droplet merging with the ocean, vanishing without a trace. The prelude to vengeance, orchestrated by the chaos returning from this self-annihilation, quietly began to unfold. Chapter 72. The Return of Chaos and the Cataclysm at the Observation Station. The Broken Spine Canyon, a realm of absolute void, obliterated by divine retribution. The chaotic light ebbed and flowed like a living tide, silently coursing through the glassy depths of the pit, gathering momentum. At the core of this luminescence, Liam's silhouette solidified from the ethereal. His eyes remained closed, yet the essence of his being had transformed entirely since his descent into the canyon. The once primordial form now bore the sharpness of rebirth, a confluence of order and life. At this moment, he resembled a fragment of walking chaos, still unformed. Beneath his skin, dark golden veins pulsed, concealing a deeper, ever-shifting chaos of star-like brilliance. No longer did he possess distinct boundaries of energy. Instead, he merged seamlessly with the void around him, a space washed by divine punishment, teeming with fundamental particle flows and remnants of order, creating a bizarre harmony of consumption. He slightly lifted his hand, letting a wisp of chaotic energy escape his fingertips, not to strike any target, but merely to graze the utterly smooth, glassy wall of the pit. With a soft hiss, there was no sound, yet where his fingertip made contact, the glass-like substance appeared to undergo eons of erosion, instantly losing all luster and structure, dissolving into the most primal dust, which was then silently absorbed and assimilated by that wisp of chaotic energy. This was not destruction, but a process of disintegration and return, breaking down ordered matter and energy into their most primitive chaotic state, and then incorporating them into himself. Liam opened his eyes. His pupils had wholly transformed into two swirling vortices of chaos, imbued with countless birth and death stars. Wherever his gaze fell, the facade of the world was peeled away layer by layer, revealing the flowing energy veins and the foundational rules that constituted all things beneath. He beheld the energy nodes within the dense rock formations above, witnessed the chaotic torrents still raging within the canyon, albeit now clear to him, and observed in the far distance the massive and intricate pure white energy shield enveloping the external facade of the Eden Fortress, beneath which countless points of light, representing life and confinement, flickered in varying degrees of brightness and obscurity. Among these lights, several bore a familiar essence, faint yet persistently glimmering. Shadow, Ella, Amu. They still lived. But their radiance was suppressed by a disconcerting pale blue force field, akin to fireflies ensnared in a spider's web. A chill, not purely born of anger, but a blend of cleansing and corrective intent, burgeoned within his chaotic core. Eden, this cage masquerading as purity, was due for a reckoning. He did not immediately soar into the sky. Such an act would only invite the gaze of divine retribution once more. Though he now possessed some measure of control, it was not a foolproof strategy. His gaze settled upon an inconspicuous area of the Eden energy shield. There lay a secondary node of energy flow, responsible for handling low-priority waste discharge and energy dissipation, possessing relatively weak defenses and sparse monitoring. More importantly, from that direction, he faintly captured a trace of extremely weak redundant data fluctuations belonging to the internal network of the Seventh Academy, which had once resonated with the notebook he held close to his heart. A concealed path began to take shape within his chaotic vision. He moved not by flight, but as if merging into the Earth's shadow, directly sinking into the vitrified rock beneath his feet, enveloped by a chaotic glow as he passed. Rocks, minerals, and even residual radiation energy were silently decomposed and assimilated, transforming into the negligible sustenance required for his passage, leaving behind transient voids that were quickly filled by surrounding matter. Like an ant snake infiltrating a dam, he stealthily permeated toward the pure white fortress that imprisoned his companions. Following the weak points of the energy shield, the attached observation station of the Seventh Academy, Shadow leaned against the wall of the isolation chamber, appearing to rest. Yet all her senses were heightened to their utmost. Days ago, after that faint terminal flicker and garbled data, the system seemed to have intensified their surveillance. But that was all. No further signals had come from Liemo, and the canyon had long returned to its eerie silence. Yet the flicker of hope within her heart remained unextinguished. She believed Liemo was not so easily defeated. That intuition, stemming from the depths of her soul, was one of the pillars upon which she had survived in the wasteland until now. Suddenly, a brief, chaotic burst of electrical noise erupted from the broadcast unit in the corridor ceiling, disrupting the constant low hum of the observation station. The sound was jarring, but more bizarrely, it seemed to be interspersed with several discordant syllables, twisted like the remnants of a failed encrypted communication. Almost simultaneously, the door lock indicators of all the cells flickered briefly and synchronously in a wild flash of red light, before returning to normal. What was happening? The sound of patrolling guards questioning alertly and the hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. Shadow's eyes flew open, her heart racing uncontrollably. This was not a system malfunction. Such a degree of anomaly felt more like a brutal intrusion attempt from the outside. Though quickly suppressed by the system, that momentary disturbance was palpably real. Who was it? The enemies of Eden? Or? She instinctively glanced toward the direction where Liemo had vanished, despite the thick walls and great distance separating them. In the isolation chamber, Ella and AMU were also startled by this sudden upheaval, nervously looking outside. All units, attention. Weak data impact detected from an unknown source. Security level elevated to yellow. Repeat for all areas, enhance vigilance. The voice of the guard captain came through the internal channel, laced with a barely perceptible tension. The atmosphere within the observation station instantly tightened. Meanwhile, deep within the observation station, near the energy circulation system and the external shield node interface, in a narrow maintenance passage filled with thick pipelines and blinking indicators, a chaotic glimmer slowly coalesced into the figure of Liemo, as if seeping from the walls. He stood in a shadowy corner, his chaotic eyes scanning the intricate surroundings. The recent tentative data incursion was a calculated maneuver, executed by him through his recollection of the internal network architecture of the Seventh Academy, combined with the nascent chaotic force characterized by decomposition and reconstruction. The outcome pleased him. The system's defenses were formidable, yet not infallible. Moreover, he distinctly perceived that as the system extinguished the noise he had generated, several data streams pointed towards the surveillance network of the upper confinement area. He had discovered the path. Rather than acting impulsively, he harmonized his presence with the energy radiating from the surrounding conduits and the thermal noise emitted by the operational devices. Like a specter, he stealthily navigated the maintenance passage towards the upper regions. His objective was unequivocal: to locate the shadows and subsequently depart from this place. As for his departure, Liemo lifted his gaze, his eyes seemingly penetrating through layers of decks, towards the higher, more central zone of Eden. There lay Lin Wei, Su Lin, with her unresolved enigmas, the orchestrator of the Cradle Protocol, and the frigid will that unleashed divine retribution. Some accounts were due for a gradual reckoning. Chaos had quietly descended. This city, which prided itself as the last bastion of civilization, was on the brink of an unforeseen internal cleansing. Chapter 73. Data reversion and the cracks of the cage. The brief commotion at the observation station soon subsided, the guard's footsteps returning to a rhythmic patrol, as if the earlier anomaly was merely an inconsequential hiccup of the system. Yet, the faint, peculiar fluctuations in the air, distinct from Eden's pure white energy, and the distorted echoes of syllables from the broadcast, rippled continuously within the heart of the shadow like stones cast into a still pond. She closed her eyes, ceasing her attempts to observe with her physical sight, and concentrated her entire spirit on the energy-suppressing shackles and the surrounding surveillance cameras. The power Liemo had previously exhibited was one that could directly manipulate the rules. If this fluctuation indeed pertained to him, its ramifications would undoubtedly extend beyond mere surface turmoil. She reflected on the subtle variations in the energy output of the shackles at the moment the anomaly occurred. The momentary deviation in the scanning frequency of the surveillance cameras and the peculiar tremor patterns of energy particles in the air. In her mind, she constructed a model, piecing together those fragmented perceptions. It was neither an attack nor destruction. It felt more akin to a crude scanning, or perhaps an attempt to forcibly interface with the system, searching for some hidden connection, akin to a person groping along a wall in darkness, seeking a concealed switch. This thought caused her heart to leap abruptly. If it truly was Liemo, not only had he survived divine retribution, but he had infiltrated the inner sanctum of Eden, possibly near the observation station. He was seeking them in his own manner. She had to respond. She must provide him with a clearer coordinate. But how to respond? In such tightly monitored conditions, any overtly anomalous behavior would invite suppression. Her gaze once again fell upon the continually rotating surveillance camera. An exceedingly risky plan began to take shape in her mind. She recalled that during previous stress tests, when she simulated specific physiological wave patterns, the system's response exhibited a slight delay. This indicates the existence of a subtle feedback loop between her physiological signals and the system that maintains surveillance and confinement. She must exploit this loop to generate a specific life signal pattern that would not be deemed a threat by the system, yet could be recognized by the potential external force. She commenced her endeavor, shifting from broad physiological disturbances to an exquisitely fine control of her heartbeat. She orchestrated the rhythm of her pulse to mimic a simple code, one she had employed with Liemo and Mu in the wasteland, signifying safety, acknowledgement, and awaiting instructions. The rhythm of her heartbeat, thump, 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 was slow and discreet, interwoven with the normal variations of her heartbeat, echoing like Morse code. Each cycle of this rhythm was accompanied by her intense mental focus and a delicate resistance to the energy output of her restraints, ensuring that this unique rhythm could be transmitted clearly through the feedback loop. This was an extraordinarily taxing process. Beads of sweat emerged from her forehead, and her complexion grew increasingly pale. Yet her gaze remained sharp, akin to a lurking leopard, patiently and resolutely tapping against the walls of her invisible prison. In the underground maintenance passage, Liemo blended into the chaos of shadows, stealthily ascending through the network of pipes. His chaotic perception expanded, functioning like an invisible sonar, scanning everything around him. The recent tentative data surge, though swiftly extinguished, had provided him with valuable insight into the distribution of the system's defensive nodes, its response velocity, and several data pathways leading to the upper surveillance network. He required a more precise location. At that moment, within his expanding perception, he caught a faint yet remarkably rhythmic fluctuation of bioelectrical signals emanating from an area above, penetrating layers of metallic partitions and energy barriers, entering his awareness like a faint heartbeat. This fluctuation was not a natural physiological rhythm. It bore a familiar, artificially coded cadence. It was her. She was responding to him. She was conveying her state and position through this means. A ripple of excitement coursed through Liemo's chaotic gaze as he immediately zeroed in on the direction of the signal, targeting the observation station's upper level. Block B's confinement unit. He had found it. But how to breach the defenses there? The Block B confinement unit undoubtedly had an independent energy barrier and physical locks. A forceful breakthrough would instantly trigger the highest alert. His gaze fell upon the ground beneath him. In his chaotic perspective, the intricate structure of the observation station resembled a transparent model, with energy conduits, data cables, and circulating pipes crisscrossing, forming the veins and nerves of this fortress. Among them, a substantial main energy pipeline, pulsating with a ghostly blue glow, traversed directly beneath his current position, extending upward. One of its significant branches seemingly supplying power to the energy barrier and life support system of the Block B confinement unit. A plan swiftly took shape. He did not need to destroy. He merely needed to temporarily and slightly disrupt the stability of this energy conduit. There was no need for a complete power outage. A minuscule, instantaneous fluctuation in voltage or frequency would suffice. Such fluctuations, for the Eden with its robust, redundant systems, may merely be recorded as a trivial energy ripple, perhaps failing to even trigger low-level alarms. However, for the confinement unit's energy barrier and the delicate life monitoring systems that are acutely reliant on stable energy to maintain absolute equilibrium, this fleeting disturbance is ample enough to provoke a brief, localized system disruption. The barrier may flicker for mere milliseconds, The authentication protocol of the locking mechanism might experience nanosecond-level verification errors, and the monitoring system could lose data for an instant. And this is the window he needs. Liam pressed his hand against the cold metallic wall of the conduit. The chaotic energy, like a sentient fluid, silently seeped in, causing no structural damage to the pipe, but instead, akin to a virus, it ascended along the energy flow, precisely locating the critical node that supplied power to Area B. He meticulously controlled the energy, simulating a specific frequency disturbance signal generated from the energy core itself, a commonplace occurrence during load switching. Before gently casting it in as one would a stone into a stream, the signal surged silently along the energy flow toward Area B above. Within the confinement unit of Area B, Shadow continued to send her heartbeat code. Suddenly, click. The indicator light of her cell's lock flickered briefly, almost imperceptibly, to yellow, indicating a temporary fault or verification, before returning to green. Almost simultaneously, the screen on the opposite wall displaying her vital signs distorted for less than a tenth of a second. In the corridor, the displays on the helmets of two patrolling guards also momentarily exhibited fleeting static. Did it just stutter? One guard murmured in confusion. Probably just a system self-check. No need to overreact, the other guard dismissed. Yet, this synchronous anomaly was unmistakably captured by Shadow. It was no coincidence. It was Liam. He had truly arrived. And he was within the system. He was creating an opportunity for her. Shadow's heart raced, yet she forced down her excitement. Her gaze instantly locking onto the lock that had just shown signs of irregularity. The opportunity was fleeting. She had to seize it. Meanwhile, below, after casting that metaphorical stone, Liam's chaotic figure had already transformed into a wraith, swiftly ascending through the conduits and maintenance passages toward the upper Area B. The cracks in the cage had begun to appear. The hunter was about to reunite with his companion. This silent infiltration and rescue were on the brink of reaching their climax. Chapter 74. Chaotic Rescue and Alarm Shredding within the confinement unit of Area B. The lock that had just experienced a brief anomaly now glowed steadily green, as if the previous flicker had merely been an illusion. Yet Shadow knew that it was not. It was a sliver of opportunity pried open by Liam, the sole beacon in the darkness. She hesitated not for a moment. As the guard opposite relaxed slightly due to the recent system stutter, casting his gaze toward the far end of the corridor, Shadow sprang into action. The energy-suppressed shackles that bound her body unleashed a long-buried strength, not born of source power, but rather the honed might of her body and instinct for combat. She swept like a shadow skimming the ground, almost gliding without a sound, and in an instant, she darted to the door. Her right hand, fingers poised together, concentrated all her strength and determination, precisely aiming at a highly concealed physical interface on the side of the lock, designed for emergency maintenance. This was the sole potential weakness she had discerned through days of observation, combined with the knowledge of the early standard equipment of the Eden's Guardians. With a soft click, the mechanism yielded with a delicate, almost imperceptible sound. In the fleeting window where the lock system had yet to stabilize due to energy disturbances, and the internal verification mechanism experienced nanosecond-level delays, this physical impact, embodying all her hopes and strength, forcibly triggered the emergency unlocking mechanism. The airtight door slid open just enough for her to slip through. What sound? The guard turned abruptly, but it was too late. Like a darting fish, she slipped through the narrow opening, not rushing towards the guard, but instead, using the force of her push against the just-opened door to propel herself towards the prison cells of Ella and AMU. She understood that the chaos created by Liam was fleeting. She had to seize every precious second. Prisoner escape. B-zone alarm. The guard finally reacted, and the piercing alarm shattered the tranquility of the observation station. The red warning lights whirled frantically. Another guard raised his energy rifle, but the speed and angle of her movement were too acute. His line of fire was obstructed by his companion and the wall. Stop her. Meanwhile, in the shadow at the exit of the underground pipeline, Liam's figure materialized like a specter. The blaring alarm and flashing red lights signaled the exposure of the plan. Yet, within the chaos of his eyes, there was not a trace of disturbance. Exposure had always been anticipated. In fact, from the moment he decided to infiltrate, he had never hoped to remain undetected indefinitely. What he sought was never the perfection of stealth, but rather efficient destruction and absolute control. His gaze pierced through layers of obstruction, locking onto the position of the shadow, while also perceiving more guards converging towards B-zone, drawn by thermal reactions, along with the heavy, thunderous footsteps characteristic of powered armor. Tom was running short. He no longer concealed himself. Stepping out of the shadows, the chaotic aura radiated from him like a silent explosion. There was no blinding light, no deafening noise. Yet, wherever the chaos spread, The corridor lights flickered erratically as if malfunctioning. The smooth alloy panels of the wall emitted a disconcerting distortion, as if being kneaded by an invisible force. The pure white energy field in the air quivered violently, dissipating as if encountering a natural enemy. He walked amidst the flickering lights and distorted space, resembling a god of chaos descending upon the mortal realm. Two guards who had just rushed to the entrance of B-Zone froze upon seeing Li Mo approach from the direction of the pipeline. Along with the incomprehensible and eerie spectacle surrounding him, their pupils filled with sheer terror. A monster, one guard stammered, raising his energy rifle with trembling hands. Li Mo didn't even glance at him. He merely raised his hand casually, gesturing towards the guard with an air of indifference. Buzz, the guard, clutching his energy rifle, along with the lightweight armor adorning his form, began to disintegrate as if submerged in a potent acid, visibly dissolving into ethereal streams of pure energy and fundamental particles, which were silently absorbed by the chaotic luminescence surrounding Li Mo, staring blankly at his empty hands and the remnants of his clothing. The guard let out a primal scream and collapsed onto the ground. Another guard, stricken with terror, turned to flee. However, as Li Mo's gaze shifted, the chaotic hue of his eyes fell upon the fleeing figure. Instantly, the guard's movement froze, as though he had collided with an invisible wall, and he too began to disintegrate, dissipating like sand sculptures, unable to emit a single cry. An absolute silence enveloped the space, save for the futile echo of alarms reverberating through the desolate corridor. Li Mo approached the cell doors of Ella and AMU. Without searching for a lock, he simply pressed his palm against the alloy door. Chaotic energy surged forth. In an instant, the heavy alloy door, along with its intricate electronic locks and energy barrier generators, melted away silently like snow under the sun, revealing the astonished faces of Ella and AMU behind it. "Mo!" AMU exclaimed, tears welling in her eyes as she cried out. Ella, equally shocked by Li Mo and the incomprehensible power surrounding him, instinctively grabbed AMU, urging her to flee quickly. Meanwhile, Shadow had dealt with the two guards who had rushed over, blood dripping from her short blade as she swiftly joined them. Her gaze towards Li Mo was complex, filled with joy, shock, and an indescribable hint of concern. Li Mo's power had grown to a point that even she found unfamiliar and unsettling. This way, Shadow immediately pointed to a relatively concealed escape route she had already scouted. Yet, Li Mo shook his head, his chaotic eyes gazing deeper into the observation station's core. "No, we shall not venture outside." His voice was calm, but carried an undeniable resolve. "What?" Ella was taken aback. Li Mo raised his hand, directing it toward the core control area where the alarms blared the loudest and the energy responses were most intense. Eden believed that divine retribution could erase everything. Now, it is time for them to witness how that which they deemed erased can systematically dismantle their self-righteous order from within. As his words fell, a surge of chaotic radiance enveloped him, and he stepped resolutely towards the core control zone. The flames of vengeance were no longer content to burn quietly. They sought to incinerate this prison and return fear and chaos to its creators. Shadow observed his retreating figure, gritting her teeth and gripping her blade tightly. "Follow him." Chapter 75. Prelude to nullification and the abyss of data in the core control area of the observation station. The alloy gates stood firmly shut, their red alarm lights flickering like the frantic eyes of a dying beast. Behind the door, the air was filled with a cacophony of shouts, urgent commands, and the shrill beeping of system overloads. Supervisor Houghton, peering through the surveillance screens, watched the figure, enshrouded in chaotic luminescence, approaching with a deliberate pace. Fear and rage contorted his features. "Stop him. All firepower. At any cost." Horton's roar crackled through the communicator, laden with distortion. Suddenly, from the shooting ports flanking the gates and above the corridor, a torrent of concentrated energy beams erupted forth. These beams were not a chaotic barrage, but rather formed an intricate lattice of firepower, sealing off all paths forward, potent enough to evaporate a small army in an instant. Yet, Li Mo did not even hesitate. He merely raised his left hand, palm facing forward. The torrent of energy, capable of melting steel, encountered an invisible barrier before reaching his palm, akin to crashing against a wall that absorbed all. There was neither explosion nor deflection. All the raging energy was silently devoured and disintegrated by that chaotic hue, not even stirring a ripple. He continued onward, his steps unwavering. With a casual gesture of his right hand, the automated turrets, which were furiously unleashing firepower against the wall of the corridor, were as if erased by an unseen eraser. Their bases and connected energy lines instantaneously reduced to dust, dissipating into the air. Absolute power brought forth absolute silence. Only the faint sound of his boots against the alloy floor remained, alongside the increasingly heavy breaths and desperate gasps from within the control room. Horton watched helplessly as the last line of defense crumbled like paper, witnessing that chaotic figure approach the final gate like the harbinger of death, and he finally broke down. "No, you cannot come in. This is Eden, a pure sanctuary." He lunged at the main console, his fingers trembling in a frenzy, yet accurately inputting a series of high-priority commands to initiate the observation station's self-destruct sequence. Authorization code H07. Even if it meant blowing everything here to smithereens, he could not allow this source of pollution to escape. A glaring red countdown instantly appeared on all screens. The self-destruct sequence has been initiated. Final purification will execute in 10 minutes. The cold, mechanical voice echoed. "Ha ha ha, let us die together." Horton laughed maniacally. At that moment, Liam-O arrived before the final gate. He made no attempt to decipher the password or search for a switch. Instead, he calmly raised his right hand and pressed it against the half-meter-thick alloy gate, designed to withstand heavy energy blasts. The chaotic light, like a living fluid, swiftly enveloped the entire door panel. In the next instant, under the desperate gaze of Horton and all the technicians in the control room, that gate, which symbolized the last line of defense, did not explode or melt. Rather, it began to silently erode and dissipate from the point of contact, as if it had endured eons of temporal erosion, resembling a sandcastle washed away by time. This was not destruction, but a complete existential erasure. The scene behind the door revealed panicked technicians, and Horton, standing at the main console, had a smile frozen on his face, as if his throat had been gripped. Liam-O stepped forward, entering the control room. The chaotic aura spread, causing all the instrument screens inside to instantly black out, leaving only the red self-destruct countdown stubbornly ticking, as if it were the sole remnant of order permitted to exist in this space. A technician, paralyzed by fear, collapsed to the ground, the liquid of his incontinence soaking the floor. Liam-O's gaze fell upon Horton. Horton felt that chaotic gaze, as if a cold, venomous serpent had coiled around his heart. All madness and courage evaporated in an instant, leaving only the most primal fear. He staggered backward, colliding with the frigid control panel. "What do you intend to do? The self-destruct sequence has already been initiated. You cannot escape." His voice trembled, attempting to sustain himself with a final threat. Liam-O paid no heed to his outcries and approached the main control console. He observed the pulsating red countdown. 0. He uttered softly. Then, he extended a finger, pointing towards the self-destruct program interface, which represented one of Eden's highest authorities. There were no intricate maneuvers, no authorization checks. The moment his fingertip touched the screen, the chaotic energy, akin to sentient code, directly infiltrated the system's core. The obstinately flickering red countdown faltered abruptly, then began to flash erratically, akin to a malfunctioning digital clock, ultimately extinguishing entirely. The entire directive set for the self-destruct was cleanly and decisively erased from that realm of data. Silence enveloped the control room, broken only by the faint hum of the instruments restarting. Horton stared in stunned disbelief, as if witnessing the most incredible phenomenon imaginable. The supreme authority commands of Eden had been so effortlessly rendered ineffective. Liam-O turned, his chaotic eyes once again fixed upon Horton. "The purity of Eden," he began, his voice calm, yet imbued with a chilling finality, built upon countless imprisonments, selections, and annihilations. "Today, I shall reclaim a debt for the inferiority and pollution you have defined." He raised his hand, not towards Horton, but towards the central control room, the largest information exchange terminal connected to Eden's core database. First, the memories. Chaotic light surged into the terminal. In an instant, a torrent of data streamed forth like a flood unleashed, frantically scrolling across the screen. Countless encrypted archives, experimental records, genetic scoring data, and even some non-core resolutions from the Council were forcibly browsed and copied, as if by an invisible hand. This was not theft, it was plunder. It was a forceful revelation of the darkness hidden within Eden, exposed to the glaring light of day. "No, stop." Horton let out a desperate scream, attempting to rush forward, but was held firmly in place by an unseen force, unable to move. Liam-O closed his eyes, channeling the torrent of information with all his strength. The imprint of the notebook shone brightly in the depths of his consciousness, aiding him in processing this vast expanse of information, enough to overwhelm an ordinary mind. He glimpsed further details regarding the tracing project, saw Lin Wei, Su Lin, with her ruthlessly calm experimental records, and caught sight of some marginal information regarding the Cradle Agreement and the Divine Punishment System. More importantly, he seized upon a highly confidential log concerning the maintenance passage of Eden's energy core, the Eternal Furnace. Although access was severely restricted, Its mere existence was a crucial coordinate. Minutes later, the data torrent ceased. Liam opened his eyes, and within the depths of his chaotic gaze, countless fragments of information flickered and vanished. He had obtained a portion of what he sought. He turned his attention to the pallid-faced Horton and the trembling technicians in the control room. "Inform your master." Liam's voice resonated through the silent chamber. "The existence that divine retribution failed to erase has returned." And this was merely the beginning. Having spoken, he did not linger. Turning to exit, Shadow, Ella, and AMU followed closely behind. As he passed by Horton, Liam's steps momentarily faltered, his chaotic gaze sweeping over him. Horton felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, sensing that everything about him was laid bare and dissected under that penetrating glance. Liam chose not to end his life. Sometimes, allowing fear to thrive is far more destructive than death itself. They departed the control room, retracing their steps outward. The lights flickered as they moved, the equipment, eroded by chaotic forces, emitted wisps of smoke, leaving a scene of devastation in their wake. The alarms of the observation station had ceased at some point, leaving only a silent pall of dread hanging in the air. Liam arrived at an emergency exit leading to the outside world, and with a wave of his hand, the alloy door crumbled away as before, revealing the bleak sky of the wasteland and the atmosphere thick with radioactive dust. He stood at the threshold, casting a final glance at the once pure, now scarred edifice. Then, accompanied by his companions, he stepped into the embrace of the wasteland. Behind them lay the Eden outpost, engulfed in chaos and fear. Ahead stretched a broader, more perilous unknown. Within him, the chaotic power and the vast trove of information he had recently seized were quietly brewing the next storm, one that would inevitably engulf the entire Eden. The prelude to annihilation had already commenced, yet the true symphony had yet to begin. Chapter 76. The remnants of the wasteland and the ashes of Data as they exited the protective energy shield of the Eden observation station, the unique winds of the wasteland, mingled with radioactive dust and the scent of decay, rushed towards them. Beneath the gray, overcast sky, the distant mountains resembled the spines of colossal, prostrate beasts, desolate and lifeless. In stark contrast to the oppressive, pure white environment of the observation station, this perilous ruin offered a strangely warped sense of freedom. "Have we truly escaped?" Ella gasped, leaning against the wall, her face still etched with disbelief. The events that had transpired within the observation station felt like a bizarre nightmare. The astonishing power of Liam, effortlessly dismantling the defenses of Eden, was indelibly etched into her mind. AMU clung tightly to Liam, grasping the tattered edge of his clothing, as if this connection could provide him with a modicum of safety. He looked up at the flowing chaotic patterns on Liam's profile, his wide eyes filled with reliance, tinged with an imperceptible hint of fear. Only Shadow, after a brief respite, resumed her vigilance. With her short blade in hand, she scanned the terrain around them, a wasteland composed of collapsed concrete structures and twisted metal frameworks, an excellent hiding place that could also conceal unknown dangers. They could not linger here. The pursuit from Eden could arrive at any moment. The voice of Shadow was deep and composed, pulling Ella and AMU back from the haze of survival into the starkness of reality. Liam nodded slightly. His chaotic eyes scanned the surroundings, perceiving the energy flows, radiation distribution, and potential threats as if they were displayed on a three-dimensional map. "Follow me." He spoke little, selecting a direction and leading the way deeper into the ruins. His pace appeared unhurried, yet each step deftly avoided loose debris and points of anomalous energy radiation, his figure blending seamlessly with the fragmented environment. The trio of shadows immediately followed suit. They sensed that the chaotic aura surrounding Liam had somewhat retracted, yet an invisible force field still enveloped them as they passed. The malevolent, small mutated creatures lurking in the shadows of the ruins retreated as if confronted by a natural enemy. Soon, Liam halted before a space partially buried underground, formed of heavy concrete slabs. It seemed to be an entrance to an underground shelter from a bygone era, its structure relatively intact and the entrance well concealed. He extended his hand, pressing against the rusted metal plate that blocked the entrance. A flash of chaotic light surged forth, and the metal plate appeared to corrode as if accelerated by centuries, quietly crumbling into rust and revealing a dark passage behind it. "Enter." Liam stepped aside. Without hesitation, Shadow was the first to crouch and slip inside, her short blade drawn and alert to the darkness. Ella grasped MU's hand tightly and followed closely. Liam entered last. As he stepped in, the debris and dust at the entrance seemed to be nudged by an unseen force, gradually shifting to cleverly conceal most of the entrance again, leaving only a barely noticeable vent. The interior of the shelter was modest in size, filled with dust and a musty odor, yet the structure was sturdy. devoid of radiation or the presence of mutated creatures. In one corner lay remnants of long-decayed supplies from the old world. We are temporarily safe. The oppressive silence was shattered as Ella, exhausted, leaned against the wall and slid down to the ground, while Emu breathed a sigh of relief, still close to Liamo. Shadow approached Liamo, gazing at him with a complex expression. Your power has undergone a transformation. Liamo interrupted her, his voice calm. The heavenly punishment could not kill me. Rather, it allowed me to access something more fundamental. He refrained from detailing the chaotic core and the remnants of the black crystal, as it was too astonishing, and he had yet to fully master it. He raised his hand, palm up, and a wisp of chaotic energy spiraled gracefully like a docile serpent. This force can disintegrate and assimilate order, returning to chaos. It can also accomplish other feats. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to the energy suppression shackles on Ella and Amu's wrists. He extended a finger, lightly pointing through the air. With a soft hiss, the shackles vanished without a sound, as though erased by an eraser, leaving no trace behind. Ella and Amu felt a sudden lightness in their wrists, the long-standing sense of suppression dissipating, and their dormant powers began to awaken. Both expressed astonishment on their faces. Thank you, Ella said earnestly, flexing her wrist. Amu directly attempted to harness the pure source power, a faint white light enveloping his palm. Although it paled in comparison to the past, it still symbolized hope. Observing this scene, Shadow's concerns somewhat eased, yet remained grave. Eden would not easily relent. The incident at the observation station had likely alerted the Supreme Council. The next visitors would probably not be of Hoteness caliber. I am aware, Liamo replied, retracting his hand. Within the depths of his chaotic-hued eyes, it seemed as though data streams flickered. I have taken certain fragments from their database. He paused, gazing at Shadow, concerning the cradle, the heavenly punishment, and Lin Wei. Upon hearing Lin Wei's name, Shadow furrowed his brow. Is she still alive? Uncertain. However, the last recorded trace of her in the observation station's database points to an abandoned peripheral laboratory of the 7th Academy, located deep within the rusted wasteland. Liamo shared the fragmented information he had acquired. This place also appeared to be where the Raven's signal last manifested. Rusted wasteland, Shadow repeated, his expression shifting slightly. That area was a heavily irradiated zone, with an extremely unstable spatial structure, also inhabited by several formidable wasteland factions. Eden had marked it as abandoned, yet it likely wasn't that simple. The more they concealed, the more it suggested underlying issues. Liamo's tone remained steady. Lin Wei and the Raven possess knowledge that may surpass our expectations, especially regarding Eden's true intentions and the essence of source power. He turned to Shadow. We require allies, as well as information. Can we still reach out to the Night Watchers? Shadow pondered for a moment before shaking his head. After the observation station was exposed, the encrypted channels I previously utilized are likely under surveillance or have been abandoned. We need to find other contact points with the Night Watchers. But this will take time and entail significant risk. Then we shall proceed to the rusted wasteland. Liamo made his decision. He needed to uncover the clues left by Lin Wei or the Raven. He sought to comprehend the true machinations of Eden and to thoroughly understand the origins and future of the chaotic power within him. Lin Wei and the Raven were the most crucial leads at present. I will accompany you, Shadow declared without hesitation. We shall go as well. Ella chimed in, and Amu nodded vigorously. There was no turning back for them now. Liamo regarded them briefly, offering no objections. In a wasteland fraught with peril, and additional strength, however feeble, was always welcome. Let us rest and regain our strength. We shall depart in 1 hour. After speaking, Liamo moved to a corner of the shelter, seated himself cross-legged, and closed his eyes. He required time, not for rest, but for clarity. His consciousness sank inward, where the chaotic energy sea continued to swirl slowly, absorbing the faint radiation and energy from the surrounding environment. The chaotic light core, infused with various elemental powers, resembled a restless star, radiating immense and unmanageable force. The information he had plundered from Eden's database was vast and fragmented, akin to scattered puzzle pieces. He needed time to organize, analyze, and distill the valuable insights hidden within. Concerning the maintenance passage logs of the Eternal Forge, the underlying logic of the Cradle Protocol, and the structural diagram of the Eden Energy Network. These fragments of information may prove unexpectedly significant at a pivotal moment in the future. Simultaneously, he endeavors to exert finer control over the chaotic force within him. Decomposition and assimilation are merely the most rudimentary applications of this power. He senses, albeit vaguely, that it harbors deeper potentials related to creation and definition, which remain just beyond his current grasp. As he immersed himself in this internal organization and control, a faint signal, as if emanating from a distant shore and imbued with specific encryption protocols, suddenly brushed against the fringes of his perception like a flickering candle in the wind. The source of the signal pointed unmistakably towards the rusted wastes. The signal was fragmented, containing only intermittent phrases: "Lab out of control, prevent door from opening." The transmission abruptly ceased, as if forcibly severed by an unseen force. Lemo's eyes snapped open, a glimmer of sharpness flashing within his chaotic-hued irises. The door to the out-of-control lab in the rusted wastes? It seemed their destination was more tumultuous than anticipated. He rose, the chaotic aura around him subtly swelling. It was time to depart. Chapter 77, Rusted Wastes and Signs of Instability. The rusted wastes were indeed aptly named. The earth exhibited a morbid dark red hue, seemingly soaked in a vast expanse of rust. Twisted metallic remnants, resembling the bones of giants, lay scattered about, some even towering like small hills. The air was thick with the acrid scent of ozone and metallic oxides, while radiation levels soared far above the average of the wasteland. The very wind carrying a rasp akin to scraping metal. The spatial stability here was profoundly unstable. Occasionally, subtle ripples, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, would undulate through the air, the fragile spatial structure groaning under the erosion of energy. In this desolation, even the most seasoned wasteland travelers must remain ever vigilant against the potential emergence of spatial fissures or the sudden eruption of energy storms caused by geomagnetic disturbances. Lemo and his companions traversed this silent wasteland, thanks to the lingering chaotic force field emanating from Lemo. Surrounding radiation and high concentrations of metal dust were automatically repelled, creating a relatively safe moving zone. Nonetheless, the pervasive sense of oppression and latent danger loomed over each of them. According to their coordinates, the abandoned laboratory lay just ahead in a valley of iron carcasses. Shadow gestured towards a region formed by a labyrinth of countless colossal, rusted pipes and mechanical debris. Its complex terrain and chaotic energy signals rendered it an excellent hiding place. But it also signified unknown traps. "Be cautious," Shadow whispered, his short blade already drawn by half an inch. Ella tightened her grip on the energy pistol she had casually acquired from the abandoned observation post, its performance rather mediocre. AMU strained to sense the surrounding environment. His pure source power faced significant suppression here, appearing dim and obscure. Lemo led the way, his chaotic-hued eyes calmly surveying the path ahead. His perception extended like invisible tendrils, probing into every crevice of the iron carcass valley. He possessed not only the ability to perceive the physical structure, but also to sense the flow of energy and a faint yet undeniably present residual force field, originating from the same source as the pure white energy of Eden, albeit older and imbued with a sense of decay. It was right there. Simultaneously, he once again detected the intermittent distress signal emanating from deep within the valley, slightly clearer than before yet still feeble, as if it might extinguish entirely at any moment. "Stay close and avoid touching anything that appears unnatural," Lemo admonished, leading the way into the entrance of the Iron Skeleton Valley. Inside the valley, the light abruptly dimmed. Massive remnants of metal cast distorted shadows, resembling a lair of monsters. Beneath his feet lay a thick layer of rust dust, accumulated over countless years, soft and yielding underfoot, producing a whispering sound. The sensation of the damaged force field became increasingly pronounced, accompanied by an ominous tremor. Guided by his perception of the energy flow, Lemo navigated through the labyrinthine wreckage. His path was not linear. At times it twisted and turned, at others he sidled through narrow gaps, deftly avoiding several concealed energy traps and structurally unstable walls. Suddenly, he halted, his gaze fixed upon a mound of seemingly ordinary metal debris partially buried in the ground. "What's wrong?" Ing inquired, immediately alert. Lemo did not reply. Instead, he raised his hand and gestured toward the pile of metal refuse. Buzz. A chaotic glow flickered momentarily. The heap of metal vanished as if drawn into another dimension, revealing a cleverly concealed entrance to a descending metallic staircase. The entrance was covered by a nearly transparent energy membrane, emanating a faint, incongruous pure white light that flickered erratically, a manifestation of the damaged force field. "This is it." Lemo approached the entrance, scrutinizing the energy membrane. It appeared to be a sophisticated cloaking and defensive barrier, yet evidently long neglected, its energy supply intermittent. At that moment, the faint distress signal became somewhat clearer, originating from beneath these stairs. "Stability of the laboratory corridor is losing constraints. Force field overload cannot be halted." The voice was laden with intense electrical interference and despair. "Door? What door?" Lemo furrowed his brow. He refrained from recklessly attempting to breach the energy membrane. instead condensing his chaotic perception into threads, cautiously probing beyond the membrane. His perception passed through the membrane, extending down the cold metallic staircase. At the staircase's end stood a heavy, airtight door of alloy, inscribed with the emblem of the 7th Academy of Eden, yet the door was distorted. Its edges marked by traces of high-temperature melting, suggesting it had suffered violent damage. Inside lay a scene of devastation: shattered instruments, a charred control panel, scattered data chips, and what appeared to be dried, darkened splatters of blood on the walls. At the very heart of the laboratory, on a platform encircled by thick energy conduits, an irregular spatial rift, approximately 3 meters high, pulsated slowly like a breath, its edges flickering with a menacing red glow. The fissure within was not merely an abyss of darkness, but rather a tumultuous swirl of unsettling, dark purple energy, interspersed with fragmented shards of space reminiscent of shattered glass. A chaotic and violent aura, imbued with a desire for destruction, continuously seeped forth from the rift. Surrounding the fissure, several damaged force field generators operated beyond their limits, emitting an unbearable hum, yet their luminescence appeared precarious under the rift's encroachment. Was this the uncontrollable gateway? Liemo sensed the extreme instability of this spatial fissure, recognizing that what lay beyond was far from benevolent. Should the force fields collapse entirely and the rift fully open, who could predict the horrors that might emerge? Perhaps it would unleash chaotic spatial turbulence, or fragments from a hostile alternate dimension, or even worse, entities. The intermittent distress signal originated from a partially collapsed control console beneath the platform. There seemed to be a faint life sign there. There was no time for hesitation. A fierce glint flashed in Limeau's eyes as he disregarded any potential alarms. He extended his palm, pressing directly against the unstable energy membrane at the entrance. Disintegration. Chaotic energy surged forth, and the concealed barrier could not withstand even a second, shattering silently like a soap bubble under the sun. Go, Liemo commanded sharply, leading the charge down the staircase, with the Shadow 3 following closely behind. They burst through the damaged, airtight door, stepping into a disarrayed laboratory, where the chaotic and violent aura emanating from the spatial fissure rushed towards them. Amu's complexion turned pale, nearly causing him to falter, while Ella felt a wave of trepidation. Limeau's gaze fixed upon the rift deep within the laboratory and the control console beneath the platform that continued to emit a distress signal. He needed to ascertain what had transpired here and resolve the predicament before the gateway spiraled completely out of control. He also noticed a relatively intact data terminal screen embedded in the wall on one side of the laboratory, rapidly scrolling the final experimental logs and alarm information. Perhaps there lay the answers he sought. A crisis was imminent. Chapter 78. The uncontrolled gateway and the data phantom. The air in the laboratory was thick as glue, saturated with a noxious blend of ozone and the stench of some non-organic decay. The spatial fissure pulsated like an irregularly beating dark purple heart, each throb eliciting a shrill, near-collapse shriek from the surrounding remnants of the force fields. The chaotic energy currents lashed at the air like invisible whips, leaving deep gashes upon the metallic walls. Amu, Ella, secure the entrance, Shadow commanded in a low voice, his short blade poised before him, his piercing gaze scanning for any potential threats within the laboratory. It was evident that this place had endured a horrific upheaval. Aside from the uncontrolled gateway, other dangers could not be dismissed. Ella quickly pulled the ailing Amu back to the damaged airtight door, using the doorframe to construct a makeshift defense. Her energy pistol cautiously aimed at the shadows within the lab. Liemo, however, paid no heed to the dissipating energy currents as they touched his chaotic force field. They were seamlessly assimilated, like streams merging into the vast ocean. His objective was clear. With a determined step, he positioned himself before the control console, emitting distress signals. The console was partially collapsed, its screen marred by cracks, yet it stubbornly continued to display fragmented messages of desperation. Beneath the surface, a figure curled up in tattered research attire appeared to be a young female researcher, unconscious and exhibiting faint life signs. The distress signal was triggered by her preset automated program. Liemo did not attend to her first. Instead, he directed his gaze toward the relatively intact data terminal on the adjacent wall. The screen was frantically scrolling through the last logs and alarm notifications. His consciousness connected to the terminal like a high-speed data interface, and the chaotic energy bestowed upon him activated his analytical prowess, inundating his mind with a torrent of information. Log entry: Boundary Project of the 7th Academy. Site: Date: Access level: Dr. Lin Wei, highest. Crow, observer. Dr. Lin Wei arrived with the key fragment and initiated the stability test sequence for the door. Energy signatures detected behind the door were highly consistent with annihilation spectra. yet exhibited unknown active fluctuations. Warning: risk of non-inert contamination present. Dr. Lin Wei insisted on proceeding, claiming the necessity to acquire a countersample. Crow opposed, deeming the risks uncontrollable. At phase 7 of the testing sequence, the door exhibited abnormal resonance and a constraint field overload. Unknown high-dimensional energy feedback. The laboratory's internal defense systems failed. A multitude of aberrations breached containment. Repeat, a multitude of aberrations breached containment. Dr. Lin Wei lost contact with Crow, the last signal pointing towards the interior of the door. Core energy was severed, backup energy was on the verge of depletion, and the constraint field was in countdown to collapse. The distress signal activated automatically. Invoking divine protection, record interrupted. The log abruptly ceased here. Had Lin Wei and Crow ventured inside? Had they entered that rift connected to the annihilation spectra? A realm pulsating with unknown energies? All for the sake of a so-called countersample? Madman. Li Mo instantly grasped the root of the laboratory's calamity. That insane woman, Lin Wei, had willingly opened and attempted to explore a door linked to the source of peril. Now, this door was spiraling out of control, and the constraint field was on the brink of total collapse. Once fully ajar, the so-called aberrations and even more terrifying entities would surge forth, yielding unimaginable consequences. The rusted wasteland would bear the brunt, and the repercussions could extend far beyond. It must be closed, or this passageway must be utterly destroyed. At that moment, a hum reverberated through the air. The rift expanded violently. Dark purple energy churned tumultuously. The hum of the constraint field generator morphed into a wail of despair. With 2 units, even sputtering sparks before extinguishing completely. The red glow at the rift's edge became blinding, and within, a disquieting sound reminiscent of countless claws scraping against glass echoed ominously. The constraint field was on the verge of total collapse. Countdown, 3 minutes. The remnants of the system emitted a final, chilling warning. Liamo, Ing cried urgently, sensing the terrifying aura poised to break free. There was no time to hesitate. In Liamo's eyes, chaotic brilliance surged forth as he ceased to hold back, channeling the amalgamated forces within him to their utmost potential. The chaotic energy erupted like a tumultuous tide, radiating outward from his being, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous energy environment of the laboratory, temporarily stabilizing the impending collapse of the confinement field, thus granting himself a fleeting moment of respite. With a determined stride, he advanced directly before the violently pulsating spatial rift. In such proximity, he could more acutely sense the chilling, deathly silence emanating from the rift, imbued with a terrifying aura of insatiable greed and predatory intent. This sensation resonated with the annihilation chains binding the source heart, yet it was far more active, more ravenous. It could not be allowed to cross over. Liamo raised his hands, the chaotic energy coalescing in his palms, transitioning from mere disintegration to construction. He endeavored to emulate the information barrier principle of the Cradle Protocol with his own chaotic might, attempting to reverse engineer a temporary yet formidable seal to completely obstruct the rift. This was an exceedingly complex and energy-consuming endeavor, requiring profound comprehension and mastery of the underlying rules. The imprint of the notebook glimmered brightly within the depths of his consciousness, aiding him in executing this energy manipulation that transcended the current technological paradigm. The chaotic runes flowed from his palms like living tadpoles, intertwining to form an intricately woven energy network that gradually enveloped the spatial rift. Sensing the threat, the dark purple energy within the rift grew increasingly frenzied, violently assaulting the sealing network Liamo had constructed as if it were a cornered beast. Upon their contact, a soul-chilling sound of annihilation erupted. Liamo's body swayed slightly, his expression grave. The construction of the seal proved more arduous than anticipated. The resisting force from the rift was formidable, imbued with a chaotic will that seemed intent on corroding his very mind. Just as he exerted every ounce of strength to maintain the seal and wrestle against the force behind the rift, an unforeseen anomaly occurred. The previously unconscious female researcher, who had been slumped beneath the control console, opened her eyes at an unknown moment. Yet, her gaze was hollow, her pupils flickering with an eerie dark purple light, akin to that of the spatial rift. She rose slowly in a grotesque, inhuman posture, her throat emitting a rasping, inhuman chuckle. There was no stopping her. She raised her hand, fingers withered like those of a desiccated claw, pointing toward an inconspicuous corner of the laboratory where an apparently defunct energy relay lay. The doctor's gift activated just as she spoke. In an instant, the seemingly abandoned relay blazed to life with a blinding crimson light. A surge of dark red energy, starkly contrasting with Eden's pure white energy and imbued with intense instability, erupted forth, injecting itself directly into the spatial rift like a venomous serpent. Was this a contingency left by Lin Wei? Had she buried some catalytic device within the energy system? Boom. With the catalysis of this dark red energy, the spatial rift expanded explosively, akin to a fire engulfed in gasoline, swelling several times over in an instant. The violent energy shattered Li Mo's incompletely formed chaotic seal into disarray. He emitted a muffled groan, propelled backward by the tremendous energy backlash. A trickle of chaotic blood escaping the corner of his mouth. The restraining force field crumbled with a mournful wail. A dark purple rift in space gaped wide before Li Mo, resembling a sinister maw. In an instant, a tumult of chaotic and destructive energy, 100-fold more intense than before, surged forth from the rift like a tsunami, accompanied by the spine-chilling shrieks of countless twisted beings. The first to emerge were several claws, shrouded in a viscous black substance, their forms indistinct, as if shadows had coalesced into wicked talons. More grotesque, writhing silhouettes, exuding malice, crowded frantically behind the rift, striving to breach this gateway to the realm of reality. The laboratory lights extinguished completely, leaving only the ominous dark purple glow of the rift to illuminate the faces of the onlookers, filled with terror. Prepare for battle. The voice of Shadow echoed, laced with a hint of despair. Was this the end? Li Mo gazed into the fully opened rift, reminiscent of an infernal entrance, feeling the terrifying power surging forth, far beyond his capacity to confront. For the first time, a grave sense of helplessness flickered in his chaotic eyes. Lin Wei, what have you unleashed? At that moment, a calm, almost indifferent electronic synthetic voice resonated abruptly through the laboratory's sound system, starkly contrasting the chaos around. The voice originated from the Eden data terminal, which Li Mo had just siphoned information from and was supposed to be incapacitated. High-dimensional contamination leak detected. According to Clause 7 of the Watcher Protocol, authorization to initiate the purification sequence has been granted. Target, spatial anomaly. Executing unit. The voice paused, as if confirming something, before delivering a name that made Li Mo's pupils constrict. Tombstone. Chapter 79. The arrival of the Tombstone and the choice of Chaos Tombstone. This designation fell upon the silent air of the laboratory like a cold gravestone. Even the frenzied shrieks of the countless aberrations emanating from the rift seemed momentarily subdued by the lethal implications contained within those two simple words. The ultimate cleansing force of Eden. They had directly activated the Tombstone. Was it due to the overwhelming threat posed by this uncontrollable gateway? Or had they detected Li Mo's signal here? Regardless of the reason, it signified impending catastrophe. Where the Tombstone passed, not a blade of grass would remain. All anomalies and those in the know would be utterly purified in a physical sense. Damn it. Shadow spat, her face ashen. She understood better than Li Mo the horror of the Tombstone, a term marked in the Watcher's internal files as untouchable, synonymous with death to be avoided at all costs. Ella and AMU were equally pale, having just escaped their confines only to find themselves plunged into an even graver predicament. Yet it was Li Mo, after the initial shock, whose chaotic eyes ignited with an even colder flame. If there was no way to evade, then there was no need to hide. His gaze once more fell upon the fully opened rift. Dark purple energy surged forth like viscous oil. The initial shadowy claws had already gripped the rift's edge, while more distorted, writhing forms collided desperately, attempting to surmount the final barrier. The immediate threat must be dealt with first. Otherwise, before the Tombstone arrives, they would be torn apart by these otherworldly creatures. Shadow blocked the first wave. Li Mo barked, raising his hands once more as chaotic energy surged around him. However, this time, he did not attempt to seal the immense, uncontrollable rift, as the power and time required for such an endeavor far exceeded his current capabilities. Instead, he altered his focus. His chaotic perception locked onto the edges of the rift, identifying the most unstable and fragile energy nodes. His intention was to induce a localized collapse, not to close it, but to trigger a chain reaction of spatial structural failure, utilizing the annihilation force of space itself to thoroughly disrupt and obstruct the entrance of this portal. This was a far more perilous operation. A misstep could trigger a larger-scale spatial collapse, dragging the entire laboratory and surrounding areas into the void. Yet, there were no better options. Chaos ruin. Li Mo roared, transforming the gathered chaotic energy into countless fine needles, each as slender as a hair, but imbued with the rules of disintegration and collapse, precisely targeting the designated spatial nodes. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. As if a red-hot iron was plunged into ice and snow, the spatial nodes pierced by the chaotic needles instantly grew exceedingly unstable, fine black cracks spreading at a visible pace. Meanwhile, Shadow had already dashed forward like an arrow loosed from its bow. The first 3 shadow aberrations emerged, devoid of fixed forms, resembling flowing black sludge, coalescing into razor-sharp claws and mouths filled with jagged teeth, charging towards Shadow with a nauseating stench. Shadow's gaze was as cold as steel, her figure flickering like a wraith, as short blades traced deadly cerulean arcs. Her strikes were not mere blind slashes. Each cut landed precisely at the most unstable moments of the aberration's energy cores. Uft, uft, uft. The 3 shadows burst like punctured balloons, dissipating into pure, dark purple energy. Yet, more aberrations surged forth like a flood breaking its dam. Ella's energy pistol began to roar, although its power was limited. Precise shots still slowed the advance of several aberrations on the flanks. AMU gritted his teeth, transforming the dwindling pure source energy into a faint shield, barely resisting the chaotic mental shocks that seeped through. The laboratory had instantly transformed into a bloody arena of carnage. On Limo's end, the collapse of the spatial nodes had already initiated a chain reaction. Boom. The jarring sound of space tearing filled the air. At the rift's edge, large chunks of space peeled away like shattered mirrors, revealing the turbulent void behind. These chaotic currents, like greedy beasts, began to ravenously consume everything in their vicinity, including the aberrations attempting to surge forth. A few aberrations that charged too quickly were immediately swept away by the void currents, their cries silenced as they were reduced to the most basic energy particles. The expansion of the rift was forcibly curtailed, even beginning to retract and twist. The number of emerging aberrations significantly decreased. Effective. Yet, Liamo also paid a price. The backlash from forcibly inducing a localized spatial collapse was terrifying. He felt as though his consciousness was being scraped repeatedly by countless files, his chaotic core trembling violently, as if it might shatter at any moment. Blood gushed uncontrollably from his mouth and nose, exhibiting a bizarre, chaotic hue. Liamo caught a glimpse of his state amidst the chaos of battle, his heart racing with urgency. At that moment, a profound and indescribable pressure descended upon the area, as if the very heavens had collapsed, creating a thunderous resonance throughout the region. Above the rusted wasteland outside the laboratory, the clouds swirled as if stirred by an invisible hand, forming a colossal vortex. 3 ominous, pitch-black heavy assault aircraft, resembling moving coffins, emerged like phantoms through the clouds, hovering over the valley. Their bodies bore no insignia, save for a chilling emblem painted on their chests, a cold tombstone, pierced by shattered blades. The tombstone squad had arrived. The foremost aircraft opened its lower cargo door, and a figure clad in a full-body black power armor, towering over 2.5 meters, descended like a meteor at the valley's entrance, shattering the ground beneath with spiderweb-like fissures. Its faceplate was a void of darkness, with 2 crimson lights glowing like the eyes of a demon. In its grasp was an exaggerated chainsaw greatsword, pulsating with dark red energy, merely standing there. The aura of slaughter emanating from it caused the temperature in the Iron Skeleton Valley to plummet. It did not charge in immediately. Those 2 scarlet eyes scanned the surroundings with precision, penetrating layers of metallic debris to lock onto the laboratory's interior, where Liamo struggled to maintain the collapsing space. The unstable rift and his comrades engaged in a desperate battle. A cold, processed electronic voice echoed from the armor's external speakers. Resonating like a death knell, high-dimensional contamination source detected, chaotic aberration, and associated targets. Executing the termination protocol. Purification commencing. It slowly raised the dark red chainsaw greatsword, the blade emitting a spine-chilling high-pitched whir as destructive energy surged and coalesced furiously. Inside the laboratory, Liamo watched the surveillance footage of the Tombstone Warrior, resembling an incarnation of death, and glanced at the unstable space rift before him, still persistently attempting to breach, alongside his struggling companions. Caught between a wolf and a tiger, it was a dire situation of utmost peril. His mind raced with unprecedented speed. Could he confront the Tombstone? With his current state, the odds were nearly 0. Abandon the rift? The aberrations pouring forth and the possibly more terrifying entities would undoubtedly claim their lives as well. It seemed only one path remained, a path traversed by Lin Wei and the Raven, leading to the unknown and destruction. His gaze fixed upon the space rift, now exceedingly unstable due to localized collapse, with dark violet energy swirling violently within. Entering there, delving into that unknown realm connected to the annals of obliteration, teeming with aberrations, that would be tantamount to suicide. Yet remaining here meant immediate death. Just as the chainsaw greatsword of the Tombstone Warrior was about to strike down, unleashing devastating energy, Liamo made his decision. He abruptly retracted the force maintaining the collapse of space, and the chaotic energy instantly recoiled, forcibly drawing Ing, Ayla, and Amu to his side. "Trust me," was all he managed to shout. Then, as Ing looked on in astonishment, and Ayla and Amu gazed at him with dread. At the moment when the dark red torrent of energy unleashed by the Tombstone Warrior threatened to engulf the entire laboratory, Liemo summoned the last of his strength, enveloping the three of them, and leaped into the unstable, dark purple rift, filled with chaotic spatial turbulence and countless aberrations. The dark red wave of destruction struck the site of the laboratory, obliterating all matter and energy, along with the newly unstable space, completely evaporating and annihilating everything. Yet, Liemo and the others had vanished into the door leading to an unknown hell. The Tombstone Warrior slowly lowered his colossal sword, his crimson gaze fixed upon the gradually calming void, still resonating with spatial disturbances. Target has entered the high-dimensional rift. Threat level, unknown. Requesting instructions. There was a brief silence on the other end of the communicator before a colder response came through. Mark the coordinates. Continue monitoring energy residue. Tombstone Squad, retreat. The black aircraft descended as silently as it had arrived, disappearing into the swirling clouds, leaving behind a valley entirely smoothed over and a new mystery regarding the disappearance of the intruders beyond the uncontrollable door. Behind that dark purple rift, filled with endless chaos and piercing shrieks, a far more desperate struggle for survival was only just beginning. Chapter 8. The Sea of Nothingness and the Echoing Whispers Falling. Not in the physical sense of descent, but a disintegration and dissolution on the level of existence. The moment he leaped into the spatial rift, Liemo felt his consciousness, body, and everything constituting his very existence being torn, elongated, and crushed by an irresistible, violent force. His senses utterly failed. Time and space lost all significance, leaving only an endless expanse of dark purple chaos and deafening, frenzied shrieks filled with malice. He felt as if he were a drop of ink cast into a turbulent ocean composed solely of pure chaotic energy. Is this the world beyond the door? An unordered high-dimensional crevice dominated by the energy of annihilation? He desperately clung to the last vestiges of clarity, channeling the chaotic power to its utmost limit, forming a fragile sphere of light that tightly enveloped himself, Ing, Ayla, and Amu. This sphere, amidst the ceaseless dark purple maelstrom, resembled a small boat in a tempest, violently tossed about, threatening to capsize and disintegrate at any moment. The forces of disintegration were omnipresent. It was not merely the collapse of physical forms, but also a direct erosion of consciousness, memory, and the very concept of existence, akin to countless tiny, greedy termites attempting to gnaw away at every trace of their individuality. Ayla let out a cry of anguish. Her defenses of consciousness were relatively weak and had begun to show signs of disintegration. Amu curled up tightly, his pure source power flickering like a candle in this murky sea, on the verge of extinguishment. Even Ing gritted his teeth, his complexion pale, fiercely resisting the pervasive erosion with unwavering will. Liemo bore the weight of immense pressure. Not only did he have to resist external disintegration, but he also needed to maintain the luminous orb of sanctuary. Even more terrifying was the sensation of the chaotic energy within him resonating and attracting towards this dark violet sea. It was as if the chaotic essence, forcibly amalgamated from various powers, shared some unknown kinship with this realm that embodied both annihilation and disorder. The mark of the notebook trembled violently in the depths of his consciousness, serving both as a warning and a yearning. He could not afford to lose himself in this place. Liemo forcibly suppressed the agitation of the energy within him, centering all his will upon the singular objective of sustaining existence. He guided the orb of light, no longer attempting to combat the entirety of the ocean, but rather, like a surfer, he painstakingly sought the relatively tranquil gaps and undercurrents amidst the turbulent energy, flowing with the current to minimize his expenditure of strength. Time became indeterminate. It could have been a fleeting moment or an eternity, just as Liemo felt his consciousness on the brink of being assimilated by the endless chaos. And the orb was about to shatter. A peculiar glimmer suddenly emerged ahead amidst the eternal dark violet hue. It was not dark violet, but an exceedingly dim, almost extinguishable shade of ghostly blue. In this realm representing obliteration and turmoil, any hint of unusual order shone like a lighthouse in the night. Instinct for survival compelled Liemo to extract the last vestige of his strength, maneuvering the nearly shattered orb of light towards that flickering ghostly blue glimmer. The closer he drew, the clearer the glimmer became. It was not an independent source of light, but rather a fragment of a massive, incomplete metallic construct, adrift in the dark violet energy flow. The construct emanated a chilling metallic texture, starkly contrasting with the pure white technology of Eden. It appeared more rugged and ancient, its surface marred by scars of battle and traces of energy erosion. The ghostly blue glimmer flickered defiantly from a broken interface, like the last breath of a dying creature. It was a relic, an ancient remnant inexplicably floating in this high-dimensional crevice. Liam clutched this lifeline, expending his final strength to propel the orb towards the colossal metallic remains. With a resounding thud, a dull impact resonated, not the sound of physical collision, but rather the essence of energy touching and merging. The orb crumbled upon contact with the remains. Yet, the anticipated scene of being engulfed by dark violet energy did not unfold. The surface of the metallic relic erupted with the ghostly blue glimmer, expanding to form a stable energy bubble capable of accommodating all four of them, temporarily isolating them from the surrounding chaos and erosion. They were saved, albeit momentarily. The four of them collapsed heavily onto the cold, rough metallic ground, gasping for breath, feeling the exhaustion of having narrowly escaped disaster. Ella and AMU fainted almost instantaneously, while Shadow knelt on the ground, supporting herself with a short blade, sweat soaking her hair. Liam struggled to rise, his chaotic eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. This location appears to be a segment of a vast corridor or chamber, characterized by its immense space, yet marred by frayed cables, twisted metal plates, and ominous, strangely colored stains. The air is thick with the scent of oxidized metal and the acrid aroma of energy burnt to a crisp. Although the pervasive dark violet energy is kept at bay by ethereal blue bubbles, its oppressive weight can still be felt. The faint blue luminescence that saved their lives emanates from an embedded control panel on the wall, its screen shattered. This control panel seems to be clinging to residual backup power, maintaining this modest sanctuary. Liam approached the control panel, attempting to probe its chaotic depths. The internal structure was intricate and archaic, with numerous technological pathways starkly different from anything he had encountered. Yet within the remaining, exceedingly limited fragments of data, he captured scattered information, vague logs concerning coordinates, transitions, and energy barrier overloads, several incomplete, grotesque emblems that appeared to belong to a long-extinct power, and a repetitive transmission filled with despair and defiance, spoken in an unknown tongue, yet conveying a clear message. The engine spiraled out of control, plunging into the sea of nothingness. Coordinates lost. We cannot return. Could the sea of nothingness refer to this dark violet dimensional rift? Was this relic the wreckage of a starship from an unknown civilization? Liam's heart raced. Eden, the rock civilization, the source heart, annihilation. Now, yet another lost civilization starship debris had emerged. How many forgotten secrets lie hidden within this wasteland, or rather, within the dimensions this world connects to? He delved deeper into his perception, seeking more information about this relic or the enigmatic sea of nothingness. Suddenly, in a particularly obscure corner of the data stream, he detected a trace of familiar energy residue. This sensation was cold, precise, bearing the distinct characteristics of Eden's pure white energy, yet intertwined with a hint of Lin Wei's unique, almost obsessive research intent. It was Lin Wei. She had been here, or rather, her energetic imprint had once permeated this place. Liam's spirit surged as he traced the faint remnants. The trace was exceedingly weak, intermittent, leading deeper into the ruin. He withdrew his perception and glanced at the unconscious Ella and AMU, as well as the Shadow, who was hurriedly regaining composure. We must leave this bubble and venture inward, Liam stated solemnly. Lin Wei's trace points deeper. There may be clues or a means of escape. The Shadow raised its head, gazing at the tumultuous dark violet energy beyond the bubble, its brow furrowed. It's too dangerous outside. Without the protection of this bubble, we won't last long. The energy of this bubble is steadily diminishing. Liam gestured toward the increasingly dim blue glow emanating from the control panel. Staying here will ultimately lead to a dead end. He paused, sensing the slight recovery of his chaotic power after a brief respite. My strength seems capable of resisting, and even to a limited extent, utilizing the external energy. I will do my utmost to maintain the protective barrier. And gazed into Liam's eyes, perceiving the resolute determination that brooked no dissent, recognizing this as their sole option. She nodded, mustering the strength to rise. I shall accompany you. It is safer for AI Law and Amu to remain here. Liam approached AI Law and Amu, channeling chaotic energy to envelop them in a smaller, yet more solid protective barrier. He infused them with a portion of the relatively gentle energy he had recently extracted from the external dark purple force, sustaining their vitality. We will return swiftly. Having completed these tasks, Liam took a deep breath as the chaotic energy once again enveloped him, more concentrated than before, establishing a subtle equilibrium against the dark purple energy beyond the bubble. He exchanged a glance with Aang, and together they stepped into the precarious azure bubble. plunging once more into the endless dark purple void. Shortly after their departure, the protective azure bubble flickered a few times before extinguishing completely, merging into the eternal darkness. Only the small barrier Liemo had erected remained, akin to the last flicker of a candle amidst a storm, safeguarding their two unconscious companions. Ahead lay an even deeper darkness, laden with the enigmatic puzzles left by Lin Wei. Chapter 8. Alien Remains and Lin Wei's laboratory emerging from the protection of the azure bubble. The dark purple void instantly engulfed Liemo and Ying. The omnipresent force of disintegration and erosion felt like countless icy needles attempting to pierce through Liemo's chaotic defense. He could distinctly sense the rapid depletion of his strength, far exceeding the external threat. The energy levels here were exceedingly high, and their nature was profoundly bizarre. Although his chaotic power could resist and even partially assimilate the energy, it was akin to using a cup of water to combat an entire desert, a mere drop in the ocean. Stay close. Do not stray more than 3 steps from me. Liemo's voice echoed directly into Ying's mind through their mental link, for here, sound bore no significance. Ying grasped her short blade tightly, nodding in understanding. Her movements became notably sluggish. Even with Liemo's protection, the insidious encroachment targeting her consciousness and existence weighed heavily upon her, as if she bore an unbearable burden. Together, they navigated the cold, dilapidated corridors of the starship's wreckage, delving deeper within. The interior was far more ravaged than it appeared from the outside, with many areas obstructed or distorted by dark purple energy crystals, necessitating Liemo to exert his power to carve a passage. Along the way, they encountered further traces of this unknown civilization, uniquely styled door symbols, shattered instruments twinkling with an otherworldly glow, and even peculiar biological specimens encased in translucent energy amber. Some of these beings resembled bizarre hybrids of arthropods and flora, while others appeared as flowing metallic entities, starkly contrasting with the biosphere of Earth. This starship was not of terrestrial origin. It was a true artifact from a civilization beyond the stars, having inexplicably crashed into this realm known as the Void Sea. As Liemo struggled to maintain his protective measures, he diligently followed the faint traces left by Lin Wei. The traces were intermittent, seemingly evading something deliberately, while also appearing to seek a specific target amid the labyrinthine remains. At last, after traversing a vast hall, reminiscent of a bridge and pierced by a colossal tear, Lin Wei's traces became distinct, leading towards a relatively intact circular airlock embedded in the metallic wall. This door, in stark contrast to the ship's rugged design, bore a more refined appearance, its edges glimmering with faint, pure white energy patterns characteristic of Eden technology, albeit marred by the encroachment of dark purple energy. Signs of forced entry were evident upon the door, yet it seemed the attempt had not been entirely successful. Was this Lin Wei's objective? Had she entered? Liemo approached the door, his chaotic perception probing within. The space beyond was segregated by a formidable energy barrier, though it too appeared precarious. He sensed that the energy fluctuations emanating from behind the door were more intricate, in addition to the remnants of the starship and the dark purple annihilation energy. Alongside Lin Wei's pure white energy, there was an exceedingly faint trace of life imbued with pain and struggle. Was there someone inside? Or something else? Step back. Liemo instructed Shadow. He concentrated his power, the chaotic light coalescing in his palm into a spear, perpetually twisting as if composed of pure entropy. Rather than opting for a method of unlocking, he chose the most direct approach, penetration. With a thrust, the spear was released, silently colliding with the circular door. It pierced through with ease, akin to a hot knife slicing through butter, the door along with its fragile energy barrier torn apart, creating an opening sufficient for a person to pass through. A more intense and chaotic energy aura, mingled with the acrid scent of some chemical reagent, surged forth from beyond the door. Liemo and Shadow cautiously stepped inside. The sight that greeted them was jarring, even for those well-versed in diverse experiences. It appeared to be a repurposed starship laboratory. One part retained the starship's bizarrely styled original workbenches and containers, while another had been forcibly outfitted with precision instruments and data terminals of Eden's design. These two distinctly different technological styles were crudely amalgamated, appearing discordant, with many connections exposed, crackling with energy. At the center of the laboratory stood an altar-like platform constructed from the starship's native materials. Suspended above it was a luminous sphere, bound by thick chains interwoven with both Eden's pure white energy and dark purple annihilation energy. The sphere, approximately human-sized, perpetually morphed in shape, at times resembling flickering flames, and at others, flowing mercury, its core radiating a pure and vast life force, ancient and wild, yet intrinsically connected to the source heart. However, at that moment, this force was being ravenously extracted and suppressed by the chains, the sphere itself emitting anguished mental cries, the faint life fluctuations emanating from it. Beside the platform stood a figure clad in tattered attire of the 7th Academy, their back turned towards them, rapidly manipulating an Eden data terminal. The screen awash with a dizzying array of data and energy models. It was Lin Wei. She is truly here. Moreover, she appears to be confining and studying that peculiar luminous entity. Seemingly sensing a disturbance behind her, Lin Wei momentarily paused her actions, yet she did not turn around. Instead, in an unusually calm tone, tinged with a hint of fatigue, she remarked, "You are slower than I anticipated, Liemo. It seems that the Void Sea has drained you more than expected." She slowly turned to face him. Her strikingly beautiful face remained unchanged, yet it bore an abnormal pallor and an exhaustion that penetrated to the bone. Her gaze, once imbued with an absolute sense of control, now reflected an almost frenzied focus and obsession. As her eyes swept over the chaotic energy enveloping Liemo, a fleeting hint of surprise flickered within them. But tranquility soon returned. Clearly, the divine retribution and this sea have not fully rectified your erroneous variable. Instead, they have rendered you even more intriguing. Liemo disregarded the derision in her words, his chaotic-hued eyes coldly fixated upon her, then glanced at the imprisoned, wailing light cluster on the platform. "What are you doing, Lin Wei?" His voice was as frigid as ancient ice. "What am I doing?" Lin Wei's lips curled into a strange smile as she pointed toward the luminous mass. "I am saving us, saving all forms of life that still yearn for existence." She approached the edge of the platform, gazing almost obsessively at the writhing light. "Allow me to introduce this. It is the soul fragment of the starship Umorigin, or rather, the nascent planetary consciousness representing the last vestige of its civilization, nurtured over countless ages. Soul of a star? Planetary consciousness." Liemo and Ying's hearts trembled profoundly. Lin Wei continued in a tone reminiscent of a chant. "What a beautiful and powerful force. The pure source of life transcends the narrow forms of carbon-based existence. Yet it is too fragile, too weak to preserve itself against the onslaught of oblivion, destined to slowly perish alongside the wreckage of the starship within this void sea." Her gaze suddenly sharpened as she fixed it upon Liemo. Just like the former source heart, they embody infinite possibilities of life and creation, yet are deemed errors to be eradicated by annihilation. Those fools in Eden know only to defend and purify, attempting to construct a sterile chamber that isolates everything. They fail to comprehend that combating annihilation requires not isolation, but evolution. It calls for the creation of a life force potent enough to adapt, even to consume annihilation itself. She pointed abruptly at Liemo. "And you, Liemo, you and your peculiar notes are the key. Your chaotic yet formidable essence. Your ability to merge disparate powers. You are the perfect catalyst and vessel." A sickly flush appeared on Lin Wei's face. "I shall extract the power of this Umorigin soul, combine it with the data I obtained from the source heart, and use your chaotic form as a crucible. Together, we can forge an entirely new life form, one capable of resisting and even surpassing annihilation. This is the true purification. This is the sole hope for the continuation of humanity. No, for all intelligent life." A madwoman, utterly mad, she sought not only to seize the power of a dying planet's consciousness, but also to incorporate Liemo into her frenzied experiments. Liemo gazed at the seemingly deranged Lin Wei, then cast his eyes upon the star soul-like cluster on the platform, its essence waning by the moment. And he finally comprehended the grim reality. There were no allies here, no clues to follow, only a sacrificial rite, driven by obsession and madness, that desecrated life itself. He and the star soul were mere offerings. "Your hope." Liemo slowly raised his hand, chaotic energy swirling around him, his eyes filled with a chilling intent. Better left to the abyss. Just as he prepared to strike, the entire laboratory, nay, the remnants of the starship, suddenly convulsed violently. A low, ancient roar, imbued with boundless sorrow and fury, reverberated as if emanating from the very depths of the starship, penetrating layers of deck and echoing in every corner. The star soul-like cluster on the platform seemed to respond to some unearthly summons, erupting with unprecedented brilliance, violently straining against its chains. Lin Wei's expression shifted dramatically as she turned to the data terminal. How could this be? Its core consciousness should have been suppressed. A monitoring screen representing the core area of the starship materialized, revealing at its center a diminutive figure radiating pure white light, pressing its hands against a colossal, pulsating core device, akin to a heart. Is it a Mu? How could he be there? Wasn't he with AI Law at the entrance? Liemo's perception instantly extended, piercing through layers of obstruction, witnessing the scene in the core area. Amu had awakened at some point, and through his unique affinity for the source power, he seemed to have inadvertently communicated with the starship's last vestiges of consciousness that shared a bond with the star soul. He was striving to rouse the ship's final counterattack with his own strength. No, stop that little wretch. Lin Wei shrieked in a fit of desperation. But it was too late. With Amu's efforts, the tremors of the starship wreckage intensified, and the dark violet sea of void appeared to be enraged, unleashing even more ferocious energy from the exterior against the remains. The chains binding the star soul began to emit a strained groan, teetering on the brink of breaking under the dual pressures of internal impact and external force. The lights within the laboratory flickered wildly, and smoke billowed from the instruments. The situation spiraled out of control in an instant. Li Mo observed the chaos engulfing the laboratory, watched Lin Wei frantically attempting to stabilize the situation, while also sensing Amu in the core area, desperately fighting yet rapidly weakening. He had to make a choice immediately. Should he seize the moment to thwart Lin Wei and claim the star soul, or rush to rescue Amu? At that moment, as the imprisoned star soul was on the verge of breaking free, a vast and tumultuous thought surged like a torrent into Li Mo's consciousness, the nearest to it. It was a fragment of the memories of a planet's existence, a lament for the rise and fall of civilizations, a tapestry of endless starry seas, and the deepest fears and resentments in the face of annihilation. The overwhelming information instantly engulfed Li Mo's thoughts. Before his consciousness was utterly shattered, he managed to convey a vague directive to Shadow, and then stood frozen in place. His pupils overtaken by chaotic hues replaced by countless fragments of memories that did not belong to him. Protect yourself. Shadow observed the immobile Li Mo and glanced at the chaotic laboratory and the screaming Lin Wei. Gritting her teeth, she positioned her short blade before her, standing guard by Li Mo's side. Meanwhile, in the core of the starship, Amu's strength was nearing its end, his face as pale as parchment. Yet he still refused to relent. The lament of the starship intertwined with the roar of the void sea, composing a prelude to annihilation. The fates of all hung by a thread. Chapter 82. The Lament of Stellar Remains and the Devouring of Chaos. The memories of the star soul surged forth like the primordial torrents from the dawn of the universe, mercilessly breaching the dam of Li Mo's consciousness. He witnessed a cerulean planet emerging in the boundless sea of stars, the tender shoots of life sprouting in the primordial ocean, the flickering flame of nascent civilization igniting. Stumbling forward, gazing up at the cosmos. This was the cradle of Yamorigen, teeming with vitality and hope. The memories flowed swiftly. Civilization ascended to glory. Colossal cities glimmered like pearls embedded in the earth. Fleets of starships moved like migrating schools of fish, traversing the starry expanse, exploring, communicating, creating. They discovered the existence of the source and began to strive to comprehend and harness this primordial cosmic force. They proudly called themselves the Starry Travelers. Then, a sudden turn of events unfolded. It was not war, nor internal strife, but a more fundamental, incomprehensible erosion. Certain regions of the universe began to fall silent. Where the laws of physics twisted and faltered, a cold force, embodying termination and void, spread like a silent plague. The fleet of Yamorigen encountered the vanguard of annihilation while exploring an anomalous space. This was not a tangible enemy, but an erasure at the level of cosmic laws. The mighty starships crumbled like paper before this unseen force, along with their crews, instantaneously disintegrated, assimilated, returning to the void. Panic spread. The entire civilization plunged into a desperate struggle. They attempted every known means, energy barriers, spatial jumps, even trying to construct a defense with the formidable power of the source. Yet none could halt the relentless advance of annihilation. The final scene depicted Yamorigen's home planet pouring forth the remnants of its civilization's strength, initiating the ultimate arc plan to encapsulate the planet's core consciousness, star soul, and the essence of their civilization within a specially crafted starship. Infused with their highest understanding of source power, attempting to force a leap and escape the star region that was being consumed by annihilation. However, the leap failed. Or rather, they did not escape entirely. The force of annihilation, like a malignant growth, tainted the transit pathway, dragging them into this eternal prison nestled between existence and nothingness, the sea of nihility. As the starship drifted for an extended period, it gradually deteriorated, its energy depleted, and the crew succumbed one after another to despair and the corrosive energy of annihilation. Only the star soul, representing the last hope of civilization, struggled to endure in the endless darkness and pain, relying on the remnants of its primordial power like a flickering candle in the wind, until it was discovered and imprisoned by Lin Wei. Endless sorrow, resentment, and an intense attachment to life surged through Lemo's consciousness like a relentless tide. This was not merely the memory of an individual. It represented a planet, a civilization's final lament accumulated over billions of years. Lemo emitted a low growl, reminiscent of no human sound, as he clutched his head fiercely. Chaotic energy within him erupted uncontrollably, clashing violently with the influx of stellar memories. The surface of his body flickered alternately with dark golden patterns and the azure aura of the star soul, as if countless tiny energies were frantically surging beneath his skin. "Lemo!" Ing exclaimed in alarm, attempting to approach, yet was repelled by the chaotic energy currents surrounding him. Lin Wei, too, was startled by this sudden upheaval. Observing Lemo's agonized struggle as his breath became increasingly unstable, her eyes reflected not concern, but rather an exhilarating fervor. "Yes, just like this. Integrate it. Absorb it. Allow your chaos to embrace the will of life on a planetary scale," she whispered almost deliriously. This was the perfect catalyst. Only those who have witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations and confronted the despair of annihilation can truly understand what we must resist. She disregarded the impending rupture of chains and the violently shaking laboratory, focusing solely on Lemo. The data terminal recorded his energy fluctuations and consciousness activity with relentless fervor. At that moment, in the core area, Amu's strength finally waned. He coughed up blood, his small body collapsing weakly, severing the connection with the starship's core. With the loss of Amu, the last fuse, the starship wreckage's forcibly awakened will of retaliation deflated like a punctured balloon. The violent tremors began to subside, leaving only the roar of the external void sea. Upon the platform, the Star Soul light cluster emitted one last burst of intense radiance, nearly breaking all chains. Before appearing to exhaust its final strength, the glow rapidly dimmed, reverting to a state of lethargy, its spiritual lament becoming almost inaudible. An opportunity. A spark of brilliance flashed in Lin Wei's eyes. She immediately abandoned her recording of Lemo and turned to the control panel, attempting to stabilize the chains once more, eager to continue her unfinished plunder. However, she underestimated Lemo's current condition and the transformative impact of the civilization's final elegy flooding his consciousness. Just as Lin Wei's fingers were about to touch the control panel, Lemo suddenly lifted his head. His eyes transformed. No longer were they merely the pure chaos of before or the azure of the Star Soul. Instead, his left eye spun in a more profound, terrifying chaos, embodying the rise and fall of the star realms. His right eye, as blue as the ocean, reflected the cyclical nature of civilization. A terrifying aura, far grander and more magnificent than before, mingled the disorder of chaos with the sorrow of the Star Soul, erupting from him like an awakening ancient titan. The metallic walls of the laboratory groaned and twisted under the pressure of this overwhelming presence. You succeeded?" Lin Wei was forced to retreat repeatedly by this aura, her face betraying shock for the first time, only to be swiftly replaced by a deeper fervor. A perfect amalgamation, transcending the core of existence and obliteration. Her words abruptly ceased, for Lemo had stirred. He did not cast a glance at Lin Wei, nor did he regard the waning Star Soul upon the platform. His peculiar heterochromatic eyes pierced through the layers of the laboratory's barriers, gazing into the eternal, dark purple void beyond the remnants of the starship. Slowly, he raised his right hand. No longer summoning energy for an attack, he spread his fingers wide, making a grasping motion toward the boundless dark purple expanse. Civilizations may have perished, yet the elegy must cease. Though remnants endure, the flame of existence remains unextinguished. With my chaos as a beacon, I shall gather the ashes of this star and forge my rebirth. As his deep and ancient incantation echoed forth, its language unknown yet resonating with the rhythm of Star Soul memories, his right eye, embodying the Star Soul, blazed with unprecedented brilliance. Simultaneously, his left eye, a chaotic celestial gem, spun with unparalleled velocity. An indescribable force of attraction emanated from him. The target was not anything within the laboratory, but the colossal remnants of the starship, adrift in the void, and the boundless dark, purple annihilation energy beyond. A resounding hum filled the air. The starship remnants emitted an unprecedented cacophony, akin to a disassembly and reassembly in tumult. The immense metals that formed the hull began to loosen and disintegrate like shifting sands. Countless dark purple energies, as if summoned by a sovereign, surged frantically toward Lemo, flooding into his outstretched palm. He was not merely absorbing annihilation energy. He was devouring the very essence of the starship remnants. He was assimilating the final material vessel of this planetary civilization, along with its poignant history and residual source power. as well as the endless energies of the void surrounding him. No, stop. You cannot do this. Lin Wei shrieked in despair. That is my experimental material. It is the key to evolution. She attempted to rush forward to intervene, but before she could approach, the horrific force of absorption shattered her energy shield, sending her hurtling backward, bloodied against the wall. Shadow also stood in shock at this scene, gripping a nearby metal pillar tightly to avoid being swept away by that dreadful pull. She watched as Li Mo's figure became increasingly indistinct amidst the boundless torrent of energy, swelling as if transforming into a chaotic vortex that devoured heaven and earth. The remnants of the starship diminished at a visibly rapid pace, vanishing, merging into Li Mo's being. The external dark purple energy surged in as if it had found its home. Throughout this process, Li Mo's essence soared at an unprecedented rate, undergoing a metamorphosis. He felt each of his cells cycling through destruction and rebirth, the chaotic light core greedily consuming everything, expanding ever more, growing in complexity. At its center, a blue star flame, symbolizing the legacy of the Yamorian civilization, was merging utterly with the chaos, endowing this disorderly power with the weight of civilization and a tragic will. Uncertain how much time had passed, perhaps merely a fleeting moment, when the last vestige of the starship's material and the final surge of dark purple energy were consumed. The immense chaotic vortex abruptly contracted inward. All radiance, all energy, and all matter were compressed to their utmost limits. Then a silent explosion resonated at the level of consciousness. Li Mo's figure reformed. He stood there still, yet he emanated an entirely different aura. His stature appeared more upright. His dark hair danced without wind, the tips adorned with an everlasting brilliance reminiscent of chaotic starlight. His skin radiated a more lustrous sheen, beneath which intricate patterns flowed, far more complex than mere dark golden lines, resembling a mysterious tapestry woven of star maps and chaotic clouds. His heterochromatic eyes regained their unity, transforming into a deeper hue of dark chaos, as if they could absorb all light and hope within their depths, where, occasionally, a fragment of azure, symbolizing the memories of star souls, would flicker. No longer did he exude a palpable energy field. Instead, he established a peculiar harmony with the vast sea of emptiness. As if he had become part of this higher-dimensional rift, a walking, self-aware singularity of chaos. He slowly lowered his head to gaze at his outstretched hands. An unprecedented force surged within him. This power encompassed not only destruction and disintegration, but also a profound understanding of existence and nothingness, along with the complete legacy of a fallen civilization. He lifted his gaze, and for the first time, his dark, chaotic eyes calmly regarded Lin Wei, who lay crumpled in the corner, her face a mask of despair and disbelief. Your experiment, Li Mo spoke, his tone tranquil yet imbued with a cold indifference that heralded the end of all things, has concluded. Lin Wei stared at the transformed Li Mo, whose presence resonated like an abyss. Her lips trembled, and ultimately, all her madness, resentment, and fear coalesced into a hysterical, shattering scream. No. Li Mo paid her no heed. His gaze shifted to Ying, who stood anxiously at his side, and through the veil of space, he sensed the unconscious Mu in the distant core area, as well as the still unconscious Ella behind the barrier at the entrance. It was time to depart. He raised his hand and, with a gentle sweep towards the void before him, tore open a stable rift, its edges flowing with chaotic energy. On the other side of the rift, the dark purple chaos gave way to the familiar gray sky and the scent of irradiated dust of the wasteland. He could directly rend the spatial barriers of the sea of nothingness. Ying watched this spectacle in awe. Li Mo approached Ying, glanced at Lin Wei, and ultimately chose not to end her life. Sometimes, allowing a delusional madman to live and witness the complete obliteration of their lifelong dreams is a more cruel punishment than death itself. He extended his hand to assist Ying and stepped into the rift. As the opening began to close, he turned back for one last look at the sea of emptiness that had consumed a civilization and the crumbling, wailing Lin Wei in the corner. Then, the rift vanished entirely. Only Lin Wei's desperate cries echoed futilely in the void of dark purple emptiness. In the wasteland world, amidst the rusted desolation, space rippled like water, and a rift silently appeared as Li Mo supported Ying and stepped through. He felt within him an unprecedented power, a fusion of star remnants, chaos, and annihilation energy. As his dark, chaotic eyes gazed toward the direction of Eden, this time, it was no longer a flight from danger, nor merely a quest for revenge. It was a reckoning. Chapter 83. The return journey. The desolate winds of the wasteland swept through, carrying radioactive dust that brushed against Li Mo's face, imbued with a familiar yet alien taint. Behind him, the rift in space quietly sealed, as though it had never existed, completely isolating the dark purple sea of nothingness and the collapsing Lin Wei within another dimension. The sensation of solid ground beneath his feet, albeit the rusted earth of a barren plain, allowed Ying to exhale slightly, easing her taut nerves. Yet, a sudden wave of intense dizziness and weakness surged over her, causing her body to sway precariously, nearly losing her balance. The struggle against the corruption in the sea of nothingness, coupled with the recent close encounter with Li Mo's transformative power, had drained her significantly. Li Mo reached out to steady her. His touch was firm, and the moment his fingertips made contact, a gentle yet formidable force, a blend of chaos and vitality, flowed into Ying's body, swiftly alleviating her mental fatigue and physical injuries, even subtly reinforcing her life essence. Ying was astonished as she felt the rapid restoration of strength within her, accompanied by an indescribable sensation as though her very life essence was being nurtured. She looked up at Li Mo, whose dark, chaotic eyes remained calm and unperturbed, as if he had merely performed a trivial act. "Thank you," Ying murmured, her voice tinged with complexity. Li Mo's power had become increasingly unfathomable, more inhuman. Li Mo nodded slightly, his gaze shifting to a nearby area. With a casual wave of his hand, the air in that region rippled, and in the next moment, the unconscious Ella and Amu appeared on the ground, still shielded by the chaotic barrier, unharmed. He had already used spatial means to relocate them before departing the sea of nothingness. He approached Amu, crouching down and gently tapping his forehead. Amu's pale face, drained from exhaustion, quickly regained its color, his breathing becoming steady and deep. As for Ella, who had merely succumbed to a mental shock, she too soon awakened under the nurturing influence of Li Mo's power. "Are we out?" Ella asked, bewildered, as she sat up to survey the rusted wasteland around her, feeling as though she had been transported to another world. Amu rubbed his eyes, and, upon seeing Li Mo, immediately broke into a reassuring smile. "Brother Mo." Li Mo observed them, confirming their safety before rising to his feet. His gaze swept across what was once the Iron Remnants Valley, now reduced to a flat, lifeless expanse ravaged by the dual devastation of tombstones and uncontrollable spatial rifts. The Eden observation station had been destroyed, tombstones had descended, and the spatial rifts had spiraled out of control. Lin Wei was trapped within the sea of nothingness. This sequence of events had undoubtedly attracted the highest level of attention from the Supreme Council of Eden. They had likely become Eden's primary targets for eradication. No longer could he wander aimlessly through the wasteland as before. He needed information, a stronghold, a grasp of Eden's forthcoming movements, and, most importantly, to learn how to wield this newfound power within him to achieve his reckoning. His perception resembled an invisible net, rapidly expanding in all directions from his very being, merging the visions of a civilization shaped by the remnants of stars with insights born from chaos. He achieved an unprecedented height in his awareness of energy and information. He perceived the faint flickers of energy from a gathering of survivors several hundred kilometers away. He discerned the subtle noise of encrypted communication waves belonging to various factions flowing through the air. And he even captured a vague sense of unusual stagnation and vigilance emanating from the direction of Eden, where a vast energy network operated. Eden had indeed intensified its vigilance. Yet, simultaneously, he intercepted intriguing fragments of information. To the southeast, approximately a day's journey away, an anomalous energy signal, intermittently flickering with a distinctly rock civilization technological flair, seemed connected to some relic of a bygone era not entirely under Eden-esque control, near a neutral trading outpost known as Broken Gears Town. Furthermore, in the more distant north, towards Weeping Canyon, the once isolated Keystone Node, energy readings appeared increasingly lethargic, even hinting at signs of decay. This was quite abnormal. Additionally, scattered whispers about internal strife among the Watchers and the mysterious disappearance of elders drifted through the wasteland, like whispers on the wind, captured by his senses. The situation seemed far more intricate than he had anticipated. Eden was not a monolithic entity. Beneath the surface of the wasteland, currents of unrest surged. "We require a foothold and a source of information." Li Mo withdrew his perception and spoke to Shadow, directing them towards Broken Gears Town. Shadow nodded, refraining from questioning the reasoning, for she held absolute trust in Li Mo's judgment. "I am aware of Broken Gears Town. It is a place teeming with both danger and opportunity for information." "No matter," Li Mo replied with a calm demeanor. With his current strength, as long as he did not confront a tombstone or a massive legion from Eden head-on, few entities in the wasteland posed a threat to him. He turned to Ella and Amu. "Are you both capable of proceeding?" "No problem," Amu exclaimed, springing up and waving his small fists, feeling an unprecedented vigor in his body. Ella nodded resolutely. Then let us depart. Liam chose not to fly or traverse through space, as such actions would attract undue attention. He walked at the forefront, his strides seemingly ordinary, yet each step resonated with the pulse of the earth, granting him remarkable speed. A faint force field naturally emanated from him, repelling radioactive dust and most lesser mutated creatures, thereby carving out a relatively safe and comfortable path for the three behind him. Shadow, Ella, and AMU followed closely, their hearts filled with indescribable feelings as they beheld Liam's figure, which seemed to meld seamlessly with the wasteland environment. He had grown more silent, more unfathomable, akin to a solitary peak harboring the mysteries of the universe. Along the journey, Liam continually familiarized himself with and tested his newfound powers. With a subtle thought, a rusted metallic wreckage several meters high, blocking their path, crumbled silently like a pile of sand, transforming into the most basic metal particles, which then coalesced at his fingertips into a gleaming alloy dagger, radiating a cold, ethereal light, which he extended to Shadow. It is time for you to change your weapon. As she grasped the short blade, its icy touch sent a shiver through her, the weight feeling just right. The edge bore chaotic patterns that were almost imperceptible to the naked eye. With a casual flick of her wrist, a nearby rock was cleaved as effortlessly as tofu, the cut surface gleaming like a mirror. A flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. This hastily forged weapon far surpassed the meticulously crafted short blade she had wielded before. Liam turned his gaze towards AMU, gesturing with a finger to infuse a strand of pure, chaotic energy, interwoven with the essence of star soul power, into AMU's being. AMU trembled, feeling the originally faint stirrings of pure source energy surge exponentially, becoming more refined and vibrant, resonating on a deeper level with the source heart power he had sensed earlier. Attempt to feel it, to guide it, Liam instructed. AMU closed his eyes, striving to harness this newfound force, a soft yet resilient white aura manifesting around his body, exuding a comforting presence. His mastery over the source energy seemed to ascend to a new tier. As for Ella, Liam chose not to bestow upon her new powers for the time being. Her foundation lay in firearms and tactics, necessitating more advanced equipment and practical experience rather than direct energy infusion. Liam embodied a living forge and a wellspring of strength, quietly enhancing the foundational prowess of the entire team. Yet, he sensed that with each exertion of power, especially that which belonged to the civilization of the star remains, echoes of its lament and fragmented memories surged within his consciousness. Although these remnants could no longer sway his mind, they persisted like background noise. Moreover, the chaotic core, having consumed such vast quantities of energy and matter, had entered a state of relative saturation, requiring time to fully digest and integrate. The enhancement of power did not come without a price. He was evolving at an inhuman pace, yet this very process continually propelled him further from the realm of the ordinary. A day later, as the setting sun bathed the wasteland in a haunting orange hue, the makeshift, steampunk-inspired walls of Broken Gears Town, composed of countless abandoned vehicles, metal plates, and hefty rivets, came into view. The entrance of the town buzzed with activity, a myriad of eccentric figures, armed denizens of the wasteland moving in and out. The air thick with the acrid scent of motor oil, cheap alcohol, and sweat. Liam halted several hundred meters from the town atop a rise, his dark, chaotic eyes calmly surveying the bustling settlement. In his perception, an unusual energy signal from the rock civilization emanated from a central area within the town. Simultaneously, he detected several concealed energy fluctuations among the crowd, resonating with the essence of Eden's dark operatives. It appeared that Broken Gears Town was livelier than he had anticipated. Conceal your presence. We shall proceed, Liam instructed the three behind him, leading the way into the chaos and opportunity that awaited within the town. The first step of reckoning would begin here, and the shadows of Eden had already seeped into this seemingly desolate corner. Chapter 84. The clamor and currents of Gear Town. Stepping into Broken Gears Town felt akin to crossing a threshold from barren desolation into a world teeming with noise and fervor. On either side of the narrow, muddy street, a myriad of makeshift shops and stalls constructed from discarded carriages, rusted metal sheets, and waterproof tarps crowded the space. The air was thick with a potent blend of engine oil, the charred aroma of roasted mutated rat meat, the acrid scent of low-grade fuel, as well as the pungent odors of sweat and body odor, creating a dizzying atmosphere unique to this wasteland market. A diverse throng of wasteland denizens jostled for space. Mercenaries clad in patchwork power armor, wielding rugged weaponry, shrewd merchants wrapped in dust cloaks, technicians with evident mechanical modifications, steam billowing from their joints, and even a few slaves, their eyes vacant and collars fastened around their necks. This was a lawless land, a breeding ground for information and sordid transactions. The arrival of Li Mo and his companions did not attract much attention. Curious amalgamations were commonplace in the wasteland. However, those with keen perception might notice that as the bustling crowd neared Li Mo's proximity, they instinctively veered away, as if an invisible barrier separated them. Even the most hardened mercenaries, when caught in the gaze of Li Mo's dark, chaotic eyes, would avert their stares, an inexplicable chill rising within them. Let us proceed to the anvil and chalice. It is the most informed locale and offers decent equipment, suggested Ing, her voice lowered, clearly familiar with such places. Li Mo nodded slightly, his awareness akin to an unseen web that had already enveloped the entire town. The peculiar energy signal emanating from the remnants of the ancient civilization originated from a relatively sturdy three-story building in the town's center, repurposed from concrete structures of a bygone era. This seemed to be the domain of a technician guild. Meanwhile, several Eden spies were discreetly positioned at the town's entrance and various major intersections, lurking like serpents, monitoring the ebb and flow of the populace. They traversed the cacophonous street towards the town center. Amu curiously glanced around, marveling at the novelty of his surroundings, while AI Law remained vigilant, her hand resting on the energy pistol at her waist. Soon, a building adorned with a crooked wooden sign, depicting a rudimentary anvil and chalice, came into view. The heavy wooden door stood ajar, from within emanating raucous music, boisterous laughter, and the clinking of glasses. Pushing open the somewhat crumbling door, an even stronger wave of alcohol and sweat assaulted their senses. The dimly lit hall was shrouded in smoke and teeming with a variety of patrons. In a corner, an old man missing an arm, equipped with a crude mechanical prosthetic, awkwardly played a discordant tune on a battered accordion, while several scantily clad women moved between the tables, their expressions vacant as they hawked drinks and themselves. Ing expertly led them to a relatively quiet booth in the corner. A portly bartender, clad in a greasy apron, ambled over, scrutinizing them with murky eyes. "For cups of water, and what do you have to eat?" Ing directly inquired, placing a few Eden credit points, scavenged from a previous guard, onto the table. The bartender glanced at the credit points, grimaced, but accepted them nonetheless, gruffly stating, "Only roasted radiation scorpion legs and black bread." "That will suffice," the bartender replied before turning to retreat. Ing then turned to Li Mo and whispered, "Here, currency and information are the true currencies. Bartering is also an option. If you wish to gather intelligence, either seek out the seasoned bartender at the bar or locate Jack, the informant, who typically resides in the back alley within an old truck." Li Mo's gaze swept across the bustling hall, his senses filtering through the cacophony, capturing fragments of useful information. The predator tribe in the east has been particularly active of late, seemingly in search of something. "I've heard that several watchtowers of the Night Watchers were taken down a few days ago. An internal purge, perhaps? The Eden's lackeys have been conducting rigorous searches lately, seemingly hunting for someone. A colossal relic from the bygone era has been unearthed in the Rust Belt, drawing numerous people toward it. Moreover, the black market is rumored to have a shipment of fine goods tonight, allegedly technological artifacts flowing out from Eden. The information is vast, and the authenticity difficult to ascertain." At that moment, the conversation of a nearby table of inebriated mercenaries piqued Li Mo's interest. "Have you heard? There was quite a commotion over at the Broken Spine Canyon a few days ago. Thunder and earthquakes, and later, the folks from the Tombstone went there," slurred a bald mercenary. "Of course, who in the wasteland doesn't know?" chimed in a lean man. "They say a super mutant broke loose and took out one of Eden's observation posts." "Nonsense," interjected a scarred man in a low voice. "A buddy of mine who hangs around the crow's nest told me it wasn't a mutant at all. It's a key. The very key Eden has been searching for. It was down in the canyon, had a skirmish with the Tombstone crew, and then, poof, it jumped into a man-eating hole and vanished." "A key? What key?" the bald man inquired with curiosity. "How would I know? All I heard was that Eden has gone mad, offering a bounty so high it's frightening. Alive or dead. They want proof." Li Mo's eyes flickered. The news was spreading rapidly, albeit clearly distorted, but this could serve to their advantage in remaining concealed. Indeed, Eden had intensified their search efforts. Just then, the tavern door swung open once more, a gust of cold wind sweeping in. 3 individuals clad in matching gray uniforms, adorned with a peculiar gear and wrench emblem, entered. Their demeanor was haughty, their gazes sharp, and they bore the faint scent of machine oil and energy solvents, starkly contrasting the tavern's rugged ambience. They were members of the Technicians Guild. Furthermore, Li Mo distinctly sensed the residual energy signal of the rock civilization emanating from them, albeit faint. It was unmistakable. At the forefront was a middle-aged man sporting a single-sided engineering goggle, his hair meticulously groomed. He surveyed the tavern, his gaze briefly lingering on Limo's table, perhaps due to the unfamiliarity of his presence or the distinct aura he exuded, before making his way directly to the bar, where he whispered a few words to the bartender. The bartender's expression revealed a trace of discomfort, yet he ultimately nodded in acquiescence. The trio did not linger, swiftly departing the tavern. "They are quality inspectors from the Technicians Guild," Ing murmured to Limo. "They seldom frequent such establishments," indicating that something in this town has captured their attention. Limo's perception quietly trailed after the three, discovering that they were headed toward the three-story building at the town's center, which exuded the rock signal. How intriguing. The Association of Technicians and the remnants of the rock civilization appear to share a mysterious connection. Perhaps there is no need to seek out any informants. The clues have presented themselves unbidden. Just then, a commotion erupted within the tavern. A group of clearly inebriated brutes staggered to their feet, their intentions far from benign as they approached the table occupied by Limo and his companions, their avaricious gazes roving over Ing and Ella. "Hey, newcomers. You look unfamiliar." One of the burly men, his mouth full of yellowed teeth, exclaimed, exhaling a cloud of alcohol-laden breath as he reached out to caress Ying's face. "How about a drink with us, fellas?" In an instant, Ying's demeanor turned icy, her short blade sliding into her palm. Yet, someone was swifter. Limo did not even lift his gaze. He merely raised the murky glass of water, giving it a gentle swirl. The next moment, the lewd hand reaching for Ing, along with its owner's entire arm, disintegrated from the fingertips as if ignited by an unseen flame, instantly turning to ash and dissipating silently into the air. There were no screams, no bloodshed. The hulking man merely stared blankly at his empty shoulder joint, as if struggling to comprehend what had transpired. The tavern fell into an immediate hush, every eye wide with terror, fixated upon Limo. Only then did he slowly lift his head, his dark, chaotic eyes calmly surveying the frozen brutes and the entire establishment. "Get out." The single word, though softly spoken, pierced the souls of all present like a chilling dagger. The men, as if granted a reprieve, scrambled from the tavern, leaving even their dismembered companion behind. Silence enveloped the room, save for the oblivious strains of a decrepit accordion played by an elderly man. Limo continued to sip his glass of water as if nothing had occurred. Ing sheathed her blade, while Ella and Amu breathed sighs of relief. Following this incident, no one dared to disturb them again. Limo's fearsome reputation would undoubtedly spread through the town of Broken Gears swiftly. Perhaps this was not entirely a bad thing, Limo mused. At times, an appropriate display of intimidation mitigates trouble more effectively than a discreet concealment. His gaze returned to the small building housing the Association of Technicians. Tonight, he would venture there to uncover its secrets. Chapter 85. Echoes of the rock and shadows beneath the gears. The night enveloped the town of Broken Gears like thick ink, saturating it in darkness. The clamor of the day settled, leaving only scattered lights, the murmurs of drunken men, and the distant howls of mutated wild dogs reverberating through the rusted and dusty streets. Limo stood by the window on the second floor of the tavern, his dark, chaotic eyes piercing the night, fixated on the three-story headquarters of the Association of Technicians at the heart of the town. The anomalous energy signal associated with the rock civilization shone like a beacon in the night, growing ever clearer. The conflict within the tavern had sent ripples through the air, akin to stones cast into a pond. He sensed several malevolent gazes lurking from the shadows across the street and from nearby rooftops, watching the tavern with ill intent. Were they local thugs? Or perhaps hyenas drawn by the bounty from Eden? It mattered little. As long as they did not provoke him, he had no inclination to engage. His focus remained on the secrets hidden within that small building. The connection between the Technicians Association and the rock civilization likely points to a relic not entirely under the dominion of Eden, a place that may hold the information he seeks, or even clues to combat both Eden and Oblivion. "I will accompany you," came the voice of Shadow from behind. She had donned a more practical dark outfit suitable for nocturnal ventures, her short blade glinting with a cold sheen in the dim light. Limo turned to regard her, then glanced at the adjacent room where Ella and Amu were already resting. The chaotic barrier he had set was sufficient to ensure their safety. Very well, he conceded. Shadow's experience and agility would serve as an excellent complement during their infiltration. Without further exchange, the two melded into the night like phantoms, silently slipping out of the hotel window and moving swiftly along the shadows cast by the building's exterior, heading toward the small structure of the Technicians Association. The patrolling guards of the town, equipped with rudimentary gear, remained oblivious to their presence. Occasionally, a hidden gaze from the darkness would falter upon encountering Limo's casual yet chaotic aura, retreating in haste as if scalded, unwilling to make another move. Soon, they arrived at the rear of the Technicians Association building. This area was relatively secluded, featuring a nondescript back door and several high ventilation shafts. Liamo's perception penetrated the walls, vividly mapping the internal structure in his mind. The first floor was a reception and exhibition area. The second housed offices and archives, while the third appeared to be the core workshop and storage. The signal of the rock energy emanated from below. The building possessed a basement. Moreover, the entrance to the basement was fortified with an energy barrier and mechanical locks, offering far greater security than the upper levels. To the underground, Liamo whispered. Shadow nodded, gesturing toward a side metal pipe, used for wastewater disposal, leading downwards. Though barred, the fence posed no obstacle for them. Liamo extended his finger, gently touching the rusted barrier. Chaos energy coursed through, and the fence, as if eroded by centuries, crumbled into red iron dust, cascading down. The two slipped into the dark passage of the pipe. The air was thick with the acrid scent of mixed oil and sewage. But for those who had endured the wastelands and the void, it was but a minor inconvenience. After sliding down the pipe for several dozen meters, they were met with light and the rumble of machinery ahead. The pipe opened into a relatively spacious underground maintenance corridor. Liamo and Shadow landed soundlessly, concealing themselves in the corridor's shadows. Not far ahead stood a heavy alloyed door, its surface shimmering with a faint energy barrier, beside which was a terminal requiring access authentication. Behind that door, the signal of the rock energy pulsed clearly, akin to a heartbeat. Guards ahead, Liamo noted. Two robust men, clad in the uniforms of the Technicians Association and armed with energy pistols, leaned against the wall near the door, conversing in hushed tones, appearing somewhat inattentive. The president is overreacting. It's merely an unopenable iron lump. Is it worth keeping us here in this foul-smelling underground every day? One guard complained. Enough chatter. I heard that thing is extraordinary. Even someone from Eden is discreetly inquiring about it. The other guard replied, casting a wary glance around. Keep alert. Don't let anything go awry. Eden is also inquiring. Liamo's eyes narrowed. It appears that this matter is indeed quite intricate. He gestured towards the shadow, which understood his intent and, akin to a genuine shadow, glided silently along the wall towards the two guards. Her movements transcended the limits of human perception, creating not even the slightest whisper of wind. The guards felt only a faint prick at the nape of their necks before their consciousness succumbed to darkness. The shadow's blade had not truly cut through their skin. It had merely struck their sleep points with precision. Liamo stepped forward, choosing not to glance at the fallen guards, instead placing his hand upon the alloy door. His perception penetrated deeply, revealing the structure of the lock and the nodes of the energy barrier, which were laid bare before him. He required neither a password nor brute force. The chaotic energy functioned as the most exquisite universal key, seeping through the crevices of the energy barrier and the mechanical intricacies of the lock. Moments later, a soft click resonated, and the energy barrier extinguished, causing the lock to spring open. Liamo pushed the heavy alloy door aside, and an even more intense and pure essence of the rock civilization, infused with the chill of metal and ancient energy, surged forth to greet him. Beyond the door lay an expansive subterranean chamber, evidently modified with meticulous care and illuminated brilliantly. Surrounding the space were various advanced detection instruments and analytical devices, most adorned with the technological aesthetics of the Eden. At the heart of this chamber, a platform ensnared by a high-intensity energy field harbored an enigmatic object. It was a cube, approximately 1 meter on each side, constructed entirely of an unknown dark silver metal. The surface of the cube gleamed like a mirror, devoid of any seams or joints, yet countless fine, barely discernible azure light traces flowed across it, resembling both circuitry and natural patterns, emanating a stable and formidable wave of rock energy. It resembled a slumbering cube from the ancient cosmic seas, quietly suspended there, exuding an aura both mysterious and alluring. Is this the iron lump discovered by the Technicians Association? Is this the object that has drawn the clandestine attention of Eden? Liamo sensed that the internal structure of this cube was exceedingly intricate and brimming with immense energy, its technological sophistication potentially surpassing even the known aspects of the rock civilization. It was undoubtedly more than a simple enigma. His gaze swept across the surrounding instruments, where screens displayed records of failed attempts to analyze and activate the cube. The Technicians Association appeared utterly at a loss with it. Liamo slowly approached the cube, and as he drew near, the azure light traces on its surface seemed to quicken their flow, as if responding to his presence. He extended his hand, eager to touch this mysterious creation. Just as his fingertips were about to make contact with the cube, a sudden upheaval occurred. A violent explosion erupted at the entrance of the subterranean space. The heavy alloy door was violently blown apart, scattering debris in all directions. Immediately thereafter, Several figures clad in Eden's standard black combat attire, their faces obscured by full-cover masks, surged in like phantoms. They moved with remarkable speed and seamless coordination, their energy rifles swiftly locking onto Li-Mo and the Shadow. Target identified. The key and its accomplices. Execute capture orders. The captain declared coldly. They were the covert agents of Eden. They had been lurking nearby all along, perhaps already aware of the secrets of the Technicians Guild, merely biding their time. The infiltration by Li-Mo and Ing provided the perfect signal for their imminent action. Without any warning, several lethal energy beams shot forth, sealing off all possible escape routes for Li-Mo and Ing. Simultaneously, the captain produced an oddly shaped device resembling a compass, directing it towards the dark silver cube on the platform. The device emitted a blinding white light, generating a powerful suction force, attempting to forcibly extract the cube. Like a mantis stalking its prey, the ambush was sudden and merciless. Ying's response was lightning fast, with her short blade in hand. She deftly sliced through two energy beams aimed at her, retreating like a wraith in search of cover. Meanwhile, Li-Mo did not even glance back. At the very moment when the energy beams were about to reach his back, the space around him seemed to subtly distort. All the energy beams vanished without a trace, as if they had sunk into the abyss, creating not even a ripple. Still facing away from the Eden spies, his finger remained unwaveringly pressed against the smooth surface of the dark silver cube. With a resounding hum, the moment his finger made contact, the cube erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. The azure luminescence on its surface swirled like a waking galaxy. A vast, cold torrent of data and energy surged through Li-Mo's body, propelled by his fingertip. This time, it was not the sorrowful memories of the Star Soul, but rather a pure, chilling knowledge and authority belonging to a highly advanced technological civilization. Countless blueprints and formulas concerning energy manipulation, material reconfiguration, spatial structures, and even dimensional technology cascaded over Li-Mo's consciousness like a waterfall. The imprints of the notebook and the chaotic core operated at an unprecedented speed, greedily absorbing and deciphering the legacy of an ancient civilization. Li-Mo's body stood rigid, his eyes ablaze with a dark, chaotic light intertwining with the azure data streams of the rock civilization. The Eden spies were momentarily stunned by this sudden turn of events. But the captain reacted swiftly. He was activating the relic's creation. Interrupt him. Fire with all your might. An even denser barrage of energy beams poured down upon Li-Mo like a torrential rain. However, just as these attacks were about to reach him, Li-Mo's finger, still pressed against the cube, slightly curved. In the next instant, an invisible, absolute defense field composed of countless azure data runes unfurled around him and the cube. All energy beams collided with the force field as if striking a wall of size, instantly vanishing and disintegrating. The spies were left dumbfounded. Li-Mo slowly turned his head, his eyes revealing a deep, chaotic darkness in the left and a pure, data-driven blue in the right, cold, precise, devoid of emotion. He gazed down upon the Eden spies as a deity would upon mere ants. Disturbing others while they are studying is a most impolite action. He raised his other hand toward the spies and made a grasping motion in the air. Crack, crack, crack. The jarring metallic distortion reverberated. The Dark Agents, clad in their power armor, wielding energy rifles, and concealing backup weapons and communicators within their linings, were suddenly subjected to an invisible force that compressed, twisted, and crushed them into irregular metallic spheres. Stripped of their defenses, the agents stood exposed and terrified, unable even to emit a cry. Li-Mo refrained from eliminating them. He required a messenger to return with intelligence. His gaze shifted back to the dark silver cube before him. As knowledge surged within him, he comprehended its true nature. This was neither a weapon nor an energy core. It was a key to a secret database, the pinnacle of the rock civilization's advanced technology, concealed within the folds of time and space. At this moment, this key was fully unveiling itself to him. The stakes of reckoning had gained additional weight, and the Shadow of Eden, having witnessed this, would undoubtedly become more restless. Chapter 86. A torrent of data and silent intimidation. The dark silver cube, or rather, the rock key, awakened beneath Li-Mo's touch, akin to a slumbering giant stirring from its rest. The ethereal blue data torrent transformed from a gentle infusion into a furious galaxy, surging violently into the ocean of Li-Mo's consciousness. This was no mere transmission of knowledge. It resembled a transfer of authority, an ancient civilization imprinting fragments of its legacy onto the soul of a new worthy bearer. Li-Mo stood frozen, as the dark, chaotic patterns on his skin clashed and intertwined with the ethereal blue data stream, as if a microscopic battle and fusion raged beneath his dermis. His right eye morphed into a chilling data blue, as countless intricate formulas, structural diagrams, and energy models cascaded past him like a waterfall, while his left eye, the dark, chaotic star, spun at an unprecedented velocity, functioning like a superlative processor, striving to comprehend and assimilate this foreign, highly ordered knowledge into his own grand and chaotic framework. The imprint of his notebook blazed intensely within the depths of his consciousness. It was born from the union of rock and source heart power, and now, confronted with this pure, elevated core knowledge of the rock, it seemed to have discovered the path home, fervently assisting Liam in this perilous data initiation. Pain. No, this transcended the realm of pain. It was a reconstruction at the level of existence. Liam felt as though his soul had been disassembled into its most fundamental informational units, only to be shattered and reconstituted repeatedly within the crucible of the rock civilization's blueprint and chaotic essence. He beheld the star maps from the zenith of the rock civilization, witnessing how they harnessed source power to construct energy networks spanning the star seas, the formidable weapons and defense systems theorized to combat the onset of annihilation, and finally, the fragments of their last log, imbued with endless regret and forewarning, as they ultimately succumbed to failure. Warning: detection of annihilation indicates irreversible interference by a higher will. Final plan arc activation failed. Core database sealed coordinates, data corrupted, awaiting key. Caution for successors. Annihilation is not a natural phenomenon. This final fragment of information detonated within Liam's chaotic consciousness like a thunderclap. Annihilation, a force embodying termination and disorder, may indeed be driven by a certain will. The chains binding the source of the heart, the void that erodes the universe of Morigen. Could they not be the laws of the cosmos, but rather instruments of some existence? The shock brought by this conjecture momentarily eclipsed the agony of reconstruction caused by the data torrent. Time became nebulous. Perhaps only seconds passed in the real world. Yet in Liam's consciousness, it felt as if he had traversed the entire rise and fall of civilization. The torrent of data began to wane, gradually calming to a serene stillness. The dark silver cube's ethereal blue glow receded, returning to its previous dormant state, yet an invisible, solid connection had formed between it, and Liam slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, his gaze had regained a unified dark chaotic hue. Yet beneath that profound base color, faint blue streams of data flickered like schools of fish in the deep sea. His aura became more subdued, devoid of the earlier tumultuous energy conflict, now exuding an unfathomable calm, as if it contained the vastness of stars, oceans, and boundless knowledge. He exhaled gently, his breath carrying a hint of a cold metallic essence. He had succeeded. Not only had he withstood the torrent of data, but he had also thoroughly assimilated it, transforming it into a part of his own strength and knowledge system. At this moment, his comprehension of energy, matter, and space had ascended to an entirely new level. Although the totality of his power had not dramatically increased, its quality and mastery were now incomparable. With a mere thought, he found that he need not exert force deliberately. The energy particles drifting in the surrounding space arranged themselves like obedient soldiers, coalescing at his fingertips into a constantly morphing, ethereal blue rose composed of pure energy, which then silently dissipated. With effortless grace, his words manifested reality. This was a natural expression of understanding the rules to a certain degree. He turned to face the Eden Dark Scouts, stripped of their armaments, standing frozen like lambs awaiting slaughter. Upon meeting his calm, unwavering gaze, eyes that seemed capable of piercing through every bite of their souls, they were seized by an instinctive fear that gripped their hearts, rendering their breaths labored. They had no doubt that this being, with a mere thought, could reduce them to cosmic dust, just like the equipment that had been crushed. Liam did not kill them. He did not even utter a word. He simply scanned each of their faces with a tranquil gaze, as if employing the most precise scanner, recording every physiological characteristic, energy fluctuation, and the imprint of their spiritual fear with clarity. Then, he casually waved his hand towards the entrance of the subterranean space, where the alloy door had been blasted open. A humming sound resonated as an invisible wave of spatial energy swept through the area. In the next instant, the Dark Agents, along with the remnants of their equipment, which had been crushed into metallic spheres, vanished as if erased from existence, leaving no trace behind, as though they had never been there. Liam had randomly transported them to a desolate expanse several kilometers away. Their fate, whether life or death, now rested in the hands of chance. This was both an act of mercy and a deeper form of intimidation. He could locate them at any moment, just as easily as he could make them disappear. After accomplishing this, Liam turned his gaze towards the shadow that had been vigilantly lurking in the corner, ever watchful for potential threats. "It's safe now," he stated calmly, though his voice carried an ineffable weight, as if imbued with boundless knowledge. The shadow let out a sigh of relief and sheathed her dagger. Observing the subtle shift in Limeau's demeanor, she felt a myriad of emotions. Each encounter with peril seemed to fortify him, rendering him even more inscrutable. Limeau approached the dark silver cube. At this moment, the enigmatic key appeared far less mysterious to him. He extended his hand, and the cube, as if summoned, began to shrink slowly, transforming into a stream of light that melded into his palm, ultimately forming an inconspicuous dark silver cubic mark akin to a tattoo on the inner side of his wrist. This served not only as a key but also as a portable database interface and energy source. "We must depart," Limeau declared. "The commotion here has surely drawn attention. The Guild of Technicians will likely arrive shortly." The two quickly retraced their steps, exiting the underground space, traversing maintenance conduits, and returning to the streets cloaked in night. Less than 5 minutes after their departure, the president of the Guild of Technicians, a middle-aged man sporting a single-sided engineering goggle, rushed into the underground space accompanied by a large contingent of armed guards. Upon encountering the vacant platform, the missing cube, and the remnants of the Eden agent's equipment, violently crushed and leaving mere indentations on the ground, the group was left dumbfounded. "Where are they? Where are the hounds of Eden?" the president bellowed in frustration. No one could provide an answer, only a lingering, almost imperceptible chill in the air, a pressure that sent shivers down the spine, silently narrated the events that had unfolded here. Meanwhile, at the edge of Broken Gears town, Limeau and the Shadow rejoined Ella and Amu, who had been anxiously awaiting their return. "Brother Amu, Sister, are you all right?" Amu inquired with concern. "I'm fine," Limeau reassured him, ruffling his hair. "We need to leave this place immediately." He glanced towards the direction of Eden, his dark, chaotic eyes flickering with streams of data. With the fragments of information gleaned from the rock key, combined with the prior data pilfered from the Eden database, he had gained a clearer understanding of Eden's energy network structure and the vulnerabilities of certain defensive nodes. The instruments of reckoning were already prepared. Now, he needed to find a secure location to thoroughly assimilate the spoils of this encounter and strategize the next course of action. Perhaps it is time to engage with those sentinels who are also contending against the Eden, particularly after learning of the internal issues that seem to have arisen among them. He, accompanied by 3 others, melded into the deeper night beyond the town, vanishing like a droplet into the vast ocean. Only the town of Broken Gears remained, shrouded once again in darkness and mystery after a brief tumult. Rumors of a mysterious powerhouse effortlessly vanquishing Eden's dark agents and seizing the Cube of God would spread like wildfire through the shadowed world of the wasteland. The highest council of Eden, upon receiving the incoherent and fear-laden report from the surviving agent, would find it increasingly difficult to remain at ease. A storm was gathering with accelerating intensity. Chapter 87. Silent warnings and bloodied terminals, leaving the turmoil of Broken Gears far behind. Limeau and his companions glided like phantoms through the distorted shadows of the ruins. The night served as their finest cloak, the haze of radiation obscuring the moonlight and concealing their movements. While swiftly advancing, Limeau divided his attention, delving into the newly acquired repository of knowledge pertaining to the rock civilization's secrets. The information was vast, a sea of data composed mostly of highly compressed theoretical models and foundational technological trees, requiring time for thorough analysis. Yet, he prioritized the sections related to energy cores and defense nodes. Images of structural diagrams and dynamic energy flowcharts flashed rapidly through his mind, corroborating and enriching the information he had previously plundered from Eden's database. The seemingly impregnable energy network and defense system of Eden gradually unveiled more intricate and clearer connections along with potential weaknesses in his perception. These vulnerabilities were not design flaws, but rather a natural corrosion stemming from the passage of time and lapses in maintenance. However, under the astute technological perspective of the rock civilization, these imperfections were magnified infinitely. The technological ethos of the rock emphasized absolute stability, efficiency, and logical closure, standing in stark contrast to Eden's approach, which bore the marks of reconstruction amidst ruins, often characterized by patches and compromises. "We need to find a place to rest temporarily. I require time to process," Limeau murmured to Shadow, his gaze sweeping over the remnants of an old-world shopping mall that had partially collapsed yet retained a semblance of structural integrity. Shadow nodded, her form merging with the shadows as she stealthily ventured into the ruins to scout. Moments later, she signaled a gesture of safety. The four silently entered the mall's interior, seeking a relatively clean and concealed corner on the second floor. Amu instinctively set up several rudimentary alert devices at the entrance, while Ella vigilantly guarded another direction. Liam settled into a cross-legged position, closing his eyes. Dark, chaotic energy flowed slowly around him, the dark silver cubic mark on his wrist warming slightly, as the ethereal blue data stream flickered quietly in the depths of his consciousness. Reorganizing. He was not merely absorbing knowledge. He was engaging in a profound integration of the orderly technology of the rock with the chaotic essence derived from the source heart and his notebook. This was a precarious balance, order and chaos, akin to water and fire. Yet, Liam discerned that the notebook, forged from the powers of both the rock and the source heart, played a pivotal role in this delicate harmonization. It resembled a universal converter, transmuting the highly ordered knowledge of the rock into a language that the chaotic essence could comprehend and assimilate. Time flowed silently. Suddenly, Liam opened his eyes, a glint of coldness flashing through his dark, chaotic orbs. What's wrong? The shadow immediately sensed it. A visitor has arrived. Liam's voice was soft. It was not a pursuer, but an observer. Almost as soon as he spoke, a shadow, nearly blending with the environment atop the distant ruins outside the mall, shifted slightly. Seemingly startled, and then without hesitation, turned to flee, akin to a startled raccoon, disappearing into the distance. Its speed was remarkably swift, and its movements were utterly silent. Clearly adept at stealth and tracking, the shadow moved to pursue. No need. Liam raised his hand to stop her. He lifted his right hand, the dark chaotic energy at his fingertips entwining with a thread of ethereal azure data stream, and gently pointed towards the direction where the figure had vanished. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no beam of energy. Yet, nearly a kilometer away, the fleeing observer suddenly felt a lightness at his waist. Instinctively, he reached for it. His expression shifting dramatically. The crude metal terminal, used for recording and transmitting information, which was strikingly different from that of Eden, had vanished. He abruptly turned back, only to find nothing behind him, just the haunting stillness of the ruins. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. Not only had the other party detected him, but they had also surreptitiously extracted his vital possession without his awareness. What an inscrutable and enigmatic method. He dared not linger any longer and vanished into the darkness with even greater speed. Inside the mall, Liam spread his palm, and a rough metal terminal, about the size of his hand and still warm to the touch, abruptly appeared in his grasp. The surface of the terminal bore the anxious sweat of its user. Is it a night watcher? The shadow conjectured. This style and vigilance do not resemble Eden's approach. Most likely, Liam's fingertips sparked with an ethereal blue data stream, functioning as an invisible key, effortlessly bypassing the terminal's rudimentary physical encryption lock and infiltrating its interior. The information within was chaotic, mostly fragmented observational records regarding the anomalous energy responses of the Broken Gears town, the movements of Eden's undercover agents, and rough descriptions and risk assessments of the four of them. Ultimately, the information pointed to a temporary rendezvous coordinate, situated in the ruins of a large transportation hub several dozen kilometers away. Liam quickly skimmed through, his gaze finally resting on a slightly more highly encrypted internal communication record. The sender's code was Old Cat, and the receiver's code was Raven. Caveat: focus on observation. Avoid contact. The target's danger level has been reassessed as extremely high, suspected of possessing unknown advanced relic technology. Repeat: avoid contact. Await further instructions. Additionally, there has been recent unrest at home. Mice are stealing food. Be cautious at the door. The message abruptly ceased. There has been unrest at home. Mice are stealing food, Liam softly repeated, his dark, chaotic eyes narrowing slightly. Indeed, there were issues within the Night Watchers. This message appeared to be a veiled warning. His fingertips sparked with data streams once more, initiating a reverse trace of the terminal's signal source, attempting to use it as a springboard for deeper infiltration. With the algorithmic support provided by the Rock Key, the relatively primitive firewall of the Night Watchman rendered futile in its presence. A plethora of fragmented information was captured and filtered. Suddenly, a communication segment, recently designated as top secret, originating from an internal relay station within Eden and directed towards the Supreme Council, caught his attention. This communication circumvented conventional confidentiality channels, employing a rare biometric code for encryption. Had it not been for Liam's recent technological leap, he would have been unable to intercept or even perceive it. The content of the communication was brief and imbued with a sense of urgency that felt forcibly suppressed. Target has engaged with the rock relic, confirming deep resonance. Threat level has breached the threshold. The purification protocol is inadequate. Requesting initiation of the Nirvana Plan Preparatory Directive. Repeat, requesting initiation of Nirvana. Keyholder, Su Lin. Su Lin. Liam's gaze sharpened suddenly, like a blade. The Nirvana Plan? What could that entail? It sounded even more extreme than the so-called purification protocol. Almost simultaneously, within Eden's senior lounge for genetic selectors, Su Lin abruptly lifted her head from the immersive data terminal, her face ashen. She had just submitted that encrypted request, her heart still racing, when her personal terminal's other clandestine port suddenly received an unidentified message devoid of any identification. The message contained only an image. The image depicted a rough metallic terminal, with a close-up shot clearly showcasing a dent she recognized all too well, one she had inadvertently left during a previous mission. The terminal lay quietly in a hand, the knuckles prominent, dusted with remnants of the wasteland. No text, no sound. Yet the image itself served as a silent, chilling warning. He knew. He not only understood what she was doing, but he could also directly infiltrate her most secret communication channels, thrusting this blood-stained evidence in her face. A chill surged from her tailbone to the crown of her head, as Su Lin felt her blood nearly freeze. Instinctively, she glanced around. The pristine white room now seemed filled with invisible gazes, rendering her utterly exposed. What had he become? That man she once deemed inferior, someone easily dispensable. Had he matured to such a terrifying extent? Panic coiled around her heart like a poisonous vine. Yet she forcibly suppressed it, replaced by a more paranoid and frigid resolve. She could not falter. The Nirvana plan must be initiated. It was the sole strategy to thoroughly eliminate the threat and safeguard both Eden and her own position. Taking a deep breath, her trembling fingers swiftly operated the terminal, resending the initiation request for the Nirvana plan with heightened priority. This time, she appended a personal note. Confirmed threat has exceeded controllable limits. Recommend elevating Nirvana's priority to the highest. Assets may be sacrificed if necessary. The assets she referred to could include peripheral strongholds, certain less significant members, or perhaps even more that she deemed expendable. Once sent, she slumped in her chair, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. The soft illumination in the lounge felt particularly glaring at this moment. Meanwhile, in the distant ruins of a once bustling shopping mall, Li Mo observed the more aggressive encrypted message that he had intercepted, which had prompted Su Lin to resend it. A cold smirk graced his lips. The fish, it seemed, could no longer resist the bait. It was time to set forth. He rose and addressed Ing, Ella, and AMU, stating, "Let us pay a visit to those sentinels before they are wholly consumed by the rats." His gaze drifted toward the horizon, where the ruins of the transportation hub loomed, the next epicenter of the impending storm. He paused for a moment and added, "Send another gift to the filtering officer, Su Lin. It is imperative that Eden and Su Lin come to a clearer understanding of what entities they ought not to provoke lightly." Chapter 88. The specter of the hub and the gift traversing the desolate terrain of several dozen kilometers signified countless potential dangers. Radiation swamps, nests of mutated beasts, the wandering grounds of degenerates, and the patrols and surveillance nodes that Eden might have established. However, with Li Mo's newfound perception, enhanced by the knowledge of the rock key, many threats became discernible. He guided the trio not in a straight line, but along a path where energy disturbances were minimal and signs of life were sparse. His pace appeared leisurely, yet he deftly evaded hidden fissures in the ground, loose rubble, and the unseen whirlpools of radiation in the air. Ing followed closely behind, acutely aware of this transformation. Li Mo seemed to resonate with his surroundings, no longer a mere survivor trudging through the wasteland, but rather a master strolling through his domain with an air of confidence. Although Ella and AMU were uncertain of the reasons behind this shift, they too sensed that this journey was smoother and safer than any previous traversals of the wild, deepening their trust in Li Mo. As dusk fell, the immense ruins of the transportation hub finally appeared on the horizon. Once a symbol of the old era's grandeur, it now stood as a mere skeletal remnant. The broken overpasses sprawled across the sky like the bones of a colossal dragon, while mountains of rusted vehicles lay piled high. The platform structures had largely collapsed, leaving only a few solitary walls standing defiantly. The wind whistled through the hollow windows and twisted metal frames, producing eerie, wailing sounds. Following the coordinates obtained from a sentinel terminal, Li Mo led the trio to a relatively intact entrance of an underground passage. The entrance was deliberately concealed by discarded carriages and concrete blocks, leaving only a narrow gap through which one could pass sideways. "I shall go first," Ing whispered, her form slipping through the gap like a shadow devoid of bones. A moment later, a faint, bird-like whistle signaling safety emanated from within. One by one, Li Mo and the others entered. The passage was dark and damp, imbued with a mixture of rust, mildew, and a faint scent of disinfectant. Fragments of advertisements from the old era flanked the sides, their blurred images of smiling beauties appearing particularly eerie in the dim light. After proceeding approximately 100 meters, A flicker of light emerged ahead. Before them lay a stronghold, transformed from an old subway platform. The encampment was modest in scale, capable of accommodating around 20 to 30 individuals. In the center, a small fire flickered, fueled by a refined oil, casting a stable yet dim light. Shadows of individuals clad in mismatched, patched armor dispersed around the area, some tending to their weapons while others organized supplies. Their vigilant gazes sweeping over the recently arrived quartet, led by Liam. Their gear was far from the sophisticated quality of Eden's, yet well-maintained, exuding a pragmatic style honed over years of survival on the precipice of life and death. Upon noticing Liam and his companions, particularly the uniquely charismatic Liam and the striking presence of Aang, all activities ceased, the atmosphere thickening with tension. Halt! Who are you? A burly man with a menacing scar across his face rose, gripping a modified shotgun, his voice deep and oppressive. He was the temporary leader here, codenamed Anvil. Liam remained silent, raising his hand to toss a rough metal terminal, taken from an observer, towards Anvil. Instinctively, Anvil caught it, his expression shifting dramatically upon recognizing the familiar dent on the terminal. His gaze flickered from Liam to Aang, Ella, and AMU behind him. How did you come by this? Where's Night Owl? Anvil's voice betrayed a hint of tension. Night Owl was the observer from whom Liam had extracted the terminal from a distance. He as well. We merely borrowed this to take a look. Liam finally spoke, his voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. We are here to seek an audience with the Raven or any individual in charge. At the mention of the Raven, Anvil and several night watchmen exchanged furtive glances. The casual utterance of an internal communication codename by an outsider signified a significant breach of security. Why should we trust you? Anvil maintained his wariness, the muzzle of the shotgun lowering slightly, yet still poised for immediate action. Liam surveyed the small encampment, his gaze sweeping over the flickering fire. The corner stacked with purification water devices, and the few injured night watchmen who continued to stand guard. Because Eden's purification protocol is on the verge of escalating into the Nirvana Project, Liam stated slowly, each word striking like a hammer upon the hearts of the assembled night watchmen. There are those within your ranks who intend to eliminate you, along with all perceived as unstable elements, and indeed, most lives struggling to survive in this wasteland. What? The Nirvana Project? How does he know? A wave of suppressed gasps and murmurs resonated within the encampment. Even Anvil's pupils constricted, his grip on the weapon tightening. Whispers of Eden's potentially more extreme plans had circulated among the upper echelons of the Night Watch, yet the specifics and codenames were fiercely guarded secrets. As for why you should trust me, a subtle, almost imperceptible smile graced Liam's lips, and deep within his dark, chaotic eyes, data streams flickered quietly. Perhaps I can offer a modicum of goodwill first. He raised his right hand towards an aging signal receiver in the corner of the encampment, connected to several antiquated screens. And with a gentle gesture, he activated it. Buzz. The snowflake-like dots on the receiver's screen vanished in an instant, replaced by an astonishingly clear, dynamic map. The map prominently marked all known patrol routes, monitoring tower locations, and energy sensor placements within a 50-kilometer radius centered around the transportation hub, including several deeply concealed, dormant automated defense turrets. Even more startling were the blinking red dots moving toward the hub, indicating a standard Eden patrol team, their real-time positions, equipment configurations, and even the vital signs of each team member were displayed clearly alongside. This is impossible, exclaimed a young night watchman responsible for communications. Our equipment could never decrypt their encrypted signals to this extent. Iron Anvil and the other night watchmen gazed in disbelief at the information on the screen. The weight of this revelation was overwhelming. This was not merely intelligence. It was a stark demonstration of the enemy's overwhelming capacity for information acquisition. Liam retracted his finger, and the information on the screen continued to display steadily. Now may we converse? Iron Anvil inhaled deeply, gradually lowering his shotgun. He realized that the individual before him was not someone they could confront with brute force. The power and technology he possessed transcended their comprehension. I will contact the Raven. Iron Anvil said solemnly, a hint of reverence in his tone. Please wait. As Iron Anvil turned to operate an encrypted communication device, Liam nonchalantly raised his finger once more, as if to flick away a speck of dust, and gently tapped the air. Meanwhile, in Eden's third purification center control room, Su Lin stood before a massive control console, listening to her subordinates report on the resource allocation for the Nirvana Project's initial phase. Her complexion was still somewhat pale, yet her gaze was exceptionally resolute and icy. Suddenly, every screen in the control room, be it the main control screen, surveillance displays, or personal terminal screens, simultaneously went black. In the next moment, Blinding red filled the entire display as if blood had been splattered. Against the crimson background, a single line of cold text composed of ethereal blue data streams appeared, rendered in Eden's highest-level warning font. Your gift is on its way. The text lasted only 3 seconds before all screens returned to normal, as if the preceding events had been a collective hallucination. Yet, the suffocating silence in the control room, combined with Su Lin's suddenly pale face and trembling fingers, proved that it was no illusion. Find it. Locate the source of the signal. Immediately, Su Lin's voice became sharp and distorted with extreme anger as she slammed her fist onto the control console, activating the highest-level firewall. Block all external signals. The technicians scrambled to operate their equipment, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. However, they quickly discovered that there were no records of any intrusion in the system logs. The firewall remained intact, as if that message had materialized out of thin air. The unknown often evokes a greater fear than known threats. Su Lin leaned against the cold console, feeling a chill surge from her feet to the crown of her head. He could not only perceive her, but also convey warnings directly before her eyes in a manner she could not possibly comprehend. This was no longer a mere parlor trick. It was a blatant contempt and crushing of her, of the Eden technological barrier. Nirvana must happen soon, she murmured, a flicker of nearly mad determination flashing in her eyes. Meanwhile, within the distant transport hub, Liamo seemed to have merely accomplished a trivial task, calmly observing as the Anvil concluded communications with his superior. When the Anvil turned to face Liamo, his expression had irrevocably changed, filled with a complex array of emotions. Shock, wariness, but above all, a glimmer of hope akin to a faint light seen in a moment of despair. The Raven wishes to meet you. The Anvil's voice was slightly hoarse. He would come in person, but before that, he asked me to pose a question. Are you truly friends, or merely another form of foes? Liamo met the Anvil's scrutinizing gaze, his dark, chaotic eyes unfathomable. That depends on your choices, and on how much the rats have truly pilfered. Chapter 89. The Raven and the House Thief. The atmosphere within the underground hideout grew heavy and intricate due to the methods displayed by Liamo and the information he provided. The Anvil and the Night Watchman no longer regarded Liamo and his companions as mere intruders, but as an undefined entity that warranted careful consideration. The real-time display of the Eden defensive map seemed to possess an enchanting quality, captivating the attention of each Night Watchman, providing both a sense of security and a deeper apprehension. The wait for the Raven was not long. Approximately half an hour later, rhythmic knocks, 3 short and 2 long, resonated from the entrance. The Anvil immediately signaled his subordinates to lower their guard. A figure stepped inside. He appeared to be around 40 years old, with an unremarkable face, the kind that would be difficult to identify in a crowd. Dressed in a mismatched armor similar to that of the Anvil and others, though slightly faded and heavily worn at the edges, it was nonetheless remarkably clean. Most striking were his eyes, tranquil as 2 ancient wells, seemingly devoid of any tumult, yet exuding an aura of insight into everything. He carried a modified sniper rifle on his back, its barrel polished to a gleaming shine, radiating a chilling aura of lethality. His codename was Raven. The Raven's gaze immediately fell upon Liamo, calmly meeting his eyes. There was no surprise, no fear, nor any welcome, only a pure, profound scrutiny. His gaze lingered for a moment on Liamo's dark, chaotic eyes, then swept over Shadow, Ayla, and AMU, finally resting on the screen still displaying the movements of the Eden patrols. The information is genuine, the Raven spoke, his voice low and steady, carrying an air of nonchalance befitting one accustomed to authority. At least for now, it is true. He moved to sit by the campfire as if returning to his own home, and the Anvil and his companions instinctively made way, their demeanor respectful. Liamo? The Raven accurately called his name, which came as no surprise. The Night Watchmen had their own intelligence network. We received your sincerity. It is both shocking and perilous. Liamo took a seat opposite him, with Shadow standing silently behind him, the most loyal of guardians, enveloped in shadows. Ella and AMU remained vigilant from a distance, keenly observing their surroundings. Danger often coexists with opportunity. Liamo replied in a calm tone, particularly in an era where survival itself has become a luxury. The Raven nodded, acknowledging this assertion. You mentioned the Nirvana project and suggested that there are individuals within the Eden seeking a thorough cleansing. Evidence. The initiation request was personally submitted by Su Lin, the Eden genetic screening officer. The encryption level is exceedingly high, employing biometric codes. Liamo did not conceal the truth. I intercepted fragments of communication. As for more detailed evidence, it requires time to unearth, but I suspect that the rats within your ranks may possess greater knowledge. Upon mentioning the rats, a subtle ripple of emotion crossed the Raven's otherwise placid face, akin to a small stone cast into a still pond. Internal betrayal is difficult to guard against. He uttered 4 words with a hint of barely perceptible fatigue and anger. We recently lost 3 peripheral outposts, and 2 ambush plans against Eden's logistics inexplicably failed, resulting in the loss of several capable individuals. The signs of internal information leakage are unmistakable. He raised his gaze towards Liemo. You seem to have a way to locate these rats? Liemo did not respond directly, but countered with a question. How well do you understand Eden's energy network? The Raven frowned slightly. We are aware of some nodes and general flow. Their defenses are exceedingly tight, and we have no access to core technologies. I am aware. Liemo responded, as data streams flickered within his dark, chaotic eyes. The rock key provided me with a portion of the blueprint. Eden's technological framework possesses inherent vulnerabilities, particularly in energy transmission efficiency and node redundancy protection. These weaknesses may seem trivial in ordinary circumstances, but can be amplified under specific conditions. He paused before continuing. Any leaked information, particularly regarding your operational routes, must inevitably be transmitted through some channel. Tracking the information flow and reverse engineering to pinpoint the source is theoretically feasible, but it requires permissions and sufficient data support. The Raven comprehended Liemo's underlying message. Liemo had the capability to accomplish this, yet it necessitated the Watchers granting internal access, undoubtedly placing part of their lifeblood in the hands of this enigmatic and formidable outsider. This was a gamble. The Raven fell silent for a moment, the campfire flickering in the depths of his tranquil gaze. The entire outpost was enveloped in silence, save for the crackling of burning fat and the distant sound of wine through the corridors. What do you require? The Raven ultimately inquired, having made his decision. The structural diagram of your internal communication network, along with access logs of all abnormal communications from the past 3 months, Liemo stipulated. Additionally, I need an absolutely quiet and undisturbed location. Certainly, the Raven replied decisively. Iron Anvil, take them to the isolation room at the back. I will have the permissions and logs delivered. Chief, Iron Anvil hesitated slightly. The isolation room is one of the most critical areas of the outpost. Proceed as instructed. The Raven's tone brooked no dissent. Iron Anvil ceased further discussion and gestured for Liemo to follow. Liemo rose and accompanied Iron Anvil deeper into the outpost. As he passed by the Raven, he momentarily slowed his pace. After clearing the premises, Liemo's voice was low, audible only to the 2 of them. Perhaps we can discuss how to present a truly magnificent gift to Eden, to that Officer Su Lin. The Crow lifted his gaze, once again meeting Liemo's eyes. This time, what he discerned from the murky darkness was not unfathomable depths, but rather a nearly ruthless, burning determination. I look forward to it, the Crow nodded slowly. The isolation chamber, originally a storage room for antiquated equipment, had been transformed. Soundproofing and shielding materials adorned the walls, rendering it relatively independent. Liemo remained inside, and soon, an anvil delivered a data storage stick containing the permissions and logs the Crow had promised. Liemo connected the storage stick to the dark silver cubic mark on his wrist. Instantly, a ghostly blue data stream, akin to living tendrils, surged into the storage stick, commencing a rapid analysis of the intricate structure of the Night Watcher's internal network. It was a meticulous and mentally taxing endeavor. Though the Night Watcher's network was not as advanced as Eden's, its structure was exceedingly complex, filled with various camouflage nodes and traps for security. However, in the face of the formidable computational power of the rock key and Liemo's enhanced perception, these obstacles were deftly bypassed. A deluge of communication records flowed through his consciousness like a rushing river. He filtered out normal communications, concentrating on those with anomalous characteristics, encryption methods that deviated from the norm, unusual sending times, abnormal data packet sizes, and concealed receiving addresses. As time ticked away, the external night deepened. Within the stronghold, the Night Watchers took turns resting, yet the atmosphere remained tense. The Crow sat by the campfire, eyes closed in contemplation, his fingers unconsciously tapping his knee, revealing his inner unrest. Suddenly, the door to the isolation chamber swung open. Liemo emerged, a hint of fatigue on his face. Yet his gaze remained sharp as ever. Did you find anything? The Crow's eyes flew open. Yes, Liemo replied succinctly, more than one. The information had traversed 3 different camouflage nodes before ultimately reaching a signal reception station within Eden's 7th logistics zone. He raised his hand, tracing an outline in the air. Dark, chaotic energy mingled with the data stream, coalescing into a simplified diagram of the stronghold's internal structure, with 3 points flickering ominously in red. One of the red dots was glaringly located within this very stronghold, indicating a position responsible for material management and some internal communication coordination. The anvil followed Limo's gesture, his expression turning ashen, fists clenching with a crackling sound. It's the gray rat. That bastard. The crow gazed at the flickering red dot. The last vestige of warmth in his eyes extinguished, leaving only a chilling intent to kill. It seems that the cleansing must begin within our own ranks. He slowly rose, exchanging glances with the anvil and several core members. The operation commenced silently. A few minutes later, a brief gasp and sounds of struggle echoed from the corner of the stronghold, but it was swiftly quelled. A short man, with an unremarkable appearance and a typically meek demeanor, was dragged over by the anvil as if he were a mere chick, tossed at the feet of the crow and Limo. His face was pale, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with terror and despair. The gray rat, with tears streaming down its face, desperately attempted to justify itself, exclaiming, "I was forced. They captured my sister." The raven, however, exhibited no inclination to listen. It turned its gaze toward Limo, inquiring, "What about the other two?" Limo promptly disclosed the codenames and locations of the other two traitors concealed in different strongholds. "Dispose of them cleanly," the raven commanded Iron Anvil, its tone devoid of any emotion. A glint of ferocity flashed in Iron Anvil's eyes as he dragged the pleading gray rat deeper into the passage. The sounds of its pleas quickly faded into the enveloping darkness, never to be heard again. Turning to Limo, the raven took a deep breath, as if striving to expel the nauseating stench of betrayal from its chest. Now, fixing its gaze upon Limo, its eyes regained their previous calmness, albeit with a newfound sharpness forged by a shared adversary. "Let us discuss in detail that splendid gift meant for Eden." A cold smile, laced with palpable malice, finally crept across Limo's lips. "Of course, first and foremost, we must ascertain what lies within the 7th logistics zone of Eden." Chapter 90. Silent infiltration and shadows of the Iron Curtain. Having purged the internal malignancy, the atmosphere within the stronghold seemed to refresh slightly. Yet it was soon overshadowed by an increasing weight of pressure. The execution of the traitors was merely the first step. The rebirth plan of Eden loomed overhead like the sword of Damocles. In the isolation chamber, Limo, the raven, Shadow, and a hastily summoned core night watchman technician, Wrench, gathered around a makeshift table. Above the table, a three-dimensional structural map of the 7th logistics zone and its surrounding area, simulated by Limo's energy, slowly rotated. Wrench, a young man adorned with thick glasses, swiftly navigated an old tablet, retrieving the scant information collected by the night watchman. Officially, he was responsible for the supply reserves, equipment maintenance, and non-core weapon assembly of the western sector of Eden. The defense level was marked as Class B, inferior to that of core research and military zones, yet superior to typical residential areas. On the three-dimensional map, the 7th logistics zone was depicted as a cluster of silvery gray buildings, encircled by standard energy barriers and watchtowers. With most internal structures remaining obscured, Class B defenses implied that conventional infiltration and assaults would incur significant costs. The raven spoke in a low voice, moreover. If this truly is one of the endpoints for information reception, its internal defenses likely harbor undisclosed hidden units. Limo's fingertip pointed toward an inconspicuous auxiliary structure at the edge of the logistics zone, where the energy simulation revealed an incongruous void, as if something had disrupted the complete construction of information. Here, the energy flow analysis provided by the rock key indicated an unusually high concentration of encrypted information streams converging only to vanish. Conventional scans proved ineffective in penetrating this anomaly. An information black hole. Wrench adjusted his glasses, his expression grave. Eden rarely employs such a level of information shielding technology. Unless there is something concealed beneath that they do not wish anyone, including most of their own personnel, to know, Limo interjected, his dark, chaotic eyes fixating on that void. The information relayed by the gray rat ultimately converged here, and it was no coincidence. Su Lin initiated the Nirvana project, necessitating resources and a foothold. A seemingly ordinary yet fundamentally crucial logistical node could not be more suitable. How do you wish to proceed? Raven glanced at Limo. A direct assault was impractical. Even if one could breach the defenses, it would undoubtedly alert the entirety of Eden. Who says a direct attack is necessary? Limo's fingertips released a thread of exceedingly subtle dark chaotic energy, almost merging with the backdrop, akin to living tendrils gently caressing the blank expanse on the three-dimensional map. Energy barriers, physical shields, electronic surveillance, these are all manifestations of rules. And rules, he spoke in a calm voice imbued with an air of omnipotence, exist to be understood, simulated, and even temporarily deceived. Under the astonished gazes of Raven, Shadow, and Wrench, that thread of dark chaotic energy began to shift. its energy wave frequencies adjusting at an astonishing pace, ultimately mimicking a resonance frequency nearly identical to that of Eden's outer energy barrier. Concurrently, a faint Azure data stream intertwined, beginning to simulate the heavily encrypted identity verification information circulating within Eden. This was not brute force. It was the pinnacle of disguise and infiltration. I require a physical coordinate, as close as possible to that information black hole, Liam declared. The rest is in my hands. Raven and Wrench exchanged a glance and swiftly operated on the tablet. Moments later, Wrench pointed to an underground pipeline inspection hatch approximately 300 meters from the blank area on the map. This was one of the nodes of the old city's drainage system, with part of its structure still within Eden's barrier, yet it lay within a surveillance blind spot. We had attempted to infiltrate through here, but could not overcome the internal biological sensors and dynamic capture nets. That will suffice, Liam noted the coordinates. He closed his eyes, the dark chaotic energy surrounding him gently oscillating, the dark silver cubic mark on his wrist emanating a faint glow. The energy thread, simulating the frequency of Eden's barrier and the identity verification information, as though endowed with life and purpose, silently detached from his fingertips, merging into the void. In a manner transcending conventional physical limitations, it followed the coordinates in the ether, stealthily making its way toward the distant 7th logistics zone of Eden. This was an extraordinarily intricate operation, demanding high levels of mental fortitude and energy control. Liam's forehead gradually beaded with fine sweat, yet his breathing remained steady, his entire being entering a state reminiscent of profound meditation. Time languidly passed in anticipation. Within the outpost, silence reigned, interrupted only by the sound of each other's tense breaths. Approximately 10 minutes later, beneath Liam's tightly shut eyelids, his eyes subtly shifted. He beheld a vague perception transmitted back through the energy thread, deciphered by the rock key. He glimpsed a space concealed deep underground, starkly contrasting with the architectural style of the surface structures in the 7th logistics zone. The silver-gray alloy walls bore engravings of runes not belonging to Eden's conventional sequence, while the air was suffused with a peculiar aroma, a blend of high-concentration energy liquid and some form of biological tissue culture fluid. Cylindrical cultivation pods are meticulously arranged, each submerged in a pale green nutrient solution, where distorted, non-human silhouettes can be faintly discerned. These forms are interlaced with numerous tubes, all connected to a massive, pulsating spherical core that radiates a perilous red light. The surface of the core projects intricate gene sequences and energy loading progress bars, with the label Nirvana, prototype catalyst unit, prominently displayed at the top. In front of the control console situated beneath the spherical core, several figures clad in the uniforms of Eden's senior technocrats engage in intense discussion. One individual's profile catches Li Mo's energy perception, sending ripples through his senses. It is one of Su Lin's trusted aides, previously seen at the Purification Center. Suddenly, an inconspicuous warning light on the console begins to blink. Unauthorized high-dimensional information probing detected. A technocrat abruptly raises his head, his expression shifting drastically, the source unknown, level indeterminate. Initiate the Iron Curtain Protocol. Immediately, another technocrat shouts. Instantly, the entire subterranean space is enveloped by a heavy energy barrier, seemingly composed of pure darkness. The thread of energy perception that Li Mo had felt is abruptly severed, akin to colliding with an insurmountable wall. In the isolation chamber, Li Mo's body trembles slightly as he opens his eyes, his complexion somewhat pallid. That thread of energy was forcibly extinguished the moment the Iron Curtain was activated. What is the situation? The Raven inquires immediately. I found it, Li Mo replies, taking a deep breath to suppress the slight backlash of his mental force, his gaze icy. The Nirvana Project's prototype catalyst base is located underground in the 7th Logistics District. They are employing some form of biotechnology to manufacture weapons. He pauses, revealing the most critical information. Moreover, they possess a defensive technology known as the Iron Curtain, capable of shielding against high-dimensional information probing. My infiltration has been detected. Iron Curtain? The Wrench gasps in astonishment. This is the highest level of information defense technology that Eden is theoretically still developing. How is it possible that it has already been deployed in actual combat? The Raven's expression also darkens considerably. The situation is graver than they had imagined. Eden is not only pursuing extreme plans, but also has a technological reserve and deployment speed that far exceeds the Guardian's estimates. They have been stirred, and will undoubtedly enhance their vigilance, potentially even preemptively initiating aspects of the Nirvana Project. The Raven's voice is heavy. That may not be entirely negative. Liam wipes the beads of sweat from his brow, a calm flame rekindling in his eyes. At least we are now aware of the Iron Curtain's existence and their core location. Moreover, his lips curl into a cold, sharp arc. They have activated the Iron Curtain, which will inherently consume vast amounts of energy, inevitably affecting the defensive strength of other sections in the logistics district. This presents us with an opportunity. What kind of opportunity? One that allows them to be preoccupied. Liemo gazes at the Raven. Guardians, dare you to take a bold risk? For instance, igniting a small fire on their energy network? The Raven looks into Liemo's eyes, recognizing the familiar gleam reminiscent of the last time they discussed a significant gift, and takes a deep breath. What is the specific plan? We need to divert their attention and create chaos. Liemo's finger once again pointed to the three-dimensional map, this time indicating a secondary node in the energy supply network of the 7th Logistics Zone. According to the knowledge contained within the rock key, there existed a frail energy converter here, weakened by prolonged overload. A precisely calculated energy overload shock could suffice to incite a regional power outage and a chain reaction of explosions. While it would not result in mass casualties, it would certainly leave their emergency systems in disarray. Simultaneously, Liemo's gaze drifted into the distance, as if piercing through layers of barriers to behold the pure, white giant tower. It was time to send a second gift to Officer Su Lin, a gift that would unmistakably convey that her Iron Curtain was not an impregnable shield. Within the confines of Eden, Su Lin had just received a report regarding the unauthorized surveillance detected in the 7th Logistics Zone, which had triggered the Iron Curtain. Her anger was still simmering when her personal terminal erratically illuminated once more, displaying a new line of text imbued with mockery. Though the Iron Curtain is commendable, alas, it cannot shield against greetings from the shadows. Beware of flames. Su Lin's blood ran cold as she read the message. He even knows about the Iron Curtain. Greetings from the shadows? Beware of flames? What on earth does he intend to do? Chapter 91. Undercurrents and Sparks. Eden, underground of the 7th Logistics Zone. The energy barrier of the Iron Curtain enveloped the area like a tangible darkness, consuming all light and scrutiny, securely safeguarding the prototype catalytic unit within. However, the atmosphere within the control room was even more oppressive than the surrounding darkness. Su Lin's confidant, the technical officer Calvin, reported with a pallid complexion. The Iron Curtain is operating stably. No further surveillance signals have been detected. However, the energy consumption upon activation has exceeded the estimated threshold by 15%, impacting the power supply of certain non-critical systems in the logistics zone. Standing before the control console, Su Lin's pristine white protective suit appeared particularly glaring under the dim red light. She did not look at Calvin. Her gaze was fixated on the main screen, where Liemo's mocking message had just vanished. Beware of flames, she murmured to herself, her nails nearly digging into her palm. This was not a warning. It was a declaration of war. He not only knew about the Iron Curtain, but was brazenly informing her of his next target. The energy system. He aimed to attack the energy system. Immediately raise the alert level of the entire regional energy network, particularly at the conversion nodes and supply lines. Double the guard presence and activate all backup monitoring probes. Su Lin's voice trembled slightly, suppressed by her fury. Notify the Energy Control Center to initiate the fluctuation monitoring protocol. Any anomalous energy disturbances, no matter how minute, must be reported immediately. Yes, Calvin responded hastily, operating the controls. Just then, a piercing alarm suddenly echoed throughout the 7th Logistics Zone, not from the underground core, but from the surface structures. Report. An overload fluctuation has occurred at the B7 Energy Conversion Station. Cause unknown. Insurance has melted, leading to a partial power outage. The screen illuminated with real-time surveillance footage from the B7 area, revealing the conversion station responsible for regional power supply engulfed in thick smoke, with sparks flying. While emergency lights flickered on, faint silhouettes of frantic workers barely visible. Su Lin's heart sank sharply. It has begun. So soon. Immediately investigate the cause. Is it equipment failure or an external attack? She commanded sharply. Simultaneously, a surge of alarms echoed throughout the facility. Anomalous resonance was detected in the backup energy lines of Zone C3. The dynamic capture network signal in the D1 warehouse area was in disarray. The outer watchtowers reported a transient, faint unknown energy signal, the direction of which could not be pinpointed. In an instant, the entire 7th Logistics Zone felt as though it were pierced by countless invisible needles. Though not lethal, the situation was rife with vulnerabilities, and alarms blared incessantly, with red lights flashing chaotically across the monitoring screens. Information from the Energy Control Center flooded in like a flurry of snowflakes. Each report of malfunction, though minor, was enough to divert substantial manpower and attention. He is sowing chaos. In a moment of clarity, Su Lin understood Liemo's intention. With these seemingly scattered attacks, He aimed to draw her defensive resources thin, preventing her from concentrating on safeguarding the underground core zone. Do not lose composure. Su Lin forced herself to remain calm, prioritizing the protection of the Iron Curtain and the energy supply to the core units. For other areas experiencing malfunctions, she would follow the emergency response plan. She did not believe that Li Mo had orchestrated such a ruckus merely for distraction. He must have a contingency. The true assault would undoubtedly target a more lethal objective. Meanwhile, at the transportation hub stronghold, Li Mo closed his eyes, focusing intently, the dark silver cube mark on his wrist radiating warmth. Through the subtle energy signature left during his earlier infiltration, which the Iron Curtain had not completely eradicated, and his profound understanding of the Eden energy network provided by the Rock Key, he was remotely orchestrating this chaotic symphony. His attacks were precise and restrained, akin to the most skilled surgical scalpel, only dismantling critical safeguards, disrupting secondary circuits, and inducing harmless overloads. The intent was not destruction, but rather diversion. The B7 zone conversion station was incapacitated, with an estimated repair time of 30 minutes. The resonance in Zone C3 persisted, disrupting their internal communications. The dynamic capture network revealed 3 blind spots, lasting approximately 10 seconds. Wrench stared intently at several old screens before him, now enhanced by Li Mo's energy. As they received and relayed the monitoring data stream from within Eden, cleverly appropriated and interpreted by Li Mo, the voice tinged with suppressed excitement. Raven stood beside him, his expression calm, yet his clenched fists betrayed his inner turmoil. He had witnessed how one individual could manipulate the defenses of a formidable force with the finesse of plucking strings. Such power was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Most of their emergency resources had already been dispatched to the malfunction points. Shadow, standing like a true specter beside Li Mo, whispered that the guarding forces of the underground core zone seemed to show no significant weakening. Su Lin was no fool. She knew where the true importance lay. Li Mo slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of fatigue passing through his dark, chaotic gaze, but more prominently was the cold, sharp clarity. The chaos was merely the prologue. It was time to deliver the real gift. He raised his hand, and this time, what coalesced was not a mere thread of subtle energy, but a more substantial beam of dark, chaotic energy with an extraordinarily complex internal structure. At its core, the energy beam enveloped a highly compressed, destructive directive from the Rock Key, not aimed at physical devices, but at the very rules governing the flow of energy. He found it. Wrench suddenly gasped, pointing at one of the screens. On the screen, through a temporarily obscured surveillance camera, one could glimpse deeper within the subterranean layers of the 7th logistics zone, where a primary conduit corridor was tasked with delivering high-purity energy to the core area. A figure clad in a low-level Eden technician uniform, yet possessing an exceptionally keen gaze, was stealthily advancing through the chaos. This was the deepest embedded agent of the Watchers, codenamed Phantom. In preparation for this operation, the Raven had activated him. Coordinate synchronization, Li Mo whispered, as the mark on his wrist glimmered faintly. The concentrated dark, chaotic energy beam vanished in an instant. Within the underground energy conduit corridor, Phantom executed the plan by affixing a matchbox-sized, hastily constructed energy resonator, crafted by the technical elite of the Watchers based on principles provided by Li Mo, at a specific maintenance valve of the conduit. Upon completing this task, he promptly turned to withdraw along the predetermined route. At the very moment he pivoted, the solid outer wall of the conduit, coursing with immense energy, abruptly caved inward without a sound, creating a fist-sized hole with edges as smooth as a mirror. There was no explosion, no leakage. Only an exceedingly subtle, yet chilling wave of energy flickered past, sending shivers through Phantom's soul. The resonator he had installed had not even had the chance to activate before it seemed to be instantaneously consumed by some invisible force. Deep within the aperture, amidst the surging azure energy flow, a minuscule trace of dark, chaotic hue silently blended in, akin to a drop of ink dispersing in clear water, rapidly vanishing from sight. It did not destroy the conduit, nor did it interrupt the energy transmission. It merely discreetly altered a certain foundational resonant parameter of the energy flowing through this point. Phantom's scalp prickled. He dared not linger, disappearing into the shadows of the corridor at the swiftest pace. A few seconds later, in the Eden Energy Control Center, the main control screen suddenly exhibited an imperceptible, transient tremor in the curve representing the core energy supply of the 7th logistics zone. So minute that the system nearly dismissed it as background noise and filtered it out automatically. Yet the next second, a piercing, high-level alarm blared violently from the control room of the underground core area. Warning: Iron Curtain energy supply unstable. Resonant frequency deviation. Warning: Prototype catalytic unit energy input overloaded by 0. 3. Cultivation fluid exhibiting abnormal fluctuations. Su Lin gazed at the frantic red data flashing on the console and the increasingly violent convulsions of the distorted prototypes within their incubation chambers. Her complexion turning ashen in an instant. It was not an external assault, nor was it a malfunction of the equipment. The energy itself was the problem. He had tampered with the rules governing energy flow. How could this be possible? Stabilize it. Immediately adjust the output frequency. Inject damping agents. Calvin shouted hoarsely. As technicians scrambled in disarray, the energy barrier of the iron curtain began to exhibit slight, rippling undulations. Although it was swiftly stabilized, that momentary disturbance struck a fissure in Su Lin's steadfast confidence. She raised her head, as if she could penetrate the layers of alloy barriers to see the man orchestrating everything from the shadows afar. What power was he wielding? Within the stronghold, Li Mo exhaled gently, his complexion paling further. The seemingly casual strike just delivered belied a tremendous expenditure of energy, subtly interfering with the very fabric of established rules. Have we succeeded? Raven inquired. The seed has been sown, Li Mo affirmed, nodding. The minute deviations in energy resonance would continue to accumulate, albeit slowly, akin to corrosion, gradually undermining the stability of both the iron curtain and the catalytic units. Unless they could identify and rectify that foundational parameter, which would require time and a deeper comprehension of energy laws. He cast a glance at Raven, his gaze regaining its prior calmness. Now, we have our tasks ahead. This is our opportunity for action. What do you imply? To uncover the complete blueprint of the Nirvana project, to discern their true intentions. Moreover, Li Mo's eyes glinted with a razor-sharp intensity, to locate Su Lin and the true puppeteers orchestrating these events behind her. Chaos had already erupted. The embers of unrest had been ignited. The genuine undercurrents were only beginning to surge. Meanwhile, the roles of hunter and prey were quietly shifting within the shadows of this desolate land. Chapter 92. Abyss of data and echoes of the past. The turmoil in the 7th logistics zone rippled outward like pebbles cast into a lake, its effects slowly penetrating deeper into Eden. The subtle anomalies within the energy network, the brief fluctuations in the core zone, although swiftly suppressed, cast a substantial shadow upon the minds of the informed. Su Lin stood in her pristine white office, where the artificial sky of Eden projected an eternally tranquil blue above with clouds drifting lazily, yet she felt ensnared in the eye of a storm. Li Mo's dark, chaotic eyes seemed to penetrate the very fabric of space, coldly fixated upon her. Selector, the preliminary analysis report from the technical department. An aide transmitted an electronic report to her terminal. The energy supervisor noted that Section B17 had detected inexplicable microscopic structural changes, resulting in a permanent deviation of approximately 0.00007 in energy resonance. The repair would necessitate replacing the entire segment of piping with an expected duration of 48 hours, during which the energy consumption of the iron curtain would surge by 3.00007. A permanent deviation. Su Lin's heart plummeted. Such a precise strike at the fundamental laws of matter and energy transcended the scope of Eden's current technological understanding. What he wielded was not merely a powerful relic, but a semblance of divine authority. Authorize the replacement plan. During this period, elevate the defense level of the core zone to its maximum. Su Lin's voice was somewhat hoarse. Additionally, retrieve all high-authority data related to the rock civilization, including the original designs of the first-generation purifier and any non-technical logs. She had to ascertain precisely what Li Mo had extracted from that cube. Her subordinate complied. Weary, Su Lin rubbed her temples, her gaze settling on a corner of her desk where a delicate picture frame resided, containing a photograph of her younger self next to Li Mo. In that image, she radiated joy, nestled beside Li Mo's gentle gaze. It was a time before the nuclear war, before the collapse of order. Her fingers unconsciously brushed against Li Mo's visage in the photograph, a flicker of profoundly complex emotions crossing her eyes. Regret, struggle, but more so, a chilling resolve born from desperation. You forced my hand, she murmured to herself, as if attempting to convince her own heart. For the survival of civilization, for the purity of Eden, any price is worth paying. She opened an encrypted folder containing a more detailed proposal regarding the Nirvana project. The ultimate aim of the plan was not merely to cleanse, but rather to forcibly purify vast regions through an extreme storm of genetic reconstruction, disassembling all life forms that did not meet Eden's genetic standards into primordial genetic matter, to cultivate a more perfect new generation. The cost of this endeavor would be the transformation into ash of over 90% of the existing life on the wasteland, including all the displaced individuals rejected by Eden degenerates, and even a portion of the low-rated residents. At the transportation hub, Liam felt rejuvenated after a brief respite. He turned to the Raven and stated, "I require access to all background information and behavioral records regarding senior personnel within Eden, particularly those associated with the genetic screening department and the Nirvana project." The Raven did not hesitate, nodding at the wrench. The wrench immediately began to operate, granting Lee Mo access to the relevant information within the Night Watcher's intelligence database. Although this data was far less comprehensive than Eden's internal records, it contained a wealth of external observations, informant reports, and fragmented information from the bygone era. Lee Mo reconnected to the rock key, intertwining dark, chaotic energy with streams of data, akin to the most intricate sieve. As he began to sift through the vast and disorderly fragments of information in search of potential clues, the trajectory of Su Lin's promotion, her stances in several pivotal decisions, her social network, and the emotional tendencies subtly revealed in her past mission reports flowed and collided within his consciousness. The rock key not only provided technical knowledge, but also endowed Lee Mo with an almost intuitive ability for associative analysis, allowing him to discern hidden logical threads amidst seemingly unrelated events. Time slipped away once more in silence. Suddenly, a faint furrow appeared on Lee Mo's brow. He had spotted a fragment of old information marked by the Night Watchers as dubious in origin and meant only for reference. The information referred to a minor data tampering incident that occurred during the initial gene screening at the Ark Sanctuary, Eden's predecessor, at the onset of the nuclear war, involving several adolescents whose scores were on the borderline. The incident was swiftly suppressed, and the records were sealed. One of the names associated with the tampered data vaguely resonated with the surname of Su Lin's mother prior to her marriage. Among the officials responsible for that screening was an individual named Morrison, who is now one of the influential members of the highest council in Eden, overseeing resource allocation, and is also an ardent advocate for the Nirvana project. A vague thread seemed to have been connected. Simultaneously, as the rock key conducted a deep scan of the foundational architecture of Eden's open database, the portion Lee Mo had previously plundered, it captured an exceedingly concealed log residue, nearly completely obscured. This residue was linked to the design logs of the original purifier. The theoretical model has been validated, yet the source resonance module exhibits uncontrollable chaotic variables. Forcibly activating it may lead to a collapse of local rules. Thus, indefinite sealing is advised. However, Councilman Morrison questions the sealing decision, asserting that chaos can also be a source of power and advocating for continued research. Dr. Su Lin, then a junior researcher, submitted a report suggesting that chaotic variables could be directed through genetic locking. Dr. Su Lin, not only was she a researcher, but she also participated in the initial purifier project. She even proposed the notion of utilizing genetic locks to guide chaotic energy. Lee Mo's eyes flew open. In his dark, chaotic gaze, data streams flickered violently. Everything fell into place. Su Lin's past may not be pristine. Her promotion could be linked to Morrison. She understood the dangers of the initial purifier and may have even been involved in researching the chaotic variables within the Nirvana project. That extreme purification approach that nearly reduces everything to nothingness. Could it be the ultimate amplification of her earlier concept of guiding chaos through genetic locks? Is her push for Nirvana not solely for Eden, but also to obscure her past secrets? Or perhaps, to validate her perilous theory? At that moment, AMU, stationed on the periphery of the base, suddenly issued a warning signal. "Mo, we have a situation. An energy signal moving at high speed has been detected in the southeast. It's not from Eden. The speed is astonishing, and it's approaching." Instantly, everyone became alert. Raven and Shadow assumed combat stances as the wrench rapidly switched screens, attempting to capture the source of the signal. Lee Mo rose, his perception expanding outward like mercury. He saw a dark red energy stream streaking across the desolate sky like a comet, its energy signature wild and chaotic, starkly contrasting with Eden's orderly essence, yet distinctly different from the usual mutated energy found in the wasteland. What startled him further was that within this dark red energy stream, there lingered a trace of an aura both familiar and foreign to him, a resonance that also stemmed from chaos, yet more ferocious, imbued with a desire for destruction. Is it an enemy, a friend, or another unknown threat? The dark red comet abruptly halted less than 2 kilometers from the base, its energy coalescing to reveal a blurred humanoid silhouette suspended in midair, a cold gaze seemingly piercing through the ruins, directly aimed at the location of the base. Lee Mo felt that gaze precisely locking onto him. A new variable had entered the fray. Chapter 93, Blood Raven and the Whispers of Chaos. The dark red energy hovered ominously above the ruins, reminiscent of a foreboding blood moon. As the energy converged, the suspended humanoid silhouette gradually became distinct. It was a tall male figure, clad in a menacing armor seemingly forged from a dark red crystal and black metal, adorned with twisted spikes and energy veins pulsating as if breathing. He bore no helmet, revealing a weathered face marked by intersecting scars. Yet what drew the eye most were his eyes, with pupils of a dark red hue akin to his energy, burning with unabashed ferocity and a desire for destruction. His gaze bore down like a tangible oppression, piercing through the distance and fixating intensely on Liemo. Within that gaze resided a hint of greed, a flicker of fervor, and a perverse excitement, as if he had found a kindred spirit. "I've found you," a raspy voice, akin to metal scraping against metal, resonated deep within Liemo's mind, delivering a psychological jolt that claimed the fortunate soul who possessed the fragments of the source heart. Liemo's pupils constricted. The fragments of the source heart? Was he referring to the chaotic essence within him, derived from the notebook and fused with the power of the source heart? "Who are you?" Liemo's mental energy coalesced, forming an invisible barrier that severed the mental whisper from encroaching, while simultaneously relaying his own thoughts back. "Me?" The man clad in dark red armor grinned, revealing a wild smile. "You may call me Bloodcrow. As for who I am, we walk on the precipice of destruction and rebirth, embracing the true awakening of chaos." He spread his arms wide, the dark red energy swirling around him in a frenzy, roaring and exuding a palpable sense of dread. "The faint yet pure aura of the source heart within you excites me immensely, even from this distance. Surrender it to me. Only in my hands can this power realize its true worth, shattering this nauseating prison of order and reshaping a world that belongs to the strong." Before his words could fully dissipate, Bloodcrow raised a hand to grasp the air. Boom! A torrent of dark red energy, imbued with corrosive and disintegrative properties, surged forward like a flood of blood breaching a dam, racing towards the stronghold's location. Wherever the energy coursed, the remnants of ruins dissolved as if bathed in a potent acid, rapidly vaporizing. "Defend!" Raven's voice roared as he lifted his sniper rifle, a specially crafted bullet inscribed with armor-piercing runes slicing through the air towards Bloodcrow's head. Shadow vanished from sight, only to reappear in the shadows beside Bloodcrow, wielding two poisoned daggers glinting with lethal intent, aimed at the joints of his armor. Isla pressed her hands against the ground, and the metallic debris surrounding the stronghold twisted and assembled into a rough yet sturdy metal shield, standing resolutely against the oncoming torrent of dark red energy. AMU moved swiftly, deploying rudimentary disruption devices. In the face of the assault, Bloodcrow merely scoffed derisively. The sniper bullet, mere meters from striking him, was distorted and deflected by a layer of dark red energy, veering off into the unknown. The shadow's daggers struck the armor, sparking a bright shower, yet only left shallow white marks, the poison evaporating instantly under the violent energy. Instead, the searing backlash from the armor forced the shadow to stagger backward. The dark red energy torrent collided violently with the metal shield conjured by Isla. Hiss! Like a heated iron plunged into cold water, a piercing sound of corrosion echoed. The substantial metal shield turned crimson at an observable rate, softening, before being mercilessly breached by a massive hole. The residual energy surged onward, though diminished in power. It still obliterated the cover at the entrance of the stronghold. Such was the might of a single strike. The struggles of ants. Bloodcrow cackled madly, his dark red eyes gleaming with intensified fervor. Feel the true power of chaos. He clasped his hands together, gathering a deeper shade of crimson energy in his palms, forming a swirling sphere that seemed to wail with the lamentations of countless vengeful souls. The aura of destruction intensified exponentially. Liemo's gaze turned frigid. This self-proclaimed Bloodcrow wielded power akin to his own chaotic essence, yet had veered towards absolute ruin and annihilation. This was not the chaotic essence described in the knowledge of the rock key. It resembled a tainted, distorted form of chaos. He could not allow him to continue his assault on the stronghold. Stepping forward, Liemo unleashed the dark chaotic energy that had been contained within him, akin to a dormant volcano erupting violently. In stark contrast to the Bloodcrow's ferocious and outwardly projecting energy, Liemo's power was profound and restrained, as if it held within it endless possibilities and evolutions. The dark chaotic currents swirled around him, resonating subtly with the surrounding space. He raised his right hand towards the approaching, gargantuan crimson energy sphere, and with a decisive gesture, pressed it in midair. There was no cataclysmic clash. The dark red energy sphere, potent enough to level a significant portion of the stronghold, seemed to sink into an invisible quagmire upon encountering the distorted dark chaotic space before Liemo. Its speed drastically diminished. The rampant energy on its surface calmed as if smoothed by an unseen hand, beginning to oscillate violently, becoming disordered, and then silently disintegrating into nothingness. It was not a mere cancellation or defeat. Rather, it was a disassembly at the fundamental level of energy particles, returning to the essence of the universe. The maniacal laughter on Blood Crow's face froze instantly, replaced by astonishment and an even deeper greed. Interference at the level of rules. You have touched upon this realm? His voice resonated with incredulous excitement. Ha ha, splendid. By consuming you, I shall surely break free from my final shackles. He disregarded the incessant assaults from the Duya Enying, focusing all his spirit and energy upon Liemo. Upon his dark crimson armor, the energy veins pulsed violently like arteries, and his aura surged once more. Whisper chaos. Blood Crow roared in an inhuman manner, as behind him, dark red energy coalesced into a pair of incomplete, enormous wings resembling a fusion of blood and shadow. With a powerful flap, he transformed into a crimson flash, hurtling towards Liemo at blinding speed. Liemo's eyes narrowed, not daring to underestimate the threat. Layer upon layer of dark chaotic energy formed a defense before him, while the dark silver cubic mark on his wrist glowed brilliantly. As Azure data streams integrated into the dark chaotic energy, rapidly calculating the trajectory of Blood Crow's assault and identifying the weaknesses in his energy structure. The two figures collided fiercely in midair. There was no sound, only the rippling distortion of light as energy annihilated, radiating outward. The ruins below seemed to be struck by an invisible hammer, collapsing with a thunderous roar. Liemo let out a muffled grunt, sliding back several steps as the dark chaotic energy around him surged violently. The Blood Crow's might was overwhelming, filled with a destructive penetrating force. Though Blood Crow was momentarily halted by the backlash, the fervor in his eyes intensified. Yes, just like that. Your source heart power is even purer than I had anticipated. He lunged once more, his fists enveloped in a refined dark red energy, each strike wielding the potency to shatter mountains and split stones, while simultaneously harboring the chaotic whispers that erode the mind, relentlessly assaulting Liemo's consciousness. Liemo remained composed, melding the order technology bestowed by the rock key with his own chaotic essence. He no longer engaged in mere brute force. Instead, he deftly manipulated the nuances of energy rules, continuously deflecting, guiding, and dissecting the Blood Crow's onslaught. Seizing the occasional opening, he would strike with a single finger, unleashing an invisible spike of dark chaotic energy that pierced directly at the energy nodes of the Blood Crow's armor. The two combatants showcased starkly contrasting styles. The Blood Crow embodied sheer violence and destruction, akin to an uncontrollable natural disaster, while Liemo epitomized precision in calculation and the application of rules, reminiscent of a deity wielding the law. The aftermath of their battle altered the surrounding terrain completely, reducing countless ruins to mere dust. Within their stronghold, Raven and the others could only watch anxiously. They found themselves unable to intervene in such a profound conflict. Can he hold on? Ella asked with concern. Trust him. Shadow replied, gripping his short blade tightly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the aerial skirmish, his voice low yet resolute. At that moment, after a clever diversion of energy, Liemo detected a fleeting gap in the Blood Crow's energy flow. A glint of determination flickered in his eyes as his mental force, long concealed, intertwined with a fragment of the order rune derived from the rock key, specifically designed to counter chaotic consciousness, transformed into an invisible spike that plunged through the mental fissure exposed by the Blood Crow's attack. The Blood Crow emitted a pained howl, his assault faltering, the crimson light in his eyes dimming momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Liemo concentrated the dark chaotic energy at his fingertips into a refined gray line, instantly directing it toward the core energy nexus of the Blood Crow's chest armor. Should this strike land, it would significantly wound his energy core. However, just as the gray line was about to make contact, an inconspicuous dark red gem on the Blood Crow's chest armor suddenly ignited. A deep, ancient, and malevolent chaotic will surged forth, akin to a slumbering beast awakened after eons, sweeping over Liemo through that gem. Liemo froze, feeling as though his very soul was on the verge of freezing. The depth of that will transcended the Blood Crow, even seemingly overshadowing all he currently comprehended. Although the sensation was fleeting, the Blood Crow seized the opportunity to abruptly retreat, flapping his wings and escaping Liemo's range of attack. He clutched his chest, his dark red eyes still filled with trepidation, fixated on Liemo, casting a wary glance at the dark silver mark on his wrist. Humph. I shall let you be for today. The Blood Crow rasped, his voice laced with reluctance. But the fragment of the source heart is mine by right. We shall meet again. With that, he lingered no longer, transforming into a streak of bloodlight, and vanishing into the horizon at a swifter pace than before. Liam did not pursue. Instead, he slowly descended to the ground, his expression grave. He glanced at the dark silver mark on his wrist, then turned his gaze toward the direction where the blood crow had vanished. The blood crow was not to be feared. What was truly terrifying was the faintly emerging, more dreadfully chaotic will that lurked behind him. Moreover, could it be that there exists more than one awakener, like him, who is spiraling into the chaotic abyss of destruction? The murky waters of the wasteland are far deeper than he had anticipated. Within the confines of Eden, Su Lin, who observed the brief yet intense battle through special channels, wore an expression of utmost distress. Liam's power had escalated beyond control, and now, a formidable third-party force known as the Nirvana Plan had emerged, necessitating an urgent acceleration at any cost. Chapter 94. The Shattered Mirror and the Reflected Shadows. The retreat of the Blood Crow did not bring a moment's respite. Rather, it was akin to a heavy boulder being cast into a turbulent pond, sending ripples into the unknown depths. The entrance to the stronghold lay in disarray, with corroded metal and shattered concrete silently narrating the terror of the recent skirmish. As Liam descended to the ground, the swirling dark chaotic energy around him gradually subsided. Yet the gravity of his expression remained unyielding. The ancient malice that lingered behind the blood crow left a chilling imprint on his senses, akin to a festering wound. What was that entity? The raven stepped forward, his voice low and resonant, even for a seasoned soldier accustomed to the specter of death. The pure aura of destruction emanating from the blood crow was disconcerting. A kindred spirit veering towards the path of ruin, Liam succinctly replied, his gaze sweeping over the assembly, aware that a more troublesome presence loomed behind him. Eden is no longer our sole adversary. The figure of Shadow emerged from the darkness. Her short blade returned to its sheath, and her aura was somewhat disordered, evidently having endured the onslaught of the blood crow's energy with difficulty. Her intentions were unmistakable. It is you, and the power within you. Liam nodded. The fragments of the source heart and the avarice expressed by the blood crow made him acutely aware that the power he possessed, a fusion of the notebook and the keystone, served as a beacon in the dark, potentially attracting unforeseen and perilous moths to the flame. We must hasten our efforts. Liam turned his gaze to the raven. The vermin within Eden had been dealt with, yet a greater crisis was brewing. I require further insight into the movements of Congressman Morrison and Su Lin, particularly their direct connection to the core experiments of the Nirvana Plan. The raven promptly instructed the wrench to mobilize the Night Watcher's entire intelligence network, with a focus on monitoring all information streams related to Morrison and Su Lin, while also attempting to infiltrate the Resource Allocation Department of the Eden Council to uncover any anomalous directives associated with large-scale energy accumulation or biomass extraction. Liam then delved deeper into his thoughts, establishing a profound connection with the keystone. No longer content with passive information retrieval, he began to actively excavate. His target was the depths of the Eden database, seeking records pertaining to the initial purifier research, early genetic screening incidents, and all data deliberately obscured or erased that bore the names of Morrison and Su Lin. This was a swim through the abyss of data. The ethereal blue data stream of the keystone acted like the sharpest drill, penetrating layer upon layer of encryption and camouflage, burrowing into the depths of history's dust. Countless shattered fragments of information were stirred up. Morrison, promotion review, anomalous voting records. Su Lin, second review of genetic mapping, marked observation period. Initial purifier project. Chaos variable out of control incident report, permission lacking. Nirvana prototype, unstable mental connection, rejection reaction. The information was chaotic and obscure, akin to fragmented lenses. Yet, with his formidable perception and associative abilities, Liam meticulously pieced together these fragments. He discerned a hidden undercurrent beneath the polished facade. Morrison had exploited his authority to profit during the initial resource allocation and genetic assessments in Eden, potentially manipulating the evaluations of key figures to bolster his own faction. Su Lin's mother was likely one of the beneficiaries, thus entangling Su Lin in an invisible shackle bound to Morrison's ambitions. He perceived how Su Lin's audacious proposal regarding the genetic lock to guide chaos during the initial purifier project was presented, only to be rejected by the mainstream academic community due to its uncontrollability and inherent risks, with the records subsequently sealed. Among the dissenters were several old-school scientists who later fell from grace or were marginalized amid power struggles. He also glimpsed fragments of the latest experimental logs from the Nirvana project, revealing that the mental connections of the prototypes were exceedingly unstable, filled with anguished and chaotic wails. As if enduring some inhuman torment, the experiments appeared to have reached an impasse. At that moment, the rock key intercepted an extremely faint, nearly obliterated communications residue. The sender was a secured backup channel of Solon, and the recipient was unmistakably the address of a private safe house belonging to Congressman Morrison. This was shortly after Lee Mo's turmoil in the 7th Logistics District. The content of the communication had suffered multiple damages, leaving only a few disjointed phrases. The pressure is overwhelming. He has grown beyond control. The key must be obtained, or Nirvana will fail. Observers may be exposed. Clean up. The key? Did it refer to the rock key, or to Lee Mo himself? Observers? Did it denote the Night Watchers, or spies from other factions within Eden? Clean up. Lee Mo's eyes shot open. Solon and Morrison had resolved to take more extreme measures. They felt threatened and may have already begun internal purges. Raven. Lee Mo immediately shared this information, alerting all spies within Eden, particularly those near the Parliament and Resource Departments, to heighten their vigilance. A purge might be imminent. Raven's expression changed, promptly issuing an emergency alert through the encrypted channel. Simultaneously, a grim message arrived from Wrench. Boss. We have lost contact with the 3 intelligence operatives stationed near the Energy Control Center. The preset emergency destruction signal has been triggered. The actions were too swift. Lee Mo's gaze turned cold. Solon's and Morrison's decisiveness and ruthlessness exceeded his expectations. We cannot afford to wait passively. Rising to his feet, a glint of resolve flashed in his dark, chaotic eyes. Since they feared the key and dreaded the failure of Nirvana, let us instill in them an even greater fear. What are you planning to do? Shadow inquired. Deliver them a clear signal. Lee Mo approached the edge of the stronghold, gazing towards the direction of Eden. He raised his hand, and the dark silver cubic mark on his wrist shimmered with a flowing light, intertwining the ethereal blue data streams with chaotic energies once more. However, this time, his intent was not to launch an assault or infiltrate. Instead, he meticulously gathered the fragmented yet pointedly significant information he had unearthed regarding Morrison's early resource allocation injustices and the fraudulent gene assessments, alongside the logs detailing the adverse reactions and unstable mental connections observed in the Nirvana prototype experiments. He meticulously packaged this into a special intelligence dossier. Then, utilizing the authority granted by the rock key, he simulated the encrypted signature and transmission characteristics of a neutral faction within Eden, previously identified during his searches as harboring discontent towards Morrison, and dispatched this intelligence dossier directly to the public inquiry database of Eden's Supreme Council. This database was accessible to all members and department heads with sufficient authority, serving as a platform for submitting topics requiring parliamentary discussion or inquiry. This dossier resembled a carefully wrapped bomb, deftly thrown by Lee Mo into the conference room at the heart of Eden's power. It would not provide direct proof, but it was certainly potent enough to incite suspicion, question, and internal investigation, sufficient to leave Morrison and Su Lin in turmoil, diverting their focus and disrupting their plans. More importantly, it was a brazen provocation and declaration. I am aware of your secrets. I can reach into your most sacred domains. Having accomplished this, Lee Mo slowly lowered his hand, his complexion slightly pale. The mental strain from this long-distance, high-precision information forgery and delivery was immense. Now, he turned to the Raven and Shadow, a cold smirk gracing his lips. It was time to act while they were embroiled in their internal strife. He aimed to uncover the ultimate blueprint of the Nirvana project and discover a definitive means to thwart it, all while his gaze sharpened like a blade, seeking the most opportune moment to eliminate Su Lin and Morrison. Within Eden, Su Lin, urgently orchestrating a cleansing task, was suddenly alerted by an urgent update from the Supreme Council database. When she beheld the dossier prominently listed among the inquiry topics, its obscure yet pointed title striking directly at the core, she felt as if struck by lightning, her face turning as pale as parchment. How dare he? How could he? This gift was far more lethal than any prior warning. It was no longer a personal threat. It directly targeted the very foundation of her power upon which her survival depended. Almost simultaneously, Counselor Morrison received an urgent report from a trusted aide. Upon reviewing the contents of the dossier, the gentle and refined facade he usually wore shattered instantly, revealing a glimpse of ferocious rage in his eyes. Incompetent fools. All of them, he muttered under his breath, sweeping the precious decorations from his desk to the floor. That fool Su Lin. She cannot even manage this simple task. He took several deep breaths, forcing himself to regain composure, his gaze shifting to a sinister and perilous demeanor. If the situation could no longer be concealed, then do not blame me for my ruthlessness. He pressed the communicator, activating a rarely used secret channel. Initiate the cleanser. He issued cold commands to the other end of the channel, targeting all potential destabilizing factors, including all non-core associates under the name of Officer Su Lin. Execute it cleanly. Once the call ended, Morrison approached the vast floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the brilliantly lit, orderly Eden below. "Want to play? Then let us engage in a grand game," he murmured, a cruel smile flickering across his face. On the chessboard, the pieces began to move involuntarily, and the hand of the player gradually stained with crimson. Meanwhile, Liam, originally a mere pawn, was transforming into a sharp dagger, poised to strike at the very heart of the board. Chapter 95. The Mirror Hall Gambit and the Bloodstained Steps. The intelligence packet dispatched by Liam detonated like a deep-water bomb beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of power in Eden. Ripples swiftly spread, evolving into a surging undercurrent. Within the Supreme Council, existing factional rifts were instantaneously magnified. Although the radical faction led by Morrison was indeed formidable, it was not a monolith. Those long suppressed or harboring doubts about the extremity of the Nirvana project began to sense blood in the water, seizing upon this obscure yet critical intelligence to challenge Morrison's faction. Inquiry sessions followed in rapid succession, although they could not immediately undermine Morrison's foundation. They successfully ensnared him and his allies in an endless quagmire of explanations, defenses, and mutual accusations. Resource allocations came under stringent scrutiny, and several department heads closely tied to Morrison were temporarily suspended for investigation. Morrison was at his wit's end, feeling as though he was trapped in a labyrinth of mirrors, where every corner revealed reflections of doubt and hostility. For the first time, the power network he had meticulously woven over the years showed signs of unraveling. "Investigate. Find the source of this intelligence. At any cost," he bellowed to his confidant in his safe house, his eyes bloodshot with fury. He recognized this as the handiwork of Liam, the man he once regarded as insignificant, now transformed into a formidable threat. Meanwhile, Su Lin's situation grew increasingly precarious. As the direct executor of the Nirvana project, much of the experimental data and preliminary validations had passed through her hands. The inquiries soon focused squarely on her. "Officer Su Lin, please explain the reasons for the instability in the mental connection of the Nirvana prototype. Were you aware of the anomalies in the early genetic screening data? What is your connection with Congressman Morrison regarding the initial Purifier project?" Each pointed question lashed at her like a whip. Clad in a pure white protective suit, she stood at the cold inquiry podium, her complexion pale, yet her gaze remained defiant and icy. She attributed all failures to technical challenges, data discrepancies, and the ineffectiveness of her subordinates, vehemently denying any misconduct. However, she could feel the unmasked skepticism and scrutiny in the eyes of the questioners. The image she had painstakingly cultivated over years in Eden was crumbling bit by bit. What troubled her further was the increasingly vague messages emanating from Morrison's side, even suggesting that she might need to bear part of the responsibility alone if necessary. A chilling sense of abandonment surged from the depths of her heart. Amidst the tumult within the Eden, Liam and the Night Watchman sprang into action, capitalizing on the chaos stemming from the infighting within the council and the ensuing regulatory lapses. Several elite shadows, planted by the Raven, successfully infiltrated the mid-level management area of Eden, targeting the central database replica housing the ultimate blueprint of the Nirvana project. Located within the underground Mirror Hall server cluster of Research Zone 7. Although the Mirror Hall was heavily guarded, it was not without its vulnerabilities. Internal power struggles led to a fleeting window of opportunity in the guard's shift schedule and through the Rock Key's remote assistance. Liam provided a temporary decryption code aimed at specific energy locks and identity verification systems, opening an exceedingly narrow time gap for the shadows. "We have breached the periphery of the Mirror Hall and are approaching the core database interface," echoed the deep and clear voice of the Shadow's captain through the encrypted channel. Inside the base, Liam, the Raven, Shadow, and Wrench fixated on several screens displaying the real-time imagery relayed from the helmet cameras of the Shadows, the frigid metallic corridors, the server arrays flickering with ghostly blue indicator lights, and the final gate ahead that required dual biometric verification and a dynamic password to unlock. The permission decryption program has been uploaded. It is expected to take 30 seconds. Wrench hurriedly manipulated the controls, beads of sweat forming on his brow. These 30 seconds would be the most perilous moment of the entire operation. Time ticked away, 25 seconds, 26 seconds, 27 seconds. Suddenly, an ear-piercing alarm blared without warning throughout Research Zone 7. The red warning lights spun wildly. Unauthorized deep access detected. The security protocol Prism has been activated. All exits locked down. A cold electronic voice echoed through the corridor. "We are exposed. They have a hidden trigger mechanism." The Shadow's captain's voice was tinged with urgency. The footage trembled violently, revealing team members scrambling for cover as the heavy alloy gates at either end of the corridor descended rapidly. 5 seconds remaining for the decryption. Wrench shouted. There's no time left. Raven's face turned ashen. In that critical moment, a chaotic brilliance surged in Li Mo's eyes. He thrust his hands upon the metallic platform before him, connecting his mental energy with the rock key at an unprecedented intensity. No longer attempting a remote decryption, he undertook an audacious and reckless maneuver, forcibly guiding the power of the rock key to temporarily and locally interfere with the spatial rules governing the area surrounding the Mirror Hall server cluster. Steady, Liamo exclaimed, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. This degree of rule interference placed an immense burden upon him. Within the corridor, the two alloy gates, nearly half a meter thick, were on the verge of complete closure, halting abruptly less than 20 centimeters from the ground. Not stuck, but rather, the space surrounding them underwent exceedingly subtle distortions and elongations, delaying the physical endpoint of their closure for a fleeting moment. It was precisely that moment. Decryption complete. The Shadow's captain nearly roared. The final gate slid open. The team surged into the core database interface room like cheetahs, swiftly inserting their high-speed storage devices into the interface. Data began downloading at an exhilarating pace. 1 second later, the spatial interference effect dissipated, and the alloy gate thunderously closed, completely isolating the interior from the exterior. Yet it was too late. Data acquisition was complete. I repeat, data acquisition was complete. Retreat. Raven immediately commanded. The Shadow Squad resolutely activated the single-use spatial disruptor they carried. A precarious imitation crafted by the Night Watch's technical department based on partial principles provided by Liamo. The intense spatial fluctuations instantaneously disrupted the energy sensing of the area, granting them precious seconds as they swiftly dashed toward the designated emergency escape route, which required sacrificing part of the structure to open. Inside the stronghold, Liamo released his grip, swaying slightly before being steadied by Shadow. His complexion was as pale as parchment, the excessive expenditure of his mental energy causing his vision to darken intermittently. Success. The wrench operator gazed at the screen displaying a 100 data transmission prompt, exhilaratedly raising a fist in celebration. Raven let out a long sigh of relief, yet his expression remained grave. They were trapped inside. The exit of the escape route lay in the third ring of Eden, a location now surely swarming with guards. They would complete their mission. Shadow watched the final images transmitted on the screen, depicting the Shadow Squad resolutely plunging into the escape route, his voice low and solemn. The warriors of the Night Watch had long since cast aside the fear of life and death. Minutes later, the data chip containing the final blueprint of the Nirvana project was successfully delivered to the stronghold. Liamo, battling against his mental fatigue, connected the chip to the rock key for rapid decryption. As the vast and brutal details of the plan surged into his consciousness like a chilling tide, even with prior mental preparation, his heart constricted sharply. Nirvana was not a purification at all. It was a plan centered around the energy tower of Eden, designed to instantaneously release a decomposition field covering thousands of square kilometers, targeting specific gene sequences. Within the field, all life forms with genetic scores below the set threshold, an outrageously high threshold, would have their genetic chains forcibly dismantled, transforming into the most primitive biological energy, absorbed by the field to nourish Eden's energy shield and to spawn the so-called perfect new humanity. This was nothing short of genocide. A dark insanity sacrificing billions of lives on the wasteland for the ascendance of a select few. The initiation key for the plan was divided into 3 parts. Morrison held the scepter governing resource mobilization and field range settings. Sulin possessed the holy grail for gene threshold locking and biomass guidance, while the final and most critical activation authority of the energy core was unexpectedly linked to the chaotic variable control module of the original purifier. Upon reaching this revelation, Liamo abruptly lifted his head. He understood. Sulin's intense anxiety regarding the core of the original purifier in his possession, the black metallic block, was not solely due to its representation of Eden's lost assets. It was also likely the final piece needed to initiate Nirvana, or perhaps it was the key to interfere with or even dismantle Nirvana. Moreover, Morrison's sudden initiation of a purge targeting Sulin's faction was likely not merely to silence her, but also to seize the holy grail authority she held. The power struggle within Eden has reached a critical juncture, revealing its most brutal phase. We must thwart their ambitions. The Raven observed the unveiled plans, his complexion ashen, knuckles whitening from the tension of his clenched fists. Regardless of who ultimately seizes control of Nirvana, it would spell catastrophic ruin for the wasteland. Liamo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his dark, chaotic eyes ignited with a cold flame. Although he still felt mentally drained, a more resolute will fortified his spirit. Indeed, it is imperative to intervene. He slowly rose to his feet, but before that, we must escalate this dog-eat-dog spectacle to greater heights. His gaze seemed to pierce through layers of barriers, fixating upon the pure white tower where betrayal and purging were unfolding. It was time to deliver a gift to the beleaguered Su Lin, one that would empower her for a counterattack. Perhaps the real-time locations of the cleaners dispatched by Congressman Morrison? Chapter 96. The Serpent's Backlash and the Shattered Holy Grail Eden, Su Lin's private lounge. The pristine white space felt more like a prison at this moment. The eternal artificial canopy outside failed to dispel the gloom enveloping her heart. The Council's inquiries cut through her like a dull knife, sapping her energy and undermining her authority. What chilled her to the bone, however, was the silence emanating from Morrison's direction, coupled with unsettling reports of unexplained assaults on several peripheral research institutes under her jurisdiction, leading to personnel disappearances. The purging had commenced. Morrison aimed to sacrifice the pawn to preserve the king, and she, Su Lin, was the pawn destined for abandonment. Seated in her chair, her fingers unconsciously traced the badge of the human gene selector adorning her chest, her fingertips cold as ice. After years of relentless ambition and unscrupulous ascent, was this truly to be her fate? Would she vanish silently, like those she deemed inferior and discarded? A fierce sense of injustice burned within her, scorching her very essence. As despair churned within her, her personal terminal, the clandestine port previously infiltrated by Liemo, unexpectedly sprang to life. Without warning or identification, a starkly terse file transfer notification appeared, accompanied by a single line of text, list of cleaners and real-time locations. Attached, decryption key for Morrison's safe house. Wishing you a fruitful hunt. Su Lin's heart raced, nearly leaping from her chest. With trembling fingers, she opened the file. A comprehensive list materialized before her, detailing over 20 names, code names, and their precise coordinates. These individuals were the core operatives under Morrison responsible for the most ruthless actions against her faction, including several who had recently struck her the hardest. The decryption key for the safe house pointed directly to one of Morrison's most secretive hideouts. It was Liemo. Once again, like a devil toying with fate, he delivered a gift capable of unleashing a tempest of bloodshed upon her adversaries. This gift was both poison and dagger. With it, she could retaliate and safeguard herself. Yet it would irrevocably sever her ties with Morrison, leaving no path for retreat. Furthermore, she had no doubt that Liemo was watching her struggle and decision through this cold screen, relishing every moment. Su Lin bit her lower lip fiercely, nearly drawing blood, her eyes glinting with a wild and tumultuous light. Moments later, her struggle was supplanted by a ruthless determination. Since you show no mercy, do not blame me for my lack of justice. Morrison, she sprang to her feet and approached the weapon cabinet in the lounge, inputting the code. The door slid open, revealing not standard equipment, but rather a collection of intricately designed, menacingly glowing high-frequency particle daggers, neural disruptors, and a pistol that required her biometric signature to activate. Its frame shimmering with a soft green luminescence. Gripping the pistol, its cold touch steadied her chaotic thoughts. She then donned a dark tactical outfit conducive to movement, carefully removing her badge and stowing it in an inner pocket. At the terminal, she swiftly initiated a series of commands. She refrained from mobilizing her overt forces, as that would be tantamount to suicide. Instead, she activated several clandestine shadow units, known only to her, which she had secretly trained and financed, fully loyal to her. The list of targets and coordinates had been dispatched. Her voice was devoid of emotion as she declared, objective, eliminate. Authorization, highest. Deadline, within 3 hours. Acknowledged. Came the unflappable response from the other end of the channel. Upon completing her directives, Su Lin inhaled deeply and downloaded the decryption key for the safe house onto a standalone, untraceable storage device. She stared at the coordinates of Morrison's safe house on the screen, a flicker of deep-seated hatred crossing her gaze. You wish to make me your scapegoat, old man? Then I shall upend your game first. With newfound resolve, she slipped from the lounge like a wraith, utilizing her elevated clearance to evade surveillance as she stealthily advanced deeper into Eden, toward Morrison's concealed refuge. Simultaneously, at the transport hub, Liemo monitored the energy fluctuations and communication anomalies within Eden through the rock key, clearly witnessing the sudden eruption of internal conflict he had ignited. Multiple locations erupted in brief yet intense gunfire, the shrieks of energy weapons and the sounds of explosions detectable even from a distance. Life signals representative of the cleaners extinguished one after another. An alarm blared as the perimeter defense system of Morrison's safe house, located at a coordinate on the edge of Eden's core zone, was forcibly breached. The Viper has emerged, remarked the Raven. As he observed the chaotic red dots flashing on the screen, his voice low. He had gained a renewed understanding of Su Lin's decisiveness and ruthlessness. Dog eat dog. A mouthful of fur, succinctly summarized Shadow. Liu Mo remained silent, merely attuning himself to the unfolding scenario. His mental prowess stretched like an invisible web toward Eden, capturing the fragments of emotion, anger, fear, and despair, dispersed amidst the betrayal and backlash. All of this was anticipated, part of his grand design. Weakening Eden and sowing chaos were essential to creating opportunities for him and the Watchers to ultimately dismantle the Nirvana. His primary focus remained fixed on the recently acquired blueprint for the Nirvana project. He was in search, seeking the ultimate weakness of the plan, looking for an alternative method to avert the impending cataclysm, aside from the violent destruction of the energy towers. His consciousness traversed through vast data, finally honing in on the gene threshold locking and biomass guidance system under Su Lin's purview, which governed the identification and targeting of entities requiring decomposition. What if this identification system could be disrupted or even manipulated? A bold thought began to take shape in his mind. Wrench, Liu Mo suddenly spoke. Is there a way for the Watchers to broadly disseminate a special genetic marker? One that can be recognized by Eden's scanning system, yet deemed a non-target by the Nirvana field? Wrench paused, adjusting his glasses as he rapidly contemplated. Theoretically, it's possible. Eden's genetic scans primarily focus on a few stable gene fragments and radiation mutation indices. If we could synthesize a harmless, temporary genetic disguise that simulates the characteristics of highly rated genes, it might protect a select few, but it could easily be detected and filtered out by Eden's system. No, we don't need to protect everyone. A flicker of azure data light sparkled in Liu Mo's eyes. We merely need enough individuals to be misidentified as protected targets the moment Nirvana is activated. Raven instantly grasped Liu Mo's intention. You intend to overload Nirvana's identification system? Or incite internal logical conflicts? Precisely, Liu Mo affirmed. The Holy Grail system is Su Lin's domain and ensures the precision of the Nirvana plan. But what if thousands of inferior gene carriers suddenly transformed into exemplary ones in the system's evaluation? It would result in data redundancy, logical paradoxes. The system could crash, or the force field could spiral out of control. Wrench responded with excitement, then furrowed his brow. But where do we find such a genetic disguise? And how do we disseminate it on a large scale? Liu Mo's gaze fell upon the dark silver cubic mark on his wrist. Within the knowledge repository of the rock key lies not only energy technology, but also a profound understanding of the essence of life by the rock civilization. Among its secrets is an environmental camouflage technology designed for temporarily adjusting an organism's energy signature to evade specific scans. With modifications, it might be applicable at the genetic level. I will address the technical challenges, Liu Mo stated. As for spreading it across the wasteland, what we lack least are those yearning for survival. We require a channel, a conduit through which this hope can spread like wildfire. His gaze met Raven's. Watcher, can it be done? Raven, gazing into the unwavering brilliance in Liu Mo's eyes, took a deep breath and nodded emphatically. Even if it costs us everything, we will see it through. At that moment, Liu Mo's perception suddenly caught an exceedingly intense energy explosion emanating from the core area of Eden, filled with fury and the promise of destruction. Following that was Su Lin's familiar mental wave, tinged with a hint of madness and a peculiar resonance, as though something had shattered. Simultaneously, the rock key relayed a message from the Nirvana blueprint monitoring module, signifying a violent and unstable fluctuation of energy representing the Holy Grail's authority. Its integrity marker transformed into a blinding red hue. Warning, the Holy Grail authority carrier is compromised. Gene locking module offline. Biomass guidance system efficiency decreased by 73. A glimmer of realization flickered in Liu Mo's eyes. Could it be that Su Lin truly accomplished it? Not only had she countered Morrison, but she had also sabotaged the Holy Grail. The backlash from the gift he had bestowed upon her appeared to be far more intense than he had anticipated. The internal dynamics of Eden must have been utterly upheaved at this moment. The Nirvana plan, now devoid of the Holy Grail, resembled a giant cannon stripped of its sight, seemingly posing a diminished threat. No, Liu Mo swiftly dismissed this notion. Both Morrison and Su Lin were maniacs. The loss of precise control over Nirvana could render it even more unpredictable, potentially leading to an earlier detonation. The crisis had not abated. It had merely transformed into a more chaotic and perilous form. He needed to act swiftly. Chapter 97. The Scepter's Transfer and the Call of Chaotic Whispers at the edge of Eden's core zone, within Morrison's safe house. A space once emblematic of power and secrecy had now devolved into a battlefield. The air was thick with the acrid scent of charred remnants from high-energy weaponry and an overwhelming stench of blood. Several elite guards, clad in black power armor and affiliated with Morrison's private security, lay lifeless at the entrance and in the corridor. Their armor sliced through the joints and energy cores by a high-frequency particle weapon, their demise gruesome. Su Lin stood within the core control room of the safe house. Her dark combat attire stained with blood that was not her own. The muzzle of her pale green energy pistol still radiated faint warmth. Though her breath was slightly hurried, her gaze remained as frigid as polar ice, fixed intently upon the man slumped in the chair before the console, Morrison, whose chest bore a charred, gaping wound. Once a powerful senator within Eden, his eyes now mirrored disbelief and frozen terror. He opened his mouth, seemingly attempting to speak. But life ebbed away swiftly through the mortal wound in his chest. Without a glance at his corpse, Su Lin's attention was captured by the console, where a palm-sized, entirely silver metal scepter adorned with a cerulean crystal at its apex represented the key to the authority of resource mobilization and force field range settings for the Nirvana plan. She extended her hand, unhesitatingly withdrawing the scepter and grasping it tightly. The cold sensation enveloped her, yet it instilled within her a distorted sense of comfort and an amplifying feeling of power. Morrison was dead. The scepter was now in her possession. The majority of those who dared to confront her had been eliminated by her hidden blades. She had triumphed in this sudden internal conflict. However, before the joy of victory could linger for even a second, a piercing alarm blared once more. This time, it emanated from the safe house's self-destruction system countdown. That cunning old fox, Morrison, had activated a mutual destruction protocol at the last moment. Warning: the core meltdown procedure of the safe house has been initiated. Time remaining, 60 seconds. The control room trembled violently, dust and debris cascading from the ceiling. Su Lin's expression shifted dramatically as she resolutely turned and dashed toward the exit. She had to leave this place immediately. Just as she burst through the safety room's door and stepped into the external corridor, her personal terminal forcibly activated once more. Limo's cold voice echoed in her mind, laced with unabashed mockery. Congratulations, you have acquired the scepter. Alas, the Holy Grail lies shattered. With but half a key in your possession, which door can you unlock? Stumbling, Su Lin nearly fell. She glanced at her left hand, which she had been clutching tightly, where the special storage device representing the Holy Grail's authority, composed of biological chips, should have been. However, during her fierce battle with Morrison's final guard, the fragile device had seemingly been grazed by a stray bullet. Now, its surface was marred with cracks, and the soft golden light within was swiftly dimming, extinguishing. The Holy Grail was truly shattered. A terror deeper than the loss of Morrison's support seized her heart. The 3 keys of the Nirvana project were incomplete. The scepter was in her hand, the Holy Grail lay in ruins, and the last key, linked to the original purifier, resided with Limo. Damn it! Su Lin cursed at the empty corridor, uncertain whether her ire was directed at Limo or this damned fate. She had no time to linger as a dull explosion echoed from the safety room, flames and shockwaves gushing out from the entrance. Using the force of the shockwave, she propelled herself forward, tumbling to the ground before quickly rising and racing toward the designated evacuation point, the transportation hub. Limo observed the signal representing Su Lin's mental fluctuations retreating from the explosion site, filled with intense anger and panic. The smirk at the corner of his mouth slowly faded. He sensed the complete dissolution of the Holy Grail's authority and confirmed Morrison's death. At that moment, the power structure within Eden was utterly overturned. Su Lin had become a temporary victor, yet she stood as one holding an incomplete key on the precipice of a cliff. Morrison was dead. Su Lin possessed the scepter, but the Holy Grail was destroyed. Limo informed the Raven and Shadow, noting that the Nirvana project had temporarily stagnated. Yet Su Lin would never resign herself to defeat. She would undoubtedly seek every means to restore the Holy Grail or find an alternative solution. The Raven's expression grew grave. We must utterly dismantle this plan before she discovers a way. Indeed, Limo nodded, and we face an even greater dilemma. His gaze shifted toward the endless darkness beyond the stronghold. Ever since the battle with the Blood Raven, he had sensed a faint whisper, laden with malice and temptation, attempting to infiltrate his mental defenses. This whisper did not emanate from a specific direction. Rather, it seemed to saturate the air, originating from the wasteland itself, or perhaps from the ancient chaotic will that lay behind the Blood Raven. It beckoned him, tempting him to unleash the destructive aspect of the chaotic essence within him, enticing him to tread the same path as the Blood Raven. Simultaneously, it seemed to be summoning something. The entity behind the Blood Raven would not relent. Limo spoke gravely. I can feel it calling for its kind. And it is also calling for me. At that moment, AMU, responsible for monitoring the external environment, issued an urgent warning. MOGU. Energy signals. Numerous. Approaching from various directions. They bear a striking resemblance to that crimson and black entity. The The group immediately gathered at a concealed observation point near the entrance of their stronghold. In the distance, amidst the darkness, several beams of energy, each radiating an aura of chaos and destruction, converged from multiple directions, like vultures drawn to the scent of decaying flesh. Heading towards the area where Li Mo had previously clashed with the Blood Raven, there were ethereal green orbs, flickering like ghostly flames, heavy, earth-toned energy entities exuding a sense of oppressive weight, and even a bizarre presence resembling liquid shadows, constantly warping and shifting. Their energies varied in intensity, yet all unmistakably emanated chaotic and destructive waves, akin to the Blood Raven, but with their unique characteristics. They are awakened ones. Ying's voice carried an unprecedented gravity. The Blood Raven is not an isolated case. A weight settled in Li Mo's heart. His greatest fear had come to fruition. The ancient will behind the Blood Raven had indeed awakened, or rather, gathered a group of awakened ones teetering on the brink of chaos and destruction. Each of these beings represented a significant instability, and judging by the direction of their convergence, they appeared particularly interested in him, who possessed a fragment of the Source Heart. With the Eden lurking ominously ahead and chaotic awakened ones surrounding them, the situation had become alarmingly complex and perilous. "We must leave immediately," Raven declared decisively. Their location had been compromised and was no longer safe. Li Mo nodded. He glanced at the chip in his hand, containing the blueprint for Nirvana, and sensed the chaotic energies gathering in the distance. "To the Night Watcher stronghold, your headquarters," Li Mo instructed Raven. "We need to consolidate our strength and find a safer place to develop that genetic camouflage agent." He paused, a flicker of resolve crossing his eyes. "Moreover, perhaps we should initiate contact with these awakened ones." "What?" Both Ing and Raven exclaimed in surprise. "Know thyself and know thy enemy," Li Mo explained, a dangerous glint swirling in the depths of his dark, chaotic eyes. "We must ascertain their intentions, their organization, and the true motives of the existence behind them. Simply evading them will only lead us into a larger encirclement." He gazed towards the distant flickering chaotic lights, as if engaging in a silent dialogue with the unseen chaos. "Since they are calling, I shall heed their words." This was undoubtedly a perilous venture, but in this treacherous wasteland, sometimes stepping boldly into the eye of the storm is the only path to survival. A new tempest had already descended, and Li Mo resolved not to wait for the storm to find him. He would confront the tempest head-on, even daring to harness the destructive winds. Chapter 98. Shadows migrate and whispers resound with the decision made. Action could not be delayed. Before those energy signals, infused with chaos, fully encircled them, Li Mo and his companions followed Raven, blending into the night like droplets of water, swiftly retreating from the transportation hub stronghold. They traversed even more dilapidated and radiation-infused perilous zones, using the ruins and complex terrain to mask their movements. The Raven guided them through a clandestine passage, meticulously maintained by the Night Watch for many years. The route was convoluted and concealed, skillfully circumventing most known nests of mutated creatures and the regular patrol zones of Eden. Along the way, Li Mo could faintly sense hidden gazes and energy markers lurking in the shadows, remnants of the Night Watch's stealthy sentinels and warning devices. The endurance of this resistance organization under the oppressive rule of Eden was no mere stroke of luck. After several hours of strenuous trekking, even the enhanced Li Mo felt a twinge of fatigue, let alone Ella and AMU. At last, during the darkest hour before dawn, they arrived at their destination, a seemingly inconspicuous, almost completely collapsed subway tunnel from a bygone era, far less significant than a transport hub. The entrance was cleverly obscured by illusions and physical barriers, requiring a specific rhythm of knocks on an apparently ordinary concrete fragment to slide open a metal door barely large enough for a single person to pass through. Beyond the door lay not the expansive space one might envision, but a narrow metal staircase leading downward, forcing one to stoop. The air was thick with the scents of machine oil, metal, and a faint, refreshing aroma reminiscent of lichen. The staircase wound down for several meters before opening into a more spacious area. Here lay one of the true core strongholds of the Night Watch, the Shadow Base. Constructed atop a vast, abandoned underground air raid shelter, the space was far more ample and orderly than the transport hub. The vaulted ceiling soared high, adorned with bioluminescent moss that emitted a soft white glow, providing basic illumination. Surrounding them were fortified and modified rock walls and alloy structures, delineating living quarters, training grounds, a weapons workshop, a communications center, and most crucially, a sizable underground farm cultivating radiation-resistant mushrooms and specially engineered tuber crops, contributing a portion of the base's food supply. Though the personnel were few, around 100, each bore sharp gazes and adept movements, exuding an air of seasoned composure. Upon seeing the raven return with Li Mo and the unfamiliar faces, particularly sensing the profound aura emanating from Li Mo, all cast wary and inquisitive glances in their direction. This was the shadow base. The raven briefly introduced, stating that they were temporarily safe. Here, they could rest and also fulfill their necessary tasks. His gaze settled on Li Mo. Li Mo nodded, saying little. He needed to swiftly restore his mental energy and begin researching the genetic camouflage capable of interfering with the Nirvana identification system. The raven arranged for them a relatively private resting area. Li Mo immediately sat cross-legged, commencing meditation to absorb the ambient energy around him. The dark silver cubic mark on his wrist emitted a gentle warmth, aiding in his recovery. The shadow guard stood vigil at the door, like the most loyal sentinel. Ella and AMU also seized the opportunity to rest, replenishing their hydration and sustenance. Hours later, Li Mo opened his eyes, having regained most of his mental energy. Yet a trace of gravity lingered in his brow. The whispers, born from chaos, had not dissipated with distance. Rather, they grew clearer as his mind relaxed. No longer merely an enticing call, it morphed into a persistent background noise, seeking to erode his will and assimilate his thoughts. He forcibly suppressed the discomfort within him, directing his focus towards the repository of knowledge contained within the rock key, embarking on a quest to uncover the technologies related to life, energy mimicry, and genetic information camouflage. Simultaneously, under the coordination of the Raven, the technical backbone of the Night Watchman, along with his team, began to collaborate wholeheartedly. They provided detailed parameters regarding the Eden genetic scanning system, amassed over the years, alongside fragmented data concerning biological gene coding acquired from the black market or ancient ruins. Li Mo integrated the environmental mimicry technology of the rock key with this information, engaging in intricate deductions and simulations within his consciousness. Ethereal blue data streams and dark chaotic energy swirled around him, coalescing into a miniature energy field that continuously morphed various simulated structures of gene sequences. This endeavor was exceedingly meticulous, demanding profound comprehension of the essence of life and the principles of energy. Even with the assistance of the rock key, Li Mo's progress remained sluggish. He needed to formulate a camouflage agent that was sufficiently stable, amenable to mass production, even if it were a crude imitation, and capable of effectively deceiving the Eden scanning system for at least a limited duration. Time flowed quietly within his research. During this period, the Raven brought news from the outside. Indeed, the internal turmoil and power vacuum following Morrison's demise and the transfer of the scepter had plunged Eden into chaos. With various factions stirring restlessly, preoccupied with their own intrigues, and unable to launch large-scale external operations. Su Lin, wielding her military might and the scepter, temporarily stabilized the situation. Yet her position hung by a thread as she frantically sought to repair or find a substitute for the Holy Grail. Meanwhile, the news concerning the Awakened was even more unsettling. Reports from the Night Watchman's network indicated that multiple regions of the wasteland had witnessed the emergence of individuals or small groups akin to the Blood Raven, possessing chaotic and destructive powers. They appeared to maintain some loose connection among themselves, exhibiting a brutal and bizarre modus operandi, having already begun to assault small outposts of Eden, raider camps, and even some neutral wandering tribes. Their numbers seemed to exceed expectations. A storm was brewing in every corner of the wasteland. Days later, Li Mo's research finally achieved a groundbreaking advancement. He successfully devised a non-invasive gene marking scheme based on the principles of rock energy mimicry. Strictly speaking, it did not alter the genes, but temporarily attached a highly simulated energy film of high-scoring genetic traits to the periphery of the life form's energy field. This film had a limited duration, approximately 12 to 48 hours, depending on individual differences and environmental factors, and required a specific energy environment along with some relatively common radioactive crystals in the wasteland as a substrate. He had succeeded. Li Mo transmitted the final theoretical model and simplified production process to the wrench through the rock key. According to this scheme, they should be able to establish a production line, albeit with limited output. The wrench gazed at the intricate and exquisite energy structure diagram and preparation process on the screen, his hands trembling with excitement. It was truly unbelievable. This was nothing short of a miracle. Let us prepare at once. The Raven looked at Li Mo, his eyes filled with astonishment and gratitude. He understood the profound significance of this spark of hope. What do you intend to do next? The Raven inquired. Seek out those who have awakened? Li Mo nodded and rose to his feet. His mental strength had largely been restored. It was time to confront the incessant whispers. I need to actively seek one of them, Li Mo declared, to comprehend their organization, the will behind them. and to explore whether there exists a means to leverage or counteract their influence. He turned to the Raven. Does the Night Watch possess any intelligence on a relatively isolated or unique awakened individual? After a moment of contemplation, the Raven responded, there is one, codenamed the Dreamweaver. Unlike other awakened beings who revel in destruction and slaughter, she resides in the southern region known as the Enigmatic Swamp, a radiated zone. It is rumored that she can weave dreams, delve into memories, and even distort perceptions of reality. Many who have ventured into her domain have never returned, and those few who escaped emerged in madness. Her movements are shrouded in enigma, and few of our people dare to approach her. The notion of the Dreamweaver's ability to distort reality sparked a flicker of intrigue in Li Mo's eyes. Such a power seemed to emphasize the mental realm, contrasting sharply with the sheer physical annihilation embodied by Blood Crow. Let us proceed there, Li Mo resolved. It is far too perilous. Shadow interjected, unable to restrain her concern. Her powers are unknown, and that swamp itself is rife with the uncanny. It is precisely the unknown that compels us to seek understanding, Li Mo replied, his gaze calm and resolute as he regarded Shadow. Moreover, I can sense that the whispers are guiding me toward that location. He was not entirely under the thrall of the whispers. Rather, he chose to actively pursue their source. This was a precarious balance, yet he had no alternative. I will accompany you, Shadow asserted without hesitation. Li Mo shook his head. This time, I shall go alone. Her abilities may pertain to the mind, and a larger group could complicate matters. Remain here to safeguard Ella and AMU, and assist the Night Watch in producing disguises. Shadow wished to protest further, but upon meeting Li Mo's unwavering gaze, she ultimately acquiesced with a nod. After making a few preparations, Li Mo departed the Shadow base alone, his figure vanishing into the dark passage leading toward the southern enigmatic swamp. The persistent chaotic whispers now seemed to resonate more clearly, akin to silken threads extending through the darkness, drawing him toward that unknown and perilous realm. He was determined to confront the twisted realities of dreams, to listen to the ancient chaotic murmurs, and to seek a glimmer of possibility amidst the tide of destruction. Chapter 99. The enigmatic swamp and the dream corridor. As he left the Shadow base and journeyed further south, the air was thick with a viscous, distorted quality infused with radioactive dust. The vegetation began to take on bizarre forms. Trees contorted into grotesque shapes, emitting an eerie phosphorescence, while the swamp's puddles displayed unnatural, iridescent surfaces, bubbling and exuding a sweet, yet decayed aroma. This was the enigmatic swamp, one of the infamous life prohibition zones upon the wasteland. Here, it was not only the heightened radiation and perilous mutated creatures that posed a threat, but also the insidious, mind-corroding force field that permeated the surroundings. Li Mo traversed the relatively solid ground at the edge of the swamp, a thin barrier of dark, chaotic energy enveloping him, shielding him from most radiation and toxic gases. Yet, the insidious erosion of the spiritual realm infiltrated without restraint. The chaotic whispers in his mind became more distinct, as if countless voices were murmuring in his ears, recounting the pleasures of destruction, the freedom of indulgence, and the seductive allure of returning to primordial chaos. They sought to awaken the anger within him over Su Lin's betrayal, the hatred for the injustices of Eden, the bitterness of his own plight, and the latent impulse of annihilation inherent in chaos itself. Li Mo steadfastly maintained his composure, his dark, chaotic eyes shimmering with a deep blue data stream, stable as an anchor, aiding him in preserving clarity of consciousness. He resembled a steadfast reef, unyielding against the relentless tides of chaos. He relinquished his resistance to the whispers, choosing instead to listen and analyze their origins and structure. He discerned that the whispers did not stem from a singular source, but rather emanated from the swamp itself, or more accurately, from the Dreamweaver's power that lingered in this place, resonating with the ancient chaotic will to amplify a localized spiritual pollution. As he delved deeper, the surrounding scenery began to distort in eerie ways. The twisted trees seemed to come alive, their branches clawing at him like arms. The swamp's surface no longer reflected his image, but rather a myriad of bizarre and fearsome illusions, cold laughter from Su Lin, the frenzied attacks of blood crows, and the mountainous piles of corpses beneath the energy tower of Eden, all projections of his inner anxieties and fears. Li Mo remained unmoved, his steps steady. He understood that succumbing to these illusions and experiencing intense emotional fluctuations would plunge him deeper into the Dreamweaver's domain. Suddenly, amidst the fog ahead, a gentle light emerged. This illumination clashed with the surrounding bizarre environment, exuding a sense of tranquility, even sanctity. Within the glow, he discerned a small, tidy wooden cabin, and in front of it, a patch of pristine white flowers, impossible to exist in the wasteland. A woman, clad in a simple long dress and possessing an elegant figure, stood with her back to him, watering the flowers. That silhouette made Li Mo's heart skip a beat. It was his mother, long deceased for many years before the outbreak of nuclear war. "Moer, you have returned?" The woman turned, revealing a face that radiated warmth from the depths of Li Mo's memory, now tinged with an ethereal quality. "It's dangerous outside. Come in quickly. Mother has prepared your favorite dishes." A surge of poignant nostalgia and sorrow flooded Li Mo's heart. This was a temptation far harder to resist than fear or anger. It was the most direct inquiry into the beauty of what was lost. His footsteps faltered as he gazed upon that familiar visage, a flicker of emotion passing through his eyes. Yet, he soon noticed that deep within his mother's gaze lay a lack of the vivacity and genuine emotion he remembered, resembling more a meticulously crafted shell. Illusion, after all, was but an illusion. Li Mo slowly spoke, his voice hoarse yet resolute. "The deceased are no more." He raised his hand, dark chaotic energy coalescing at his fingertips, but instead of striking, he gently tapped his forehead. "Break." A gentle reprimand resonated, akin to the thunderous awakening of spring amidst a reverie. The surrounding wooden huts, blossoms, and the silhouette of a mother figure began to ripple violently, as if struck by pebbles, shattering into fragments that transformed into a multitude of colorful specks, vanishing into the ether. The scene before him reverted to the eerie ambience of the swamp. However, not far ahead, an archway formed of pallid bones and contorted vines emerged naturally. Within the archway, reality dissipated into an iridescent corridor of dreams, ever-changing and distorted. In this corridor, the concepts of time and space lost all significance. Li Mo beheld countless fragmented dreams, the Edenic inhabitants' yearning and dread for a pristine existence, the wanderer's struggle and despair on the precipice of life and death, the emptiness and madness that followed the brutal slaughter by marauders, and even fragments of dreams belonging to other awakened beings, shimmering with chaotic light. Imbued with desires for destruction and ruin, he felt like a mere observer, traversing the fringes of countless dreams. "Can you see through the facade?" An ethereal voice, as if composed of myriad echoes of dreams, resonated deep within Li Mo's consciousness. This voice, devoid of temptation, bore a hint of curiosity and inquiry. "The Dreamweaver?" Li Mo paused, his gaze sweeping across the bizarre corridor. "It is I," the voice replied. "You are unlike them. The blood crows revel in the illusion of destruction, willingly becoming its minions. Yet your chaos is deeper, more intricate. You even resist its call. Who is he?" Li Mo directly posed the pivotal question. "He is the echo of the abyss of nothingness, the whisper of the end of all things, the ancient chaos that slumbers behind the rules." The Dreamweaver's voice carried a note of reverence and fear. "We awakened ones are merely fortunate, or unfortunate, listeners of his whispers, eroded by his power. What is his purpose?" "Purpose?" The Dreamweaver seemed to chuckle, the sound creating ripples throughout the dream corridor. "Chaos possesses no purpose. Its end is existence itself. He merely spreads, assimilating, converting order into disorder, dragging existence into nothingness. We awakened beings are but his mediums and playthings. The blood crows believe they embrace power, yet they hasten their own demise, ultimately becoming part of him and losing their essence." The Dreamweaver's voice grew somber. "I only wish to hide here, weaving my dreams, at least within dreams. I can find a moment of tranquility and control." Li Mo fell silent for a moment. The Dreamweaver's words validated some of his suspicions. That ancient will of chaos was not a conscious entity, but rather a cosmic phenomenon or principle leaning towards destruction and disorder. The awakened beings were mere products influenced by this principle. "Are you aware of the Nirvana Project?" Li Mo shifted the inquiry. "The self-destructive ritual of Eden?" The Dreamweaver's voice carried a hint of sarcasm. "Of course. Such ultimate order, when pushed to its limits, will inevitably awaken the deepest chaos. It is rather intriguing, is it not? At the moment of the initiation of nirvana, an immense energy and a large-scale obliteration of life may create an unprecedented void, one vast enough to allow his power to permeate more directly. At that juncture, whether it be the Eden or this desolate wasteland, the implications were left unspoken, yet were unmistakably clear. Li Mo's heart sank as he realized the gravity of the situation exceeded his direst imaginings. The Nirvana Project was not merely a manifestation of Eden's madness. It could very well serve as the spark igniting the entirety of the wasteland. How could one possibly thwart him? Li Mo posed the most critical inquiry. The Dreamweaver remained silent for an extended period, the shadows in the corridor shifting languidly. "I do not know," she eventually replied, her voice tinged with a hint of helplessness. "He is not a corporeal entity. He cannot be slain, nor can he be sealed. Perhaps only a force similarly born of chaos, yet traversing a divergent path, could stand against him? Her voice bore uncertainty, and her gaze, if that intangible scrutiny could be deemed a gaze, seemed to rest upon Liemo, upon the chaotic essence within him, which fused the heart of the source with the strength of the rock. Your path diverges from mine and from the blood crow. Perhaps the answer resides within you. At that moment, the entire dream corridor trembled violently. Fragments of distant dreams shattered like glass. A wave imbued with fury and the essence of destruction, a dark red mental turbulence familiar to Liemo, surged forth like a tsunami. Dreamweaver, how dare you divulge his secrets? And you thief, I have finally found you. The blood crow's frenzied intent transcended the boundaries of reality and dreams, crashing down with tremendous force. He had indeed tracked them here. The Dreamweaver's corridor began to destabilize under the sheer destructive power unleashed by the blood crow, flickering like a candle in the wind. He is coming. I cannot contain him for long. The Dreamweaver's voice was urgent. Hurry, leave this place. Liamo's expression hardened. He had not anticipated the blood crow's swift arrival, nor did it seem that he and the Dreamweaver were aligned. Without hesitation, he cast a final glance at the impending collapse of the dream corridor and the faint core of consciousness representing the Dreamweaver hidden deep within. Thank you for the information. With that, he concentrated his mental energy, cloaking himself in dark chaotic energy, and surged like an arrow towards the fragile intersection between the dream corridor and reality. Behind him, the blood crow's dark red destructive energy crashed into the corridor like a furious dragon, colliding violently with the Dreamweaver's kaleidoscopic dream power. The entire dream realm emitted a mournful wail under the unbearable strain. In the real world, at the marsh's edge, Liemo's form suddenly emerged from the void. His complexion slightly pale. He turned to look back, only to see the mists in that area roiling violently, faintly illuminated by alternating dark red and vibrant colors, accompanied by a silent mental storm sweeping forth. To buy him time to escape, the Dreamweaver faced the enraged blood crow alone. Liemo did not linger. He swiftly turned and distanced himself from that place of chaos. He had acquired crucial information and confirmed potential allies, or at least a half-ally, and adversaries. The Nirvana project must be halted, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. And the means to combat that ancient chaos might indeed reside solely within the unique chaotic essence he possessed. The path ahead remains shrouded in uncertainty. Yet he has discerned the true and terrifying tip of the iceberg lurking beyond the mists. His pace quickened. He must return to the shadow base without delay. Time is becoming increasingly pressing. Chapter 100. Chaotic choices and the glimmering path on the edge of the enigmatic marsh. Liemo traversed swiftly, the silent clash of dreams and destruction reverberating behind him, sending ripples of energy that relentlessly assaulted his mental defenses. The Dreamweaver's final warning, imbued with urgency and resolve, along with the frenzied will of the blood raven, echoed within his mind. It is the whisper of the void sees resonant conclusion, suggesting that the possibility of rebirth may form a rupture. The answers lie within you. Fragments of information, akin to sharp shards of glass, sliced through his thoughts. The ancient chaotic will is not a tangible foe, but rather a cosmic rule trending toward annihilation, formless and intangible, yet omnipresent. The Edenic Rebirth Project, in its pursuit of ultimate order, may paradoxically become the key to unleashing this ultimate chaos due to widespread annihilation of life and explosive energy. This is nothing short of a desperate paradox. To prevent rebirth is to save the denizens of the wasteland, yet, in the act of prevention, or perhaps through the rebirth itself, one might invite a more profound conclusion. The only, albeit faint, glimmer of hope seems to rest upon him. Anchored in the unique chaotic essence forged from the source heart, representing life and possibility, the rock, symbolizing order and civilization, and that mysterious notebook, the harmonizer. His journey diverges from that of the blood raven, who revels in destruction, and the Dreamweaver, who hides within dreams. He must discover his own path. Days later, Liemo returned to the shadow base, unscathed. His arrival relieved the worried Shadow and Ella, among others. What is the situation? Raven inquired, his expression grave. Liemo did not conceal anything. He divulged all that the Dreamweaver had revealed regarding the ancient chaotic will, the potentially catastrophic consequences of the Rebirth Project, and the internal discord among the awakened. After a lengthy silence, Raven's resolute face bore a shadow of heaviness. The struggle against Eden was already formidable. Now, they must confront a threat akin to a natural disaster, stemming from cosmic laws, which instilled a profound sense of helplessness. Thus, our efforts to thwart rebirth may merely delay or alter the form of destruction. Raven's voice was somewhat hoarse. One could interpret it that way. Liemo nodded. Yet, To delay signifies opportunity. It implies that we may uncover a genuine method to confront or circumvent that ultimate chaos. His gaze turned toward the depths of the base, where the faint hum of machinery could be discerned. How is the production of the genetic disguisers progressing? Quite smoothly. At this mention, Raven's spirits lifted slightly. With our team working tirelessly, we have preliminarily established the production line, and the initial batch of prototypes has yielded expected results. We are distributing them through discrete channels to several closely affiliated camps of wanderers and small resistance groups, while also instructing them on their use. Although the coverage is still minimal, this marks a significant beginning. The tiny spark of hope has begun to take root. This at least demonstrates that their efforts are not in vain. Is there any news from Sulin? Liamo inquired. She has integrated part of Morrison's influence and temporarily secured her position. The Raven has summoned intelligence. She publicly claims that Morrison perished in a terror attack by the Night Watchers, using this as a pretext to intensify her purging efforts. Simultaneously, she is frantically searching for any information and items related to the original purifier, particularly its Chaos Variable Control Module. It seems she intends to circumvent the Broken Grail and directly utilize the staff and chaos variables to forcibly initiate a simplified version of Nirvana. Liamo's gaze sharpened. Indeed, Sulin would not remain idle. While the simplified Nirvana may lack the potency of the original, it is equally perilous, and due to its instability, the risk of creating rifts could be greater. We must expedite our actions. Liamo stated solemnly. We must find her and stop her before she completes her preparations. What is your plan? Liamo walked to the central clearing of the base, where dark chaotic energy swirled slowly. He raised his hand, the dark silver cubic mark on his wrist emanating a faint glow. I need to delve deeper, he said, his gaze seemingly piercing through the dome of the base. Looking toward the intangible chaos that permeated the desolate lands above, I must actively seek to understand and attempt to harness this power within me, rather than merely using it passively and resisting it. He glanced at the Raven and the gathered shadows, Ella, AMU, and others. I will engage in deep meditation, attempting limited and controlled communication with that chaotic whisper. This is perilous. I may lose myself and risk assimilation. During this time, I cannot be disturbed. The Raven took a deep breath and nodded firmly. The shadow base will enter a state of maximum alert. Not even a mouse shall slip in before you awaken. The shadow stepped forward quietly, standing beside Liamo to express her support. Ella and AMU also nodded resolutely. Liamo sat cross-legged, casting one last glance at his companions before slowly closing his eyes. Instead of constructing sturdy mental barriers to resist the pervasive whispers, he, like a dream weaver, cautiously opened a small gap, allowing his consciousness to descend into the chaotic sea, akin to a probe plunging into the depths of the ocean, filled with the allure of destruction and echoes of nothingness. In an instant, a surge of impact, tenfold, 100-fold stronger than before, engulfed him. Destruction, indulgence, return to the void, merge into that eternal tranquility. Countless chaotic thoughts, frenzied howls, and seductive murmurs crashed upon him like towering waves, seeking to shatter and assimilate his self-awareness. He felt as if he were a fragile boat, swaying in a storm-tossed dark ocean. He clung to a sliver of clarity, a core that connected him to the rock key, a rational beacon constructed from the ethereal blue data stream, and an anchor formed from his bonds with Shadow, Ella, MU, and others. He no longer sought to decipher the chaotic voices, but instead aimed to sense the underlying rules, the essence that tended toward disorder and the disintegration of existence. He witnessed how energy transitioned from order to chaos, how matter disintegrated into dust, and how life ebbed from flourishing to extinction. This is the other side of the universe, cold, merciless, yet an indispensable part of the world. Absolute order signifies rigidity and death, while absolute chaos implies utter nothingness. Perhaps his path does not lie in the eradication of chaos, nor in the establishment of absolute order, but rather in discovering a dynamic equilibrium between the two, one that is uniquely his own. He recalled the harmonious power of his notebook, the vitality represented by the source heart, and the civilization embodied by the rock. Could his chaos be a form not of destructive tumult, but of chaos that nurtures infinite possibilities? A genesis intertwined with annihilation? This thought flashed like lightning through the darkness, illuminating his path forward. No longer passively enduring the whisper's impact, he began to attempt guidance. He engaged with the ferocious chaotic thoughts using his unique essence of chaos, marked by the imprint of order, seeking to touch, untangle, and comprehend them. The process was perilous. His spiritual essence danced upon the edge of a blade, nearly assimilated multiple times, only to be forcefully drawn back by the beacon of reason and the anchor of emotion. Time became ambiguous, perhaps a moment, perhaps an eternity. When he next opened his eyes to consciousness, he found himself still adrift in the sea of spiritual chaos, yet the surrounding tumult seemed to have calmed significantly. The malicious whispers persisted, yet they no longer easily unsettled his spirit. He extended his hand, a wisp of dark, chaotic energy coalescing at his fingertips. This time, the energy was no longer merely cold destruction. It seemed to embody a sense of ineffable inclusivity and evolution. It could decompose matter and even simulate, if only momentarily, a rudimentary energy structure. His thoughts stirred, and the energy transformed in his palm, at times becoming a swaying azure flame, a symbol of order and knowledge, and at times morphing into a chaotic star whirl, a symbol of infinite possibilities. He had discovered a preliminary balance. Although true mastery and the ability to confront that ancient chaotic will remain distant, he had taken the most crucial step, clarifying the path of his own power and dispelling his confusion. Gradually, he withdrew his consciousness from the chaotic sea, returning to reality. Within the shadow base, Liamo opened his eyes. Deep within his dark, chaotic gaze, alongside the once cold stream of data, now lingered a profound resonance that seemed to contain the birth and demise of nebulas. His aura became more restrained, yet exuded an even deeper inscrutability. "You succeeded?" The ever-watchful shadow immediately inquired, her eyes betraying a trace of barely perceptible fatigue, clearly having remained steadfastly by his side during this time. Liamo nodded and stood up. He felt his mental prowess more refined than ever, having reached a new height in his mastery of power. "Yes, I now know what to do next." He turned to the Raven. "Notify all accessible resistance forces to expedite the distribution of the gene masquerade agents. Simultaneously, we must take proactive measures." "Target?" the Raven asked. "Eden, the underground of the 7th Logistics Zone, the Nirvana Catalytic Unit." Liamo's gaze was as sharp as a blade. And Su Lin intended to utilize a simplified version of Nirvana, undoubtedly the core of their endeavor. "We must obliterate it before she completes her task and reclaim what rightfully belongs to me," referring to the original Purifier core. He paused briefly and added, "This time, we may encounter old acquaintances, Bloodcrow, or other awakened beings drawn to this chaos." However, Liamo would no longer merely evade or defend passively. He aimed to take the initiative, wielding the chaotic power he had just grasped, a force uniquely his own. A glimmer of light had emerged. Although the path ahead remained shrouded in darkness, the torchbearer had undeniably clarified his direction. The final battle was poised to commence. Chapter 101. Prelude to the Fall and Resonance with Chaos. The Shadow Base had entered an unprecedented state of tension. Led by Wrench, the technical team worked tirelessly around the clock, and the rudimentary production line operated at full capacity, encapsulating gene disguises that carried faint glimmers of hope. These were delivered through the most reliable night watchman messengers via clandestine channels to various gathering points across the wasteland that were willing to trust them. Simultaneously, Raven mobilized troops, gathering the majority of the combat forces from the Shadow Base and several crucial outposts on the periphery. This time, it would not be mere guerrilla harassment, but a targeted assault on the underground core of Eden's 7th Logistics Zone. Everyone understood that this could very well be a battle from which there was no return. Yet, none faltered. Stopping Nirvana was no longer solely about resisting the tyranny of Eden. It was also to prevent a potentially catastrophic disaster that could engulf the entire world. Liamo utilized the final moments to further familiarize himself with and solidify the power he had just comprehended. In a designated isolation area of the base, he practiced the intricate manipulation of his chaotic energy repeatedly. The dark chaotic energy, infused with the essence of order and evolutionary traits, seemed to come alive in his hands, sometimes transforming into an invisible barrier that warped space, other times condensing into energy beams that embodied both disintegration and creation. He even began to experiment with incorporating a fragment of knowledge regarding energy network structures, gleaned from the rock key, into his attacks. He sensed that if he could resonate his power with Eden's vast energy network, it might yield unexpected results at a critical moment. On the eve of departure, Liamo summoned Ing, Ella, and AMU to his side. This operation was perilously dangerous. The defenses in Eden's core region were far superior to those on the periphery of the 7th Logistics Zone. Moreover, Su Lin had likely set traps, and Bloodcrow or other awakened beings could appear at any moment. Liamo regarded them with a serious expression, stating, "You may choose to stay behind." "I will go with you," Ing replied without a hint of hesitation, his eyes resolute as ever. "Brother Imo, wherever you go, we shall follow." Ella tightly clasped Amu's hand, and the boy nodded vigorously, fear evident in his eyes, yet overshadowed by trust and determination. Liamo looked at them, a warm surge swelling within him. dispelling the chill brought on by the whispers of chaos. He nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to say more. Deep within Eden, beneath the 7th logistics zone, the space once designated for prototype catalysis had now been entirely transformed. A colossal spherical core is connected by robust energy conduits, its surface flickering with unstable crimson light, alternating between blinding brilliance and dim obscurity. Most of the surrounding incubation pods lie empty, save for a few central chambers, where grotesquely contorted biological entities. Their energy fluctuations alarmingly erratic, writhe in agony. They shriek and violently batter against the walls of their confinement, as if enduring immense suffering. Su Lin stands before the control console, clad in her pristine white protective suit, yet her complexion is pallid, her eye sockets sunken, and her once delicate features betray a hint of deranged frenzy. The scepter key in her hand is linked to the console, its ethereal blue glow continuously infusing the system. The gene-locking mechanism is forcibly circumventing, causing the biomass guidance efficiency to plummet to 41, while chaotic variable inputs remain unstable. Calvin, the technician, reports dismal data with a quiver of fear in his voice. Silence. Su Lin interrupts him sharply, her obsessive gaze fixated on the fluctuating percentage displayed on the main screen, representing the progress of the simplified Nirvana force field construction, 78. She is acutely aware that she is treading a perilous tightrope, with the precise control of the Holy Grail lost. She is attempting to activate the force field through the scepter and the primordial purifier core, which she has confirmed through clandestine channels is the crucial component in Li Mo's possession, trying to forcefully harness some of its functionality via reverse energy resonance. The likelihood of success is dismally low, and there is a grave risk of prematurely triggering a collapse of the force field or worse. Yet, retreat is not an option. The pressure from the Council, the internal instability, and the relentless nightmare that is Li Mo compel her to succeed. If the Nirvana force field can be successfully deployed, even if it merely envelopes the perimeter of Eden, its cataclysmic power would be sufficient to intimidate all dissenters, establishing her as the true and sole sovereign of Eden. The risks of losing control over the force field are now a distant concern. Increase energy output. Prioritize the construction of the force field. Su Lin commands hoarsely, ordering all defensive units to enter a state of maximum readiness. Anyone approaching the core area is to be dealt with lethally. She feels the fragment, half of the piece obtained from Morrison, that shares a source with the primordial purifier core, beginning to warm in her grasp, resonating faintly with some distant presence, the core in Li Mo's hands. This resonance fills her with unease, yet also solidifies her conviction that she is on the right path. The night is deep, and the cold winds of the wasteland howl ominously. Li Mo, accompanied by the Raven, Shadow, and a meticulously selected squad of 50 elite breakers from the Night Watch, stealthily approaches the perimeter of the 7th logistics zone, akin to blades of shadow. The remnants of chaos have been cleared, yet defenses have been significantly bolstered. The energy barriers are more solidified, with an increase in the number of watchtowers, and the frequency and equipment of patrols far surpassing previous levels. The strength of the defenses has been augmented by over threefold. Raven observes through a high-powered scope, murmuring, "A strong assault will come at a great cost." "No need for a strong assault," Li Mo replies calmly. He closes his eyes, connecting his mental energy with the rock key, while simultaneously releasing his transformed chaotic aura. The aura did not signify an assault. Rather, it resembled a stone cast into a tranquil lake, gently rippling outward, establishing an almost imperceptible connection with the vast and orderly energy network of the Eden ahead. He was not in opposition, but in a state of perception and integration. Through his understanding of the rock energy technology and the exquisite manipulation of his own chaotic energy, he simulated a harmony akin to the energy flow within Eden. In an instant, the solid energy barrier before him appeared to transform into a translucent web, intricately woven from countless strands of energy. In his perception, he discerned the trajectories of energy flow, noticing several fleeting and minuscule vortices formed due to recent frequent adjustments and overload operations. To the left ahead, between the 3rd and 4th watchtowers, the energy barrier exhibited a periodic decay of 0.3 seconds. At the underground pipeline maintenance access in the southwest, the biological sensor signal experienced a delay of 0.1 seconds due to energy overload. Li Mo's voice resonated directly within the minds of the Raven and Shadow, precisely reporting the two vulnerabilities. A flicker of astonishment crossed Raven's eyes as he issued commands without hesitation. Team Breaker 1, target the gap to the left ahead, breach window in 0.3 seconds. Team Breaker 2, target the southwest maintenance access, breach window in 0.1 seconds. Move. The two squads shot forth like phantoms, guided by Li Mo's millisecond-precise direction. Slipping through the fleeting gap in the energy barrier as if passing through a curtain of water, silently eliminating the surrounding sentinels and sensors. The entire operation unfolded with the swiftness of lightning, triggering no alarms. Li Mo replicated the maneuver, leading the main force along a path he had sensed, where energy monitoring was relatively sparse, penetrating the interior of the 7th Logistics Zone with surgical precision. Their actions seemed to meld seamlessly with the ambient energy noise of Eden itself. Yet, just as they ventured deeper into the underground passage, approaching the entrance to the core area, Li Mo abruptly halted, his gaze sharp as he peered into the profound darkness ahead. An aura of familiar and violent destruction loomed like a tangible wall, obstructing their path. In the darkness, 2 points of dark red light ignited, and the figure of Blood Raven, clad in menacing armor, slowly emerged. He cracked his neck, the sound of bones grinding echoing ominously, a cruel and exhilarated smile adorning his face. "Thief, we meet again. This time, there is no escape for you." His gaze fixed intently on Li Mo. The dark red chaotic energy surrounding him surged, brimming with murderous intent. "He is watching you. Your soul shall become the finest offering to him." Behind Blood Raven, in the shadows of the passage, 2 other energy fluctuations, of varying strength yet equally infused with chaos and destruction, subtly emerged, locking onto the Night Watchman's squad. Indeed, the old friends foretold by the Dreamweaver have arrived, and not just one of them. With formidable foes blocking the path ahead and formidable barriers behind, the stage for the final battle had ominously begun to unfold within this subterranean passage. Li Mo gradually raised his hand, the dark chaotic energy swirling within his palm. A force imbued with the characteristics of order and evolution, standing in stark contrast to the pure destructive energy of the Blood Crow. The identity of the sacrificial offering remained uncertain. Chapter 102. Narrow path of death struggle and resonant fracture within the underground passage. The air seemed to solidify into a tangible substance, heavy enough to suffocate. The Blood Crow's violent aura of destruction rose like molten lava, the dark red energy swirling around him, scorching the alloy walls with a sizzling sound. From the shadows behind him, 2 other awakened beings revealed themselves, one resembling a body composed of flowing lava, radiating an extreme heat, the other, a twisted shadow, devouring the very light around it. These 3 harbingers of chaotic destruction formed a triangular formation, sealing off the path ahead. The members of the Night Watcher breach team gripped their weapons tightly, their breaths ragged. Confronted with such extraordinary entities, even the most elite warriors struggled to suppress their inner dread. Raven's sniper rifle was already raised, aimed at the Blood Crow's head. Yet he understood that conventional weapons held little efficacy against these monstrosities. The figure of Shadow flickered at Li Mo's side, the ethereal glow of her short blade locking onto the lava-wrought awakened being. "Your soul shall wail within the chaotic flames." The Blood Crow cackled madly, initiating the assault. He unleashed his fists, 2 beams of dark red energy, condensed to perfection, surged forth like roaring blood dragons, tearing through the air toward Li Mo. The ground was gouged deeply in their wake, and the overhead lights shattered explosively. Simultaneously, the lava-awakened being bellowed, its arms crashing down, sending scorching magma surging toward the Night Watcher team like a tidal wave. Meanwhile, the shadow-awakened being silently vanished from sight in the next instant. The shadow of one of the breach team members twisted unnaturally, transforming into a pitch-black spear that pierced through his heart from behind. The battle escalated to a fever pitch in an instant. "Scatter! Evade!" Raven roared as he pulled the trigger. The specially designed armor-piercing bullet shot toward the Blood Crow, but was deflected by the energy field surrounding him. Shadow confronted the lava-awakened being, her speed maximized, her short blade exuding a bone-chilling cold as she struck relentlessly at the joints and energy core of the molten form, seeking its weaknesses. Ella manipulated the surrounding metallic debris to form barriers against the encroaching magma, while Mu continuously hurled disruptive energy bombs in an attempt to hinder the shadow-awakened being's movements. However, the disparity in power was overwhelming. The Night Watcher team suffered immediate casualties under the onslaught of the 3 awakened beings. Li Mo faced the Blood Crow's lethal energy bombardment with an icy gaze. Rather than engaging directly, he raised both hands. The dark, chaotic energy before him transformed, no longer coalescing into a shield, but morphing into a peculiar force field that spun continuously, reminiscent of a nebula in flux. 2 beams of dark red energy collided violently with this enigmatic field. There was no explosion, no shockwave. The energy beam, capable of melting steel, upon encountering the force field, experienced a sudden deceleration. Its ferocious energy structure appeared to be meticulously unraveled by an invisible force before being gradually engulfed, decomposed, and absorbed by the swirling nebula-like force field. A portion was deflected sideways, crashing against the corridor walls and creating two enormous craters. The manic laughter on the face of the blood crow froze, revealing an unprecedented expression of uncertainty in his eyes. What have you done? He sensed that his destructive energy, at the moment of contact with the peculiar force field, seemed to have met its nemesis. That raw, unbridled force of annihilation was being digested by a deeper, more encompassing chaos. Your destruction is merely the most superficial manifestation of chaos. Limo's voice resonated calmly as he twirled a strand of the dark, profound chaotic energy that had absorbed part of the annihilation energy at his fingertips. The chaos I comprehend encompasses destruction, yet also nurtures rebirth. No sooner had he spoken than the dark energy surged forth, not aimed at the blood crow, but rather towards an inconspicuous main power cable above in the corridor, pulsating with a ghostly blue energy. Bang! The cable's outer shell exploded, causing the internal energy flow to spiral out of control and erupt into blinding electric sparks. The entire corridor's lighting system plunged into darkness, followed by the frantic flashing of emergency red lights. This was not a random attack. Within Limo's perception, this cable represented a crucial node connecting the underground core area's energy network. His previous resonance with the Eden energy network had allowed him to grasp this vital detail clearly. You wish to sabotage the energy supply? Absurd. The energy reserves of Eden far exceed your imagination. Although the blood crow was puzzled, he remained dismissive, once again gathering an even larger mass of destructive energy. However, at that very moment when the corridor's energy became chaotic, a piercing alarm echoed within the underground core control room. Warning. External energy, node B12 compromised. Energy supply fluctuations. Warning. Chaos variable input has lost stability. Force field construction progress halted. Su Lin stared at the flickering numbers on the screen and the suddenly unstable energy curve, her expression shifting dramatically. What is happening? Is it the rats doing? She abruptly turned her gaze towards the control panel's center, where the prototype purifier core fragment she had forcibly activated was pulsating with a dangerous glow. Its resonance with the complete core in Limo's possession intensified dramatically due to the instant fluctuation of external energy. A surge of greater, uncontrollable chaotic energy flowed back into the control system through that resonant link. No, stop. Stabilize it quickly, Su Lin screamed, futilely attempting to intervene. But it was too late. Boom. The enormous spherical device in the underground core area shuddered violently, its surface glowing intensely red before abruptly dimming, accompanied by the agonizing sounds of metal distortion and energy overload explosions. Several thick energy conduits connected to it could not withstand the strain and erupted with a deafening roar. Scalding energy liquid sprayed forth like a fountain. Several technicians nearby were instantaneously vaporized. Su Lin was hurled away by the tremendous shockwave, crashing against the wall and spitting out a mouthful of blood. The scepter key in her hand slipped away. The construction of the simplified Nirvana force field was abruptly interrupted, triggering a severe backlash of energy. Within the passage, Limo distinctly sensed the violent energy explosion and chaos emanating from the depths of the earth. A cold smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. He had made the right bet. Forcing the resonance of the primordial purifier's core and precisely striking its energy supply node could indeed disrupt or even dismantle Su Lin's unstable ritual. The blood crow, realizing the turmoil from the depths, finally understood that Limo's target extended far beyond just the awakened ones. It was directed straight at the heart of Eden. Such tactics, such precise mastery over the rules of energy and timing, instilled in him an unprecedented sense of threat and an inexplicable fear. Damn it, I will tear you apart. The blood crow, utterly enraged and no longer holding back, unleashed his dark red energy like a volcanic eruption. His fractured crow wings spread out to their fullest, transforming him into a burning blood-red meteor, charging towards Limo with the might to crush everything. This time, it was a pure, unembellished clash of power. Limo's gaze sharpened. He knew there was no escape. Taking a deep breath, he fused a portion of the destructive energy he had just absorbed and transformed with the chaotic essence of order and evolution within him, pouring it entirely into his right fist. His fist felt as though it encapsulated a miniature chaos star, undergoing the cycle of creation and destruction. As it met the blood-red meteor, silence enveloped the scene. Only the blinding explosion of light erupted, followed by a silent wave of energy annihilation that swept everything away. The entire passage shattered around the point of their collision, as if struck by an invisible giant hammer. The glass, alloy walls, floor, and ceiling fractured inch by inch. then were completely vaporized and decomposed by the raging energy, forming a vast, expanding void. The Du-Ya shadow, and the others had to retreat with all their might to evade this devastating shockwave. As the brilliance faded, a massive pit with a diameter of over 10 meters appeared at the center of the passage, the edges of the alloy dripping in a molten state. The blood crow knelt at the edge of the pit, his menacing armor riddled with cracks, the dark red energy within him dimmed significantly. Clutching his chest, he coughed up blood infused with dark red energy, his eyes filled with disbelief and profound hatred. Liam stood on the opposite side of the pit, his complexion pale as a sheet, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, his right arm trembling slightly, the sleeve in tatters. Yet he remained steadfast. Deep within his dark, chaotic eyes, the imagery of the nebula of life and death slowly revolved, exuding an even more refined and profound aura despite the immense consumption. In this collision of strength, he had the upper hand. No, it's impossible. The blood crow struggled to rise, but stumbled again to his knees. The lava awakened and shadow awakened were also severely weakened by the residual shock of the earlier clash, their breath shallow. Ahead, the path to the core area was unexpectedly cleared by this terrifying collision. Liam wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and turned to face the shaken crowd behind him. Let us go. He disregarded the gravely injured blood raven. The most pressing matter was to seize the moment amidst the chaos on Su Lin's side and strike at the heart of the matter. The group swiftly traversed the massive pit, still emitting smoke and heat, racing towards the distorted and deformed alloy door at the end of the passage, which had been warped by the energy shock, revealing a narrow gap. Beyond that door lay the core of the Nirvana project, the very location of Su Lin. The final confrontation was imminent. Chapter 103. Core collapse in the throne of chaos with the remnants of dark chaotic energy. Liam forcibly tore open the warped alloy door, and the group surged into the core control room of the Nirvana project. The scene before them resembled hell itself. The immense spherical core apparatus was riddled with spiderweb-like cracks, its internal red glow flickering erratically like a dying heart, while tiny arcs of energy erupted from the fissures, producing sharp, explosive sounds. Thick energy conduits had ruptured, and searing energy liquid pooled on the ground, creating steaming puddles. The air was thick with the acrid scent of ozone and the putrid odor of charred flesh. The remains of several technicians lay scattered around the control console, their deaths gruesome and tragic. The console itself was severely damaged, with shattered screens and sparks flying. Su Lin slumped in the chair before the console, her once pristine white protective suit now sullied with dust and blood. One of her arms twisted at an unnatural angle, and her forehead was cracked, blood trickling down her pale cheek. She seemed to struggle to reach the fallen scepter key not far away, but each attempt sent waves of pain through her injuries, eliciting muffled groans of agony. As Liam and the others burst in, she abruptly lifted her head, her once cold and proud eyes now filled with boundless resentment, madness, and a glimmer of despair at the end of her road. It is you. Her voice was hoarse and dry, like a worn-out bellows. You have ruined everything. Liam's gaze swept across the devastated control room, finally settling on Su Lin. His expression remained calm and unperturbed, devoid of hatred or satisfaction, only a detached indifference, as if looking down upon the dust of the earth. What has destroyed everything is your own madness and greed, Su Lin. His eyes drifted past her to the central console, where the forcibly activated core fragment of the original purifier trembled violently, chaotic runes surfacing on its surface due to energy backlash. Simultaneously, he sensed a strong resonance and a yearning for fusion emanating from the complete black metal piece within his resource box. No, that is mine. Su Lin seemed to perceive Liam's intent, struggling to lunge forward, but once more she collapsed to the ground, coughing up copious amounts of blood. Liam paid her no heed and walked directly to the console. He extended his hand, not to seize the fragment, but to press against one of the remaining, relatively intact data interfaces on the console. The dark silver cubic mark on his wrist shone brightly, and a torrent of Azure data flowed like a flood, surging into the final defense line of the Eden core database. This time, it was not mere theft or espionage, but takeover and reconstruction. Leveraging the supreme authority of the Rock Key and his profound understanding of the Eden energy network, Liam forcefully bypassed all damaged systems and firewalls, directly linking to the foundational control protocols of the Nirvana project. Warning: unknown authority takeover. System control rights transferring. Warning: the core energy circuit logic has been overwritten. A warning: the chaotic variable guidance protocol is being redefined. A series of breathtaking alarm messages flashed on the residual screen. Su Lin stared in astonishment, as if witnessing the most unbelievable spectacle. How can you? Liam, with his eyes closed, exerted all his mental power. His aim was not merely to shut down Nirvana, but to utilize this remaining apparatus, the resonance of two primordial purifiers, and the vast energy network of Eden, to accomplish something far bolder. He intended to transform this region, a creation born from ultimate order, into a source of sustenance for his chaotic essence. Simultaneously, he aimed to sever the portals that might awaken ancient chaotic wills. In my name, Liam's voice resonated deeply and authoritatively throughout the control room, as if imbued with a rhythmic cadence of rules. Here, order fell into silence, and chaos re-established its foundation. The dark silver cubic mark on his wrist suddenly detached, floating in the air, forming a triangular resonance with the fragments on the control panel and the complete core that automatically emerged from Liam's resource box. Buzz, a wave of energy, more vast and profound than any prior fluctuations, erupted from Liam, reminiscent of the primordial chaos emanating from the very cosmos. Yet this chaos was no longer filled with destructive desires. Instead, it carried a grand will of inclusiveness and evolution. The fragmented spherical core apparatus, under the wash of this energy, began to dissolve rapidly like snow under sunlight, breaking down into the purest primal energy, eagerly absorbed by the swirling dark chaotic star sphere surrounding Liam. The residual energy within the broken conduits, the remnants in the control panel, and even the energy flowing through the entire underground network of the 7th logistics area were forcibly drawn in, converging like rivers returning to the sea. The control room's floor, walls, and ceiling began to lose color and structure at a visibly rapid pace, as if being erased from the canvas of reality, reverting to a hazy and ever-changing chaotic backdrop. No, this is my power. The power of Eden. Su Lin screamed in despair, feeling that everything she had pursued over the years, the foundation of her power and authority, was being ruthlessly plundered and devoured by Liam. She struggled, using her last ounce of strength to crawl toward the fallen scepter, her eyes gleaming with a final madness. If I cannot have it, neither shall anyone else. Just as her fingers were about to touch the scepter, a shadow swept by. The shadow, having appeared beside her unnoticed, coldly extended a short blade, severing her wrist with deadly precision. Su Lin let out a piercing scream, watching her severed hand and the scepter, so near yet unattainable. As the madness in her eyes was ultimately engulfed by boundless darkness, leaving her utterly voiceless. This woman, who once betrayed Liam, ascended to a high position in Eden, and ultimately descended into madness leading to her own destruction, had reached her end. The shadow sheathed the blade and silently returned to Liam's side, vigilantly observing the increasingly chaotic space around them. The Raven and the remaining Night Watch team members stood in shock, witnessing this scene unfold. They beheld Liam as if he were a deity, transforming the darkest creations of Eden into his own power, extricating this realm from the constraints of reality. This transcended their comprehension. With the complete obliteration of the core device and the frenzied influx of energy, Liam's aura ascended steadily. The dark, chaotic star vortex surrounding him became increasingly substantial and magnificent, as if genuine stars were being born and extinguished within. The once persistent and malevolent whispers of chaos, in the face of this more primal and grander chaotic essence, gradually weakened, as if they were losing their strength. Beneath his feet, the erased fragments of reality began to coalesce anew, no longer cold alloys, but transforming into an ancient, ethereal throne, seemingly forged directly from chaotic energy. Liam slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, his gaze was no longer merely a shade of dark chaos. Instead, it had evolved into two miniature, ever-evolving cosmic nebulae. His left eye contained the principles of steadfast order, while his right eye reflected the infinite possibilities of the primordial heart. He cast a glance at Su Lin's lifeless body, his expression unwavering. Then, he turned his gaze toward the entrance of the passage. There, the injured blood raven struggled to rise. Sensing the overwhelming chaotic aura emanating from Liam that sent tremors through his very soul, his resentment replaced by boundless fear. "What are you?" The voice of the blood raven trembled with trepidation. Liam offered no response, merely raising his hand slowly toward the blood raven and gently closing it. There was no shockwave of energy, no interference from rules. The very space surrounding the blood raven seemed to morph into an extension of Liam's will. The dark, crimson energy of destruction, which he depended upon for survival, instantly submitted as if in the presence of a sovereign, retracting and collapsing inward, along with his armor and body, disintegrating into a stream of pure chaotic energy that merged into the nascent chaotic domain. The other two severely wounded awakeners were not spared either, silently assimilated and absorbed by this realm. Liam felt the surging power within him and his absolute dominion over the chaotic area. He had preliminarily completed his transformation, ascending to his own chaotic throne. But this was not sufficient. He lifted his gaze, as if penetrating layers of earth. Beholding the towering energy spire of Eden and the endless darkness and struggle that lay upon the wasteland. The threat of nirvana had been temporarily averted, and Su Lin lay vanquished. Yet Eden remained, that ancient chaotic will persisted, and the suffering of the wasteland endured. He slowly rose from the ethereal throne of chaos. Let us proceed, he addressed the Duya and the shadows, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. It was time to bring an end to all of this. He stepped forward, causing the chaotic region to contract, ultimately transforming into an unassuming rune of dark chaos, within which nebulas swirled, imprinted upon the back of his hand. Harmonizing with the dark silver cubic mark, the world beyond awaited, rife with greater storms for him to quell. Now, he possessed the fortitude to confront the ultimate challenge. Chapter 104. The rebirth of embers and the moment of choice. The violent energy fluctuations and structural collapses beneath the seventh logistics zone were akin to a colossal stone cast into the tranquil surface of a stagnant pool in Eden, where beneath the calmness, turbulent undercurrents raged. The shrill alarms from the energy tower's monitoring center resonated throughout, signifying that a vast expanse of the underground area in Zone 7 had transformed into a deep gray on the energy spectrum, emblematic of void and extreme chaos. Starkly contrasting with the overall orderly energy of Eden, resembling an ever-expanding black hole. The remaining members of the Supreme Council were urgently convened, their gazes fixed upon the horrifying gray area displayed on the main screen. Alongside the continuous reports confirming the death of Supervisor Su Lin and the complete disappearance of the Nirvana core, all were left pale-faced, ensnared in a prolonged silence. The Morrison faction had utterly collapsed, and Su Lin and her followers had perished alongside it. The ultimate weapon, which Eden had proudly claimed to purify the wasteland, not only failed to activate but was completely destroyed and absorbed by the enemy. This constituted a devastating blow to the very ideals and confidence of Eden. Immediately activate the highest emergency protocol. Seal off all passages to Zone 7 and its surroundings. Energy barriers at full power. Isolate that chaotic region. An elder council member commanded with forced calmness, though his voice trembled unmistakably. However, according to energy readings, the chaotic fluctuations in that area were stabilizing and appeared to be slowly contracting, showing no signs of further spreading or erosion, reported a technical officer cautiously. Stabilizing? Contracting? The council members exchanged incredulous glances. The terrifying force capable of devouring the Nirvana core was somehow stabilizing on its own. Additionally, we have received a clear communication from Shadow Base. The communications officer spoke in a peculiar tone. The Watchers? What do they intend? To flaunt their victory? No. They shared a verified data stream, a complete blueprint of the Nirvana project, and a predictive model of its potential to connect to the Sea of Nihility, leading to the world's end. Silence once again enveloped the council chamber. This gift from the enemy struck like a heavy slap, landing on the faces of all those who had once supported or tacitly endorsed the Nirvana project. They had come perilously close to becoming accomplices in the annihilation of the world. They also proposed a suggestion. The communications officer paused, seemingly organizing his thoughts, recommending that Eden immediately cease all external purging operations, allow limited trade of non-core resources with the wasteland refugees, and engage in dialogue regarding a new coexistence model. Absurd. How could we possibly negotiate with those inferior beings? A radical member of the council instinctively retorted, but as the words escaped his lips, he glanced at the haunting gray chaotic area on the screen and the echoes of world-ending predictions resonating in his mind, rendering him unable to finish his sentence. The absolute deterrent of force had crumbled. The insistence on a purely isolationist and purifying policy now appeared so pale and perilous in the face of reality. If they continued to resist, who could guarantee that the man who had consumed the Nirvana core and wielded the unknown chaotic power would not turn his gaze toward Eden itself? Shadow Base. Liamo stood at the heart of the base, the chaotic runes upon his hand swirling slowly, emanating an awe-inspiring aura. He had just begun to stabilize the surging power acquired from the absorption core and transmitted fragments of the truth regarding the Nirvana to the Eden. He understood that mere destruction was not a solution to the predicament at hand. While obliterating Eden would be a simple task, what would follow? The wasteland would descend into a more profound chaos with the loss of this paramount gathering place of order, albeit a distorted one, potentially hastening the arrival of that ancient chaotic will. He required Eden to endure, but it must do so in a new, less extreme manner. Would they accept this? The Raven, standing beside him, inquired. After witnessing the harrowing scene at the underground core, A greater sense of reverence colored his attitude towards Liemo. They had no choice but to accept. Liemo's voice was calm. The balance of power had shifted. They were now confronted with two choices: to cling to outdated notions leading to annihilation, or to embrace change and seek a new path to survival amidst the desolation. He gazed at the members of the Night Watch bustling within the base, along with several refugees who had been discreetly assisted and were now receiving gene disguise injections and training. The seeds we have sown have begun to sprout. Eden is not the sole future, nor the Night Watch. The true future lies in dismantling barriers and granting everyone, regardless of genetic score, the opportunity to struggle for survival and seek hope. His gaze seemed to penetrate the dome of the base, glimpsing the vast and harsh wasteland beyond. Moreover, we have greater adversaries to confront. He recalled the Weaver's words, the pervasive whispers of chaos. The consumption of the Nirvana core had temporarily subdued it. Yet Liemo sensed that the ancient will, originating from the depths of the rules, had not vanished. It was merely biding its time, accumulating power or awaiting the next suitable breach. What are your plans next? Ing asked softly. She regarded Liemo, sensing the transformation within him. That unfathomable power brought her comfort, yet simultaneously a sense of distance. Liemo paused for a moment, raising his hand to observe the chaotic runes and the dark silver cubic mark upon his wrist. I need to delve deeper into the understanding of my power, to clarify the relationship between the source heart, the rock, and the essence of chaos. I must discover a means to truly confront or coexist with that ancient chaos. He articulated. Here in Eden, the Night Watch and the gradually awakening refugees will drive the transformation. As for me, I must explore more distant and perilous realms in search of answers. He turned to Ing, Ella, and Amu. This time, the path ahead is uncertain, perhaps more perilous than facing Eden itself. You all, I will accompany you. Ying's response was resolute. Mo Gu, do not think of abandoning us. Ella grasped Mu's hand tightly. The boy nodded vigorously, his gaze unwavering. Liemo looked at them. The feeling of detachment brought about by his newfound power slightly receded, replaced by a flicker of warmth. He nodded. Very well. A few days later, after intense debates and deliberations, the highest council of Eden ultimately made a difficult decision. They announced a temporary cessation of all large-scale military operations abroad and have partially opened several trade points in marginal areas, expressing a willingness to engage in informal discussions on the themes of survival and development in the wasteland, alongside the Night Watchers and certain representatives of the displaced. This marks a subtle yet pivotal transformation. The oppressive iron curtain of order has been torn open, revealing a sliver of hope. Liemo, having arranged for the subsequent production and dissemination of the genetic disguisers, entrusted the task of negotiating with Eden to the Raven, and quietly departed from the shadow base with Ing, AI Law, and Amu. They possessed no clear destination. Rather, they followed the delicate resonance between the chaotic essence within Liemo and the ancient whispers, journeying deeper into the wasteland, towards the forbidden zones shrouded in radioactive dust, inhabited by mutations, and buried beneath the ruins of forgotten civilizations. Liemo understood that this path he had chosen was destined to be one of solitude and length. He walked the precipice between order and chaos, striving to unearth an alternative future for both the world and himself amidst the tumultuous waves of destruction. His footsteps traversed the scorched earth, his figure gradually vanishing into the swirling dust and radiation. The tale of the wasteland turned a new page, and Liemo's quest for the chaotic truth and a pathway to life was merely beginning. Chapter 105. The Rusted Bone Wasteland. On the seventh day after departing from the Soul Base, the ground beneath them had undergone a complete transformation. No longer familiar shades of black and gray, it now bore a sickly hue, intermingling dark red with ochre, a rusted color. The air was thick with a potent metallic tang and a certain corrupted sweetness that burned in their lungs. The sky remained eternally leaden, hanging low as if it might crush them. This was the Rusted Bone Wasteland, designated on ancient maps as heavily contaminated and permanently isolated. Even the most resilient of radiation scorpions and vultures were seldom seen. Only some twisted, low shrubs, seemingly haphazardly assembled from metal and flesh, produced an excruciatingly grating sound as the wind brushed against them. Mo, this place feels off. Amu tightened his makeshift protective suit, his voice somewhat hoarse. He clutched a spear fashioned from repurposed steel rebar, its tip glinting coldly in the dim light. AI La remained silent, quietly drawing a warped metal shard towards her, suspending it in her palm, ever ready to hurl it. Her abilities appeared to be enhanced in this metal-rich wasteland. Ing, akin to a true shadow, moved silently at the front, her perception heightened to the utmost. No rustle of grass or whisper of wind escaped her ears. Yet in this desolate expanse, Aside from the incessant, unsettling metallic friction, she could hardly detect any other signs of life. Liamo walked at the center of the group, his demeanor peculiar. The chaotic rune on the back of his hand no longer flickered incessantly, but pulsed slowly like breathing, resonating faintly with the eerie vitality born from the surrounding stillness. He did not need to shield himself as the others did. The pervasive radiation and toxins were quietly dissolved and absorbed by an invisible force as they approached his body, transforming into an inconsequential morsel of nourishment for the chaotic star within him. Here, a potent surge of primal energy lingers, and the knowledge of the rock key surfaces in his mind, imbued with an icy analytical quality, yet tainted and distorted by some unseen force. Caution is warranted. Such an environment is prone to give rise to unnatural predators. No sooner had he uttered these words than, whoosh, the seemingly placid rust-colored sand erupted violently. A shadow darted forth like a bolt of lightning, lunging straight for the foremost figure. This entity moved with astonishing speed, its form obscured, revealing only a multitude of metallic limbs and a grotesque maw bristling with whirling, jagged teeth that sent shivers down one's spine. The figure, however, reacted even more swiftly. In the instant the sand stirred, she had already retreated a half-step, twisting her body at an incredible angle, and with a deft motion, crossed her two poisoned daggers in a slashing arc. Clang, clang. The sharp sounds rang out, sparks flying. The creature's exoskeleton was astonishingly resilient, leaving only shallow scratches from the daggers. The tremendous impact caused the figure to emit a muffled grunt, sliding back several meters. Be cautious. It is a devourer. Liamo exclaimed in a low voice, recognizing this low-level aberration, marked as a scavenger in the records of the rock civilization, which thrived by consuming metal and energy. Exhibiting fierce aggression. Almost simultaneously, the surrounding sands erupted in succession. 7 or 8 similar shadows surged forth, launching themselves at the group from various directions. They emitted a high-pitched, grating screech akin to metal scraping, sending painful vibrations through the mind. Form a formation. With the absence of the raven, Amu instinctively shouted the standard command for a night watchman skirmish. Although his voice retained a youthful timbre, his actions were resolute. He stood firm with his spear, back to back with Ella, brandishing the weapon to repel the encroaching devourers. Ella manipulated the floating metal shards, launching them like flying daggers, striking precisely at the joints of the devourers. While unable to breach their defenses, it was sufficient to momentarily hinder their movements. The figure danced like a specter amidst the assault of several devourers. Each strike of her daggers aimed at their joints and other vulnerable points. Though not lethal, her efforts effectively constrained most of their attacks. However, the sheer number of devourers was overwhelming, and their shells exhibited remarkable resistance to both physical and energy assaults. One devourer broke through Ella's metallic projectiles, its grotesque maw snapping open as it lunged for Amu's neck. Amu's pupils dilated. There was no time to defend with his spear. In that perilous moment, Liamo acted. He did not employ any ostentatious energy strike. Instead, he simply raised his right hand and pressed towards the devourer darting toward Amu. No sound, no light. The ferocious devourer seemed to collide with an invisible wall, full of viscous, adhesive force, abruptly halting its momentum. Instantly, its hard, metallic shell lost its luster, becoming dull and fragile as if weathered over millennia, then silently crumbled and collapsed into a fine, rust-tinged dust that drifted downwards. Along with it, the faint, distorted core of primal energy within it was also obliterated and absorbed. The entire process unfolded with a disquieting silence. The other ravenous creatures, caught in a frenzy of attack, suddenly froze in their movements. Their rudimentary consciousness could not comprehend the instantaneous demise of their comrades. Yet, an instinctive fear of a higher existential threat compelled them to emit sharper, more frantic shrieks, momentarily easing their assault. Liamo did not relent. His gaze calmly traversed the remaining creatures, and with a series of swift gestures from his right hand, he unleashed a sequence of strikes. Uft, uft, uft. Like bubbles crushed by unseen fingers, each creature disintegrated into dust without struggle or cry, enveloped instead in a profound silence, returning wholly to the void. Within mere breaths, the once perilous battlefield lay strewn with fine, rust-colored particles, alongside a few fortunate survivors desperately burrowing into the sand in a futile bid to escape. Liamo made no move to pursue. He lowered his hand, his expression unchanging, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. The chaotic runes on the back of his hand flickered momentarily before settling back into tranquility. Amu gaped in astonishment, his palm slick with cold sweat gripping the spear. AI La stared blankly at Liamo, the metallic shard she controlled hovering midair, forgotten in her reverie. Evening gazed at Li Mo with a newfound complexity in her eyes. She recognized his growth in power, but had not anticipated his ability to obliterate matter with such ease. Li Mo approached one of the creatures frantically digging in the sand, crouching beside it to touch its rapidly thrashing appendage. The instant his fingertip made contact, the creature's movements halted abruptly, and it too began to lose its color and structure slowly and irreversibly, ultimately dissolving into dust. The dissolution of rules, Li Mo murmured to himself, sensing the faint and distorted source power being absorbed by the chaotic runes, not destruction, but a return to the most fundamental state. He rose and gazed deeper into the wasteland. The sensation of resonating with the distorted source power in the environment became clearer. "Let us proceed," he said, his voice shattering the silence. "This is merely the periphery. What we seek lies deeper within." He stepped forward, his feet sinking into the rust-colored soil, leaving no trace behind. Ing inhaled deeply, suppressing the turmoil within her, and silently followed. Ai La and Amu exchanged a glance before hastily pursuing, their awe for Li Mo's figure intensifying. In the depths of the rust-bown wasteland, what awaited them was uncertain, whether it be greater peril or the first glimpse of unraveling the chaotic veil. Chapter 106. The living forest. As they ventured further into the rust-bown wasteland, the rust-colored soil beneath their feet grew increasingly solid, eventually transforming into a patchwork of corroded metal that emitted a dull clang with each step. The surrounding twisted metal shrubs became denser and taller, gradually forming an endless expanse of a forest composed of various rusted metals. These metallic trees were fantastical in their forms, some resembling menacing, claw-like arms of abandoned cranes, others akin to frozen waves of metal. Many defied description, appearing as grotesque amalgamations of countless gears, pipes, and steel plates haphazardly fused together. They intertwined and leaned against one another, creating an immense and oppressive labyrinth. The metallic tang in the air grew more pronounced, intermingled with a charred scent reminiscent of a circuit short-circuiting. Most unsettling was the occasional faint creaking sound emanating from the depths of the metallic trunks, as if they were reaching the limits of metal fatigue, akin to the slow operation of a heavy mechanism. This metallic forest was alive. "Morgo, I feel they are watching us," Mu whispered, his voice barely above a murmur, his fingers gripping the spear tightly, knuckles turning white from the strain. He was convinced that behind the twisted metallic seams lurked countless cold eyes. Ella was on high alert, acutely aware of the vast and chaotic metallic magnetic field surrounding her, disrupting her abilities. She attempted to manipulate a small fragment of metal beneath her feet, but found it exceedingly difficult, as if an invisible adhesive held it fast. After a struggle, it wobbled slightly before rising into the air. Shadow flitted swiftly between the shadows of the colossal metal trees, pausing only briefly. When she returned, her expression was graver than usual. There was no path ahead, only more of these ghastly entities. Moreover, I sensed the stirring of something much larger in the depths. Li Mo halted, closed his eyes, and felt a faint warmth emanating from the chaotic runes on the back of his hand. His perception spread like mercury, transcending mere energy detection to engage with the very essence of this area. He heard it, not just the sound of metal fatigue, but a deep, slow breath, imbued with the weight of countless ages. The entire metallic forest seemed to be a colossal, slumbering organism composed of metal. The gnawers were merely the unconscious debris or immune cells shedding from its form. The allure that drew him here, a wave distorted yet originating from the same source as the heart, emanated from the very core of this living forest, akin to a faint yet persistent heartbeat. It repelled us while simultaneously observing us. Li Mo opened his eyes, dark, chaotic orbs reflecting the rusted metallic sheen. The metal here had been assimilated by some will, forming a domain. He raised his hand and gently pressed against a trunk resembling a twisted iron thorn. A faint yet distinct sensation of resistance traveled through his palm, the trunk creaking louder from within, as though in struggle. Simultaneously, Li Mo sensed an extremely cold, chaotic thought attempting to invade his mind through the point of contact. Filled with the hardness and ruthlessness of metal, the chaotic runes flickered momentarily, dissolving that chaotic thought as if it were snow meeting sunlight. Beneath his palm, the rust began to visibly fade, ultimately transforming into fine dust that fell away, revealing a relatively fresh metallic layer beneath. Yet, almost immediately, the surrounding rust spread like a living entity, striving to mend this wound. It was engaged in self-repair. Shadow noted this detail, her brow furrowing. "It seems to disapprove of my powers." Li Mo withdrew his hand, observing the area rapidly covered anew by rust. His chaotic essence symbolized decomposition and return, utterly at odds with this domain striving to maintain its metallic life form. "What then? Should we take a detour?" Ella inquired, gazing into the impenetrable metallic jungle ahead. Her hopes dwindling. There seemed to be no way around it. Liam shook his head, his eyes drawn to the depths of the forest, where something captivating awaited him. He sensed it was also anticipating his arrival. Taking a deep breath, he inhaled the metallic tang of the air, which was silently transformed by the chaotic essence within him. Stay close and avoid touching anything, he instructed. No longer attempting a gentle approach, he released his chaotic aura, which contained the essence of disintegration. Like an invisible force field radiating from his core. This field was limited in scope, enveloping only the four of them. Yet, as it brushed against the surrounding metallic trees, a transformation ensued. A cacophony of screeching and grinding erupted from all directions. The once slow-breathing metallic forest seemed to be utterly enraged. The branches nearest to the force field appeared to be corroded by a potent acid, rapidly turning gray and fragile before crumbling into rust. Meanwhile, the more distant metallic trees writhed in a frenzy, contorting and colliding, producing a deafening roar as they endeavored to crush this intruder with their colossal structures. The entire forest came alive, brimming with violent aggression. Move, Liam commanded sharply, maintaining the chaotic force field as he advanced. Wherever he passed, the metallic obstacles ahead disintegrated as if subjected to an invisible furnace, forging a temporary path. However, this pathway would swiftly be reclaimed by the frenzied surge of metal from behind. Ing followed closely, drawing her dagger, ever vigilant against potential assaults from the edges of the force field. Ella and Amu gritted their teeth, desperately keeping pace. The terrifying sounds of twisting and disintegrating metal echoing in their ears. Before them lay a rust-colored barrier that continuously faded and reformed, as if they were ensconced in a contracting metallic hell. Suddenly, a particularly robust metallic giant tree, resembling a colossal hydraulic arm, plummeted from the side, descending with tremendous force. Intent on flattening both the force field and its occupants, Liam's gaze sharpened. With his fingers poised like a blade, he sliced through the air towards the descending arm. No contact was made. The massive metallic appendage, capable of penetrating tank armor, silently fractured mid-air, mere meters from the force field, disintegrating into a cloud of iron dust. While the rear half fell helplessly to the ground, causing a violent tremor. Yet more onslaughts followed. The ground erupted with sharp metallic spikes, while overhead, dense, spear-like branches rained down, and the metallic walls on either side closed in. Liam slightly narrowed the range of the chaotic force field, yet its intensity surged. He resembled a walking core of annihilation, unstoppable, as any metallic entity daring to approach was dismantled at a fundamental level. However, his complexion paled slightly. Sustaining such intensity to counter the forest's repulsion was tremendously taxing. At that moment, the heartbeat of the core within him surged abruptly. The dense metallic barriers ahead suddenly parted, revealing a narrow passage leading deeper into the forest. At the end of the passage, a relatively open space came into view, dominated by an enormous tree, its entirety shimmering in a dark golden hue, its form strikingly regular, as if crafted from countless intricate gears and conduits. The distorted resonance of the source heart emanated from this very place. Simultaneously, a chilling, stilted thought, reminiscent of the sound of countless metals grinding together, intermittently penetrated Liam's mind. Outsider, source-bearer, approach the core, prove you are not destruction. Liam paused, glancing at the suddenly revealed passageway, then surveying the metallic forest around him, which, though still brimming with hostility, had temporarily ceased its attacks. Proof? He murmured, the word escaping his lips as a barely perceptible smile played at the corners of his mouth. It seemed that this living forest, or rather the core behind it, was not entirely mad. It sensed the inherent connection of his power and recognized the destructive qualities it harbored. It was testing him, as well as making a choice. Liam dispersed the chaotic aura enveloping him, retaining only the faint glow of the runes upon his hand. He glanced back at the three companions, their expressions tense with anticipation. Follow me, into the unknown, he commanded, taking the lead as he stepped into the passage opened by the metallic forest. Advancing towards the mysterious expanse and the dark golden giant tree, he yearned to uncover what this warped metallic realm sought him to validate. Chapter 107. The Source Corpse and the Choice. The passage was brief, leading to a vast circular chamber. The dome rose high above, composed of countless interwoven, rotating metallic gears that emitted a deep, rhythmic hum. At the center of the space stood the dark golden giant tree that Liam had sensed earlier. It was not a true tree, but rather a peculiar creation, a fusion of exquisitely intricate mechanical structures and a certain dark golden biological essence. The stout trunk pulsed with numerous slender conduits radiating a ghostly blue light, reminiscent of veins, while its branches were layered metallic leaves that gently opened and closed, producing a soft rustling sound. The ground beneath the giant tree was not metallic, but rather a warm, jade-like material that emanated a faint white glow, starkly contrasting with the surrounding cold metal. The distorted yet still resonant waves of the source heart emanated from the depths of this tree and its jade foundation. A vague silhouette, composed of flowing dark golden metallic liquid and resembling a human form, gradually emerged from the trunk, hovering above the jade base. It bore no facial features. Yet Li-Mo distinctly felt a chilling, scrutinizing gaze upon him. "You carry the essence of your mother." The metallic voice resonated directly in everyone's minds. Clearer than before, yet still fragmented, as if a long-dormant entity was laboring to articulate its thoughts. "But your power is steeped in finality." Li-Mo understood that the mother referred to the source heart, and the notion of finality alluded to the path he had taken after merging the principles of the rock order with the essence of chaos. "What are you?" Li-Mo inquired directly, his gaze steady as it locked onto the metallic silhouette. "I am the voice of the source skeleton, resonating with an ancient, melancholic timbre. A fragment that fell from my mother merges with this metallic essence, giving rise to the source skeleton. Is it a fusion of the source heart fragment and the metallic quintessence?" A flicker of realization ignited within Li-Mo. No wonder it feels so familiar yet distorted. The source heart embodies life and possibility, while the pure metallic essence signifies ultimate order and rigidity. The forced amalgamation of these two fundamentally disparate natures has birthed the source skeleton, a unique entity that possesses certain life traits, yet is constrained by metallic order. I guard the last pure core of my mother, and my gaze shifts downward to the jade foundation, striving to prevent its complete pollution. Following its direction, Li-Mo delves into the jade base. Indeed, deep within that gentle white light, he perceives a small, exceptionally pure essence of the source heart, brimming with boundless vitality, yet ensnared by countless dark golden, root-like metallic veins that permeate and incessantly attempt to assimilate and corrode this final purity. "Is the forest outside your body? What of the devourers?" The shadow suddenly spoke, posing a crucial question. She remained in a battle stance, her short blade unsheathed. "It is my extension, my defense," the source skeleton acknowledged. "The devourers are unconscious tools, purging foreign impurities while also cleansing the tainted aspects of myself." Its words confirmed Li-Mo's prior suspicions. This metallic forest was an expanse the source skeleton extended in order to safeguard its core, while simultaneously combating the relentless metallic corrosion arising from within. The devourers served both as sentinels and scavengers. Outsider, the gaze of the source skeleton once again focused on Li-Mo. "You possess the power to touch the rules. You can dismantle the metallic roots that bind me." A subtle yearning tinged its voice. "Yet I cannot trust you." It grew cold. "Your power of annihilation may utterly destroy my mother-esque core. Thus, you must prove yourself." Li-Mo understood. The source skeleton found itself in a paradox. It required external assistance to sever the roots that incessantly eroded its core and bound it. Yet it feared that this external force would directly annihilate the core it sought to protect. "Prove that you can wield annihilation rather than be subjugated by it." The metallic contours of the source skeleton quivered slightly. "Prove you are worthy of trust." "How to prove?" Li-Mo fell silent, comprehending the source skeleton's apprehensions. His chaotic power was indeed perilous. A single misstep could lead to total obliteration. He raised his hand, the chaotic runes on the back glowing softly. Instead of directing it towards the source skeleton or the core, he aimed at the empty metallic ground beside him. A wisp of dark, chaotic energy, akin to a living ink line, seeped from his fingertips and landed on the surface. There was no cataclysmic disintegration. The hard metallic ground began to undergo a peculiar transformation under the influence of that energy. It did not disintegrate into dust, rather, akin to or cast into a furnace. It began to soften and reshape. Ultimately, guided by that wisp of energy, it coalesced into a vividly lifelike rosebud, crafted from dark metal. Once the bud formed, the wisp of energy quietly withdrew. A thought flickered through Li-Mo's mind. The metallic rosebud gradually began to bloom, layer by layer, revealing an interior composed of metal, yet delicate as paper, the petals emerging from within. The entire process unfolded quietly and exquisitely, imbued with a certain paradoxical beauty of life. This was not creation, but a profound reconfiguration of existing material forms, rooted in deep understanding. It represented a reapplication of rules following destruction. Ella and Amu stared in astonishment, while a flicker of surprise crossed Shadow's eyes. The metallic silhouette of the source corpse pulsed more distinctly. It gazed at the blooming metallic rose, remaining silent for an extended period. The coldness in its voice, which had once seemed so detached, appeared to soften slightly as it remarked, You are indeed unlike those awakeners who know only destruction. It seemed to have made a resolution. The dark, golden metallic liquid silhouette gradually descended, merging into the jade foundation below. Soon after, the entire space quivered slightly. At the center of the jade base, a subtle fissure quietly emerged above the pure core, heavily enveloped by metallic tendrils, revealing a soft and vibrant white light within. Simultaneously, several of the most robust tendrils, darker in hue and nearly entirely transformed into dark gold, emerged from the surrounding metallic walls like venomous serpents, hovering above the fissure, exuding a potent sense of repulsion and confinement. These were the deepest erosions, the shackles most intimately connected to my essence. The voice of the source corpse weakened, as if it were concentrating all its strength to maintain that fissure, severing the shackles to liberate the core of the mother. However, precision was imperative. It must not harm the core in the slightest, nor provoke a complete backlash of the shackles. The tone of the source corpse carried unprecedented gravity and a hint of plea. Liam gazed at the ominous dark golden shackles and then at the fragile, seemingly flickering pure white light within the fissure. He understood that the true trial was only beginning. Taking a deep breath, the nebula of chaotic colors in his eyes began to quicken. He raised both hands, and at his fingertips, the dark chaotic energy began to coalesce, transforming from the previous inky lines into countless threads of energy, finer than a strand of hair, glimmering with a somber sheen. What he was about to undertake was a most intricate operation, with the chaotic power representing conclusion and disintegration. He aimed to excise the malignancy without harming the delicate life. Shadow, Ella, and Amu held their breaths, watching him anxiously. Liam's gaze sharpened with unparalleled focus. As the myriad chaotic threads at his fingertips, seemingly possessing a consciousness of their own, silently extended and entwined around the first dark golden shackle. Chapter 108. Severing the shackles. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The chaotic threads extending from Liam's fingertips were as delicate as gossamer, nearly blending with the dim light. They did not cut directly, but rather, like the most agile of tendrils, they first coiled around the thickest dark golden shackle. At the moment of contact, Liam's brow furrowed imperceptibly. Hard. Far harder than he had imagined. This was not merely a physical hardness, but also a manifestation of a rule's power, solidified to its utmost. When his chaotic threads made contact, it felt akin to a dull knife slicing through tough leather. The process of disintegration was extraordinarily sluggish, and the shackle itself retaliated with a formidable backlash, cold and lifeless, attempting to erode and assimilate his chaotic energy in return. Moreover, the predicament lies in the fact that this fetter is intricately interconnected with the source's essence, the jade foundation beneath, and even the entire metallic forest surrounding it. A single disturbance could reverberate throughout the whole, and any imbalance in strength might trigger a backlash from the domain or directly harm the fragile, pristine core. Liam held his breath, his mental faculties sharply attuned. Deep within his dark, chaotic-hued gaze, azure data streams flickered with unprecedented velocity. The energy structure analysis capability provided by the rock key was pushed to its limits, aiding him in locating the most minute energy nodes and structural vulnerabilities of this fetter. He manipulated the chaotic threads, finer than a strand of hair, no longer attempting a brutish disassembly, but rather, like water gradually wearing down stone, he penetrated and eroded those nodes with precision. A faint sound, akin to hot iron meeting cold water, resonated softly. The surface of the dark golden fetter, entwined by the chaotic threads, visibly dulled, revealing a pinprick-sized gray blemish. Effective. Yet, it was too slow. At this pace, severing a single fetter would likely consume the better part of half a day, and the source struggled to maintain that fissure. It could not wait that long. Liam's thoughts raced. He could not afford to seek stability exclusively. His gaze sharpened, and his fingertips trembled slightly. More chaotic threads branched out, no longer confined to a single point, but rather, like weaving, they rapidly spread along the specific energy patterns of the fetter, entwining and instantaneously laying down an invisible net formed from the rules of disintegration. Then, he clenched his fingers abruptly. Buzz. The intangible net suddenly constricted, not by sheer force, but through guidance. It directed the chaotic energy to wreak havoc along the fetter's inherent energy circuits. Crackle. A series of rapid, dense sounds resembling an overloaded circuit burning out emanated from within the fetter. The stout dark golden fetter's surface instantly erupted with countless spiderweb-like fissures, and azure arcs of electricity surged wildly between the cracks. The entire space trembled violently. The surrounding metallic walls groaned under the unbearable strain. The pure white light within the fissure flickered violently. Be cautious, Ing hissed, brandishing a short blade before him. vigilantly observing the writhing metallic walls around them. Aira and Amu felt their hearts leap into their throats. Beads of sweat formed on Limo's forehead, yet his gaze remained as calm as ice. He meticulously controlled the eruption's range and direction, confining the majority of the destructive force within the fetter. At long last, crack, a crisp sound of fracture resonated. The dark golden fetter, now marred with cracks, completely severed at its midpoint. The break produced no sparks, no debris, only a patch of utterly gray, lifeless material, which swiftly disintegrated into ash. The first fetter was broken. A faint sense of relief emanated from the source's weak mental fluctuations, but it quickly turned urgent. Hurry. The next one. I cannot hold on much longer. Liemo dared not pause. His gaze immediately locked onto the second fetter. With the experience of the first, his movements became swifter and more resolute. The chaotic threads reached out once more, employing the same methodology, analyzing nodes, laying down the web of rules, and then precisely detonating. The second fetter swiftly followed in the footsteps of the first, shattering, turning to ash, and dissipating. The space trembled more violently, and the gears above began to spin erratically, emitting a jarring frictional sound. The surrounding metallic walls writhed as if boiling, as though the entire source body was enduring immense agony. Yet it steadfastly maintained the fissure above its core. The third and fourth fetters appeared. When the final fetter emerged before Liemo, slender yet the darkest of all, it exuded a potent and ominous aura, and the spiritual fluctuations of the source body had dwindled to a mere flicker, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. This was the root of the initial erosion, entwined deeply with my essence. Cautiously, Liemo sensed that this black fetter was extraordinary. It was not merely a binding force. It resembled a venomous serpent, parasitically entwined around the very essence of the source body. Severing it could inflict irreversible harm upon the source. Yet, there was no time for hesitation. Liemo inhaled deeply, pouring forth the remaining reserves of his spiritual energy without reservation. The chaotic threads solidified, imbued with an unwavering resolve, and entwined upward. However, the moment the chaotic thread made contact with the black fetter, an unexpected transformation occurred. The fetter seemed to possess its own consciousness, quivering violently. A wave of cold, chaotic malice surged back along the chaotic thread. Simultaneously, countless distorted shadows, writhing as if alive, manifested on the surface of the fetter, ravenously devouring the approaching chaotic strands. This was not mere solidification of order. Something far more insidious was at play. Was it the taint of that ancient chaotic will? Liemo let out a muffled groan, his mind pierced by an icy spike as the malicious onslaught enveloped him in darkness. The chaotic runes on the back of his hand erupted in brilliant light, instinctively resisting the encroaching corruption. Emogu! Amu exclaimed in alarm. Without hesitation, Ing flashed into action, her short blade gleaming with a deadly light as she aimed for the black fetter, attempting to assist through physical means. Clang! Sparks flew. Ying's short blade was violently repelled, her palm splitting, blood gushing forth. The hardness of the black fetter exceeded all expectations. Do not touch it, Liemo growled, forcing his mind to stabilize. He relinquished intricate maneuvers, gathering all the chaotic threads into a singular form, like a red-hot branding iron, and forcefully branded the point where the black fetter connected with the jade foundation. Zzz. The piercing sound resonated as if a soul were being torn apart. The black fetter writhed violently, emanating dense black mist, its malevolent howls echoing in every mind. The fissures on the jade foundation began to shake violently, the pure white light flickering uncertainly, as though on the brink of collapse. Sever it from me. Liemo's eyes burned crimson, summoning the power of the chaotic star sphere within him to its utmost. The coalesced chaotic energy, akin to the ultimate spear of annihilation, surged forth with indomitable will and plunged fiercely. Crack! A sound far louder than before erupted, reminiscent of the very foundation of the world fracturing. The black fetter shattered in response. In the moment of rupture, a dense, inky black mist surged forth, emitting a piercing wail of defiance, only to be thoroughly purified and dissipated by Liemo's chaotic power. The ancient source skeleton then released a long, liberating hum, bringing a moment of silence to the entire metallic forest. From the fissure, the pure core of the source heart, having shed all constraints, radiated a stable and gentle light akin to the nascent sun, warm and brimming with vitality. Liemo staggered back, his complexion as pale as paper, his sweat soaking through his clothing. The chaotic runes on the back of his hand dimmed. He had succeeded in severing the shackles and liberating the core. What fate, then, awaited this ancient source skeleton and the fragmented source heart? Chapter 109. Rebirth and choice. The released pure core ascended like a bird freed from its cage. emanating a warm and vibrant white light as it gently floated from the cracks in the jade foundation. The radiance was not blinding, but carried a cleansing power that seemed to dilute the oppressive metallic tang in the air. The previously tumultuous and near-collapsing space, under the illumination of this white light, miraculously stabilized. The chaotic gears overhead resumed their rhythmic hum, and the agitated metallic walls around them calmed, no longer exuding hostility, but rather a tranquility born of exhaustion. Once more, dark golden metallic liquid rose from the jade foundation, reconstituting the outline of the source skeleton. Yet, compared to before, this outline appeared much more ethereal, as if it might dissipate at any moment. Its aura weakened to the utmost degree. "Thank you." The voice of the source skeleton was as delicate as a whisper, yet imbued with a profound sense of relief. "Mother is free." Its faceless visage turned toward the suspended pure core, conveying a flicker of affection and reluctance. "I was forged from the fragments of mother and metal. My purpose was to guard it." The voice faltered. "Now that the shackles are removed, my mission is complete." Liemo gazed at the source skeleton's increasingly transparent outline, understanding dawning within him. Severing those corrosive shackles, especially the final one imbued with chaotic taint, had inflicted irreversible damage upon the essence of the source skeleton. It was heading toward its end. The foreigner, Liemo, felt the gaze of the source skeleton upon him one final time. "The core of Mother is entrusted to you." The pure white light seemed to comprehend the skeleton's words, gracefully drifting towards Liemo, hovering slightly before him, emanating waves of familiarity. "It contains the seeds of life and potential." The voice of the source skeleton grew fainter. "Perhaps it can balance the end within you. Beware the whispers of the sea of nihility. They have never ceased to seek the essence of Mother." As the last words faded, the metallic outline of the source skeleton completely vanished, transforming into myriad dark golden particles of light, akin to fireflies, slowly merging into the surrounding metallic walls, melding with the forest it had safeguarded for countless ages with its life. The entire space fell into silence, illuminated solely by the soft glow of the pure core and the remnants of golden light upon the jade foundation, signifying the source skeleton's final resting place. Liemo silently contemplated the spot where the source skeleton had vanished, his heart swirling with complex emotions. This ancient entity, born from a fusion of distortions, ultimately chose to perish in order to safeguard its initial purity. He extended his hand, and the pure core naturally fell into his palm, its touch warm and gentle, as if imbued with a heartbeat of its own. A surge of pure, magnificent vitality flowed from his palm into his being, quietly connecting with the chaotic star sphere that encompassed the principles of decomposition and evolution. The anticipated violent clash did not ensue. Instead of being annihilated by the chaos, the vitality nourished the aspect of life within the star sphere, instilling a more stable and gentle essence into the ever-shifting imagery of the nebula. The chaotic runes on the back of his hand began to emit a faint warmth, as a subtle, barely perceptible, soft white light seemed to blend into the dark, chaotic backdrop. "Has it vanished?" Amu whispered, gazing at the empty jade foundation, feeling a pang of loss. "Yes, it has fulfilled its guardianship," Liemo replied softly, carefully stowing away the core that radiated a gentle white light. This object was of utmost importance and should not be displayed lightly. Ing approached him, casting a glance at his cupped hand, and asked in a hushed tone, "Are you all right?" She noticed that Limeau's complexion still bore a hint of pallor, and his breath was somewhat unsteady. "The consumption was a bit excessive. I just need to rest," Liemo replied, shaking his head. The backlash from severing the last black shackles was stronger than anticipated, and the chaos pollution contained within was exceptionally stubborn. Had it not been for his unique essence, he might have succumbed to its erosion. Ira sensed the surrounding metallic magnetic field, now devoid of hostility, and sighed in relief. "It seems this forest has quieted down." Indeed, the once pervasive and disquieting sound of metal friction had vanished, and the entire metallic forest had succumbed to a tranquil slumber. The will of the source remains dissipated. This domain had lost its active consciousness, yet its structure persisted, now stripped of aggression. "Let us rest here for a while before departing," Liemo suggested. He needed time to recuperate and to digest the insights gained from this experience, which encompassed not only the core of the source heart, but also the confrontation with the source remains and the severing of the shackles of rules. The group settled in a relatively flat area within this core space. Amu and Ira took on sentry duties while Ing remained by Liemo's side. Liemo closed his eyes, focusing on his breathing, allowing his mental energy to sink within. The core of the source heart floated beside the chaotic star sphere, radiating a gentle glow and continuously exuding pure vitality, nourishing both his body and spirit. He discovered that under this vitality's nurturing, his command of chaotic power seemed more adept, alleviating the mental chill and stagnation that had arisen from the excessive use of destructive rules. Balance. He recalled the final words of the source remains. Could this be the path he was meant to pursue? To utilize the vitality of the source heart to balance the chaos of destruction, forging a unique pathway that could master endings while nurturing possibilities? Time slipped by unnoticed until Liemo opened his eyes. Feeling that both his mental and physical strength had largely returned, the weariness in his gaze having vanished, and the dark, chaotic undertones appearing deeper and more restrained. Let us proceed. He rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping across the tranquil expanse, finally resting upon the vacant jade foundation before he turned and retraced his steps. This time, as they emerged from the passage and re-entered the metallic forest, the sensation was markedly different. The twisted metallic trees still stood tall, yet they no longer formed a labyrinthine obstruction. Instead, they resembled a regiment of silent soldiers, quietly observing their passage. The once perilous territory had transformed into a clear pathway. Devoid of the driving will of the source remains, the devourers had lost their vitality, scattered like genuine metallic debris upon the rust-colored sands, motionless. With ease, they traversed the edge of the rusted bone wasteland and stepped back onto the relatively normal desolation. Casting a glance over his shoulder, he beheld the immense, metallic forest lying dormant beneath the leaden sky, akin to an ancient giant slumbering for eons. Liemo sensed a faint, lingering wave of affection for the forest emanating from the core of the source heart nestled in his palm, but it quickly subsided. He understood that while the source remains had dissipated, this unique metallic realm still endured. Perhaps one day in the future, once this core had matured, it could awaken the vitality of the forest once more in a different form. For now, he bore new responsibilities and possessed newfound strength. The road ahead remained long and fraught with peril, as the battle against ancient chaos continued to be treacherous. Yet, the vitality derived from the source heart infused his once icy conviction, born of destructive forces, with a touch of warm assurance. He lifted his gaze to the bleak skyline of the wasteland, where it seemed a new storm was brewing. Return to the shadow, he declared, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable strength. It was time to confront the remnants of order in Eden, to unify the scattered forces of the wasteland, and to prepare for the inevitable clash with the Void Sea. The first step, perhaps, lay in allowing this seed of life and potential in his hand to find the first fertile soil in this desolate land. Chapter 110. The journey home and the seedling departing from the rusted bone wasteland. The return journey seemed to unfold with greater ease. It was not the terrain that had changed, but rather a subtle transformation in Liemo's essence. The core of the source heart in his palm radiated like a gentle source of warmth, its life force field inadvertently dispelling some lurking dangers. The lowly mutated creatures, which thrived on sensing negative energy and radiation, instinctively retreated from the group, as if evading a formidable nemesis. AMU was the first to notice the shift. Brother Emo, it seems to be less unbearable now. He moved his shoulders, feeling a reduction in the chronic joint pain induced by the radiation-laden environment. Breathing felt significantly easier, as the pervasive stench of decay that had pervaded the wasteland air was seemingly replaced by a faint, almost imperceptible freshness. Ella regarded Liemo with curiosity, sensing that the awe-inspiring, unfathomable power within him remained, yet it was tempered by a warmth that was difficult to articulate. Reminiscent of the moist earth she occasionally encountered deep beneath the surface after a prolonged drought. The shadow remained silent, yet the taut nerves unconsciously relaxed somewhat. As the most perceptive individual, she felt it most profoundly. Liemo walked ahead, resembling a mobile purification node, wherever he passed. Even the restless particles of radiative energy in the air became docile and tranquil. This was not merely a suppression of power, but rather a soothing influence on a fundamental level. Liemo himself was immersed in this peculiar experience. The core of the source heart within him was not at rest. It resembled a miniature fountain of life, continuously emanating vitality, achieving a dynamic equilibrium with his chaotic star sphere. The chaotic star sphere was responsible for decomposing and transforming the chaotic energy and radiation absorbed from the outside world, while the source heart core endowed the transformed fundamental energy with attributes of life and order. He even attempted to guide a trace of chaotic energy infused with the vitality of the source heart to his fingertips, gently tapping it against a completely withered, blackened, and twisted shrub by the roadside. No brilliance, no sound. The shrub, long bereft of life, underwent a visible transformation at an astonishing speed. The blackness rapidly receded. The desiccated branches regained a hint of resilience, and even at the very top, a tiny, tender green bud emerged. Although this bud lasted only a few fleeting seconds before withering again due to the harsh environment, this ephemeral green left everyone breathless. It lived, did it just live? Amu rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Era stared blankly at the now blackened branches, a glimmer of hope flickering in her eyes. Shadow glanced at Limo's fingertips and then at the shrub. A ripple of emotion crossed her icy gaze. Limo retracted his finger, sensing the dissipating vitality, and realized within his heart, this was not true resurrection, but rather a temporary awakening of its residual life potential. In the wasteland's harsh environment, this spark of life was akin to a drop in the ocean. Yet, it at least proved a path, a potential avenue to transform this desolate land. Not enough. He murmured softly to himself. More sources are needed. A fundamental change of this land is essential. His gaze turned towards the distant direction of the shadow base. There, the night watchers resided, along with the refugees beginning to accept genetic disguisers, a rare place amidst the wasteland that still harbored the embers of resistance. Perhaps it could become the first experimental field for the seeds of life. Days later, the concealed entrance of the shadow base came into view. The night watcher stationed for perimeter vigilance spotted them from afar and immediately signaled. As Limo and his companions approached, they found Crow waiting at the entrance with several others. Upon seeing Limo, a flicker of unmistakable surprise crossed Crow's eyes. He could clearly sense that Limo was different. Previously, Limo's strength had been formidable, yet it bore a disquieting abyssal quality, as if it could devour everything. Now, while that abyss remained profound, it seemed to have a bottom, infused with an indescribable tranquility and grandeur. Welcome back. Crow stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the four, confirming their safety, and he sighed in relief. How are things? The rusted bone wastes have calmed for the time being, Limo replied succinctly. We have acquired what we needed. He refrained from elaborating on the matters of the source skeleton and the core, deeming them too astonishing. Instead, he raised his hand and casually pointed to a barren rock beside the entrance, marked conspicuously by radiation spots. Under the curious gazes of the onlookers, a wisp of chaotic energy, imbued with vitality, silently escaped from his fingertips and melded into the surface of the rock. In the next moment, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded. The unsightly radiation spots on the rock began to fade at a visibly rapid pace, eventually vanishing altogether. The surface of the rock became somewhat smoother, even faintly revealing a deep brown hue reminiscent of healthy soil. Although it did not spawn any plants, this purification effect surpassed any known technology currently available in the wasteland. The raven's pupils constricted sharply, and several seasoned sentinels behind him gasped in astonishment. They understood all too well what this implied. It signified the potential to purify water sources and cleanse the land. It represented the possibility of alleviating the afflictions caused by radiation sickness. This was a power capable of transforming the landscape of the wasteland. A new possibility. Limo retracted his energy and regarded the raven, inquiring if there were any suitable areas for cultivation within the base, no matter how small. The raven suppressed his excitement and nodded emphatically. Yes, we have an underground farm. Although its yield is quite low, I will take you there immediately. Upon entering the base, news of Limo's return spread rapidly. Many sentinels and drifters gathered curiously, and as they heard the descriptions of purification from the raven and those who first witnessed the miracle, the entire base erupted with enthusiasm. Hope, like a hidden current beneath a parched riverbed, began to surge. Limo wasted no time and, under the raven's guidance, arrived at the underground farm located deep within the base, illuminated by phosphorescent moss and a small amount of filtered sunlight. Here, radiation-resistant mushrooms and several tuber crops were cultivated, though they appeared wilted and yielded disappointingly low results. Limo approached a deliberately vacant patch of the porous soil at the edge of the farm. He could sense the lifelessness of the soil, rife with radioactive toxins. He crouched down and gently pressed his palm against the earth. This time, he did not hastily release his energy, but instead utilized the chaotic star sphere to perceive and decompose the accumulated toxins and excess radiation within the soil. Only then did he cautiously guide forth a thread of pure, life-giving energy bestowed by the source core, akin to the most delicate spring rain, gradually infusing this desolate land. Everyone around held their breath in anticipation. Seconds later, a miracle transpired. The once dull and severely compacted soil seemed to deepen in color, its texture appearing somewhat softer. Though the change was exceedingly subtle, seasoned farmers, long acquainted with the land, could discern that the soil had indeed come to life, if only a little. Even more astonishing was that shortly after Limo withdrew his hand, a frail, tender green seedling trembled as it broke through the soil, peering out. It was not any known species of mushroom or tuber crop. but rather a blade of grass, an ordinary grass that might have been ubiquitous in the old world, but had long since vanished from the wasteland. Though it lasted less than a minute, swiftly withering away due to the persistent harshness of the environment. That fleeting moment of verdant green burned itself into the eyes and hearts of all present like the most fervent flame. Silence. A silence akin to death. Soon, the first suppressed sob broke the stillness, followed by more stifled cries, ultimately transforming into an uncontrollable cacophony of weeping, intermingled with both hope and sorrow. On this land, long dominated by death and radiation, they finally beheld the color green. Liam rose to his feet, gazing at the rapidly wilting blade of grass, feeling not much joy but rather an intensified weight upon his heart. The effort to sustain this flicker of life proved to be greater than he had anticipated. The road ahead remained long, yet he lifted his gaze toward the tear-streaked faces of those around him, who still held glimmers of hope, and spoke slowly, his voice resonating clearly in every ear. This is merely the beginning. His eyes scanned beyond the crowd, as if perceiving the vast and tormented wasteland beyond the base. We need more strength. We must discover more seeds like this one, and we must help this land remember the essence of life once more. The seeds of transformation had been sown. Now it was time for them to take root and flourish until they ignited a conflagration. In an inconspicuous corner of the base, a figure draped in a hood, their form obscured, quietly observed this scene, the corners of their mouth curling into a barely perceptible, yet significant arc. Chapter 111. Undercurrents and surveillance. The fleeting green shoots stirred ripples within the depths of the shadow base, like a boulder cast into a stagnant pond. The exhilaration brought by hope was short-lived, soon overshadowed by deeper anxieties and the currents of unease. In the temporary command post of the Raven, the atmosphere was tense. The dim glow of oil lamps flickered shadows across the faces of those present. News could not be contained. The Raven's voice was hoarse, his fingers tapping restlessly on the rough wooden table. Too many had witnessed the event. Although they were all allies, one could not guarantee the absence of prying eyes. He referred not only to potential spies planted by Eden, but also to various factions across the wasteland, as well as those elusive, ambiguous awakeners. Liam's demonstrated purification ability was astonishing, enough to drive any faction to madness. The base's defenses had been tripled, and the number of concealed sentinels had increased. A captain responsible for security reported that if a large-scale assault were to occur, they would not endure for long. Liam sat in the shadows, the chaotic rune on the back of his hand emitting a faint, ethereal glow in the darkness. He felt the steady pulsing of the core of his source heart within him, balanced by the chaotic star sphere. His power was gradually increasing, and his command over vitality was becoming more adept, yet he understood that it was still far from sufficient. They dared not act rashly. Liam spoke, his voice calm, yet imbued with a persuasive strength. Before my true nature is understood, none will dare to be the vanguard. The internal instability of Eden leaves other factions with their own calculations. We are now a hot potato, desired by all yet feared for the burn it may inflict. He cast a glance towards the Raven. Our immediate priority is to enhance ourselves during this period of deterrence. The production of gene disguisers must be escalated. For every additional life we can save, we fortify our future. Furthermore, we must select a group of absolutely reliable individuals with steadfast temperaments. I need to attempt to guide them. Guide. Shadow keenly seized upon this term, looking at Liam. Indeed, Liam nodded. Not everyone is suited to traverse my path. However, the vitality of Yuanshin may assist some of the awakened who find themselves at an impasse in discovering their direction, or perhaps empower ordinary individuals with a modicum of self-preservation. He recalled a Mu and AI law. Their talents were commendable, yet they lacked systematic guidance and the requisite strength to survive in the wasteland. Relying entirely on his protection is not a sustainable strategy. The Raven's eyes brightened. If successful, our foundation will be solidified. Yet he furrowed his brow, acknowledging that this endeavor requires time and resources, particularly food and clean water, as the base's reserves are dwindling. I will take care of it, Shadow suddenly interjected, his voice as cold as ever. I am aware of several locations of Raiders' warehouses. They have recently intercepted a transport convoy from Eden, which should yield a considerable bounty. Liam cast a glance at Shadow, offering no dissent, but merely adding, exercise caution. The situation is unclear, do not engage recklessly. Shadow nodded, his figure melding into the shadows as he silently departed from the command post. At that moment, Wrench hurriedly entered, his expression grim. Boss, Mr. Liam, we have intercepted several peculiar encrypted signals. Their origins are diverse, some from Eden, others from various large raider tribes. And even one signal exhibiting strong energy interference, resembling a form of non-human technology. The content? The Raven inquired solemnly. Deciphering is quite challenging. But the fragmented information consistently inquires about shadow, seeking those capable of purifying the land. Wrench adjusted his thick glasses, adding that, according to the signal strength analysis, at least 3 different forces are already operating within a 50-kilometer radius of the base. The atmosphere within the command post grew increasingly oppressive. They arrived more swiftly than anticipated. Liemo rose and approached the rudimentary window, gazing out into the dimly lit corridors of the base. His perception extended like invisible tendrils, quietly reaching out. He could hear the suppressed conversations of the base members, sensing the mingled hopes and anxieties within their hearts. And he could vaguely capture the greedy and scrutinizing gazes emanating from the distant darkness. Let them watch. Liemo's voice was soft yet laced with a chill. Perfect. It saves us the trouble of searching. He turned to the Raven and said, proceed as planned. You are responsible for selecting individuals. We shall discuss the resource issue upon Shadow's return. As for those guests outside, the chaotic runes upon his hand shimmered faintly. I shall entertain them. That night, under a dark moon and high winds, at the periphery of the Shadow base, atop the crumbled remains of a long-vanished era's residential building, 2 figures clad in camouflage that blended seamlessly with their surroundings peered through powerful binoculars, meticulously observing the entrance to the base, which was nearly indistinguishable from the mountainside in the distant valley. They were the finest scouts of the Bloodwolf tribe. Damn, they are well hidden. Apart from a few watchmen, there is nothing to see. A scout, marked by a scar across his face, spat disdainfully. Indeed, if the Night Watch's lair were so easily discernible, it would have long been dismantled by Eden. Another, slightly older scout, possessing a more measured demeanor, reminded his companion that the leader had instructed them to ascertain whether the purifying individual was truly present, without alarming the enemy. At that moment, a faint sound, akin to a breeze seeping through a crevice, echoed behind them. The 2 men felt the hairs on their necks stand on end, and turned abruptly. Their poisoned daggers were drawn in an instant. Yet, behind them lay only emptiness, shattered floorboards, and the wind moaning in the darkness. Was it an illusion? The scarred scout exhaled in relief. However, the elder scout's expression shifted dramatically as he glanced towards the spot where the telescope had been placed. What had been securely set up was now inexplicably missing. Only a small pile of delicate metallic dust remained, as if corroded and eroded in an instant by some unseen force. Cold sweat drenched their backs. There must be a ghost. The scarred scout stammered. Not a ghost. The elder scout replied, his throat dry and eyes filled with dread. That person has discovered our presence. Without a moment's hesitation, they fled the ruins, scrambling away without daring to look back. Simultaneously, several kilometers away from the base, within a camouflaged reconnaissance vehicle infused with Eden's technological aesthetic, a technician anxiously adjusted the equipment while watching the surveillance feed suddenly turn to static. What is happening? The signal has abruptly cut out. Energy readings are erratic. A man seated in the back, clad in the uniform of a mid-ranking Eden officer, furrowed his brow. Is it interference? It seems more like a force has directly erased the signal from the realm of regulations. The technician's voice trembled with incredulity. The officer's expression darkened as he recalled the top-secret reports circulating within the council regarding the area of the 7th Logistics Zone that had been rendered void. Withdraw, he commanded decisively. Leave this place immediately. Report the situation up the chain. There exists an incomprehensible presence at the Shadow base. Similar scenes unfolded simultaneously at various concealed observation points surrounding the base. Some equipment inexplicably failed, others found their weapons silently rusted into scrap, and some individuals, as if emerging from a fleeting nightmare, awoke alone in desolate wilderness far from their observation posts, with no recollection of the events that had transpired, only an unshakable chill deep within. In a single night, all forces surveilling the Shadow base received a clear and silent warning. This place is off limits. Within the base, Liemo stood at the highest lookout, feeling the sensation of prying eyes recede like a tide, his countenance serene. The chaotic runes upon his hand slowly faded away. This was merely the beginning. He understood that more formidable tests, and indeed, a true tempest, awaited. He needed to amass power swiftly and take the initiative to confront the true leviathans that roamed this wasteland. His gaze shifted towards Eden and deeper into the wasteland, towards the regions enshrouded in mist. Perhaps it is time to seek out those allies among the Night Watchmen, as well as any other potential forces that may exist to combat the chaos, for a serious discussion. Chapter 112. Silent Thunder in the following days. The perimeter of the Shadow base remained eerily quiet. Those prying eyes seemed to have been erased by an invisible hand, and even the wandering mutated creatures had diminished significantly. A suffocating serenity enveloped the valley, akin to the oppressive stillness preceding a tempest. Inside the base, however, an unprecedented flurry of activity was underway. Wrench and the technical team worked almost around the clock, with the rudimentary gene-masking production line operating at full capacity. As pale blue vials were meticulously packaged and dispatched by the most reliable squad members to distant, establishing connections with the refugee settlements. Raven personally selected candidates for the guidance program, applying stringent criteria. Temperament, loyalty, and potential were all indispensable. Liam spent the majority of his time near the experimental fields of the underground farm. He no longer urged forth the fleeting greenery, but instead continuously and slowly infused the soil with chaotic energy imbued with life. Much like a patient farmer gradually ameliorating the desolate land, the soil darkened at an imperceptible pace, and its compaction lessened, though it was far from being cultivable. Hope lay dormant like buried seeds, quietly taking root in the hearts of all. Amu and AI Law were permitted to observe nearby. Occasionally, Liam would share an exceedingly subtle thread of energy, guiding them to sense the essence of life and transformation within. Amu, in his naivety, felt only the warmth and comfort of that energy. AI Law, however, pondered deeply, sensing a subtle resonance between her metal manipulation abilities and the life force that contained elements of order. On the third morning, Shadow returned, bringing much-needed supplies, medicinal products, water purification filters, and several large packages of high-energy compressed food. She spoke little of the details of her mission, yet she carried the lingering scent of gunpowder and a faint trace of blood. Liam glanced at her without further inquiry, simply handing her a list that enumerated rare electronic components and energy crystals, which were critical for the next step in enhancing the base's defenses and communication capabilities. Shadow accepted the list, silently noting its contents, and her figure vanished once more into the shadows of the corridor. While everything at the base progressed methodically, Raven received a message from an outer lookout, transmitted with the highest level of encryption. "Boss, the Black Flag Fort has arrived." The communications officer's voice trembled with tension. 3 fully armed trucks have stopped at the old highway junction, 10 kilometers away. Leading them is the Butcher Hog himself. An audible silence fell over the command center. The Black Flag Fort was one of the largest raider tribes within several hundred kilometers, known for their brutality and well-equipped arsenal. Their leader, Butcher Hog, was infamous for his cruelty and greed. His personal appearance signified intentions that were all too clear. Raven's expression turned ashen. "What do they want?" "They sent a messenger." The officer continued, his voice lowering, demanding we surrender the sorcerer who can manipulate the earth, along with all technical data and supplies. "We have 2 hours to comply. Otherwise—" His voice trailed off. "Otherwise, they will raze the base to the ground, leaving no survivors." Arrogance. Sheer, unadulterated arrogance. "Damn it, let us fight them." A hot-tempered captain slammed his palm against the table. "Fight? How do we fight?" Hog's subordinates numbered in the hundreds, their firepower exponentially superior to ours. Another captain, more composed than the rest, countered, his face etched with worry. All eyes instinctively turned towards Liam, who remained seated in the corner, eyes closed, seemingly indifferent to the chaos of the outside world. Only the chaotic rune on the back of his hand pulsed rhythmically, akin to a breath. Raven inhaled deeply and approached Liam. "Liam, look." Liam slowly opened his eyes, his dark, chaotic gaze serene and untroubled. "Tell them," he began, his voice soft yet resonant, reaching the ears of all present. "In 10 minutes, vacate 50 kilometers. Otherwise, Black Flag Fortress may as well change its name." His tone was unassuming, yet his words dripped with authority. Raven was momentarily taken aback, but soon nodded resolutely. "Understood." The message was relayed through a secure channel. At the old highway junction, beside 3 rusted trucks outfitted with heavy weaponry, a hulking figure, resembling a bear, his face marred by intersecting scars and clad in a fur coat, was none other than Butcher Hog. As he listened to the report from his subordinate, he was initially startled, then erupted into a thunderous, maniacal laughter. "Ha! Telling me to roll out? To change names? Has this night watchman been rendered foolish by radiation?" He laughed uncontrollably, his mirth contagious, filling the air with unabashed arrogance. After a lengthy bout of laughter, he wiped away tears of hilarity, his expression morphing into a menacing grimace. "How dare they? Relay the orders. In 10 minutes, we attack. Kill all the men, take the women. That damned wizard. I want him alive, to toy with." He envisioned a future where they would breach the base, seize the miraculous purification technology, and consequently swell their power, perhaps even overshadowing Eden. As time ticked away, the marauders at the junction commenced weapon checks, engines roared to life, and a palpable bloodlust filled the air. Within the shadow base, the atmosphere was taut with tension. Warriors took their combat positions, the sounds of bolt actions echoing ominously. Raven clenched his fists, palms slick with sweat. He harbored no doubts about Li Mo's strength, yet the enemy's numbers and firepower were daunting. Li Mo rose and made his way to the observation point at the base entrance. He did not gaze at the faintly visible convoy on the distant road, but instead looked up at the leaden sky. "The time has come," he murmured. As the words left his lips, he raised his right hand, pointing towards the old highway junction, nearly 10 kilometers away. There was no brilliance, no sound, no indication of an energy explosion. It was as though he merely gestured at the air. However, 10 kilometers away, Hogg, poised to issue the attack order, suddenly found his maniacal grin frozen in place. He felt the world around him fall silent. The wind ceased, the roar of engines vanished, and even the raucous shouts of his subordinates seemed to be stifled by an unseen force. A primal, excruciating fear seized his heart. In terror, he glanced at his hands, horrified to see his skin visibly losing moisture and luster, turning ashen and shriveled, resembling a mummified relic buried for millennia. He yearned to scream, yet no sound escaped his lips. He could only watch in horror as his flesh, bones, and even the fur coat draping his body swiftly aged, decayed, and disintegrated in silence. It was not merely Hogg, the 3 loyal subordinates by his side, the 3 colossal armed trucks laden with ammunition and supplies, and even the solid asphalt beneath their feet. All were simultaneously undergoing the same terrifying process of decay, accelerated a millionfold by time. There were no explosions, no flames, only a profound silence, utterly returning to dust. Within mere breaths, the once menacing camp at the old road junction, along with its hundreds of fierce marauders and their leader Hogg, vanished completely. All that remained was a vast, smooth, mirror-like circular depression, as if something had been erased from existence, and at the bottom of this hollow, a thick layer of fine, lifeless gray dust accumulated. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting some of the dust and scattering it into the distance, leaving no trace behind. At the entrance of the shadow base, Li Mo slowly lowered his hand, his complexion briefly paling before returning to normal. The chaotic runes on the back of his hand dimmed. He turned to the stillness behind him, where the ravens and night watchmen stood petrified, and calmly declared, "The crisis is averted. Let everyone rest. Attend to your respective duties." With that, he strode towards the underground farm, as if merely brushing away a speck of dust. It was not until his figure disappeared into the depths of the passage that the entrance of the base erupted with suppressed gasps, exclamations, and the clatter of weapons falling to the ground. Everyone, including the ravens, felt a chill surge from the soles of their feet to the crown of their heads, their bodies freezing. They had finally witnessed the true nature of the power of annihilation that Li Mo spoke of. It was not a battle, it was divine retribution. News spread like wildfire, swifter than any communication device could manage, through the shadowy wasteland. The main force of the Black Flag, along with their leader Hogg, was instantaneously erased by an unknown power 10 kilometers from the shadow base, leaving no trace of their existence. In an instant, all those lurking with covetous eyes and itching for action were doused with a cold splash of water, their ambitions extinguished. No one dared to cast greedy gazes toward the seemingly tranquil valley. Surrounding the shadow base, a rare period of invaluable tranquility emerged, unmarred by any disturbance. Meanwhile, Li Mo's codename on the wasteland acquired a new moniker, Silent Thunder.